when your phone can receive news from the future. What would you do with it? As you scroll through videos at home, your phone suddenly pushes an ad. September 16th. A tenant in the happiness community of Linen City dug out a ton of gold from their rented basement, worth 300 million. Seeing this news, you pause for a moment. You live in the happiness community too, so how come you haven't heard of anyone digging out a ton of gold from their basement? If such a big event were true, it would have spread like wildfire. There's no way no one would know. Moreover, the timing doesn't match. It says September 16th. But today is clearly June 27th, it's off by almost 3 months. Could it be that my buddy can travel through time? This is too ridiculous. Wait a minute, the basement of Unit 2 in Building 5 of the Happiness Community, that's exactly where I am. I was just worried about not having money. If there really is a ton of gold down there, I would strike it rich. Thinking of a ton of gold, your heart races. Whether the news is true or not, it isn't illegal. And what if it is true? You quickly get up from the sofa, find a small hammer from the corner, and start prying up the floorboards, gently tapping them one by one. Clang, clang, thud, damn, it's really empty. You instantly perk up and start smashing with all your might. Fortunately, it's a basement with good sound insulation, so no one bothers you no matter how much noise you make. Just after a few hits, the cement floor cracks open, revealing a pot lid-sized hole, and beneath it is a dark expanse. You quickly turn on your phone's flashlight and shine it inside. Perhaps due to the age of the building, what should be a solid foundation is actually filled with damp soil. You reach in and dig around a bit, and just after the second scoop, you touch something. You pull out a hard object and your eyes widen in shock. Damn, this is. You look at the 2 gleaming gold bars in your hand, your whole body trembling with excitement, and your face flushes red. This is more than just striking it rich, it's insane. The news is true, the gold is real, a whole ton of it. You don't care about the dirt on the gold, clutching it to your chest. You lie back on the sofa, lost in a daze. After a good 10 minutes, you gradually calm down and start to think about what this gold could mean. One thing is certain, the current homeowner is definitely not the owner of this gold. Since it's unclaimed, this batch of gold must be mine. You quickly put the floorboards back in place and set a table over the hole to cover it up, although hardly anyone comes to your rental. But feeling guilty, your heart races. What if someone finds out? That would be the end. The problem is where to move it. After all, it's a whole ton of gold, and you can't just carry it around on the street. Just as you finish, your phone suddenly receives a message. You take it out and see a notification pop up on the screen. Congratulations, host. You participated in the system's news push. Would you like to claim the reward, a book on combat skills? You look at the screen, blinking in confusion. There's a system reward? You tap to claim it. The next moment, a jolt of energy like an electric current surges from your phone into your body, and you can only gasp in shock. When you come to, you suddenly find your mind filled with combat techniques, as if they've been imprinted in your brain. You are taken aback. Combat skills and a ton of gold? A look of wild joy spreads across your face, and you even burst out laughing. After a brief moment of excitement, you quickly regain your composure and start to ponder what this system is all about. Based on this ton of gold, it seems the news the system provides isn't about events that have already happened, but rather those that will happen in the future. Just like how the discovery of this ton of gold is dated September 16th, your lease ends around early September, coinciding with when the new tenant moves in. This means you can know about events that everyone else will be unaware of through the news pushed by the system. The benefits of this are unimaginable. After all, in today's society, the essence of all business is information disparity. With this information in hand, you'll have an advantage in whatever you do in the future. Not to mention, by participating in the news pushed by the system, you'll receive rewards, like the basic combat skills you just got. You take a deep breath. With a system that can predict the future, how can you not carve out a place for yourself in the future? On June 28th, ding ding, the president of the Emotional Intelligence Group, known as the most beautiful female CEO in Linen, Shin Leah, was murdered last night. The beautiful CEO of the Emotional Intelligence Group, Shin Leah, has died unexpectedly. Your expression changes, and you immediately pull out your phone to check tomorrow's headline about Shin Leah. The next moment, details about Shin Leah's news appear on your phone screen, and after understanding the specifics, you quickly glance at the time. It's 7:10. This means that in no more than 28 minutes, something will happen to Shin Leah. You take a deep breath, your expression grave. What should you do? You anxiously scratch your head. The key to calling the police is whether they will believe you. Even if they do, how can you explain this to them? You might even end up being arrested as the mastermind. You anxiously glance at the time. 5 minutes have already passed. Since you know something will happen to Shin Leah, you can't just sit by and do nothing. Now there's only one option left, to take action yourself. With the combat skills rewarded by the system, you should be able to stop those 3 attackers and help Qin Lia escape. It may be dangerous, but saving a life is worth it. Plus, after rescuing Qin Lia, the system might reward you again. After all, you just dug up a ton of gold, and the system rewarded you with basic combat skills. Even for those rewards, it's worth taking this risk. With that thought in mind, you can't afford to waste any more time and set off immediately. When you arrive at the intersection of Huaiping Road and Suanzhuang Road, it's already 17:26, leaving you about 2 minutes. You breathe a sigh of relief. If you were any later, it would have been too late. Suddenly, you see a red sedan pass by and pull in front of you. Seeing this car, your expression changes. It's Qin Lia's car, the same one you just saw in the surveillance footage. This is indeed the car Qin Lia drives, but how did it arrive 2 minutes early? Before you can think it through, Qin Lia has already hit an old woman pretending to be injured, and as she gets out to comfort the fallen woman, 3 young men suddenly rush out from the bushes, and without a word, they pounce directly on Qin Lia. Qin Lia gasps, immediately realizing the danger. She doesn't recognize these people at all. Seeing their malicious expressions, she knows that if they catch her, her life could be in danger, so she turns to run back to her car. It was just a mistake in a hurry. I turned around and fell straight to the ground. All of this happened in just a few seconds, and the 3 young men rushed to Qin Lia's side. Seeing this, I quickly shouted for them to let go of that girl. One of the blonde-haired thugs saw this, sneered, and said, "TSK, trying to be a hero and save the beauty? You really don't know what you're getting into," and pulled out a knife, charging straight at you. Just as you were about to dodge, a movement suddenly appeared in your mind, as if you had learned it long ago, honed through countless repetitions. Without thinking, you lifted your leg and kicked, accurately sending the knife flying from the blonde guy's hand. The blonde guy was completely dumbfounded by this scene, thinking, "Damn, is he really that strong?" He hadn't even recovered from the shock. With one kick from me, you let out a cold huff, followed by a powerful side kick that landed squarely in the blonde guy's gut. You were momentarily stunned as well. The fighting techniques rewarded by the news system were surprisingly powerful. In an instant, you felt a rush of confidence, flamboyantly gesturing as if to show off your strength. "Bro, I've got skills," you declared as you took down the next one, and honestly, with your stance, you did look a bit like a master. "Don't waste time, let's all take him down and hurry to get Qin Lia out of here," the tall young man said coldly. "Come at me together. Come on, you beckon them with confidence plastered on your face. Right now, you were feeling extremely inflated, confident that you could take on anyone. At that moment, the sound of police sirens suddenly came from afar. Hearing the sound, the 3 thugs panicked and decided to flee. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't get away. "You got lucky this time, kid. Just wait for us," the tall young man said before turning to run. But you weren't going to let them leave like that. It was too late to run. You delivered a side kick that sent the short guy's knife flying, then lifted your leg for a front kick. You suddenly kicked right at the tall guy. The tall guy screamed, clutching his side, and knelt on the ground with a pale face. Without pausing, you swung your leg in the air for a roundhouse kick that sent the last blonde thug flying onto his back. Meanwhile, Qin Lia watched in shock as you took down all 3 armed thugs. Is he really that fierce? The 3 thugs tried to get up in desperation, but you weren't about to give them that chance. Anyone attempting to rise would receive a kick. You kicked and cursed. "Did you think you could act like a thug and mess with me? Come on, see who's the real deal. I've got skills. Are you scared now? Looks like you know my strength. I haven't even used my inner strength yet, and you're already down. If I unleash it, you'd be blown away. Please spare us, big bro. We were wrong. We won't do it again. We didn't know you were such a powerhouse. Please don't hit us." "Stop. Those 3 weren't even your match. Now you've injured all of them. They can't possibly fight back." Before long, 4 or 5 police cars arrived, flashing their lights and blaring their sirens. They came racing in with a loud noise. 3 armed thugs attacking is definitely a serious crime, but when the police arrived, they saw you beating them up. One police officer who looked like the captain couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The other officers also showed disbelief. He had single-handedly subdued 3 armed thugs. Even these professionally trained officers wouldn't dare to say they could take down 3 armed thugs at once without risking their lives. There was even a possibility of them dying on the spot. At that moment, a middle-aged driver who had been watching from outside ran over. Excited, he called out to the police captain, "Officer." It was him alone who took down all 3 of them. "You have no idea how amazing this kid is." With a kick, he sent one flying, and with a leg swing, he sent another away. It was like something out of a movie. Qin Lia also approached and said to Captain Zhao, "Those 3 thugs tried to grab me, but luckily this young man helped me and saved me." Captain Zhao was surprised to see Qin Lia and exclaimed, "President Qin." "It's me," Qin Lia nodded. She then turned to you and said, "Thank you, young man. May I ask your name?" "No need to be polite, President Qin. My name is He Shiming. you replied jokingly. How could I miss such a great opportunity to show off? Qin Lia nodded, saying, Mr. I owe you my life this time. Alright, now, Captain Zhou said, young man, driver, please leave your contact information, so we can reach you if needed, and then hurry to the hospital. President Qin, please come back to the police station with me to assist with the investigation. Qin Lia nodded and said, no problem. The police cars came quickly and left just as fast. Qin Lia went with them to the police station. At that moment, your phone received a message. You pulled it out and were shocked to see what it said. Congratulations, host, for participating in this headline system reward. A Bugatti Chiron supercar will be delivered within 2 hours of claiming. Please be ready to sign for it. The host is rewarded for saving Qin Lia. Having been caught up in the Qin family feud, the host is rewarded with a body enhancement serum. Please click to claim. These 2 consecutive messages left you stunned, a Bugatti Chiron supercar and a body enhancement serum. Damn! You exclaimed, rubbing your face in excitement, unable to hide the joy in your eyes. You hadn't even felt this excited when you received a ton of gold. You had suspected all along that saving Qin Lia would come with a reward from the system, but you never expected the rewards to be this outrageous, giving you 2 at once, and both rewards were incredibly impressive. You knew a thing or two about cars, and the Bugatti Chiron was an ultra-performance car even stronger than the Veyron. Its power couldn't simply be described as strong. Let's put it this way, there are fewer than 5 of these cars in all of China. It's what they call a land rocket, capturing the essence of this supercar. If such a car appeared in linen, it would surely cause a sensation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a limited edition Bugatti supercar. Included is God-level driving skills, and the Bugatti will be delivered to your chosen location within 2 hours. Please select a location. A slight electric sensation coursed through your body, and suddenly you felt an influx of driving techniques in your mind, especially experience with driving a Bugatti. Now all you needed was the car, so you chose the parking spot right at the entrance of your basement. You then looked at the second reward, the body enhancement serum, unsure of what to expect from it. If it came with blinding lights and thunder, you'd probably be dissected for research on the spot. Better to claim it after getting home. Once you returned to the happy community, you saw a blue-on-white, futuristic Bugatti supercar, and the keys had already appeared in your pocket. Wow, this is my second car in life. My first was a Phoenix brand bicycle my dad gave me, a classic 28-bar single-speed. Now, I've jumped straight to a Bugatti Chiron, a 16-cylinder beast. You excitedly ran your hands over the blue and white Bugatti's body, unable to wait to open the door and hop inside. As soon as you sat down, countless driving techniques and methods for the Bugatti flashed through your mind. It felt as if all of this was already a part of you. But now wasn't the time to test drive, it was late, and you wanted to see what effects the enhancement serum had. When you returned to the basement and turned on the lights, the first thing you did was hurry under the table to feel the ton of gold beneath. Ah, it's still there, you thought, feeling reassured. In the past, you always found the basement stuffy and uncomfortable since it had no windows. But now it was different. While outside, you had been longing for your little basement, your heart racing, wanting to rush home and take a look. It wasn't really about the gold, it was more about the feeling of longing for home. You crawled out from under the table, sat on the sofa, and started searching online for the best way to handle this batch of gold. After all, it's worth 300 million. Selling it would mean never having to worry about food and drink again. But half an hour later, your expression turned to one of worry as you realized how naive you had been. After half an hour of searching, you discovered a very serious problem. That was the strict control the government has over gold. This batch was untraceable and lacked any certification. If not handled properly, not only would you never sell it, but you could end up in prison. Forget about the gold for now. Right now, the most important things were the body enhancement serum and the Bugatti supercar. First, let's test the serum's effects. You often saw this on TV. Once taken, it would enhance your physical abilities in every way. Excitedly, you opened the system, found the serum interface, which displayed a blue vial with a use button below. Click to use. The next moment, a tremendous surge of electricity suddenly coursed through your body from the phone. Your eyes widened, your body stiffened, and before you could make a sound, you fell straight to the ground. Your last thought was, this isn't what I expected at all. Meanwhile, Qin Lia, who had just finished giving her statement, let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. Thank goodness for his name, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. I must thank him properly. He looks like just a recent college graduate. I'll treat him to a meal and give him 5 million as a thank you. She then picked up her phone to call you, but after several attempts with no answer, she wondered if you were asleep. Guess I'll try again tomorrow. What she didn't know was that you were currently lying on the floor, your legs twitching. The next day, when you awoke, you realized it was already the next morning. As soon as you woke up, a strong, rancid smell hit your nose, nearly causing you to faint. You quickly got up, looking around, only to find that the source of the foul smell was coming from you. You were covered in a layer of black sludge, and the rancid smell was emanating from it. Damn! You shouted, rushing straight to the bathroom door. You yanked open the bathroom door, eager to wash off the grime, but as you did, there was a sharp crack. You stared at the broken doorknob in your hand, confused. I just touched it. How could it break? Then it hit you. You had used the body enhancement serum last night, and the sludge on you was likely a result of that. It was impurities expelled from your body. But is the body enhancement serum really that powerful? Just touching the doorknob made it break. Your gaze fell on the arm strengthener hanging on the wall, a 40-kilogram device you usually used for training. You didn't even have time to shower. You walked over, grabbed the strengthener, and after just a couple of uses, it bent. You gasped in surprise, your face filled with joy. This is a top-quality product from the system, you thought, holding the 40-kilogram strengthener in your hand. It felt like a rubber stick, as if you hadn't even tried hard to bend it. Next, you tried bending other things. You crushed a bowl, shattered a cup, and bent a steel rod. Finally, you began to grasp the state of your own body. Your strength had increased by about 5 times compared to before, and your agility and reflexes had also greatly improved. While you might not be at the level of superhero Captain America, dealing with ordinary people should be more than enough. You were initially worried about being embroiled in the Chin family feud due to the system's warning, but now, after enhancing your body, you felt completely confident. Whoever came at you from the Chin family would have to sit down. But first, you needed to wash off the sludge, otherwise, you might not live to see the Bugatti, let alone enjoy your life at 22. You dashed to the bathroom and took a cold shower. After drying off, you walked to the mirror to admire yourself, instinctively stroking your chin in a moment of vanity. You were very satisfied with the serum's effects. Next up, it was time to experience the Bugatti. You quickly threw on some clothes, locked the door, and headed to find the Bugatti parked outside. At this time, there were very few people in the community, and hardly anyone noticed the unremarkable corner where a Bugatti was parked. You hopped into the Bugatti, ignited the engine, and accelerated smoothly, launching off like a rocket. A blue and white Bugatti drifted elegantly onto the street, catching everyone's attention. Immediately, the sounds of screeching brakes and gasps filled the air. Damn, what car is this? It's a Bugatti. Which rich kid is out here trying to impress girls? In no time, news of an 80 million luxury car appearing in Linen spread like wildfire throughout the city. Unbeknownst to you, as you parked the car by the roadside, an unfamiliar call suddenly came in. Hello, is this Mr. He? A woman's voice came through the phone. Who is this? You asked, puzzled. This is Uncle Zhao, secretary to President Qin Lia of the Qin Corporation. President Qin wants to thank you for your heroic actions yesterday and would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Is Mr. He available? Of course, I'm available. How could I refuse a beautiful lady treating me to dinner? All right, Mr. He, we will be awaiting your presence. After hanging up, you chuckled to yourself. With plenty of time until dinner, you decided to head home first. This outfit was clearly unsuitable for meeting Qin Lia. You returned to the happy community, parked the car outside, and then went straight home. Just as you reached the basement door, you noticed that the door, which had been securely locked, was wide open. Damn, my gold! You exclaimed, startled, and rushed over in a single leap. Entering the room, He-chin immediately saw a middle-aged woman in loose pajamas with short curly hair, lounging on the small sofa in the living room, leisurely smoking a cigarette. This person was none other than his landlord, Bao Qiumei. It made sense. The keys to this place were only with Bao Qiumei and his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier had already left and would never return. So, the only one who could come in here was naturally Bao Qiumei. He-chen instinctively glanced at the place where he hid the gold and found nothing unusual, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't been discovered. She was probably just here to collect the rent. Aren't you running away? Why aren't you running now? If you have the guts, keep running. Bao Qiumei sneered as she stood up upon seeing He-chen return. He-chen chuckled awkwardly. Sister Bao, you're joking. Are you thirsty, Sister Bao? Let me pour you some tea. Saying that, he hurried to pour a cup of tea and handed it to Bao Qiumei. When He-chen turned around, oh? Bao Qiumei stared at He-chen's perky backside, her eyes suddenly brightening with surprise. Xiaoyi, why do I feel like you're different from before? He-chen walked back with the cup, uncertain, different? Maybe it's just been a long time since we last met. Bao Qiumei circled around He-chen, clicking her tongue in amazement. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Look at those arms, look at that butt. So perky. As she spoke, she reached out and slapped He-chen's backside. He-chen quickly took a step back, laughing awkwardly. I've been hitting the gym lately. Sorry for making you laugh, Sister Bao. Damn, this perky butt is too much. I can't even hide it. Hey, what are you talking about? Bao Xiaomei winked at He Chen. What laughing matter? Wow, those chest muscles, that perky butt, that figure. I love this kind of strong young man. Xiao He, do you want to skip 10 years of hard work? I can give you my 10 or so houses in the future, and that BMW 5 Series downstairs can be yours too. As she spoke, she tossed her short, curly hair flirtatiously and winked at He Chen. He Chen, trembling with fear, said, No, that's not necessary. I still want to work hard. Isn't the most important thing in life the process of striving? Really not considering it? I heard you broke up with your girlfriend. This society is too realistic. But I can protect you, let you do whatever you want in the future. What do you think? Bao Xiaomei pressed on. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Bao, but really, no need. Seeing He Chen refuse again, Bao Xiaomei's face turned cold. In that case, He Chen, your rent is due in 2 months. You should pay next year's rent in advance, or I'll rent it to someone else. Sister Bao, I broke up with my girlfriend, and I'm about to graduate. I probably won't continue living here next year, He Chen replied. Alright, then I'll put the house up for rent, Bao Xiaomei said, turning to leave. After she left, He Chen quickly locked the door and let out a long sigh. That was close. It's really dangerous for a boy to be alone outside. It seems that for the sake of his own chastity and a ton of gold, he must quickly find a place to move out. But where the hell could he go? No money, no place to stay. Should he hide in a car? A ton of gold, 2,000 pounds, hiding in a car? Are you kidding me? As for renting another place, wouldn't it be the same situation? Just as He Chen was pondering what to do, his phone suddenly rang. It had been ringing before, but he hadn't paid attention. When he opened it, he immediately smiled. It turned out to be the response he posted yesterday on Bihu about that ton of gold, which had received a lot of likes and comments. The answer is so real. Worried about how to sell it, this is indeed a serious issue. Everyone else is just thinking about how to show off with gold, but only the answerer is the most real. How can you show off if you can't sell it? Honestly, I doubt the answerer really has a ton of gold. Ha ha. He Chen saw these comments and shook his head with a smile. Is it real? How could it not be real? What I'm most worried about right now is this, I'm just speaking the truth, okay? He moved another table to block the hole under the linoleum. Only then did He Chen feel relieved. This way, unless he stupidly dug up the hole to show others, no one would discover the gold underground. Then, he started looking for clothes to wear. Now that his muscles had grown and he was taller, all his old clothes had basically turned into rags. After searching for a long time, he finally found a sports outfit that he could barely wear. Before long, He Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mr. He, this is Zhao Shu. Should I have the driver pick you up? No need. I can go myself. Alright, the location is at Ronghua Building. President Qin and I will be waiting for your arrival at Ronghua Building. After hanging up, He Chen glanced at the time. Wow, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, time for dinner. He quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and headed out the door. Before leaving, he deliberately added another lock outside to prevent Bao Xiaomei from suddenly barging in again. However, when he arrived outside the community, he found a crowd gathered around the Bugatti, and they were all familiar faces from the neighborhood, including his landlord Bao Xiaomei, all taking pictures with their phones. It's just a car, is it really worth all this fuss? Forget it. I'll just take a taxi to the hotel. He Chen had always been a bit shy. He could handle himself in front of strangers, but in front of so many acquaintances, he felt too embarrassed to just go over and drive the car away. That would be too showy. He turned and walked straight towards the main road. Just as he peeked out, he was spotted by Bao Xiaomei. Hey, He Chen, come here. Bao Xiaomei waved at He Chen. He Chen grinned. What's up, Bao Jie? Bao Xiaomei pointed at the Bugatti beside her. Let me show you this luxury car. Bugatti Chiron, a 16-cylinder car. Have you seen one before? He Chen chuckled awkwardly. It's just a car, nothing special. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise for his car, he instinctively downplayed it. What do you know? Bao Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Do you know how much this car costs? Over 80 million. My 10 or so houses combined aren't even worth the price of one of its wheels. Each of her houses was worth about 500,000. Even 10 houses together only amounted to 5 million, which was nothing compared to 80 million. The difference was more than just 4 wheels. Hearing Bao Xiaomei's words, He Chen's mouth twitched. I don't understand? Ha ha, it's my own car, and you say I don't understand it? He Chen couldn't help but chuckle. In all of Linen, there probably wasn't anyone who understood this car better than him. Bao Xiaomei patted He Chen on the shoulder. Kid, do you see this car? This is the difference between the rich and the poor. Sometimes, even if you struggle to the end, it doesn't mean anything. So, choosing the right path is very important. She still hadn't given up on the idea of supporting He Chen. With her experience, A guy like Hee-chun with such a nice physique would definitely be very energetic in sports. Hee-chun chuckled awkwardly. Yes, Bao-jia, you're right. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. He couldn't stay there for another second. It was too awkward. He had to slip away, otherwise, Xin-Lia and Zhao Shu would be getting anxious waiting for him at the hotel. Just as he turned around, a small delivery truck suddenly stopped beside him, and two people got out from it. One slightly plump young man glanced at the Bugatti, raised an eyebrow, and then asked the people around him, "We are sewer maintenance workers, and the manhole cover is underneath here. Whose car is this? Could you please move it?" Upon hearing the slightly plump young man's words, everyone present looked at each other, and for a moment, they all fell silent. They were just here to watch the excitement. Who knew who the car owner was? If they recognized the car, they would have already been bragging about it. In the end, it was Bao Qiumei who stepped forward and said, "We don't know the owner of this car either, but there's a QR code on it. You can just scan it and call." The others nodded in agreement. They were also curious to see who the owner of this 80 million Bugatti was. The slightly plump young man nodded, walked to the front of the car, scanned it with his phone, and then directly made the call. At the same time, not far behind them, a phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to look, only to see Hee-chun standing awkwardly not far away, his phone ringing with an incoming call. At that moment, Hee-chun was about to go crazy. Damn it! He was just about to call a taxi. These two sewer workers really came at the right time, didn't they? Bao Qiumei raised her eyebrows slightly and reminded, "Xiaoming, someone is calling you. Hurry up and answer." The people around urged, "Tim Ming, quickly answer your phone. We are trying to call the Bugatti owner here, and your phone keeps ringing. We can't hear what the Bugatti owner is saying." Exactly. Hurry up and answer your phone, even if you hang up. Hee-chun didn't respond, just twitched his mouth, picked up his phone, pressed the answer button, and then put the phone to his ear, softly saying, "Hello." In the crowd, the slightly plump young man was taken aback, looking at his already connected phone, and replied, "Hello?" The next moment, everyone present fell silent. All the people looked at Hee-chun with bewildered expressions, then at the slightly plump young maintenance worker, then back at Hee-chun, and then at the young worker again. Suddenly, "What the hell?" Grandpa's son exclaimed, "Xiaoming, is this Bugatti yours?" The others widened their eyes, including Bao Qiumei, all looking at Hee-chun in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. They all lived in the same community and were somewhat familiar with Hee-chun. He was just a college student renting a basement, who seemed sunny and friendly but was just an ordinary person who ate spicy soup and ignored the steamed buns at the community entrance every day. Now they were being told that Hee-chun was the owner of a Bugatti Chiron? This is ridiculous, right? Hee-chun awkwardly put down his phone and said, "Grandpa son, if you're asking about this Bugatti, it might indeed be mine." Damn, being stared at by so many people was so embarrassing. But there was also a strange thrill. "Hee-chun, are you really saying this car is yours?" Bao Qiumei asked, her eyes wide. She had just said that Hee-chun should take a good look at this car while he had the chance, so he wouldn't miss it in the future, and after all this fuss, it turned out the car was actually Hee-chun's? Hee-chun shook the keys in his hand and said to the slightly plump maintenance worker, "Sorry for delaying your work, I'll move the car right away." Saying this, he directly pressed the one-button start. The next moment, boom! The quiet Bugatti Chiron suddenly emitted a sound wave that made one's blood rush. Then, Hee-chun jumped into the car, and with a roar of the engine, the Bugatti sped away into the distance. Watching the Bugatti disappear, the people present were astonished. Hee-chun really hit it too well. I always thought he was just an ordinary college student, but I didn't expect him to be so wealthy. Who would have thought that the popular Bugatti owner in the friend circle is actually from our community? I also misjudged him. Tisk tsk, living in the same neighborhood as a Bugatti owner. This is enough for me to brag for a while. However, Bao Qiumei didn't continue chatting with these people. "You all carry on, I'm heading back," she said, turning around and leaving. She really couldn't bear to stay there any longer. It was too embarrassing. Just not long ago, she had said she would let Hee-chun stop trying hard and that she would support him, only to be rejected by Hee-chun. At that time, she thought Hee-chun was just being pretentious and would eventually be beaten up by the harsh realities of life, coming back to beg her to let him stop trying. Looking back now, he was just being low-key and didn't want to argue with her. Supporting a Bugatti owner? Even if she had dozens of rental properties, it wouldn't qualify her to support a super-rich second generation driving a Bugatti. It was such a slap in the face. On the other side, Hee-chun quickly arrived at Ronghua building following the address given by Zhao Shu. After parking the car, just as he was about to head inside, his phone suddenly buzzed. He took it out and immediately perked up. The screen displayed another news push from Tomorrow Headlines. He was overjoyed to see another news alert. Since he linked to the Tomorrow Headlines system and received 2 news alerts last time, this was the first time he received one again. He couldn't wait to click on the news and expand the details. On the morning of June 29, a sudden fire broke out at the Chin Commerce Group warehouse, destroying a large amount of goods and causing losses worth over 100 million. Chin Lia, the president of Chin Commerce Group, has been dismissed by the board and will be temporarily replaced by Chin Xiao as the new president. The further cause of the fire is still under investigation. We remind the public that the weather is dry. Please take fire prevention measures to avoid unnecessary losses. Push time, June 30th. Looking at this news, Hee-chan frowned. This, again with the Chin Commerce Group? Chin Lia really is having a rough time. She almost got killed yesterday and now she's being dismissed from her presidential position. It seems the Chin family is indeed in fierce competition. The one who has been targeting Chin Lia is likely Chin Xiao, otherwise, it wouldn't be his turn to take over as the new group president. Everyone says that wealthy families have many troubles, and it seems there's some truth to that. However, Hee-chan couldn't intervene in such matters, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. At most, he could just remind Chin Lia to be cautious. With her intelligence and means, she should have ways to handle it, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sit in the position of president of Chin Commerce Group. Helping her once was enough. He couldn't just become her personal bodyguard, could he? He was curious about what the system would reward him this time. Hee-chan couldn't help but start to feel excited. Hello, are you Mr. He? At that moment, a voice suddenly pulled Hee-chan's attention back. He looked up to see a woman in a black professional suit standing not far away, smiling at him. It was none other than Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu originally didn't know Hee-chan. However, after the events of last night, her impression of him was extremely deep. But was this person in ill-fitting sportswear really the one who disrupted Chin Xiao's plans? You are Secretary Zhao? Hee-chan asked. Zhao Shu nodded. Yes, Mr. He, President Chin is already waiting for you inside. Hee-chan chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I got delayed on the way, making you wait. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Shu's gaze towards him was a bit strange. No, we just arrived as well. Please follow me, Zhao Shu said politely. After all, he had saved Chin Lia's life, so Zhao Shu naturally treated him with courtesy. Under Zhao Shu's guidance, Hee-chan arrived at a private room. Inside, Chin Lia was on the phone. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a fitted short skirt, and her hair was pulled up, making her look exceptionally capable. Seeing Hee-chan approach, Chin Lia immediately hung up the phone, lightly chuckling as she stood up and said, Mr. He, we meet again. As she spoke, she extended her hand to Hee-chan. Hee-chan quickly reached out, gently shook hands with Chin Lia, and immediately let go, smiling as he said, Hello, President Chin. You look even more beautiful than yesterday. Chin Lia's small hand was indeed very smooth. Hee-chan couldn't help but savor the moment. He, thank you for the compliment, Mr. He. I actually wanted to invite you to dinner yesterday. After all, you saved my life. I just couldn't get in touch with you, and I was busy all day today, so it got delayed until now. Chin Lia said with a smile. You're too polite, President Chin. If it were anyone else in that situation, they wouldn't just stand by, Hee-chan replied. That may not be the case. Chin Lia shook her head and said, the interrogation results from Zhao's investigation are out. There were 4 people involved. That woman was just coerced, but the other 3 are wanted criminals. If you hadn't happened to show up yesterday, I might not have seen today's sun, Chin Lia said with a sense of emotion. In the face of 3 vicious criminals, in today's society, there wouldn't be 1 in 10,000 willing to stand up and help her. Even if there was just 1 criminal, it was likely that no one would dare to help her. That's just how society is now. So she felt that Hee-chan's help was truly rare and precious. Upon hearing this, Hee-chan smacked his lips. At least this woman had some awareness. According to the news in tomorrow's headlines, Chin Lia had indeed become a corpse lying down. How could she still be sitting here chatting with him? This can only be said to be fate. I just happened to pass by there, and you had an incident just now. I even wondered if this was a scripted play. Don't you think so, President Chin? Hee-chan joked. Chin Lia chuckled softly and said, Mr. He really likes to joke. How's your injury? Is it serious? Definitely fine. Hee-chan directly patted the spot of his injury, cheerfully saying, It's healed long ago, no problem at all. He didn't dare to roll up his sleeve for Chin Lia to see. After all, this was their first interaction. It wouldn't be quite right to show her his body on the first meeting. Boys should have some modesty too. More importantly, after a dagger had slashed him and he bled a lot, how could he explain to Chin Lia that not only was the wound healed, but there wasn't even a scar left? Seeing Hee-chan's action, Chin Lia quickly said, Alright, Mr. He, don't pat the wound anymore. It's good that it's fine. She was really afraid that if Hee-chan kept patting it, he might reopen the wound. But if Hee-chan dared to do that, the wound must not be too serious, otherwise, how could he be so bold? Lia absolutely couldn't imagine that the wound on He Chen's arm had long since healed. Mr. He, what do you like to eat? Lia changed the subject. He Chen shrugged and said, anything. Anything? Lia frowned. He Chen paused for a moment and quickly explained, not the kind of anything you think, I mean I can eat anything. But Lia was directly amused by He Chen's expression. Then, she gave Zhao Shu a glance. Zhao Shu immediately understood and turned to leave. After Zhao Shu left, only Lia and He Chen were left in the room. He Chen was startled, a lone man and woman alone in a room. Could it be that Lia wanted to offer herself in gratitude? Thinking of this, He Chen suddenly became excited, his heart racing rapidly. If that were the case, should he accept or not? What would they name the child? He Dong or He Shi? Mr. He. Just as He Chen was lost in thought, he was suddenly brought back by Lia's voice. Ahem. He Chen cleared his throat and said, what's wrong, President Qin? Mr. He, the reason I invited you today is to treat you to a meal and to express my gratitude for your help. Lia said, taking a bank card out of her bag and pushing it in front of He Chen. This card has a total of 5 million in it. The password is 6 zeros. It's just a small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse, Mr. He. 5 million? He Chen was immediately surprised. A wealthy CEO is indeed different. Just like that, 5 million. What's wrong, Mr. He? Is it too little? If it's too little, I can add more. Lia said directly upon seeing He Chen's expression. No. He Chen quickly waved his hand. How could I think 5 million is too little? It's just that there's no need for you to be so polite. You saved me, this money is what I should give you, otherwise, I would feel guilty. Lia said. He Chen sighed helplessly, alright then. Saying that, he generously took the bank card. If he didn't accept it, Lia would probably get angry, even suspecting that He Chen had ulterior motives. Although he did have some improper intentions, if it were guessed, it would be quite embarrassing. Most importantly, he was really short on money. 5 million. Isn't that appealing? That's more like it. Lia chuckled lightly. Thank you, President Qin. He Chen put the bank card into his pocket and smiled. Lia nodded. No need to thank me. It's what I should give. By the way, Mr. He, you are still an intern university student, right? Yes, I just entered my senior year, and the next year is all internship. Have you found an internship unit? Are you interested in working at our Qin Commerce Group? Besides the department managers, you can choose any other job. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you won't be treated poorly. Lia promised directly. With such good conditions, Lia felt that He Chen wouldn't refuse. He Chen shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, President Qin, but I don't really need it at the moment. If it were before, He Chen would have been more than willing to enter a big company like Qin Commerce Group, but now, he had more important things to do. What things? Of course, guarding his ton of gold and being a qualified miser. Using Lia's 5 million to buy a villa. Then, wouldn't it be nice to hug a ton of gold every day? Hearing He Chen's words, Lia's expression showed even more surprise. He refused? You have to know, all the university students in Linen are eager to get into her Qin Commerce Group. Yet, He Chen actually turned it down? Moreover, throughout the conversation, He Chen had been calm, as if nothing could move him. At that moment, the dishes were served, one plate after another, and in a short while, more than 10 plates were brought out. Wow! Ordering so many dishes, we can't finish them all. To treat Mr. He to a meal, it has to be a bit grand, otherwise, how can I show my gratitude to Mr. He? Alright, where's Sister Zhao? Call her to eat together. Okay. After saying that, she took out her phone and called Zhao Shu. She had just sent Zhao Shu out to make it convenient to give He Chen the money. After all, men care about their pride. If there were outsiders present, he might feel embarrassed to accept the money. Outside the hotel, Zhao Shu was standing by the window ledge, gazing at the night outside, lost in thought. At that moment, 2 waiters walked past her from behind, chatting as they walked. Zhao, did you go down to take a look? I did. I didn't expect a Bugatti to come to our hotel for dinner. Yeah, that car is really beautiful. Worth 80 million. I even touched it. The feel is simply more comfortable than touching a woman. Isn't that obvious? What woman can compare to a Bugatti? I just wonder what kind of person the owner is. I saw him, he's a young guy. He went in with a woman. Before he could finish, the waiter suddenly saw the woman standing by the window turn her head. When the waiter saw Zhao Shu's appearance, his expression instantly changed, and he quickly lowered his head, panicking. I'm sorry, miss, I didn't know you were here. I apologize. Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow, her face filled with confusion. What was going on? Was she really that intimidating? This reaction was too exaggerated, right? She had seen several waiters pass by while standing there, and none had reacted so intensely. After speaking, the waiter immediately pulled another slightly plump waiter away, and once they were far enough, he whispered, "Did you see? The owner of that Bugatti came in with her. It scared me to death." However, the corridor was already quiet, and Zhao Shu had exceptionally sharp hearing, catching every word. "Bugatti? With her? What does that mean?" Zhao Shu strode over and shouted, "Hey, stop!" The short waiter was startled by her voice, turning around with a panicked expression. Ma'am, I really didn't know you were here. We weren't discussing you, really, it was just, what were you discussing about me? What Bugatti? What are you talking about?" Zhao Shu frowned. The short waiter paused for a moment, uncertain, and said, "Sister, the young man who came into the hotel with you is the Bugatti owner that everyone in Linen is talking about today." "You didn't know? Bugatti owner?" Zhao Shu was taken aback. "Yes," the short waiter replied. "The car is parked outside. I happened to be next to him when he parked and saw him go in with you." "You really didn't know?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu's eyes narrowed, her expression suddenly serious. She had always thought He Chen was just an ordinary college student, especially since she had just seen He Chen in that ill-fitting suit. She and Leah thought the same, but it turned out that this guy drove a Bugatti Chiron worth over 80 million? For ordinary people, 80 million might just be a number. At most, it was just a larger number, because such funds were something ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime. But Zhao Shu was different. She clearly understood the significance of 80 million and what it meant to be able to afford an 80 million Bugatti. But how could someone who seemed so ordinary like He Chen afford such a luxurious car? Or was he just a driver? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Shu dismissed it. Have you ever seen someone who drives a supercar hire a driver? Those who play with such cars are all about the thrill and driving pleasure. If you hire a driver for such a luxury car and sit inside, even the dumbest person wouldn't do that. Isn't it more comfortable sitting in a business car than in a supercar? At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She took it out to see it was Qin Leah. "Hey, Zhao Jia, are you done with things over there?" Qin Leah asked from the phone. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, "Xiaoya, there's something I think I should tell you." When Mr. He came, he was driving the supercar Bugatti that has been all the rage in Linen today. In the hotel private room, Qin Leah was slightly taken aback by Zhao Shu's words and discreetly glanced at Yi Chen, who was eating. Then, she chuckled softly, "Okay, Zhao Jia, you can go ahead and handle your business outside." After hanging up, Qin Leah took a deep breath and looked deeply at Yi Chen. A Bugatti supercar appearing on the streets of Linen was such a big deal that Qin Leah naturally knew about it and had even inquired about who the owner was. After all, owning a supercar like a Bugatti made one a significant presence in all of Linen, so it was essential to find out. However, so far, apart from knowing it was parked outside the happiness community, she had not gathered any information about the owner, which was shrouded in mystery. She just didn't expect that the mysterious Bugatti owner was sitting right in front of her, looking like such an ordinary young man. At that moment, Qin Leah suddenly understood many things. Why Yi Chen had that strange expression when she offered 5 million, and why he seemed completely uninterested in her invitation. For someone who owned an ordinary 80 million car, what was 5 million? Not to mention that she held an ordinary position in the Qin Commerce Group. The forces behind Yi Chen were definitely far beyond her Qin Commerce Group. What puzzled Qin Leah was why Yi Chen pretended to be an ordinary person. Did rich people enjoy playing like this? Where's Sister Zhao? Is she still busy? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. She still has some matters to handle. Let's eat first, Qin Leah replied. In reality, she was just worried that if Yi Chen was indeed the owner of that 80 million Bugatti, it would be inappropriate for Zhao Shu, just a secretary, to sit here. Yi Chen said helplessly, with these dozen or so dishes, just the two of us will surely burst. Qin Leah chuckled softly, looking at Yi Chen. Mr. He, how does the food taste? Is it to your liking? Not bad. I've never had such delicious food before, Yi Chen said, his mouth watering. Qin Leah smiled lightly, as long as you like it. By the way, Mr. He, may I ask where you live? It would be convenient to visit you in the future if needed. My home? Hearing the most beautiful president of Linen ask for his address, Yi Chen excitedly replied, I live in the happiness community. After saying that, Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed, but my home is quite simple. If President Qin sees it, she might not think much of it. How could that be? If there's a chance, I will definitely visit you, Mr. He. Qin Leah replied with a light smile, already convinced that Yi Chen was indeed the owner of that Bugatti. After all, that Bugatti was parked right in the happiness community. However, what puzzled Qin Leah was why someone like Yi Chen, a super-rich second generation, would be so low-key, even pretending to be an ordinary person, and coincidentally appearing in front of her. Could it be that he was interested in her? Qin Leah's mind raced. Although she was grateful for Yi Chen's help, it was definitely impossible to repay him with her body. However, if such a super-rich second generation could be utilized well, it would be a huge benefit for her Chin Commerce Group. Thinking of this, Chin Leah smiled lightly. Mr. Our Chin Commerce Group just happened to need a general manager. I wonder if you would be interested in giving it a try. General manager? He Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Chin Leah in confusion. What was going on? Didn't she just say he could pick any ordinary position? Now she suddenly wanted him to be the general manager? What was wrong with her? But then, He Chen shook his head directly. It was a joke. He was just a poor student who hadn't even graduated from college, at most having set up a few street stalls and done some tutoring. How could he be a general manager? He was afraid he would directly ruin the Chin Commerce Group. I can't be a general manager. He Chen shook his head. If you want me to be a doorman or clean the toilets, maybe I could manage, but you don't need to consider me for general manager. However, at this point, he thought of his good buddy Wang Jianbo. That guy was a top-notch expert in finance, making thousands every month from stock trading. Recently, that guy had been looking for a job but couldn't find a suitable one, running around every day like a dog. Thinking of this, He Chen smiled awkwardly. I have a classmate who is very proficient in finance. If President Chin doesn't mind, I can introduce him. Chin Leah's eyes lit up immediately. Sure, no problem. She was just worried about how to establish a good cooperative relationship with He Chen. With his classmate around, wouldn't that bring their relationship a step closer? Soon, He Chen finished eating. He always ate quickly. Back in school, few could compete with him. Really full. Thank you, President Chin, for the hospitality. This meal was truly satisfying, He Chen said, patting his stomach with a grin. Chin Leah smiled gently, thinking to herself, you drive a tens of millions worth Bugatti, what delicious food haven't you tried? However, she said, I'm glad you liked it, Mr. He. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat for easier contact in the future. Upon hearing this, He Chen nodded excitedly, sure. Then, the two walked outside together. When they reached the entrance, He Chen stopped and reminded Chin Leah, by the way, President Chin, the weather has been hot lately, so make sure to take precautions against fires. If a warehouse catches fire, it would be a real hassle. What do you mean? Chin Leah asked, puzzled by He Chen's reminder. He Chen chuckled and shrugged, it's nothing, just a friendly reminder. After all, you almost had an accident yesterday. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come alone. In this kind of weather, if a warehouse catches fire, I think you wouldn't be able to handle the consequences either. It's better to be cautious. It's not about being overly worried, but just in case, right? Upon hearing He Chen's words, Chin Leah's eyes narrowed. She wasn't foolish. On the contrary, being the president of the Chin Commerce Group meant she was smarter than most. Hearing He Chen's reminder, she instantly became alert. The incident yesterday seemed like just an encounter with a thug, but Chin Leah had thought a lot about it because those thugs were clearly premeditated, not just a coincidence. Without any relevant evidence, even if she had considered some situations, there was nothing she could say. If someone really wanted to harm her, and it didn't happen yesterday, they would surely continue to find ways. A fire in the Chin Commerce Group's warehouse would definitely be a fatal blow for her as the group president. At that moment, Zhao Shu walked over. Sister Zhao is here. You guys chat first. I'm heading back, He Chen said with a light smile, then bid farewell to Chin Leah and the newly arrived Zhao Shu before leaving. After He Chen left, Zhao Shu curiously asked Chin Leah, Xiaoya, what happened? What did Mr. He just say? Chin Leah took a deep breath and replied solemnly, it's nothing, you can go back now. Zhao Shu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled, Xiaoya, how about I take you out to have some fun? I heard there's a restaurant with really delicious food. The task Qin Xiao had given her was to take Chin Leah out of the company tonight without affecting his plans. However, upon hearing her words, Chin Leah showed no interest and directly shook her head. Let's talk about it another day, Sister Zhao. I have other things to do. After saying that, she got into her car. Watching Chin Leah leave, Zhao Shu frowned. This was the first time Chin Leah had distanced herself from her. Previously, Chin Leah would tell her everything, but today, she didn't even mention what she was going to do. Standing there, she bit her lip and then took out her phone to make a call. A few seconds later, the call connected. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, Chin Xiao, Chin Leah didn't go out with me. Where did she go? I don't know. She just had a meal with He Chen inside, and then they both left separately, not even telling me where they were going. I feel like Chin Leah is starting to suspect me. Ha ha. Chin Xiao laughed heartily. What if those two went to a hotel? They left separately to avoid you guessing. Why would they tell you? Don't overthink it. It doesn't matter where she goes, the plan remains unchanged. Zhao Shu said helplessly, alright, by the way, there's something. Never mind, it's nothing. She had originally wanted to tell Qin Xiao about He Chen driving the Bugatti, but thinking about it, it was better not to mention it to Qin Xiao. She had no good feelings for Qin Xiao, and if He Chen could deal with him, she would cheer him on from behind. However, for now, she had no choice but to follow Qin Xiao's orders, because her leverage was in Qin Xiao's hands. Little did she know that after leaving the hotel, Qin Lia headed straight to the Qin Business Group warehouse and personally checked all the firefighting equipment. As it turned out, she discovered that over 80% of the fire extinguishers were ineffective, with only a few at the entrance being functional. Not only that, but even the emergency water supply was empty, with no water pressure at all. Qin Lia worked through the night to replace all the ineffective fire extinguishers, filled the emergency water supply to the brim, and instructed the on-duty personnel to keep a close watch on the warehouse to prevent any fire incidents, even giving each of them an extra 200 yuan in overtime pay. On the other side, He Chen was driving his Bugatti, humming a tuneless little song as he returned home. As usual, he parked the car on the street and walked directly into the community. However, just as he reached the entrance of the community, 5 men dressed in black suddenly rushed out of the darkness and surrounded He Chen. The leader was a young man in his 20s. "Are you He Chen?" The young man squinted at He Chen and asked. He Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am. Who are you? What do you want?" He glanced at the 5 men around him. TSK, they looked quite intimidating. If this had been He Chen in the past, he would have probably turned and run away in fear. But now, facing these 5 men, He Chen was confident he could take them all down before they even touched him, in a very brutal way. "What do I want?" The young man tilted his head and grinned. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zheng Tianjun. Kid, I heard you're quite arrogant, so today I want to see what you're made of." Upon hearing this, He Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that these people were sent by Qin Xiao to deal with him? But just these few big guys to take him on? They were underestimating him too much. He Chen shook his head and smiled. "Alright, but how do you want to see?" "Oh," Zhang Tianjun raised his nose and said, "You're indeed quite arrogant. Seems like you haven't seen real power." After saying that, he took a step back and commanded, "Brothers, beat him up." Before he could finish, a loud shout suddenly rang out from within the community. "Who dares to bully our Xiaoming?" Zhang Tianjun turned to look and saw a horde of elderly men and women charging towards him, armed with baskets, garbage shovels, canes, and even photos, all looking fierce and menacing. Although they were all elderly, they truly had the feel of an unstoppable force. Zhang Tianjun? He Chen? What was going on? In the next moment, the elderly men and women rushed closer. "Dare to bully Xiaoming? Beat them! Go! Get them!" The next moment, rotten eggs, tomatoes, and other projectiles came flying at Zheng Tianjun and his group as if they were throwing them without a care for their lives. "Damn! Run!" Zheng Tianjun shouted in panic, quickly leading his men to flee. As they ran out of the community, he didn't forget to turn back and throw a harsh word at He Chen. "Kid, I remember you. Just wait." After saying that, seeing the elderly men and women charging at him again, he quickly turned and ran outside, fearing he would be caught in their encirclement. There was no way, even if he was Zheng Tianjun, he wouldn't dare to provoke these elderly folks. In terms of combat power, these elderly men and women were definitely on a legendary level. One wrong move, and they could easily take him down. Watching Zheng Tianjun and his group flee in disarray, a victorious smile appeared on the faces of the elderly men and women. He Chen grinned and said to them, "Thank you, grandpas and grandmas." It had to be said, these elderly folks were truly impressive. Upon hearing He Chen's words, they immediately came over, warmly responding. "They're all from the same community, why the polite talk?" "Exactly. How dare they bully people from our community? They should remember what our community used to be." "Xiaoming, don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you again, just shout grandpa, grandma, and we'll take care of them." He Chen listened to these people and felt speechless. These people usually didn't even greet him when they saw him. Even when He Chen took the initiative to say hello, they would ignore him. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor now truly took He Chen by surprise. After all, they were longtime residents of the community. While He Chen was just a renter, it was normal for them to look down on an outsider like him. Yet, their attitude had suddenly done a complete turnaround, leaving He Chen at a loss for words. What was going on? But soon, He Chen understood the reason for their enthusiasm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they immediately grabbed He Chen's hands warmly. "Xiaoming, I'm your Aunt Wang, and this is my daughter. What do you think?" "Aunt Wang, come on, your daughter has a boyfriend, okay? Here, this is a photo of my granddaughter, take a look." "Everyone, quiet down. Xiaoming, I'm Uncle Zhang from upstairs. Want to come over to my place for a visit?" He Chen. It suddenly dawned on him that these people were being so friendly because they were trying to set him up with someone. At that moment, He Chen was utterly speechless. It was just a Bugatti, Was it really necessary to go this far? It was just a broken car, was it that appealing? After exchanging pleasantries with these uncles and aunts for quite a while, Hee-chan finally managed to escape back to his basement. Fortunately, he had locked the door with 2 locks, and even the landlord couldn't get in. Otherwise, Hee-chan really suspected these people would come rushing over. They were just too enthusiastic. It seemed that moving was an urgent matter. He had to sort out the housing situation tomorrow and move out. After all, he could now be considered a wealthy person. Not to mention, just now Chin Leah had directly given him 5 million, plus the 200 or so he had left. That made it a solid 5 million. With that much money, he could probably buy a regular villa outright. However, none of that was as important as paying off his debts. He still owed quite a bit of money outside and needed to settle those first. Hee-chan immediately took out his phone. Suddenly, a question and answer invitation popped up on Bihoo. What is it like to suddenly have 5 million in your hands? Seeing this pop up, Hee-chan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is Bihoo like a worm in my stomach? I just got 5 million. And Bihoo already knows about it? Is big data really that terrifying? Hee-chan was silent for 2 seconds, clicked to reply, and typed, holding over 5 million, preparing to buy a villa. Then, he closed Bihoo and checked his bank account. Wow, 5 million. Previously, he had been frugal, saving money that he spent on his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier, and now he only had a little over 200 left. Plus, he still owed the traffic police 600. He was worried about what to do, even considering renting a car. And then this money just came, a full 5 million. It was like someone delivered a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. The feeling of having money was truly wonderful. First, he would pay off the 2,000 he owed on Huabei, which included the installment for the iPhone 11 Pro he bought for his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier. He had taken it in 24 installments, and now there was still a year and a half left to pay. Although they had broken up, he still had to repay that money. The mistakes made back then had to be paid off, even if it meant shedding tears. After paying off Huabei, Hee-chan opened his mom's WeChat, planning to treat his parents a bit. Both of his parents were born and raised in the countryside. To support his college education, one worked outside doing odd jobs while the other helped others sew clothes at home, which was quite tiring. However, to avoid alarming mom and dad, Hee-chan didn't dare to turn too much at once, just a little over 10,000. But even so, as soon as the money was transferred, mom's call came in. Hello, Sherming, where did you get so much money? Mom asked with concern. Hee-chan chuckled. Mom, I've been doing a little business with friends in Linen recently and made some money. You and Dad should treat yourselves to something nice. That won't do. I'll keep the money for you, save it for when you get married. Mom replied. Hee-chan quickly said, no need to save it, Mom. I sent the money for you to spend. Nonsense. We're both healthy. How can we spend your money? I have to hang up now. I still have some work to finish, Mom said. After hanging up, Hee-chan sighed helplessly. Forget it, that's just how Mom is. Even if he sent more money, she would still save it for his future wife. Never mind that for now. He still owed Old Wang money. Old Wang was his roommate at school, named Wang Jianba, and he was his closest brother there. This guy came from a relatively wealthy family and had been good to Hee-chan, helping him countless times. He still owed him over 5,000. He directly transferred 8,000 to him. As soon as the transfer was done, Wang Jianba called. Hello, Sherming, what are you doing transferring so much money at once? Did you rob a bank? Wang Jianba asked on the phone. Hee-chan chuckled. Come on, we can't do illegal stuff. I owe you 5,000, and the extra 2,000 is for all the help you've given me over the years. What nonsense! Wang Jianba exclaimed. Don't even think about doing something stupid just because Zhao Feier broke up with you. That's her loss. Where are you now? I'll come find you and take you out for drinks. If you're feeling down, just talk to me. Hee-chan, did this Wang guy really think he wanted to commit suicide? What a joke. Come on, don't worry, old Wang, I'm fine. I just feel bad about owing you money. Now that I have some cash, I wanted to pay you back quickly. Alright, as long as you're not dead. Have you eaten? Want to go out for a drink? It's on me. Maybe another day, I'll treat you. Right now, I'm a bit inconvenient. Hee-chan replied. Okay then, I spent all day looking for an internship and I'm exhausted. Just got back to school, going to take a shower first. Then he hung up. Hee-chan looked at his phone and smiled. He had to admit, Wang Jianba was really good to him. The only downside was that this guy's last name was Wang, which always made Hee-chan a bit anxious. Just after hanging up, another call came in. The phone suddenly rang, and it showed it was a real estate agent. After answering, a girl's voice came through. Hello, sir, are you considering buying a villa recently? We have a beautiful villa community in the Jiangnan water town, with great prices and an elegant environment. Would you like to consider it? Hee-chan raised an eyebrow. How did they know he wanted to buy a villa? Wait, damn it. This advertising is really something. I'll think about it, let me check again, Hee-chan replied. After saying that, he hung up. Less than a minute later, another call came in. This time it was a man's voice. Hello, sir, we have a villa worth around 5 million, 3 stories, within the third ring of Linen, with transportation. The calls kept coming one after another, driving Hee-chan to the brink of a mental breakdown. After activating the Do Not Disturb feature for unknown callers, he finally got some peace. Damn it! No more showing off. After that, Hee-chan took a shower, narcissistically stood in front of the mirror to show off his muscles, and then went back to his room to rest. Night, silent and still. In the early hours, when everyone was asleep and the world was quiet, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from the Qinshan Group's warehouse. Fire! Fire! In the office of the Qinshan Group's warehouse, Qin Lia, who had been dozing at her desk, instantly stood up, her expression serious. The next day, Hee-chan went to the mall, planning to buy a few outfits first. He had wanted to go shopping yesterday. After using the body enhancement serum, all his clothes at home had become a size smaller, and his underwear was tightly hugging his backside. If he accidentally moved a bit too much, his brothers might just pop out to meet the audience. If that happened, he would have nowhere to hide his old face. He simply hadn't found the time yesterday. After returning from the hotel, he went straight to sleep. After leaving the happy community, Hee-chan headed straight to the mall. Upon arriving, he casually entered a clothing store. He never paid much attention to what he wore. Inside, there were 2 female sales assistants. One slightly plump sales assistant was attending to a middle-aged male customer. Hee-chan glanced at the other sales assistant. This one had a good figure, making Hee-chan instinctively look twice. She wore a fitted, waist-hugging dress that accentuated her curves beautifully, making her quite the sight, and she was currently standing inside playing with her phone. At the same time, when Hee-chan looked at this sales assistant, Song Lily noticed him as well. Immediately, Song Lily felt her eyes light up. A handsome guy. In her view, standing at the door was Hee-chan, tall and lean, with explosive muscles accentuated by his clothes, exuding a scent of hormones that made Song Lily's heart flutter. However, when she saw the clothes Hee-chan was wearing, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Having worked in the clothing industry for so many years, her discerning eye was sharp. Hee-chan's outfit was all from no-name brands, probably costing less than 100 yuan in total. In an instant, the muscular Hee-chan transformed in Song Lily's eyes into a construction worker. The cheapest clothes in their store were over 1,000 yuan, far beyond what an ordinary construction worker could afford. Even if she tried her best to recommend something to him, he would likely just say, "I'm just looking," and then turn to leave. Such a waste of a body that could make any fairy drool. Too bad he was a poor guy. What can't be had must be destroyed. At that moment, Hee-chan began to touch the clothes in the store one by one. Song Lily immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you touching for? If you're not buying, don't mess around. If you ruin it, you can't afford to pay." If the clothes got dirty, they would be hard to sell. Today's customers were quite picky. They would turn and leave at the slightest issue. Hee-chan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not touching you. Why are you so nervous? Not allowed to touch? How can one buy clothes without touching?" This woman was simply crazy. "You." Song Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee-chan put down the clothes and said, "Isn't there anyone to attend to a customer when they arrive? Is this your way of treating guests? Is this how you treat a god?" Song Lily muttered under her breath, "If everyone were a god, wouldn't the world be in chaos?" At that moment, the middle-aged customer in the store looked around and left without buying anything. Song Lily immediately called out to the slightly plump sales assistant, "Shawan, there's a customer who wants to be treated like a god, you take care of him." "Sister Lily, let me have a sip of water first," Shawan replied with a hoarse voice. She had already attended to 6 or 7 groups of customers that morning, but unfortunately, she hadn't sold a single item. In contrast, Song Lily had only attended to 1 group but had successfully made a sale. In this regard, she knew she couldn't compare to Song Lily and could only work hard to learn. "What water? The god is waiting here. Do you still want to keep your job?" Song Lily said impatiently. Hearing Song Lily's urging, Shawan hurried over helplessly. She was just a newcomer, while Song Lily had been working there for 2 years, and the boss even considered promoting her to store manager. "Hello, sir. What style are you looking for? I can introduce some options for you," Shawan said with a hoarse voice and a smile. Hee-chan chuckled lightly and glanced at Shawan, saying, "Your name is Shawan, right?" Shawan nodded, "Yes." Hee-chan responded with a sound, then glanced around the store and pointed to several other items, saying, this one, and this one." He pointed to a total of about 10 pieces of clothing. Shawan's excited little face turned red as she asked, "Sir, are you sure you want so many?" Could it be that she had encountered a wealthy person today? Selling so many clothes would mean her commission would equal a week's salary. Song Lily, who was resting nearby, also looked over in surprise. More than 10 pieces of clothing? Could she be mistaken? No, she could believe someone would buy one. Although the clothes here were expensive, they weren't absolutely unaffordable. But buying more than 10 pieces would add up to over 20,000. Given Yi Chen's taste in clothing, it was simply impossible. He must be showing off. In the end, he would surely say he didn't have enough money when it came time to pay. No, Yi Chen shook his head. Hearing his words, Xiao Wan's shining eyes instantly dimmed. Song Lily, however, sneered coldly. She knew he was just putting on a show. But then, Yi Chen's next words left her dumbfounded. Aside from these few pieces, wrap up all the remaining clothes on these racks in size 185 for me. What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, both Xiao Wan and Song Lily widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Wrap them all up? So many clothes would cost at least 300,000. She had seen people casually take out 300,000, but she had never seen anyone so casually spend that much on clothes, nor had she ever heard of it. Xiao Wan's voice trembled as she said, Sir, are you sure you want all of them? The total for these clothes is about 300,000. 300,000 in sales would earn her nearly 30,000 in commission, equivalent to her annual base salary. How could she not be excited? Yi Chen nodded, yes. Buying a pile of clothes for 300,000, in the past, he would have hesitated. But now, he couldn't wear any of his clothes anymore. 300,000 was nothing, he could still afford it. Alright, I'll check how much it comes to, Xiao Wan said excitedly. At that moment, Song Lily walked over and said coldly, Sir, is it fun to show off here? The fact that I haven't kicked you out is already generous. What more do you want? Do you think I would be interested in you or that Xiao Wan would be interested in you? After saying this, she sneered at Xiao Wan. He's just playing you. Did you really take him seriously? Xiao Wan was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit at a loss. Yi Chen looked Song Lily up and down and chuckled. If you want to be played, I can't be bothered to play with you. You. Song Lily glared at him. Yi Chen ignored her and took out a bank card, saying, I'm in a hurry, no need to check the clothes. I trust you. 300,000, right? Just swipe the card, the password is 6 zeros. Xiao Wan, looking bewildered, took the bank card and walked to the counter. Song Lily sneered, you probably can't even take out 30,000, right? Let's see how long you can keep this up. If the card doesn't go through, I'll have to call the police and say someone is causing a scene here. Before she could finish, a voice suddenly rang out from the counter. Payment successful. Payment amount, 300,000. This, Song Lily's words were swallowed back, her eyes widening in shock. Xiao Wan also looked at the transaction terminal in bewilderment, momentarily unable to believe it. The next moment, Song Lily hurriedly said, Sir, I'm sorry, buying 300,000 worth of clothes in one go made him a big client. If she offended such a customer, her boss would definitely come after her. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, wearing a white low-cut bodycon dress that exuded a mature and sensual vibe, walked in. Upon seeing the anxious Song Lily, the woman immediately approached Yi Chen and said, Sir, what happened to make you unhappy? I am the owner here, Ding Chuanxiang. Yi Chen glanced at the woman, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Such beauty, such a figure, radiated the charm of a mature woman, truly a rare gem in the world. However, for some reason, Yi Chen always felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Sir, if there's anything you need, you can tell me. If there's something we've done wrong, I can apologize to you, Ding Chuanxiang said with a smile. Yi Chen let out a sigh, shifting his attention away from Ding Chuanxiang and shaking his head. Ask yourself. A woman with such charisma should, in all likelihood, have nothing to do with him. If something unexpected happened, he wondered if it was still possible to get insurance for it. So, he decided not to think about it. He turned to Xiao Wan and said, Don't forget to send the clothes to me. Unit 2, Building 5, Happiness Community. This is my phone number. After leaving his number, he turned and left. Yi Chen wasn't worried that Xiao Wan wouldn't deliver the clothes to him, unless she didn't want to work anymore. After Yi Chen left, Ding Chuanxiang turned to Song Lily and Xiao Wan, her brows slightly furrowed. What did you do to make that guest angry just now? Both of them lowered their heads. Song Lily didn't dare to speak, while Xiao Wan didn't want to offend Song Lily. Not going to say? Then I'll check the surveillance myself, Ding Chuanxiang said, heading straight to the break room. A few minutes later, Ding Chuanxiang walked out, her pretty face pale as she said to Song Lily, I'll settle your wages later. You don't need to come in starting tomorrow. Song Lily's expression changed in shock. No, Sister Ding, it's not what you think, I just misjudged. You didn't misjudge, you only had eyes for money. There are countless unimaginable people in this world, let alone your ridiculous taste. When I arrived just now, I even saw a Bugatti Chiron worth over 80 million in the parking lot. Before she could finish, Song Lily suddenly froze, exclaiming, "No way! What a coincidence!" With that, she immediately ran outside the mall. When Ichin arrived at the parking area outside the mall, he helplessly saw many people taking pictures next to his car. There was even a girl in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, exposing her long, fair legs, who had climbed onto the car's hood to take selfies. Ichin stood by, speechless, watching for a while. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, he stepped forward to remind her, "Miss, are you done taking pictures?" The girl shot him a sidelong glance and rolled her eyes. "What does it matter to you whether I'm done or not? Do you want to take a picture with this car too? You loser, do you even know what kind of car this is? You're dragging its status down just by being here. Hurry up and get lost." "Exactly. If you want to take pictures, you have to wait in line. Can't you see how many of us are waiting? Be aware and line up at the back." The people around chimed in. Chen's face darkened as he said to the girl on the hood, "Sorry, but could you please get down? I'm in a hurry." "Go to hell. What does it matter to me if you're in a hurry?" the girl said, lying back down on the hood, pressing her heavy chest against it to take a close-up shot. Chen let out a breath. "Alright, if you have the ability, just stay up there. Humph, I won't get down just because you." Before she could finish, Chen took out the remote key from his pocket and pressed a button. Boom! The blue and white Bugatti Chiron, which had been quietly sitting there, suddenly roared to life, startling the girl on the hood, who let out an ah and quickly scrambled off. At the same time, gasps erupted from the crowd. "What the hell? Is this guy the owner? The owner of a Bugatti dressed like this? Are rich people really this low-key? Being low-key is for the rich, being poor is for losers. Ha ha. This is really interesting," showing off to the car owner, and the slap in the face came too quickly. However, Chen ignored them and directly opened the car door and got in. The long-legged girl, after a brief moment of shock, immediately rushed to the driver's side, anxiously tapping on the car window, saying, "Handsome, open the door, let's add each other on WeChat. Here's my QR code, scan it." Before she could finish her sentence, the car suddenly emitted a deafening roar, startling the girl to instinctively take a step back. Following that, the Bugatti sped away from the spot. The people around, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. "Humph." The long-legged girl glared angrily at them and shouted, "What are you laughing at? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. A bunch of pathetic losers." After saying that, she turned and left. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mall, a woman in a white low-cut bodycon dress hurriedly ran out. It was Ding Chuanxiang, who had just rushed out from inside the mall. However, as soon as she came out, she only saw a blue and white Bugatti drifting onto the main road, emitting a thunderous roar as it sped away. Seeing this, Ding Chuanxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she couldn't see the person inside the car, the guest had just left, and this car followed right after. Moreover, to spend 300,000 on clothes without even looking, such boldness is not something everyone possesses. Back in the store, Ding Chuanxiang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Shawan, wrap up the clothes that guest wanted. I'll personally deliver them." The guest's generosity indicated he was a big client, and if they could get along well, business would come. She just wondered if that guy had a girlfriend and if she could match him with her niece, who was recognized as the campus beauty at Linen University and usually listened to her aunt. Ding Chuanxiang squinted her eyes, calculating in her mind. Then, she took out her phone and made a call. Chen returned to the basement and began searching for suitable housing. Not long after, a strange call suddenly came in. "Hello, Mr. This is Ding Chuanxiang from Kong Yali Menswear, here to deliver your clothes. Are you home now?" "Yes, just come over," Chen replied. At the entrance of the happiness community, a white pickup truck slowly drove into the neighborhood. Inside the driver's seat, Ding Chuanxiang, wearing a low-cut long dress, intentionally glanced at the Bugatti outside the community, which was surrounded by a crowd, her beautiful eyes shimmering. If the previous encounter with the Bugatti outside the mall was a coincidence, then seeing the car again outside the happiness community made Ding Chuanxiang almost certain that the young customer who came to her store to buy clothes was the owner of this car. "Fuwei, help me carry the things inside later. I'm telling you, this customer is not only generous but also a big handsome guy," Ding Chuanxiang said while driving, addressing the passenger seat. In the passenger seat sat a beautiful girl in her 20s, wearing blue skinny jeans that perfectly showcased her long legs. Ding Chuanxiang felt a bit of a headache regarding this girl. The girl's name was Tian Fuwei, her parents were abroad, and they entrusted her to Ding Chuanxiang. She had both looks and charm, and since entering Linen University, she had held the title of the most beautiful campus beauty for 4 years. The only thing that troubled Ding Chuanxiang was that her niece seemed uninterested in anything other than studying, let alone dating. She was always at the top of her class, yet throughout her 4 years in college, she had never had a boyfriend. This made Ding Chuanxiang deeply suspect that her niece might be gay. Aunt, if you like someone, just go after them yourself. If my mom knew you finally have a man you like, she would definitely be so happy she'd wake up laughing in her dreams. No matter what his identity or age is, my mom would have no objections. Tian Fuwei winked at Ding Chuanxiang with her lively big eyes, looking very playful and cute. Ding Chuanxiang gave Tian Fuwei a charming glance and said, "You little girl, how dare you tease your aunt? I asked you to come help mainly to let you see this young man and see how you feel about him." She didn't mention the owner of the Bugatti outside, because she understood Tian Fuwei too well. Although Tian Fuwei couldn't be considered very aloof, a car alone wouldn't impress her. It might even lead to her mocking it. "I don't need it." Tian Fuwei shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum and said, "I have no intention of looking for a boyfriend right now. I just want to focus on my graduate school entrance exams." "Your aunt didn't say you couldn't take the exams. But studying for exams and looking for a boyfriend aren't mutually exclusive. You can still study with a boyfriend, right? Once graduate school is over, where will you find a boyfriend?" Ding Chuanxiang advised. "If I can't find one, then I can't find one. Just like you, aunt, being a single noblewoman, eat when you want, sleep when you want, play when you want, how great it is not to be bound by anyone." Tian Fuwei replied with a light laugh. "Hey, you little girl, your aunt missed out on this in her life. It's not that I didn't want to find someone. That's why I'm urging you here. I just don't want you to miss out like I did, understand?" "Ha? Missed out? Missed which handsome guy? Can you tell me, aunt? Get lost." Ding Chuanxiang glared at Tian Fuwei, both amused and exasperated. Soon, the two arrived in front of Building 5, Unit 2. "Mr. We have arrived." Ding Chuanxiang got out of the car, adjusted her wrinkled low-cut bodycon dress, and called up to the building. When Yi-chen left last time, he said to have their clothes delivered to the basement of Unit 2, but he didn't mention where he lived. Ding Chuanxiang thought that someone of Yi-chen's status would at least live in an upper duplex, right? This should just be a temporary storage for him. Just as she finished calling, Yi-chen walked out from the basement, smiling and saying, "You guys are quite efficient, you delivered it so quickly." Ding Chuanxiang replied with a light laugh, "Mr. He is our big client, of course, we delivered it right away. Fuwei, come say hello to Mr. He." Tian Fuwei reluctantly turned to look at Yi-chen. The next moment, they both exclaimed in surprise, "It's you?" Ding Chuanxiang looked at Tian Fuwei in confusion, then turned to Yi-chen, uncertainly asking, "You two know each other?" Yi-chen grinned at the long-legged girl in front of him. How could he not know this stunning beauty who had dominated the campus beauty rankings at Linen University for 4 years and amazed countless young men? Although Yi-chen and Tian Fuwei were not in the same major, he had heard her name so many times that his ears were practically calloused, not to mention how many times they had brushed past each other. What puzzled Yi-chen was that while it was normal for him to know Tian Fuwei, how could she know him? After all, they were not on the same level at all. Tian Fuwei was a top student for 4 years and an unparalleled campus beauty, while Yi-chen, was just an ordinary student, so ordinary that even the dormitory manager hardly recognized him. Hearing Ding Chuanxiang's question, Tian Fuwei looked at Yi-chen with a strange expression and nodded. "I know him, aunt. We are both 4th-year students at Linen University. How could we not know each other?" Yi-chen smiled slightly. "Just because they were from the same school? You are from the same school?" Ding Chuanxiang exclaimed, feeling even happier inside. This made this situation even more promising. "Mr. Why haven't I heard Fuwei mention you?" Yi-chen awkwardly waved his hand and said, "There are many students in our school, how can I mention them all?" "That's true," Ding Chuanxiang nodded and said, "Since we are classmates, Mr. Please take care of our Fuwei more in the future. This child is alone outside, and I can't help but worry a bit." Upon hearing this, Yi-chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Does Tian Fuwei need someone to take care of her? She sneezes, and all the boys in the school would rush to lift her up. The Linen University protection team for Fuwei. Was that a joke? There was once an international student who, envious of Tian Fuwei's beauty, whistled at her. As a result, that night, he was cornered in the bathroom and beaten up by the protection team, leaving him unable to get out of bed for a week. After he recovered, he directly demanded the university to seriously deal with the students who beat him and requested Tian Fuwei to be his companion reader. In the end, not only was the student who hit him never found, but he was also cornered in the bathroom and beaten up again, unable to get out of bed for a month. It was said that his ball was even smashed. After that, whenever this international student saw Tian Fuwei, he would tremble in fear. This is the power of the fervent protection team. If Yi-chen dared to hand Tian Fuwei a cup of hot water, he would probably end up dead in the street the next day. It turns out Ding Chuanxiang is Tian Fuwei's aunt. No wonder he found her familiar. The two of them looked like they were carved from the same mold. both stunningly beautiful. Remembering how he had been envious of Tian Fui's aunt's perfect figure in the clothing store earlier, a wave of guilt surged in his heart. He felt he was simply too beastly. "He-chan, did you buy all these clothes?" Tian Fui asked, looking at He-chan with curiosity. He-chan chuckled and nodded. "Yes, I didn't want to wear those old clothes anymore, so I decided to change everything at once." Tian Fui looked deeply at He-chan and nodded meaningfully. "I understand." "He-chan, what do you understand?" Ding Chuanshan looked at He-chan, then at Tian Fui, her expression filled with suspicion. "Why do these two look so impure?" "Mr. Xiaowei, let's talk later. Let's first move the clothes inside," Ding Chuanshan said. He-chan quickly stepped forward. "I'll do it. It's just a few pieces of clothing. I can handle it myself." Saying this, he ran ahead of Ding Chuanxiang. Tian Fui was not only the dream girl of many boys at Linen University but also He-chan's dream goddess. Now that he had the chance to show off in front of his goddess, how could He-chen let it slip away? At that moment, He-chen was filled with boundless strength, directly lifting a large bag over his head and striding toward the basement. Ding Chuanxiang and Tian Fui watched this scene, their eyes wide with surprise. These clothes were packed by their own hands, and the two bags weighed over 200 pounds combined. He-chen actually lifted them like they were little chicks? This guy is incredibly strong. Ding Chuanxiang and Tian Fui picked up the remaining clothes and followed He-chen into the basement. However, as soon as the two women entered the basement and saw the furnishings inside, they were all stunned. Ding Chuanxiang exclaimed, "Mr. This." She had thought this was just He-chen's storage room, but upon entering, she discovered that it had sofas, chairs, a wardrobe, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Far from a storage room, it was clearly a normal living space. He-chen placed the bag on the ground and chuckled awkwardly. "My humble abode is quite simple. Please don't mind." "Not at all." Ding Chuanxiang smiled and said, "How could we mind? Mr. You really have a unique taste. Living in a basement while driving a Bugatti, this taste is indeed special." "What unique taste? As long as there's a place to live, that's enough." "Let me get you some water," He-chen said, quickly bringing over a dark kettle to pour a glass of water for the two beautiful women, Ding Chuanxiang and Tian Fui. After a brief chat, the three of them stood up to take their leave. After all, they were there to deliver goods, not to visit. As soon as they stepped outside, Ding Chuanxiang immediately asked Tian Fui, "Why do I feel like your relationship with Mr. He is not as simple as that of ordinary classmates?" Tian Fui shook her head and replied, "Auntie, if there were any relationship, would I not tell you? I have nothing with He-chen." "Then why did you look at He-chen so strangely just now?" "Based on my life experience, there's no way it could be that simple between you two. There must be some untold secret." Ding Chuanxiang pressed. Faced with Ding Chuanxiang's questioning, Tian Fui fell into a daze. Her thoughts instantly returned to 3 years ago when she had just entered Linen University. At that time, she was a freshman and once attended a high school reunion. She returned late and was blocked by a few delinquents on the way. She thought it was the end for her, and just when she was in despair, a male classmate rushed out to confront those youths. Tian Fui was terrified at the time and didn't even get a good look at the boy's face before she quickly ran away, only remembering to call the police after she had run quite a distance. However, by the time the authorities arrived, the delinquents had already fled, and they could only take the boy to the hospital. Later, Tian Fui learned that the boy's name was He-chen. But He-chen didn't know who the girl he saved was, nor did he know what she looked like. He had just acted out of a sense of justice. Because of that incident, Tian Fui always felt guilty towards He-chen but didn't know how to apologize, so she secretly paid attention to him and gradually got to know him better. He-chen came from a rural family. His academic performance wasn't great, but he was very sunny, always wearing a smile, and was cheerful with everyone, enjoying helping others. Yet sometimes, he also seemed very insecure. For instance, when facing her, he would always shyly smile and wouldn't dare to look at her a second time. Over time, as Tian Fui paid more attention to He-chen, she gradually developed feelings for him but never knew how to express them. Later, she heard that He-chen had a girlfriend, a beautiful girl who also came from a rural background. After that, Tian Fui poured all her thoughts into her studies and stopped paying attention to other matters. "Look at you. Look at your expression. There must be something going on between you two. You still want to hide it from me. It's impossible," Ding Chuanxiang said with a knowing smile upon seeing Tian Fui's demeanor. "No way." Tian Fui took a deep breath and pretended to be calm, saying, "You're overthinking it, Auntie. I know him only because our student council president, Fan Yunhai, just got a new girlfriend yesterday, and that girl was previously He-chen's girlfriend. Many people at school are talking about it. That's how I found out about He-chen." "Did his girlfriend break up with him?" Ding Chuanxiang asked, puzzled. Tian Fui nodded, "Yes. His girlfriend looked down on him for being poor, so she went for another rich second-generation guy. Buying so many clothes all at once probably means he wants to say goodbye to the past and start a new life. Unfortunately, Hee-chan didn't hear this, otherwise, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fei dumped him, which did hit him hard, but it wasn't to the point of wanting to end his life. The reason he bought so many clothes was simply that his old ones were embarrassing. Tian Fuwei was completely misinterpreting the situation. Upon hearing Tian Fuwei's words, Ding Chuanxiang smacked her lips and said, "TSK TSK. That girlfriend of his must be blind. Hee-chan is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. He's just low-key. So low-key that he lives in a damp basement like that. You think too much, auntie. Although I'm also curious where Hee-chan got that 300,000 from. But Hee-chan is really just an ordinary student. I've even seen his parents come to school. They're just regular farmers." Tian Fuwei replied. "Ordinary student?" Ding Chuanxiang sneered. "Have you ever seen an ordinary student driving an 80 million Bugatti Chiron? What Bugatti Chiron?" Tian Fuwei frowned. As they spoke, the two had already arrived outside the happy community. Ding Chuanxiang pointed not far away at the blue and white supercar surrounded by a crowd taking pictures. "That one. Hee-chan drove that car to buy clothes. Did you see it? This." Tian Fuwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ding Chuanxiang continued. "That's why I say this kid is definitely not the ordinary student he appears to be. It's all just a facade. His true identity is absolutely terrifying. If his ex-girlfriend knew this, she'd definitely regret it." Tian Fuwei stared at the blue and white supercar in the distance, suddenly lost in thought. At that moment, she felt very unfamiliar with Hee-chan. Could it be that the Hee-chan she knew for the past 2 years was just an act? Was this Hee-chan still the sunny boy she knew? "What do you think, Fuwei? Such a celestial classmate, and he just broke up recently, so he's probably feeling empty. Trust your aunt, just take the initiative to pursue him. Don't follow the same old path as your aunt," Ding Chuanxiang encouraged. Tian Fuwei shook her head in a flurry of thoughts. "Auntie, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to focus on my graduate school entrance exam. I'm not interested in anything else. Please take me to school first." "Hey, you girl!" Ding Chuanxiang, seeing Tian Fuwei's determination, could only sigh helplessly. She knew Tian Fuwei well. The more she pushed, the less effective it would be, and it might even have the opposite effect. They could only take it slow. In the basement, Hee-chan had no idea that Ding Chuanxiang and Tian Fuwei were discussing him. Right now, he was happily embarking on his unboxing journey, tearing open 2 large clothing packages one by one. For Hee-chan, nothing was more joyful than buying new clothes. His family conditions weren't great. The first new piece of clothing he ever had was bought the day before the high school entrance exam when his mom took him to the market, hoping he would do well. It cost 50 yuan, just enough for a complete outfit. Before that, he had only worn clothes given to him by relatives and neighbors. Although he had a pile of clothes, none were new, and none fit well. For many people, the smell of new clothes might not be appealing, but Hee-chan was different. To him, the scent of new clothes was even more delightful than a beautiful woman standing in front of him. If hundreds of new clothes were laid out in his room, Hee-chan felt he might just die of happiness. Then, amidst the pile of clothes, Hee-chan took off all the clothes he was wearing and began trying on each piece one by one. There were many clothes: casual, formal, sporty, denim, and so on. Each time he put something on, Hee-chan would strike several poses in front of the mirror until his phone rang, reluctantly pulling him away from his new clothes. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his new outfits, the ringing of his phone startled him. He took it out to see it was Wang Jianba calling, and he finally crawled out from the pile of clothes to answer. "Brother Wang, what's up? The counselor asked for the graduation materials to be submitted today. Many students have already returned. Where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up?" "No need, I'll go by myself." After hanging up, Hee-chan sighed helplessly. He had to submit his graduation materials. He had been planning to pick out some nice clothes and go out to sort out the villa situation. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. After a quick wash and gathering the necessary materials, Hee-chan headed out the door. However, this time, he was clever. He didn't go out the front door, nor did he drive onto the road at the entrance of the community. Instead, he sneaked out through the back door. There was no other choice. The people in the community were just too enthusiastic. He didn't even have to think about it to know that at that moment, there would definitely be a crowd around his car, just waiting for him to pass by. It was better not to go. This had nothing to do with fear. Over 20 years of living at the bottom made it impossible for him to feel confident as a young achiever. Deep down, he was very resistant to showing his face in front of so many people, especially since they were so enthusiastic about him. It was better to take a taxi. First, it would avoid contact with those people outside, and second, this time he was going to school, not somewhere else. If he drove a Bugatti to school, he didn't know how many people would say he was just trying to show off. It was better to keep a low profile. After all, being low-key was never a bad thing. Soon, He-Chen arrived at the school, where Wang Jianbo was waiting for him at the entrance. He wasn't very tall, barely reaching 1.7 meters, but he was quite bulky, a standard case of weight exceeding height. Upon seeing He-Chen, Wang Jianbo immediately greeted him with joy, saying, "You brat, why do you look a bit different from before? And it seems you're even a bit taller?" He-Chen chuckled and replied, "Don't you know that breaking up helps people grow, Wang Jianbo?" He looked confused and said, "I've heard that breaking up helps people grow, but can it actually make you taller? Are you serious?" He-Chen nodded, "Of course. Otherwise, how do you think you got so chubby? Didn't you start gaining weight after the breakup?" Damn! Wang Jianbo almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. "You grew taller after a breakup. I gained weight after a breakup? Just kidding. Let's go submit the materials first. The other classmates have almost all submitted theirs." He-Chen laughed. The two then walked inside together. On the way, there were many students coming and going, including many of their classmates who had returned today. "Brother Wang, how's the job search going these days? Have you found something suitable?" He-Chen asked as he walked alongside Wang Jianbo. Wang Jianbo, who was walking, sighed upon hearing He-Chen's words. "Don't mention it. I found a job, but they didn't want me. They said I was too fat. Damn, I'm not looking for a partner. What does my weight have to do with finding a job?" At this point, Wang Jianbo looked like he was about to cry. "Haha," He-Chen laughed, "who told you to get so fat? What's your weight now? Is it over 300? "No, just 278. "Brother Wang, you really nailed the use of just there." Sigh, Wang Jianbo sighed deeply, looking full of lament. "If I can't find a job soon, I'll have to go back home and inherit my dad's rights to raise over 500 pigs. He-Chen, every time Wang Jianbo talked about this, he looked so dejected, but every time, He-Chen wanted to hit him. In their class, Wang Jianbo's family conditions were quite good. Back in their freshman year, when Wang Jianbo introduced himself, he said with a sad face that his dad sold 2 pigs to send him to college, making him the most pitiful person in the class for a while. It wasn't until near graduation in their sophomore year that He-Chen found out this guy's family actually raised over 500 pigs. Over 500! In this era where pork prices were soaring, what did having over 500 pigs mean? Millions in assets. It was a pity that Wang Jianbo didn't want to go back to raise pigs, thinking it lacked class, so he desperately searched for a job. As a result, every time he failed to find a job, he contemplated going back to raise pigs, which was both laughable and infuriating. "Brother Wang, I have a job here, not sure if you're interested?" He-Chen chuckled. "Ha?" Wang Jianbo raised an eyebrow. "Really? What job? How about the Qin Commerce Group?" He-Chen smiled. The Qin Commerce Group? Is that for real? If you can really get me into the Qin Commerce Group, I'll give you a pig." He-Chen, damn, can we have a proper conversation? The two of them chatted as they arrived at the counselor's office. For students in their senior year about to graduate, aside from those preparing for graduate school, most had already started working. Other than submitting graduation materials or defending their theses, they basically wouldn't return to school. However, today they needed to submit graduation materials, so almost all the students were back, including He-Chen's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. But now, Zhao Feier was busy assisting the student council president, Fan Yunhai, along with several members of the student council, in collecting materials for the counselor. Wang Jianbo looked at the busy Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier, rolled his eyes, and said, "That couple. Ugh." Then he turned to He-Chen and said, "That Fan guy isn't even from our department, yet he insists on sticking his nose in. It's disgusting to look at." He-Chen chuckled lightly. "They're from the student council. Helping the counselor with some work is their responsibility. There's nothing wrong with that. I know you're just trying to look out for me, but it's fine, I've moved on." Saying this, he glanced at Zhao Feier in the crowd. Zhao Feier had already seen him, but she pretended not to notice and continued with her work. Wang Jianbo patted He-Chen on the shoulder and said, "Brother, there are plenty of women in the future. This materialistic woman isn't worth your time." He-Chen pursed his lips and didn't respond. Although he claimed to have moved on, there was still a knot in his heart. He was just pretending to be carefree. For a moment, he even wanted to shout to Zhao Feier that he was rich now, but he didn't do it. The knot was just a knot, a feeling of unwillingness in his heart. However, some things are in the past and can never be relived. He even felt a bit fortunate to have seen through Zhao Feier's true, materialistic nature early on. The office was empty. Many students came to fill out materials, and it wasn't until noon that He-Chen and Wang Jianbo finished filling out the required documents, and the other students were about done too. Then, Counselor Zhou Shang stood up and said, "Students, come here." Zhou Shang, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing black-rimmed glasses, looked somewhat serious, but only those who knew him well would realize he was quite talkative. Hearing Zhou Shang's words, the students gathered around. Zhou Shang chuckled, aside from the graduation ceremony, today might be our last normal gathering. Let's go to the school cafeteria and have a big meal together. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. A group of students immediately echoed. Their class still had quite a bit of class funds left. If they didn't eat, it would be a waste. However, He-Chen didn't want to go. He had never been interested in class gatherings. Any gathering costs money, and he had always been short on cash. So he had hardly ever attended any gatherings and was deeply resistant to them. Even now that he had money, it was still the same. Moreover, he had more important things to do. Find a place, and then move the gold over. As long as it wasn't moved, he wouldn't feel at ease. Wang Jianba noticed He-Chen's distracted expression and cautiously said, "Hey, Lao He, what's with that expression? Don't tell me you don't want to go. We agreed back then that whenever we came back, we would all go out to eat." He-Chen was about to refuse when suddenly his phone rang. He took it out and was surprised to see it was Qin Lia calling. "Wait a moment, I need to take this call," He-Chen said to Wang Jianba. Then he stepped aside to answer the phone. "Hey, President Qin, what can I do for you?" He-Chan smiled. "Mr. He, are you at school right now? I need to talk to you." Qin Lia's voice came quickly from the phone, sounding quite anxious. Okay, I'm at school now. You can come over." He-Chen replied, suddenly remembering something and added, "By the way, President Qin, just go to the school cafeteria. I'll be waiting for you there." Since he had to stay here for a while, he might as well go to the cafeteria with them. Otherwise, he might be the subject of gossip. Better to avoid trouble. "Alright, see you in a bit," Qin Lia responded. After hanging up, He-Chen returned to Wang Jianba's side and said, "Let's go to the cafeteria." I thought you didn't want to go. Why the sudden change of heart?" Wang Jianba asked, puzzled. "Waiting for someone," He-Chen replied. Wang Jianba was surprised and asked, "Waiting for someone? Who?" "Qin Lia," He-Chen answered honestly. "Who? Qin Lia? Which Qin Lia?" Wang Jianba's eyes widened in disbelief. Which Qin Lia could it be? Of course, it's Qin Lia from the Qin Commerce Group. You mean the most beautiful president in linen? Are you joking with me, Lao He? Is this joke even funny?" Wang Jianba said, speechless. He-Chen shook his head. "I'm not joking. Didn't I tell you I was introducing you to work at the Qin Commerce Group?" "Put." Wang Jianba rolled his eyes. "Keep pretending. Why don't you say it's our linen's real estate king, Li Goen? Look at how you're blowing this up. It's almost reaching the sky." He-Chen shook his head and didn't bother to explain further to Wang Jianba. There was no point. Compared to explaining, it would be more convincing for Wang Jianba to meet Qin Lia later. Then, under Zhou Shang's lead, a group of people headed straight to the cafeteria. On the other side, Qin Commerce Group, President's office. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lia let out a long breath. Zhao Shu, who was beside her, asked curiously, "Xiaoya, are you really going to the school to see He-Chen in person? After all, you are the president of the Qin Commerce Group, won't it seem too?" "No." Qin Lia shook her head and turned to Zhao Shu. "Sister Zhao, you must have heard about the fire in the warehouse last night, right? Just last night, the Qin Commerce Group's warehouse caught fire. Fortunately, they had prepared well in advance, and as soon as the fire broke out, the employees there mobilized immediately to extinguish it, preventing major losses. Otherwise, if the South warehouse had really burned down, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They had been busy until now just to handle the aftermath of the fire." Zhao Shu's expression changed upon hearing Qin Lia's words, and she quickly nodded. "Yes, I know. What happened? Wasn't it already extinguished?" Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, "It's good that it was extinguished, but if it hadn't been, do you know what would have happened? All the equipment stored in the warehouse would have been ruined. Do you know how much loss that would have caused?" Zhao Shu's face turned pale at this. "The board will definitely hold someone accountable." Qin Lia nodded. "Accountability is the least of it. I could lose my position as president and even face criminal charges. Fortunately, I went to check all the fire safety equipment in the warehouse last night and reminded the on-duty employees, which helped avoid these losses." Zhao Shu's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. It was only at this moment that she realized what Qin Lia had been doing after leaving her yesterday. But why would she do all this out of the blue? Since becoming president, Qin Lia had never paid attention to these matters. At this moment, Qin Lia stood up and said, "And all of this was thanks to Yi-Chen's reminder, which made me take fire prevention seriously, especially over at the warehouse. So last night, I stayed up all night checking all the fire safety equipment, which helped us avoid the huge losses caused by this fire." Oh my, that's incredible, isn't it?" Zhao Shu said in disbelief. "That's why I felt surprised," Qin Lia said with a serious expression. "Logically speaking, such incidents are unexpected events, and He-Chen could not possibly know. yet he really hit the nail on the head. There are only 3 possibilities for such an occurrence. One is that he started the fire himself, but that possibility is almost non-existent because the fire originated from within. The second is that he guessed it, deducing from known clues that someone was trying to deal with her, and it was very likely that they would use arson in the warehouse to achieve their goal of having her sanctioned by the board. If this is the case, it shows that this person is truly too clever, frighteningly so. Just from a few clues, he could guess that someone might use arson against her. What kind of intelligence is that? It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as inhuman. You must understand, even Shin Leah, has only guessed that someone is targeting her, but she doesn't know who it is, let alone what method they would use. As for the third possibility, it is that Hee-chun himself has the ability to foresee the future, using some esoteric method to predict that the warehouse would catch fire, and thus warn me. If that's the case, Shin Leah couldn't bear to think about it, because it truly feels too incredible. Foreseeing the future, that is already an inhuman ability, and can only be described as divine. However, whether it's the second or third possibility, it indicates that Hee-chun is a very formidable presence. Such a person, as long as she can befriend him, the benefits would be immeasurable. Therefore, she must go find Hee-chun immediately, and it is urgent. Alright, I'll prepare the car right now, Zhao Shu said, immediately walking outside. After Zhao Shu left, Shin Leah watched her departing figure, her eyes gradually narrowing, her gaze becoming deeper. Zhao Shu, I hope you won't let me down, she murmured to herself. After saying that, she let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. She wasn't foolish, on the contrary, she was very smart, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the president of the Qin Commerce Group at such a young age. Her last attack, although it seemed to have no relation to Zhao Shu on the surface, was something only Zhao Shu knew about in detail. She didn't want to suspect Zhao Shu, truly didn't want to, because she had no friends, and Zhao Shu was the only one she felt she could confide in. If this matter was related to Zhao Shu, she really wouldn't know what to do. Linin University. A group of students, led by their counselor Zhou Shang, marched into the school cafeteria. In the university, not many people usually come to the cafeteria to eat. Because the university campus is open, unlike high schools and middle schools that are fully enclosed, and with a snack street right at the campus entrance, offering all kinds of delicious and affordable snacks, students prefer to eat outside since they all have money. However, once they leave university, what they miss the most might just be the university cafeteria. Under Zhou Shang's arrangement, the group directly reserved several large tables, taking up a large area. Zhou Shang stood at the front, smiling and saying, "Students, this gathering today is probably one of the few we have, and I feel a bit reluctant to part with you all. Yunhai, go ask the cafeteria lady to prepare a few more dishes." "Okay," Fan Yunhai replied, then exchanged a glance with Zhao Feier, and the two stood up and walked inside. "Ha, Yunhai, you can't even forget to bring your girlfriend when you're asked to order food? Are you afraid we'll steal her away?" Zhou Shang joked with a hearty laugh. Zhao Feier's face turned red. Fan Yunhai naturally chuckled and said, "Teacher Zhou is teasing us again. I'll go now." After saying that, he ran into the cafeteria with Zhao Feier. Zhou Shang shook his head with a smile and said, "This Fan Yunhai." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Hee-chun. It was no secret that Zhao Feier used to be Hee-chun's girlfriend. Many people knew, including Zhou Shang, the counselor. A couple of days ago, after Zhao Feier agreed to be Fan Yunhai's girlfriend, he had boasted about it on the campus forum, and now the whole school knew that Zhao Feier was his girlfriend. Otherwise, Tian Fuwei wouldn't have known about it. When Zhou Shang looked at Hee-chun, the other students present also turned to look at him. Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier were a couple, and they wanted to see Hee-chun's expression. Even Wang Jianbo looked at Hee-chun, worried that he might not be able to keep a straight face. After years of interaction, he knew Hee-chun very well and understood that he was quite sensitive. In the scene, almost everyone turned to look at Hee-chun. They thought he would be heartbroken, even possibly explode in public. But to their disappointment, Hee-chun just sat there with his head down, playing with his thumb, as if nothing had happened. "Old He, are you okay?" Wang Jianbo asked in a low voice, uncertain after seeing this. Hee-chun looked up at him, let out a sigh, and smiled lightly. "Do I look like I have a problem?" "Yes," Wang Jianbo said firmly. He really understood Hee-chun too well. All along, Hee-chun had been very sentimental and loyal. Although on the surface he always appeared optimistic, beneath that strong exterior, he felt very insecure. He seemed to get along well with the world, but inside, he had a closed-off self, isolated from everything, often standing there in a daze when alone. The Hee-chun in front of him was smiling too artificially, too unreal. "Old He, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought you here," Wang Jianbo said helplessly. Had he known it would be like this, he wouldn't have brought Hee-chun no matter what. Hee-chun shook his head and said, "It's fine, I wanted to come. Today, we don't have to worry about anything, just eat. If it weren't for waiting for Chin Lia, he wouldn't have stayed here at all. As for the gathering of classmates, he had no interest whatsoever. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the surrounding students immediately showed disappointed expressions. His girlfriend was taken away, and he can still eat? If it were me, I would have flipped the table and left. One girl whispered. Exactly. Any man with a bit of blood in him wouldn't just sit here silent after his girlfriend was taken. I think he's afraid of President Fan, so he doesn't dare to speak. TSK, I wanted to see some excitement, but I didn't expect. Enough! Wang Jianba shouted coldly, glaring at the girls who were whispering. Have you said enough? Can you show a little decency? What did we say? One girl suddenly stood up, glaring at Wang Jianba. We can say whatever we want. Who are you to control us? Wang Jianba shouted angrily. Zhao Mengmeng. You. Alright. Counselor Zhou Shang saw that things were about to get out of control and quickly stood up to mediate. Everyone, can we tone it down a bit? We're all classmates, and it's not easy for us to gather today. Such opportunities will become fewer in the future. Let's talk about something happy, okay? Humph. Zhao Mengmeng snorted coldly, giving Wang Jianba a fierce glare before sitting down. He Chen squinted at Zhou Shang. Just a moment ago, when Zhao Mengmeng and the others were gossiping, Zhou Shang said nothing, but now that Wang Jianba was arguing, he hurried to intervene. Typical bias. However, He Chen didn't blame Zhou Shang. After all, he was just a counselor, trying to avoid trouble, and could only smooth things over. As long as things didn't escalate, he wouldn't get involved. But his actions made He Chen lose any bit of goodwill he had for him in an instant. Forget it, brother Wang. He Chen pulled Wang Jianba and said, there's no need to get worked up over these people. Wang Jianba huffed heavily, sitting down in a huff. At that moment, Fan Yunhai returned with Zhao Feier. Teacher Zhou, I've already talked to Aunt Zhang. It will be ready soon, and we can get a discount, Fan Yunhai said with a chuckle. Zhou Shang laughed heartily. It's still thanks to President Fan's influence, but we still have over 10,000 left in our class fund. That's enough for food. After saying that, he patted Fan Yunhai on the shoulder and said, Yunhai, I really appreciate your help with the work just now, otherwise, I would have been stuck doing it all day. You should eat more. Fan Yunhai politely replied, helping you is part of our student council's duties, it's what we should do. Ha ha, Zhou Shang laughed, Yunhai really knows how to talk. By the way, classmates, how's your job search going? If you haven't found anything, you can ask Yunhai for help. His family's company supplies the Qin Commerce Group and is currently in need of staff. If anyone wants to go, just let him know, but you'll have to treat him to a meal as thanks. Wow, a supplier for the Qin Commerce Group? President Fan, your family is really impressive, exclaimed one male student. There was no denying it. The Qin Commerce Group had a huge reputation in linen. It could be said to be the leading enterprise in linen. Fan Yunhai chuckled lightly. Of course it's true. We are a special partner of the Qin Commerce Group, so you don't need to worry about any benefits. Wow, that's amazing. President Fan, can I go? Asked a slightly chubby student. Fan Yunhai nodded with a smile. Of course, but once you're at our company, you must work hard, otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my dad. That's for sure. Thank you, President Fan. President Fan is so righteous. President Fan, me too. I haven't found a job either. Please help me, President Fan. In a short while, more than 20 students stood up. Alright, no problem. Fan Yunhai agreed to all their requests without hesitation. This was something he had promised Zhao Feier from the start and had also discussed with the counselor Zhou Shang. Otherwise, Zhou Shang wouldn't have said that. Fan Yunhai's family company needed people, especially college students. An intern doesn't require much salary, and they are very obedient with strong work abilities. Even if they aren't suitable later, they can be dismissed directly. This way, both sides benefit, so why not? Feier, you really found a good boyfriend. Exactly. We're really benefiting from you. I'm so envious of you, Sister Feier. I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. President Fan, do you think I could be your girlfriend? A group of students kept complimenting, and their words became increasingly explicit. Sitting next to Fan Yunhai, Zhao Feier's expression of pride grew stronger. Fan Yunhai was her boyfriend, and her classmates were coming to seek help from him, greatly satisfying her vanity. This was something she had never experienced when she was with He Chen. The feeling was simply intoxicating. Fan Yunhai lightly coughed and said, Stop messing around, I only like Feier. Zhao Feier, with a blissful face, hugged Fan Yunhai's arm and said, You guys, it's hopeless. I'm in love with Fan Yunhai. Wow, this dog food is incredible. Enough already, in front of so many of us. In this day and age, finding a good boyfriend is really important. Just look at Sister Fair, with such an outstanding boyfriend like President Fan, she's simply living in bliss. Compared to before, it's like a different person. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent, and everyone instinctively turned to glance at Hee-chen. A different person compared to before? Everyone present knew who Zhao Feier's boyfriend had been. This remark was a bit too much. At that moment, Fan Yunhai suddenly stood up, chuckling as he said, "Of course. For a girl, choosing a boyfriend is like being reborn. If you choose differently, the outcome will naturally be different. Don't you all agree?" After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Hee-chen. As Fan Yunhai's words fell, a wave of agreement erupted in the room. Yes, yes, yes. What President Fan said makes so much sense. It turns out President Fan is not only handsome but also so talented. His words are pure philosophy. This is our President Fan. This is a real man. Unlike that Hee-chen, who is useless, like a waste, squandering Zhao Feier's youth. Enough! Wang Jianba shouted coldly, "Are you all done? You can fawn over Fan Yunhai all you want, but don't drag Hee-chen into everything." Fan Yunhai chuckled lightly, "What? Do you think they're wrong? Hee-chen has indeed wasted a lot of Zhao Feier's precious youth, but he can give her nothing. I can not only make her rich and noble but also ensure her happiness for a lifetime. Can Hee-chen do that?" As his words fell, the room erupted in screams. Wow, that was so well said. President Fan is just too sweet. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so gentle. I'm envious. I want a love like that too. I'm really envious of Feier. This is the love a girl should have. It's just too sweet. The old Feier lived a pitiful life, but now she's the envy of everyone. Hee-chen, look, this is a man. And look at you. You're simply embarrassing us, man. The students present echoed in agreement. Even the boys in the crowd began to look down on Hee-chen. People are soft when they're fed, and they're soft when they're given help. Who can't say flattering words? Moreover, just now, Fan Yunhai had offered many job positions. These people were counting on him, and they were too eager to please to dare offend him. Ha, this is really ridiculous. At that moment, an extremely inappropriate cold laugh suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone turned to look, only to find Hee-chen wearing a cold smile as he gazed at them. Hee-chen originally didn't want to stoop to their level. After all, they were classmates, and he always believed that it was better to avoid trouble than to seek it. But these people had repeatedly provoked him. Even a clay figurine has its temper, let alone a living person. If he was bullied to his face and didn't fight back, he would truly be unworthy of being called a man. You want to curry favor with Fan Yunhai? Very well, then I'll indulge you all. Hee-chen, what did you say? What do you mean? Do you realize you're wrong? I think he knows just how ridiculous he is. Wasting Zhao Feier's youth. Are you ready to repent? The crowd began to accuse Hee-chen, showing their loyalty to Fan Yunhai. Hee-chen shook his head and sneered, "Not at all. I just feel that a group of university students, who have received over a decade of education and are about to graduate as the new pillars of the country, behaving like dogs barking incessantly just to please Fan Yunhai is truly disgusting. For the first time in my life, I've discovered that people can be so shameless." What did you say? Who are you calling shameless? You dare say that again, Who are you calling a dog? Upon hearing Hee-chen's words, the crowd instantly erupted. Even Wang Jianbo looked at Hee-chen in shock. Hee-chen usually had a good temper and rarely got angry. He had never seen him so furious before. Faced with the angry crowd, Hee-chen's expression remained unchanged as he coldly laughed. What school teaches us is that no matter what we face, we can maintain our ambition, preserve our dignity, avoid following trends, take risks, confront difficulties, and be unyielding. But you all have only learned to wag your tails and beg for pity. Do you think you are in the wrong? Hee-chen, that's enough. How long are you going to keep this up? We've already broken up. Is it fun for you to make such a scene here? Even if you keep this up, I will never get back together with you. Can you be a little more mature? Do you even know what it means to be embarrassed? Zhao Feier shouted angrily at Hee-chen. Hee-chen turned to Zhao Feier and said, "For you, Zhao Feier, can you stop feeling so good about yourself?" When they were together, Hee-chen was willing to do anything for her. In the relationship, he was the one who gave his all. But ever since he saw Zhao Feier's true gold-digging nature, he felt nothing for her anymore. His current actions had nothing to do with Zhao Feier. He simply looked down on these classmates from the past few years who were trying to curry favor with Fan Yunhai by stepping on him for a little benefit. He had a good temper and usually didn't want to argue with others, but that didn't mean he had no temper, nor was he a soft target for others to trample on. If he got really angry, he wouldn't just scold his classmates, he would dare to scold the dean too. Back in middle school, when he was bullied, he chased the bully home with a kitchen knife, scaring the whole family into not daring to step outside. Zhao Feier was so angry that her face turned red. The counselor, Zhou Shang, quickly stepped in and said, "Hee-chen, What you said is too much. Stop it right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for deducting your credits and making you unable to graduate. If these students continued to argue, where would he, as a counselor, put his face? If they couldn't hold back and started fighting, he might end up losing his job. He-Chen narrowed his eyes and said, threatening me with credits? Teacher Zhou, let me handle this, you just watch. Fan Yunhai stepped forward. After saying that, he turned to He-Chen and coldly laughed. He-Chen, do you know how pathetic you look right now? Not being able to keep your woman is your own incompetence. Is it interesting to show off your verbal skills here? This world is one where everything revolves around money. If you're poor, you're nothing. Even breathing is a mistake. Do you understand? He-Chen glanced at him and coldly laughed. Is having a lot of money really that impressive? If it were before, he wouldn't have the right to say such things. But now, with a ton of gold worth 300 million, there were hardly any in Linen whose wealth surpassed his. Ha ha. As He-Chen's voice fell, the crowd burst into laughter. He-Chen, are you an idiot? Exactly. It's really ridiculous. You have no money and still dare to say money doesn't matter? Do you think you can be rich? He-Chen, having money is impressive. Do you see the gold necklace around Zhao Feier's neck? President Fan just bought it for her, over 8,000. Can you do that? He can't do anything. He probably has to think twice about spending $8 on noodles. Funny, a guy without a job dares to tell President Fan, is having a lot of money impressive? Do you know how pretentious you sound? Can't you be a little more practical? Why not ask President Fan to arrange a job for you as a doorman? Fan Yunhai chuckled and said, for Feier's sake, of course. Just in time, the doorman at my company is about to retire. If He-Chen asks me, I might consider it. President Fan is so generous. He-Chen, why don't you hurry up and ask President Fan? Exactly. Luckily President Fan is willing to take you in, otherwise, a waste like you wouldn't even be wanted to sweep the streets. The surrounding classmates mocked him, their words growing increasingly harsh. Since the mask had already been torn off, there was nothing left to worry about. In order to please Fan Yunhai, they had no objections to mocking He-Chen, or even publicly beating him up. Take me in? He-Chen sneered. Do you dare to ask him if he has the guts to want me? As soon as He-Chen's words fell, the surrounding students immediately expressed their disdain, especially a few roommates sitting next to He-Chen, who began to mock him with contempt. He-Chen, who doesn't know who? Can't you just stop pretending? It's really too easy to brag these days, just having a mouth is enough. Do you really not know your own worth? How dare you ask if President Fan has the qualifications? Who do you think you are? He-Chen, sharing a dorm with you is the worst luck for us brothers in this lifetime. From now on, we don't want a brother like you. Wang Jianba's face turned red with anger as he said, You, Wang Ziang, Su Keiming, we are all in the same dorm. You don't have to go this far, right? He never expected that others would step on He-Chen, but these former brothers from the same dorm would also choose to turn against him to please Fan Yunhai. He-Chen sighed and said, Brother Wang, forget it. He had often heard that only through hardship could one understand who truly cared for them. Now, He-Chen finally understood this saying. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble. In the face of Fan Yunhai's hostility, the only person willing to stand in front of him was Wang Jianba. What do you mean forget it? These people are simply going too far. Wang Jianba said angrily. Wang Ziang said in a deep voice, What do you mean we are going too far? It's his own problem, okay? The other roommates joined in the shouting. Exactly. A useless person trying to act tough. Su Keiming chimed in. It's all his fault for provoking President Fan. No one can help him. Anyone who associates with someone like him is bound to be unlucky. You still dare to be with him? Aren't you afraid of being sold out? You. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted outside the cafeteria. What happened? Fan Yunhai and the others were taken aback, looking curiously outside the cafeteria. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, a red Maserati was parked. Next to the Maserati stood a woman dressed in a white top with a hint of purple, and a light purple long skirt that swayed in the wind, her beautiful chestnut hair flowing with the breeze. The students around, witnessing this scene, all widened their eyes. There were quite a few students outside the cafeteria. Some had just arrived to eat, some had already finished, and some were just passing by. Now, regardless of gender, everyone was captivated by the woman next to the Maserati. The university was not lacking in beautiful women, especially Tian Fue, who had held the title of campus belle for 4 years, truly a top beauty. However, these girls were merely youthful beauties, like fleeting images. But Qin Leah was different. Having long left the campus, she had competed with all kinds of people in the business world, making her exude a kind of wild, extreme beauty, a charm that was aggressive and captivating, making it hard to look away after just one glance. After a brief shock, Qin Leah's identity was instantly recognized by those around her, causing a wave of exclamations. Wow! Oh my! It's Qin Leah from the Qin Commerce Group. What is President Qin doing here? Could it be that the Qin Commerce Group is recruiting from our school? Is our school that impressive? Impossible. Didn't you see that only President Qin is here? There are no school leaders with her. It must be for something else. Then what is she here for? Who knows? Wow, she's walking towards me. At this moment, Qin Leah suddenly stepped forward, walked up to one of the boys, and smiled. Excuse me, is this the cafeteria? The boy's face instantly turned bright red with excitement, stammering, why yes. Thank you. Qin Leah chuckled lightly and nodded, then walked directly inside. My God, President Qin spoke to me, the boy exclaimed excitedly. The other students immediately followed Qin Leah into the building. Many even took out their phones to secretly snap pictures of her. After all, opportunities to be this close to Qin Leah were extremely rare. Usually, when Qin Leah visited Liaoning University, she was accompanied by a group of reporters, and after staying for just a few minutes to speak with the school leaders, she would leave right away. It was never like this, appearing in front of so many students. They were eager to know why Qin Leah had come here. In the cafeteria, Fan Yunhai was about to step outside to see what was happening, as he was the president of the student council and responsible for handling emergencies at the school. However, before he could move, a striking figure suddenly walked into the cafeteria. Upon seeing this figure, Fan Yunhai and the others instantly recognized her. Not just him, but also the other students present. As fourth-year interns, they had been navigating the real world for some time, so how could they not recognize the president of the Qin Commerce Group? Wow, is that President Qin from the Qin Commerce Group? My God, how did she end up here? And all alone, without any school leaders accompanying her? Exactly. Teacher Zhou, did you receive any notice? Zhou Shang raised an eyebrow. He was also puzzled. In the past, whenever Qin Leah visited the school, she was always accompanied by school leaders, at the very least a few directors. Why was she here alone now? Moreover, he hadn't received any notification from the school that Qin Leah was coming. What was even stranger was why Qin Leah had come to the cafeteria. Teacher Zhou, President Qin is coming over to us. At that moment, one of the students exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, the other students also noticed the situation. Qin Leah was indeed heading in their direction, and aside from them, there were no other students around. Seeing this scene, excitement instantly appeared on their faces. Wow, President Qin is coming towards us. My God, President Qin isn't looking for me, is she? Just you? Don't kid yourself. Take a look at what kind of toad you are. I feel like President Qin must be looking for me. I submitted a resume to the Qin Commerce Group yesterday. She must have been impressed by it and came to personally recruit me. Everyone, quiet down. At this moment, Fan Yunhai coldly shouted, startling the nearby students into silence. With Fan Yunhai's current authority, who would dare to disrespect him? He took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Shang, saying, Teacher Zhou, is President Qin here to find you? Yes, Teacher Zhou, I feel the same as President Fan. I also think President Qin is here to find you. Another student chimed in. Wow, Teacher Zhou is really impressive, to actually know President Qin. The other students around quickly echoed. It must be said, once a person has money, even their excrement smells sweet. A casual fart could be hailed as a heavenly sound by a crowd. Zhou Shang listened to the flattery from the surrounding students, feeling a bit embarrassed as he cleared his throat. President Qin coming to find him? Even Zhou Shang felt that was a bit far-fetched. But why would Qin Leah suddenly come here? And even the school leaders were unaware. Could it be that she was captivated by his stunning talent and handsome appearance? Thinking of this, Zhou Shang felt a surge of pride, his heart racing, and he unconsciously ran his fingers through his hair, clearing his throat as he walked directly towards her. Amidst countless gazes in the cafeteria, Zhou Shang approached Qin Leah, took a deep breath, and revealed a self-assured, charming smile, saying, Hello, President Qin, I am Zhou Shang, you, Qin Leah expressionlessly hummed in response, then she simply walked past Zhou Shang and continued deeper inside. Zhou Shang stood there in a daze, completely stunned. What the hell? Just a His old face instantly turned red. Damn it! Am I not a dignified senior counselor? Don't I have any pride? This is too much of a slap in the face, right? But in front of Qin Leah, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Not just him, but the entire Liaoning University, aside from a few high-ranking leaders like the president and vice president, who would dare to make things difficult for Qin Leah. Fan Yunhai and the others, seeing Zhou Shang being ignored, all wore puzzled expressions. Wasn't she here to find Zhou Shang? Then what was she here for? Only Wang Jianba, upon seeing Qin Leah, widened his eyes in surprise, looking at He Chen in disbelief. Before coming to the cafeteria, He Chen seemed to have mentioned something about Qin Leah. At that time, he completely thought He Chen was bragging. But now, in just a short while, Qin Leah really came here? What a coincidence. But this is just too coincidental, right? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Leah confidently and naturally continued forward, each step captivating everyone's attention. And the direction she was heading was precisely towards the group of students Zhou Sheng had brought. Zhao Mengmeng, witnessing this scene, excitedly said to Fan Yunhai, "President Fan, your family is a supplier for the Qin group, is President Qin here to see you?" Upon hearing this, Fan Yunhai's mind jolted. That's right. Among their group of students, aside from him, no one else had the qualifications for Leah to come here in person. Thinking of this, Fan Yunhai took a deep breath, stepped forward, and approached Leah. Then, with a standard gentleman smile on his face, he said, "Hello, President Qin, I." Leah directly turned to the side and walked past him. She didn't even glance at him, not even a single just walked right by, leaving Fan Yunhai standing there, completely petrified, his face filled with embarrassment that could fill a basket. Damn it! Was she not here to find him? Then who was she looking for? Fan Yunhai immediately looked at the remaining students. At that moment, He-Chen suddenly stood up. Beside him, Wang Xiang widened his eyes and quickly pulled He-Chen back, saying, "You little brat, isn't it enough that you just offended President Fan? You want to provoke President Qin too? Sit down and behave." The other roommates nearby also glared at him angrily. Who is Leah? She is the most beautiful president in Linen, even their dean has to be polite when he sees her. Although they didn't know why Leah suddenly appeared here today, even their counselor and student council president Fan Yunhai had suffered a silent loss, and now He-Chen still wanted to approach her. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? They weren't worried about Leah causing trouble for He-Chen, but they were afraid of being implicated. If it weren't for He-Chen, how would they be sitting at this last table? But the next moment, they were shocked. They saw Leah walk straight up to their table, then stop. Her powerful aura scared Wang Xiang and the others into not daring to breathe. Being flattered and surprised was nothing compared to this. Immediately after, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Leah's icy expression suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped as she tilted her head and said, "Hello, Mr. He, nice to see you again." Hiss. Seeing this scene, Fan Yunhai and the others suddenly widened their eyes. "Mr. He-Chen? Leah was actually here to see He-Chen? Are you kidding me? This is the most beautiful president in Linen, the dream goddess in the hearts of countless men in Linen City." At the same time, the entire cafeteria, everyone without exception, fell silent, the quietness terrifying. The next moment, the noise erupted like a bomb, gasps filled the air. "Wow, who is this guy that even President Qin personally came here? I didn't know we had such an impressive figure among our senior cousins. God, who knows where this godly senior comes from? Who knows? Although I've seen him at school, I've never paid attention to him. Who would have thought he was this amazing?" Unlike these people, Chen Jijun, Zhao Mengmeng, and their group knew exactly who He-Chen was. But precisely because they knew, their surprise was even greater than that of the other students around them. They could hardly imagine how He-Chen got to know Leah. After all, Leah is the president of the Qin Commerce Group. What is the Qin Commerce Group? It is the leading enterprise in Linen, a big company that countless people dream of entering. Even Fan's company is just a supplier for the Qin Commerce Group. This shows the influence of the Qin Commerce Group, not to mention Leah, the president. Wherever she goes, Leah is the absolute center of attention. But now, Leah specifically came to the university cafeteria to find He-Chen, and she even called him Mr. He. This is just too unbelievable. When did He-Chen become so capable? They felt like their worldview was about to be overturned. They had mocked He-Chen as a waste, saying he was wasting Zhao Feier's youth to please Fan Yunhai, only to find out that He-Chen actually knew the president of the Qin Commerce Group. Just based on this, He-Chen is many times more impressive than Fan Yunhai, because even Fan Yunhai's father would have to bow and scrape when meeting the president of the Qin Commerce Group, let alone Fan Yunhai himself. At this moment, they felt like they were going crazy, especially Wang Xiang and a few other roommates who had spent day and night with He-Chen. They had just been saying that whoever was with He-Chen was unlucky, yet in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face, and it was the president of the Qin Commerce Group who did the slapping. This is impossible. How could this happen? Zhao Feier murmured, her face pale. Today, for her, could be said to be the most glorious day since her birth, but her glory lasted less than a day before it was completely torn apart. And the one who tore apart her glory was none other than He-Chen. This guy whom she had discarded like a piece of trash, who was worthless in her eyes, wasting her precious youth. Now he had transformed and instantly became the focus of everyone in the cafeteria, stealing all the glory that should have belonged to her. And all of this was just because of Leah's sudden arrival. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand how He-Chen knew Leah. She had been with He-Chen for so long. If he knew Leah, she should have known by now. but she had never heard He Chen mention it, not even once. At this moment, Zhao Feier was filled with resentment. He Chen, you bastard. He Chen was unaware of the shock and anger from Fan Yunhai and the others. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked at the smiling Qinlia and asked, "Why is President Qin so happy?" "Of course I'm happy to see Mr. He again," Qinlia replied with a smile. After saying that, she glanced around at the other students. How sharp was her mind? Just by looking at where these people were standing, even if Qinlia didn't know what had happened before, she could tell that He Chen had been isolated by these people. Seeing the look in Qinlia's eyes, the students around felt a sudden chill. Although Qinlia was not much older than them, she had held a high position for a long time, and her gaze was so piercing that to these students, it felt like a sharp knife, making them too scared to even breathe. However, Qinlia ignored them and turned back to look at He Chen. "Mr. He, I would like to invite you to dinner. There are some things I would like to consult with you about. I wonder if you would do me the honor." Hiss. Upon hearing Qinlia's words, the surrounding students were at a loss for words. They only thought that He Chen knew Qinlia, but they never expected that Qinlia not only wanted to invite him to dinner but also sought his advice. Isn't that a bit too much? He Chen nodded. Sure. He was here to wait for Qinlia, otherwise, he would have left long ago. "I wanted to introduce you to a friend." He Chen pulled Wang Jianba over and said to Qinlia, "This is the friend I mentioned, named Wang Jianba. He wants to work at the Qin Commerce Group. I wonder what President Qin thinks." "Of course," Qinlia replied with a light smile, then turned to Wang Jianba. "I'll give the HR department a heads up. If you want to come, you can report anytime, and you can choose your position." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's face turned red with excitement. He Chen had directly introduced him to Qinlia. How could he not be thrilled? The other students around looked at Wang Jianba with envy. They had all interviewed at the Qin Commerce Group, only to be ruthlessly rejected. And now, Wang Jianba could just walk in with a word from He Chen and choose any position he wanted. What kind of treatment was this? They wouldn't even dare to think about it. In an instant, the envy in their eyes was almost bleeding. If they had known earlier, they would have built a good relationship with He Chen. Wouldn't this good fortune have fallen on them? "Yeah, old He, you're amazing. You really know President Qin. I'm going to love you to death." Wang Jianba exclaimed excitedly. "Get out of here. Don't be so disgusting." He Chen replied speechlessly, then asked, "Are you coming to eat with us?" No. Wang Jianba quickly waved his hands. "You guys go ahead, I won't meddle." Going to dinner with Qinlia? Are you kidding? Even if he had 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare. Thinking of this, he looked at He Chen with envy. This guy was hiding his depth too well. But now was definitely not the time to ask about these things. When the opportunity arose, he had to get He Chen to explain everything clearly. "Alright, we'll head out first." After He Chen finished speaking, he walked out with Qinlia. As they passed by Fan Yunhai, He Chen glanced at him lightly, then turned back and continued walking out. Wherever they went, everyone in their path stepped aside, clearing a wide road. But that glance almost made Fan Yunhai spit blood from anger. The way He Chen looked at him was so indifferent, as if he were looking at a clown. In other words, all his previous bluster was nothing but clowning in He Chen's eyes? He simply couldn't accept that look. In the cafeteria, under the gaze of countless people, He Chen and Qinlia walked out from the front row and then got into Qinlia's car. This scene made the surrounding people green with envy. That was Qinlia, the most beautiful president in Linen. Just to have a word with her, they would be willing to lose a year of their life. And now, their dream girl, the woman they adored, had let He Chen directly get into her car and was going to have a meal in their own world? Thinking of this, many boys were practically going crazy. Damn, this godly senior is amazing. Not just amazing, he's simply out of this world. That's Qinlia. It's over. My dream girl is gone just like that. A group of boys lamented dramatically. At the entrance, following a group out, Wang Xiang immediately asked Wang Jianba after He Chen left, "Brother Jianba, what's the relationship between Shiming and President Qin?" Other students saw this scene and quickly gathered around. If we talk about the person closest to He Chen, it must be Wang Jianba. Others may not know much about He Chen, but Wang Jianba definitely does. If he could leverage his relationship with He Chen to enter the Qin business group, it would surely make countless people envious. At this moment, these people completely ignored the gloomy-faced Fan Yunhai beside them. Compared to Qinlia, Fan Yunhai was far inferior. In no time, many classmates rushed to Wang Jianba's side. "Brother Jianba, tell us what's going on." Wang Jianba shot a sideways glance at Wang Xiang and sneered, "What does their relationship have to do with you?" "Of course it matters. It matters a lot. We've been classmates for 4 years. Exactly. We've been roommates in the same dorm for 4 years. Even Chen Jijun chuckled. "Brother Jianba, come on, tell us." Wang Jianba sneered, Aren't you the ones who said we don't deserve to be your friends? Sharing a dorm with me and shimming is the worst luck of your life. Better keep your distance from us, or else if you run into bad luck, don't blame it on us. He was the kind of person who would repay grievances. Now that he had found an opportunity, how could he not take a jab or two? How could you say that? Brother Jianba, what are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? We're the best brothers, said Su Kaming beside him. Don't! Wang Jianba quickly waved his hand. You guys should keep your distance from us, or else if President fancies you, he might blame you, and then you'll blame me. Other students from different departments and years, witnessing this scene, began to point and whisper. These seniors really have thick skin. Exactly. I clearly heard how they mocked that guy in the cafeteria just now. I heard it too. They not only stole his girlfriend but also ridiculed him. Then they got slapped in the face by Qin Lia. They changed their attitude in an instant. They turned on a dime. Ha ha, they don't want to be good people and instead want to be dogs. Who can they blame? Wang Xiang and the other students, hearing the discussions around them, even with their thick skin, felt embarrassed and quickly left the scene. At the back of the crowd, Fan Yunhai's expression was extremely dark. As the president of the student council, he had never lost face like this in front of so many people. Kid, don't get too proud. You'll see, Fan Yunhai muttered in a low voice. In the Maserati, He-chan sat in the passenger seat next to Qin Lia, letting out a sigh. President Qin, don't come to school to find me anymore. What's wrong? Qin Lia asked, puzzled. He-chan grimaced. Did you not see those boys' eyes? They looked like they wanted to kill me with their glares. I still feel like there's a sword at my back. If you come a couple more times, I feel like someone might just take a risk and solve me with a brick. He had never been under the gaze of so many people, let alone those eyes filled with murderous intent. Just now, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already panicking. If he had to go through that again, he wouldn't dare to do it even if you killed him. It was terrifying. Put. Qin Lia couldn't help but laugh. Hearing you say that, am I really that popular at your school? Of course. You have no idea, those boys at our school all see you as their ideal dream girl. They can't even sleep without muttering your name. He-chan said directly. And what about you, mister? Qin Lia suddenly tilted her head and asked. He-chan, caught off guard by his own impure thoughts being exposed, instantly blushed and panicked, stammering, Qin Lia immediately giggled. Mister, he actually gets shy? Did I hit the nail on the head? She had no prior understanding of He-chan. Including the time he saved her, they had only met twice. The first time was a hurried encounter before they parted ways. The second time, she treated him to a meal, but they only sat together and chatted casually, without delving into many topics. He-chan's demeanor throughout was quite normal. In her impression, He-chan should be the kind of person who is shrewd, calculating, and possesses great insight. After all, someone who can casually point out fire hazards in a warehouse can't be simple, right? Yet now she suddenly realized that He-chan was actually such a shy young man. He blushed just from her casual remark? How could he be so cute? She found it hard to believe that there were still such adorable boys in this world. Ahem. He-chan cleared his throat, fidgeting as he said, No way, it's not like that. Don't guess randomly. I was just thinking about something. Right, thinking about other things. Anyway, just don't come looking for me at school in the future. We can meet outside. This guy was already as thin-skinned as paper. At most, he was a bit mentally and emotionally repressed, but his soul was still pure and shy. Pure as clear water. All right, Qin Lia chuckled lightly. I'll listen to Mr. In the future, when I want to find Mr. I'll just arrange to meet outside. After all, she needed something from He-chan, and while teasing him was fun, she didn't want to provoke him and regret it later. He-chan nodded quickly, letting out a long sigh of relief. This woman's aura was like that of a queen. He stole a glance at Qin Lia. She was focused on driving and didn't continue talking. To be honest, from the side, Qin Lia looked truly stunning. She was beautiful from the front, but her profile was unbeatable. Her delicate nose, gentle smile, fair cheeks, and hair lightly brushing her ears. How could one word beauty encompass all of this? Her looks could easily overshadow most female celebrities. More importantly, from the side, one could better appreciate the impressive curves of Qin Lia's chest. At least, she must be a 36F. He-chan's heart raced wildly at the sight. If he could have some wonderful experiences with such a gorgeous woman. At that moment, He-chan couldn't help but daydream again. Ding! Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification sound. He took out his phone and saw a pop-up message. Congratulations, host, for participating in tomorrow's headline news content. Reward, super bad luck sticker for 5 minutes, during which you will be plagued by extreme misfortune. Reminder, use with caution. He-chan was slightly taken aback upon reading the message. What the hell? This reward should be related to the news of the warehouse fire at the Chin Group, meaning the warehouse had indeed caught fire, and Chin Lia coming to find him was likely closely related to the fire. But what was this super bad luck sticker? The first time he dug up gold, the system rewarded him with martial arts skills. The time he saved Chin Lia was extremely dangerous, and he even got injured. It was a struggle to save her life, and the system rewarded him with a sports car and a body enhancement serum. He Chen furrowed his brows in thought. The first system reward was for something he unearthed from underground. The second was for risking his life to save her from 3 thugs. But this time, he hadn't done anything significant, he merely reminded Chin Lia. This suggested that the size of the system's rewards was directly related to the magnitude of the event, and perhaps also to the extent of his involvement. With this thought, He Chen's gaze deepened, and he began to ponder a mischievous idea. If he hadn't reminded Chin Lia about fire safety and instead waited for the fire to break out before calling the fire department, he wondered, would the reward have been greater? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he shook it off. No way, he couldn't do that. This was an utterly immoral act, something no decent person would do. If he really went through with it, he might end up with a son who wouldn't even have a backside. Besides, this bad luck sticker wasn't too bad. A bad luck sticker is still better than having nothing at all, right? It can't be said to be good, but it can't be said to be bad either. It mainly depends on how it's used. For example, how about trying it on Fan Yunhai? Although he didn't say anything in the cafeteria when faced with Fan Yunhai's provocation, that guy definitely held grudges. He was the type who kept everything bottled up, noting it all down in his little notebook. Then, he'd come back at you hard. Unfortunately, the reward came a bit late. If it had arrived a few minutes earlier, he would have stuck it right on that turtle's face without hesitation, letting him experience the power of use with caution firsthand. The words "use with caution" on this bad luck sticker really made He-Chen look forward to it, wondering just how far it could go. With that thought, He-Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. You must be very curious about why I came to find you, right? At that moment, Chin Lia suddenly asked. Why? He-Chen feigned ignorance. Chin Lia took a deep breath, her expression serious, and said, just as you reminded me last night, the southern warehouse of the Chin Commerce Group caught fire last night. Fortunately, thanks to your reminder, we made ample preparations, and the fire was extinguished before it could spread, which avoided huge losses. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As she took that breath, her fullness pushed up high. He-Chen's eyes widened instantly. Damn! It was already impressive enough normally. With that deep breath, it was like his eyeballs were about to pop. Very impressive, He-Chen instinctively replied. What's impressive? He-Chen quickly snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling his gaze away from the 2 mountains, feeling embarrassed as he said, very good. I meant very good. As long as there were no losses, that's great. Chin Lia raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Just very good? Was there nothing else to say? Did yesterday's reminder about the fire really just come from goodwill, without any other requests or conditions? Even if it was just kindness, shouldn't he at least act a bit cool about it? What did very good even mean? Mr. Don't you have anything to say to me about this fire? Chin Lia asked, puzzled. He-Chen's expression changed, and feeling guilty, he quickly waved his hands, saying, I didn't start it. I can guarantee it wasn't me. I was at school all morning. The people at school can vouch for me. Chin Lia. She was left speechless by He-Chen's words. I never said you started it. Why are you so quick to deny it? Mr. You're overthinking it. I never said you started it. Chin Lia didn't want to cause any misunderstanding, so she quickly explained. I came to find you mainly to thank you for your reminder yesterday. There's nothing else. Please don't misunderstand. Hearing Chin Lia's words, He-Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. I thought you were going to turn me in to the police. He-Chen exhaled deeply. He had almost jumped out of the car in fright. How could that be? I'm grateful to you. To express my gratitude, I rushed over to convey my and the Chin Commerce Group's thanks to you. Chin Lia said. No need to be polite. He-Chen waved his hand, saying, it was just a small matter, nothing to worry about. As long as you didn't suffer any losses, that's what matters. After saying that, he chuckled, hiding his achievements and fame. At that moment, he felt like Comrade Lei Feng was waving at him, and the red scarf on his chest seemed even brighter. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Chin Lia parked the car but didn't rush to get out. Instead, she turned her head, her beautiful big eyes fixed on He-Chen without blinking. She looked left and right. Inside the dark car, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly enchanting. He-Chen blinked, looking confused, and said, President Chin, is there something on my face? Chin Lia shook her head and replied, no. He-Chen, no flowers, yet you're staring at me like that? Wait, that look of admiration, could it be that she's interested in me? Or is she asking for a kiss? He Chen's heart raced with excitement. Shouldn't he take the initiative? But what if he gets rejected? If he runs into lawyer Zhang Wei again, or a judge from Yingtianfu, his life would be ruined. However, He Chen looked at Qin Lia's delicate cheeks and charming red lips, and suddenly steeled himself. Damn it! Fortune favors the bold. He decided to go for it. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of this enchanting atmosphere. He Chen took a deep breath, trying to bolster his courage. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. Just as he was about to take his 9,999th breath, Qin Lia suddenly asked with a puzzled expression, Mr. He, can you tell me how you knew the warehouse would catch fire? This was the question Qin Lia wanted to understand the most. If He Chen said it was a coincidence, she would never believe it. He Chen was definitely a very capable person, just pretending to be ordinary. Upon hearing this, He Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, he felt an overwhelming disappointment. Damn it, it's not about wanting his body. He cleared his throat and said, this matter, whether you believe it or not, it really was just a coincidence. Upon hearing He Chen's words, Qin Lia narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, those who boast about how great they are often incompetent. The more capable a person is, the more low-key they tend to be. Just like He Chen right now. This He Chen was indeed not an ordinary person, and she might very well be the first to discover this secret. Such a person was worth befriending. This was a chance given to her by heaven, and she had to seize it. Perhaps in the future, He Chen could help her greatly. Just like this time, he had helped her avoid a fire. Let's go, Mr. He, let's head inside, to the same room as last time. Qin Lia smiled lightly as she opened the car door. Then, the two walked together into the hotel. As He Chen passed by the hotel entrance, on one side inside, a burly young man sitting there with his legs crossed suddenly looked surprised when he saw He Chen walk by. He immediately rushed to the door of a private room and knocked hard. Brother Tian, it's Zhao Gang. I need to talk to you. Come in. A voice came from inside the private room. He pushed the door open, and inside, Zhang Tianjun and a few others were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing, their hands constantly caressing the thighs of the beautiful women beside them. What's up, Gangzi? Zhang Tianjun chuckled as he withdrew his hand from the thigh of a beauty and asked Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang ran up to Zhang Tianjun and said, Brother Tian, guess who I just saw? How would I know who you saw? Spit it out. Don't waste my time, Zhang Tianjun said in a low voice. It's He Chen. Zhao Gang quickly replied, the kid we saw yesterday. It's him? Zhang Tianjun's expression tightened. Yesterday, he had taken advantage of Qin Xiao and brought a few guys to trouble He Chen. Before they could even make a move, they were chased out by a group of elderly people. He had never suffered such humiliation since he started out. So, he had been looking for a chance to deal with He Chen. Brother Tian, who is this He Chen you're talking about? Do you need help? Another young man in the private room asked. Zhang Tianjun shook his head and said, it's nothing, young masterly, just a small trouble. After that, he looked at Zhao Gang and asked, where is that kid now? He's right here in the hotel. I just saw him go inside with a girl. Zhao Gang replied quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianjun narrowed his eyes. Good kid. He actually dares to show up in front of me. Today, I'll let you know just how many eyes the king of horses has. Let's go. Call the brothers over. We're going to meet him. With that, Zhang Tianjun immediately walked outside. Once outside, he went straight to the hotel manager to inquire about the private room where He Chen was. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the person. The one who booked the room wasn't He Chen, but Qin Lia. How could he possibly find him? Brother Tian, what should we do? Zhao Gang asked. Zhang Tianjun furrowed his brows and pondered for 2 seconds. Should he barge into one room after another? That would indeed allow him to find He Chen. But who knew who was in those rooms? If he provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend, he would be done for. It wasn't worth it just to deal with He Chen. Zhang Tianjun took a deep breath and said, you guys wait outside for them. I don't believe they won't come out. As soon as he does, you notify me immediately. Okay. Zhao Gang replied right away, then walked outside. On the other side, He Chen entered the private room with Qin Lia. Mr. He, please take a seat. The food will be here shortly, Qin Lia said with a smile. Before long, the dishes were served. He Chen couldn't name a single dish, but compared to his last visit, it was much more lavish, making him exclaim inwardly how nice it was to have money. Thinking back to when he had to consider whether to buy a bottle of beer with a bowl of noodles, he couldn't help but feel grateful. And now, a whole table of sumptuous dishes, plus the company of the stunning Qin Lia. He Chen discreetly glanced at Qin Lia. Wow, she was incredibly beautiful. Putting everything else aside, just being able to see her every day was enough to satisfy him. This was what life was about. At that moment, Qin Lia stood up and smiled at He Chen, saying, Mr. He, I won't say too much in thanks. To show my gratitude, let me pour you a drink. Saying this, she picked up the wine bottle and bent down to pour for Hee-chan. At that moment, Shin Lia was no longer the proud and aloof president of the Chin group. She looked like an ordinary woman, so pleasing to the eye. Hee-chan stood up politely and said, "No need to be so formal, President Chin, you." Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly fixed on Shin Lia's chest. Damn, that angle, that position, incredible. Even when sitting, he could feel her impressive figure. If she bent over in front of him, he would be trapped between two mountains and never escape. Before they even started drinking, Hee-chan felt like he was already drunk to the point of losing consciousness, wishing to remain intoxicated in this mountain. Cheers, Mr. He, I toast to you. Shin Lia raised her glass towards Hee-chan. Seeing her raise the glass, Hee-chan quickly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "You're too kind, President Shin." He then took the glass and downed it in one go. Shin Lia chuckled lightly, took out a card from her bag, and handed it to Hee-chan, saying, "Mr. He, I won't say too much. This card contains 20 million, as a token of my gratitude to you. I hope you won't refuse." Upon hearing this, Hee-chan's face immediately showed surprise. Last time, Shin Lia had given him 5 million. He didn't expect her to give him another 20 million. 20 million! This little rich woman was too wealthy. Hee-chan almost blurted out, "Rich woman, please take my leg." It was simply too thrilling. Hee-chan cleared his throat and said, "President Shin, you're really too kind. Since you're being so generous, I won't stand on ceremony." Money laid out in front of him, not taking it would be foolish. Hee-chan wouldn't pretend to be high-minded. Whoever wanted to be high-minded could go ahead. Seeing Hee-chan accept the money, Shin Lia was instantly delighted and said, "That's great. Since Hee-chan is willing to accept this money, it means he doesn't see her as an outsider, which indicates the possibility of a good relationship. This is the best news for her." Soon after, Shin Lia sat down opposite Hee-chan and began to eat and chat. Normally, Hee-chan would feel awkward in front of a beauty like Shin Lia, given her status. Even with a ton of gold backing him, his nature was such that it wasn't easy to change. However, with alcohol, it was different. After a couple of drinks, he became tipsy and started chatting away. Hee-chan was a senior student in his internship, and Shin Lia had just left university not long ago, so they had plenty of common topics to discuss. They talked for almost an hour before leaving the private room and heading outside. It was already dark outside. As soon as they appeared in the hotel lobby, the person waiting there immediately called Jung Tianjun. "Hello, Brother Tian, the one named he has come out." "Good, don't let him escape." "Understood. There are people outside blocking him, he won't get away." At the hotel entrance, Shin Lia laughed and said to Hee-chan, "Mr. He, are you satisfied with this meal?" "Very satisfied. How could I not be? Thank you for your generous hospitality, President Shin." Hee-chan replied with a smile. This was probably the most lavish meal he had ever had in his life. As for what he ate, he couldn't even name a single dish, not to mention the ingredients used. One must admit, poverty had limited his horizons. "Let's go, I'll take you home," Shin Lia offered. Hee-chan nodded, "Okay." He was worried about how to get home. The Bugatti was parked at the community entrance, and it would be hard to get a taxi at this late hour. Having the beautiful Shin Lia drive him home sounded great. Just as they were about to head to the parking lot, a black G-Wagon suddenly stopped in front of them. Immediately, 5 burly men in black clothes got out of the car and surrounded them. Seeing these people, Hee-chan's eyes narrowed. These guys looked familiar? "Who are you? What do you want?" Shin Lia said sternly, looking at them. "What do we want? You'll find out soon enough," one of the burly men replied. Just then, a young man with a buzz cut walked over from the hotel. "Brother Tian." Upon seeing this young man approach, the 5 men immediately bowed in respect. Hee-chan turned his head and couldn't help but smile. It was actually Zhang Tianjun? This guy really wouldn't leave him alone. Mr. He, this time, let's see who can help you," Zhang Tianjun said with a grin. At that moment, Shin Lia, standing next to Hee-chan, suddenly frowned and said, "Zhang Tianjun, is it you?" Zhang Tianjun was taken aback and turned to look at Shin Lia. His attention had been on Hee-chan, and due to the darkness, he hadn't noticed the woman beside him. But this woman had called out his name right away? He looked at her. At first glance, he was stunned by Shin Lia's stunning beauty. At the second glance, he immediately recognized her identity. The president of the Chin Commerce Group, the most beautiful president in Linen. How could he not know her? No wonder she called out his name directly. The Chin Commerce Group had many business dealings with his family. He had met Shin Lia more than once. It was normal for her to recognize him. "President Shin, is it you? Why are you with this kid?" Zhang Tianjun asked, puzzled. The one he was supposed to deal with was Hee-chan, but now Shin Lia was with him. This was too strange, right? Not only was Zhang Tianjun curious, but Chen was also looking at Qin Lia with immense curiosity. He was very curious about how Qin Lia knew Zhang Tianjun. Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, "Why, I'm with Mr. He is none of your business, but what are you trying to do by putting on this show in front of me?" After speaking, she introduced Mr. He. "This is Zhang Tianjun, the young master of the Zhang family from Tianhao Entertainment Club. His father is Zhang Deshuan, who has a hand in both the black and white markets in linen, with countless schemes." Upon hearing this, Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He finally understood Zhang Tianjuan's identity. The so-called entertainment club is a place everyone knows about. Normally, it's just a business, but such a business can basically be described in 2 words: dirty and shady. No wonder Zhang Tianjun dared to bring people to cause trouble for him in the Xingfu community. It turns out he has such a background. After Qin Lia finished explaining, she turned around and glared at Zhang Tianjun with a dark expression, saying, "Zhang Tianjun, Mr. He is my friend. What do you want by suddenly blocking us?" Zhang Tianjun raised an eyebrow and sneered, "I don't care who he is. Out of respect for our acquaintance, you should get lost quickly, but this kid has to stay." After saying that, he pointed at Chen. He didn't care about the relationship between Qin Lia and this matter. He had taken money from Qin Xiao, so he naturally had to do things for him. As for Qin Lia, she had nothing to do with this matter, and after all, she was the president of the Qin Commerce Group. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to have any conflict with her. "Zhang Tianjun," Qin Lia said in a deep voice, "Mr. He is my friend and also a distinguished guest of the Qin Commerce Group. What exactly do you want?" "Ha ha." Zhang Tianjun laughed loudly upon hearing Qin Lia's words. He had been somewhat curious about Chen's identity, but now, hearing Qin Lia say that Chen was a distinguished guest of the Qin Commerce Group, Zhang Tianjun suddenly understood. If Chen really was a distinguished guest of the Qin Commerce Group, would Qin Xiao let him deal with Chen? This Qin person was clearly trying to fool him, and it was even possible that Chen was her kept man, which was why she cared so much. However, regardless of what relationship Qin Lia had with Chen, he had already decided to beat Chen up. He was entrusted by others, and he had to be loyal. Otherwise, how would the Zhang family continue to mix in this world? How would their friends in the underworld view him? Moreover, last time he had been chased away by a group of elderly people in front of Chen, and he had remembered that debt. If he didn't beat Chen up, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. As for Qin Lia, although she had great influence in linen, the Zhang family was not to be trifled with, and his father, Zhang Deshuan, was even less so. "Qin Lia, be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Zhang Tianjun said with a sneer. "You dare," Qin Lia said in a deep voice. "You see if I dare." Zhang Tianjun sneered and waved his hand. The 5 men in black beside him immediately walked towards Chen. "Stop." At that moment, the hotel security personnel suddenly approached. Among them was the security captain of Ronghua Building, Xia Yongsheng. Xia Yongsheng quickly stepped in front of Zhang Tianjun and the others, smiling as he advised, "Friends, let's talk this out." He had just seen Qin Lia and Chen yesterday. One was the president of the Qin Commerce Group, and the other was the owner of a Bugatti worth over 80 million. Both were people they couldn't afford to offend. If anything happened to them here, he, as the security captain, would be finished. So seeing Zhang Tianjuan's aggressive demeanor, he hurried over to stop him. Upon seeing someone daring to block him, Zhang Tianjun immediately cursed, "Go to hell. Who the hell do you think you are to stop me?" After saying that, he directly kicked at Xia Yongsheng. Xia Yongsheng sidestepped and his expression immediately darkened, coldly saying, "Friend, this is Ronghua Building. Please be respectful, or don't blame us for being rude." To lay hands on him, the security captain, right at the entrance of their hotel, was too audacious. "Damn Ronghua Building," Zhang Tianjun shouted coldly, "a mere security captain dares to meddle in my business? Do you know who I am?" Xia Yongsheng shook his head expressionlessly, "I don't know. However, no matter who you are, you must act according to the rules." Zhang Tianjun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you must have just taken office not long ago, right?" "What do you mean?" Xia Yongsheng frowned. "The meaning is very simple. You're finished." As Zhang Tianjun spoke, he took out his phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Tianjun. Your hotel security has quite the nerve. Yes, I'm at the entrance of your Ronghua Building, and I give you 3 minutes to get here." He hung up the phone. Outside the entrance of Ronghua Building, security captain Xia Yongsheng saw Zhang Tianjuan's calm demeanor and frowned. "Did you just call our boss?" Zhang Tianjun sneered, "Some people are not someone you can provoke, or you'll pay the price." Xia Yongsheng exclaimed, "Who exactly are you?" He suddenly had a premonition that he might have offended some significant figure. At that moment, Liang Kaitai hurriedly ran out from inside Ronghua Building, smiling at Zhang Tianjun. "Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, the people below are ignorant. Please don't hold it against young Master Zhang. After saying that, he slapped Xia Yongxing across the face and angrily shouted, Are you looking to die? How dare you provoke young Master Zhang? I'm telling you, you're fired. He Chen, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes. After all, Xia Yongxing had helped him, and now he was being treated like this. Hearing this, Xia Yongxing's face turned pale, and he pleaded in terror, No, Boss Liang. I have parents to support and a daughter to send to school. Shut up. If you provoke young Master Zhang, no one can save you. From now on, get lost. Liang Kaitai snapped. After that, he quickly turned to Zhang Tianjun with a smile. Young Master Zhang, please come in. All expenses today are on us. No rush. Zhang Tianjun chuckled. I still have important matters to attend to. Boss Liang should know what to do, right? Understood. Liang Kaitai immediately nodded. All the cameras in our hotel are broken. All surveillance footage is unavailable. Smart. Zhang Tianjun grinned, then walked up to Xia Yongxing, patted his face, and disdainfully said, Kid, do you now understand who you've provoked? Xia Yongxing stood there, pale-faced, too scared to move. Humph. Blind fool. Zhang Tianjun snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap Xia Yongxing. However, just as his hand was halfway down, it was stopped by He Chen. So you're young Master Zhang? One should spare when one can, He Chen said. The people present were astonished, their eyes wide. He Chen actually dared to stop Zhang Tianjun? This was the young master of Tianhao Entertainment Club. With just one word, He Chen might not see the sun tomorrow. Xia Yongxing looked at He Chen gratefully. This guy actually helped him? Was it just because he had said a couple of words for him? Zhang Tianjun shook off He Chen's arm, his expression icy as he looked at He Chen and said, You little brat, I haven't even looked for trouble with you, and you come to provoke me? How do you want to die? He Chen narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that there was really nothing to say to such a spoiled, black-hearted second generation. The law of the jungle, in their eyes, might just be the survival rule of this world. Hitting him would be of no use. It would only bolster his arrogance, unless one were to kill him directly. But killing was not He Chen's style. Suddenly, He Chen's eyes lit up. Right, the super bad luck sticker. Let you know the consequences of offending me. Whether I live or die is uncertain. He Chen chuckled, but I see your aura is dark, and I see young Master Zhang's aura is also dark, which is a typical sign of bad luck in feng shui, likely caused by doing too many foolish and bad deeds. I'm afraid a great disaster will befall you soon. As he spoke, he took out his phone and found the super bad luck sticker. He clicked use. In the next moment, a transparent bad luck sticker, visible only to He Chen, appeared before him, waiting for his command. He Chen silently muttered go, and the sticker instantly adhered to Zhang Tianjuan's chest, then merged into him. As He Chen's voice fell, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Still talking about disaster, it's simply hilarious. Exactly. At such a young age, trying to be a fortune teller like others. Young Master Zhang is blessed with fortune. You're just spouting nonsense. Even Liang Kaitai, the owner of Manhwa building, shouted sternly at He Chen, You dare say young Master Zhang is in trouble? Kid, I think you're tired of living. Zhang Tianjuan's expression turned cold as he angrily said, You little brat, who do you think you are to teach me how to act? Do you really think you're safe just because Qin Lia is here? Qin Lia was about to speak when He Chen suddenly patted her hand, signaling her to just watch. Zhang Tianjun sneered, At this point, you still can't see the situation clearly, you're just a clown. After saying that, he turned to the 5 burly men and waved his hand, Come on, brothers, take this little punk who doesn't know his place. Before he could finish, a child playing with marbles happened to pass by, and a marble accidentally rolled onto the ground. As Zhang Tianjun turned, the marble rolled right under his feet. The next moment, Zhang Tianjun exclaimed, stumbling and falling directly to the ground. And where he fell, there happened to be a fresh pile of dog poop, the steaming kind, which almost made Zhang Tianjun gag on the spot. Fortunately, he was quick enough to brace himself with his hands, his face just a fist's distance from the fresh dog poop, but he didn't land on it. The crowd? Phew, that was close, Zhang Tianjun exclaimed. If he had landed on that pile, he felt he would go insane. Young Master Zhang, what's wrong, young Master Zhang? The group around Liang Kaitai gasped at the scene and rushed towards Zhang Tianjun. If something happened to him right under their noses, Zhang Desun would definitely come looking for trouble. He was the boss of Tianhao Entertainment. They were just ordinary people, how could they dare offend Zhang Desun? Just then, a banana peel suddenly fell from the building above, landing right at Liang Kaitai's feet. The next moment, what the hell? Liang Kaitai exclaimed, losing his balance and plopping down directly onto Zhang Tianjuan's head. Zhang Tianjun was just feeling lucky and trying to get up when suddenly, an irresistible large backside descended upon his head. Then, slap, Zhang Tianjuan's head was firmly pressed into the fresh dog poop below. The crowd. He-chun clenched his fist secretly. Yes, Qin Lia, witnessing this series of events, was already dumbfounded. What the hell? Young Master Zhang, quick, help young Master Zhang up. Are you okay, young Master Zhang? A group of people hurriedly pulled Liang Kaitai away and helped the distraught Zhang Tianjun up from the ground. The first thing Zhang Tianjun did after getting up was to quickly wipe the dog poop off his face. Feeling the sticky mess in his hands and smelling the nauseating odor on his face. Ugh! Zhang Tianjun immediately vomited everything he had just eaten. The stench made those around him step back immediately. Damn it! It really stinks! After vomiting several times, he straightened up and roared angrily, "Who the hell is?" Before he could finish, a middle-aged female driver suddenly shouted from the nearby road, "Watch out! The car is rolling! Get out of the way!" Zhang Tianjun and the others turned to look. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. On the road, a black SUV that had just parked was rapidly rolling towards them. Behind the car, a woman was frantically chasing after it, her face filled with anxiety. Clearly, she had forgotten to pull the handbrake, and as a result, the car was rolling away. The direction the SUV was heading was right towards where they were standing. Liang Kaitai and the others saw this scene and their expressions changed dramatically. Not good. We need to get out of the way. Zhang Xiao, run! Liang Kaitai shouted, immediately running with the others in a different direction. Zhang Tianjuan's face changed again. He couldn't even bother to curse or threaten anymore and just turned to run. However, he stepped on something he had just vomited, slipped, and fell flat on his back onto the very thing he had just expelled. Everyone? Zhang Tianjun. He couldn't care about the disgust and hurried to get up, because the car was coming. But it was already too late. Before he could get up, the black SUV rolled right over his left leg. Crack! Ah! Zhang Tianjun opened his mouth wide, letting out a hysterical scream of pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. He could clearly feel that the bone in his left calf had been crushed by the car. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never experienced such pain, and he cried out in agony. Qin Lia, everyone! Seeing Zhang Tianjun clutching his leg and wailing, everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell? What just happened? What kind of luck is this? Is it cursed? Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! What happened to you? Liang Kaitai and the others rushed over, wanting to help Zhang Tianjun up. However, before they could reach him, bang! The black SUV that had just rolled over Zhang Tianjuan's leg continued its momentum and crashed into a nearby lamppost. Crack! The sturdy lamppost suddenly made a cracking sound. Then, in the incredulous eyes of the crowd, the thick pole swayed left and right for a moment. Then, it came crashing down towards Zhang Tianjun. Liang Kaitai and the others? They were about to help Zhang Tianjun when they were startled and took a step back. As for Zhang Tianjun, he had already forgotten the pain in his legs, his eyes wide in terror as he stared at the falling lamppost, his expression horrified as he muttered, "No, no, no, no." Bang! The lamppost crashed solidly onto Zhang Tianjuan's right thigh. Crack! Accompanied by a bone-breaking sound that made one's teeth chatter. Ah! Zhang Tianjun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bulging in agony. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Before losing consciousness, his last remaining thought was, "What the hell? It's me again? Who the hell is this? Damn it! You're seriously cursed." And then, he completely lost awareness. Qin Lia? Liang Kaitai? Everyone? Seeing Zhang Tianjun lying motionless, they were all stunned. Just a few seconds ago, Zhang Tianjun was lively and commanding, standing here with an air of authority. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was done for? What the hell was going on? This was too bizarre. Falling, stepping in vomit, getting run over, and now being crushed, one misfortune after another. And all of it happening to Zhang Tianjun. The odds were even lower than being struck by lightning. At that moment, Liang Kaitai suddenly remembered something. Earlier, He-Chen had said that Zhang Tianjun had done too many bad things, and now his fate was dark, surrounded by evil energy, and he might be facing great disaster. At the time, they thought it was just a joke. But now, in less than a minute, bizarre events were happening one after another. Could it be that today was Zhang Tianjuan's unlucky day? Not just him, the 5 strong men who had come with Zhang Tianjun also thought of this, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at He-Chen. At that moment, He-Chen also looked back at them. Then, with a grin and a friendly smile, he said, "Everyone, you..." Before he could finish, Liang Kaitai and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they immediately retreated several meters, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at He-Chen. Damn! Don't scare people like that. Just a moment ago, because of one sentence from He-Chen, Zhang Tianjun was nearly done for. This guy exuded an eerie vibe. Just a glance from him made Liang Kai-tai and the others instantly back down. Hee-chun saw Liang Kai-tai's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is way too timid, right? But this super bad luck sticker is really something. Since he used the super bad luck sticker, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and Zhang Tianjun was almost out of luck. No wonder the system warned use with caution. This is seriously dangerous. Kid, it's because young Master Zhang saw you that so many accidents happened. Boss Zhang will definitely not let you off, Liang Kai-tai said in a deep voice. Hee-chun shrugged. The bad luck sticker lasts for 5 minutes, and now, only 3 minutes had passed. Hurry up, get young Master Zhang to the hospital. Liang Kai-tai urgently urged the 5 strong men. After all, this hotel was his, and if something happened to Zhang Tianjun here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how many mouths he had. The others immediately nodded. Then, a group of them quickly lifted Zhang Tianjun and ran towards the large G parked not far away. However, just after they had run a few steps, the marbles that Zhang Tianjun had kicked away earlier somehow rolled back and ended up under one of the black-clad man's feet. The black-clad man stepped down, and his body instantly lost balance. The black-clad man screamed and fell directly to the ground. He had been lifting Zhang Tianjun by the waist. With his fall, Zhang Tianjun's waist lost support and fell to the ground, taking everyone else around him down as well. Then, one of the black-clad men sat right on Zhang Tianjun's injury. Zhang Tianjun, who had already lost consciousness, was jolted awake by the sudden weight, his mouth opening wide as he let out a twisted scream. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Xin Lia? Liang Kai-tai? What the hell? This is possible too? Hee-chun chuckled and glanced at his phone. There are still half a minute left for the bad luck sticker's effect. Not far away, several black-clad men clumsily got up, hurriedly lifting Zhang Tianjun and diving into the black G, speeding away. However, they hadn't gone far when bang! With a loud crash, the black G, having started too quickly, collided with a small delivery truck that was driving straight, flipping over and rolling on the road for 2 or 3 turns before finally coming to a stop. Xin Lia, Liang Kai-tai. Hee-chun watched this scene, his mouth twitching. Damn! It ended with such a bang? Exciting! He checked the time. A notification appeared. Bad luck sticker effect ended. TSK. 5 minutes. Not just Zhang Tianjun, even those close to him were all down. It was more than just intense. On the upper floor of Manhwa building, behind a window in a private room, young Master Li, who had been playing with Zhang Tianjun, pulled his gaze back from the rolling black G on the street, feeling a toothache. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Tianjun was probably finished. He had been playing with Zhang Tianjun in the private room when Zhang Tianjun suddenly said he needed to go deal with someone and told him to wait inside. However, he didn't just sit there. Instead, he found a private room where he could see downstairs, wanting to see who Zhang Tianjun was going to deal with. After all, in Linen, there shouldn't be many second-generation rich kids who dared to provoke Zhang Tianjun. Zhang Tianjun was notorious for being ruthless and vicious, and with Zhang Desun backing him, he could really do anything. As a result, he witnessed the scene before him, seeing Zhang Tianjun being taken down by a young man he had never seen before, just like that, with a single sentence. He rubbed his face, and then suddenly laughed, murmuring to himself, "Now this is interesting." Although he didn't know who the young man downstairs was, it was clear that anyone who could stand alongside Xin Lia of the Qin Commerce Group was no ordinary person, and he had taken down Zhang Tianjun. This was bound to create quite a spectacle. Downstairs, the ambulance soon arrived, taking everyone from the Black G-class into the vehicle. However, when they were moving Zhang Tianjun, even the experienced nurses, who had seen it all, couldn't help but vomit. After the ambulance left, Xin Lia's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yi-chen as if he were a monster, saying, "Mr. Your words must be poisonous, right?" Yi-chen grinned and replied, "As the saying goes, good and evil will eventually be repaid. This kid has done too many bad things and has long been plagued by misfortune. Today was just the explosion." After saying this, he turned to Liang Kai-tai, the owner of Ronghua Building, and asked, "Don't you think so, Boss Liang?" Liang Kai-tai's eyelids twitched as he said, "I take my leave." With that, he ran into the hotel as if fleeing for his life. "Yi-chen, is my buddy really that terrifying?" Yi-chen touched his nose and turned to Xia Yongsheng, the security captain standing not far away, saying, "Captain Xia, just now." "No need to thank me. I take my leave." Xia Yongsheng turned and ran. "Yi-chen." Just moments ago, Xia Yongsheng had been slapped by Liang Kai-tai for helping him and was fired. Yi-chen had intended to apologize and consider introducing him to the Qin Commerce Group. However, before he could finish his sentence, the guy had already bolted. Am I really that scary? In the blink of an eye, only Yi-chen and Xin Lia remained at the scene. "Mr. You've now become a feared jinx, Leah said with a teasing smile. Chen touched his nose and replied, you can't blame me for this. Leah nodded, indeed, you can't blame you, but if it weren't for your initial words, Zhang Tianjun might not have ended up like this. As a result, with just one sentence from you, Zhang Tianjun lost half his life. Not only them, but even I am scared. Then why do you still dare to stand next to me? Chen asked. Leah smiled playfully, because I know Mr. He won't harm me, right? Chen coughed lightly, let's go. The smell here is really unpleasant. They then walked together towards the parking lot, found the car parked there, and Leah drove Chen home. On the way, Leah curiously asked, Mr. I'm very curious, how did you provoke Zhang Tianjun? Who knows? Chen grinned, after meeting you at the hotel yesterday, I just got back to the community when Zhang Tianjun and his gang blocked me, saying they were sent to deal with me, but the old folks in our community chased them away. I mean, I haven't offended anyone, why are they trying to deal with me? After saying this, he glanced at Leah. This statement was meant for Leah, hoping to give her a hint. He couldn't directly say that Zhang Tianjun was sent by Qin Shao to deal with him, as Qin Shao was the mastermind behind it all. He had no evidence for that, and saying it outright would only raise Leah's suspicions. But if he casually hinted, Leah might figure it out on her own, and then she would be convinced of her guess and go after Qin Shao. This way, his troubles would be easily resolved. Sure enough, after hearing Chen's words, Leah's eyes instantly sharpened, and a serious expression appeared on her face. The speaker may be careless, but the listener is attentive. Not to mention, if the speaker is intentional. Chen had just returned from the hotel, and with Zhang Tianjun being sent by someone, these elements combined made it easy to understand the situation. Chen had helped her and offended certain people, so that person sought out Zhang Tianjun to deal with Chen. This person was very familiar to her, even knowing about her meeting with Chen at the hotel. In an instant, Leah thought of many things. She took a deep breath and, with a face full of apology, said to Chen, Mr. I'm sorry, I must have dragged you into this. Chen waved his hand and said, what do you mean drag me into this? I may not have many skills, but I'm tough. If they want to mess with me, it won't be that easy. The frown on Leah's face was instantly replaced by a smile at Chen's words. Mr. Not only have you helped me twice, but you've also gotten into such trouble because of me. I feel like the only way to repay your great kindness is to work like a horse in my next life. Leah said. Chen, damn. Chen took out his phone and looked at himself on the screen. Not ugly, right? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a handsome guy. Shouldn't it be to dedicate oneself? Why did it turn into to work like a horse in the next life? Isn't that bullying? Is it that his charm isn't enough? Soon, the two arrived at the happiness community. It was getting late, so Leah didn't go to Chen's house, and Chen didn't dare to invite her to his basement, fearing embarrassment. After saying goodbye, Chen went straight back to the basement, while Leah drove directly to the Qin Commerce Group. At the same time, her eyes gradually turned cold. Zhao Shu, the person she trusted the most, and the person she least wanted to doubt. But judging from what happened to Chen, this matter was definitely related to Zhao Shu. All along, she had regarded Zhao Shu as her confidant. Yet now, such a thing had happened. However, her expression soon turned fierce. No matter who it was, even if it was her confidant, as long as they harmed the interests of the Qin Commerce Group, she would never show mercy. Leah sighed deeply. Sister Zhao, why did it have to be you? Soon, Leah returned to the Qin Commerce Group, but instead of going to rest, she began to get busy, preparing for her upcoming plans. A night without conversation. The next day, Chen was sound asleep in his basement rental. Happiness community. Just as Chen was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. He took it out and saw it was Wang Jianba calling. After answering the call, Chen groggily said, it's early in the morning, can't a person sleep? Damn, something's happened. You still have the mood to sleep? Where are you now? Wang Jianba's anxious voice came through the phone. Chen chuckled and said, what's going on? You still have the mood to laugh? Do you know that the whole school is talking bad about you? The campus forum is filled with it. It makes me so angry I want to hit someone. Wang Jianba said angrily. Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. Talking bad about me? I didn't provoke them. Why are they talking bad about me? Besides that bastard Fan Yunhai, who else could have caused such a mess? Hurry up and check the campus forum. By the way, a friendly reminder, prepare some quick-acting heart-saving pills. Don't let those people make you so angry you die. Wang Jianba said furiously. Okay, I'll check the situation first. Chen replied. After hanging up, he headed straight for the campus network of Linen University. On the official website of Linen University, there was a dedicated student forum for students to communicate and chat. As soon as he opened it, Hee-chan's eyes narrowed. Looking through the forum from top to bottom, basically 8 out of 10 posts were about him. Hee-chan read through them one by one. Gradually, his expression became darker and darker. Hee-chan is being supported by Chin Leah of the Chin Commerce Group. This guy is just a pretty boy. I thought Hee-chan was impressive. Turns out the so-called godly senior is just a pretty boy. No wonder President Chin personally came to the school. It was for her pretty boy. In this day and age, as long as you have no shame, you can do whatever you want. I was still hoping he would help me, but it turns out he's such a person. It's truly disgusting. In this, Hee-chan also saw several familiar IDs. They were all students from his department. But these people not only didn't defend him, they cursed him even more fiercely than others. That guy has always had a problem with his character. While dating Zhao Feier, he even laid hands on me. He's simply worse than a beast. That guy has always been trash. I thought he suddenly became impressive, but it turns out he's just Chin's little kept man. To show off, he even abandoned the most basic limits. Such a person is utterly disgusting. I see through him. He's just an extremely hypocritical little man. I will never have any dealings with him again. Looking at these messages, it would be impossible to say he felt nothing inside. After all, Hee-chan was also human, and an ordinary one at that. With so many people cursing him, it was impossible not to feel something. Is this the influence of the student council president? Ding dong! At that moment, a pop-up appeared on his phone screen. Someone in the forum was at ING him. He clicked to see. At Hee-chan. Hurry up and come out. Let everyone see what kind of person you really are. The person who posted this was a classmate of his. Below, a crowd instantly began to like and reply. Yes, directly at him. Such a person shouldn't be given any face. Teach him a good lesson. At that moment, at the top of the forum, a post suddenly appeared. The poster was Fan Yunhai. Be humble in character, low-key in action. I advise my classmates not to do things that harm their character for the sake of momentary fame and fortune. It not only disgraces themselves but also the school. As soon as Fan Yunhai said this, a group of people immediately echoed below, including Hee-chan's roommate. Wang Zieng, President Fan, although I share a dorm with Hee-chan, I swear I have nothing to do with him. I'm ashamed to be associated with such a person. He's simply a disgrace to our Linen University. Su Kaming, this guy likes to help others everywhere. I thought he was a righteous person who enjoyed helping others, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Others felt the same, almost unanimously supporting Fan Yunhai. What does it mean to follow goodness like flowing water? Perhaps this is it. Almost everyone was eager to cut off all ties with him, proving they were not on the same side as Hee-chan. Even if Hee-chan had a good temper, seeing this scene, a surge of anger rose in his heart. A person with a crooked character cannot speak straight. Fan Yunhai was pushing these things from behind just to embarrass him. Thinking of this, Hee-chan sneered coldly. High profile? Since you say I'm high profile, then I'll show you what true high profile looks like. Originally, he just wanted to be an ordinary student. But now, these people had stepped on his head. If he continued to be low-key, he would truly become a fool. For some people, your kindness and understanding only become the motivation for them to bully you. If you want others to respect you, you can only make them fear you. Just then, a post suddenly appeared at the top. Title, Certain people, please pay attention to your image. Your jealousy is truly ugly. Ha! Seeing this post, Hee-chan raised an eyebrow. When he saw the poster, Hee-chan's eyes widened. It was her? This person was none other than Linen University's top beauty, Tian Fuwei. Hee-chan curiously clicked on the post, which contained a paragraph. We are all university students, please pay attention to your quality, and bring your brains along. Don't let others use you as a pawn, just following whatever they say, not even realizing you've been sold. In the end, I believe Hee-chan is not that kind of person. That's all. After reading this post, Hee-chan was surprised and frowned. How could Tian Fuwei stand up to help him? You should know that now even many of his good brothers from back then have chosen to leave him and join the army that is attacking him. This shows just how terrible his reputation has become. In the entire Linen University, only Wang Jianbo still stands by his side. As the #1 campus beauty of Linen, Tian Fuwei has nothing to do with this matter. No matter how far it develops, it won't affect her at all. Now the whole school is cursing him. So why should Tian Fuwei risk getting involved and help him? It shouldn't be the case, right? Is it just because she delivered clothes to him? But that can't be it. He knows Tian Fuwei too well. She is an extremely aloof goddess. The only interaction they had was when she casually chatted with him the last time she brought him clothes. Other than that, there was no other contact. Just as he was pondering the reason, Tian Fuwei's post suddenly went viral. What the hell? Goddess Fu Wei is actually speaking up for Hee-chun? What's going on? Goddess, what happened to you? Did you get hacked? Goddess, you can't say that. Hee-chun is just a poor loser. How could he possibly know Qin Lia? It's obvious he's being supported. Goddess Fu Wei, the will of the people is unchangeable. Don't go against the people. Most of these people were filled with confused doubts, but then, the tone shifted dramatically. Goddess Fu Wei is here? What the hell? Where's the Protect Fu Wei team? Call the Protect Fu Wei team. Who dares to say anything against my Goddess Fu Wei? All members of the Protect Fu Wei team, assemble. Protect Fu Wei team no. 1 requests to engage. Protect Fu Wei team no. 2 reporting in, everything Goddess Fu Wei says is right. Unconditional support. Protect Fu Wei team no. 3 reporting in, we believe whatever the goddess says. We also believe in Hee-chun. Protect Fu Wei team no. 9 reporting, Goddess Fu Wei actually spoke up for a guy. I'm so heartbroken and jealous. But I still unconditionally support Goddess Fu Wei, just hoping she can look at me once. In no time, the post became lively. Hee-chun saw this scene and immediately felt amused. The legendary Protect Fu Wei team had arrived. No matter the time, where there are supporters, there are opponents. After the campus forum was stirred up by the Protect Fu Wei team, the curses followed. A bunch of idiots upstairs, can you have a little intelligence? Exactly. Is what Tian Fu Wei says the absolute truth? We don't care. Whatever the goddess says is the truth. Protect Fu Wei team, follow along. Unconditional support for the goddess. Continue to denounce Hee-chun. At Hee-chun, if you dare come to school, I will definitely spray you to death. Exactly. Same here. For a moment, the entire campus forum was occupied by 3 voices. Originally being uniformly denounced, Hee-chun suddenly found himself with many more supporters. Then, the haters, the sycophants, and the haters of the sycophants began to clash in the forum, creating a lively scene. However, seeing this, Hee-chun, who was originally in a very bad mood, felt a bit better. At least it wasn't a one-sided attack against him anymore, right? Moreover, the person supporting him was none other than Linen's #1 campus beauty, Tian Fu Wei. Hee-chun's mood inexplicably improved. However, since Tian Fu Wei had helped him, how should he thank her? Since she had helped him, he naturally wanted to say thank you. After all, they had no ties, and even in a situation where everyone was denouncing him, including his brothers who chose to betray him, she still stood up to speak for him. This was very rare. However, he didn't have Tian Fu Wei's social media account and couldn't contact her directly. Should he reply directly in the forum? He was afraid that as soon as he made a comment, he would be drowned out by others. After all, those people were eager to see him show up. Of course, what Hee-chun feared the most was the existence of the Protect Fu Wei team. Who knows if he interacted with Tian Fu Wei on the forum, whether those foolish Protect Fu Wei team members would directly hang him on the flagpole of Linen University. Hee-chun thought for a moment, then opened the campus forum and clicked on Tian Fu Wei's private message box. But how should he express his gratitude? His feelings for Tian Fu Wei were quite strange. Describing her as his goddess didn't quite capture what he felt. If he had to describe it, Tian Fu Wei was like a dream to him. A youthful dream. The kind where, even in a dream, just seeing her for a moment, even just a simple glance, would make him immediately nervous, his brain losing its ability to think, completely unable to control himself. This feeling, he had never experienced with Zhao Fei or Qin Lia. Hee-chun pondered seriously for a while, then began to write. Before long, he had penned a few hundred words of a thank you letter. In those few hundred words, he had almost reached his highest cultural level, even exceeded it a bit. But looking back, the more he looked, the more dissatisfied he felt. With so many words, would Tian Fu Wei have the patience to read it? He was extremely anxious about this. Moreover, those few hundred words could have been summed up with just thank you. In the end, Hee-chun deleted everything and simply typed thank you, sending it off. Then came the anxious wait for a reply from the goddess. He waited and waited. After more than 10 minutes, Tian Fu Wei still hadn't replied. He guessed she hadn't seen it. Forget it, when they had the chance to meet, he would thank her in person. Hee-chun sighed helplessly, closed the message board, and exited the forum. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jiai Community, Linen City, Ding Chuanxiang finished cleaning up the breakfast dishes and returned to the living room. As soon as she entered, she saw Tian Fu Wei sitting cross-legged on the sofa, staring blankly at her phone, not even noticing when Ding Chuanxiang walked over. Ding Chuanxiang quietly leaned over to take a look at Tian Fu Wei's phone screen. It was a message board with only the words thank you. Tian Fu Wei stared at the thank you on the screen, lost in thought, not knowing how long she had been in this daze. Seeing this scene, a look of confusion appeared in Ding Chuanxiang's eyes. She had never seen Tian Fu Wei so absent-minded before. This absent-mindedness resembled her own from years ago. Xiao Wei? Ding Chuanxiang gently called out. Tian Fu Wei instantly woke up, hurriedly putting her phone aside, a bit flustered as she said, Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Ding Chuanxiang patted Tian Fui's shoulder and said softly, Xiaowei, is there something on your mind? No. Tian Fui quickly waved her hand. Look at you, all flustered, and you still say there's nothing. Your aunt has watched you grow up. How could I not understand you? When have you ever been this anxious? Ding Chuanxiang tilted her head and asked. Having been through many experiences herself, she could tell from Tian Fui's expression that there was something she was hiding, likely something related to feelings. Tian Fui hesitated. Ding Chuanxiang chuckled lightly. It's okay, if there's something, you can just tell your aunt. Your aunt has been your age before and knows what kids your age go through. Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone, including your mom. Tian Fui pondered for 2 seconds, but ultimately shook her head. Thank you, Xiaoyi, but I want to handle this myself. All right. Ding Chuanxiang smiled and shrugged. Your aunt won't push you, but I just want to remind you, life is short. You must learn to cherish it. Don't wait until you lose something to regret it. Just like my aunt. As she spoke, a look of nostalgia appeared on her face. Tian Fui was taken aback and tentatively asked, Aunt, can you tell me your story? I really want to hear it. All right. Ding Chuanxiang smiled and sat down beside Tian Fui, taking her hand and turning to look out the window. Then, a reminiscent expression surfaced on her beautiful cheeks as she said, Actually, there's nothing earth-shattering, just some ordinary tales of love and family. I remember back when I was a sophomore, a boy transferred to our school. Tian Fui looked at Ding Chuanxiang, who, despite being over 30, still had an exquisitely beautiful face. As she listened to her story, a look of longing gradually appeared on her face, as if she had returned to those years when youth could be squandered freely. On the other side, in the happy community, You are my little apple, how I love you. He-Chen hummed a tuneless little song while washing his face and brushing his teeth. Just then, ding-ling-a-ling, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Jianba calling. Once the call connected, Wang Jianba's voice burst out with excitement. Damn, you're amazing. Not only do you know Qin Lia, but now even our campus beauty from Linen University has come out to support you. How can you be so awesome? He-Chen spat out a mouthful of water and then chuckled. Basic skills, don't overdo it. Damn, you're out of breath just because I called you fat. When did you get to know our campus beauty? How come I didn't know? You're overthinking it. I don't know Tian Fui. He-Chen wiped his mouth and said, Don't know? Then why is she standing up for you? Wang Jianba asked, filled with doubt. I'm puzzled by that too. She must have thought I was wronged and couldn't stand the people at school being too much, so she came out to help me, He-Chen speculated. That must be the reason. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Tian Fui would choose to speak up. Could it be because she delivered clothes to him? That's a joke. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder. I thought you knew Tian Fui. Now I get it. But what are you planning to do next? Are you just going to let them insult you like this? Just let them shut up, He-Chan replied. Wang Jianba was surprised. Let them shut up? That's easier said than done. Not to mention this matter is inherently hard to explain, and with Fan Yunhai stirring the pot behind the scenes, how could they possibly shut up so easily? It's a secret. You'll find out soon. Alright, since that's the case, I'll wait to see your show, Wang Jianba said, then hung up the phone. He-Chan had a simple breakfast. Then, grabbing the Bugatti keys that were tossed on the table, he headed out the door. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed Qin Lia. Meals can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Some words, if spoken recklessly, can be illegal, just like those comments on the Linen University campus forum, which, strictly speaking, have already constituted defamation against Qin Lia. This matter can be big or small. On a small scale, it's just an internal forum of Linen University. On a larger scale, it's slander against the Qin Business Group. After all, Qin Lia is the president of the Qin Business Group. Qin Business Group, President's Office. Qin Lia sat behind her desk. At this moment, Zhao Shu walked in, smiling. Good morning, President Qin. Qin Lia took a deep breath, her expression serious. Secretary Zhao, there's something I think we need to discuss properly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu's expression changed in alarm. What's wrong? Just as Qin Lia was about to speak, her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was He-Chen calling, quickly pressing the answer button. Hello, Mr. President Qin, I need to tell you something. Qin Lia listened quietly, nodding occasionally for over a minute. Once the other party finished speaking, Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, All right, Mr. I understand this matter. I will send the legal team from the group to negotiate with Linen University. We will handle this properly. After hanging up the phone, Leah raised her head and looked at Zhao Shu with a serious expression, saying, Sister Zhao, Linin University, Student Union Office. Fan Yunhai chuckled as he patted Zhao Feier on the shoulder, gently saying, You should be happy now, right? Let's see how that little brat He Chun shows off. Zhao Feier nodded. Thank you, Yunhai. Since Qin Lia's appearance, her expression had not improved. It was she who had dumped He Chun, and she absolutely would not allow him to be better off than her, not even a little. She only wanted He Chun to be inferior for the rest of his life, never able to hold his head high. Only in this way could she prove that her choice was correct. And now, seeing He Chun, who was being scorned by thousands, Zhao Feier finally smiled. This was the result she wanted. Once they broke up, they became enemies. She only wanted to see him cry, not smile. Don't mention it. I can't stand that kid either. Does he really think that by clinging to Qin Lia's thigh, he can walk all over Linin University? This time, let him taste the consequences and know who the real boss of this school is. Even with Qin Lia around, she can't protect him, Fan Yunhai said with a cold smile. He still felt a great humiliation when he recalled the look He Chun had given him when he left the cafeteria. If he didn't vent this anger, he would never feel right. You're still amazing, Yunhai, Zhao Feier said with a happy smile. It's just that this kid is too high profile. Many people already dislike him. Fan Yunhai chuckled. Morning, Linin University. After breakfast, students gathered in groups, whispering to each other. Have you seen the campus forum? Of course. It's all about that guy He being taken care of. I saw it too. The forum was buzzing before dawn. I really don't know what that kid was thinking. Being taken care of is one thing, but he dares to let everyone know openly. Do you think that kid is embarrassed? Definitely embarrassed. I bet he doesn't even have the face to enter the school. He can't blame anyone else who told him to be shameless. He can only blame himself. On the playground, in the dormitory buildings, on the roads, in the teaching buildings, almost everywhere there were students. Everyone was talking about this matter. After all, this incident was too hot at Linin University. Even those who usually didn't pay much attention to the campus forum couldn't ignore it. With the involvement of Tian Fuwei, the #1 campus beauty, this matter escalated to an uncontrollable level, reaching a point where everyone knew about it. At that moment, the campus broadcast suddenly rang out. Hello everyone, I am Fan Yunhai, and I will be your announcer today. Upon hearing this voice, many people turned their heads. The student union president is the announcer? Unless something important was being announced, there were usually dedicated announcers, and Fan Yunhai had no business being there. Many people leaned in to listen to what Fan Yunhai had to say. In the broadcast, Fan Yunhai's voice echoed throughout the campus. A lot has happened on campus these past few days, and some things have deeply moved me. Today, I want to talk to you about youth and ideals. What is youth? Youth is passionate and lovely, beautiful yet fleeting. Youth grants us the peak of life. We are no longer ignorant, we are only persistent, and we are full of motivation for our ideals. What are ideals? Ideals are the guiding lights of life, the driving force of our struggles. But life is ultimately difficult, and we need to brave the thorns for our ideals. Some people, however, have given up on their ideals and life goals early on, disregarding the shameful labels they carry, abandoning their dignity and character at an age when they should be striving. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianba stood by the window, listening to Fan Yunhai's voice on the radio, looking in the direction of the broadcasting studio, cursing, "Damn it! Shameless!" Although Fan Yunhai did not directly mention He Chen's name, anyone with a bit of sense could tell that his words were aimed at He Chen. Not just Wang Jianba. At that moment, everyone on campus who heard Fan Yunhai's broadcast understood he was referring to He Chen, and they began to whisper among themselves. Now there's a good show to watch. Although Tian Fuwei stood up for him, her influence can't compare to that of the student council president. You're wrong. When it comes to influence, Tian Fuwei is definitely greater than Fan Yunhai, but in terms of power, she can't even be mentioned in the same breath as the student council president. That's the main point. Look at Fan Yunhai's posts, they're all pinned. Tian Fuwei can only pin them manually, that's the difference. It's all He Chen's fault for being too high profile and provoking President Fan. Tisk tsk, being taken care of by Qin Lia. I'm so damn envious. You can't envy this kind of thing. But with this incident blowing up so much, He Chen is likely to be expelled. That's for sure. If such a person isn't expelled, are they going to let him harm all the students? At the campus entrance, it was morning, and many students were gathered at the door, some going out to eat, others returning from meals, chatting in groups, and the topic was mostly about He Chen and Qin Lia. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a sports car echoed, startling many people who quickly turned to look. Immediately, their eyes widened. Not far away, a blue and white Bugatti Chiron was speeding towards the campus. The students who saw the car were all astonished. Holy crap, it's that Bugatti, a boy exclaimed. Oh my god, quick, Take a picture. Is this the Bugatti worth over 80 million that has been trending on social media these past 2 days? Why is it coming to our school? It can't be here to pick up girls, right? What's wrong with picking up girls? As long as they can sit in that car, even if it's just for a ride, I don't know how many girls would be willing. A girl said. After Chen was taken care of by the rich woman Xin Lia, now another beauty is going to be taken by a rich second generation. I feel like our school is going to become a playground for these rich kids. Come on, Xin Lia can't compare to the owner of the Bugatti. What's the market value of the entire Qin business group? How much is a Bugatti? Don't even mention a CEO. Can even the chairman of the Qin business group afford such a supercar? Damn it! This is the life of the filthy rich. It's really envy-inducing. As the Bugatti passed by, students on both sides stopped in their tracks, gasping in awe. Many female students' eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, even Fan Yunhai's BMW was already tempting, let alone this Bugatti Chiron worth over 80 million. If it were just a car worth 1 or 2 million, or even a Lamborghini worth 6 or 7 million parked in front of them, they wouldn't lose their composure like this. But the Bugatti Chiron was different. This was a supercar worth over 80 million, a terrifying existence known as the Land Rocket. Who could remain calm in front of that? Why is the Bugatti going towards the boys' dormitory? Yeah, shouldn't it be going directly to the girls' dormitory? Holy crap, it can't be that a rich beauty is inside looking for handsome guys, right? Quick, let's go see. I feel like I have a chance too. A group of wolves suddenly became excited. At the same time, the dean's office. Besides Dean Chui Ziyuan, there were many people standing in the office at this time. These people were all leaders of Linen University. Chui Ziyuan was a man in his 60s, with some gray hair, but he looked quite spirited. Dean Chui, have you heard about the person Fan Yunhai mentioned? A short middle-aged man asked, addressing the seated Chui Ziyuan. This man was Ding Guangkuan, the school's director of political affairs, responsible for administrative matters. Chui Ziyuan nodded and said, the whole school is talking about it. How could I not have heard? I just don't quite understand. This kind of thing has happened before, but it never caused such a stir. Because this time, it involves Linen's #1 beauty CEO, Xin Lia, and with Tian Fuwei involved, plus Fan Yunhai stirring the pot behind the scenes, that's what led to the situation escalating to this point, another leader in the office said. As his voice fell, the others present echoed in agreement. Yes, if it were just a regular matter, even if someone discussed it, it wouldn't have developed to this extent. That student is called He Chen, right? This situation has escalated to this point, and this student bears primary responsibility. Dean, I suggest we expel him directly to uphold the school's integrity. The other teachers in the room chimed in. Ding Guangkuan added, Dean Chui, I also recommend expelling such a student. Our Linen University absolutely cannot keep him, otherwise, it will surely lead to a decline in school spirit. Chui Ziyuan pondered for a moment and replied, first, bring He Chen to me. I'll ask him, and if things are really as they seem, we definitely cannot keep such a student at Linen University. The dean is wise. This is the right course of action. Such a troublemaker must be eliminated to prevent future issues. A group of teachers immediately praised him. Just then, a low rumble of a car engine suddenly echoed from outside the office. Upon hearing the sound, everyone in the office frowned. Although driving was not prohibited on campus, it was usually quiet. Who would dare to rev their engine here? What's going on? Director Chen, go take a look, Chui Ziyuan said. A middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out of the crowd and said, okay, I'll go right now. He turned and walked out immediately. The others exchanged glances, and several also went outside. They wanted to see who dared to drive recklessly on campus. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianba had just finished washing up when he received a call from Yi Chen. Hello, what's up, Lao He? Wang Jianba said while changing his clothes. Are you in the dorm? I'm taking you to Qin Shang Group, He Chen asked on the other end of the line. Really? Should I drive my Grand Cherokee to pick you up? Wang Jianba replied excitedly. No need, I'll be downstairs at the dorm soon, just come down. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Jianba checked his appearance in the mirror before turning to head outside. Soon, Wang Jianba arrived downstairs but did not see He Chen's figure. Where is he? He wouldn't stand me up, would he? Wang Jianba said, looking suspicious. Just as he finished speaking, a low roar of an engine suddenly reached his ears. He turned to look. What the hell? A supercar. Seeing the supercar speeding towards him, Wang Jianba exclaimed and tried to dodge. But it was too late. The blue and white Bugatti roared directly in front of him, making Wang Jianba's face turn pale with fear. Damn, it's over, he cried out, thinking he was about to die under the Bugatti. Just then, the Bugatti Chiron suddenly made a sharp turn and came to a steady stop right beside Wang Jianba. Then, the car door opened. Hee-chan stepped out from inside and waved to Wang Jianba, saying, "La Wang, great to see you." Wang Jianba? At the boys' dormitory building, a blue and white Bugatti Chiron was quietly parked there. Beside the car, Hee-chan was holding the door, smiling as he looked at Wang Jianba, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out. Meanwhile, students who had come with the Bugatti rushed over, including those inside the dormitory, all peeking out to see. When they saw Hee-chan stepping out of the Bugatti, everyone present was stunned. The next moment, the scene erupted. Holy crap! The Bugatti that's been all the rage in Linen these past few days actually belongs to Hee-chan? God, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? This must be a dream. How come I've never seen him drive here before? Damn, this guy is actually the owner of a Bugatti? That's way too low-key. In an instant, exclamations filled the air. No one who witnessed this scene could remain calm, including Wang Jianba, who stared at Hee-chan for a long time before timidly asking, "You, old he?" Hee-chan shrugged and said, "What else? We just parted ways yesterday. You wouldn't forget me that quickly, would you?" Holy crap! Wang Jianba jumped 3 feet high, his face filled with disbelief. "This, Bugatti Chiron? Holy crap! When did you get a Bugatti?" Saying this, he cautiously approached and touched the Bugatti, as if he were touching the most precious thing in the world, afraid of damaging it. Yesterday, when Xinlia came to find Hee-chan, it had already amazed him. Before he could even ask Hee-chan what was going on, today Hee-chan had driven a Bugatti Chiron to school? Holy crap, this is going to scare me to death. Hee-chan shrugged and chuckled, "It's a secret." Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Fan Yunhai was passionately reciting into the microphone, holding a script that was 3 pages long, which he had paid a lot of money for someone to write, specifically to incite the students' anger towards Hee-chan. Beside him, Zhao Feier sat smiling, fanning him with a small fan to prevent him from getting tired. Bang! At that moment, the broadcasting room door suddenly swung open, and a student council member rushed in, breathless, saying, "Not good, President Fan, Hee-chan is at school." Fan Yunhai frowned, quickly shutting off the microphone, and angrily looked at the newcomer. "What are you shouting about? So what if he comes? Just let him experience the power of the people." "No!" The newcomer took a few deep breaths before continuing. He drove a Bugatti Chiron." "What Bugatti Chiron?" Both Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier were taken aback. At the same time, the image of the supercar they had seen on the road a couple of days ago flashed in their minds. However, they instinctively didn't want to believe it. That one, the blue and white Bugatti Chiron that's been all over social media these past few days, the one that's been the talk of Linen. That car belongs to Hee-chan. What? Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier's eyes widened in shock. The same scene was unfolding in other parts of Linen University. Library. "Everyone, come quick. The Bugatti is at our school, and Hee-chan is actually the owner." Classroom. Hee-chan actually drove a Bugatti to school? Girls' dormitory. Oh my god. Hee-chan is actually the owner of a Bugatti? At the boys' dormitory building, countless students kept pouring in, not only to see the Bugatti but also to catch a glimpse of Hee-chan, the one driving it. After all, these past few days, Hee-chan had been the hottest topic, and everyone was talking about him. Now, this guy had driven a Bugatti to school. How could it not be surprising? Before long, Bugatti was surrounded by layers of people. Looking at Hee-chan next to the Bugatti, all their doubts instantly vanished, leaving only endless shock. "I really can't believe it. There's such a terrifying rich second generation in our school. 4 years of college, and no one discovered his identity. This is too low-key." "Yeah, just yesterday I thought Hee-chan was too high-profile, but today I realized this guy with the surname he has been low-key all along. Today is just a return to normal." Damn, this is what high-profile really means. Now, who would dare say Hee-chan is being supported by Xinlia? Damn, supporting the owner of a Bugatti. What a joke. I understand now. Hee-chan wasn't supported by Xinlia, rather, Xinlia clearly knows Hee-chan's identity. Just now Fan Yunhai was still broadcasting about ideals, saying Hee-chan disregarded his dignity, abandoned his self-respect and personality. Now looking at it, he's already standing at the peak. Suddenly I feel Fan President's face must be hurting. Although Fan President's family runs a company, their entire fortune is only over 30 million, not even half of the price of that car. The surrounding students were discussing animatedly. The previous smear campaign against Hee-chan throughout the school was instantly shattered by the presence of the 80 million Bugatti. Someone who can afford an 80 million sports car could never be someone who was being supported. Just then, make way. Make way. What are you all standing here for? A cold shout suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. The others surrounding turned their heads and their expressions changed instantly, exclaiming, "It's Director Chen." In the next moment, everyone present fell silent and quickly retreated to the sides. There was no choice. This person was the leader responsible for the discipline inspection of the entire Linen University, and every major and minor issue had to go through him. No student at Linen University was not afraid of him. Chen Jiwei had been looking for the car that was recklessly revving in the campus, but he hadn't found it. Then he heard the commotion here and hurried over. "Look at you all, what a disgrace." Chen Jiwei coldly scolded the students on both sides and directly walked past them into the crowd. Just as he was about to start scolding, he caught sight of the blue and white Bugatti. Even after living for decades, he couldn't tell what kind of car it was. However, looking at the exaggerated design of the sports car, it was definitely not cheap. His initially aggressive demeanor softened a bit. There was no way. Generally, those who could afford such sports cars were people of status, and even as the discipline inspection director of Linen University, he wouldn't dare to scold casually. If he offended some big shot he couldn't provoke, even the dean, Cui Ziyuan, couldn't protect him. However, in front of so many students, he still had to maintain some authority. "Whose car is this?" He stepped forward, his expression serious and earnest, but there was little reproach in his tone. "It's my car," He Chen replied directly to Chen Jiwei. "Yours? What's your name?" Chen Jiwei asked in a deep voice. "My name is He Chen," He Chen replied. "What?" Upon hearing this name, Chen Jiwei's eyes widened in surprise. "You are He Chen?" Dean Chui had just asked him to find He Chen. He had only come to deal with the campus racing issue, and it turned out the racer was He Chen? "Yeah, what's wrong?" He Chen asked, puzzled. Chen Jiwei took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing, you've been quite popular at school these past few days." "I guess so," He Chen shrugged noncommittally. For more than 3 years in college, he had been an inconspicuous, ordinary student. He never expected that after leaving school and starting an internship, he would suddenly become well known at school, to the extent that everyone knew him. At this moment, Chen Jiwei patted the Bugatti beside him and asked expressionlessly, "I ask you, who allowed you to race in school?" That sound can be heard by all the students in the school. "Do you want the entire faculty and student body to hear the roar of your engine?" He Chen grinned and said, "Director Chen, why don't you take a try at driving a 16-cylinder Bugatti and see if you can drive it away quietly? Sports cars are meant to be heard. If there's no roar, who would buy a sports car for fun? A 16-cylinder Bugatti." Chen Jiwei couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this. A 16-cylinder Bugatti. Damn, is this the Bugatti big shot that has been rumored in Linen recently? So it's a Bugatti, and with such a loud sound, it's really not surprising. You can't measure it by ordinary sedans. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Dean Chui asked me to find you, he has something to ask you. Chen Jiwei said. "Dean Chui?" He Chen exclaimed in surprise. In his years at university, he had only seen the dean twice, both during campus celebrations. Now the dean actually wanted to talk to him? "Yes, come with me," Chen Jiwei said, walking straight out. He Chen turned to Wang Jianba and said, "Brother Wang, I'll go over first. You wait for me to come back." After saying that, he quickly took a few steps to catch up with Chen Jiwei. Just as He Chen left, the surrounding students immediately surged toward Wang Jianba's location. Some were taking pictures of the Bugatti Chiron to post on social media, while others were trying to get close to Wang Jianba. Even some girls directly asked Wang Jianba if He Chen had a girlfriend, wanting to be his girlfriend, which made Wang Jianba feel overwhelmed. He Chen followed closely behind Chen Jiwei and soon arrived at the dean's office door. The door was open. At this moment, only Dean Cui Ziyuan remained in the office. All the other teachers had already left. Chen Jiwei knocked on the door and said, "Dean Cui, He Chen is here." Cui Ziyuan looked up and said, "Come in." Only then did Chen Jiwei lead He Chen inside. Cui Ziyuan looked at He Chen and asked, "You are He Chen, the student who has been all the rage in the school these past 2 days, right?" He Chen nodded and said, "Yes." Cui Ziyuan stood up and walked over to He Chen, saying, "Do you have anything to explain about what happened these past 2 days?" He Chen shook his head and said, "I don't think there's any need for an explanation. Those who slander me know better than I do how wronged I am, so no matter how I explain, it's meaningless." "Kid, what do you mean by that? Could it be that President Fan is deliberately framing you?" Ding Guangkuan, who was nearby, said sharply. Upon seeing Ding Guangkuan, He Chen frowned. The director of the Political Affairs Office, Ding Guangkuan? He and Ding Guangkuan could be considered old enemies. Once, when Ding Guangkuan was having an affair with a senior, He Chen accidentally saw it and shouted out in indignation. Because of this, Ding Guangkuan had caused him trouble more than once. That senior successfully secured a recommendation for graduate school, but He Chen had almost been expelled by Ding Guangkuan several times. "Ha!" He Chen sneered and said, "If I'm being wronged, why not ask Fan Yunhai?" "Ding Guangkuan, you should speak with evidence." "Humph, there's no smoke without fire. If you hadn't done these things, how could it have turned out this way? I think you're just after fame and fortune, so you became Qin Lia's kept man." Ding Guangkuan pressed on. Just as he finished speaking, several people suddenly walked in from outside. Shut up! The leading middle-aged man glared at Ding Wankuan and coldly shouted. Chui Ziyuan frowned and said, "Who are you?" "We are the legal team of Qin Commerce Group. I am Zhao Ming, the general manager of the legal team. We are here to seriously discuss the recent slander against our president by your school," the leading middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, everyone in the office was stunned. The legal team of Qin Commerce Group? Damn! How did we provoke this group of people? If the legal team of the Qin Commerce Group keeps pressing this matter and causes trouble for them at Linen University, they will all be doomed. What they couldn't understand was that these legal team members generally wouldn't intervene, let alone in internal matters of Linen University. The next moment, they realized what was happening. Zhao Ming finished speaking and immediately looked at Yi Chun, respectfully saying, "Hello, Mr. He. President Qin asked me to convey her sincere apologies for the trouble caused to you because of her. I hope you won't hold it against her." Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Chui Ziyuan and Ding Wankuan's eyes widened in an instant. Qin Lia expressed deep apologies for this matter? This didn't seem like a sugar daddy situation at all. And then there was Zhao Ming, the legal general manager of the Qin Commerce Group. Someone of Zhao Ming's status wouldn't show such respect to Yi Chun if Yi Chun were truly just a pretty boy. Who exactly was Yi Chun? Yi Chun waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a small inconvenience. It's not a big deal." Zhao Ming nodded. "All right, Mr. He. We will handle this matter properly and ensure it has no impact on you." "Okay. Is there anything else I need to do?" He Chen asked. "No, Mr. He. You go ahead with your business. We will take care of the rest," Zhao Ming replied. He Chen nodded and looked at Ding Wankuan and Chui Ziyuan, saying, "Director Ding, Dean Chui, if you have any questions, just talk to Brother Zhao. I'm leaving now." Ding Wankuan's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to stop Yi Chen. How could he stop him? The legal team of the Qin Commerce Group was standing right there. If things went wrong, they could be sued for various reasons by this group of lawyers. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Not to mention the matter concerned the reputation of Linen University. So even if he wanted to take this opportunity to expel Yi Chun, he could only swallow his anger and watch Yi Chen leave. Unlike Ding Wankuan, Dean Chui Ziyuan, seeing Yi Chen's departing figure, showed a look of interest in his eyes. This was his first time meeting Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was a student at Linen University, there were tens of thousands of students, and each year a new batch came in, over 99% of whom Chui Ziyuan didn't know. He had never thought that there could be such an interesting person like Yi Chen in their Linen University. Facing so many of them, Yi Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. Yi Chun chuckled as he walked out of the dean's office. As for the outcome of the discussion inside, Yi Chen was not worried at all. If the battle-hardened legal team of the Qin Commerce Group couldn't handle a few leaders in the university, then the legal team should be disbanded. However, it was clear that the legal team of the Qin Commerce Group was quite formidable. Moreover, the fact that Linen University students had smeared Qin Lia was undeniable, and Linen University had no way to deny it. With this group of lawyers around, it was enough to give Ding Wankuan and Chui Ziyuan a run for their money. After coming down from the office building, Yi Chen had not walked far when he was stopped by two female students. "Shiming, do you have time? We want to invite you to dinner," said one shy girl. The other girl was more direct. "Yi Chen, you don't have a girlfriend, right? What do you think of me?" The two girls looked at Yi Chen with eager expressions. Yi Chen coughed lightly in disbelief. He didn't even recognize these girls. What kind of girlfriend could he have with them? "I have something to do, excuse me," Yi Chen said, turning to leave. But he hadn't taken a few steps when another ambitious girl stepped in front of him, suddenly dropping her book with a sound. Then, she slowly bent down in front of Yi Chen, revealing a deep cleavage, and seemingly unintentionally squeezed her arms together. Yi Chen? What the hell? What was she trying to do? Was she being so proactive? He had never expected these girls to be so forward. It seemed that as long as there was a sports car, beautiful women would come flocking. Not all girls are materialistic, but with tens of thousands of students at Linen University, even if such girls are only 1 in 1,000, that number is still quite considerable among the thousands of students. Yi Chen. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Yi Chen turned his head in confusion and was instantly dazzled. Not far ahead, a tall and beautiful girl in a white shirt was slowly walking towards him. Her straight legs stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting everyone's attention. This girl was none other than Linen University's top beauty, Tian Fuwei. Seeing Tian Fuwei approaching, the girl blocking Yi Chen's way showed a hesitant expression and finally turned to leave. The title of Linen's top beauty is not given lightly. It is the result of countless evaluations. In terms of appearance and temperament, no girl at Linen University dares to compare with Tian Fuwei. Now that she was coming over, if the girl stayed there, wouldn't she be making a fool of herself? Watching the girl leave, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was quiet. He then walked up to Tian Fui and smiled. Thank you, Tian de Xiaohua. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Standing close to Tian Fui, He-chan looked at her fair, oval face, her pair of lively, slightly curved eyes, and the corners of her mouth that were slightly lifted, causing his heart to race and a nervous expression to appear on his face. Tian Fui smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just happened to walk by here and thought I'd say hello. I hope I didn't ruin your good fortune." "Not at all." He-chan quickly waved his hand. "I was just worried about how to get rid of them, and luckily you came. By the way, I haven't had a chance to thank you for standing up for me on the campus forum yesterday. I left a message on the board, but you probably didn't see it." "Thank you. Really, thank you so much." "You're welcome." Tian Fui chuckled. "I've long found Fan Yunhai unpleasant. He often bullies other students just because he's the student council president. Don't take what they said to heart, and just be true to yourself." "I know that." He-chan laughed. "I was a bit angry at first, but when I saw you bringing a group of people to speak for me, I immediately stopped being angry." Upon hearing this, Tian Fui burst out laughing. This laugh made He-chan's heart flutter, as if all the flowers in the world had suddenly bloomed. He didn't know why, but standing in front of Tian Fui filled him with a sense of nervousness that he couldn't control. Now, seeing her smile, He-chan felt as if his heart had melted. "By the way, where are you going?" Tian Fui suddenly asked. He-chan snapped back to reality and replied, "I just came out of the dean's office." "Where are you headed, Tian de Xiaohua?" If it was on the way, maybe he could walk with Tian Fui. If it wasn't on the way, could it not be on the way? It had to be on the way. I'm planning to go to the library, just passing by here," Tian Fui replied. In fact, she had heard that He-chan was taken to the dean's office by Chen Jiwei and immediately came over to see if she could help him. But before she reached the office building, she saw He-chan coming out. She then breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a group of girls surrounding He-chan. Unable to bear it any longer, she stepped in. Upon hearing Tian Fui's words, He-chan immediately responded, "Oh, what a coincidence. I was also planning to go to the library. Shall we go together?" Not to mention the library, even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, it would still be a coincidence. Tian Fui nodded. "All right." Then, the two walked side by side towards the library. Along the way, many girls saw He-chan and were about to come over to introduce themselves, but upon seeing Tian Fui, they all retreated. This is the power of the top beauty. Wherever he went, the beauties retreated. Instead, many boys, seeing this scene, wished they could rush up and kill He-chan. Damn, so infuriating. It's just a Bugatti. Dude, that's an 80 million Bugatti, not an 800,000 BMW. Are you sure just is the right word? Over 80 million is an astronomical figure for more than 99% of people in this world. Even if they worked hard, it remained out of reach. Sigh. I never thought the campus beauty from Tian University would be swayed by money. Exactly, the campus beauty from Tian University has really disappointed me. Is the pure, innocent, kind, and lovely campus beauty from Tian University really going to leave me like this? A group of male students sighed deeply. Meanwhile, in the campus broadcasting room, Zhao Feier sat on a stool, lost in thought, murmuring, "How is this possible? That Bugatti actually belongs to He-chan? Yunhai, how can this be?" Fan Yunhai was also somewhat shaken. He had seen that car. He was about to take Zhao Feier to a hotel when he accelerated and almost crashed into the Bugatti in front of him, leaving him stunned for a long time, and they never made it to the hotel. An 80 million Bugatti. In contrast, He-chan was just an ordinary, poor student from Lining University. Who could connect He-chan with a Bugatti? Yet, He-chan actually drove the Bugatti to school. Even in his friend's circle, he had seen it. It couldn't be fake. Fan Yunhai pondered for a moment. Then, swallowing hard, he said, "Could this guy be the son of some big family, hiding his identity to study at our school? Impossible." Zhao Feier directly denied it. "He's just a poor loser, a country bumpkin from a remote village. I've even met his parents. They're just ordinary farmers." Even now, she still couldn't accept that He-chan was the owner of the Bugatti. When she first entered university, having never seen the outside world, she chose to be with He-chan because of his simplicity and helpfulness, plus they both came from rural backgrounds, which gave them a lot to talk about. However, as she grew older, she gradually recognized the harshness of the world and the differences between people, and her feelings for He-chan slowly faded. Eventually, she could no longer stand the ordinary days spent with He-chan, feeling that life held no hope, so she broke up with him and chose Fan Yunhai. But just 2 or 3 days later, first Qin Lia came to Lining University looking for He-chan, and now He-chan had driven a Bugatti to school. One event after another kept reshaping her perception of He-chan. "So what's the deal with this Bugatti?" Fan Yunhai frowned and said, How can a country bumpkin afford an 80 million Bugatti? Is it rented? But who would rent out such a super luxury car? It's simply impossible. He must have an extraordinary background. He's just been hiding it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feier was suddenly taken aback. Could it really be like this? Was everything He Chen had shown before just a disguise, and in reality, he was a terrifyingly wealthy second-generation rich kid? Thinking of this, a strong sense of unwillingness surged in Zhao Feier's heart. Fan Yunhai's family company was merely a supplier for the Qin Commercial Group, and the president of the Qin Commercial Group, Qin Lia, treated He Chen with great respect. This meant that He Chen's status might be even more impressive than Qin Lia's. Yet she had let go of a low-key super-rich kid and kicked him aside, only to follow Fan Yunhai? This made her feel incredibly foolish. If she had known He Chen was this impressive, she wouldn't have just broken up with him. As long as she could be with He Chen, she would be willing to kneel and worship him every day. At that moment, the door to the broadcasting room suddenly opened. Chen Jiwei walked in from outside and said to Fan Yunhai, the dean wants you to go over. Come with me. Fan Yunhai stood up and asked, what's going on? You'll know when you get there. Chen Jiwei replied. Fan Yunhai nodded, all right. After saying that, he followed Chen Jiwei out, leaving Zhao Feier sitting there in a daze. Time slowly passed. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feier suddenly stood up. I'm not willing. She couldn't accept that this matter would just end like this. He Chen was hers. The woman sitting in the Bugatti should also be hers. Everything belonged to her. She was the one who deserved all of this, the woman everyone envied. She had to find He Chen and take back everything that was rightfully hers. As for Fan Yunhai, compared to the current He Chen, Fan Yunhai was nothing. If she had known how formidable He Chen was from the beginning, she wouldn't have even glanced at Fan Yunhai. In the next moment, she took a deep breath and walked straight outside. Library. It was morning, and there weren't many people in the library. Generally, it would be busier in the afternoon or evening. After Tian Fuwei arrived, she picked a book and sat down near the window to read. He Chen also pretended to pick up a book. In fact, he wasn't here to read at all. He was purely here to watch people. Being with Tian Fuwei made He Chen feel completely joyful, and he thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, relishing it endlessly. He casually took a book from the shelf and sat directly opposite Tian Fuwei, pretending to open the book, then secretly glanced over at her. Tian Fuwei was reading a book called A City's Love. To be honest, the way the campus beauty read was quite captivating. Her crystalline eyelashes, lively eyes, and her serious yet delicate face. Just then, Tian Fuwei suddenly looked up at He Chen. He Chen's expression changed, as if he had been caught doing something bad by the teacher, and he hurriedly lowered his head in panic. Ha! At that moment, Tian Fuwei suddenly let out a soft sound. What's wrong? He Chen asked, confused, raising his head. Tian Fuwei pointed at He Chen's book, her expression strange, and said, He Chen, do you like reading this kind of book? He Chen? He quickly glanced at the cover of his book and was instantly dumbfounded. Breeding and care of sows, what the hell? How did he end up with this book? Shouldn't this be something Wang Jianbo should be studying? Little did he know, at that moment, Wang Jianbo was exhausted, fending off a group of students, while desperately shouting in his heart, hoping He Chen would come back soon to save him. Library. Ahem. He Chen lightly coughed to cover up his embarrassment, trying hard to appear calm. Then, he secretly glanced at Tian Fuwei, and after confirming she wasn't angry, he quickly explained, Wang Jianbo's family raises pigs, and that guy doesn't really like reading, so he asked me to take a look and teach him. Yeah, that's it. Tian Fuwei smiled gently and said, alright, Wang Jianbo is indeed quite good. He stood up to help you in that situation yesterday, arguing with those people on the forum for over 2 hours. You should help him too. That's for sure. When it came to Wang Jianbo, He Chen immediately started bragging. Wang Jianbo is my best buddy, closer than a real brother. No matter what happens, he's always the first to stand up for me, and he supports me unconditionally in any situation. If it weren't for him, with so many people scolding me, I probably would have been depressed long ago. He Chen said happily. In life, having a true brother to confide in is more important than anything else. It's just a pity that not everyone is worthy of such trust. For example, his other good brother, Wang Ziyang, was the first to distance himself from He Chen when the whole school was slandering him, even cursing him more fiercely than others. That's really great. I envy you for having such a good brother, Tian Fuwei said with a gentle smile. He Chen scratched his head and said, what's there to envy? A beautiful girl like you should have more good friends. Not necessarily, Tian Fuwei shook her head and said, you should have heard of plastic sisterhood. Although I have a few good friends, it's nowhere near the bond you have with Wang Jianbo. Some of them even hope I embarrass myself. He Chen grinned and said, I understand that feeling. I just figured it out recently. Some things can only be truly felt after experiencing them personally. At that moment, Tian Fuwei suddenly hesitated and said, He-chan, what's wrong? Seeing Tian Fuwei stammering, He-chan asked in confusion. Tian Fuwei took a deep breath and said, do you think I'm like those girls just now, approaching you because I saw you driving a Bugatti? Ha! He-chan was taken aback, surprised. How could that be? I never thought that. Really? And you're not approaching me, you're helping me. That's not the same thing. How do you know it's not? Tian Fuwei countered. He-chan was instantly dumbfounded. How did he know? He didn't know how he knew, but deep down, he absolutely didn't believe that the goddess in his heart was that kind of girl. He didn't even dare to think it. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of his goddess. Anyway, I believe you're not, He-chan said firmly. Tian Fuwei smiled slightly and said, alright, thank you for your trust. Seeing Tian Fuwei's happy smile, He-chan's heart fluttered. Is this the feeling of happiness? Just then, He-chan, a voice suddenly called out. Ha! Hearing the voice, both He-chan and Tian Fuwei turned to look. Immediately, He-chan frowned. Not far away in the corridor stood a tall girl, her eyes red as she looked at him. This girl was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. He-chan couldn't understand why Zhao Feier was here. Shouldn't she be with Fan Yunhai? At that moment, Zhao Feier suddenly walked straight towards him, her voice a bit choked as she said, Shimming, I've been looking for you for a long time. I asked several people before I found out you were here. You're looking for me? Is there something? He-chan asked in confusion, his brows tightly knitted. Looking for him? They had already broken up. Why was she looking for him? What a joke! Zhao Feier ignored Tian Fuwei sitting next to him and reached out to grab He-chan's hand. Seeing the scene, Tian Fuwei frowned slightly, her gaze involuntarily glancing at He-chan's hand. Then, she quietly raised her head to look at He-chan's expression. When she saw the surprise on He-chan's face, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Entanglement? Ming, the other day when I broke up with you, it wasn't that I really wanted to break up. Zhao Feier held He-chan's hand, looking pained. He-chan frowned and said, what do you mean? He was completely confused by Zhao Feier. What did this woman want? Zhao Feier quickly explained, Shimming, the reason I said we should break up was just to put some pressure and motivation on you. My heart hurts too. Seeing you now, I feel relieved. Can we go back to how we were before and be together like we used to? Upon hearing this, He-chan's brows furrowed slightly. Now he understood why Zhao Feier had come over. It turned out she was seeking reconciliation. But thinking about it, even girls he didn't know before had actively come to him to be nice, let alone Zhao Feier, his ex-girlfriend. To be honest, seeing Zhao Feier's pleading expression stirred something in He-chan's heart. After all, they had been together for a full 2 years. 2 years of feelings were not just a joke, but a habit formed through daily companionship. However, after realizing Zhao Feier's materialistic nature, He-chan knew that Zhao Feier's return to seek reconciliation was not because she missed him, but simply because she had seen his Bugatti. That was why she hurried over to ask to get back together, even neglecting Fan Yunhai in the process. But without that Bugatti, Zhao Feier wouldn't even spare him a glance. This was reality. He-chan pulled his hand away from Zhao Feier's, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao Feier, you are now Fan Yunhai's girlfriend, please have some self-respect. On the other side of the desk, Tian Fuwei suddenly laughed upon hearing He-chan's words. Zhao Feier grasped He-chan's hand again, anxious. I have nothing with Fan Yunhai, it's all just an act. It was just to motivate you. Really, you have to believe me. I have true feelings for you. Her loud voice instantly attracted the attention of many students in the library. Seeing Zhao Feier's anxious expression, many students began to whisper among themselves. What's wrong with this girl? Has she lost even the most basic self-respect? Fan Yunhai? Oh, isn't this Zhao Feier, Fan Yunhai's girlfriend from a couple of days ago? Why is she here? Oh, I recognize that guy, he's He-chan, who's been really popular at school these days. No way, it's really him. I heard his girlfriend Zhao Feier was taken by President Fan Yunhai, and then she went to be Qin Lia's toy boy. It's been crazy on the school forum these days. So why is Zhao Feier coming to He-chan to ask for reconciliation? And how did He-chan end up sitting with Tian Fuwei? As the top beauty of linen and a regular at the library, these people immediately recognized Tian Fuwei. However, they had been in the library all morning and didn't know that He-chan had driven his Bugatti to school, nor could they understand why Zhao Feier would seek reconciliation with He-chan. Who knows? Who cares why? I just know that when Fan Yunhai pursued Zhao Feier, he boasted about it over the school broadcast, and now Zhao Feier is back asking He-chan for reconciliation. President Fan is really wearing a hat. Students in the library were discussing among themselves. He-chan listened to the chatter around him, looking at Zhao Feier's pleading face, feeling a wave of nausea. If Zhao Feier had said these things to him from the beginning, he might have naively believed her. But seeing how obedient she was beside Fan Yunhai, He-chan knew it was impossible. After 2 years of dating, Zhao Feier had never acted like this in front of him. Moreover, Fan Yunhai had been targeting him fiercely these past few days. If Zhao Feier wasn't behind it, He-Chen would never believe it. Now Zhao Feier came over to tell him that it was all not true? He-Chen liked to play dumb, but he wasn't really foolish. Sorry. He-Chen directly pushed Zhao Feier away, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao Feier, please respect yourself and the feelings we once had. I don't want my past relationship to become a joke because of you. Do you understand? Then let's get back together? Isn't that good? You don't want to lose me, and I don't want to lose you. We can be together again, right? Zhao Feier said excitedly, but He-Chen only replied expressionlessly, sorry, you misunderstood. Perhaps Zhao Feier didn't care about their past relationship, but He-Chen did. This concern wasn't about Zhao Feier, but about his own past. Whether that relationship was a success or failure, whether it was awkward or humble, whether it was carefree or tragic, it was all part of his past, a part of the 2 years of youth he had spent second by second. He didn't want, nor was he willing, for his past to become a joke in people's mouths because of Zhao Feier. Why? Zhao Feier saw He-Chen's determination and shouted excitedly, why can't you give yourself another chance, and give me a chance too? Why? She was unwilling to accept it. She was filled with resentment. He-Chen was her boyfriend, and the girl sitting in the Bugatti should have been her. All the glory should have been hers. It was because He-Chen deliberately concealed the truth from her that she misjudged and left him. If He-Chen had told her these things from the beginning, she would never have left him, and would have been more loyal than any other woman. He-Chen, we've been together for 2 years. Are you really going to heartlessly abandon me like this? Haven't I treated you well over these 2 years? 2 whole years of feelings. How can you bear to just throw me aside? Zhao Feier shouted frantically. He-Chen frowned slightly and said, Zhao Feier, enough. Since you've become Fan Huizhang's girlfriend, just go and be with him properly. Don't act like a madwoman, okay? I'm a madwoman because of you. If it weren't for you, would I have become like this? Why did you lie to me? You deceived me for 2 years. It's all your fault, Zhao Feier exclaimed passionately. He-Chen frowned again. Finally, taking a deep breath, he said, Feier, what's in the past is in the past. If you say it's all my fault, for the sake of our 2 years together, I'm willing to take all the blame. I just hope you can live well with Fan Yunhai. Go! Tian Fuwei and the people around them looked at He-Chen in surprise upon hearing his words. They thought He-Chen would take the opportunity to mock Zhao Feier. After all, it was Zhao Feier who had dumped He-Chen. If it were any other boy, he would have already cursed her out. Just look at what Zhao Feier did to He-Chen and Fan Yunhai. Yet, He-Chen not only didn't do that, but instead took all the blame upon himself and wished his ex-girlfriend well. Just this demeanor and grace alone set him apart from ordinary boys. However, at that moment, Zhao Feier had completely lost her reason, desperately grabbing He-Chen's arm. He-Chen, you can't treat me like this. We're not done yet. Give me another chance. Let's continue being together like before. I'm begging you. Please agree. Zhao Feier screamed excitedly, tears streaming down her face. Just then, Tian Fuwei, who was sitting opposite He-Chen, suddenly stood up. Zhao Feier, please let go of my boyfriend. I can allow you to apologize to him, but I won't allow you to keep touching him again and again, or don't blame me for being rude. Tian Fuwei said seriously, her eyes filled with coldness as she looked at Zhao Feier. He-Chen. He was taken aback, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Tian Fuwei. What did she say? Her boyfriend? Me? Oh my god. I must have misheard. In an instant, He-Chen's heart surged with excitement. Not just him, but all the other boys and girls in the library, including Zhao Feier, also widened their eyes in surprise, looking at Tian Fuwei. He-Chen was Tian Fuwei's boyfriend? This first beauty of linen, who had never had a boyfriend since entering school, when did she become He-Chen's girlfriend? It seemed that Tian Fuwei sensed the people around her didn't understand her meaning, so she took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Feier with a commanding gaze, coldly saying, Zhao Feier, didn't you hear what I said? He-Chen is my boyfriend now. Keep your distance from him. After saying that, she directly pushed the bewildered Zhao Feier aside and took He-Chen out of the library. Zhao Feier stood there, staring blankly at the backs of Tian Fuwei and He-Chen, completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Tian Fuwei had actually become He-Chen's girlfriend? Had she been too slow? In the next moment, Zhao Feier suddenly sat on the ground and began to cry loudly. At that moment, she felt like the biggest fool in the world. She had been so eager to get rid of that loser. In the blink of an eye, she was snatched away by Tian Fuwei, who held the title of the most beautiful girl at Linen University, and she treated her like a treasure. As for competing with Tian Fuwei, she didn't even dare to entertain that thought. In the entire Linen University, who didn't know that Tian Fuwei was the dream girl in the hearts of all the boys? Unfortunately, throughout her 4 years of college, Tian Fuwei focused solely on her studies and never thought about dating, nor did she have any rumors with anyone. Even the wealthiest individuals, including some big bosses from society who wanted to pursue her, were turned down by her. Thankfully, this gave other female students a chance. But because of this, when Tian Fuwei announced that He Chen was her boyfriend, Zhao Fei, no matter how unwilling she was, could only accept her fate. At that moment, she regretted it deeply. If she had known He Chen's identity earlier, she would never have broken up with him. No matter how much he hit or scolded her, even if it meant crying from morning till night, she would have gladly accepted it. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. On the other side, He Chen was being pulled by Tian Fuwei, running out of the library. Throughout the whole time, He Chen wore a dazed expression, as if he had lost his soul, following behind Tian Fuwei as they ran outside. Looking at Tian Fuwei's tall and charming back, smelling the fresh fragrance of her long hair in the air, and feeling her delicate little hand in his, He Chen felt as if he were dreaming. If it were a dream, he hoped he would never wake up. It wasn't until they reached a pavilion outside that Tian Fuwei finally let go of He Chen, turning to look at him, her exquisite face already flushed red. This scene made He Chen's heart flutter. He swallowed hard and excitedly said, "Tian, don't misunderstand." Tian Fuwei interrupted Yi Chen, looking a bit embarrassed. "I only said that because I saw Zhao Fei clinging to you and you couldn't get away, so I said that. Don't think too much about it." Upon hearing this, He Chen's excitement instantly cooled down. He had thought there might be a chance to develop something with Tian Fuwei. It was just supposed to be a way to help him get rid of Zhao Fei. What a foolish excitement. He Chen cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and smiled. "Thank you, Tian the campus beauty. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't have known how to shake off Zhao Fei just now." Speaking of which, if it hadn't been for Tian Fuwei's help, he truly wouldn't have known how to escape Zhao Fei. After 2 years of interaction, he was far too familiar with her. This woman was the type to cling on relentlessly. The fruit machine worth over 10,000 had been stuck to him for who knows how long. If Zhao Fei had desperately blocked him just now, would he really have been able to beat her up? He couldn't do something like that. As for other methods, it seemed even less likely he could escape from Zhao Fei's grasp. He had to admit, Tian Fuwei really helped him a lot. "There's no need to thank me for that." Tian Fuwei chuckled lightly, a bit shyly asking, "He Chen, you won't blame me for ruining your good fortune, right? After all, a beauty was throwing herself at you, and I ended up messing it up. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Sweat. Hearing Tian Fuwei's words, He Chen was instantly speechless, replying, "What do you mean throwing herself at me? I'm grateful to you, Tian the campus beauty. How could I blame you?" Put. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Stop calling me Tian the campus beauty. It sounds so awkward." He Chen scratched his head and said, "Isn't that how we all refer to you? What else should we call you?" When the boys referred to Tian Fuwei, they always called her Tian the campus beauty. Very few would directly call her by her name. In fact, some had even forgotten what her original name was. Anyway, when mentioned, it was always Tian the campus beauty. Only those 4 words could represent Tian Fuwei's status and influence. "Just call me by my name," Tian Fuwei said with a light laugh. "Isn't it fine to call me Tian Fuwei directly? Why must you call me Tian the campus beauty? Don't you feel awkward?" He Chen's expression brightened, and he tentatively said, "Well, how about it, Tian Fuwei?" What's wrong?" Tian Fuwei asked. Upon hearing this, He Chen's heart raced with excitement. In the entire Linen University, he must be the first boy to directly call her by name in front of Tian Fuwei, right? This honor made He Chen's heart surge with emotion. "Why did you call me and then go silent? You weren't just trying it out, were you?" Tian Fuwei asked, her face full of suspicion. He Chen cleared his throat and said, "No, I wanted to say that when you mentioned I was your boyfriend earlier, there were quite a few people around. If that gets out, it might negatively affect your reputation." Tian Fuwei chuckled lightly and waved her hand dismissively. "I don't really care about that. It doesn't affect my graduate school entrance exam anyway. No matter what they say, I'll still do what I need to do." He Chen thought about it and agreed. Indeed, with Tian Fuwei's influence at Linen University, even if there were some rumors, what could they do to her? She remained the unattainable goddess, unaffected by such words. That was the confidence of the university's top beauty. He Chen took a deep breath. "Regardless, you not only helped me on the forum, but you've helped me again this time. I have to thank you." Tian Fuwei blinked her bright eyes and suddenly asked, "So how do you plan to thank me?" He Chen was taken aback. He had only thought of words of gratitude. He hadn't considered how to express it. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively suggested, "How about, I treat you to dinner tonight?" "Sure, it's a pleasant decision," Tian Fuwei replied with a smile. "Ha?" He Chen's eyes widened in surprise. You agreed?" He had just been casually testing the waters and never expected Tian Fuwei would say yes. It wasn't that he didn't want to treat her to dinner, but he had never dared to hope for it, especially since this was their first real conversation and they weren't very familiar. Although Tian Fuwei had been to his house once with Ding Chuanxiang, he had only exchanged a few words with Ding Chuanxiang and hadn't spoken with Tian Fuwei at all. Describing their relationship as unfamiliar would be an understatement. In Yi-chen's mind, Tianfu was the kind of goddess who was high above, an unreachable deity. Yet, he casually suggested taking her to dinner, and she accepted without a second thought? It felt like a dream. Of course, why wouldn't I go if someone is treating me to dinner? Don't you want me to go? Tianfu laughed lightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Of course I want you to go. It's a deal. Yi-chen excitedly slapped his thigh. This was the top beauty of Linen University. Just imagining having a candlelit dinner with Tianfu, admiring her enchanting beauty in the flickering candlelight, what a wonderful feeling that would be. Just thinking about it made Yi-chen feel exhilarated. Then it's settled. I'm off. After saying that, Tianfu happily turned and ran away. Yi-chen watched her retreating figure, her long ponytail swaying, her beautiful back looking like a dancing sprite. Yi-chen gazed at her, feeling as if he were surrounded by happiness, never having felt such joy before. It wasn't until Tianfu disappeared from view that Yi-chen snapped back to reality, lightly slapping himself and cursing himself as a lecher before happily skipping back to the boys' dormitory to find Wang Jianbo. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Zhao Ming and others from the Qin Shang Group's legal team had already left, leaving only Cui Ziyuan and Fan Yunhai. Fan Yunhai kept his head down, silent. Cui Ziyuan looked at Fan Yunhai with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "Fan Yunhai, what should I say to you?" Fan Yunhai shrank his head, lowering it even further. He didn't dare to make a sound. His pride was merely because his family owned a company of considerable size. However, in front of the Qin Commerce Group, in front of the formidable legal team of the Qin Commerce Group, he was nothing at all. Originally, he just wanted to use Qin Lia to embarrass Yi-chen. He never expected that Qin Lia would take Yi-chen so seriously, even mobilizing the well-known legal team of the Qin Commerce Group to make a big fuss at Linen University over this matter. In front of the powerful Qin Commerce legal team, he felt like a little bird in a storm, as if he could be swallowed at any moment. Fortunately, there were people like Cui Ziyuan standing in front, sincerely apologizing and promising to delete all posts, punish the spreaders of rumors, publicly apologize to Yi-chen, and commit to ensuring such incidents would never happen again, along with compensating the Qin Commerce Group over 300,000. Only then did Zhao Ming and the others relent. Fan Yunhai witnessed all of this, already trembling in fear. Now, even if Cui Ziyuan scolded him, how could he dare to say a single no? Tell me, what were you thinking? How could you do something so foolish as to provoke the Qin Commerce Group? Cui Ziyuan sat down in a chair and asked in a deep voice. Fan Yunhai opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Forget it, Cui Ziyuan sighed. I don't care why you did this. You're already an adult. Since you've done something wrong, you must bear the consequences. Given your extremely poor performance this time, you will receive a major demerit, be removed from the position of student council president, publicly apologize to Yi-chen, and be responsible for the 30,000 compensation. Do you have any objections? Fan Yunhai forced a bitter smile and said, "Thank you, Dean Cui." How could he dare to have any objections? If it weren't for Cui Ziyuan's intervention, he would have already been sent to the prosecutor's office by the Qin Commerce Group's legal team, and with Zhao Ming and the others' legal capabilities, once he went in, he would basically never come out again. Compared to that, just receiving a major demerit was already the best outcome. Cui Ziyuan replied with an and said, "You can go back now." Fan Yunhai turned around, walking heavily towards the exit. Once outside, he whispered angrily, "Yi-chen, it was all because of Zhao Fei, otherwise, how could things have turned out like this? It shouldn't have been like this." He was unwilling to accept it. He took out his phone, preparing to call Zhao Fei over. Just then, he heard two people discussing around the corner. "Did you hear? Yi-chen's ex-girlfriend Zhao Fei just went to the library and kneeled down in front of him, begging to get back together." "I heard. She was crying and clinging to him. If you ask me, that woman is shameless. After dumping him, she saw he was doing well and came back begging to reconcile. I wonder how comfortable President Fan feels wearing that green hat." As they spoke, the two turned the corner and bumped into Fan Yunhai, who was holding his phone, his face as dark as ink. "President Fan." The two's expressions changed, quickly saying, "Sorry, sorry," and then they ran off in a hurry. Bang! Fan Yunhai punched the wall beside him, roaring in anger, "Yi-chen, Zhao Fei, you too, Pu." Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, Yi-chen didn't see this scene, otherwise, he would have clapped and praised, spitting blood in anger, "Impressive, impressive." Yi-chen hummed a tuneless little song as he walked towards the boys' dormitory. One had to say, the effect of Tianfu showing up was truly remarkable. The girls who had been fawning over him before came one after another. Either they dropped their pens in front of him, or their books, or even their money, and their collars were all so low they looked like they might expose their bellies. However, ever since Tian Fuwei declared that He-chun was her boyfriend, those female classmates immediately became obedient and no longer harassed him. This is Tian Fuwei's power. The only thing that gave He-chun a headache was that as he walked, all the boys passing by stared at him with murderous intent, making him feel like he had a thorn in his back. He found himself glancing back from time to time, fearing that the Fervent Way Protection Squad might suddenly throw a brick at him. After finally returning to the boys' dormitory, He-chun let out a sigh of relief. At this point, there were no students gathered in front of the dormitory. It was completely empty, probably because the school had intervened. He had originally asked Wang Jianba to wait for him downstairs, but now there was no one, so he guessed he had already gone back to the dormitory. As he approached the dormitory, He-chun was surprised to find that the door was locked from the inside. "Hey, Brother Wang, are you in there?" he shouted, knocking on the door twice. Inside the dormitory, Wang Jianba, who was lying on the bed covered with a blanket, heard He-chun's voice and, as if he had found a savior, quickly got up and rushed to the door, pulling it open and exclaiming, "Damn, you finally came back. Where have you been for so long?" Just as He-chun was about to speak, he suddenly saw Wang Jianba's appearance and exclaimed, "Damn, what happened to your face?" Wang Jianba's face was covered in scratches, and his clothes were torn in several places. Hearing He-chun's words, Wang Jianba's eyes turned red, and he choked out, "Do you know how I spent these past few hours, you bastard?" He-chun blinked in confusion and asked, "What happened? What do you mean what happened? Do you know how many classmates came looking for you when your Bugatti parked here? Especially those girls, they were like crazy, asking me for your phone number. Look at these scars on my face. I don't even know which girl scratched me, and it messed up my looks. You told me to wait for you for a bit, and how long has it been? Do you really have that much to talk about with the dean?" Wang Jianba glared at He-chun with bloodshot eyes. Seeing Wang Jianba's pitiful expression, He-chun felt a wave of guilt rise in his heart. He felt a bit sorry for old Wang. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry, I chatted a bit longer in the dean's office. You know how talkative the dean is. We were just chatting there." Before he could finish, two male students happened to walk by the door, chatting as they went. "Did you hear? Tian Fuwei actually became He-chun's girlfriend." "Who told you that?" "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." Just now in the library, Tian Fuwei and He-chun were studying together, and Zhao Feier came to ask He-chun to get back together. Tian Fuwei admitted it herself, saying He-chun is her boyfriend. "She's my dream goddess, Shoo, He-chun is right there." The two boys quickly stopped talking and walked past the door. Wang Jianba glanced at their retreating figures, then turned to look at He-chun, and the pitiful expression on his face instantly vanished. He then tilted his head, dug at his ear, and glared at He-chun coldly, saying, "Just now, you said you were in the dean's office the whole time?" He-chun cleared his throat and said, That's not important. What's important is..." "No!" Wang Jianba interrupted He-chun, his face extremely serious. "This is very important. Tell me again, what the hell were you doing just now?" "I was up front taking the heat for you, and my face got scratched up like a battered squid, and you went to the library to flirt with girls? And the girl you flirted with is my dream girl, Tian Fuwei?" As he spoke, he threw off the blanket. Rolling up his sleeves, he revealed arms thicker than his thighs, muscles rippling. "Friends who like it, add the group 96ling96617, come and spray." He-chun's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Wang Jianba's arm, saying, "Brother Wang, let's talk this out." "Talk about what?" Wang Jianba directly shook off He-chun's hand and shouted angrily, "I want to duel you. Come on, let's fight 300 rounds. Today, it's either you die or I die." "He-chun, when the whole world abandoned me, you still stood by my side. Now, just because I chatted with Tian Fuwei for a while, you want to fight me to the death? Are you forgetting your friends for a pretty face? Ha! Take this punch." Wang Jianba shouted, throwing a punch directly at He-chun's shoulder. He-chun reached out and grabbed Wang Jianba's wrist, instantly stopping him. With the body-enhancing serum coursing through him, ordinary people couldn't even get close. Although Wang Jianba was heavier, if it came to a fight, he wouldn't even touch He-chun's clothes. "Hey, you actually blocked me. You've improved." Wang Jianba sneered, "Take another move from me, the dragon-subduing palm." Palm. But as soon as he kicked, He-chun caught his foot, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. In the next moment, He-chun lifted him up, hanging him upside down in the air. "What the hell? You?" Wang Jianba was stunned. He seemed to weigh over 240 pounds, yet He-chun lifted him effortlessly? How strong is this guy? This freak! "You, let me go!" Wang Jianba screamed, hanging head down. "Call me daddy." He-chun chuckled. Wang Jianba roared in anger, "I call you grandpa. You bastard, you're grandpa." Before he could finish, He-chun carried him toward the window and threw him straight out. "Daddy!" Wang Jianba screamed in terror, "Daddy, I was wrong. Spare me, Daddy, he, that's more like it. He-chan smiled in satisfaction and then set Wang Jianbo back down on the bed. Demasha, Wang Jianbo shouted, suddenly leaping off the bed and crashing down toward He-chan. He-chan. He quietly took a step back. Then, thud. Wang Jianbo fell flat on his face, and it took him a long time to get up, staring blankly at He-chan as if he were seeing him for the first time. At that moment, Wang Jianbo was screaming internally. When did this guy he become so strong? Not only did he lift him with one hand, but his reaction speed was also so fast, his righteous justice had turned into a lonely silence. Come on, let's continue? He-chan chuckled, beckoning with his finger. Seeing this, Wang Jianbo immediately took a step back. Continue my ass. At that moment, He-chan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He-chan walked aside to answer the call. Hello, Mr. This is Zhao Ming from Qingshang Group's legal department. We have dealt with the rumors. The person spreading the rumors will publicly apologize and compensate you with 300,000. According to President Qin's wishes, this 300,000 is for you as compensation for your reputation. Lu Ming's serious voice came from the phone. He-chan chuckled lightly. Thanks, Brother Zhao. Please thank President Qin for me. 300,000 was nothing to He-chan. He didn't take it to heart, and Qin Lia wouldn't either. Qin Lia was just giving him the money to express her goodwill, as it was a penalty from the school due to the previous rumors. Alright, if there's nothing else, we'll head back to Qingshang Group, Zhao Ming said. After hanging up, the campus broadcast crackled to life with Fan Yunhai's voice. Hello everyone, I am Fan Yunhai. I apologize to He-chan for spreading slanderous remarks against him. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. As the president of the student council, I shouldn't have said that, nor should I have led such negative comments. From today onward, I resign from my position. With Fan Yunhai's voice, nearly all the students at Linen University stopped what they were doing and looked toward the broadcast room. Previously, everyone had seen what happened between He-chan and Fan Yunhai. Moreover, a large number of students were led by Fan Yunhai to criticize He-chan. Now, just because He-chan drove a Bugatti to school, Fan Yunhai not only apologized in front of all the students but also voluntarily resigned as the president of the student council? Who doesn't know about President Fan's arrogance? Such a proud person actually bowed his head? And even apologized publicly? This is simply unbelievable. Even Wang Jianbo was wide-eyed in surprise, looking at He-chan in disbelief and asking, Old He, how did you do it? He-chan chuckled. How did he do it? It wasn't him, but the legal team of the Qingshang Group that did it. Fan Yunhai wasn't afraid of him, he was afraid of the legal team of the Qingshang Group. Even now that the legal team had left the campus, Fan Yunhai still had to apologize to He-chan publicly as agreed. Otherwise, if Zhao Ming and others found out that he hadn't fulfilled the agreement, the consequences would be something Fan Yunhai couldn't bear. You don't need to worry about that. He-chan laughed and said, I told them to shut up, and look, I did it, right? Wang Jianbo immediately gave He-chan a thumbs up and said, awesome. Not to mention anything else, He-chan's move was simply dazzling to his eyes. Ha ha. He-chan laughed heartily and said, let's go. I'll take you to the Qingshang Group. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo's mouth twitched, pointing at his own face and clothes. Go to the Qingshang Group? Look at me, can I go like this? He-chan, It seemed that indeed, he couldn't. He-chan cleared his throat and said, today I'm happy, let's change clothes, and I'll take you to eat barbecue. Hearing the word barbecue, Wang Jianbo's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, okay. After saying that, he hurriedly went to change clothes without another word. The two of them went downstairs, and Wang Jianbo, with a face full of amazement, stroked the blue and white Bugatti supercar, exclaiming, damn, Bugatti, wow, old He, can I sit in it? He-chan chuckled and said, sure, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Saying that, he opened the car door. 5 minutes later, Wang Jianbo stood beside the blue and white Bugatti, his face filled with a sense of loss and unwillingness. He-chan patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said earnestly, Old Wang, you need to lose weight. Otherwise, with your size, if this continues, only a bus will be able to accommodate you. After saying that, he shook his head and sighed, turning to walk outside. Wang Jianbo blinked, looking at the supercar in front of him, suddenly feeling like crying. An 80 million supercar. There was less than half a meter between him and the 80 million supercar. Moreover, the door of the supercar was always open to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in. What kind of experience is it to not be able to squeeze into a supercar because of being too fat? Wang Jianbo deeply understood that now. He wanted to lose weight. On the snack street opposite Linen University, Wang Jianbo was eating with grease all over his mouth and said, Old He, if you had told me earlier that Tian Fuwei only said you were her boyfriend to help you out, I wouldn't have tried to fight you. He stuffed a skewer into his mouth and rolled his eyes. Who the hell knew you would go all out for a woman, even against your good brother? I've seen through you. a typical case of valuing love over friendship. Cut it out. You should see who is the real one valuing love over friendship. Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes. He-chan. Thinking carefully, it was still Wang Jianbo who valued love over friendship. Yes, it was him. He-chan angrily stuffed another skewer into his mouth. Wang Jianbo continued eating and said, I say, old he, what exactly is your identity? Can you tell me? It's not good to keep hiding it from me, right? Hey. He-chan chuckled lightly. Don't worry about that. No matter what my identity is, I'm still me, your best brother. Everything else doesn't matter, right? Go away. Wang Jianbo looked at him with disdain and said, stop with the disgusting stuff. You, a rich second generation so impressive, have been pretending to be a poor loser in front of me for 4 years. Doesn't your conscience hurt? He-chan shook his head and replied, no. Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, you jerk. I'm a jerk, and you're the fat one. You're also repressed. He-chan. Damn. Can we have a proper conversation? This is called being genuine. How is that repressed? Sigh. Wang Jianbo sighed deeply. I wonder if the Qinshan group can be a place for me to showcase my talents. He-chan chuckled lightly. Don't worry. With your abilities, it will definitely be fine. What you lack is just a true mentor. I'll take your good words, Wang Jianbo said. He-chan smiled and suddenly had a thought. Wait. Old Wang is a financial whiz, self-taught. I can't figure out how to play with a ton of gold, but old Wang might know. Ahem. He-chan cleared his throat and asked, Old Wang, a couple of days ago I saw an interesting question on Bihu. It asked what you would do if you were given a ton of gold. Did you see it? No. Wang Jianbo shook his head while eating skewers. I don't pay attention to such unrealistic questions, so they don't push such boring topics to me. He-chan. Hearing Wang Jianbo's answer, He-chan wanted to hit him. What do you mean unrealistic? I'm asking a real question, okay? If I weren't afraid of scaring you to death, I'd just throw a ton of gold in your face. Just say, if you had a ton of gold in your hands, what do you think you should do? He-chan pressed on. It's not that he didn't want to tell Wang Jianbo about the gold he had. In He-chan's heart, Wang Jianbo was his best brother, no one else. But precisely because of this, He-chan didn't dare to speak carelessly. Human nature cannot withstand testing. Those who attempt to test human nature ultimately lose miserably. Even brothers can turn against each other. It was precisely because he didn't want to lose a brother like Wang Jianbo that he was reluctant to tell him about this. Otherwise, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be brothers anymore. Wang Jianbo held the skewer and pondered for 2 seconds, then replied seriously, first of all, private gold trading is not allowed, and a ton of gold costs about 300 million. If someone has that much money, they wouldn't be foolish enough to spend it all on gold. So this situation doesn't even exist unless it was dug up from underground. He-chan's expression changed in shock. Damn, this old Wang is incredible. He admired him so much that he poured Wang Jianbo a glass of beer and sincerely said, and then, Wang Jianbo downed the beer in one go and said, then the gold dug up from underground is basically all from before the founding of the country, definitely without certificates or numbers, meaning no sales permit. If the state discovers that someone is hoarding a ton of gold, it would be confiscated along with 7 years in prison. Don't even think about selling it, you wouldn't even have time to hide it. He-chan, is it that ruthless? What on earth did I dig up? Could it be? He-chan said seriously, if someone really dug up a ton of gold, would they just have to bury it again? That would be too much of a loss, right? A ton of gold. To have to shove it back underground and pretend I didn't know about it? That would be better than slapping him to death. Wang Jianbo chuckled and shook his head, saying, there are definitely ways. After all, the so-called regulations are made by people and enforced by people. Upon hearing this, He-chan's expression brightened, and he quickly poured Wang Jianbo another drink, asking, what way? Wang Jianbo chuckled and said, the usual way is to find underground dealers and sell it to them bit by bit. These people have wide channels, and even unlicensed gold can be sold. He-chan frowned immediately upon hearing this. Underground traders? That sounds unreliable. Sure enough, Wang Jianbo continued, but doing this has its drawbacks. Underground traders are all sorts of people. If you sell them a bit of gold, it might be fine, at most they'll haggle a bit. But if the quantity is large, they might set their sights on you, and it's not impossible for them to take both you and your wealth in one go. Let alone your whole ton of gold, it would be a feast for them sooner or later. He-chan, what the hell is this nonsense? Wang Jianbo continued, there's another way, which is to engage in gold futures. Not only can you cash out all the gold, but you can also sell it for more than 3 times the market price. Gold futures? What does that mean? He-chan asked, surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Wang Jianbo explained, gold futures refer to speculating on the concept of gold, cashing out capital, and then exchanging the gold in batches. However, doing this involves many departments and companies, like the Shanghai Futures Exchange, securities firms, and so on. To pull this off, you need sufficient connections and enough financial resources to support it. Both are indispensable. He-chan raised an eyebrow at this. Connections and financial resources? He only had a little over 25 million on hand, and that money was meant for buying a villa. As for connections, the highest-ranking person he knew was Qin Lia, and he didn't know anyone else. He just didn't know if that would be enough. He-chan poured another glass of beer for Wang Jianba and asked, "What kind of connections and financial resources are needed?" Wang Jianba looked at He-chan in surprise and said, "Why are you so concerned about this? Could it be that?" At this point, he was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at He-chan in disbelief. "Holy crap, you want to use my plan to deceive and cheat for sponsorship? Isn't that just deceiving feelings? Do you still have any shame? Do you have a conscience?" He-chan. He turned to the busy boss inside and shouted, "Lao Lu, another 50 skewers." "Sure thing," the boss, Lu Yunwei, replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba perked up, downing his beer in one go and grinning. "Good, brother. If you want to engage in gold futures, you must have your own qualified financial company. This is easy to arrange. There are many shell companies in this area. You also need to establish connections with the Shanghai Futures Exchange, and since it's futures, you need at least enough financial backing. Just give me a number," He-chan urged. Wang Jianba chuckled, poured himself another glass of beer, and began to calculate as he drank. After finishing a glass, he placed the cup on the table and said, "In terms of financial resources, at least 10 million as a base. I don't know the specifics. After all, I haven't dealt with this before and can't reach that level. Just an estimate." He-chan nodded. "An estimate is fine. At least it has some reference value, but 10 million as a base." Originally, Qin Lia had given him 25 million, and he thought he was going to be impressive. In the end, that much money was only enough to cover the base for gold futures? That was quite a blow. Wang Jianba continued, "As for connections, that's hard to estimate, but at the very least, you need to sort out the Shanghai Futures Exchange and all the related procedures and issues. After all, this gold comes from unclear sources. Even with gold futures as cover, you need someone to pave the way. Otherwise, it's easy to be robbed by envious people halfway." He-chan rubbed his nose upon hearing this. As for the people paving the way for his gold futures, it seemed that Qin Lia might be a bit risky in this regard. Sigh. At this moment, Wang Jianba suddenly let out a long sigh, his face filled with emotion as he said, "You asked the right person and found me. After all, I used to think about investing in gold, so I've done a bit more research. If it were someone else, they wouldn't know any of this. But the more I learned later, the less I dared to think about it. It's just too damn expensive. I can't afford to play with it." After saying this, he raised his glass and downed it in one go, then sighed deeply. "With so much gold, someone like you from a big family might still have a chance to get it. I'm counting on you to see when you can get that much gold, and then I'll help you manage it for free, just to get a taste of controlling the gold futures market." Cough. He-chan lightly coughed and said, "Well, to be honest, I actually have a ton of gold on hand, and I want to put." Wang Jianba, who had just taken a sip of beer, sprayed it all out, splattering He-chan's face. He-chan was stunned. Wang Jianba was dumbfounded. The two stared at each other in disbelief. He-chan wiped the beer off his face, looking disgusted, and said, "Are you a spray bottle or something? It was just about a ton of gold. Did he really need to react so strongly?" At that moment, He-chan had completely forgotten that when he first got that ton of gold, he had lain on the sofa, excited for over 10 minutes before calming down. Wang Jianba was brought back to reality by He-chan's words, quickly wiped his mouth, and looked at He-chan in shock. What did you just say? You have a ton of gold? Is that for real?" "Yes, it's true." He-chan nodded while wiping the beer off his clothes. "Damn it, this is so disgusting." As for the ton of gold, he hadn't planned to tell Wang Jianba, but since Wang Jianba brought it up, he saw no reason to keep it a secret anymore. He had complete trust in Wang Jianba and wasn't worried at all that he would betray him. No matter the circumstances, he unconditionally believed in Wang Jianba, just as Wang Jianba believed in him. Sometimes, a simple glance was enough to instill deep trust, and that was the kind of relationship He-chan and Wang Jianba had. Not brothers by blood, but closer than brothers. Thud. Upon hearing He-chan's words, Wang Jianba plopped down on the ground, blinking in disbelief. Where the hell did you?" At this point, he quickly got up, looking around cautiously, then leaned closer to He-chan and whispered, "Where the hell did you get so much gold?" He-chan sighed and said, "Just consider it as my startup capital given by my family, and also a test to see if I can turn this batch of gold into cash." This ton of gold was dug up when he received the system. Strictly speaking, it could be considered his startup capital. Damn! Hearing He-chan's words, Wang Jianba couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Your family actually uses a ton of gold as startup capital? Is that even possible? This is beyond extravagant. It's simply inhumane. I'm going crazy. Comparing himself to He-Chen. Look at He-Chen, and then look at himself. He-Chen's family gave him a ton of gold, and his dad only gave him a pig as startup capital. He-Chen patted Wang Jianba's shoulder, his expression serious and earnest. Old Wang, I know your capabilities. That's why I was hinting at you. I just want you to help me with this, and if it works out, we'll split it 50-50. This ton of gold, if left in his hands, would just be a pile of scrap, and who knows when he might face legal troubles. Now, letting Wang Jianba help him operate it, with him providing the technology and skills and himself providing the gold, splitting it 50-50 seemed reasonable. After all, even if he really sold all the gold, it would only be 300 million. But if it went through Wang Jianba, it could become a billion, and after splitting, he would still have 500 million left, nearly doubling his profits. Wang Jianba was instantly overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this. The market price of 1 ton of gold is roughly around 300 million. If it gets hyped up in the gold futures market, the value of this ton of gold could reach nearly 1 billion. If we split it 50-50, that means I would get 500 million? Just thinking about that number made Wang Jianba panic. No. Wang Jianba immediately waved his hands and said, Old He, 50-50 won't do. We're brothers. I should help you. 19-1 is fine. I take 1 and you take 9. Even with that, I would still get 100 million, and I can't take more than that. If you don't agree, I won't take this job. 500 million. He couldn't even dare to think about it. Let alone 500 million. He couldn't even come up with 500,000. The reason he insisted on 19-1 was entirely because he couldn't and didn't want to take advantage of He-Chen. How about 30-70? Don't resist, or I'll find someone else, He-Chen said directly. Wang Jianba was taken aback for a moment, then he stretched out his arms and hugged He-Chen with a moved expression. His voice choked as he said, Good brother, I get lost. He-Chen pushed him away and said, Don't be so disgusting. Just say yes or no. Of course yes. Wang Jianba excitedly patted his chest and said boldly, No problem at all. Not for anything else, but for your trust, I absolutely have to do this. After saying that, he curiously asked, Old He, this is 1 ton of gold. Are you really that trusting of me? He-Chen chuckled lightly and said, Old Wang, since I'm telling you this, it means I have absolute trust in you. Even if you really do get greedy in the end and can't help but take the money, I won't say anything. It's just 10 billion. Consider it a blessing for a brother. I wish you a bright future. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's eyes turned red, tears welling up as he choked out, Old He, I thank you for your trust. You really leave me speechless. I swear to you here that I will definitely do this well. If I do anything to let you down, may I be struck by lightning, have a terrible death, and be plagued by bad luck for life. All right. He-Chen shook his head and said, Stop being so mushy. I'm getting goosebumps. Wang Jianba laughed and said, I'm really too moved. You have no idea, Old He, no one has ever trusted and supported me like this since I was a child. I feel like I want to have a deep friendship with you. Get lost. He-Chen kicked him away in disgust. As a result, Wang Jianba hugged He-Chen's leg and excitedly said, This thigh. From now on, I'm sticking to it. I want to be the richest in linen. I want to be the richest in the country. I want to be the richest in the world. Around them, a wave of eye rolls and disdainful glances came their way. Where did this crazy person come from? Richest in the world. If you were really that impressive, why are you eating barbecue? Clearly a poor loser, just trying to get attention. Exactly. Since you sat down, I've heard you bragging about gold and billions of assets. Is there anyone who brags like this? Aren't you embarrassed? He's not embarrassed. We're the ones who should be embarrassed. I'm getting goosebumps all over. He-Chen, did someone hear that? This is so awkward. Humph. Wang Jianba stood up. The over 200-pound big guy shot them a cold glance and said, I can do whatever I want. Who are you to control me? If you want to fight, just say the word. Seeing Wang Jianba's domineering demeanor, these people immediately quieted down. There was no choice. Those who are stunned fear the bold, let alone just a group of ordinary people who wants to stir up trouble. However, as He-Chen looked at Wang Jianba, whose flesh was jiggling all over, he suddenly regretted his earlier decision. Damn it! Can giving 1 ton of gold to such a reckless guy really work? At that moment, the boss Lu Yunwei arrived. Xiaoming, Bozy, your skewers are here. 60 skewers, and the extra 10 are on the house. Lu Yunwei, in his 30s, said with a smile. Thanks, old Lu, He-Chen chuckled in response. They often came here for barbecue and were old acquaintances with the owner, a very cheerful and generous man. Ha, you're too polite. Lu Yunwei laughed heartily and walked inside. I'm diving in first. Wang Jianba excitedly grabbed a skewer, ignoring the high temperature, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hee-chun chuckled lightly. Just then, his phone rang. He took it out to check. Another news push from the Tomorrow Headlines system had arrived. Upon seeing the content of the news push, his eyes narrowed. According to reports, on the morning of June 30th, an explosion occurred on a street of snacks opposite Liaoning University in Liaoning City, Zhenyang Province, resulting in 5 deaths and over 10 serious injuries. Liaoning City is urgently promoting fire prevention and disaster education. Push time, July 1st. Seeing this news, Hee-chan's brows furrowed immediately. An explosion? A dozen casualties? Such a serious incident had never happened in Liaoning. Hee-chun quickly clicked to view the details. Soon, a detailed news article appeared on his phone screen. On the afternoon of June 30th, a heartbreaking serious accident occurred in Zhenyang Province, Liaoning City. At 12:45 p.m., an explosion suddenly occurred at Yunwei Barbecue, located on the snack street opposite Liaoning University. The owner Lu Yunwei and 4 customers died on the spot, with over 10 seriously injured and currently undergoing rescue. Lu Yunwei's father, Lu Baoquan, the former chairman of the Futures Exchange, wept uncontrollably in front of the fire and subsequently resigned from his position. The preliminary cause of the accident is judged to be a gas tank explosion, which caused a large fire. Liaoning City's publicity department is urgently promoting fire prevention and disaster education. Push time, July 1st. Below was a photo. In the photo, the entire Yunfeng barbecue had collapsed, and the scene was in chaos, with flames soaring into the sky. In front of the inferno, a man in his 50s knelt there, crying out loud in despair. After reading this news, Hee-chan's expression turned grave. Yunwei Barbecue? Lu Yunwei? Isn't this the barbecue place he was at? This guy is the son of the chairman of the Futures Exchange? No way. The barbecue place just exploded. Hee-chun quickly glanced at the time. It was 12:40 p.m. Only 5 minutes until 12:45 p.m. Damn! He exclaimed, immediately standing up and looking around. Everything seemed normal. Everyone was chatting and eating. The restaurant was calm, showing no signs of an impending explosion. But Hee-chun knew that in no more than 5 minutes, an explosion would occur here, and 5 people would die on the spot, with over 10 being rushed into the emergency room, leaving the scene in chaos. Old He? What's wrong with you? Wang Jianba asked, looking up in confusion, his mouth full of skewers. Hee-chun didn't have time to explain and shouted inside, Old Lu. Old Lu. Lu Yunwei walked out with a smile. What's up? Finished eating so soon? Don't you smell gas? Run, Hee-chun said anxiously. He had no time to check which gas tank was leaking because there was no time left. The most important thing now was to get everyone to evacuate quickly. After saying that, Hee-chun shouted loudly to the dining customers, there's a gas leak. Run! The customers were taken aback, thinking Hee-chun was joking. After all, he had just been joking around with Wang Jianba. They couldn't believe Hee-chun's words. Even Wang Jianba frowned and said, Old He, are you okay? Lu Yunwei also looked at Hee-chun in confusion. Where's the gas leak? I don't smell. By the time you smell it, it'll be too late. Hee-chun grabbed his shirt and pulled him towards the exit. While running, he shouted to Jianba, Old Wang, run. If we don't get out now, we'll die in here. Wang Jianba's expression changed, and he grabbed a skewer from the plate and ran outside. The saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger, and the remaining customers, seeing this scene, dared not stay inside any longer and rushed out in a swarm. Just as they reached the entrance of the barbecue shop, there was a loud bang. Bang bang! A muffled sound and a series of crashing noises suddenly erupted from inside the barbecue shop. The next moment, boom! A violent explosion rang out, knocking everyone at the entrance to the ground. At the same time, fierce flames surged wildly toward the door and windows. The customers who had just reached the entrance and were about to stop and see what was happening were instantly terrified by the sight, scrambling away in a panic, running dozens of meters before they dared to stop. When they looked back, they found that the barbecue shop had collapsed, engulfed in a sea of fire. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces filled with the look of having survived a disaster. Wang Jianba blinked, dazedly taking a bite of the skewer in his hand. Damn! If they had been 3 seconds later, they would have been consumed by the flames. Hee-chun looked at the flames in the distance, then glanced at the unharmed crowd around him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one was hurt. At that moment, everyone around suddenly turned to him, their eyes filled with gratitude. Young man, thank you. Really, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it out. Sorry, young man, we shouldn't have spoken ill of you earlier. A group of people apologized to Hee-chun all at once. Just moments ago, they had been badmouthing him, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had saved them, filling them with a sense of indebtedness. Hee-chun waved his hand, saying, no need to be polite. I've had a sensitive nose since I was young. I smelled gas and was worried about a big incident, so I hurriedly called everyone out. I didn't expect something really would happen. Lu Yunwei waved his hand, saying, regardless, we have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for this time. And I would have dragged so many people down with me. After saying this, he deeply bowed to the people around him, saying, I'm sorry, everyone. Are you all okay? We're fine, boss. We're all good, just a bit startled, nothing else. Hearing these words, Lu Yunwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one was hurt, that was good. What a pity for your barbecue shop, Boss Lu. This time, it's like going back to square one. Let's not talk about that. Hurry and call the fire department. Right, I'll call. A group of people chattered away. Lu Yunwei turned to look at the barbecue shop engulfed in flames, lost in thought. At that moment, Wang Jianba handed him a skewer, saying, Old Lu, want a skewer to calm your nerves? Everyone? Only then did they notice that Wang Jianba still held a skewer in his hand, instantly amazed. Wow! He didn't forget to grab a skewer while fleeing for his life? Is life worth more than food? He Chen couldn't help but give Wang Jianba a thumbs up, saying, awesome. The huge commotion attracted everyone on the snack street. Almost everyone rushed out of their rooms, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the sea of fire, many gasping in surprise. However, when they heard that everyone inside the exploded restaurant was safe, they all turned their astonished gazes toward this side. Before long, the fire truck arrived. After all, it was in the city, and fire trucks usually arrived within 5 minutes, unless the fire lane was blocked by private cars. He Chen looked at Lu Yunwei, who stood in front of the ruins. The news said that Lu Yunwei was the son of Lu Baoquan, the chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange, but he wondered if he could make a connection with Lu Baoquan because of this incident. However, given Lu Yunwei's current state, it was clearly inappropriate to discuss such matters. Moreover, it would be unseemly to seek benefits right after helping others. He Chen didn't want to be so utilitarian. If Lu Yunwei and his son are willing to help me, that would be best. If they are unwilling, I can't force it, and I will just think of other ways. Old Lu, we're leaving first. He Chen said goodbye to Lu Yunwei and took Wang Jianba back. On the way, Wang Jianba said to He Chen, Old He, you can't really be a dog, can you? Your nose is too sensitive. He Chen shot him a glance and said, you really can eat. I'm impressed. He. Wang Jianba chuckled and said, when it comes to eating, I take second place, no one dares to take first. By the way. At this point, he lowered his voice and said, Old He, is that 1 ton of gold thing true or not? You're not just fooling me, are you? It's true. He Chen shook his head and said, you can start planning now, just lay out the specific progress and precautions. But, Wang Jianba frowned and said, I want to go to the Qin Business Group. I want to work with my #1 beauty president. He Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Jianba and said, do you think that just because you get into the Qin Business Group, you can work with Qin Lia? Wang Jianba looked stunned. He Chen continued, and I've already told you about my 1 ton of gold. If you don't follow me, aren't you worried I might silence you and destroy the evidence? Wang Jianba. He Chen patted Wang Jianba on the shoulder and said, brother, follow me, and you'll enjoy the best food and drinks. What kind of beauties won't you have? Do you still care about a Qin Lia? 300 million, aren't you tempted? Wang Jianba swallowed and asked, do you have the connections and financial resources for that? You don't need to worry about that, just focus on getting the preparations done, and I'll figure out the rest. He Chen said, okay. Wang Jianba extended his palm and said, come on, high five, it's a deal. He Chen rolled his eyes, looking disgusted, and said, look at your greasy big pig's hoof, what a joke. I'm leaving. With that, he walked towards the school. Wang Jianba. Entering the campus, many students showed curious expressions upon seeing He Chen. Although only half a day had passed, He Chen's Bugatti had been parked under the boys' dormitory, and the owner was He Chen. This news had already spread throughout the campus. There weren't many people who knew He Chen, but it wasn't too few either. However, He Chen pretended not to see their gazes and instead looked at his phone. Earlier, when he was near the fire scene, he had heard the notification sound from his phone. The system rewards should have arrived. Opening his phone, 3 notification messages were displayed on the screen. Congratulations to the host for participating in this tomorrow's headlines news content. Given that the host saved several lives, the system rewards mastery of singing skills and master-level piano proficiency. Please click to claim. For the brave performance in this task, the system rewards 1 Rui sticker. Seeing these 2 rewards, He Chen raised an eyebrow. Mastery of singing skills and master-level piano proficiency. For some reason, looking at this reward made He Chen feel as if the system was mocking him. Does the system know that he sings poorly, so it specifically rewarded him with mastery of singing skills? All along, He Chen had been called a master of discordant sounds, not for any other reason, but because when he sang, it was not just off-key, it was downright ear-piercing. capable of scaring a group of people to tears with just one note. In his sophomore year, during a class choir, He-chan single-handedly led the entire class's rhythm astray. It was off in the wrong direction. Then, during the class choir, they kicked He-chan out without even considering him. As for the piano, He-chan could play it. He couldn't play Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, but he could play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star like a pro. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. This was the only piano piece he could play. He had originally wanted to learn another song, Little Donkey, but after 3 years of trying, he gave up. Now, being rewarded with this master-level piano proficiency was somewhat fitting. Fitting. Claim. He imagined himself under the spotlight, joyfully playing the piano piece Little Star. No, wait. It was the elegant performance of the Symphony of Destiny, and he eagerly pressed the claim button. Zing! A jolt of electricity suddenly surged from his hand, spreading through his arms and limbs. Then, He-chan began to shake violently. I'm coming! Wang Jianba, standing nearby, thought He-chan had been electrocuted and shouted, kicking He-chan directly. He-chan! He pushed Wang Jianba aside and said helplessly, "Are you trying to take revenge? I just had a little shiver, and you want to kick me?" Wang Jianba chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't this just concern for you? Don't be angry. Get lost." He-chan glared at Jianba. Then he frowned. Wait a minute? The shock had happened, but why didn't he feel any piano or singing skills in his head? When he extracted martial arts skills, his mind was filled with combat techniques. But now, why did he feel nothing? No singing skills, no piano skills, his mind was completely empty, nothing at all. Could it be that the claim had failed? Did he just get shocked for nothing? He-chan quickly opened his phone and found the rewards page. The result showed, reward claimed. He-chan, this was indeed claimed. But why was there nothing? Damn it, am I being scammed? He-chan rubbed his head, looking bewildered. This was not right. Even if there was a little effect, it would be fine if it just made his singing less terrible. What the hell was this? Wasn't it said that the system's output was always top-notch? Could it also be deceptive? He-chan studied it for a while longer and finally concluded. He had been scammed by the system. There was absolutely nothing. He had been completely fooled. Ha ha. Indeed, the system looked down on him. He didn't deserve the skills of a singing god. What puzzled He-chan was that he could play the piano. At least he could play Little Star, right? Why didn't it even give him that? What happened to the fitting reward? However, since the system wouldn't give it to him, he couldn't just throw his phone away. We can't burn bridges after crossing them, right? Forget it. There was still the third reward. He-chan looked at the last reward. Rui sticker, click to claim. The next moment, the Rui sticker flashed and appeared in the Tomorrow Headlines System's item bar, floating at the very bottom. After He-chan clicked on the Rui sticker, there was a description below. Rui, as I wish. Using the Rui sticker on your forehead can make your wishes come true within 10 minutes. Notes: 1. Ineffective for women. Note: effective for men. 2. Ineffective for lottery tickets. 3. Ineffective for illegal thoughts. 4. Ineffective for impure intentions. 5. The host can control the progress of events and can stop at any time. He-chan. Seeing this description, he was initially excited. Making wishes come true. This function was simply invincible. Although it was only for a short 10 minutes, often 10 minutes could change a lot. But as he read the latter part of the description, He-chan's heart grew colder. By the end, it felt chilling. He understood the reasoning behind it being ineffective for women. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous. Just standing on the street, surrounded by beautiful women, who could handle that? Having this limitation made sense. But what did the note, effective for men, mean? Did this system have some misunderstanding about him? Am I really that kind of person? And then there were all these ineffective for this, ineffective for that clauses. It's all useless now. What good is this Rui sticker? Is it a diaper? With these restrictions, He-chan really doesn't know what this Rui sticker is good for. Originally, he was quite excited about receiving these 3 rewards. Now, he suddenly feels a bit deflated. By the way, Lao He, do you know that the big star Lu Xinyue is going to hold a concert in our linen? Wang Jianba suddenly asked as they reached the bottom of the boys' dormitory. Is she the female singer you have a poster of above your bed? He-chan asked. For 4 years in college, Wang Jianba had a poster on his bedside. It was said to be a signed poster of the big star Lu Xinyue, which he bought for over 1,000 yuan and had kept on his wall. As they spoke, they walked upstairs. That's right. Wang Jianba slapped his thigh and said, "She's my goddess. Just thinking about her coming to linen soon makes my heart sore." He-chan rolled his eyes and said, "How many goddesses do you have, anyway?" First, he wanted to duel for Tian Fuwei, then for Qin Lia, and now another Lu Xinyue pops up. This Wang guy is definitely a scumbag. Shut up, don't slander my goddess. Wang Jianbo glared at him and said, do you know how popular Mayu is? I've already booked concert tickets, and I've been practicing singing like crazy every night for the past few days. I'm preparing to duet with Mayu. Ha! He Chen shot him a sidelong glance and said, you, duet with Mayu? Do you think you're worthy? Even if Mayu sings with fans, do you think she'd pick you? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo's eyes widened. Do you know my current skill level? Let me tell you, I'm no longer the amateur I used to be. I've been practicing singing like mad lately, and my singing skills have skyrocketed. Look at my ranking for this song by Mayu on the KTV charts. Out of 8,000 records, I'm already in the top 2,000. He Chun chuckled, top 2,000 and you're bragging? If you made it to the top 200, you'd think you were flying? Humph. Wang Jianbo snorted heavily. You don't know anything. Do you know how hard it is to get into the top 2,000? This is a nationwide competition, and many are professionals. Do you know how hard I've worked to squeeze into the top 2,000? I bought a professional microphone for this. I wake up at 5 to sing, and I sing until midnight. Finally made it into the top 2,000, and you say it doesn't count? He Chen nodded. It really doesn't count. Just 2,000. Is that something to be proud of? Damn! Wang Jianbo cursed, kicking the dorm door open and shouting, looking for trouble, huh? If you can sing and make it into the top 7,000, I'll live stream eating shit. He Chen pondered for 2 seconds and replied, although I have no evidence, I suspect you're just trying to get free food. Wang Jianbo, are you looking for a beating? He Chen chuckled, why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo immediately backed down, glaring at He Chen with resentment. You know your singing is terrible, and you don't even have the confidence to make it into the top 7,000, right? Laohi, I can bet with you, if you win, I'll do a handstand and shit myself. He Chen shook his head and said, no matter what you say, I'm just not singing. Although the idea of Wang Jianbo doing a handstand and shitting himself was tempting, he knew his own limits. With his level, if he really sang, he would definitely set a new low for the rankings. It would scare a bunch of people. Wouldn't he just be laughed at by Wang Jianbo then? So, absolutely not singing. Just not singing. Seeing He Chen's expression, Wang Jianbo sneered, you're scared to sing, aren't you? If you're scared, then apologize to me. Apologize sincerely. Say you were wrong. Say you shouldn't have slandered me. Say you'll never do that again. He Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, that's impossible. I'm your boss, and a boss can't apologize. Want me to apologize? You're joking. A father would never apologize to his son. Absolutely not. You're not my boss yet. Wang Jianbo slammed his palm on the table, shouting angrily, you must apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't work for you anymore. You can find someone else if you want. This is my dignity. No matter how much money is involved, I can't swallow this. Are you serious? He Chen frowned. Wang Jianbo sneered, yes, either you sing for me, or you apologize. Those are your only two options. He Chen's expression hardened. Apologizing was out of the question. He would never do it, even if it killed him. If he had to sing, then so be it. Compared to losing his dignity by apologizing, He Chen would rather sing and be mocked by Wang Jianbo than apologize. Alright, I'll sing. Bring me the microphone. Let me show you my earth-shattering singing skills. He Chen waved his hand dramatically, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of determination. Soon, Wang Jianbo brought over a microphone that looked quite high-end. He Chen took the microphone and said to Wang Jianbo, we agreed that as long as I make it into the top 7,000, you'll do a handstand and run. Of course. Wang Jianbo slammed his palm on the table, saying, a man keeps his word. But what if you don't make it into the top 7,000? As He Chen's best buddy, Wang Jianbo was very familiar with He Chen's singing ability. Although He Chen had never been particularly famous in school, the legend of how he single-handedly derailed the entire department's choir was still circulating in the community. Every time there was a major school event, stories about him would inevitably resurface. This showed just how capable He Chen really was. He Chen chuckled, if I don't make it into the top 7,000, I'll run naked around the school playground. It's just running naked. It doesn't say I have to do it in broad daylight. I could sneak out in the middle of the night when no one is around. Isn't that just like playing? As for being in public, if no one is there, what can I do? And does it have to be a living person? There are plenty of swaying things playing on the playground at dawn. Alright. Wang Jianbo never expected He Chen to play a word game with him. He excitedly slapped his thigh and said, good. You said it. Whoever doesn't run is a grandson. Sing. He Chen opened the karaoke app and found the song Wang Jianbo mentioned. It was a very popular song called Smile as We Agreed, which Hee-chan had often listened to and was quite familiar with. Looking at the karaoke records below, wow, there were 8,999 people. This meant that if he wanted to break into the top 7,000, he would have to defeat at least 1,000 people to reach 7,999, 2,000 people. Hee-chan suddenly felt a bit intimidated. Even if some of them were just filling numbers, 2,000 people was still a lot, and with his earth-shattering singing skills, he might not be able to handle it. Why aren't you singing? Don't tell me you're scared? Wang Jianba sneered. Hee-chan chuckled. Who said that? Just wait for me to run naked. With that, he clicked to start singing. The next moment, the karaoke panel appeared on his phone screen. Soon, the familiar prelude began to play softly in the dormitory. Listening to the rhythm, Hee-chan's previously restless heart instantly calmed down, and he became completely immersed in the melody, a slight smile appearing on his face, though upon closer inspection, there was a hint of sadness in his expression. Wang Jianba, seeing this scene, suddenly froze. What the hell? That expression. It looks like constipation? No, wait. It's like finally relieving constipation but with a torn anus. Wang Jianba sneered coldly. Keep pretending. No matter how intoxicated your expression is, if you can't sing, you still can't sing. Once you open your mouth, it shatters. At this moment, the prelude ends, and it's time to start singing. In the next moment, in Wang Jianba's squinted eyes, Hee-chan takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Then, we agreed to smile. We agreed to let go. Why can't we? As soon as Wang Jianba hears the first line, his eyes widen in shock. Damn! This singing tone. This voice. Instantly, Wang Jianba is amazed. Just a moment ago, he thought Hee-chan would sing poorly, but now this guy's voice is intoxicating? Hee-chan is still lost in his singing, becoming more and more immersed, completely unaware of the melody he is producing. But Wang Jianba is already entranced, fully immersed in Hee-chan's voice, and in his dazed gaze, memories of the heart-wrenching feeling when he parted ways with his girlfriend gradually resurface. Soon, the performance ends, but Hee-chan remains in that state, unable to recover. Until... Damn! Wang Jianba exclaims, grabbing his arm excitedly, Old He, your singing is too good. How did you do that? Hee-chan is jolted back to reality by Wang Jianba's shake, staring blankly at him. What just happened? Was I singing? Was that song really sung by me? At this moment, Wang Jianba snatches the phone from his hand and exclaims, Damn! This got over 10,000 points? It shot straight to the top of the karaoke rankings? Saying this, he quickly clicks to replay it. In the next moment, a magnetic male voice slowly emanates from the phone. Hee-chan listens to the song from the phone, feeling a wave of disbelief. The song playing from the phone is just too beautiful. Unlike the original singer Lu Xinyua's gentle voice, which evokes a desire to protect, the voice now coming from the phone is filled with emotion, evoking a sense of heartache. Those who don't know might think this is the original singer. This song, did I really sing it? Hee-chan quickly grabs the phone to take a look. Score, 10320. Name, The Beaten Little Monster. Ranking, first place. It was indeed him who sang just now. The key is, when did he become such a great singer? Damn, how did I not know? Wait. Hee-chan suddenly remembers the previous system rewards. Mastery of singing god skills and mastery of piano skills. When he received them, he felt a shiver and then found it dull, with no feeling at all. He thought the system had tricked him. Could it be? He misjudged the system. It wasn't that the mastery of singing god skills was inadequate, but that his understanding was too shallow. The tomorrow's headlines were just too impressive. What is the highest realm of martial arts? No moves surpassing moves. Zhang Wuji practiced Tai Chi to the point of forgetting, returning to the source. And the mastery of singing god skills given to him by the system is the same. It directly provided him with the pinnacle of singing skills, not just some ordinary pronunciation techniques and skills, but a talent that integrates into his body and soul. He couldn't feel it, nor could he comprehend it, but he could unleash it instinctively, and directly reach the peak realm. Speaking of which, the mastery of piano skills must be the same, directly granting him the highest level of piano ability? Not the kind evaluated by techniques and abilities of a level 10 pianist. Level 10 piano skills may seem impressive to ordinary people, but to true piano masters, it still looks like a child playing. For these true piano masters, there is no such thing as technique. These are fundamentally things that forsake the essence for the trivial, just like Tai Chi, and Hee-chan only lacks a piano. As long as a piano is placed in front of him, he can play a wonderful piano piece as easily as singing, without even needing to think. In that moment, Hee-chan was instantly excited. It must be said, products from the system are definitely top-notch. Looking at the karaoke rankings on his phone, Hee-chan chuckled. A wonderful sense of satisfaction arose. Bro, he can finally sing. He is no longer the tone-deaf loser. Old He, when did you become so amazing at singing? Wang Jianba asked in disbelief. He-chan smiled and said, what's this? I just didn't want to sing before. It's not that I couldn't. You insisted on competing with me, so I had to let you know how impressive I am. Old Wang, shouldn't we perform something exciting next? Wang Jianba looked stunned and asked, what content? Upon hearing this, He-chan squinted his eyes and said, didn't you say that as long as I made it into the top 7,000, you would do a handstand and poop? You didn't forget, did you? Now I've shot straight to first place. Where's your handstand and poop? Come on, come on. Saying this, he took out his phone, opened the camera, and prepared to capture this classic moment. Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, I said the top 7,000, not first place. As long as you're not within the 7,000, you lose. As for running naked, your brother Wang, am generous enough to let you off. How about that? I treat you well, right, He-chan? Originally, it wasn't just him playing word games with Wang Jianba. This fat guy was also playing word games with him. How cheeky. Old He, teach me how to sing? Wang Jianba tugged at He-chan's arm, blinking his little eyes. He-chan chuckled and said, no time, goodbye. He had come to take a break. After all, he had been quite startled in the fire scene. But seeing Wang Jianba like this, he realized he wouldn't be able to rest, so he might as well make a quick escape. Isn't it nice to go home and lie on a pile of gold? Ignoring Wang Jianba's shouts, He-chan directly left the dormitory and drove his Bugatti out of the school. Now, 3 things lay before him. The first was to buy a house and transfer the gold. The second was to sell the gold. The third was his date with Tian Fuwei. Although the first 2 were important, neither was as important as the third. Tonight was his date with Tian Fuwei, and imagining a candlelit dinner with her maid, He-chan burst into a pig-like laugh. Returning to the happy community, He-chan parked the car by the roadside, then took a detour and entered through the back gate of the community. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be a group of bored people waiting for him at the main entrance now. He-chan dreaded such scenes the most, so it was better to avoid them if he could. Back in the basement, He-chan touched the gold inside and immediately felt a wave of satisfaction. Then, he cheerfully tidied up his hairstyle and picked out clothes to prepare for the evening state. Meanwhile, at Jai Community, Villa 37, in front of the floor-to-ceiling balcony, Ding Chuanxiang, dressed in a white bodycon dress, walked to the balcony and said to Tian Fuwei, who was reading, Fuwei, young Master Lu is looking for you again. Do you want to see him? At the same time, a man's voice came from below. Fuwei, are you home? I'm Lu Kaifeng. Can you come down to meet me? Tian Fuwei frowned and said coldly, I won't see him, tell him to leave. But, Fuwei, his dad is a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel. Why don't you go out and say a word to him? At least let him know you're not interested? Ding Chuanxiang asked. Tian Fuwei sighed, raised her head, and said, Aunt, this guy has been pestering me for a long time. I've rejected him countless times, but it's no use, he keeps bothering me, so I can only avoid him. As she spoke, a look of distress appeared on Tian Fuwei's face. As the campus belle of Linen University for 4 consecutive years, she not only had countless admirers at school but also many inexplicable suitors in society, especially among the rich second-generation youths of Linen City. From time to time, someone would stop her to confess their feelings. However, most would give up after being rejected. Except for Lu Kaifeng. The son of the 5-star Fuhua Hotel, Lu Kaifeng, could be described as extremely persistent, often bothering her. There was even one time when she was so angry that she called the police. Unfortunately, when the officers arrived, they could only offer a few verbal reprimands. After all, such matters didn't even qualify as civil cases. Because of this, she had been troubled for quite a while. Alright, I'll go and send him away. By the way, how's it going with that guy named He-chun? Ding Chuanxiang asked with a light laugh. Last time, she had shared her own story with Tian Fuwei, encouraging her quite a bit, and Tian Fuwei said she would give it a try. But then there was no follow-up. Since returning from the morning, she had been sitting here, engrossed in a book titled City of Love. Taking a deep breath, Tian Fuwei looked at Ding Chuanxiang and replied, Auntie, you don't need to worry about me. I know what to do with my own matters. Alright, I won't interfere then. I'll just send Lu Kaifeng away first. With that, Ding Chuanxiang walked outside. A few minutes later, she returned and said to Tian Fuwei, I've already sent Lu Kaifeng away, but from the look on his face, I doubt he will let it go easily. Without looking up, Tian Fuwei replied, Don't worry about him. If he annoys me, I'll just... Before she could finish her sentence, her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and, upon seeing the caller, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She set the book aside and answered the call. Okay, got it. Alright, no need. After hanging up, Tian Fuwei said to Ding Chuanxiang, Auntie, I have something to take care of, so I won't be back for dinner tonight. With that, she stood up to leave. Just as she got up, Ding Chuanxiang suddenly blocked her path. Ding Chuanxiang raised an eyebrow and said, "You look flustered. Where are you off to? It wouldn't be a date with that guy named Yi-chan, would it?" Tian Fuwei, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, blushed slightly at Ding Chuanxiang's words. "Auntie, what are you talking about? It's not like that." After saying that, she hurriedly tried to bypass Ding Chuanxiang and run outside. Seeing Tian Fuwei's reaction, Ding Chuanxiang, as someone who had been through it all, knew exactly what was going on. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted that way. "Wait, your hair looks a bit messy. If you go to meet him like this, won't it ruin the good impression you want to make?" Ding Chuanxiang called out tentatively. Sure enough, upon hearing her voice, Tian Fuwei paused and quickly ran to the vanity to check her hair. To her surprise, her hair was perfectly fine, long and straight, draping over her shoulders without any issues. "Put!" Ding Chuanxiang couldn't help but laugh. Tian Fuwei pursed her lips, her cheeks turning bright red in an instant, and huffed, "I'm not talking to you, auntie. You're just bullying me." Watching Tian Fuwei flee, Ding Chuanxiang's face was filled with a mischievous expression. Then she chuckled. As someone who had gone through adolescence, she could tell what was happening with just a glance. Competing with her? Tian Fuwei was still far from it. After Tian Fuwei left, Ding Chuanxiang picked up the book City of Love that Tian Fuwei had been reading and softly recited. "You said that the peach tree blooms in 2 years and bears fruit in 3. You have already missed its 2 years of blooming, and this year, I cannot let you miss it again." Following that, Ding Chuanxiang set the book down, her face showing a keen interest. It seemed this little girl had a story to tell. Her eyes lit up. Then, following Tian Fuwei, she walked outside. She wasn't trying to follow Tian Fuwei, it was just that she was home alone with nothing to do. Moreover, she was very curious about what was going on between He-chan and Tian Fuwei. When she got downstairs, Ding Chuanxiang happened to see Tian Fuwei driving her Mercedes-Benz C-Class out. Then, Ding Chuanxiang turned her gaze to the garage. After a while, a white Audi A4 came rushing out of the garage. This was the car Ding Chuanxiang used to drive, but after she switched to the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, she left the Audi in the garage for emergencies, just like now. Without this car, she would have to watch Tian Fuwei leave without being able to do anything. Just as Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanxiang left Jiai Community one after the other, at the entrance of Jiai Community, a black Porsche Cayenne was parked, where Lu Kaifang was angrily smoking to vent his frustration. Next to him, another man advised, "Kaifang, don't lose heart. One day you'll win over Tian Fuwei, and then she'll sing conquer for you." "Sing my ass," Lu Kaifang retorted angrily, "I can't even see her." Before he could finish, Huang Weikai suddenly said, "Kaifang, look, isn't that Tian Fuwei's car?" Lu Kaifang turned his head and exclaimed, "Damn, it really is." Since he wanted to pursue Tian Fuwei, he naturally had some understanding of her. Usually, when Tian Fuwei went to school or elsewhere, she drove this car. Didn't her aunt say she was staying home to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam? Why is she out now? Huang Weikai asked in confusion. Lu Kaifang replied solemnly, "No matter, let's follow her and see. I want to find out what this woman is up to, whether she already has a boyfriend." "What if she does?" Huang Weikai asked. Lu Kaifang sneered, "If she does, I'll just snatch her away. It'll be thrilling to take food from the tiger's mouth." After saying that, he started the car and followed Tian Fuwei. Ding Chuanxiang followed behind, and after a short while, she suddenly saw a Porsche Cayenne in front of her, tailing Tian Fuwei. At first, she hadn't paid attention, but as she walked, the car in front caught her eye. She remembered that when Lu Kaifang had gone downstairs earlier, he was driving this very car. Could it be that Lu Kaifang was following Tian Fuwei? Ding Chuanxiang took out her phone to notify Tian Fuwei. However, after hesitating for a moment, she ultimately chose to give up. Even if she told Tian Fuwei, it wouldn't be of much use. Besides, if she said that, wouldn't Tian Fuwei know she was following her? What if Tian Fuwei got mad at her? Then she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Moreover, as she followed behind, she didn't believe Lu Kaifang would dare to cause any trouble. On the other side, at the Rose restaurant, He-chen had put a lot of effort into this date with Tian Fuwei. He picked out clothes for a long time and thought for a long time about what gift to prepare for her, finally selecting a bouquet of roses. After that, he searched online for many places and ultimately decided on the Rose restaurant by the riverside for their date. The atmosphere there was very romantic, mainly catering to young couples, and in the evening, they even had special candlelight dinners. In Linen City, if someone asked about the 5-star or 6-star hotels, some might not know. But when it comes to the most romantic restaurants suitable for young couples, there is definitely no second choice besides the Rose restaurant. Countless love stories that have spread throughout Linen have taken place in the Rose restaurant. Although this includes the promotional factors of the Rose restaurant itself, it also indirectly proves that the Rose restaurant was built for love. With a confession stage, a love memorial wall, and everything else, it had it all. Moreover, whenever a couple successfully confesses their feelings, not only do they receive a true love discount card from the Rose restaurant, but the entire hall is filled with dancing roses, accompanied by the blessings of everyone present. Hee-chan arranged to meet Tian Fu-wei here for dinner, secretly harboring a bit of his own romantic thoughts, hoping to bask in the aura of true love that the Rose restaurant exudes. Although he knew it was all just a gimmick, what if it had some kind of positive effect, right? Originally, Hee-chan planned to pick up Tian Fu-wei. However, she insisted he come alone, probably fearing her aunt would find out, so Hee-chan hurried over. Following the reservation, he quickly found table 33. He sat down, simultaneously thinking about how to speak when Tian Fu-wei arrived, pondering how he could win her favor. Hee-chan! At that moment, a light call suddenly came from the side. Hee-chan turned his head and was stunned. In the dim light, not far away, a beautiful girl stood there quietly with a smile, her long hair cascading down like a delicate beauty. Usually at school, Tian Fu-wei always wore a ponytail, never letting her hair down like today. With her long hair flowing, coupled with her exquisite face, charming smile, and a lovely blue floral dress, Hee-chan was momentarily captivated. At that moment, all clever words vanished from his mind. All he wished for was for the world to freeze at that moment, never to move forward again. "Hey, what are you staring at?" A shout pulled Hee-chan back to reality. He looked at Tian Fu-wei walking towards him, his cheeks instantly flushed red, nervously stammering, I. After stuttering for a while, he was so anxious he scratched his head, but not a single word came out. The more he struggled to speak, the more nervous he became, turning his face as red as a monkey's bottom. How embarrassing. He felt that his mental fortitude wasn't bad, especially after the recent days of training, facing life and death without flinching. He thought his psychological resilience was quite strong. Yet, unexpectedly, standing in front of Tian Fu-wei, he couldn't even finish 2 sentences before feeling incredibly tense. He didn't even know what was happening to him. Could it be because he cared too much? Hee-chan took a deep breath, secretly relieved that the lighting was dim, otherwise, he would have been so shy he'd want to find a hole to hide in. But, seeing Hee-chan's anxious and flustered expression, Tian Fu-wei couldn't help but laugh, asking, "You look like that. You haven't done anything guilty, have you? Come on, are you plotting something bad?" Upon hearing this, Hee-chan's heart skipped a beat. Damn, how did Tian Fu-wei know he was up to no good? Faced with her questioning, Hee-chan panicked. Fortunately, she didn't press further, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly invited Tian Fu-wei to sit down. Just as she settled in, within 3 minutes, a woman in a white fitted dress, exuding a mature charm, walked into the Rose restaurant. She sat down at table 36, which was 2 tables away from Hee-chan and Tian Fu-wei. This woman was none other than Ding Chuanxiang. However, her gaze was not on Hee-chan and Tian Fu-wei but rather towards the entrance. Earlier, when she got out of the car, she had seen Lu Kaifeng. However, Lu Kaifeng hadn't noticed her. He should be arriving soon. Sure enough, Lu Kaifeng and Huang Weikai walked in from outside. "Kaifeng, there are quite a few people here. How do we find them?" Huang Weikai asked, puzzled. "Don't you know Tian Fu-wei? Let's split up and look." Lu Kaifeng replied. "Okay," Huang Weikai responded. Meanwhile, at table 33, Hee-chan took the menu from the waiter and asked Tian Fu-wei, "Tian Fu-wei, what do you like to eat?" "Just order whatever, I can eat anything," Tian Fu-wei replied. Hee-chan chuckled and said, "I don't mind what I eat. You can just pick a few things." Tian Fu-wei shrugged and replied, "Alright." She then took the menu, selected a few items, and handed it to Hee-chan. Hee-chan took a look and exclaimed in surprise, "You drink Left Bank coffee?" "Yeah, I've always had Left Bank coffee." Hee-chan slapped his thigh and told the waitress, "Get me a Left Bank coffee too." Tian Fu-wei said, "Please wait a moment, it will be right out," the beautiful waitress said before taking the menu and leaving. Hee-chan secretly glanced at Tian Fu-wei, only to find her sitting there, staring blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. "Ahem." Hee-chan cleared his throat and said, "I have a gift for you." What gift?" Tian Fu-wei asked curiously. Hee-chan smiled and reached under the table, pulling out a bunch of roses and handing them to Tian Fu-wei, saying, "Here, this is for you." At the same time, he felt extremely anxious, his heart racing. Generally, roses are only given to girlfriends. If he directly gave her roses and she rejected him, it would be embarrassing. Upon seeing the roses Hee-chan gave her, Tian Fu-wei's face instantly flushed, and she asked, "Why are you giving me this gift?" Hee-chan's face turned red, and he quickly explained, "I couldn't just come empty-handed, right? Plus, this is a rose restaurant, so giving you a bunch of roses is quite fitting. I hope you won't refuse." Hearing this, a look of disappointment flickered in Tian Fu-wei's eyes, but it was fleeting. She then accepted the roses with a light smile and said, "Thank you." Seeing Tian Fuwei accept the roses he gave her, He-chen's heart soared with joy. Oh my! Tian Fuwei accepted the roses. The hardest part is always the beginning. And now, doesn't this count as a start? Ha! At that moment, Tian Fuwei suddenly exclaimed, "There's even a card?" She then pulled out a card from among the roses. When He-chen saw the card, his heart began to race again. This card was written by him. Tian Fuwei tilted her head and read aloud, wishing Tian Fuwei to always be beautiful, always happy, always 18, forever and ever. He-chen scratched his head, his face turning red as he said, "That's all I could think of for blessings, don't mind it." Put. Tian Fuwei chuckled and said, "Mind it? Thank you for your blessings. I didn't expect you to give me both a gift and blessings. I feel a bit embarrassed since I didn't prepare anything for you." No. He-chen quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm just very happy that you accepted my gift and blessings." Tian Fuwei nodded and said, "All right, then." With a frown, she said, "But He-chen, you wrote my name wrong. Didn't you notice?" Ha! He-chen's eyes widened in shock. "No way. Where?" He took the card back and looked closely. Immediately, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Tian Fuwei was written as Tian Fuwei. This is quite embarrassing. Tian Fuwei mischievously stared at He-chen and said, "He-chen, you didn't mean to give these roses to a girl named Tian Fuwei to confess your feelings, but when she rejected you, you couldn't bear to throw them away, so you turned around and gave them to me, right?" Ha! He-chen's face changed, and he quickly waved his hands. No. I was just too nervous when I wrote it. I really didn't notice I misspelled a word. Put. Tian Fuwei burst into laughter at He-chen's nervousness, her laughter bright and lively. "I was just teasing you. Although you misspelled my name, the sentiment is there, thank you." Hearing this, He-chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! He thought Tian Fuwei would be upset and leave. Turns out she was just joking, but that joke was really too intense. Then, the two fell into silence. Neither knew what to say next. Add table 36. Ding Chuanshan watched this scene, speechless as she shook her head. After all, she had been through a lot. What hadn't she experienced? Just by looking at He-chen and Tian Fuwei, she could tell there was a story between them, and they liked each other. But neither dared to break the thin ice, fearing that once it was broken, it would ruin their current harmonious relationship. The two fools were just testing each other. However, watching them do this made Ding Chuanshan anxious. Add table 33. You. He-chen and Tian Fuwei spoke simultaneously. Tian Fuwei chuckled lightly and said, "You go first." He-chen's face flushed, and feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Tian Fuwei, you look very beautiful today." Put. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but laugh, saying while laughing, "I thought you were going to say something else. Does this lady's beauty need you to repeat it? Are you implying that I'm not usually beautiful?" With that, she tossed her long hair lightly. He-chen was momentarily stunned by the sight, almost revealing a foolish grin, and quickly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Not far away, Ding Chuanshan, hearing Tian Fuwei's words, couldn't help but smirk. It was the first time she realized her niece was so vain. However, Tian Fuwei indeed had the right to be vain. Whether in looks or knowledge, she overshadowed all the other students at Linen University. If someone like her didn't have the right to be vain, who else would? No. He-chen quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean that. You're beautiful all the time. But today, you're especially beautiful." Not far away, Ding Chuanshan almost burst out laughing at the conversation between He-chen and Tian Fuwei. These two were indeed interesting. However, what she wanted to see wasn't this. In A City of Love, it says, "This year, I can no longer let you slip away." She wanted to see how Tian Fuwei planned not to let this happen. At that moment, she suddenly heard Tian Fuwei say, "All right, I was just joking with you. Don't be so nervous. Let's talk about something serious." Hearing this, Ding Chuanshan perked up. Was the good show about to start? At the same time, she prayed that Lu Kaifang wouldn't come out so soon. If the good show was interrupted by Lu Kaifang, she would definitely not let him off the hook. What was he? Just a 5-star hotel owner. If she got angry, she would just smash the Fuwa Tai 5-star hotel. What is it? He-chen immediately asked seriously. Tian Fuwei chuckled, put down her coffee, and said with a somewhat serious expression, "Do you have any plans for your life moving forward?" "What plans?" He-chen asked, puzzled. "I mean life plans." Tian Fuwei replied, "Now you're in your senior year internship, and soon your university life will end and you'll enter society. Do you have any plans for your future? Or a goal for your life's struggle?" Ding Chuanshan? Hearing Tian Fuwei's words, Ding Chuanshan was dumbfounded. Was this Tian Fui's idea of not missing out? She had a premonition that Tian Fui might very well encourage He-chan to take the graduate entrance exam. She originally thought Tian Fui was just casually suggesting He-chan consider it. She didn't expect Tian Fui was actually serious about advising him to pursue further studies. It was only at this moment that she suddenly felt her niece was truly exceptional. While others would find ways to be with the boy they liked, her niece was trying to persuade him to take the graduate entrance exam. He-chan was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Life plans? Does making money count? Finding a wife and getting married count?" Tian Fui's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head, saying, "Making money doesn't count. A person's life shouldn't be all about money. Besides, since you can afford a Bugatti, it means your family isn't short on money, which means your so-called plan to make money is the same as having no life plan at all. As for marriage, it is certainly not a necessity in life. Without love and marriage, one can still go far in life. What matters is having someone who understands you, even if it's just for a moment." He-chan? He scratched his head in confusion. What Tian Fui said felt a bit profound to him. It sounded like a state of life he had only read about in books. He never expected it to exist in reality. "What about you? Can you tell me about your plans?" He-chan asked, frowning in curiosity. "My plan is very simple." Tian Fui replied, "I will continue to prepare for the graduate entrance exam, enrich my cultural knowledge, deepen my cultural foundation, and fulfill my soul. I won't be happy because of material things, nor sad because of myself. I will do what I love. Just like it says in How the Steel Was Tempered, when I look back on my past, I won't regret wasting my youth, nor will I feel ashamed of being mediocre. My life and time will be dedicated to my most magnificent cause." Upon hearing Tian Fui's words, He-chan's heart trembled. He didn't quite understand what she was saying because it was too profound. Such life ideals were too lofty and hard to grasp, let alone execute. It felt like a dream detached from this world. However, that didn't stop He-chan from catching the key words. Graduate exam. Tian Fui wants to take the graduate exam. He-chan slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Tian Fui, I've made up my mind. I want to take the graduate exam too." Tian Fui looked at He-chan, puzzled. "He-chan, you decided so quickly? Aren't you going to think it over?" She never expected He-chan would agree so easily to her suggestion. Not just her, even Ding Chuanxiang at table 36 was a bit stunned to see He-chan agree so readily. This guy named he made a decision so quickly. Taking the graduate exam is not that easy, and it's not something you can just say. Did this kid make up his mind without thinking? Could it be just to impress Tian Fui, and he doesn't really want to take the exam? He-chan chuckled and replied, "Not too fast. I'm very interested in what you just said. Just like you said, if one only sees money and knows nothing but to hustle for it, no matter how much money one ends up with, life won't be happy, because desire is endless. Not being happy because of material things, not being sad because of oneself, being true to oneself, that's how life should be. So I want to take the graduate exam too. I want to be that kind of person." After saying that, to express his firm attitude and to cover up his true intention of just wanting to impress her, he nodded seriously and said, "Really? You have to believe me." All these words were just nonsense. His only goal was to be with the goddess Tian Fui. When the goddess said to go to the library, He-chan immediately ditched Wang Jianba and followed Tian Fui to study. When the goddess said she wanted to take the graduate exam, he would take it with her. Even if the goddess said she wanted to walk through a sea of knives, He-chan would accompany her. As long as he could be with the goddess, what did it matter what he did? Hearing this, Tian Fui smiled and nodded. "I never said I didn't believe you. Why are you so excited? But are you really sure? You won't regret it later?" "I won't. I never regret the decisions I make," He-chan said with unwavering determination. "That's fine, but I'm directly guaranteed a spot for graduate school. You will have to take the exam yourself," Tian Fui said. "Ah?" He-chan was surprised. "You don't have to take it?" He thought they could study together late into the night. If Tian Fui didn't have to take the exam, how could he review with her? "Of course I don't have to take it. My counselor has discussed it with me several times, encouraging me to continue with graduate studies, and they have reserved a spot for me." He-chan, this is what it means to be a top student. "But I can help you with tutoring. After all, based on your usual grades, it will be difficult for you to take the graduate exam, so I can help you with your studies for free." "Really?" He-chan's eyes lit up in an instant. "Of course," Tian Fui chuckled. At that moment, the dishes were served. One after another, regardless of whether they looked good or not, they all appeared quite appetizing. He-chan enthusiastically placed the dishes in front of Tian Fui, laughing as he said, "Thank you so much. Come on, Fui, take whatever you like." At the same time, he carefully watched Tian Fui. This was the first time he called her Fui. He wondered if she would be angry. Tian Fui smiled and said, "Thank you, He-chan." He-chan's expression brightened. She wasn't angry. But Ding Chuanxiang at table 36, watching He Chen and Tian Fuwei not far away, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She hadn't realized that her niece was so interesting. The sudden laughter didn't catch He Chen's attention, but Tian Fuwei, who had lived with Ding Chuanxiang for so many years, could easily recognize her voice. She frowned and turned to look at table 36. However, there were dividers between each table, so she could only see a corner of table 36 and couldn't see who was inside at all. Taking a deep breath, she said to He Chen, wait for me here for a moment. After saying that, she immediately stood up and walked towards table 36. There were only 2 tables separating them, so she reached it in just a few steps. Then, Tian Fuwei immediately spotted Ding Chuanxiang at table 36, resting her head on her palm, smiling at her. Aunt, what are you doing here? Tian Fuwei asked in a low voice, her expression tense. Ding Chuanxiang replied softly, came to eat? What a coincidence, you're here too? Tian Fuwei, I believe you. Keep lying. She was just about to sit down and give her aunt a good scolding when He Chen suddenly asked, what's wrong, Fuwei? Tian Fuwei turned to look at He Chen and found him looking at her with a puzzled expression. Once she sat down, He Chen would definitely find out that Ding Chuanxiang was there, and he would misunderstand her aunt's explanation. She wouldn't be able to explain anything to He Chen. She took a deep breath, shot Ding Chuanxiang a fierce glare, and turned back to table 33. Ding Chuanxiang simply shrugged at Tian Fuwei's resistance and condemnation. Her aunt didn't care at all. Could it be that Tian Fuwei could eat her? Being an aunt, she was so fearless. Tian Fuwei returned to table 33. Just as she was about to sit down, a voice suddenly rang out. Fuwei, finally found you. Tian Fuwei turned to look and immediately frowned, saying in a low voice, young Master Lu, is there something you need? The newcomers were none other than Lu Kaifeng and Huang Weikai. They had searched for a long time and still hadn't found Tian Fuwei. If she hadn't stood up, they might not have found her at all. He Chen, hearing Tian Fuwei's voice, also turned to look at them. His eyebrows immediately raised. What the hell? What does this mean? Didn't he see that I was having a candlelight dinner with Tian Fuwei? And is Fuwei even yours to call? I had to muster up the courage to call her Fuwei after holding it in for so long. And you just popped up and called out Fuwei? Where the hell did you crawl out from? However, Lu Kaifeng didn't even glance at He Chen, eagerly reaching out to grab Tian Fuwei's hand, while smiling and saying, Fuwei, I've been looking for you for a long time. I booked a rose set over there. Why don't we go try it together? Wait! He Chen instantly stood up, blocking Tian Fuwei, and pushed Lu Kaifeng's hand away, frowning and saying, what do you mean, buddy? Didn't you see I'm having a meal with Tian Fuwei? You just show up and want to take her away. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Lu Kaifeng looked at He Chen, narrowing his eyes. Then he turned to Tian Fuwei and said, is this your reason for refusing to have a meal with me? Just to eat with this kind of guy? Tian Fuwei took a deep breath and said, Lu Kaifeng, please watch your words. What I do has nothing to do with you. I can have dinner with whoever I want. If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't! Lu Kaifeng quickly replied, Fuwei, my feelings for you can be said to be as vast as the heavens. But your grandpa! He Chen directly interrupted him, coldly saying, do you think I don't exist? Looking for trouble, are you? If you want to get beaten up, I can fulfill that right now. Damn! Teasing my goddess in front of me. Do you really think I have no temper? Even a clay figurine has some anger, let alone a living, vigorous young man like me. As a result, Lu Kaifeng simply rolled his eyes at him and sneered, rude person. Simply extremely rude. Not a shred of cultural quality or upbringing. After saying that, he looked at Tian Fuwei and said, Fuwei, look at this person, simply extremely rude, unbearable to look at. He Chen. Damn. He didn't expect Lu Kaifeng to pull such a stunt on him. Tian Fuwei also looked speechless. Seeing He Chen's expression, Lu Kaifeng sneered, a guy who can't even enter the elegant hall dares to be with Fuwei. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what kind of toad you are? He Chen narrowed his eyes and replied, are you sure you're talking about me? Yes. Rude person. A country bumpkin. Only knows how to be overbearing. In such an elegant place, we should only be elegant. How about we compete in singing based on our true abilities? The winner gets to date Tian Fuwei, and the loser rolls out of here and is never allowed to bother Fuwei again. Lu Kaifeng said with a cold smile. Tian Fuwei quickly said, Lu Kaifeng, that's enough. You're a music academy graduate, isn't this bullying? She was genuinely afraid that He Chen would agree. She knew his singing skills, and describing them as terrible would be an understatement. However, to her surprise, He Chen directly shook his head and sneered, is this your idea of elegance? Using a woman as a bet? Where's the elegance in that? I see it as more like a cultured scoundrel. Isn't that right, scoundrel? I have nothing to compare with a cultured scoundrel like you. You! Lu Kaifeng was almost driven mad by He Chen's words. He then let out a heavy cold snort, ignoring Yi-chen, and directly said to Tian Fue, to express my love and feelings for you, I plan for you to sing a song on the stage of the Rose Restaurant. I hope you can feel my sincerity and love for you. At the same time, Huang Weikai ran over and said to Lu Kaifeng, are you ready? Okay. Lu Kaifeng nodded and then said to Tian Fue, wait for me. After saying that, he walked directly to the main stage of the Rose Restaurant. The Rose Restaurant is different from other hotels. All the tables are not arranged neatly but are distributed around the central stage, including the second, third, and fifth floors, all arranged in a circular layout around the stage, allowing a clear view of the central stage. This stage is the essence of the Rose Restaurant and the main reason it has become the most romantic venue in the entire Linen. Because this stage is the focal point of all customers on the 5 floors, and there are spotlights, and people often confess their feelings on this grand stage. It is said that men who confess in such places have never failed. Without exception, they have all succeeded. After Lu Kaifeng left, Tian Fue said to Yi-chen, thank you, Yi-chen. Yi-chen chuckled lightly and said, what's there to thank for? By the way, who is that guy? A rich second generation, his family owns a 5-star hotel, and he has been pursuing me for a long time, but I've rejected him, he's too annoying. Tian Fue said, her face showing anger. She really didn't expect Lu Kaifeng to appear here. It was obvious that Lu Kaifeng had followed her to this place. Yi-chen heard Tian Fue's words and smacked his lips, saying, don't worry, I'll help you deal with him. As he spoke, he looked towards the stage. On the stage, a pianist was quietly playing beautiful melodies, adding a romantic touch to the Rose Restaurant. Usually, every night there were performances on the grand stage, featuring piano, flute, guitar, guzheng, and more. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a qipao, with a graceful figure, appeared on stage. Immediately, a spotlight shone on the woman in the qipao. The instant she appeared, she attracted the attention of many guests. Tian Fue followed Yi-chen's gaze and immediately saw the graceful woman in the spotlight. Then, she looked down at herself, bit her lip, and quietly asked Yi-chen, do you think the woman on stage with the graceful figure is pretty? Yi-chen? He glanced at the woman on stage, then at Tian Fue, quickly coming to his senses and shaking his head, not pretty. She's ugly. Just kidding. If he answered this question wrong, he could say goodbye to Tian Fue. Moreover, this woman was not even in the same league as Tian Fue. She could only be described as ordinary. Although Tian Fue wasn't as curvy or striking, the sweet aura she exuded was unmatched. In contrast, the graceful woman on stage gave off a somewhat worldly vibe, like a flamboyant socialite, completely different from Tian Fue. Hearing Yi-chen's words, Tian Fue suddenly smiled knowingly. At that moment, on the grand stage, the graceful woman suddenly said, today, another handsome guy wants to use this stage to confess his feelings to the girl he admires. Let's welcome the handsome guy. After saying this, she stepped back. Following that, Lu Kaifeng walked onto the stage. Under the spotlight, he looked around and revealed a smile he considered very charming, saying, Tian Fue, hello. Today, I stand here to express my love for you. As his words fell, a purple beam of light suddenly shone down from above the Rose Restaurant, illuminating the seats where Tian Fue and Yi-chen were sitting. In an instant, Tian Fue became the focus of the entire Rose Restaurant, and many curious guests turned to look, especially the men present. Most men have an instinctive desire to explore the objects of others' affections, much like wanting to see what the bride looks like. The next moment, exclamations of surprise erupted. This girl is really beautiful. Ha! Why is there a boy next to her? I see, he's here to steal his girlfriend. Under the spotlight, Tian Fue's expression suddenly darkened. For young couples in love, sitting under the spotlight is a kind of enjoyment, but for her, it felt like harassment. I don't want to eat anymore. Let's go, Tian Fue said, about to stand up and leave. Yi-chen reached out and pressed down on her hand, squinting his eyes and saying, don't rush, it's a bit early to leave now. With Yi-chen holding her small hand, Tian Fue's cheeks flushed. Although she had pulled Yi-chen along when they left the library yesterday, that was just a temporary measure, and she hadn't thought much of it at the time. But now, with Yi-chen suddenly holding her hand, her heart began to race. However, her initial anger softened, and she nodded, sitting back down. On stage, Lu Kaifeng continued, Tian Fue, to express my love for you, I will sing a song. The name of this song is Endless Love for You. As his voice fell, the accompaniment began to play softly, and Lu Kaifeng, holding the microphone, started to sing, Endless Love Love Love. He began with a high note, causing the audience to nod in approval. This young man sings quite well. It's obvious he's invested his feelings. It seems this young man really likes Tian Fue. Of course, how could he not like her? Such a beautiful girl. Too bad I was born 20 years too early, otherwise, I'd want to see if I could win her over. Tisk tsk, the girl next to him is being confessed to in public. I wonder how the boy sitting beside her will react. If he's a man, he should go up and punch him, then get arrested, and that would help the young man on stage. Ha ha. Tian Fuwei listened to the discussions around her, her expression growing increasingly uncomfortable. Then she turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, given the current situation, what are you planning to do? You're not thinking of going on stage to compete with him in singing, are you? Yi Chen was surprised. How did you know? Tian Fuwei was taken aback for a moment. Then she stood up and said, I think we should leave. Letting Yi Chen sing? That would be like asking a pig to climb a tree. She had heard Yi Chen sing before. Although she hadn't spoken much to him, at most just nodding acquaintances, she had always kept an eye on him, especially during the last class choir when Yi Chen's brilliant performance led the entire class off-key, making him a figure of notoriety in the whole school. Whenever anyone mentioned Yi Chen, it was met with a chorus of boos. And then there was Lu Kaifeng, a music graduate. There were probably not many in Linnan University who could sing better than him. Otherwise, how could Lu Kaifeng have the courage to confess to her in front of so many people? In this situation, if Yi Chen went up, it would be pure embarrassment. If you leave now, Lu Kaifeng will continue to harass you. And you came with me, he confessed to you in front of me, which is disrespectful and treats me like air. If I leave now, I'll be laughed at by Lu Kaifeng for the rest of my life. Yi Chen looked at Tian Fuwei. They were already being bullied. How could they just walk away? Yi Chen couldn't stand it. Table 36. Ding Chuanxiang saw Yi Chen's actions and furrowed her brows in confusion. What is this guy up to? Is he really going to confront that guy on stage for Tian Fuwei? TSK. Being young is great. To risk everything for love. Tian Fuwei was stunned by Yi Chen's words and frowned. Are you serious? Lu Kaifeng is a music major. Plus, he comes from a wealthy family and has learned from many big names in the music industry. His singing skills, while not top-notch, are definitely above average. In contrast, Yi Chen. This guy hasn't sung anything since he was called a legend for that one song years ago. And now, Yi Chen wants to go up and compete with Lu Kaifeng in singing? Why is he thinking like this? Yi Chen took a deep breath, didn't answer, and directly stood up, walking towards the stage. At that moment, the song on stage ended. The entire Rose restaurant erupted in applause. Amidst the applause, Lu Kaifeng looked in the direction of Tian Fuwei and smiled. Tian Fuwei, will you be with me? I will always treat you well. Be together. Be together. The surrounding customers cheered. Just then, Yi Chen walked onto the stage, approaching Lu Kaifeng. At that moment, in a corner of the Rose restaurant, at one of the tables, a young man saw Yi Chen and immediately raised an eyebrow. Is it him? This person was none other than Li Wenfeng, who had sung with Zheng Tianjun last time and had watched as Zheng Tianjun was nearly beaten by Yi Chen. The girl sitting next to Li Wenfeng saw the intrigued look on his face and was instantly surprised. The others present didn't know the identity of the young man, but she was all too clear. Anyone who could pique his interest was definitely not an ordinary person. Li Gu, do you know him? Li Wenfeng chuckled lightly. An interesting person. On the other side, on stage, Lu Kaifeng saw Yi Chen, and the surrounding customers immediately began to discuss in surprise. What the hell? Isn't that guy the one sitting next to that girl? Is he going up there to fight? Impossible. Who would dare to fight in the Rose restaurant? This guy isn't going to sing too, is he? That's possible. But that young man just sang so well, and now this guy is going up. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I think so too. No matter how well he sings, he can't possibly be better than that young man just now. I really think that young man sang quite well. Tian Fuwei looked at Yi Chen walking onto the stage and suddenly felt warm inside, eagerly hoping for Yi Chen to do something. It touched her that Yi Chen was willing to stand up for her. However, compared to Yi Chen's earth-shattering singing skills, Tian Fuwei couldn't help but sigh. Courage was commendable, but if he ended up singing something terrible, she couldn't even imagine it. On stage, Lu Kaifeng chuckled and continued, So, what? You want to come up and challenge me? I welcome it. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Fighting? I don't like that. I just want to say, your singing is really terrible, so don't embarrass yourself in front of so many people anymore. Really, you're ruining the music scene. Upon hearing this, Tian Fuwei's mouth twitched. This Yi Chen. She thought Yi Chen would come on stage and directly announce that she was his girlfriend, forbidding Lu Kaifeng from having any ideas about her, then throw out some harsh words to shake the crowd. Instead, Yi Chen only said Lu Kaifeng sang badly? No matter how you put it, Lu Kaifeng's singing couldn't be described as terrible, could it? Ha ha. Lu Kaifeng laughed loudly upon hearing Yi Chen's words. You say my singing is terrible? I'm a top student ranked in the top 3 of the Music Academy, a champion of the city song competition, and you say my singing is terrible? Meanwhile, the others present began to shake their heads and whisper. I thought this guy would do something, but he just said the other person sings badly. Top 3 in the Art Academy, and sings badly? This is really killing me with laughter. Is he just a stubborn duck? Lu Kaifeng sneered. What's the use of just talking? If you have the ability, sing something better than me. If you sing better than me, I'll leave immediately. From then on, I won't bother Fu Wei anymore. That's what you said. Get lost, He Chen said directly. You, Lu Kaifeng glared, then coldly snorted, I'll stand right here. I want to see what good song you can sing. He Chen shook his head, no longer looking at him, and walked over to the pianist. Please make way, He Chen said. The pianist, in his 40s, was taken aback and asked in confusion, What, you want to use the piano? Lu Kaifeng also sneered, Piano? Can you play? Not just him, but the others present raised their eyebrows, including Tian Fu Wei, who frowned. If you're going to sing, just sing. Even if you sing badly, it can still be seen as commendable courage. What does He Chen want the piano for? Tian Fu Wei was filled with doubt. Could it be that He Chen could sing and play at the same time? The piano isn't like a guitar. You can practice for a month or two and play decently. But with the piano, without a few years of effort, you can't possibly play anything. If you sing badly, that's one thing. But if you add in piano playing that sounds like a broken gong, are you trying to make everyone laugh to death? Tian Fu Wei covered her eyes with her hand, unable to bear to watch any longer. So embarrassing. On stage, facing the doubts of the others, He Chen didn't explain but waved to the pianist. The pianist hesitated for a moment but eventually stepped down from the stage. He Chen walked to the piano. Looking at the piano in front of him, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation emanating from his soul, as if it were a part of his body. Then, he took a deep breath and gently brushed his fingers over the piano keys. As his hands touched the keys, countless fingerings and techniques surged into his mind, not chaotic but extremely organized, as if these things had been completely imprinted in his brain. It was an instinct integrated with his soul. He placed his hands on the keys and slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the piano. The piano was him, and he was the piano, indistinguishable from one another. On the second floor of the Rose restaurant, in an office, a woman in a qipao stood respectfully in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Beside her stood a man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Interesting, the man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses up and asked the woman in the qipao, Yuan, your piano skills have also reached level 10. Do you think this kid can play the piano? He was the owner of the Rose restaurant, named Chao Zongping. Just as Yang Yuan was about to answer, she suddenly caught a glimpse of He Chen's figure sitting at the piano on the stage in the middle of the restaurant. In the next moment, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, how is this possible? Seeing Yang Yuejuan's reaction, Chao Zongping asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yang Yuan did not answer, but her eyes widened as she looked at He Chen, filled with disbelief. Although He Chen had his back to them, the moment he sat down and placed his hands on the keyboard, the aura he exuded changed instantly. This kind of aura, she had only seen a few years ago when she accompanied her mentor abroad to attend a music performance, witnessing an international piano master. As one of the few level 10 pianists, Yang Yuejuan's understanding of the piano was profound. In today's society, many people can play the piano. Even first graders can join piano classes. However, most people only play casually, and among all the customers in the Rose restaurant, it was estimated that only Yang Yuan had reached level 10. Level 10 in piano is equivalent to a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. It is not something an ordinary person can achieve just by signing up for a piano class. However, level 10 is not the end. Level 10 is just the piano itself. Beyond level 10, there are pianists and piano masters. The so-called piano masters are those who truly integrate with the piano. For piano masters, the concept of level 10 is almost a joke. Such people may seem ordinary on the surface, but once they sit in front of the piano, their entire demeanor and spirit change instantly, as if they have become a different person. And now, He Chen was just like that. She had noticed He Chen for quite a while, watching him since he stepped onto the stage. He Chen gave her the impression of an utterly ordinary young man, at most just good-looking. However, Yang Yuan, being of a certain age, was not particularly interested in such young men. But when He Chen sat down, he suddenly exuded the aura of a piano master, which shocked her. On the grand stage, Lu Kaifeng looked at He Chen, who sat motionless with his eyes closed, and sneered, Play? Why aren't you playing? You can't possibly not know how to play, right? If you can't play, just get off the stage. The other guests around began to urge him as well. Start already? You're not just fooling us, are you? Young man, with so many of us watching, if you embarrass yourself here, it's not just about losing face, you might lose your girlfriend too. At table 33, Tian Fu Wei lay flat on the table, not daring to look again, because she could already anticipate what was about to happen next. At that moment, in front of the piano in the center of the stage, He Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was solely on the piano. In his mind, there was only the feeling of being moved by Tian Fu Wei. Then, his fingers suddenly moved, and a gentle piano melody followed. The instant the piano sounded, the previously noisy discussions around vanished, and everyone stared in astonishment. Although it was just a few simple notes, it felt incredibly beautiful, melodious, and elegant. It sounded as if it came from the depths of the soul. "This," Lu Kaifeng exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Wow, this kid can really play?" No, it's more than just playing. He had some understanding of music, and the rhythm and feeling He-Chen produced, both in strength and emotion, were even better than those of professional pianists. At table 33, Tian Fui slowly lifted her head, looking in surprise at He-Chen on stage. In the corner of the restaurant, Li Wenfeng's expression stiffened. "This guy." In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor office, Chao Zomping raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh?" He had intended to ask Yang Yuan what was going on, but he couldn't bear to disrupt the piano sound, wanting to immerse himself completely in it. On the stage outside, He-Chen sat in front of the black piano, his 10 fingers dancing quickly over the keys like 10 little spirits. At the same time, a somewhat lazy yet affectionate singing voice slowly emerged. "By the riverside, coffee on the left bank, a cup in my hand, admiring your beauty, a cup with lip prints, flowers and roses. Who wrote the name wrong?" As Tian Fui listened to He-Chen singing, looking at the left bank coffee on the table and the card inside the rose with her name misspelled, she gradually became lost in thought. Was this song for her? As He-Chen's voice filled the air, the entire Rose restaurant fell silent in an instant. Everyone was moved by He-Chen's song. Listening to this song felt like returning to their own youthful days, quietly watching the one they loved. On the grand stage, He-Chen's singing continued. "Smiling, flying in the sky, you said, you're a bit hard to pursue. Want me to retreat in the face of difficulty. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive, as long as the leaves of the Champelicis. Oh, creating a romantic date. Not afraid of messing everything up. Having you means having the whole world." In the audience, as they listened to He-Chen's song, many guests couldn't help but recall their first love, remembering the little moments spent with their first love, naive yet full of longing. At this thought, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Only Ding Chuanxiang had tears streaming down her face. She too had youth, a youth as brilliant as fireworks. But her youth was filled with regrets. Life, if only it were as it was at first sight. Just then, the piano's pitch suddenly rose, and He-Chen's song followed suit, increasing by a beat. "My dear, I fell in love with you. From that day on, sweet and so easy. My dear, I fell in love with you. A love diary. Memories scented with perfume. A whole bottle of dreams all have you, mixed together." As they listened to this, many guests around felt a tremor in their hearts, and memories of their youth with their beloved began to surface, their eyes gradually moistening. Teenage love is blind, yet it is also reckless, disregarding everything. For love, a young person can do anything, even fearlessly face life and death. Similarly, this precious memory will become the most beautiful memory of a lifetime. And He-Chen's song completely awakened this memory in their hearts, flowing through their minds bit by bit with the melody. Tian Fui stared blankly at He-Chen, who was passionately performing on stage. Everything before her felt like a dream. He-Chen could actually sing? Moreover, it was a song none of them had ever heard before? Writing a song on the spot, a song for her? More importantly, he can actually play and sing it himself? This big boy has such outstanding talent, yet he has kept it hidden until this moment when it suddenly shines through? What kind of person is he? In the center of the stage, He-Chen is completely immersed in the piano and the music, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keys, his voice resonating throughout the Rose restaurant. "My dear, falling in love with you. A love diary. Memories scented with perfume. A whole bottle, dreams filled with you, stirred together. My dear, don't be willful, your eyes are saying I am willing." As the song ends, He-Chen stops his fingers, sitting quietly, still not recovered from the state he was just in. The entire Rose restaurant, with hundreds of guests, is eerily quiet. At this moment, almost everyone is lost in the music and their beautiful memories of youth, unable to extricate themselves. Youth is beautiful, but it is also unique. The past will never return. A full half-minute passes. Clap. The sound of the piano lid closing pulls those immersed in memories back to reality. Clap, clap. One person stands up, excitedly applauding. Soon, others around also rise to join in the applause. In the next moment, all the customers present stand up, clapping wildly. Clap, clap, clap. The thunderous applause and cheers echo throughout the Rose restaurant. It goes on and on. Lu Kaifeng slinks away. At this moment, he doesn't dare to stay on stage for even a second longer. The result of his competition with He-Chen doesn't even need a judge, it's already clear. From the thunderous applause after He-Chen's performance, the outcome of the competition is self-evident. Music has never been the art spoken of by those mentors on variety shows, it is something that the public loves. The songs sung by Lu Kaifeng are only evaluated on how much technique he used and how close he was to the original singer. The audience might give him some encouraging applause at most. But what He Chen sang was different. His own song, his own accompaniment, his own singing, and whether it's the lyrics, the song, or the performance, everything is impeccable, blending with everyone's emotions, pulling them back into memories. At the scene, accompanied by the roaring applause, exclamations rise and fall. So amazing! I was moved to tears. My youth! Woo woo! I was wrong. It's really too beautiful. The piano playing is great, and the song is sung so well. It's truly impressive. So touching. I want to fall in love passionately again. I've seen many concerts, but none can compare to this. This is simply a master-level performance. What about that guy who started singing just now? When did he run away? Why would he stay here, waiting to be embarrassed? They're not even on the same level, one in the sky, the other on the ground. I just wanted to have a meal here, but I ended up enjoying such an amazing performance. This meal is worth it. In a corner of the restaurant, Li Wenfeng chuckles lightly, puts down his wine glass, and says with interest, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." In the second-floor office, Chao Zongping also claps his hands twice, turning to Yang Yuan and asking, "Yuan, how do you feel? What's your evaluation?" "I dare not evaluate." Yang Yuan takes a deep breath, her face serious as she says, "With my level of piano, grade 10, I can't compare to him. This is a level that only true masters possess. You can't find 3 in the whole country. Not to mention his top-notch singing ability. I don't even know how to describe someone who can play and sing so well. I can only say I admire him." "Admire?" Chao Zongping raises an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, to make someone who has reached grade 10 in piano admire him, it seems this kid is really quite impressive. I'll go out and see him. On the stage outside, amidst a round of applause, He Chen returned to Tian Fuwei's side. "Confess! Confess! Confess!" The guests around and those upstairs suddenly shouted in unison at He Chen. He Chen looked at the enchanting Tian Fuwei under the purple lights and felt a surge of emotions. The atmosphere had built up to this point. If he didn't confess, wouldn't it disappoint many people? He Chen gathered his courage and said to Tian Fuwei, "Fuwei, I." Before he could finish, a fragrant breeze swept in as Tian Fuwei opened her arms and hugged He Chen directly. He Chen was momentarily stunned, his brain short-circuiting. This, Tian Fuwei took the initiative to hug me? And in front of so many people? He Chen stood there, frozen, his hands hovering behind Tian Fuwei. But hugging her felt awkward, and not hugging her felt awkward too. He didn't know what to do, caught in an embarrassing pause just outside Tian Fuwei's embrace. Not far away, Ding Chuanxiang watched this scene and couldn't help but shake her head and smile. It was the first time she realized that He Chen was actually this shy, even afraid to hug. The applause that had just stopped erupted again the moment Tian Fuwei hugged He Chen. Good. Success. Of course it's a success. If I were that girl and someone confessed to me like that, I would definitely cry and agree right away. Who wouldn't? It's really touching. The customers all joined in the cheer. Tian Fuwei leaned on He Chen's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "He Chen, thank you, you really moved me. This is the most beautiful song I've ever heard." After saying that, she took 2 steps back and smiled at He Chen. He Chen's face turned red, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "If you like to hear it, I'll sing for you often in the future." Put. Tian Fuwei burst out laughing at He Chen's words. Even Ding Chuanxiang chuckled and shook her head. The He family isn't foolish, they know how to climb the ladder. Just then, bang! With a soft sound, endless rose petals suddenly fell from the ceiling of the Rose Restaurant, like a rain of roses, creating a stunning spectacle under the lights. Wow! So beautiful. Is this a rain of rose petals? It must cost thousands for a single event. It's really amazing. Among the guests, there were many women, all captivated by the scene before them. This was the origin of the Rose Restaurant's name, the Rain of Rose Petals, which was usually quite expensive and not typically available. But today, it was a free shower of petals at the Rose Restaurant. At that moment, in the center of the rose petal stage, a woman in a qipao slowly walked up, smiling as she took the microphone and said, "Congratulations to the 2 lovers. The boss has instructed to gift you a rain of roses. Also, the boss has instructed that all customers present today will receive a 30% discount on all purchases." As her words fell, the entire Rose Restaurant erupted in excited cheers. A 30% discount. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't insignificant either. You could enjoy a piano performance and get a discount. When does such a good thing happen? Young man, thank you. This counts as you treating us. Thanks. Wish you 2 a loving relationship. He Chen's face turned red, and Tian Fuwei also lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked up to Yi Chen and smiled. Mr. He, right? Yi Chen turned his head, puzzled, and asked, "You are?" "Hello, I am Chao Zongping, the owner of the Rose Restaurant. I was upstairs enjoying your performance just now. It was truly wonderful," Chao Zongping said with a smile. "So it's Boss Chao. What brings you here?" Yi Chen asked. Tian Fuwei also looked at Chao Zongping with curiosity. Chao Zongping smiled and said, "I wonder if Mr. He would be willing to become our pianist at the Rose Restaurant? 100,000 a month, and you only need to perform once." Upon hearing Chao Zongping's words, the other guests around turned to look this way. 100,000 a month, and only one performance? Chao Zongping really is quite wealthy. However, Yi Chen directly shook his head and said, "Sorry, I was just a bit impulsive earlier." If it were in the past, he would have jumped at such an opportunity. After all, performing just twice a month would earn him 100,000. But no matter how he looked at it, he was now a millionaire. Even if it was 100,000 a month, the money he earned in 100 years wouldn't even be half of what he had now. There was no need at all. Chao Zongping sighed and said, "Alright, it seems we are out of luck. However, we have recorded Mr. He's performance just now. Could we have your permission to use it? In return, you two can dine at the Rose Restaurant for free in the future." Oh, Yi Chen's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Free? That sounds good. No problem. Yi Chen immediately agreed without hesitation. He didn't care at all about what Chao Zongping had said. The rights to play a song meant nothing to him, but the meaning of free meals was different. It meant he could bring Tian Fuwei here to eat any time, and it would all be free. That was a real benefit. It was a win-win situation. Yi Chen got what he wanted, and Chao Zongping could use the song Yi Chen performed in the piano he played to further promote the Rose Restaurant and increase its visibility. "Thank you, Mr. He. I won't disturb you and your girlfriend any longer. Goodbye." After saying that, Chao Zongping waved to Yi Chen and turned to leave. Yi Chen turned to Tian Fuwei and chuckled. "Boss Chao really knows how to talk, don't you think?" Tian Fuwei, Ding Chuanxiang. Seeing their reactions, Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Well, let's eat first, and you should call your aunt over too. It would be perfect to have a free meal together." When he returned from the stage, he had seen Ding Chuanxiang. After all, they were only 2 tables apart, and although Ding Chuanxiang was a bit older, she was still quite eye-catching among women, both in figure and appearance, and could draw attention anywhere. It was impossible for Yi Chen not to notice such a woman. Tian Fuwei's face flushed, and she immediately said, "It wasn't me who called my aunt over. She followed me secretly. I didn't even know she was here until I stood up just now." I believe you," Yi Chen replied with a look of disbelief. Tian Fuwei. She stood up and called Ding Chuanxiang over. The first thing Ding Chuanxiang said when she walked over was, "Mr. He, I didn't realize you had some skills." Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, "Auntie, you're joking. Just call me by my name. You can call me Xiaoming. No need for Mr. Alright, then I'll call you Xiaoming." "Xiaoming, who did you learn piano from? It sounds so good," Ding Chuanxiang asked. Yi Chen scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I just play around. Could you teach Fuwei when you have time? This girl has always wanted to learn piano, but she hasn't found the time with all her studies," Ding Chuanxiang said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen became excited and quickly replied, Sure. When do we start?" Tian Fuwei would be taking lessons from him. He would teach Tian Fuwei to practice piano. Didn't that mean he could spend more time with her in the future? Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly felt his future was bright. "We can start any time. I have a piano at home. You can come over when you're free," Ding Chuanxiang said. "Great, no problem," Yi Chen replied. An hour later, the 3 of them finally finished their meal. Just as they were about to leave, the boss, Chao Zongping, suddenly appeared and walked Yi Chen outside. "Boss Chao, you're being too polite. We can manage on our own," Yi Chen said. Chao Zongping shook his head and replied, "Mr. He, you have great talent and will surely achieve success in the future, so it's important to build a good relationship with you now to benefit later." Yi Chen laughed heartily. "Boss Chao, you're joking." As they spoke, the 4 of them arrived outside the Rose Restaurant. Chao Zongping waved to Yi Chen, saying, "I'll leave you here, Mr. He. Goodbye, and you're always welcome to come back. The doors of the Rose Restaurant are always open for you." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "You're too kind, Boss Chao. Thank you for your generous hospitality." After Chao Zongping went inside, Yi Chen turned to Ding Chuanxiang and asked, "Auntie, how did you get here? Should I give you a ride?" "No need. I drove myself. There's my car over there, and she has one too," Ding Chuanxiang said, pointing to 2 cars not far away. Yi Chen turned to take a look. Immediately, his mouth twitched. Damn, one was a big Benz, and the other an Audi. They were wealthy. Earlier at the Rose Restaurant, Tian Fuwei seemed to have mentioned how impressive Ding Chuanxiang was. According to Tian Fuwei's description, Ding Chuanxiang was quite the wealthy woman, her family background was good, and she started her own clothing factory before graduating from college. After accumulating some money, she gave up the clothing factory to become an agent for foreign luxury men's clothing. Now, Ding Chuanxiang not only had a villa in Jiai community but also owned 2 other properties, with her only hobby being stock trading. Since she started trading stocks, Ding Chuanxiang had lost count of how much she had lost, yet she remained passionate about it. According to her, trading stocks wasn't about making money, it was purely for interest. He-Chen just didn't expect this wealthy woman to be so rich. Just like that, she had a big Benz and an Audi. What puzzled He-Chen was how a woman as beautiful and well-built as Ding Chuanxiang, who was also so wealthy, could be single. Logically, even if she was a bit older now, countless men should still be interested in her. However, He-Chen didn't dare to ask this question, fearing it might offend her. "I'm leaving now. You all continue to have fun," Ding Chuanxiang said to He-Chen and Tian Fuwei, then walked directly towards the car. Tian Fuwei quickly chased after her, calling out, "Auntie, wait for me. Let's go home together." As she ran, she turned back to He-Chen and said, "He-Chen, goodbye." Just then, 2 black SUVs suddenly stopped in front of them. 5 men got out of the cars, and the leader was Lu Kaifeng. Beside Lu Kaifeng, he said, "You guys really can eat. We had to wait outside for quite a while." Lu Kaifeng had his hands in his pockets, wearing a cold smile. "Lu Kaifeng, what do you mean by this?" Tian Fuwei frowned. Lu Kaifeng chuckled, "It has nothing to do with you. The person we want to deal with is him." He pointed at He-Chen and continued, "Kid, I've never lost such a big face in my life. What do you think we should do about this?" "What do you mean, what should we do? What do you want to do?" He-Chen asked with a light laugh. "Lu, I warn you not to act recklessly, or the consequences will be more than you can bear." Tian Fuwei said expressionlessly. Lu Kaifeng chuckled, "The one who wants to deal with you isn't me, but Boss Zhang." He originally wanted to find Boss Zhang to take care of He-Chen and vent his anger. After all, He-Chen not only ruined his plans and stole his girlfriend but also made him lose face in front of so many people. As soon as he mentioned He-Chen's name, the other party immediately brought people over. It had to be said that He-Chen had offended too many people. After saying that, he took a step back and shouted to one of the black SUVs, "Boss Zhang, they're here." A low voice responded. Immediately, a man in his 50s, exuding a fierce demeanor, stepped out of the car and looked at He-Chen with a chilling expression, saying, "You are He-Chen?" He-Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "And you are?" "Zhang Tianjun is my son. I am Zhang Dishu, the owner of Tianhao Entertainment City. Now do you understand?" Zhang Dishu sneered. Rose Restaurant, 2nd floor. Chao Zomping returned to the room on the 2nd floor, where Yang Yuan was standing in casual clothes. Upon seeing Chao Zomping return, Yang Yuan immediately walked over and said, "Boss Chao." Chao Zomping took a deep breath and said, "That kid He-Chen is really interesting. At such a young age, he has such singing and piano skills. If he were given a stage, he could definitely soar to great heights." Yang Yuan shook her head and said, "He is not that kind of person. Although I haven't interacted with him much, I can feel that he doesn't place much importance on fame and fortune." Chao Zomping chuckled lightly and said, "Whether he values it or not is not up to him. Some people's brilliance cannot be concealed. There will always be a day when he shines brightly." "I hope so," Yang Yuan said as she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp. Hearing her voice, Chao Zomping curiously walked over to look downstairs. From their position, they could just see the street outside the Rose Restaurant. At that moment, outside the Rose Restaurant, He-Chen and the others were being blocked by several men in black. When Chao Zomping saw one of them, his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhang Dishu? Why is he here?" "Zhang Dishu?" Yang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Is he the owner of Tianhao Entertainment City, known for playing both sides? Why is he stopping Mr. He? Could it be that they have a grudge? No, wait. The kid next to them is the one who was singing at our Rose Restaurant at the beginning. It must be revenge for He-Chen stealing his girlfriend in limelight." Chao Zomping took a deep breath and said, "I'll go down and take a look." With that, he immediately walked outside. Downstairs, He-Chen looked at Zhang Dishu in front of him, his brows furrowing. He had not known Zhang Dishu before, but he had heard about him later. The boss of the entertainment industry who plays both sides. Not only does he have great power in the underground world, but his mother's family also has significant influence in official circles. Therefore, Zhang Dishu could be said to be thriving in linen. Ordinary people simply do not dare to provoke him. This was also the reason why Zhang Tianjun was not afraid when he saw Qin Lia last time, because he had Zhang Dishu backing him. He-Chen sighed helplessly. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to provoke such a local tyrant. The matter with Zhang Tianjun was not instigated by me. You can check the surveillance with the owner of Ronghua building. This has nothing to do with me. It was fate, He Chen explained. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that it was better to avoid trouble. Zhang Dishu sneered and said, I never believe in fate. If there were such a thing, I would have died countless times already. I don't care how my son got into trouble, but it happened in front of you, so this debt can only be placed on your head. How do you want to handle this? Money compensation or life compensation? Tian Fuwei frowned at Zhang Dishu's words. She was about to speak when Ding Chuanshang suddenly tugged at her, then discreetly glanced at He Chen. Tian Fuwei pondered for 2 seconds, then finally took a step back and stood behind He Chen. He Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean by money compensation? What do you mean by life compensation? As his voice fell, one of the men in black stepped forward and said expressionlessly, For money compensation, it's 50 million. For life compensation, it's to remove 2 legs and 1 arm. He Chen grinned and said, What if I don't want money compensation or life compensation? That is not up to you, Zhang Dishu said in a deep voice. At that moment, Chao Zongping suddenly walked out of the Rose restaurant, laughing and saying, Hello, Boss Zhang. Zhang Dishu looked at Chao Zongping and sneered. What? You also want to wade into this murky water? He Chen looked at Chao Zongping in surprise. He really didn't expect that this person, whom he had just met and only had a nodding acquaintance with, would actively step forward to help him. In an instant, He Chen's fondness for Chao Zongping increased significantly. At that moment, He Chen's phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. He Chen frowned, took out his phone to take a look, and then his eyebrows immediately raised. It was another notification from the Tomorrow's headline system. Linen Tycoon Scandal. The son raised for over 20 years turns out not to be his own flesh and blood. Notification time, September 15th. He Chen's first thought upon seeing this news was, the feuds and grievances of the wealthy are numerous. Then, he clicked on the news details. The next moment, a news detail appeared on his phone screen. On September 14th, Zhang Dishu, the owner of Tianhao Entertainment City, had his wife Lin Xiaoron's affair exposed. Zhang Dishu, overnight, took his son Zhang Tianjun for a paternity test, only to find out that Zhang Tianjun is not his biological son. After being pressed by Zhang Dishu, it was revealed that his wife Lin Xiaoron had maintained an improper relationship with her first love, Wang Shuangshuang, for decades, treating him merely as an ATM. Notification time, September 15th. After reading this news, He Chen's eyes instantly narrowed. Zhang Tianjun? Zhang Dishu? This big brother has been raising someone else's wife and son for decades? Damn! This news is explosive. He Chen turned to look at Zhang Dishu. The fierce-looking Zhang Dishu now appeared to He Chen as if a vast grassland had suddenly appeared above his head, with wild horses galloping across it. At this moment, Chao Zongping said to Zhang Dishu, Boss Zhang, you came because of this kid, right? He pointed at Lu Kafeng. Lu Kafeng chuckled and said, It's me. Chao Zongping smiled and advised, Actually, this isn't a big deal. It's just a regular singing event. There's no need to make a fuss, Boss Zhang. I have a good relationship with Mr. He, so why don't you let this go for my sake? I'll treat you to a nice meal. He had a good impression of He Chen, so he wanted to say a few words for him. Zhang Dishu sneered and said, Do you think your face is that big? The Yi family has ruined my son. Do you think you have the weight to make me let him go? Chao Zongping was instantly dumbfounded. Ruined his son? So this is a deep-seated grudge. If that's the case, He Chen is in danger. As someone who has been in linen for many years, Chao Zongping really understood Zhang Dishu too well. This guy's methods are not ordinary cruel. If his son is truly ruined, Zhang Dishu will definitely want revenge. He quickly said to He Chen, Mr. He, you should quickly apologize to Boss Zhang, and then whatever amount Boss Zhang wants, you should compensate him, otherwise this matter. He Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, Let's not talk about apologies and compensation for now. After saying that, he turned to Zhang Dishu and smiled, Old Zhang, I think you should be thanking me. Upon hearing He Chen's words, everyone present froze. Thank you? Thank you for ruining his son? Damn, is this guy crazy? A group of people looked at He Chen as if he were a fool. You ruined someone's son, and instead of apologizing or compensating, you want them to thank you? Zhang Dishu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Kid, are you tired of living? Come on, get him. Wait. He Chen raised his hand to stop them, then smiled at Zhang Dishu. What's the rush, old Zhang? Come here, let me say a few words to you. He beckoned Zhang Dishu with his finger and then walked aside. Everyone, especially Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanshang, who looked at He Chen with a face full of confusion. They completely couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to do. That is Zhang Dishu. Saying he is the great villain of linen would not be an exaggeration. As a result, facing Zhang Dishu's threat, He-chan not only refused to apologize or compensate but instead beckoned him over with a finger? This guy is too arrogant, right? Come here, I have something to tell you, a big secret. He-chan waved. Zhang Dishu pondered for 2 seconds. In the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity. He was genuinely curious about what could make He-chan so confident in front of him. If He-chan couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, it wouldn't be too late for him to deal with He-chan. Fine, I want to see what you're up to. If you're playing me, I, Zhang Dishu, swear I will make you die a terrible death. After saying this, Zhang Dishu walked directly towards He-chan, leaving a group of people exchanging glances. Damn, he really went? I thought it would be a fierce battle. Instead, the two quietly slipped away to whisper to each other. Tian Fuwei looked at He-chan with concern and said to Ding Chuanxiang, "Aunt, do you think He-chan will be okay?" Ding Chuanxiang shook her head and replied, "It's fine. Although I don't know what this kid is planning. From his expression, he seems to have his own intentions, not like he's just messing around. Let's just wait and see. If something happens, we can talk then." Tian Fuwei pondered for 2 seconds and then nodded. "Alright." Not far away, Zhang Dishu stood in front of He-chan, his face dark as he said, "Kid, what do you want? Let me tell you, those who dared to play me are now 6 feet under." He-chan chuckled lightly. "Why would I play you? But seriously, you should really thank me for what I did to your son." Damn! Zhang Dishu's eyes widened, ready to explode with anger. Just then, He-chan suddenly said, "Because he's not your biological son." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dishu's expression turned cold. "What did you say? Do you believe I'll kill you right now?" Not to mention him, any man hearing that their son isn't their biological child would probably explode, especially after raising a son for decades. He-chan didn't care about Zhang Dishu's anger and chuckled. "Your partner's name is Lin Xiurong, am I wrong?" "Ha!" Zhang Dishu's expression froze upon hearing He-chan's words. Due to his profession, he had never let his partner show her face, and very few people knew who his wife was, let alone someone casually calling out her name. Humph! Zhang Dishu let out a heavy cold snort. "So what if you know my partner's name? What can it prove? It still won't save your life." He-chan spread his hands. "Even if you take my life, it won't change the fact. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital now and do a paternity test. Zhang Tianjun is in the hospital." Convenient. Or, you can call Lin Xiurong right now and ask her what her relationship with Wang Shuangshuang is. If I've said one false word, you can come and kill me anytime, and I absolutely won't resist. Upon hearing He-chan's words, a serious expression appeared on Zhang Dishu's face for the first time. Especially when he heard the name Wang Shuangshuang, his eyes instantly narrowed. Few people could name Lin Xiurong, but he was the only one who knew about Wang Shuangshuang. This Wang Shuangshuang was Lin Xiurong's first love. But how did He-chan know all this? Could it be? He-chan chuckled. "It's just a phone call. Do you not want to, or are you afraid?" Zhang Dishu let out a heavy cold snort. "Fine, I'll let you die knowing the truth." Saying this, he took out his phone and walked aside. He-chan watched Zhang Dishu's actions and couldn't help but smile. Although Zhang Dishu put on a tough front, he had already been swayed by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making this call. He must have his own suspicions. He just lacked evidence. Zhang Dishu walked to the side, holding his phone, but didn't dial. Instead, he lit a cigarette, standing there with a complex expression, full of hesitation and struggle. It took him a full 10 seconds before he finally dialed Lin Xiurong. Soon, the call connected. Lin Xiurong's familiar voice came through. "Dishu, have you found that bastard? We must avenge our son." Lin Xiurong's tone was somewhat agitated. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yurong, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Wang Shuangshuang?" There was a pause in her tone, and then she hurriedly replied, "What relationship? What nonsense are you talking about? My heart only has you." Zhang Dishu said solemnly, "I've already done a paternity test with Tianjun. How long are you going to keep this from me?" I'm sorry, Dishu." Not far away, He-chan looked at Zhang Dishu, who was holding the phone with a dazed expression, and shook his head. This is why the saying goes, a forced relationship is never sweet. Sweet or not, Zhang Dishu should have the most say in this matter. At that moment, He-chan's phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. He took it out and immediately, his expression brightened. The system had rewarded him. However, when he saw the reward content, He-chan frowned. "Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline news push content. The system rewards you with 1 slave fruit. Description: can establish a lifelong slave contract with the user, which can be terminated by the user at any time. Notes: 1. Only effective against evil people. Note: officials and women excluded. 2. Only effective within the city of Linen. 3. Requires the other party to willingly consume it." Looking at this reward, He-chan scratched his head. The rewards from this tomorrow's headline system were getting weirder. Just this morning, he had received a Rui sticker. Moreover, it specifically stated effective against men, leaving He-Chen bewildered. Now, another slave fruit had arrived? He knew what a slave meant. Just grab someone and make them your slave to serve you. But this only works on evil people? What the hell? He understood the exclusion of officials, as that falls under the state's punishment jurisdiction, which had nothing to do with him. But what did it mean to exclude women? Can't he take a bad woman as a slave? If this isn't allowed and that isn't allowed, what the hell is the use of this thing? Wait! He-Chan's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Dishu, who was squatting on the ground, heartbroken. His eyes grew brighter. Looking at Zhang Dishu, He-Chen instantly became excited. Damn! This slave fruit was tailor-made for this guy. He had been so focused on taking a bad woman as a slave that he completely forgot about this notorious villain in linen. This guy's maternal family was involved in politics. His father was in business. He was the #1 villain in linen, and even the leading enterprises like the Qinshan Group didn't take him seriously. He could be considered a typical local tyrant. Zhang Dishu was like an old fox, drifting between the gray areas of good and evil. Although he had money now, he was alone, lacking sufficient power and people to solve problems. As long as he could take this guy down, wouldn't he have everything? With that thought, He-Chen licked his lips. Then he clicked to claim the reward. In the next moment, a small fruit, red like a cherry tomato, appeared in He-Chen's hand. He looked at the fruit, blinking. Is this the slave fruit? TSK. It was crystal clear. So damn tempting, he really wanted to taste it. But that was just a thought. After all, there was probably only this one fruit in the whole world, and eating it would mean it was gone. This fruit was meant for Zhang Dishu. The key was how to make him willingly eat it. This was a big problem. Could he really say, "Old Zhang, I have a slave fruit here, if you eat it, you'll become my slave, come and have a taste"? If he did that, Zhang Dishu would probably explode. Although He-Chen had skills and was not afraid of Zhang Dishu, the key was that such a powerful henchman would be gone in the future. He-Chen frowned and pondered for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up. He had an idea. He chuckled and walked over to Zhang Dishu. At that moment, Zhang Dishu stood there, a look of sorrow on his face. "Old Zhang, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" He-Chen asked. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath and looked at He-Chen, saying, "How did you know about this? Who else knows besides you?" He-Chen shrugged and replied, "How I know is none of your concern. Now, shouldn't you be thanking me? If it weren't for me, you might never have known about this." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dishu's anger resurfaced, looking as if he wanted to chop Wang Shuangshuang into pieces. He-Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. Think of it from another angle. You've been sleeping with that Wang Shuangshuang for decades and beating her son for decades. Doesn't that make you feel a bit more at peace?" Zhang Dishu scratched his head, looking at He-Chen, then at the ground, then back at He-Chen, completely bewildered. What the hell? It could be thought of this way? If he thought about it like this, it did feel much better. Not only was he not sad, but it was also quite thrilling. However, why did it still feel off? His wife? What about my wife? At that moment, He-Chen patted his shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. "Old Zhang, you have to look forward in everything, right? You can't keep immersing yourself in pain. My mom often tells me that when you're sad, eating a sweet cherry tomato can lift your spirits." Saying this, he took out a bright red, translucent cherry tomato and smiled at Zhang Dishu. "So I always carry cherry tomatoes with me. When I'm unhappy, I eat one. You should try it too. I don't want to see you so sad." Zhang Dishu looked at He-Chen gratefully and said, "Thank you. I didn't expect that the one who would accompany me in the end would be you, someone I barely know and who I wanted to kill." He was genuinely thankful to He-Chen. If it weren't for He-Chen, he would never have known the relationship between Lin Xiaoron, Zhang Tianjun, and Wang Shuangshuang, living his life in ignorance, mocked by others without realizing it. It turned out that the person sleeping beside him thought of another man day and night. The son he regarded as everything was actually born of that man and his wife, having no relation to him at all. He was just a pitiful ATM. He grabbed the cherry tomato from He-Chen's hand and started eating it. "How does it taste?" He-Chen asked curiously. He had wanted to eat it earlier, and now seeing Zhang Dishu enjoying it, he felt a bit tempted, curious about the taste. Zhang Dishu nodded. "It tastes pretty good, a bit sour, a bit sweet. Master, where can I buy this cherry tomato? I want to get some too." Upon hearing this, He-Chen's eyelids twitched. "Master, did the servant contract take effect?" He-Chen tentatively asked. "Old Zhang, what's your nickname?" Replying to the master, "My nickname is Zhang Godin. Later, when I grew up, my grandfather renamed me Zhang Dishu." Zhang Dishu answered respectfully, without a hint of pretense. It was as if the person standing before him was his highest belief. Seeing this scene, He-Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. What the hell? this slave fruit is so powerful? Just because he had just met this guy, his attitude changed completely after eating the slave fruit? Fortunately, this slave fruit could only be used on evildoers, and it was limited to linen, and could not be used on officials or women. Otherwise, that would be too perverse. Just imagine, if Hee-chan took the slave fruit and ran straight to the mafia's lair, forcing the mafia boss to eat it, wouldn't the mafia boss become his slave? Unfortunately, such things are impossible to achieve. Hee-chan shook his head and sighed, patting Zhang Dishu's shoulder, saying, "Alright, old Zhang, do you feel anything uncomfortable?" "No," Zhang Dishu replied with a light laugh. "I feel great. I've never felt as comfortable as I do now. I was a bit under the weather today, but now I'm completely fine. My blood pressure feels normal, the headache is gone, and I feel relaxed all over." Hee-chan, damn, curing all ailments? Does the slave fruit have this kind of benefit? Should I offer incense to the phone and ask the system for more of this slave fruit, then open a pharmacy myself? No matter the illness, one slave fruit cures it all. But I wonder, if the other party isn't a villain, does the system's claim of not taking effect mean that only the slave contract won't take effect, while the all-curing effect still works, or will it all not take effect? But right now, I don't have any slave fruit on hand, so I can't experiment. However, looking at Zhang Dishu, he really seems to be in good shape. Aside from showing absolute respect when calling him master, he doesn't seem any different from before, just like an ordinary person. But calling him master can't be done casually, otherwise, others might think something's up. At the entrance of the Rose restaurant, Tian Fuwei and a group of people looked at Hee-chan and Zhang Dishu, who were standing together and whispering, all with puzzled expressions. Chao Zomping walked up to Tian Fuwei and curiously asked, "Imus, Tian, does Mr. he know Boss Zhen?" Tian Fuwei shook her head, saying, "I don't know either." She was also puzzled. Lu Kaifang sneered and said, "Whether they know each other or not, Hee-chan crippled Boss Zhang's son, so he won't have an easy time today. Boss Zhang will definitely not let him off." Ding Chuanxiang narrowed her eyes, a look of interest appearing on her face. She always felt that there was some unspeakable secret between Hee-chan and Zhang Dishu. Otherwise, with Zhang Dishu's temper, he would have acted against Hee-chan long ago. It was impossible for him to have held back until now, just standing there quietly. When Tian Fuwei heard Lu Kaifang's words, her expression darkened, and she glared, saying, "Lu Kaifang, if anything happens to Hee-chan, I swear I'll make you die a terrible death." Lu Kaifang spread his hands and said, "It was Boss Zhang who acted. What does it have to do with me? Even without me, Boss Zhang would definitely not let Hee-chan off." Just then, Hee-chan and Zhang Dishu walked back. Lu Kaifang immediately approached, saying, "Boss Zhang, this kid." Before he could finish, slap. Zhang Dishu slapped Lu Kaifang's face and coldly shouted, "Don't be rude to Mr. He." Everyone? Lu Kaifang? Everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Zhang Dishu slapped Lu Kaifang? And scolded him for being rude to Hee-chan? What the hell is going on? Lu Kaifang covered his face, looking bewildered at Zhang Dishu. "Boss Zhang, why did you hit me? Shouldn't you be hitting that stinky Hee-chan? Damn, you dare to disrespect Mr. He. You're asking for death." Zhang Dishu roared, his fist as big as a sandbag heading straight for Lu Kaifang. Bang bang. Ah. Thud. Help. Boom. "Boss Zhang, I won't do it again, I was wrong." Nearby, Chao Zomping and Tian Fuwei and the others watched the scene before them, all wide-eyed, especially Chao Zomping, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, completely stunned by the scene. Even the black-clad men brought by Zhang Dishu were all frozen. Then, a group of people instantly turned their heads, all looking at Hee-chan. They had followed Zhang Dishu for so many years and had often seen him beat people, but they had never seen him start a fight just because someone said something disrespectful. Even his own mother, Zhang Dishu, couldn't treat him like this. Tian Fuwei also looked at Hee-chan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Zhang Dishu, after saying a few words to Hee-chan, returned with such respect? He even directly beat up Lu Kaifang just because Lu mentioned Hee-chan? What kind of spell had Hee-chan cast on Zhang Dishu? Bang bang bang. Zhang Dishu beat Lu Kaifang for 5 minutes, until Lu was curled up on the ground, left only with sobs, before he finally stopped. Then, he walked over to Hee-chan and respectfully said, "Mr. He, I've taught him a lesson. If he dares to disrespect you again, just let me know, and I'll take care of him." Everyone, damn, is Zhang Dishu really this ruthless? Even Lu Kaifang, lying on the ground, trembled in fear. Hee-chan shook his head and said, "Don't be so impulsive, it's not a big deal, just a beating is enough." Yes, Mr. He is right. May I ask if Mr. He has any other instructions? If not, I have matters to attend to, Zhang Dishu said. Hee-chan waved his hand and said, "No, go back to your business, and remember what I said, don't be impulsive, handle things peacefully if possible." "I understand, farewell." After Zhang Dishu finished speaking, he called over a big man in black and directly got into a black SUV, driving away. After they left, Chao Zongping walked over, surprised, and said, Mr. What is your relationship with Zhang Dishu? He treats you like this. The others, including Tian Fuwei, also showed curiosity at Chao Zongping's question. They were very eager to know the answer. After all, he was a notorious villain in linen. How could he treat a college student like He Chen with such respect? It was simply unbelievable. He Chen chuckled lightly and said, It's nothing. I have done a great favor for Zhang Dishu. That's why he treats me this way. Upon hearing this, Chao Zongping's face immediately showed a look of realization, and he nodded. No wonder. So Mr. He has such a connection with Boss Zhang. It seems I was overthinking. Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanxiang also nodded. No wonder Zhang Dishu acted this way. However, Ding Chuanxiang still found it hard to understand. Why did Zhang Dishu get angry at He Chen at first, then suddenly change like this? Could it be that this was just He Chen's excuse, and in reality, this guy had some unspeakable secret? At this moment, He Chen laughed and said, I haven't thanked Boss Chow for his righteous help yet. Thank you, Boss Chow. If you need help in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely do my best. He had only met Chao Zongping once, yet Chao Zongping stood up to help him when he was in danger. Such a person was worth befriending. The only thing that made He Chen a bit uneasy was that this guy's surname was Chao. Chao Zongping chuckled and said, Mr. He is being polite. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chao Zongping returned to the Rose restaurant. He Chen looked at Tian Fuwei and said, Let's go too. Okay. Tian Fuwei nodded. After saying their goodbyes, they left one after the other. With the departure of the three, only Lu Kafang was left on the ground, groaning. At this moment, Li Wenfeng walked out from the entrance of the Rose restaurant. He looked in the direction where He Chen had disappeared, a thoughtful expression on his face. Not far away, Huang Weikai appeared from somewhere, ran to Lu Kafang's side, carefully helped him up, and asked with concern, Are you okay, Kafang? Lu Kafang saw Huang Weikai and immediately cursed. What the hell were you doing, leaving me here alone? Ugh. Huang Weikai quickly explained, Kafang, that was Boss Zhang. What could I do when Boss Zhang wanted to beat you? He just went to the bathroom for a moment, and when he came back, as soon as he turned the corner, he saw Zhang Dishu beating up Lu Kaifang. Scared, he quickly hid to the side, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until everyone left that he dared to come out. Damn! Lu Kaifang cursed angrily. When something happens, you run faster than a rabbit. What use are you? You damn! Before he could finish, he suddenly saw Li Wenfeng walking out from the Rose restaurant, which startled him, and he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Then, with a respectful attitude, he greeted Li Wenfeng. Hello, young Master Li. The Lu Kaifang, who had just been in pain, now didn't even dare to breathe in front of Li Wenfeng. Not for any other reason, but because the young man before him had a very powerful grandfather. His grandfather was Li Goen, the chairman of the Shengen Group, known as the Land King of Linen, the top real estate company in linen, and Li Wenfeng was even nicknamed the first young master of linen. Although Lu Kaifang was the young master of a 5-star hotel, in front of Li Wenfeng, he could only stand obediently. Li Wenfeng looked Lu Kaifang up and down and said, Hurry up and go to the hospital. Thank you for your concern, young Master Li. Lu Kaifang quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Li Wenfeng nodded and got into an Audi S6L parked by the roadside, then drove away. It was only after Li Wenfeng left that Lu Kaifang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, What the hell? How did this guy end up here? What kind of day is it today? Competing with He Chen in singing, only to be completely outperformed. Seeking help from Zhang Dishu, thinking that Zhang Dishu would eliminate He Chen, clearing the way for him to pursue Tian Fuwei. But when Zhang Dishu saw He Chen, it was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Not only was he extremely respectful to He Chen, but he also gave him a beating. Just when he thought it was over, he ran into Li Wenfeng, the first young master of linen. What the hell is going on? Is he really this unlucky? Kaifang, what should we do next? Huang Weikai asked. Lu Kaifang glared at him and said, What else can we do? Go to the hospital. Huang Weikai pointed at Lu Kaifang's injuries and said, You got beaten up like this, shouldn't we call the police first? Bang! Lu Kaifang directly gave Huang Weikai a smack on the head and said, Call the police? Are you stupid? Don't you know it was Zhang Dishu who hit me? I don't want to die. Call the police? What a joke! Ordinary people call the police after a fight, but the key is that it was Zhang Dishu who hit him. How could he report it? Even if he did, when the police came, they would just criticize Zhang Dishu a bit and fine him some money, and that would be it. But what about him? Wouldn't Zhang Dishu just skin him alive afterward? He wasn't ready to die yet. Alright, I'll take you to the hospital. Huang Weikai helped Lu Kaifang up and walked towards a Porsche Cayenne nearby. Lu Kaifang limped alone, fuming. After taking such a big fall this time, I can't swallow this anger. What can you do if you can't swallow it? That kid has Zhang Dishu protecting him, Huang Weikai said. Lu Kaifang gritted his teeth and replied that he guy only has some favor with Zhang Dishu, but that favor is consumable. After using it once or twice, it will be gone. I don't believe Zhang Dishu will always protect that guy. Let's go to the hospital first, Huang Weikai said. Then, the two of them got into the Porsche Cayenne, and Huang Weikai quickly drove towards the hospital. On the second floor of the Rose restaurant, Chao Zongping withdrew his gaze from downstairs and murmured, I didn't expect young Masterly to come to our restaurant for a meal today. Yang Yuan nodded and said, yeah, I heard he recently got involved with a young model and is in the honeymoon phase, probably trying to create some atmosphere here. Chao Zongping chuckled lightly and said, after all, he is the first young master of linen. What a life, TSK. Yang Yuan glanced at Chao Zongping and asked curiously, does Boss Chao want to experience it too? If you need, I can contact someone. With your status, finding a young model shouldn't be difficult. Come on. Chao Zongping rolled his eyes at Yang Yuan and said, are you teasing me? After all these years by my side, you should know what kind of person I am. Yang Yuan chuckled lightly and said nothing. She was well aware, which is why she dared to make such a joke. She had joined the Rose restaurant since its inception, and now 7 years had passed. During these 7 years, she had been promoted from a pianist to the general manager of the Rose restaurant, second only to Chao Zongping. Many people outside speculated that their relationship was ambiguous, that they must be involved. However, Yang Yuan knew clearly that there was nothing between her and Chao Zongping. It was simply a superior-subordinate relationship. Chao Zongping cared for her when needed and looked after her, but he had never crossed any boundaries. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Yuan followed him so devotedly, doing her utmost to work for him. Chao Zongping stroked his chin, frowning as he said, compared to young Master Li, I'm more concerned about He Chen. Yang Yuan was surprised. He Chen? Is he even more formidable than young Master Li? I can't say for sure. Chao Zongping shook his head. When I first saw He Chen, I thought he was just someone who didn't want to show off, but now I realize I might be wrong. Perhaps with his status, he simply looks down on showing off because it's completely unnecessary. Boss Chao holds him in such high regard? Yang Yuan was astonished. Chao Zongping nodded. If he only had a debt of gratitude to Zhang Dishu, it wouldn't explain why Zhang Dishu respects him so much in front of so many people. And from Zhang Dishu's expression, it doesn't seem like mere respect. It looks more like reverence, a deep-seated respect. This means that He Chen's identity must be quite terrifying, and Zhang Dishu knows his identity, which is why he shows him such reverence. Yang Yuan shook her head. But there hasn't been anyone like that in linen before? Chao Zongping chuckled lightly. Then tell me, could even young Master Li make Zhang Dishu act this way in front of him? Yang Yuan was suddenly at a loss. Certainly not. Zhang Dishu might fear the power behind Li Wenfang, but he would never fear Li Wenfang himself, let alone show him such reverence. Chao Zongping took a deep breath and said, people like him should be befriended as much as possible. There will surely come a day when we need them. Send him some of the Mao Tai I've been saving tomorrow. Yes. Yang Yuan immediately nodded. On the other side, He Chen returned to the happy community and unlocked the locks on several doors. He went into the basement and quickly lifted the floor covering to check the ton of gold. It's still there. That's a relief. Then, he lay down on the bed, marveling at how wonderful life is. Just 4 days ago, he was a poor loser dumped by his girlfriend, an utterly ordinary college student who wouldn't even attract a glance on the street. But now, he not only possessed tens of millions but had also subdued the notorious Zhang Dishu of linen as his servant, and had even shared a candlelit dinner with the top beauty of linen, Tian Fuwei. Life is truly full of wonders. Wait, no. Remembering Tian Fuwei, He Chen suddenly recalled something important. Damn, he forgot to confess to Tian Fuwei. He Chen knocked his head hard. When he came down from the stage, he had intended to confess to Tian Fuwei, but after she hugged him, he completely forgot about it. And now he just remembered. He Chen suddenly felt an urge to go crazy. After finally going on a date with his goddess, he forgot such an important thing as confessing. No wonder he's still single. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Now it's useless to regret. Speaking of which, just being able to have a candlelight dinner with Tian Fuwei has already made He Chen very excited. He took out his phone, opened his social media, and posted an update. It's a scorching summer, and having you is super sweet. Thank you. Today was truly a happy day. However, he didn't dare to post a photo of Tian Fuwei, fearing it would upset her. He only posted a picture of a yay hand gesture. Then, he happily took a hot shower. When he came back, he found that Tian Fuwei had actually liked his post. One like made He Chen as happy as a baby just over a year old. Meanwhile, at Jiai Community, Ding Chuanxiang came out of the bathroom and saw Tian Fuwei sitting on the sofa, grinning at her phone. She asked, What are you laughing at, silly girl? Tianfuwei was startled and quickly covered her phone with her hands, saying, nothing. Nothing at all. Ding Chuanxiang smiled mischievously and said, are you chatting with Chen? Of course not. Tianfuwei immediately shook her head. Ding Chuanxiang chuckled, you silly girl, look at how happy you are. Your heart must be blooming with joy right now. Not at all. Tianfuwei quickly lowered her head. Not yet. Look at you, your mouth is grinning from ear to ear, and you still say no? But I have to say that Chen kid plays the piano well, sings well, and even knows to shoe. Such a young man is not bad. Should I let him go for you? Tianfuwei teased. Get out of here. How rude. Ding Chuanxiang shot her a glare and said, you can rest assured, I have no interest in such young men. Your aunt isn't the type to chase after younger guys. I'm talking about you. That kid's song is full of confessions to you. With your intelligence, I don't believe you can't hear it. Tianfuwei was at a loss for words. Ding Chuanxiang chuckled, when it's time to fight for something, you must fight for it. That kid is quite shy. Just now at the hotel, I saw you hugging him, and he wanted to hug you but didn't dare. It made me anxious and want to laugh. If you don't take the initiative, you two might really miss out. Hearing this, Tianfuwei's face showed a troubled expression. Ding Chuanxiang noticed her expression and shook her head with a smile. Are you scared? Scared of really being with Chen? This is a normal phenomenon of youth, desiring love but filled with fear, not knowing how to face it. So one side craves love but instinctively wants to escape. But youth only comes once. If you miss it, it won't come back. You need to seize the time and confess. Aunt. Tianfuwei stomped her foot in embarrassment and said angrily, all right, I won't say anything more. But what are you going to do about your parents? Do you want me to say something to them? No. Tianfuwei quickly stopped her. I haven't even started anything with Chen yet. Please don't say anything to my parents. I know how to handle my own affairs. Okay. Ding Chuanxiang waved her hand. It's up to you. I believe you know your own limits. Now hurry up and take a shower. Oh, okay. Tianfuwei replied and quickly ran to the bathroom. Watching Tianfuwei's graceful figure, Ding Chuanxiang couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. This girl really seems to have grown up. At Epine Pavilion, Chen had no idea what Tianfuwei and Ding Chuanxiang were chatting about. At this moment, he was lying in bed, hugging his phone, ready for a good sleep. Just as he lay down, his mom's call came in. Hello, Xiaoming, have you gotten a girlfriend? His mom asked with concern. No. Chen quickly denied it. Although he had been dating Zhao Feier for a long time, he hadn't told his parents about it. No? His mom doubted. I saw your social media. Are you taking advantage of your mom not being able to read? I don't know if your neighbor Ann knows how to read, but in this scorching summer, you were super sweet. Your aunt said you must have a girlfriend now. Did you tell mom if it's true? Chen felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this. This matter had blown up, posting on Moments and forgetting to block his mother. And it was such an important update. In a moment of panic, Chen quickly replied, Mom, I'm currently pursuing a girlfriend, but I haven't caught up yet. Hey, our little Ming is finally willing to go after the cabbage? Hurry up and chase her, and bring the cabbage back for me to take a look. His mom said excitedly. Chen, what does it mean to go after cabbage? So, you think your incredibly handsome son is a pig? Everyone else sees their child as fragrant, like a dung beetle, or a hedgehog seeing their child as bright. But how come you see your child so differently? However, facing his mother, Chen dared not express any dissatisfaction and quickly replied, I don't know if I can catch up yet, but if I do, I'll bring her home for you to see. After chatting a bit more, he hung up the phone. Immediately, Chen secretly vowed that next time he posted on Moments, he must block his parents. Finally, he could sleep. Chen tossed his phone aside, ready to fall into a deep sleep. But then, beep beep beep, his phone suddenly buzzed with 4 or 5 notifications from WeChat. Chen felt a headache coming on. Without thinking, it was definitely his mom sending a death knell. Since it was his mom's message, no matter what it was, whether he listened or looked, he had to reply with a received, otherwise, it would be unfilial. Chen took out his phone again and unlocked the screen. The next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The message wasn't from his mom, it was from Qin Leah. And it wasn't just a message, it was a picture. A total of 5 pictures. The first one was a side photo of a voluptuous woman standing under the shower, washing herself. In the dreamy mist, her long hair flowed down like a waterfall, and droplets of water on her smooth skin emitted a dreamy glow. The second one was a woman's back, also under the shower, completely bare, with beautiful curves like a picturesque landscape, especially the 2 full moons, which were incredibly captivating. The third one was a photo of a woman lying in a bathtub, her exquisite and sensual body partially hidden beneath the soap. The fourth and fifth, all were similar photos, all of a woman taking a shower. Looking at these images, Hee-chen's eyes went wide, and every cell in his body stirred. These photos were almost all taken in the bathroom. The angles were quite awkward, showing no signs of a second person taking the photos. They were all selfies taken by one person holding a camera or phone. Although due to the mist and the woman's face not being captured clearly, it was certain from the blurred view that this was definitely a stunning beauty. Just from her figure, one could tell. Those beautiful legs, that beautiful chest, that beautiful butt, it was simply indescribable. Moreover, because of the mist, the beauty in the photos not only had no sense of filth but instead appeared to have a kind of ethereal and artistic beauty, like a goddess from a dream. Jean Leah actually sent him such photos? The #1 Ice Queen CEO of Linen, who always had a no-entry demeanor, actually liked this kind of thing? Could she be into girls? Did she actually enjoy looking at such images? Whatever. These 5 pictures were clearly part of a set. There must be more. How generous. Sheen, the great person. May good people live in peace. Hee-chen immediately saved the photos out of habit and then replied, Sheen, you're amazing. So beautiful and stunning. Saved. Please send me the resources. The full version. Send. As soon as he sent it, Jean Leah's message came through at the same time. Yuatong, how do you like these photos I just took? I really put in a lot of effort to take that photo, adjusting angles and posing. My arms are exhausted. Hee-chen? Upon seeing the message sent by Jean Leah, Hee-chen was completely stunned. What the hell? Yutong? Who called me Yutong? My name is Hee-chen, okay, and this photo was taken by Jean Leah? Could it be that the woman in the photo was actually Jean Leah herself? Thinking of this, Hee-chen's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? The first beauty of Linen, the Ice Queen CEO's wet and seductive selfie? She probably intended to send this set of photos to someone named Yutong, but ended up sending it to her own phone? Who would have thought that beneath this woman's cold exterior, there was such a passionate heart, taking so many photos to share with her best friend? This is so exciting. Jean Leah? At this moment, Jean Leah also sent 3 question marks. Immediately after, the other party has withdrawn a message, the other party has withdrawn a message, the other party has withdrawn a message. In the blink of an eye, all the messages and photos sent by Jean Leah were retracted. Then, a new message came in. Sorry, Mr. I sent it to the wrong person. It was meant for my best friend Jean Yuatong. Hee-chen scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I thought you found the photo online. Don't mind what I said earlier. I really didn't look closely at the photo you sent. Remembering how he had just asked Jean Leah for resources, Hee-chen felt his face flush. So embarrassing. Jean Leah, Mr. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you delete the photo you just saved? Thank you. Hee-chan grinned. What a pity it would be to delete such a beautiful photo. If he had known, he wouldn't have told Jean Leah that he had saved it. Keeping it secretly would have been much better. However, since the photo was sent to him by mistake, and Jean Leah requested it, he couldn't just pretend he hadn't seen it. Okay, I'll delete it right now. Hee-chen replied directly. After saying that, he immediately switched out, found the photo he had saved, and took a careful look. To be honest, the woman in the photo really was Jean Leah. So beautiful. Hee-chen, suppressing his heartache, selected all the photos and deleted them, then went to the recycle bin to empty it, and took a screenshot to send to Jean Leah. Then he found the WeChat cache and cleared that as well, taking another screenshot to send to Jean Leah. After that, he took a screenshot of the chat history. The first was Jean Leah's message, and the second was his chat record with Wang Jianba, which was from the day before yesterday, to let Jean Leah know he hadn't forwarded it to anyone else. He then took a screenshot of the file manager, capturing the entire folder to prove he had deleted everything cleanly. President Jean, all the photos have been deleted, the cache has been cleared, and the recycle bin is empty. You can rest assured, the photos will definitely not appear again. Hee-chen messaged Jean Leah. If it were someone else, they might not be so honest, saying they deleted it when they hadn't. After all, this was the bathroom photoshoot of Linen's #1 Ice Queen CEO. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it secretly? But Hee-chen was different. Although he was a bit shy and lecherous, he would definitely do what he said and wouldn't be two-faced. Jean Leah sent a sad emoji in reply, saying, Thank you, Mr. Hee-chen responded with a laughing emoji, saying, President Jean, you're too polite. The photos were never meant for me to see, so deleting them is the right thing to do. Jean Leah replied with a smiling emoji, saying, Mr. He is quite polite. Those photos were meant to be shared with a friend of mine, but I accidentally clicked on your contact. It was my mistake. Besides, I wasn't even showing my face in those photos, so it's no big deal. Hee-chen? What the hell? My heart ached so much that I deleted all the photos, and then you said it didn't matter whether I deleted them or not? If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have deleted anything at all. I would have just set it as a screensaver. So many tempting photos. Where am I supposed to find them now? They're all gone from the cache, okay? At that moment, Hee-chan truly felt his heart turn to ashes. Beep beep. Shin-lia, Mr. He, are you still awake? Hee-chan, no, I just chatted with my mom for a bit and then scrolled through Douyin. Shin-lia, I just scrolled through Douyin too and saw a video of a rose restaurant. The person playing the piano looked a lot like you. Was it you? Hee-chan, definitely not me. How could I play that well? Where's the video? Can you send me a link? He was curious to see what the effect was. At that time, he was too focused on playing to notice what was happening. Shin-lia, the link is gone. I just saw it while scrolling and then moved on. Hee-chan, alright. It seems this can only be left to fate. However, Hee-chan was surprised. He thought that after seeing Shin-lia's nude photos, she might feel embarrassed. But it seemed he was wrong. Shin-lia didn't seem to care much. Otherwise, how could they still be chatting back and forth? At that moment, Shin-lia sent a smiling emoji and then said, Mr. He, I remember you just said the photos were beautiful, right? Hee-chan was taken aback and replied with a pouting emoji, I should have said that. The photos really are quite beautiful. After a few seconds of pause, Shin-lia's message came through. Is that a sincere compliment? Hee-chan immediately replied, of course it's sincere. I didn't even know the person in the photos was you. I wouldn't have figured it out if you hadn't said anything. Everything I said came from the heart. Shin-lia sent a shy emoji and asked, do you want to see more? Upon reading this, Hee-chan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? I can still see more? He immediately sat up in bed and hurriedly typed, is that appropriate? After a long while, Shin-lia replied, what's inappropriate about it? It's not like I haven't seen it before, and photos are meant to be seen, right? But it's always just been me and Xiaoton looking at them. I've never shown them to a third person before. You're the second audience. Since you deleted the photos so decisively, I can let you see a few more, but remember to delete them after you're done. Upon reading this, Hee-chan instantly became excited and replied eagerly, that feels a bit embarrassing, eagerly waiting. After saying that, he sent a little cat emoji rubbing its paws together at the table. At that moment, Hee-chan's heart was racing, even more excited than when downloading a short video. Shin-lia was going to send him her personal collection of photos. This was so thrilling. If Wang Jianbo found out about this, he would probably be drooling with envy. But such things are better enjoyed alone than shared. Isn't it more delightful to appreciate it quietly? After a while, Hee-chan's WeChat started buzzing with notifications. Beep beep. 4 or 5 photos were sent over. As soon as he saw the first one, Hee-chan's eyes nearly popped out. The photo showed a huge bed, with 2 long white legs sprawled across it, and above them was a pair of brown lace panties, taken from below looking up, fully revealing the 2 long, snowy legs. The second photo featured a sheer white lingerie top, the fabric barely concealing what was underneath, and it was clear she wasn't wearing a bra. The third photo, a frontal shot without showing her face, no clothes on, but wearing a pair of 7 or 8 centimeter high heels, making her figure look very tall and perfectly showcased. The fourth picture seemed to be taken in a study, where she sat bare-legged at the desk, crossing her legs. The camera captured her from above, using the best angle to showcase her proud chest and thighs, especially the 2 perfect mountains that almost made Hee-chan lose himself. The fifth picture also featured her without any clothes. In the photo, Shin-lia was facing the mirror, squeezing her beautiful legs together, her long hair cascading over her shoulders and chest, revealing only half of her chin. Her hand lightly rested on her left breast, striking a very alluring pose. After viewing the 5 photos, Hee-chan instantly felt a rush of excitement. It was incredibly stimulating. The only regret was that the people in these photos were all faceless, only showcasing their figures. It was likely that Shin-lia was also worried about the photos leaking and affecting her. Now that her face wasn't visible, even if they circulated, no one would know it was her. After a while, Shin-lia sent a shy emoji and asked, have you finished looking? Hee-chan, with a dry throat, replied, I've seen them. Beautiful. Your figure is truly amazing. As he spoke, he sent a dancing emoji back. Shin-lia responded with another shy emoji, saying, it's just that there's a bit of flesh on my stomach. No way. A little flesh on the stomach is just right. Too much or too little wouldn't be good. I particularly like your little belly. It's beautiful, just perfect, and your body proportions are exceptional, simply like art. It's just that the angle in the photos looks a bit awkward, Hee-chan replied. There were oil painting classes in college, and Hee-chan had attended one, where they happened to be painting a nude model. Compared to Shin-lia, that model was light years away. But excitement aside, Hee-chan was looking at it with an appreciative eye. Nowadays, being open-minded is the trend. Such photos are everywhere online, and one shouldn't view them with a vulgar perspective but rather analyze them from an artistic and aesthetic angle. Shin-lia sent a sigh emoji and said, the photos were all taken by me. I didn't dare to ask anyone else. Some were taken with a timer, and some with a selfie stick, so the limitations were quite significant. The angles and lighting were hard to control, which is why they look a bit awkward. Mr. He, please bear with it and don't take offense. He-chan immediately replied, not at all, it's already very impressive. Not bad at all. Does President Chin really enjoy taking such photos? Shin-lia sent a laughing emoji and said, it's okay, I take some when I have time. Now is the time to be young, so I take more. Later, when I'm older and past my prime, I won't be able to take them even if I want to. Upon hearing this, He-chan's heart stirred. Taking photos when she has time? Does that mean there are more? He-chan took a deep breath, mustering his courage to ask, may I ask, are there more of these photos? If they were face to face, he would never have been able to ask such a bold question. But now, separated by a phone, He-chan was always the type to be bold online but timid in reality. With the phone in hand, he felt like an invincible keyboard warrior. However, as soon as he sent it, he felt a bit anxious, worried that Shin-lia would think he was being too lewd. But soon after, Shin-lia's message came back. Yes, there are probably a few thousand more. Put. He-chan let out a light laugh, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? A few thousand? He replied in disbelief, adding a wide-eyed emoji. Shin-lia, yeah, I started taking them back in college. I've accumulated them little by little over the years, and before I knew it, there were so many. Why? Do you want to see more? He-chan's heart raced as he replied, yes, of course, I want to see more. 5 exclamation marks expressed his overwhelming excitement. As a man, who wouldn't want to see such photos? A few thousand photos. He-chan felt like he was floating. At this moment, Shin-lia sent a shy expression and said, forget it, it doesn't look that good anyway. Let's talk about it later when we have time. I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm going to sleep now, mister. You should rest early too. Oh, and remember to delete the photo. He-chan? What the hell? I've already taken off my pants, and you're telling me you're going to sleep? It's just a photo. Can't you just select it and send it? Why can't you send it before going to sleep? But since Shin-lia said so, He-chan couldn't possibly say not to let her sleep. He could only sigh helplessly and reply, okay, sleep well. Bye, good night, bye. After Shin-lia finished speaking, there was no more response. He-chan lay down on the bed, feeling a surge of restlessness, his mind filled with Shin-lia's beautiful photos from earlier, which he couldn't shake off no matter what. He opened his phone and took another look at the photos Shin-lia had just sent. TSK. Who would have thought that the most beautiful female CEO in linen, with an icy exterior that kept people at bay, was hiding such exquisite and enchanting beauty? He wanted to see more. He clicked into Shin-lia's personal space to check out the photos she had posted before. After scrolling for a long time, he found nothing but promotional ads for the Chin Group and some motivational quotes. There wasn't even a single casual photo of her daily life. He-chan lay back down, preparing to cultivate some sleep. However, the more he lay there, the more awake he felt, as if he had become incredibly excited. System, is there any way to fall asleep quickly, like a sleep package or something? He-chan asked. The next moment, he saw a line of text suddenly appear on his phone screen. Sleep package activating, He-chan? No way. Is this for real? The next moment, He-chan suddenly felt a strong electric current surge from the phone into his body. What? This time, he didn't even have time to finish saying what the hell before he fainted. A night without a word. The next day, He-chan woke up to find himself sleeping on the road at the entrance of the community. What the hell? He exclaimed, immediately running back into the community. As he passed by, all the residents looked at him with anger and cold smiles. From a distance, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of his basement. Get out of the way. He pushed through the crowd and rushed into the basement, only to find that his things had already been thrown out. The basement had been thoroughly searched, and a ton of gold had vanished without a trace. After seeing this, He-chan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Then, he suddenly woke up again, anxiously looking around. The room was quiet. The furniture was still there, and the floor hadn't been dug up. Everything that had just happened was just a dream. What a close call. Just a dream. This dream was so realistic. He got out of bed, walked to the table, and touched the gold inside, feeling reassured. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, he made a firm decision. The gold had to be moved as quickly as possible. Although he had put a dozen locks on the basement door, what if someone took the risk and came to search his basement? After all, wealth should not be exposed. And now he had already exposed it, with tens of millions worth of Bugatti parked outside. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. One can't guarantee that someone wouldn't take the risk. After this period of investigation and research, he had a rough idea of his choices. He definitely needed to buy a villa. An apartment was unrealistic. After all, with a ton of gold, you couldn't possibly move it all upstairs, and the upper floors were mostly small units with not enough rooms to hide the gold. Since it was about hiding, it had to be a villa with a basement. And the best villa in Linen was undoubtedly Ipin Pavilion. It was said to be the most successful villa community developed by Schengen Real Estate in Linen, with the best property management in the city, and the residents were either rich or noble, unlike ordinary communities that were mixed with all sorts of people. More importantly, the security system inside is very well done, so there's no need to worry about the gold being there and someone breaking in. It's incredibly safe. After tidying up a bit, just as I was about to head out, my phone suddenly rang. I took it out and Hee-chan let out a soft "oh," a look of confusion appearing on his face. Why is it him? The caller was a classmate from high school with whom he had a good relationship, named Rin Lee-chan, who was 2 months older than him, so he always called him Brother Chang. After graduating from high school, Rin Lee-chan dropped out to work, and the last time they met was 2 years ago. Once the call connected, Hee-chan asked, "What's up, Brother Chang?" "Ha, old Hee, are you free tomorrow?" "A few of our high school classmates are gathering in Linen," Rin Lee-chan said excitedly on the other end. Hee-chan grinned and replied, "No, if you miss me, come to Linen anytime, and I'll treat you to a meal. We can have a good chat." He had no interest in any gatherings, especially not with high school classmates he hadn't been in touch with for many years. Even if he had nothing to do, he would rather lie in bed and sleep than suffer through a gathering. "Really not going? Hu Hongwei is having a meal tomorrow and wants us to meet at the 5-star hotel, for what I?" Ran Lee-chan pressed on. "Not going, just tell him happy birthday for me," Hee-chan responded. Hearing this, Rin Lee-chan sighed helplessly. "Alright, then after the gathering tomorrow, I'll come find you, and we can have a good chat." "Okay," Hee-chan said with a light laugh. He also missed Rin Lee-chan quite a bit. After all, he was an important person from his youth, the most significant person during his 3 years of high school. After chatting casually for a bit longer, they hung up. Hee-chan then headed straight to Ipin Pavilion. Half an hour later, Hee-chan arrived at Ipin Pavilion. Ipin Pavilion is basically the highest-end community in Linen, featuring both high-rise and villa areas, with the selling point being the villa area, which has the largest greenery in Linen, along with small bridges and flowing water. The villas are designed in an ancient style rather than the common European style. Right beside the entrance is the security room. At this moment, a Ferrari was parked in front of the security room, with a man and a woman standing beside it, registering. The man had a handsome buzz cut, and the woman had a slim waist and long legs. From behind, she looked like a stunning beauty. Next to them stood a straight-back security guard, like a flagpole. Hee-chan had researched Ipin Pavilion online. According to what he found, as long as you are not a resident of Ipin Pavilion, you need to register to enter. It's not just a matter of noting the license plate. You have to register your name, phone number, reason for entry, etc., to ensure that the residents living there are not disturbed. As for people who post ads or distribute flyers, they simply cannot enter the gates of Ipin Pavilion. Otherwise, if you entered Ipin Pavilion, the walls, streetlights, and entrance would be plastered with lockpicking ads, matchmaking ads, app ads, and so on, turning it into a mess. These things, which are commonly seen in other communities, you would definitely not find in Ipin Pavilion. Even in the high-rise area, such things do not exist. This is why the people of Linen say that Ipin Pavilion is the highest-end property in all of Linen. Hee-chan parked his car at the entrance and was just about to get out to register when suddenly the gates barrier was lifted. Then, the security guard saluted him. "Hee-chan, what does this mean? Am I allowed to go in directly?" Seeing that the security guard had no intention of stopping him, not even giving him a second glance, and continued to stand guard with his eyes straight ahead, Hee-chan scratched his head and drove in. Just as Hee-chan entered, the girl with the slim waist and long legs, who had been watching the boy register, couldn't sit still. They were registering honestly over here, but others were going in directly? How come he can go in without registering? We registered for half a day when we just went in, and now we're registering here for half a day again, the girl with a slim waist and long legs said directly. The security guard glanced at her but did not respond. The boy next to her, hearing her words, straightened up and looked inside. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn!" Unlike the girl with the slim waist and long legs, he was a rich kid and understood much more than she did. Today was Zhang Kaishuan's 24th birthday, and according to an agreement with his father, when he turned 24, his father would buy him a villa in Ipin Pavilion. So today, he brought his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaotsue, to look at the house. Although the car in front had already driven far away, it was still easy to tell what kind of car it was. Not to mention, how many cars have 2 exhaust pipes mounted on the roof? Not to mention the blue and white design, which belonged to only one car, Bugatti Chiron. Just then, seeing that Zhang Xiaotsue was about to continue asking, Zhang Kaishan quickly pulled her back and said, "Alright, Zhang Xiaotsue, stop asking. If you were driving a Bugatti Chiron, you could go straight in too." He quickly signaled to Zhang Xiaotsue. What a joke! Could they afford to provoke someone who drives a Bugatti? Is the Bugatti Chiron really that impressive? Zheng Xiaocui huffed, "We're driving a Ferrari GT. I." Before she could finish, Zheng Kaixin hurriedly covered her mouth and anxiously said, "My dear aunt, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard of Bugatti? It's not just impressive, it's incredibly impressive. One Bugatti Chiron could buy me 30 of these little Ferraris. The most expensive villa in the entire community isn't worth as much as that one car." If the other party heard Zhang Xiaocui's words and caused trouble for him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Ha! Zhang Xiaocui's eyes widened in disbelief. In her eyes, a 3 million yuan Ferrari GT was already very impressive. She had hardly seen any cars more expensive than that in linen. The car that just passed could buy 30 Ferrari GTs? Damn, was that car made of gold? Hurry up and go, hurry up. Zheng Kaixin pulled Zheng Xiaocui away, fearing that if they stayed any longer, she might say something outrageous. Zheng Xiaocui glared at He Chen's car with resentment and cursed, "Damn rich people." Zheng Kaixin secretly wiped away a cold sweat and said, "You should say less. People like that are not someone we can provoke. Ipin Pavilion really is a place full of hidden talents. I didn't expect the owner of a Bugatti to be here." He Chen drove leisurely around Ipin Pavilion. "I have to say, the difference here compared to other communities is really huge. To be honest, this was his first time visiting such a high-end villa community. Unlike the European-style villas in other communities, the villas in Ipin Pavilion are all built in an ancient style. In an era where European styles are all the rage, even rural areas are building simple European-style buildings. The ancient-style villas in Ipin Pavilion stand out, with slanted eaves, carved railings, small green tiles, gray face bricks, and little bridges with flowing water. This style, I love it. Soon, He Chen arrived at the villa he had his eye on. He chose Villa No. 1, and he had seen most of the photos online, so today he mainly came to see if there was any difference from the photos. It was said to be the most expensive house in Ipin Pavilion. I have to say, the difference was quite significant. It was even more beautiful than in the photos. So nice. Although the villas here cost a full 20 million. However, He Chen felt that the money was worth it. As for feeling sorry for the money, he currently had over 35 million in hand. Completely enough. Just looking at the outside, He Chen had already made up his mind. This was it. This would be his future home. Perfect. As for the interior decoration style, he didn't even need to look, it was decided. After that, He Chen left directly and walked towards the sales department. Unlike other neighborhoods, most sales offices are located outside the community, but the sales office of Ipin Pavilion is inside the community. He Chen parked his car outside and walked in. As soon as he entered, before he could clearly see the situation inside, a curious voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Xiao He?" He Chen turned his head towards the voice and immediately raised his eyebrows. Wu Changlin. When he was a junior in college, he worked part-time at a shopping mall, and this person was the team leader there. That was his first job. At that time, because He Chen was a part-timer, Wu Changlin deliberately assigned him a lot of work, making him suffer quite a bit. He never expected to run into him here. However, all that was in the past, and He Chen had long since held no grudges against Wu Changlin. Instead, he felt that he had gradually come to understand the world because of him. "Team Leader Wu, long time no see." He Chen greeted him with a light smile. Wu Changlin laughed heartily and said, "What team leader? I'm not a team leader anymore." "Oh, were you removed?" He Chen asked in surprise. Wu Changlin. He rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean removed? Do I have any good words in my mouth? I've been promoted, you know? Now I, Wu Go, am a supervisor, and today I'm here to accompany our mall's young master to look at houses." Just then, a young couple happened to walk over. The man had a buzz cut, and the woman had a slim waist and long legs, with fair skin and beauty. These two were none other than Zhang Kaixin and Zhang Xiaocui. However, when Zhang Xiaocui saw He Chen, her brows gradually furrowed. "This guy, why does he look so familiar?" Zhang Kaixin looked at Wu Changlin and asked, "Old Wu, what are you doing?" Wu Changlin immediately chuckled and replied, "Young Master Zhang, this is a former part-timer from our mall. He worked here for a long time, so I just wanted to say hello when I saw him." He then turned to He Chen and said, "Xiao He, this is our mall's young master, Zhang Kaixin. Hurry up and greet young Master Zhang." He Chen smiled lightly and said, "Hello, Zhang Xiao, are you here to buy a house too?" Upon hearing He Chen's words, Zhang Kaixin raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean? Are you also here to buy a house?" Wu Changlin was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Xiao He, what do you mean by also?" Well, He Chen smiled and nodded, "I really have my eye on a house and want to buy it." Hearing this, both Wu Changlin and Zhang Kaixin widened their eyes. "Xiao He, what? What did you just say? You, cough cough, you want to buy a house here?" Wu Changlin asked He Chen in astonishment, as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. He-Chen wants to buy a house here? What a joke! This is Ipin Pavilion, the most luxurious and expensive housing in Linen. Any house here starts at $1 million, and that's for the high-rise area. As for the villa area, any house there costs over $10 million. Wu Changlin had just seen He-Chen here and thought he was still a part-timer. After all, according to the timeline, He-Chen hadn't graduated yet. He never expected this guy to say he wanted to buy a house here. Ha, Lao He, are you sure this guy is a part-timer from our company? Zhang Kaixian sneered. Wu Changlin quickly explained, he really was a part-timer before, but he was a good student back then. After saying that, he looked at He-Chen and said, alright, we all know each other well, who doesn't know who? Is there any need to put on airs here? At that moment, a beautiful saleswoman walked over and asked Zhang Kaixian, young Master Zhang, what do you think of the villa number 87 we just saw? Zhang Kaixian shook his head and said, it feels good, but the lighting is a bit poor. It would be even better if it could be cheaper. While the two were chatting, He-Chen looked at the beautiful saleswoman. She was quite attractive. The blue body-hugging work outfit accentuated her delicate figure to the fullest. Standing in front of Zhang Kaixian at that moment, she appeared both gentle and knowledgeable, instantly lifting the mood of anyone who glanced her way. He-Chen looked at the name tag on her ample chest, Liang Jiaxue. I'm sorry, young Master Zhang, but we can't make decisions on the price. If you really want it, I can discuss it with the manager. The price should be able to come down a bit, but probably not by much. Liang Jiaxue replied. Zhang Kaixian sighed and said, I'll think about it. Upon hearing this, disappointment immediately crossed Liang Jiaxue's face. Usually, when someone said that, the deal was basically off. However, her professionalism still prompted her to smile and ask Zhang Kaixian, alright, young Master Zhang, is there anything else you need help with? No, you can go back to your work. Zhang Kaixian waved his hand. Liang Jiaxue nodded. Okay, if young Master Zhang needs any assistance or explanations, feel free to call for me. After saying that, she turned to leave. Just then, Wu Changlin suddenly called out to her, Miss Liang, wait a moment. Liang Jiaxue turned back, looking at Wu Changlin with confusion. Sir, is there something you need help with? Wu Changlin chuckled. I don't need any help, but my little brother here says he's interested in a house here and wants to buy one. Why don't you ask him what kind of house he wants? He pointed at He-Chen, a teasing expression on his face, waiting to see He-Chen's embarrassment. Let's see you pretend. Liang Jiaxue raised an eyebrow and turned to look at He-Chen. She had noticed him as soon as he entered the sales office. However, seeing his age and then watching him chat with Wu Changlin and the others, she didn't approach him. Even someone like Zhang Kaixian, a wealthy young master, was cautious when buying a house here. Not to mention someone chatting with Zhang Kaixian's subordinates. The chances of buying a house were basically non-existent. But out of professional courtesy, Liang Jiaxue put on a professional smile and asked He-Chen, may I ask what you would like to know about, sir? He-Chen chuckled lightly. No need for an introduction. Upon hearing He-Chen's words, a cold smirk appeared on Wu Changlin's face. As expected, he slipped up right away. Just as he was about to mock him, He-Chen suddenly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, I've already seen the house, Villa No. 1, and I'm quite satisfied. Let's just swipe the card. Ha! As He-Chen's voice fell, the professional smile on Liang Jiaxue's face instantly froze. Wu Changlin's mouth dropped open in shock. Zhang Kaixian narrowed his eyes. No way! Is he really buying? And he didn't even ask about the price? And it's Villa No. 1, just swiping the card? Is he really that extravagant? Or is this all an act? Liang Jiaxue blinked, thinking she must have misheard. She cleared her throat and once again revealed her signature smile. This handsome guy, let me introduce you to this villa. The selling price is around 50 million, it's well ventilated, and the style was designed by the famous Chinese artist Master Zhao Jingguang, unique in its. I said I've seen it, just swipe the card. Let's go with installments. He-Chen repeated. He had already checked the price. The 50 million Villa No. 1, with installments, would require a down payment of about 15 million. He could afford that. As for the subsequent loan issues, once he sold this ton of gold, would he still worry about not being able to repay the loan? Liang Jiaxue, is this guy really buying? Is he not just messing with her? But commotion attracted the attention of others nearby. Everyone looked curiously at He-Chen. This guy, is he really here to buy a house? They had been in real estate sales for so many years and had never seen such an extravagant customer. There's no one else like him, especially Liang Jiaxue, who was completely stunned by He-Chen's words, not knowing how to respond next. There was no such situation in the training. She had never even heard of it. At that moment, the sales department manager, Wang Jichao, walked over and said, Hello, sir. Let me explain to you that Villa No. 1 is the most expensive villa in our Ipin Pavilion. If you want to purchase it, you must go through us. He-Chen frowned and said, It's just buying a house. Why so many procedures? Are you afraid I can't afford it? He was anxious to finalize the house deal and then move the gold over. These people were just dragging things out, making his head spin. At that moment, Wu Changlin patted He Chen's shoulder and earnestly advised, I say, Xiaohe, enough is enough. Are you really going to keep pretending? If you keep this up, it won't end well when the truth comes out. Mr. He. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the corridor. Everyone turned to look. Immediately, all the people stood up straight and respectfully greeted the newcomer. Hello, young Master Li. He Chun looked curiously at the newcomer. A young man in his 20s, he had a somewhat cynical demeanor. At that moment, He Chen suddenly heard Zheng Kaixin introducing to his female companion, Xiao Chui, this is the #1 young master of linen, the heir of Shengan real estate, the grandson of Li Goen, the king of land and linen, Li Wenfeng. Zhang Xiaocui was immediately surprised. Li Wenfeng? Is he really Li Wenfeng? Shoo, lower your voice, Zheng Kaixin quickly reminded. Then, he hurried over to Li Wenfeng with a smile, saying, Young Master Li, what brings you here today? Li Wenfeng glanced at him and asked in confusion, Who are you? Everyone. The slap in the face came too suddenly. Seeing Zheng Kaixuan's face turn red, the people present wanted to laugh but dared not. After all, who would dare to laugh in front of the heir of Xingxi Real Estate? Yiping Pavilion was just one of the many properties under Xingxi Group, and there were countless such properties beneath Xingxi Group. The difference in status among the people present was truly vast. Zheng Kaixin awkwardly smiled and said, Young Master Li, I am Zheng Kaixin from Hualian Mall. We met at your Xingxi Group's gathering last time. Li Wenfeng replied indifferently and then walked past him. Zheng Kaixin forced a smile but didn't dare to be angry with Li Wenfeng. Are you kidding? Compared to a giant like Xingxi Group, Hualian Mall was nothing. It was completely normal for Li Wenfeng not to recognize him. However, the next moment, something that made everyone present widen their eyes happened. Li Wenfeng walked up to He Chen. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, Mr. He, as soon as I heard a Bugatti came to our Yiping Pavilion, I knew it was you. Why didn't you notify me before coming? I could have personally welcomed you. Hiss. Hearing Li Wenfeng's words, everyone present instantly widened their eyes, looking at He Chen in disbelief. Zheng Kaixin was dumbfounded. Wu Changlin was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaocui was dumbfounded. The salespeople were also dumbfounded. What did they just see? The heir of Shengan Group suddenly became so enthusiastic in front of He Chen? Who on earth was this guy? Wait, Bugatti? Could it be that this guy is the mysterious owner of the supercar Bugatti that has been all the rage in linen recently? Ah, I remember now. At that moment, Zhang Xiaocui suddenly screamed, I saw the Bugatti enter Yiping Pavilion just now, and the person driving it seemed to be him. Zheng Kaixin, who was nearby, felt his legs go weak and almost sat down on the ground. Damn, he had seen that Bugatti too. The person sitting in the Bugatti was this kid in front of him? As for the mall manager Wu Changlin, who was following behind Zheng Kaixin, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't that guy he just an ordinary college student? Back when he was working part-time at their mall, he didn't even dare to say a word when he was bullied. What's happening right now? A mysterious Bugatti owner? The heir of Shengan Group personally welcoming him. Is this really He Chen? Am I dreaming right now? What on earth is this guy? Of course, the one even more confused was He Chen himself. He had never seen the young man in front of him before. If it weren't for Zheng Kaixin introducing him to his female companion just now, he wouldn't have known that this young man was the heir of Shengan Group. But he didn't seem to have any connection with this heir or the Shengan Group at all, yet this guy seemed to be very familiar with him. At this moment, Li Wenfeng asked He Chen, Mr. He, are you here to buy a house? Yes, I'm interested in Villa No. 1, but it seems this manager said it can't be sold, He Chen replied. The manager Wang Jichao, who was standing nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Damn it! Reporting me in front of young Master Li of Shengan. If you had said earlier that you knew our young master, we wouldn't have dared to refuse selling it to you. Ha! Li Wenfeng laughed heartily and said, My subordinate doesn't understand the situation, Mr. He, please don't take offense. Manager Wang, hurry up and make arrangements. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Jichao immediately responded. Are you kidding? Since Li Wenfeng has spoken, how could he dare not to act? By the way, give Mr. He a 10% discount, Li Wenfeng shouted. The people present were instantly filled with disbelief upon hearing this. A 10% discount? Selling a house isn't like selling clothes. The price of Villa No. 1 is over 50 million. What does a 10% discount mean? That's a direct reduction of 5 million. For an ordinary person, 5 million is basically equivalent to a lifetime of income, and they might not even earn that much. Yet now, Li Wenfeng was directly giving it to Yi-chun for free? Wang Jiqiu was also momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Young Master Li, just handle it, say it's my arrangement, Li Wenfeng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqiu didn't dare to ask further and hurry to make arrangements. Li Wenfeng then looked at Yi-chan and said, Mr. He, the paperwork will be done quickly. There's a place to rest inside. Why don't you go rest for a bit, and we can chat? Yi-chan raised an eyebrow and nodded, sure. He was also curious about what Li Wenfeng meant and why he was treating him this way. As for any schemes against him, Yi-chan wasn't worried at all. A few ordinary people wanting to deal with him didn't concern him. They would only humiliate themselves. As for anything more, he wasn't worth such trouble for the heir of Shengen Group to mobilize forces against him, unless the matter of a ton of gold was leaked. But right now, besides Wang Jianba, no one else knew. And Wang Jianba would absolutely not betray him. This was the tacit understanding and trust they had built over 3 years of friendship. Mr. He, please. Li Wenfeng smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yi-chen nodded and followed Li Wenfeng inside. After the two left, Zhang Kaixian shot a fierce glare at Wu Changlin. Just now, Wu Changlin not only let Yi-chen greet him and called him young Master Zhang, but he also wanted to embarrass Yi-chen in front of so many people. As a result, Yi-chen turned out to be a big shot whom even Li Wenfeng had to treat with courtesy. Thinking back to when Yi-chen had smiled and called him young Master Zhang, Zhang Kaixian felt his legs go weak. Damn it! This is simply terrifying. Wu Changlin was so frightened by Zhang Kaixian's glare that his legs trembled. Then, the three of them slipped out together. How could they dare to stay here any longer? If Yi-chen wanted to find trouble with them, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. It was better to retreat. Stepping outside, indeed, there was a blue and white supercar parked in front of the sales office, exactly the Bugatti they had seen at the entrance of Ipin Pavilion earlier. At this point, Yi-chen's identity no longer needed any doubt. An 80 million Bugatti. Just now, when Yi-chen said he would buy the house with a direct card swipe, they thought he was just showing off. After all, that was a 50 million super luxury apartment. But now, seeing this Bugatti, they suddenly realized they had been limited in imagination by their poverty. Driving an 80 million supercar, what was wrong with buying a 50 million house in Ipin Pavilion? For someone like Yi-chen, living in a 100 million house was nothing strange at all. Don't you know, people who drive cars worth 120,000 to 200,000 and live in houses worth 700,000 to 800,000 are everywhere? Whose house isn't worth more than their car? Back in the car, Zhang Kaixian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wu Changlin, Old Wu, are you sure that kid we just saw is really a part-timer at our mall? Of course I'm sure. Wu Changlin replied, didn't you see me greet him? If I had mistaken him, how could he possibly respond to me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaixian nodded. That's true. Just now, Yi-chen's attitude and expression when facing Wu Changlin didn't seem fake. Could it be that he went to experience life at their mall? You were his team leader back then, and you didn't have any conflicts with him, right? Zhang Kaixian asked cautiously. Wu Changlin's expression changed, and then he slapped his thigh and said, Of course not. Back then, I was his best buddy. He called me brother affectionately. Our relationship was even closer than real brothers. We were practically inseparable. I'll give you one last chance to reorganize your words, Zhang Kaixian said. He wasn't stupid. He had seen how Wu Changlin acted towards Yi-chen just now, with that condescending attitude. One could imagine what it was like when they were together back then, with Wu Changlin as his team leader. Moreover, just now, Wu Changlin deliberately made Yi-chen lose face in front of so many people. That was not something a buddy would do. If Yi-chen were just an ordinary person, it would be fine. He wouldn't have the time to go and seek justice for an ordinary person, causing trouble for his own people. But if this person was someone that Li Wenfeng, the richest young man in linen, had to treat seriously, then it was completely different. The significance was entirely different. With the influence of the Li family from Shengen Group and linen, just one word could bring down the Zhang family. The mall would have to shut down for good. So, he had to get to the bottom of this. Upon hearing Zhang Kaixian's words, Wu Changlin's face turned pale. What? Not saying anything? Very well, when I get back, I'll ask others in the mall, and I'll find out. Zhang Kaixian replied. I'll say. Wu Changlin hurriedly said, actually, it's nothing much, it's just that he was assigned a few more tasks. After all, he's a part-timer and can't work here for long, so Zhang Kaixian took a deep breath and said, whether part-time or full-time, once they enter our mall, they are our people and should be treated equally. I think we need to have a serious talk about your supervisory position with my dad. Upon hearing this, despair suddenly appeared on Wu Changlin's face. Damn it! He had just gotten that supervisory position. Just because of a Hee-chan, it was gone? However, he didn't dare to say a word against Jung Kaishwan's arrangements. Thinking back to the commotion Hee-chan caused at the sales office earlier, even now, he felt his legs tremble. Who would have thought that the person he casually bullied back then would turn out to be such a terrifying big shot? On the other side, in the lounge, after Hee-chan sat down, Li Wenfeng poured him a cup of tea and said, "Mr. He, enjoy your tea." Hee-chan took the cup and said, "Thank you, young Master Li. May I ask if we have met before?" Li Wenfeng's attitude made him feel unexpectedly honored. He. Li Wenfeng chuckled lightly and said, "You might not have seen me, but I have seen you, and not just once. I have quite an impression of you." Hee-chan's face grew even more puzzled upon hearing this. Seeing Hee-chan's expression, Li Wenfeng chuckled again and said, "The first time I met Mr. He was at Ronghua Building. At that time, Zhang Tianjun invited me to Ronghua Building for dinner, saying there were two beautiful foreign girls, so I went. Then Zhang Tianjun said he saw an enemy and took someone down, and I was left upstairs, watching as Zhang Tianjun inexplicably got smashed." Hee-chan, Li Wenfeng continued, "The second time we met was last night. I was originally out with a young model at the Rose Restaurant, but then I saw you shining on stage, smashing Lu Kaifeng. Then Lu Kaifeng brought out Zhang Tianjuan's father, Zhang Laoda. I thought you were going to get smashed, but instead, you smashed Zhang Laoda." Hee-chan, the number one young master of linen, speaks so interestingly. However, Li Wenfeng's nonchalant demeanor left Hee-chan even more confused. Hee-chan touched his nose and said, "So, shouldn't you be helping Zhang Tianjun take revenge? Why are you instead helping me and even giving me a discount on my house?" This was the part Hee-chan couldn't understand the most. Based on the previous two incidents, Li Wenfeng should be in cahoots with Zhang Tianjun, right? Don't misunderstand. Li Wenfeng waved his hand with a chuckle and said, "I went to eat with Zhang Tianjun purely because of those two foreign girls he brought. It has nothing to do with him. I have no ties with Zhang Laoda either. He is he, and I am I. I'm just curious about you." "Me?" Hee-chan pointed to his own chest in confusion. "Why are you curious about me? I'm not a pretty girl." Although this was his first time meeting Li Wenfeng, he felt he had a pretty good understanding of him. This guy is a typical rich second generation, full of thoughts about women. Both times were all about women. It seemed like this guy's life was always surrounded by women, making Hee-chan sigh. This is what a rich second generation is. The only thing that piqued Hee-chan's interest was that this rich second generation, Li Wenfeng, was different from those other rich kids. He wasn't the unreasonable, overbearing type, but rather a carefree, worldly wise person. Li Wenfeng nodded with a light laugh and said, "Right. I'm very curious about how Zhang Tianjun suddenly got smashed, and why Zhang Dishu suddenly changed his attitude towards you 180 degrees. Do you have some kind of magic? Can you teach me? I think it would be fun, in the future, if I see a girl I like, I can just use magic to get her. No need to slowly pursue her." Hee-chan, this guy, is he that bold? He wants to use magic to pick up girls? Hee-chan cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry, there's no magic. Zhang Tianjuan's incident was purely a coincidence. I can only say that this kid is just too unlucky. As for Zhang Dishu, it's because he owes me a favor." Upon hearing Hee-chan's words, disappointment immediately appeared on Li Wenfeng's face. At this moment, Hee-chan continued, "Besides, using magic to pick up girls is so boring. Getting them directly isn't as good as going to a brothel. For beautiful girls, isn't the most important thing the sense of achievement from slowly conquering them? That's what a real man is, don't you think?" Hearing this, Li Wenfeng's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab Hee-chan's hand, excitedly saying, "Damn, Brother Ming, a fellow traveler. Brother Ming is a great talent. Listening to you is worth more than 10 years of chasing girls. Just one sentence makes me feel enlightened. It's like meeting a kindred spirit. So touching." Hee-chan? What the hell, kindred spirit? Who the hell feels like they met a kindred spirit? I just casually said something. How am I your kindred spirit? What do you mean? I feel like I met you too late. Faced with the enthusiastic Li Wenfeng, Hee-chan really felt a bit overwhelmed. This guy was simply a live wire. He was pouring water for Hee-chan and massaging his legs, looking utterly delighted. Then, just as Li Wenfeng was massaging Hee-chan's legs, the sales department manager, Wang Jichao, walked in with the beautiful saleswoman, Liang Joshua. Upon seeing Li Wenfeng massaging Hee-chan's legs, his eyes nearly popped out in shock, looking as if he had seen a ghost. The number one young master of linen was actually massaging Hee-chan's legs? If this scene got out, it would surely drop countless jaws. Li Wenfeng saw Wang Jichao and quickly stood up, clearing his throat and putting on a serious face, saying, "Manager Wang, is everything taken care of?" Wang Jichao instantly snapped back to reality and replied, "Yes, all the procedures for Villano 1 have been completed. I'm ready to take Mr. He to see the house." Li Wenfeng nodded. Then he turned to Yi-chen and said, "Brother Ming, we can have a good chat later. You should let this beautiful lady take you to see the house first." As he spoke, he winked at Yi-chen and then gestured to Liang Joshua with a look that said, "You know what I mean." Yi-chen. He was truly impressed by Li Wenfeng. This guy couldn't resist a pretty face. No way. He had to keep his distance to avoid being led astray and ruining his reputation. After bidding farewell to Li Wenfeng, Yi-chen walked outside with Wang Jichao and Liang Joshua. Once outside, Yi-chen said to Wang Jichao, "Manager Wang, Liang Joshua can take me alone. You should go back to your work." After all, they were just going to look at a house. He only needed someone to accompany him. There was no need for the sales manager to tag along. However, Wang Jichao clearly misunderstood Yi-chen's intention. He immediately understood, nodded, and said, "All right, Mr. He." Then he turned and gave Liang Joshua a meaningful look, saying, "Joshua, make sure to stay close to Mr. He." After saying that, he winked, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Liang Joshua blushed at this scene. Unfortunately, Yi-chen didn't see it. He had already walked away. Liang Joshua gritted her teeth and hurried to catch up. Soon, the two arrived next to the Bugatti. Yi-chen got into the car, and Liang Joshua, looking at the dazzling Bugatti, timidly asked, Can I sit in it?" If it were any other car, she would have jumped in without hesitation. But facing a supercar like the Bugatti Chiron, she didn't have the courage. What if the owner had some special cleanliness obsession and caused her trouble? Who would she complain to? There was simply no one to turn to. "It's fine, come on in," Yi-chen said with a light laugh. "Okay." Liang Joshua replied and immediately opened the door and climbed in. Looking at the luxurious interior of the Bugatti, Liang Joshua felt a wave of disbelief. Is this really a Bugatti? She had been in plenty of luxury cars, including Mercedes and BMW, but this was her first time in an 80 million Bugatti Chiron. She had never even seen one before, let alone heard of it. She only knew that the ultimate boss car was the Bugatti Veyron. And now, she was sitting in a Bugatti Chiron, which was even more impressive than the Veyron. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Seeing Liang Joshua's expression, Yi-chen chuckled and said, "You might not believe it, but you're the first person to sit in this car besides me." "What? Me? The first?" Liang Joshua said in disbelief. How could that be possible? For a supercar like this, the girls who sat in it must change every day, right? Yi-chen shrugged and said, "Yes, besides you, no one else has ever been in this car. I've always driven it alone." Since he exchanged for this Bugatti, he truly had never given anyone else a ride. However, Liang Joshua clearly did not believe Yi-chen's words at all. "Ha! A man's words are just lies. Scumbag! If you want to pursue me, just say it directly. What's with saying I'm the first passenger to sit in this car? Does he really think I'm as easy to fool as those naive college girls? I don't need to be tricked, okay? Just a little beckoning, and I'd be all over him." The more of a scumbag a boy is, the more girls he has encountered, the more beauties he has seen, and the more picky he becomes. Ordinary girls simply don't catch their eye. But now, Yi-chen is showing interest in her. Doesn't that mean she's also a beauty, surpassing most women? Thinking of this, Liang Joshua's heart raced even more, and she subconsciously glanced at Yi-chen's profile. Wow! That profile is really handsome, clean, neat, and stylish. More importantly, it has sharp angles, exuding a masculine charm that made Liang Joshua's heart flutter. Such fresh meat, so tempting. Liang Joshua instinctively swallowed. At this moment, it was just the two of them in the car, and soon they would be going to Yi-chen's house. Would something wonderful happen in this isolated space between a man and a woman? After all, someone like Yi-chen, who is low-key, wealthy, and handsome, is extremely rare. Even if she couldn't marry him, just getting a little something from him would be enough for her to enjoy endlessly. Of course, if she could marry him and bear him 10 or 8 chubby sons, that would be even better. Yi-chen had no idea that because of his one sentence, Liang Joshua's thoughts had undergone so many changes, and she had already been tempted by him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have carelessly said that. Soon, the two arrived in front of Villa No. 1 at Ipin Pavilion. The villas at Ipin Pavilion are more expensive the closer the number is to 1. And Villa No. 1 can be said to be the best positioned villa in the entire Ipin Pavilion, unique in both design and other aspects, otherwise, it wouldn't be called No. 1-foot villa. The villa is a 3-story building, resembling an ancient palace, beautiful and luxurious. Connected to both the front and back yards, plus the villa itself, the area is roughly the size of 3 basketball courts. Liang Joshua walked to the entrance and introduced to Yi-chen, "Mr. He, for the first time, we need to record your fingerprint and facial information, so that the door will open automatically when you return in the future." After Yi-chen entered the information as Liang Joshua reminded him, the door opened instantly. In front of them was a very large courtyard, complete with stone mountains and flowing water, flowers, grass, and trees, along with a large activity space, and a parking lot with enough space for 5 or 6 cars. The interior decoration leaned towards a pseudo-Win style, yet it didn't lack modernity. It looked simple and tidy, but not empty, making it instantly likable, truly a masterpiece of an artist. No wonder everyone works so hard to earn money. Living in such a house every day, waking up every morning feeling refreshed, how wonderful. Money isn't everything, but it can provide you with things others wouldn't even dare to imagine. As Liang Joshua walked, she introduced He-chen to everything, including the designer of the house, the furnishings, and the materials used, explaining it all in detail. However, as time passed, Liang Joshua's gaze gradually became strange. She had been walking in front of He-chen, her curvy, form-fitting short skirt facing him, occasionally twisting her body to attract his attention. She was fully prepared, thinking that once He-chen showed any intention towards her, she would slightly refuse, cooperate a bit to give him a sense of achievement, and then yield to him. But He-chen's attention was entirely on the house from start to finish, not even glancing at her once. Wasn't this intentionally frustrating? No way. I'm dying of desire. I must turn passive into active. Liang Joshua's eyes flickered, and as she was walking, her foot suddenly seemed to miss the ground. With a startled ah, she fell directly into He-chen's arms. He-chen looked at the falling Liang Joshua, his expression changing. In a split second, without thinking, He-chen instinctively took a step aside. Immediately after, bang! Liang Joshua fell solidly to the ground. Liang Joshua, damn, could you at least catch me? At that moment, He-chen hurried over, concerned, and asked, what happened? Did you get hurt? I didn't react in time just now. I instinctively dodged and didn't expect you to fall. Liang Joshua, speaking of which, could you at least lend a hand? At this point, she realized that He-chen had no interest in her at all. This jerk was simply a super straight man. Otherwise, based on her understanding of men, if He-chen had any feelings for her, he would have made a move when she was swaying in front of him just now. I'm fine. Liang Joshua gritted her teeth and got up from the ground, smiling apologetically at He-chen. Sorry, I accidentally fell just now. I didn't scare you, did I? No, if that's the case, why don't you take a break? I can just wander around by myself, He-chen said. Liang Joshua nodded. Okay, I twisted my ankle a bit, so I'll sit here for a while. She needed to catch her breath, otherwise, she felt like she was going to explode. She walked directly to the sofa in the hall and pretended to rub her ankle. He-chen didn't pay her any mind and wandered around by himself. After all, it was his first time in such a large mansion, so he wanted to explore. Inside the villa, all the facilities were complete: a tea room, a game room, a studio, a study, and even a dedicated media room. The backyard had a fairly large swimming pool, over 100 square meters. It wasn't until an hour later that He-chen returned to the living room, and Liang Joshua was still sitting there. How's your ankle recovering? He-chen asked. Liang Joshua immediately stood up. At this moment, she dared not continue to flaunt herself in front of He-chen. Instead, she gathered all her thoughts and said seriously, it's better now. Mr. He, what do you think of this house? Is there anything that needs improvement? I will be responsible for recording it, and we can complete the renovations according to your suggestions within a week at most. For someone like He-chen, even if she couldn't seduce him, she absolutely couldn't offend him. Otherwise, with just one word from He-chen, he could ruin her entire life. Not everyone had the ability to make the richest young master in linen massage their legs. He-chen shook his head. No need, it's great as it is, already exceeding my expectations. I couldn't have decorated it this beautifully myself. Just leave it like this. All right, Mr. He, is there anything else you need? Liang Joshua smiled. He-chen shook his head. No. Then I'll head back first. If you need anything, Mr. He, you can call us anytime. Liang Joshua smiled. Let's go together, He-chen said, as he was also preparing to go out. Liang Joshua asked in confusion, is Mr. He looking to buy something? If so, you can directly notify the property management, and they will deliver it to your doorstep. No, this house has everything. I'm going out to buy a car, He-chen said. The things in the villa could be said to be complete, far surpassing what he had in his basement. He now needed a car to transport gold. He couldn't just drive a Bugatti to haul gold, could he? A Bugatti is all about flashy design and extreme speed. When it comes to hauling goods, it can't compare to a small electric tricycle. Moreover, He-chen urgently needed a car for daily use. He couldn't go out to buy groceries or have a barbecue every day in a Bugatti. That would be too ostentatious. He-chen didn't like to show off, so he wanted to buy a relatively low-key car for transportation. Buying a car? Liang Joshua exclaimed in surprise. Mr. He wants to buy a car? Does this property also handle that? He Chen asked. Liang Joshua quickly shook her head. No. I meant to say, my brother actually sells cars. If you want to buy one, you can consider going to my brother's place. Upon hearing this, He Chen's expression brightened. Oh, your family is in sales, huh? Liang Joshua's cheeks flushed. I'm in sales, but my brother is a sales manager, much better than me. He Chen chuckled. Alright then, let's go. Get in the car. With that, he drove his Bugatti, following Liang Joshua's directions to Shangyun Auto City. On the way, Liang Joshua sent a text to her brother, Liang Lihao. Bro, I'm bringing a client to buy a car. Just after sending it, within 10 seconds, Liang Lihao replied, bringing a client to buy a car? Aren't you at work? How can you leave Epine Pavilion? Liang Joshua chuckled and replied, because this client is very important. As long as I'm with him, no one dares to stop me. Oh really? How important? Humph, I won't tell you now. You'll find out when we meet. Just be careful not to pop your eyes out. Ha! Look at you so happy. You didn't hook up with some rich guy, did you? I'm telling you, Xiaoxua, don't blindly believe those old bastards' bad words. They're all old enough to know better, still out there deceiving young girls. You're the old bastard. My client is handsome, 1,000 times more handsome than you. Humph. Liang Lihao. Liang Joshua stopped replying and put her phone in her bag, smiling at He Chen. I've already talked to my brother. He said he's waiting for us there. Great, after we succeed, I'll treat you to a meal, He Chen replied with a smile. On the other side, at Shangyun Auto City, Liang Lihao shook his head and put his phone away. Then, he walked into the hall and addressed a group of salespeople who were applauding. Alright, let's wrap up the welcome event for the new employees here. Gao Pan, Zhao Feier, you two stay. As Liang Lihao's voice fell, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only two girls behind, one slightly plump, the other with a stunning figure and beauty. If He Chen were here, he would immediately recognize that this girl was his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. In recent days, Zhao Feier had experienced a roller coaster of emotions. When she was with He Chen, he juggled 4 or 5 part-time jobs to support her. However, for her, that was still not enough. She was far from the life she desired. So, she agreed to Fan Yunhai's pursuit and suddenly enjoyed the feeling of being sought after by many. But this feeling lasted only a day before He Chen suddenly appeared at school in his Bugatti, becoming the hottest figure at Linen University, the object of admiration for all the girls. For her, it felt like a roller coaster ride. She couldn't care less about Fan Yunhai's feelings and rushed to the library to reconcile with He Chen. She thought He Chen would, as before, overlook all her little temperaments and forgive her every little quirk. However, she didn't expect that this time, He Chen would not forgive her unconditionally as he had before. Not only that, but because of Fan Yunhai's connection with the Qin Shan group, she was also implicated and directly expelled from school. She was about to graduate. Only a month left until graduation, even if she officially graduated. She was unwilling, she was furious, because she should have been sitting in He Chen's Bugatti, enjoying everyone's envy, satisfying her vanity. But now, she had lost everything. He Chen didn't want her, and Fan Yunhai called her a cheap whore, kicking her to the ground. She became the laughingstock of Linen University, the target of everyone's ridicule, and was directly expelled from Linen University. In a state of helplessness, she, under the recommendation of her senior Gao Pan, came to Shangyun Automobile City and found a job in sales. This position had the lowest requirements in terms of education and other aspects. No matter how good a job was, they would look at her resume and discover that she had been expelled from school, which would lead to her being dismissed. So, she left school and, with the introduction of her well-connected senior Gao Pan, came to work as a salesperson at Shangyun Automobile City. Gao Pan had graduated 2 years ago and had been working in the sales department since graduation. She had invited Zhao Feier to come over more than once, but Zhao Feier had always looked down on sales jobs. Liang Lihao said to Zhao Feier, you will follow Gao Pan from now on. She has more work experience, so let her guide you. Thank you, Manager Wu. Sorry to trouble you, Gao Jie, Zhao Feier immediately replied. The slightly plump girl waved her hand and said, no trouble at all, we are colleagues. Liang Lihao nodded and said, alright, Gao Pan, a customer will be coming soon, so please attend to them and let Zhao Feier understand the car sales process. Okay, Gao Pan immediately nodded. Just then, Liang Lihao's phone rang. It was Liang Joshua calling. Hey, big brother, we're almost there, come out and meet us. Liang Lihao rolled his eyes and said, can't you come in by yourselves? Just come out and meet us. My client knows you are selling cars and came specifically to find you. If you don't even come out, where do I put my sister's face? Alright, I'm coming out. Liang Lihao sighed helplessly. After saying that, he turned to Gao Pan and said, you two stay here. Then he hurriedly walked outside. After Liang Lihao left, Zhao Feier smiled at Gao Pan and said, Senior, I'll be relying on you from now on. Gao Pan giggled and said, look at what you're saying. We're sisters. Who's relying on whom? Besides, I want to rely on you too. Didn't you see how Manager Liang looked at you just now? That gaze was so intense, it was as if he wanted to eat you up. Zhao Fei chuckled awkwardly and said, Senior, you're joking. Gao Pan shook her head and said, what do you mean joking? I've been in society for so long, my judgment is much better than yours. A pretty girl like you, I don't know how many men would be unable to resist after seeing you. Just look at that perky but, tsk, it makes me want to drool. As she spoke, she reached out and slapped Zhao Fei on the butt. Zhao Fei exclaimed, stepping back 2 paces, Senior, don't mess around. Gao Pan laughed and said, I'm not messing around. In society, connections are much more important than ability. Do you think Manager Liang handed the order to me just now for no reason? It's all because of your face. As long as you build a good relationship with the manager and get his favor, there will be plenty of such orders in the future. It's 100 times better than your previous poor ex-boyfriend. Senior, don't say that. What does this have to do with me? It's your ability that the manager appreciates. That's why he takes care of you. Zhao Fei replied. Gao Pan raised an eyebrow and said, what? You look down on Manager Liang? Well, with your looks, it wouldn't be hard to find a real rich guy. In our automobile city, we have everything from Mercedes to BMW, and there are often wealthy bosses coming over. I've seen several girls soar to success here in the past 2 years. You can just find one to lean on. Hearing this, Zhao Fei felt a stir in her heart. She came here to work with some of these thoughts in mind. She was unwilling. She wanted to stay in Linen and didn't want to return to her rural hometown to marry a farmer who spent all day with his feet in the dirt and his back to the sky. However, despite thinking this way, Zhao Fei remained humble and said, I don't have that ability. I'll still need your help in the future. Just then, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Gao Pan, come here. Gao Pan heard the sound and immediately smiled at Zhao Fei, saying, see, the guests have arrived. After saying that, she quickly led Zhao Fei towards the door. At the same time, Gao Pan saw 3 people walking in from outside. The one in the lead was Liang Lihao, whose face was filled with shock. Following him were a man and a woman. Gao Pan didn't recognize the man, but the girl next to him, dressed in a professional fitted outfit, was someone she knew very well. Liang Lihao's sister, Liang Joshua. At that moment, Liang Lihao chuckled and introduced to Gao Pan, this is the guest I just mentioned, our esteemed guest, Mr. He Chen. Gao Pan immediately responded respectfully, hello, Mr. He, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she was surprised to find that He Chen's eyes were fixed directly on Zhao Fei, looking utterly bewildered. What's going on? Gao Pan was taken aback. Was she being ignored? She admitted that Zhao Fei was more beautiful than her, but could the allure of a beauty be this great? Did it really leave the client dumbfounded? She looked at Zhao Fei in confusion, only to find that Zhao Fei was also wide-eyed, staring at He Chen with a look of inexplicable shock. This world is vast, but at the same time, this world is also small. Sometimes, the people we desperately want to meet may never cross our paths in a lifetime. Yet, some people we wish to avoid seem to appear before us from time to time. At this moment, the feelings of He Chen and Zhao Fei towards each other were just like that. Looking at each other, both were completely stunned. He Chen was utterly dazed. Why was Zhao Fei here? At work? This woman had started working? He had argued with her many times about finding a job, but in the end, he couldn't persuade her. For someone as meticulous as Zhao Fei, getting her to work was almost harder than killing her. Compared to He Chen, Zhao Fei was even more confused. Why was He Chen here? To buy a car? What a joke! Although there were many good cars in their auto city, no car could compare to He Chen's Bugatti. Did he really need to buy a junk car while driving a Bugatti? Or could it be he changed his mind and wanted to be with her again? So he found out she was here and came over? As this thought crossed her mind, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Zhao Fei's face. Fei, do you know each other? At that moment, Gao Pan suddenly asked Zhao Fei. Liang Lihao and Liang Joshua, hearing Gao Pan's question, also looked at Zhao Fei curiously, especially Liang Lihao. Up until now, he hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the Bugatti parked in front of him. He had originally gone to pick up Liang Joshua and her client, but just as he arrived outside, he saw a dazzling supercar parked right in front of him, leaving him stunned. Then, when he saw Liang Joshua climbing out of the Bugatti, he was completely taken aback. He swore he would never forget that moment. Moreover, on the way here, Liang Joshua had told him that He Chen had just bought the #1 villa at Ipin Pavilion, and she even saw the young master of the Li family from Shengen Group, personally massaging He-Chen's legs. Just these few things alone had already made Liang Lihao regard He-Chen as a godlike figure. And now, this godlike figure actually knew the new saleswoman who had just arrived at their auto city? Zhao Feier immediately replied, "Of course we know each other. He is my boyfriend." After saying that, she rushed over and hugged He-Chen's arm excitedly, saying, "Xiaoming, you came to find me, to take me home, right? Can we go home?" Seeing Zhao Feier's actions, Liang Lihao and the others instantly widened their eyes. Boyfriend? Zhao Feier was actually He-Chen's girlfriend? Was this woman that impressive? If she was so impressive, why was she working as a saleswoman in their auto city? He-Chen looked at Zhao Feier's arm, his brow slightly furrowing. Immediately, he calmly withdrew his arm from her grasp and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I didn't know you were here. I'm just here to buy a car with Liang Joshua." After saying that, he walked straight inside. This woman is truly delusional. Zhao Feier was momentarily stunned, then hurried to He-Chen's side, her eyes filled with pleading. "He-Chen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this once? I promise I won't dare again." She truly realized her mistakes, completely and utterly. If time could be rewound, she would never choose to part ways with He-Chen. Now, all she hoped for was his forgiveness. As long as He-Chen could forgive her, she would be willing to kneel and beg right there. Seeing Zhao Feier like this, He-Chen let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, Zhao Feier was so much like him back then. He had also tried every means to please her, doing everything according to her wishes, never doing anything that might upset her, hoping to win her favor. But throughout it all, Zhao Feier looked at him as if he were a fool, and in the end, she treated him like a dog and cast him aside. It was only now that He-Chen understood where he had gone wrong. From the moment he placed all his thoughts on Zhao Feier, he had already lost, utterly and completely, losing everything and leaving only a humble heart. In matters of love, both parties must appreciate each other to be together. No woman would ever like a humble, submissive man, because no one appreciates a submissive person, nor can they feel the charm of such a person. Instead, it is those handsome, wealthy, and unfaithful boys who flirt around that they find appealing, even actively pursuing them to an unbelievable extent. The charm of these scoundrels is exactly what those girls admire and like. Therefore, a submissive man ultimately has only one path, death, with no other way out. Could you please step aside? He-Chen frowned. He-Chen! Zhao Feier suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "I've already apologized to you in front of everyone, even kneeling. What will it take for you to forgive me? Do you have to humiliate me to death before you're satisfied? I've already lost all my face. Are you satisfied now? Do you really have to be this ruthless?" Around them, Liang Lihao and others had already guessed the situation. It turned out that Zhao Feier was indeed He-Chen's girlfriend, but only a former one, and it was clear that they had broken up because Zhao Feier had done something to hurt He-Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't be apologizing so frantically. Thinking of this, Liang Lihao sighed inwardly. How many women would go crazy for someone like He-Chen? Yet Zhao Feier had directly pushed him away. Now, being treated like this by He-Chen, she had no one to blame but herself. He-Chen took a deep breath and said, "Zhao Feier, you should understand very well that there is no possibility for us to be together anymore. If you think I'm heartless, then let it be." After saying that, he pulled Zhao Feier aside and walked toward the hall. Liang Lihao was momentarily stunned and quickly said to Zhao Feier, "Get up quickly, look at yourself." After saying that, he hurried after He-Chen. Liang Joshua and Gao Panpan also followed. Zhao Feier squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Inside the hall, Liang Lihao enthusiastically approached He-Chen, saying, "Mr. He, what kind of car model are you looking for? Let me introduce you." He-Chen replied, "Anything is fine, just something for commuting." Commuting? Liang Lihao was taken aback, just about to introduce a cost-effective commuting model. At that moment, He-Chen suddenly pointed to an SUV not far away and asked, "How much is that car?" Liang Lihao took a glance and immediately replied, "That one is a BMW X7, with a base price of around 1 million. Mr. He, if you're just looking for a means of transportation, that's the one, just swipe the card," He-Chen said as he handed over his bank card. "This car is nice. It can hold a lot." Liang Lihao? What? A means of transportation? Buying a BMW X7 for over $1 million? And he didn't even ask about anything else, not even haggling over the price, just swiped the card? Even after years in sales, Liang Lihao had never encountered a customer as extravagant as He-Chen. But then he remembered that the other party drove a Bugatti, and he instantly had no doubts. If he could buy a Bugatti worth over 80 million, what's another million? Alright, please wait a moment. Liang Lihao immediately went to handle the paperwork. Liang Joshua then looked at He-Chen and said, "Mr. He, shall we go to the lounge over there to rest for a bit?" "No, I won't wait here. Once the car is ready, you can just drive it back." He-Chen shook his head. Liang Joshua was slightly taken aback. A car worth over $1 million? Just like that, he handed it to her? That's a bit too trusting, isn't it? At that moment, Gao Pan turned to Liang Joshua and asked, Joshua, was that guy just now your boyfriend? No. Liang Joshua shook her head. He's just my client. I brought him here to buy a car. Gao Pan raised an eyebrow. Client? No way. How could a client just hand you a car worth over $1 million? I feel like he bought that car for you. That's impossible. Mister. He isn't that kind of person, Liang Joshua replied. If she hadn't experienced the indifference Chen showed when she tried to be friendly at the villa, she might have believed Liang Joshua's words. But now, she knew for sure that Chen wouldn't act like that. Impossible? Gao Pan said slyly. You probably don't know that this BMW X7 has another name. Do you know what it is? What is it called? Liang Joshua asked curiously. Gao Pan chuckled, leaned in close to Liang Joshua's ear, and whispered, it's called the car of shaking. Upon hearing this, Liang Joshua's eyes widened. Then she turned to look at the BMW X7 on display not far away. She instinctively blinked. This shape, this size, this space. It's practically big enough to dance in, not to mention all the various positions it could accommodate. Could it be that Chen bought this car? At that moment, Gao Pan whispered, Xiaoxua, that handsome guy just now swiped his card without a second thought and handed you the car. I think it's definitely not that simple. He must be interested in you. Xiaoxua, a handsome guy who's so rich, you have to seize this opportunity. That shouldn't be possible. How could someone so wealthy be interested in me? Liang Joshua said, filled with doubt. Gao Pan laughed, because you're beautiful? You have the figure and the looks. If I had a figure like yours, I wouldn't even wear clothes when I go out. Isn't that enough? Otherwise, why do you think he would hand the car over to you? The meaning is very clear. You must not miss such a great opportunity. Liang Joshua bit her lip. At that moment, Liang Lihao came out, chuckling. What are you two talking about? Nothing, both of them replied in unison. Ha, where's Mr. He? Liang Lihao looked around but didn't see Chen, and curiously asked Liang Joshua. Gao Pan immediately replied, Manager Liang, Mr. He left. He said once the car paperwork is done, let Xiaoxue drive it back. Upon hearing this, Liang Lihao squinted his eyes and looked at Liang Joshua with a knowing glance. Xiaoxue, well done. Liang Joshua's cheeks instantly turned red upon hearing Liang Lihao's words. Come here, I need to talk to you. Liang Lihao said, pulling Liang Joshua inside. Liang Joshua's face turned pale. It's over. His older brother was about to scold her again. Arriving at the manager's office, Liang Lihao immediately exclaimed excitedly, Little sister, you actually managed to hook up with such an impressive rich guy? He even gifted you such an expensive luxury car? You're amazing, Liang Joshua. Meanwhile, outside, after the Liang siblings left, Gao Pan also walked into the hall. Originally, Liang Lihao was supposed to give her this order, but seeing how diligent he was, it seemed unlikely that the order would fall to him. After all, it was a multi-million deal. Inside the hall, Zhao Feier was sitting in the lounge, looking utterly dejected. Gao Pan sat down next to her, curious, and asked, Feier, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. He? Zhao Feier lowered her head and remained silent. Gao Pan smacked her lips and said, that Mr. He is really something. A car worth over $1 million, and he didn't even blink, not even checking the information, just whipped out his bank card and said swipe. Then he just handed the car over to Liang Joshua and let her drive off. A luxury car worth over $1 million. I could only sit inside and feel it. I wouldn't even dare to think about buying such a car. Liang Joshua is so lucky to have hooked up with such a wealthy tycoon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feier's eyes turned red. Chen actually gave Liang Joshua a car? And it was a luxury car worth over $1 million? These should have been hers. They should have all been hers. But now, none of this had anything to do with her, and Chen wouldn't even spare her a word? Thinking of this, Zhao Feier burst into tears. Gao Pan frowned at this scene. The next moment, her expression changed in shock, her eyes wide. Oh my, this Mr. He, could it be the poor boyfriend you told me about before? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feier cried even louder. Gao Pan. She thought Chen was a rich second generation that Zhao Feier had just hooked up with, but it turned out to be the poor guy Zhao Feier had been talking about every day? This was quite surreal. Half an hour later, the car paperwork was completed. Liang Joshua drove away from Shangyun Auto City. Before leaving, Liang Lihao repeatedly urged Liang Joshua, Xiaoxua, keep it up. You must keep it up. Liang Joshua sat in the car, not even daring to turn her head. After Liang Joshua left, Liang Lihao turned back and went directly to the hall to find Zhao Feier. He had to clarify the relationship between Zhao Feier and Chen. If Zhao Feier really had some deep-seated grudge against Chen, they wouldn't dare to keep her at Shangyun Auto City. Zhao Feier, are you Mr. His ex-girlfriend? Liang Lihao asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feier felt a burning pain on her face, as if a fresh wound was being salted. However, she still nodded and replied, yes. Liang Lihao narrowed his eyes and said, I think you're not suitable. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. It was Liang Joshua calling. Hello? Xiaoxue, what's up? Liang Lihao asked. Brother, mister. He just called me and said not to make things difficult for Zhao Feier, just let things be. Liang Joshua's voice came from the phone. Liang Lihao was taken aback for a moment. Then he nodded and said, okay, I understand. After hanging up, he looked at Zhao Feier and said, it's fine now, get up and continue working. In the happy community, He-Chun hung up the phone and returned to the basement. The reason he didn't want to stay at the Auto City any longer was that he didn't want to continue being with Zhao Feier. Moreover, there was no point in waiting there any longer. He drove a Bugatti there, and he would definitely have to drive the Bugatti back. He had asked Liang Joshua, that woman could drive. Regardless of whether He-Chun stayed there or not, in the end, Liang Joshua would need to drive the car back. As for whether Liang Lihao would send him a domestic accident car, He-Chun wasn't worried about that at all. After learning his identity, Liang Lihao should be too afraid to trick him. Even if Liang Lihao wanted to pull a fast one, Liang Joshua probably wouldn't agree. After leaving the car city, He-Chun observed Liang Lihao's reaction and felt it might implicate Zhao Feier. Although he had broken up with Zhao Feier, they had once been in a relationship. He-Chun didn't want to jeopardize her future because of himself. After all, this woman had finally mustered the courage to start working steadily, and He-Chun hoped she would have a good life ahead, rather than wishing for his early demise. Entering the basement, He-Chun looked around the place he had lived in for over 2 years and took a deep breath. From today onward, he would have to say goodbye to this place. To be honest, he felt a bit reluctant. After all, people tend to be nostalgic, but for the safety of the gold, he had to leave. Compared to the basement, wouldn't living in a big villa be better? In just a few days, he would adapt to the villa life and start to feel nostalgic about it. For now, he needed to dig out the gold. Once he thought of it, he acted. He-Chun took out a shovel and a hammer and began to get busy. Fortunately, it was working hours, and no one was watching him. If it were the middle of the night, he would probably disturb everyone in the building. Meanwhile, at Ipin Pavilion, Liang Joshua drove her sleek black BMW X7 into the establishment. After parking outside He-Chun's villa, she returned to the sales office. As soon as she entered, the manager, Wang Jichao, called her over and said, Joshua, young Master Li said to find him in the office when you return. Oh, okay. Liang Joshua replied and hurried toward the office. Pushing the door open, she saw Li Wenfeng sitting on the sofa. She greeted him, good day, young master. However, Li Wenfeng completely ignored her, still sitting on the sofa, holding his phone with an excited expression, shouting, damn, why aren't you guys charging in? What kind of support just hangs back? Are you expecting me, a squishy character, to initiate the fight? Damn, help me. Shit, I'm dead again. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I'm logging off. After saying that, he threw his phone onto the sofa. Only then did he look up at Liang Joshua. He looked up and down, then stood up, glancing left and right. After scratching his head, he said, this doesn't add up? Liang Joshua raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, what's wrong, young master? What doesn't add up? Li Wenfeng stroked his chin, deep in thought, and said, you've been out with Mr. He for so long, and nothing happened? Were you just sunbathing outside? Liang Joshua's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head. Young master, you're joking. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Li Wenfeng frowned, looking puzzled. That shouldn't be the case, right? Someone who can say such astonishing things must not be an ordinary person. They must be experienced in the dating scene. How could they take a girl out for so long and nothing happen? Could it be? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I get it. This is called to catch a tiger. You must first let it go. Damn, Minggu is amazing. Using the 36 stratagems to pick up a girl. After saying that, he immediately pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and looked at Liang Joshua with curiosity. Can you tell me what happened when you went out with Minggu? I want to learn. No, I want to record it. He posed as if ready to take notes. Liang Joshua? Click. Li Wenfeng took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying to Liang Joshua, here, this 1,000 yuan is yours. Thank you, young master. Liang Joshua immediately began recounting everything, starting from taking He-Chun to see the house, to buying a car with him, then encountering He-Chun's ex-girlfriend, and how He-Chun threw the car keys to her, as well as later when He-Chen helped Zhaofei, detailing everything without missing a beat. Of course, she didn't mention the flattery she had shown to He-Chen. She didn't mention anything about the car-shaking incident. How could she possibly say something like that? Liang Joshua spoke while Li Wenfeng took notes, occasionally telling her, "Slow down, I can't keep up." Once Liang Joshua finished, Li Wenfeng glanced at his notes and excitedly said, "Alright, it's all good now, you can take the money and go." Okay. Liang Joshua took the money and immediately turned to leave. After she left, Li Wenfeng looked at his notes and exclaimed, "Impressive. Brother Ming is amazing. His ex-girlfriend showing up is just perfect timing, abandoned when he was down. Now that he's on top, he holds no grudges and shows great magnanimity. He completely embodies the spirit of a real man. And the way he gifted the car is so natural and unpretentious, grand yet understated, making the woman willingly melt in his embrace. Wow! Brother Ming is truly a master of seduction, a culmination of skills from all ages and cultures. Little brother, I admire you." Saying this, he saluted the ceiling. It's a pity He-Chen wasn't there. If he had been, hearing Li Wenfeng's words might have made him spit out a mouthful of blood. A master of seduction from all ages and cultures. Damn you! In the happy community, He-Chen was still busy like a diligent farmer, bent over, working hard in the hole. At first, the hole he dug was only the size of a rice cooker, but now, it had a diameter of nearly 1 meter and a depth of over a meter. The entire basement was filled with dirt. If someone were to barge in and see this scene, they would likely suspect it was a large-scale tomb raiding site. Of course, if anyone dared to intrude now, He-Chen wouldn't mind taking them out. One down, another one to go. At that moment, Wang Jianbao's phone suddenly rang. "Hey, Lao He, want to come out for a meal?" "No time," He-Chen panted. "Ha, what are you doing that's got you so tired?" "Digging a hole." "Digging a hole? Why are you digging a hole?" "To bury you. Goodbye." With that, Wang Jianbao hung up the phone. He-Chen tossed the phone aside and continued his work. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved a lot compared to before. Otherwise, with this workload, he would have been exhausted. 5 hours later, He-Chen's digging work finally came to an end. Of course, the fruits of his labor were quite impressive. He had managed to dig up a full ton of gold from underground. To ensure there were no leftovers, He-Chen dug around in other areas until he could no longer find a single gold bar. Then he finally stopped. Looking at the gold piled against the wall, his heart raced. Finally, he had finally done it. The only thing that surprised He-Chen was that he thought a ton of gold would take up much more space. Now that it was all dug up and piled together, it wasn't much at all, roughly the size of 6 bottles of mineral water stacked together. After all, gold is much denser than iron. Done. He-Chen chuckled. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Next, he had to figure out how to transfer this gold to Yiping Pavilion. Moving the gold was a technical job. After all, this was a full ton of gold, not a piece of chocolate. Even his newly bought domestic BMW X7 couldn't possibly hold that much gold at once. Even if it could barely fit, he wouldn't dare to load it. A ton of gold in the car would flatten the tires, and if the traffic police suspected overloading or any other issues and decided to check, they would discover a ton of gold hidden in the car. After that, He-Chen would probably become the certain someone in the news. As for that ton of gold, forget it. He didn't want to do something foolish like "there's no silver here." So, he had to be extremely cautious with this batch of gold. There could be no mistakes whatsoever. This was also the reason why He-Chen had not dared to casually move the ton of gold before. This ton of gold had been buried here for an unknown amount of time. As long as he could suppress his impatience and not touch it, no one would discover its existence. After all, this was his room, but once he moved it, it was very likely to be discovered. After all, walls have ears. Moreover, in this era, a random smartphone could have 50 or 100 times zoom. Some impressive phones even reached 150 times zoom, more powerful than a telescope. Who knows who might be watching? A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This principle was already summarized by people 2,500 years ago, and it still applies today, and will forever continue to apply, not disappearing with the passage of time. So, even if he was burning with anxiety, desperately wanting to move this ton of gold, he could only hold back and wait for the right, foolproof opportunity to act. Just like now. He glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. It's about time. He-Chen ate 2 prepared pancakes. Next, he stuffed all the soil from the room back into the hole. Normally, the soil dug out from underground would be much more than what could be put back, as the excavated soil is too loose. However, since He-Chen had dug out a ton of gold, after stuffing all the soil back, it just happened to fill the big hole and cover it with the floor. As for what would happen if the house discovered this dugout hole later, that was not something He-Chen needed to worry about. So what if they found it? Would they really ask him for compensation? After more than an hour of work, He-chan finally restored the house to its original state. The only difference from before was that there was now a ton of shining gold in the corner. He-chan didn't care about the dirt on the gold, laughing heartily as he embraced the gold, feeling a rush of joy inside. Other people's gold is measured in grams. What he had was measured by the ton. He glanced at the time again. It was past 8. After that, He-chan left the house and locked the door again. It was time to go to Ipin Pavilion to bring back the BMW X7. Outside, people in the community saw He-chan and immediately greeted him warmly. Xiaoming, going out? What are you doing out so late, Xiaoming? He-chan chuckled and said, I slept all afternoon and got hungry, going out to eat something. Come to my house to eat? Let your aunt cook something for you? He-chan shook his head and said, no need, there are restaurants outside. Then, he got into the nearby Bugatti and drove off. The people in the community watched the scene and couldn't help but marvel. I don't know what it is, but every time I see that Bugatti, I feel a surge of excitement. Who doesn't? Just now I even touched it, and I have to say, it really feels great. How great? Is it better than touching your wife? Get out of here. A few people joked and laughed, but no one dared to say that He-chan was showing off or spoke ill of him behind his back. Buying a BMW worth 3 to 500,000 might make some people envious, and they might talk behind his back to find some sense of stability. But He-chan was driving a Bugatti worth over 80 million. What's there to say? Are they even on the same level? He-chan drove the Bugatti and called Liang Joshua on the way, preparing to pick up the keys. It was already past 8 in the evening, and Liang Joshua must have finished work by now. Definitely not at Ipin Pavilion. A few minutes later, at the foot of Building 46 in Zhongnanmingen Community, Liang Joshua looked at He-chan, her face shy as she said, Mr. He, would you like to come to my house for a visit? No, I have something to do. After saying that, he took the keys and drove off in the Bugatti. Liang Joshua? Back upstairs, Liang Lihao was quickly packing things inside when he saw Liang Joshua running back alone and asked, Where's Mr. He said he had something to do and left. Liang Joshua was also speechless, tightly furrowing her brows. Could it be that everyone guessed wrong? He-chan had no interest in her at all? But what about everything that happened before? Was it all just an act? Or was it simply that she was overthinking? This question left Liang Joshua racking her brain without any clarity. Unfortunately, she didn't know that He-chan was in a hurry to deal with his ton of gold. If she had known, she would have understood all of He-chan's previous actions. Of course, if that were the case, He-chan might even resort to silencing her. On the other side, He-chan, holding the BMW keys, ran into Villano. 1, parked the car inside, and after switching to the BMW X7, went out twice, heading towards the happiness community. In the happiness community, people were still coming and going, quite lively. He-chan stood in front of his door. A few elderly men and women saw He-chan return and greeted him warmly. Oh, Xiaoming is back so soon? An elderly woman asked. Ah, yes, He-chan replied. Hey, Xiaoming, why did you change cars? An elderly man inquired. I switched. The previous car was left in another courtyard, He-chan responded, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Damn, the people in this community are really enthusiastic. Forget it, they've waited this long. Might as well wait a bit longer. Nightfall arrived quietly. Each household was either resting or exercising. Occasionally, a suppressed scream would break the silence. Meanwhile, He-chan began his brick-moving endeavor, working diligently like a laborer on a construction site. The only difference was that while those workers moved regular bricks, he was moving gold bricks. To avoid being discovered while moving, He-chan didn't directly load the bricks onto the car. Instead, he wrapped them in clothes or other items, pretending to carry something else as he loaded them into the BMW. Just as he was in the midst of this, a kind-hearted uncle approached with a smile, saying, Xiaoming, what are you moving? Let me help you. He-chan smiled back, thank you, uncle, but it's fine, I can manage. It's not much. You've got so many bags. What are you up to? Going on a trip? The uncle asked. He-chan calmly placed the gold bricks into the car, smiling as he replied, moving. Not living here anymore. Ha? Moving? You're leaving? The uncle was taken aback. Yes, I'm leaving, He-chan confirmed. The uncle grinned and said, see you then, before turning and walking away. He-chan. Upon hearing he was leaving, the uncle just stopped chatting? That's a bit much, isn't it? Forget it. Back to moving bricks. Sigh, today's bricks felt heavier than usual, a bit cumbersome, but for the sake of life, for family, for a happier future, and to look back without regretting wasted time, even if it was tough and tiring, these bricks had to keep moving. With tears in his eyes, He-chan made 3 trips back and forth from the happiness community to Ipin Pavilion, finally moving all the gold. Meanwhile, the items in the basement were mostly cleared out. After all, there wasn't much in the basement, and most of it was stuff that could be kept or discarded. For instance, review materials from university and various exam papers. Altogether, it weighed several dozen pounds. There was no point in bringing those back. Was he supposed to come back and attend university again? Driving the car loaded with a trunk full of gold, Hee-chan waved goodbye to the basement where he had lived for 2 years. Goodbye, my youth. Thank you for giving me a ton of gold. Then, Hee-chan drove away from the happiness community, returning to Ipin Pavilion. He made 2 trips back to the courtyard, then began moving the gold from the car to the basement. Although the villa had 3 floors, Hee-chan felt that only the basement was the safest place to store the gold. After all, no one would casually come to play in his basement. When Hee-chan moved all the bricks into the basement, he glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. However, Hee-chan felt no sleepiness at all. Looking at the spacious basement, under the dazzling lights, the huge pile of gold made Hee-chan feel an unprecedented excitement. Previously, he only knew there was a ton of gold in his basement, but he could only think about it. After all, it was buried underground, unseen, and he didn't dare to dig. But now, it was all dug out and piled together. The visual impact was truly overwhelming, making him want to laugh out loud. A ton of gold. It was simply blinding. As for the authenticity of this gold, whether it was real gold or not, there was absolutely no doubt. The news pushed by the Tomorrow headline system clearly stated that it had been professionally inspected and was indeed real gold, and the quantity was exactly 1 ton, so there was definitely no problem. If he had even a hint of doubt, it would be a lack of trust in the system. No way. He wasn't going to sleep in the bedroom tonight, he was going to sleep on the gold. Hee-chan lay directly on the gold and couldn't help but burst into laughter. A night without a word. The next day, Hee-chan was sleeping soundly when suddenly he was jolted awake by a loud ringtone from his phone. He took it out to see that it was Wang Jianba calling. Hey, what's up, old Wang? Hee-chan said drowsily, feeling a bit sore all over from lying on the gold. But after glancing at the gold beneath him, that feeling of pain instantly vanished. So what if it hurt? It was gold. Most people would want to feel pain from lying on gold, but do you have that much gold? Damn! Are you still sleeping? Do you know what time it is? Wang Jianba said, exasperated on the other end. Hee-chan looked at the time. Then, with a lack of enthusiasm, he replied, It's only 11 o'clock, why are you panicking? Wang Jianba, 11 o'clock? Only? Damn, your use of only is too casual. Just get to the point, and then I can go back to sleep. Hee-chan rolled over on the gold and sniffed the gold beneath him. A rich, muddy fragrance. So fragrant. You sleep, my ass. Something big has happened. Wang Jianba said urgently. Can you just get to the point? Hee-chan replied, speechless. Tian Fuwei has a boyfriend. Do you think this is a big deal? What the hell? That's not a big deal. I knew about it a couple of days ago. Didn't she admit it in front of everyone at school? That boyfriend is me. Hee-chan chuckled. At that time, Tian Fuwei had acknowledged him as her boyfriend in the library, causing quite a stir at school. Not you. Wang Jianba immediately retorted, your affair is old news. No one believes you were really with the campus beauty. But this time it's solid proof, with a video as evidence. A video of the campus beauty hugging someone in public. I'll send it to you. After saying that, he hung up. Soon after, Hee-chan received a Douyin video link on his phone. He clicked on the video and immediately burst into laughter. In the video, on a small stage, a boy in black casual wear was sitting in front of a black piano, playing passionately and lost in the music. The camera occasionally flashed to Tian Fuwei's infatuated smile. As the video neared its end, amidst a round of applause, the boy walked up to Tian Fuwei, and she directly gave him a hug. Then the video ended. After watching the video, Hee-chan's mouth twitched. The person playing the piano was none other than him. What intrigued him was who filmed this video. The filming technique was really high, although he was only shown from behind the entire time. Just from the back, one could feel the rich connotation and elegant posture, making Hee-chan unable to resist wanting to give him a chicken leg. This photography skill was incredible. He can be called an excellent photography master. After watching the video, Hee-chan took another look at the number of likes. Over 4 million likes. Looking at the comments, it had also reached over 300,000. At that moment, a sense of achievement surged within Hee-chan. Did he, inexplicably, finally become popular? He used to post on Douyin often, but after filming over 100 clips, the number of likes had never exceeded 10. And they were mostly from a few cousins. As for outsiders, hardly anyone paid attention to him, let alone liked his posts. This gradually made Hee-chan give up on the idea of suddenly becoming popular, as it seemed utterly impossible. He never expected that he would suddenly become famous because of a video. Out of curiosity, Hee-chan opened the comments. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Such an elegant young man. I'm so jealous. This song is really beautiful. Not only is the singing good, but the piano playing is also amazing. No exaggeration, this level of piano playing is top-notch in the entire linen. Cried from how beautiful it is. I feel like my ears are going to get pregnant. I want the young man's contact information. I want to have 100 chubby sons with him. You can forget about that. You want to have 100 chubby sons with him? Aren't you just harming him? Plus, didn't you see he's confessing? He has a girlfriend. I'm so envious of that girl in the video. What's so good about it? I think it's pretty average. It's not even as good as what I play. Do you have any shame upstairs? Didn't you see the comment on the second floor that got so many likes? That's Mr. Hai Changwa, a famous pianist in the country, and even he praised it. You call that average? What kind of ears do you have? These days, there are really a lot of people looking for trouble. He Chen stroked his chin. Then, he replied in the comments, to be honest, the person in the video is actually me. I am He Chun from Linen. As soon as he sent it, someone replied. Someone replied so quickly? He Chun eagerly clicked on the comment section. As a result, his face immediately darkened. The reply was only 4 words. Shameless. Then, the number of replies surged, and they were all criticizing him, even more than the previous guy who doubted the singing was bad. Damn, I'm outta here. He Chun speechlessly hurried to delete his reply. He was afraid that if he waited too long, he would be drowned in spit. These people were merciless in their criticism. He couldn't take it. At that moment, Wang Jianba's call came in again. Hello, old he, did you see it? The guy in the video is hugging Tian Fuwei, isn't that her boyfriend? Our team protecting Wei is furious and is planning to find that bastard, Wang Jianba said. He Chun chuckled and replied, Old Wang, to be honest, the elegant pianist in the video is me. Call me daddy. Do you have any shame? He Chun, can you even criticize that? I'm not lying, that person in the video is really me. He Chen insisted. Wang Jianba sneered, mocking him without reservation. Old he, I believe you can sing, but you say you can play the piano? Who are you kidding? If you could play that well, pigs could fly. Do you even know how many keys a piano has? He Chun chuckled, there are a total of 88 keys, 52 white keys, and 36 black keys, and pigs can fly. They just need to be in the right place, like in the wind. Wang Jianba, you sure can Google fast? He Chun, seriously, even after saying that, you still don't believe me? Do you believe I'll smash a grand piano on your face? What would it take for you to believe that person in the video is me? He Chen asked. Wang Jianba sneered, unless you stand on your head and have diarrhea. He Chen, goodbye. Wait, don't hang up yet. Wang Jianba said anxiously, what are you doing? Old he, I've been thinking about the gold futures for the past couple of days. Let me ask you again, are you sure you're not joking with me? Is there really a ton of gold? He Chen pondered for 2 seconds and replied, how about this? Let me show you a photo. Saying that, he took a picture of a pile of gleaming gold beneath him and sent it to Wang Jianba. The next moment, Wang Jianba exclaimed, what the hell? What the hell? So much gold? Delete the picture after you look at it. I've already deleted it. Are you really going to let me operate this? Yeah, hurry up. If we do this well, we'll all be billionaires. If not, we're all done for. Alright, just watch me. Then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, the person in the video, that's really me. I know. Hanging up now. He Chun, is this how casual it is? This act didn't work at all. No way. I have to let Wang Jianba know my power. Make him call me daddy. He called Tian Fuwei. He Chun dialed Tian Fuwei's number. As soon as he called, it was hung up by Tian Fuwei. In class, leave a message if you need something. A text message came through. He Chun. He looked at the content of the message, then at the gold beneath him, and suddenly felt a wave of shame. Look at Tian Fuwei. In class. Studying. Reading. This is a rich soul. This is noble character. This is a good example of the youth in the new era. Now look at myself. It's already 11 o'clock, and I'm still lying on the gold sleeping, wanting to continue my nap. The contrast in this is just too great. So embarrassing. If this goes on, how can I pursue Tian Fuwei? Am I worthy of her? No way. I need to get up quickly. He Chen immediately climbed up. Then, after wandering around for a bit, he jumped into the swimming pool in the backyard, squinting his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on his body, looking completely relaxed. A little more lounging around, conserving energy, so I can work harder. Lying down is so comfortable. He picked up his phone, and suddenly a question from a social media platform popped up. What is it like to have assets worth tens of millions? He Chun chuckled and replied, the swimming pool in the backyard is super nice. Send. Just as he was about to put his phone aside and enjoy himself, ding dong. His phone suddenly rang with a message alert. He picked it up and was pleasantly surprised to find another news push from the tomorrow's headline system. However, when he saw the content, He-Chen immediately frowned. Heavy rain alert. Linen City has issued an emergency reminder that within the next 2 hours, there will be localized heavy to torrential rain in our city. Citizens are advised to take precautions. Push time, July 3rd, 12 o'clock. The next moment, whoosh! A sound of raindrops slicing through the air suddenly came from the sky. He-Chen? He immediately looked up. In the sky, the sunlight was bright and glaring, and a patch of heavy rain. Yes, it was a patch of rain the size of He-Chen's villa, like a golden hoop descending from the sky, heading straight for the villa where He-Chen was. He-Chen! Looking at the patch of heavy rain in the sky, He-Chen was stunned. What the hell? A patch of rain only the size of a villa? This localized rain is way too localized. Is this heaven punishing him for being too lazy, sending down a dose of justice? What can he do in the face of this heavenly justice? At this moment, He-Chen was panicking, scrambling out of the pool as if fleeing for his life. Just as he crawled out of the pool, boom! A torrential downpour like a giant wave came crashing down, causing He-Chen to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. In a second, he was drenched. He understood. Such a massive localized rain must be heaven's way of showing its displeasure, trying to mess with him on purpose. He turned around, looked up, and shouted at the pouring rain, "If you think I'm unlucky, then go ahead and kill me if you can. Did you think I would yield to the next downpour? This salted fish is determined. I refuse to leave." With that, he turned and jumped into the swimming pool, lying back. After all, his body was already soaked. Lying in the pool under the pouring rain, soaking up the sun, this experience was something most people could only dream of. The next moment, the rain suddenly lightened. In less than a minute, it completely disappeared. In the sky, only the warm sunlight remained, shining down and warming him. He crawled out of the pool, scratching the back of his head like a confused monk. If it weren't for the puddles all over the yard, he would have thought the earlier scene was just a dream. This is just too surreal. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message notification. He took out his phone and glanced at it, surprised to find that not a single drop of water had touched it despite the heavy rain. Unlocking the screen, he instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What the hell? This is possible?" The screen displayed the news push reward from the Tomorrow's Headlines system. Congratulations to the host for participating in this news push content. The system rewards you with a 5-star hotel, the Fuwatai. Please click to claim. Looking at this message, he was dumbfounded. Just for getting caught in the rain, he was rewarded with a 5-star hotel? And it was the famous Fuwatai 5-star hotel in Linen? This rain was definitely worth it. It seemed that his choice to face the rain instead of seeking shelter was the right one. What if justice fell from the sky? I have a system. Claim it directly. Ding! 5-star hotel transfer successful. At the same time, the contact information for the hotel's general manager was sent over. Looking at this reward, he couldn't care less about the water on him and burst into laughter. Just as his laughter faded, his phone rang again. Someone was calling. When he saw the caller's number, he became excited. What the hell? Sheen Leah? At that moment, memories of the photos he had seen of her flashed before his eyes, igniting a fire in his heart. Once the call connected, he smiled and said, "Hello, President Sheen." "Hello, Mr. He. May I ask if you are free today?" Sheen Leah's voice sounded somewhat downcast. He asked with a smile, "I'm free." "What's wrong, President Sheen? You sound a bit unhappy?" I've encountered a bit of trouble and would like to invite Mr. He to dinner, and perhaps consult with you," Sheen Leah replied. Upon hearing this, his heart stirred. He would get to see Sheen Leah again? Remembering the photos he had seen a few nights ago, he suddenly felt a rush of anticipation. "Great! Should I come to the Sheen Business Group to pick you up?" he asked. "No need. Where are you?" "I'll come find you," she said. After he gave her the address and chatted for a bit, he hung up the phone. Then, he looked at his bare body. The female CEO was about to arrive, and he couldn't go out like this. He needed to change clothes quickly. He hurried upstairs. A few minutes later, he came down wearing a sunny and handsome outfit he had chosen from dozens of options. This was the one he was most satisfied with. Just then, the doorbell rang. He raised an eyebrow. Had Sheen Leah arrived so soon? Just as he was about to open the door, the TV in the living room lit up, and the screen showed the scene outside the front door. He thought, is this really that advanced? However, when he saw who was standing outside the door, his brows furrowed. How could it be him? Standing at the entrance was a young man. This person looked to be in his 20s, dressed in a flashy red suit, with a buzz cut. He was none other than the young master of Shengen, Li Wenfang. What puzzled He-Chen was why this guy had come. What was he here for? He had thought it was Sheen Leah, but it turned out to be this guy, leaving He-Chen speechless. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded from the television. Following that, a beautiful girl appeared on the screen. "Hello, master. I am your smart home assistant. Xiaoyi, a guest has arrived. Would you like me to open the door? The beautiful girl on the TV smiled sweetly. He-chan? He blinked, looking bewildered. Wow, is it really this advanced? He-chan felt like he was falling behind. So advanced already in this world? Open the door, He-chan shouted. The next moment, the front door swung open. At the same time, the beautiful girl on the TV giggled and said, happy to serve you, master. Next time you need me, just call Xiaoyi. Goodbye. Then the screen went dark, and the TV returned to silence. He-chan, he suddenly felt like a primitive man crawling out of a cave. Ming-gu. At that moment, an excited shout came from outside. Then, Li Wenfeng, dressed in his flashy red suit, excitedly walked in. He-chan's eyelids twitched. Wait, young Master Li, that outfit of yours. Don't call me young Master Li. Li Wenfeng waved his hand directly. Master, from today on, I am your loyal little brother. Just call me Xiao Feng. You can even call me Xiao Li Jia. He-chan. He was completely baffled by Li Wenfeng. What was this guy up to? Master, can you teach me the ways of picking up girls? You don't need to teach me all 36 strategies, just 10 will do. I'll give you whatever you want, Li Wenfeng said excitedly. He-chan replied, what 36 strategies? I don't play that game. Li Wenfeng eagerly grabbed He-chan's hand and said, Master, you don't need to play because your skills in picking up girls have reached perfection, surpassing all techniques. You have mastered the art of seduction from ancient to modern times, but I can't do it. I'm just a beginner. Can you teach me? He-chan. For some reason, looking at the excited Li Wenfeng in front of him, He-chan felt like this guy was a fool. This guy can't really be a fool, can he? The number one young master of linen is a fool? That news would be explosive. Keep your distance from such a fool. He-chan cleared his throat and said, Xiao Feng, if there's something, we have time. Right, there is something, Li Wenfeng said excitedly. I didn't expect Master to figure this out too. It's simply amazing. Since Ming-gu said so, I'll just say it directly, okay? He-chan, this is possible? He was already too exhausted to complain. He took a deep breath and said, alright, go ahead. Li Wenfeng nodded and said, it's like this. A few of us young masters are planning to hold a party. There will be many handsome men and beautiful women from linen, and I want to ask Qin Lia from the Qin Shang group out. After all, Qin Lia is the number one beauty CEO in linen. You teach me how to pick up girls, and if I can get her out and win her over, my dad said that if I succeed, he will buy me a Lamborghini. He-chan shot Li Wenfeng a sideways glance. You want to ask Qin Lia out? This little flirt was actually eyeing Qin Lia? No wonder he was dressed so flashy. However, with Qin Lia's taste, she probably wouldn't be interested in someone so over the top, right? Li Wenfeng sighed and said, yeah, among the young generation in linen, Qin Lia is the most successful. I don't know how many young masters have their eyes on her, but she doesn't look at any of them, including me. I've asked her out several times, but she has rejected me every time. So I specifically came to ask you, Master, to learn your great skills in charming women from both ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. As a token of my gratitude, I'll give you this watch. Saying this, he directly took off the watch from his wrist and placed it on He-chan's hand without giving him a chance to refuse. He-chan smirked and said, young Master Li, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I really don't know how, and I think you'd do better with your young models. With that, he turned and walked towards the sofa. He, trying to catch Qin Lia's attention? Just stay there. Li Wenfeng hurriedly chased after him, saying, those young models can't give you the same sense of achievement as Qin Lia. Didn't you say that the most important thing in charming women is the sense of achievement? What could be more fulfilling than winning over Qin Lia? Before he could finish, a woman's voice suddenly rang out at the door. Excuse me, is Mr. He at home? Li Wenfeng turned his head to look. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. There stood a stunning beauty with long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a black, waist-cinching long dress that showcased her perfect figure to the fullest. Standing there, she looked like a goddess who had stepped out of a movie poster, far more beautiful than the young model he had charmed. The key was, he knew this woman. Qin Lia? He had seen Qin Lia countless times. He had even known her since elementary school, so he was very familiar with her. In fact, they attended the same school back then. The thing he dreaded the most was when Qin Lia's exam results came out, because every time the results were released, it meant he would get beaten up without exception. However, he had never seen Qin Lia dressed like she was now. Usually, especially after growing up, Qin Lia always had a serious and cold demeanor. Especially after becoming the president of the Qin business group, she had become the number one ice queen of linen, always giving off a vibe that kept strangers at bay. But now, Qin Lia had her hair down, exuding softness, and her fitted long dress highlighted her alluring figure. Is this really Qin Lia? At first glance, he didn't even recognize her. If he weren't so familiar with Qin Lia, he would hardly believe this was the #1 ice queen of linen. The contrast was just too great. At that moment, Qin Lia also saw Li Wenfeng and frowned, saying, "Young Master Li, what are you doing here?" I. Li Wenfeng blinked, looking bewildered at Yi Chen, then turned to the soft and alluring Qin Lia, suddenly feeling something was off. Holy crap, this is the master's wife? What the hell? He turned to Yi Chen, his eyelids twitching, and said, "Master, is this why you never taught me the 36 strategies for charming women? So you've already got Qin Lia in your grasp. Holy crap, Master, you're amazing. I bow to you." Little Li is in awe. Saying this, he was about to kneel down to Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly supported him, saying, "What are you doing? I'm worshipping the great god. Come on, stop messing around. I have some business with President Qin. It's not what you think," Yi Chen explained. "I understand." Li Wenfeng immediately made an okay gesture to Yi Chen and said, "Master, you don't need to rush me. I know what to do. Farewell." With that, he winked at Yi Chen and then ran outside. When he reached Qin Lia, Li Wenfeng smiled at her and said, "Hello, master's wife." After saying that, he immediately ran outside. Qin Lia, what the heck? What is going on? Ahem. At this moment, Yi Chen lightly coughed and walked up to Qin Lia, saying, "President Qin, please don't mind. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He came in and started saying all sorts of nonsense. Actually, I'm not familiar with him at all, really." As he spoke, he subconsciously looked Qin Lia up and down, his mind perfectly matching her stunning appearance with the beautiful pictures he had seen a few days ago. Qin Lia also noticed Yi Chen's gaze, but she chuckled lightly, "Mister, he doesn't need to explain. I know him better than you do. After all, I've known him for nearly 10 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." After that, he glanced at the outfit Qin Lia was wearing and nodded. "President Qin looks very beautiful in this dress today." After saying that, his gaze subtly lingered on her strapless top. Although there was a layer of fabric covering it, Yi Chen clearly knew the grandeur of the two mountains beneath. However, compared to the time when she was not wearing clothes in the photos, Qin Lia, dressed in a black corseted long dress, appeared even more enchanting and alluring, exuding a sense of mystery that felt completely different from the artistic vibe in the photos. Qin Lia chuckled lightly. "I took a long time to pick this outfit today. It should suit Mr. He's taste, right?" Yi Chen immediately nodded, then curiously asked, "This dress of President Qin's, you didn't buy it just for me, did you?" "You guessed it right. So, are you touched?" Qin Lia laughed. Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, touched. Although he said this, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Qin Lia had said. "Bought just for me?" Such nonsense could only be believed by naive young people just entering society. At this moment, Qin Lia smiled and said, "Mr. We agreed that I would treat you to a meal, shall we? Let's find a place to chat properly." Yi Chen was about to agree when suddenly he remembered the 5-star hotel that his system had just rewarded him. That was a 5-star hotel. Ignoring a 5-star hotel for a meal would be an insult to it. Besides, he had never eaten at a 5-star hotel before. "This time, I won't let you treat." Yi Chen waved his hand at Qin Lia. You won't let me treat? Does that mean Mr. He is planning to treat me this time?" Qin Lia raised her eyebrows slightly. Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, you've treated me to several meals already. How can I keep eating your food? This meal is on me. I know a restaurant with great food and reasonable prices." Qin Lia pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. "All right, then today I'll just tag along with Mr. He for some food and drinks. It's just a meal, how much could it cost?" No one would take it to heart, all that was needed was an attitude. Following that, the two of them walked outside together. Once outside, Qin Lia glanced at the numerous puddles in the yard and asked curiously, "Mr. Why is there so much water in your yard?" "It rained just now," Yi Chen replied. "Rained?" Qin Lia frowned slightly. "When did it rain? I didn't know. I didn't see any rain on the road just now. What kind of rain was it?" Yi Chen turned his head to look at the sky and said with a sorrowful expression, "It rained salted fish." Then, Yi Chen drove his Bugatti, taking Qin Lia out. Once outside, Yi Chen looked at the dry ground, and a faint sadness appeared on his face. Indeed, only his villa had rained, and it had poured like a torrential downpour, as if the heavens were urinating. No, that's too disgusting. Better to continue thinking about Qin Lia's beautiful pictures. At this moment, Yi Chen deeply understood a principle. Showing off really invites lightning strikes. He had only been a salted fish for a while, and he was already struck by divine justice. If he continued to show off, the lightning would probably strike him soon. "By the way, Mr. Where is that place you mentioned?" In the passenger seat, Qin Lia asked curiously. Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, 5-star hotel, have you heard of the Furue Hotel?" Qin Lia blinked, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "What are you taking me to the hotel for?" He-chan? Don't get me wrong. He-chan quickly explained, the hotel is also a place to eat. I heard the food there is particularly delicious, and I've never been there, so I wanted to take you to try it. Shin-lia nodded and said, alright, but you say you've never been there. I can't believe that. How could someone as wealthy as you have never been to the Fortune Hotel? What wealthy guy? I really haven't been. What is the relationship between Li Wenfeng, the #1 wealthy guy in linen, and Mr. He? Shin-lia interrupted He-chen's words and asked. No relationship, He-chen replied directly. Shin-lia raised an eyebrow and said, just now he called you master, then referred to himself as your little brother, and was extremely enthusiastic towards you. You tell me you have no relationship? He-chan, that scoundrel Li Wenfeng, he really had no connection to him. This is really hard to explain. Whether you believe it or not, I am innocent, He-chen said directly. Upon hearing He-chen's words, Shin-lia chuckled, alright, I naturally believe in Mr. He's character, otherwise, I wouldn't have specially come to find you. In this world, there are not many people who can gain trust after just a few meetings, but He-chen is definitely one of them. Hearing this, He-chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took out his phone and called Lu Wenlong at the Fortune Hotel, telling him he was coming for a meal and to prepare. Soon, the two arrived at the Fortune Hotel. After He-chen parked the car in the outdoor parking lot, he and Shin-lia walked towards the hotel. Just as they reached the elevator, a surprised shout came from behind. Old He? Is that you? He-chen turned around in confusion, and when he saw the person, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he replied, Chang-go, what are you doing here? The person was none other than Ren Liqiang, a high school buddy who had invited him to a high school reunion the previous morning. Ren Liqiang came up and punched He-chen playfully, laughing heartily. I thought it looked like you, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Didn't you say you weren't coming? How did you end up here? He-chen was stunned and exclaimed, don't tell me you guys are having the reunion at the Fortune Hotel. Ren Liqiang frowned and asked in confusion, yeah? This reunion was organized by our class leader, Hu Hongwei. This guy is doing really well now. He said he would take us to a 5-star hotel restaurant, and he's treating. You didn't know? So why are you here? Mr. He. At that moment, Shin-lia walked up to He-chen, smiling as she looked at Ren Liqiang and said, this is. He-chen replied, this is my classmate Ren Liqiang. Ren Liqiang looked at Shin-lia. Just one glance, and he was instantly captivated by her beauty, his eyes widening as he said, she, your girlfriend? He had seen Shin-lia earlier but thought she was just an ordinary passerby waiting for the elevator with He-chen, so he hadn't paid much attention. Shin-lia smiled at Ren Liqiang and said, hello, I am Mr. He's friend. Nice to meet you. Ren Liqiang stammered, hello, if there's nothing else, I'll head up first. After saying that, he immediately bid farewell to He-chen and ran towards the stairs without waiting for the elevator. He-chen watched this scene, feeling speechless. This guy was still the same as before, shy and flustered in front of beautiful women. However, He-chen glanced at Shin-lia beside him. He had to admit that among the people he knew, Shin-lia's beauty could definitely rank in the top 3. Even those big stars on TV would pale in comparison to her. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of temperament, those stars couldn't compare to Shin-lia. Seeing Ren Liqiang go upstairs, Shin-lia chuckled and said to He-chen, your friend is really quite interesting, huh? He-chen shrugged and said, it's okay, it was quite interesting back in school. I had a pretty good relationship with him at that time. During the college entrance exam, he scored even better than I did. It's just a pity that his dad wouldn't let him continue his studies and made him work right after high school. After saying this, he let out a helpless sigh. Since graduating from high school, he hadn't seen Ren Liqiang much, but they had kept in touch. After leaving high school, Ren Liqiang followed others to work in an electronics factory in the south. Back then, when they graduated from high school, there was a light in Ren Liqiang's eyes, filled with longing for the future. However, the Ren Liqiang standing in front of him just now seemed to have lost all his sharpness, becoming extremely dull, with murky and confused eyes. Especially after seeing Shin-lia, he felt so inferior that he directly fled the scene. All of this was due to an early exposure to society, experiencing its shocks before his mind had matured, and then spending 4 years in a mundane and tedious job. Such things are common. After all, not everyone believes that culture and knowledge are useful. There are always some who think these are completely useless, merely a waste of time and money. Let's go upstairs, He-chen said. They went upstairs. He-chen asked Shin-lia to wait for him for a moment, then walked alone up the stairs. In the chairman's office of the Fuhua Hotel, the entire conference room was filled with people. Almost all the hotel executives were gathered here. Today was a very important moment for the Fuhua Hotel. Just a moment ago, the hotel's major owner suddenly changed hands, becoming someone they had never heard of before. Less than half an hour after the transfer, this new owner suddenly called, saying he wanted to come for a meal, which startled everyone. The new big boss coming for a meal couldn't be as simple as just eating, right? He must want to check the quality of their food, service, and so on, to see if he was satisfied. If he wasn't satisfied, then all of them would be out of a job. Among these people were the former hotel owner Lu Wenlong and his son Lu Kaifeng. "Dad, did we really sell the hotel?" Lu Kaifeng asked his father Lu Wenlong, looking at the tense group in the office with a face full of surprise. After being beaten up by Zhang Dishu in front of the Rose restaurant last time, he had recovered quite a bit over the past 2 days. He hurried to find his dad, asking him to help him get back at He Chen. But his dad said he had just sold the hotel and was busy dealing with hotel matters, with no time for his petty issues. He thought Lu Wenlong was joking with him, but upon arriving here and seeing the tense group, he realized that their hotel might really have been sold. At that moment, an old man in his 50s, looking puzzled, asked Lu Wenlong, "General Lu, our hotel is operating just fine. Why did you suddenly sell it?" Lu Wenlong pondered for 2 seconds, then sighed and said, "The other party offered me a price I simply couldn't refuse. A 40% premium over the market price." Upon hearing Lu Wenlong's words, everyone present fell silent. A 40% premium over the market price. Such temptation is indeed something that ordinary people cannot easily refuse. Although 40% doesn't sound like much, it's important to know that this is based on the market price, already accounting for the hotel's operations and revenue factors in the assessment. Such a high premium not only allows for an immediate excess profit from the hotel but also avoids potential risks that the hotel might bring in the future. No wonder Lu Wenlong sold the hotel so quickly. Lu Kaifeng's eyes widened as he said, "Dad, does that mean this hotel will no longer have anything to do with us?" Lu Wenlong nodded and said, "From now on, he is the new boss. Actually, I hope to stay. After all, this hotel was founded by me. I really don't want to leave here. I just don't know if the new boss is willing to keep me." After speaking, he looked at the people present and said, "Everyone, the new boss will arrive shortly. A new official takes office with 3 fires. I hope everyone here will perform well and not be made an example of by the new boss." "Yes, thank you, Director Lu, for the reminder. Director Lu, you know so much about the hotel. The new boss will definitely keep you. We will still be colleagues then." The people in the office were chattering away. At that moment, Lu Wenlong's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and, upon seeing the caller, his expression changed in surprise. "The boss is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A young man walked in from outside. Upon seeing this young man, confusion appeared on the faces of those present. "Is this the big boss? No way. How could the big boss be so young?" Unlike the others, when Lu Kaifeng saw He Chen, his eyes widened in shock. He then coldly shouted, "What the hell? It's you? You dare to come here?" He Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Kaifeng. "Why is this guy here?" Then He Chen remembered that someone had mentioned Lu Kaifeng was the young master of the Fortune Hotel. So seeing this guy here wasn't that surprising after all. At this moment, Lu Kaifeng immediately turned to Lu Wenlong and said, "Dad, this is the brat I told you about this morning, the one who beat me up like that." Lu Wenlong looked at He Chen, squinting his eyes and asked, "Sir, was my son beaten by you before?" He Chen shrugged and replied, "Strictly speaking, it should be considered me who beat him." Although it was Zhang Dishu who hit Lu Kaifeng, Zhang Dishu was now his man. He couldn't deny what his subordinate did. "Not bad, you dare to admit it. You're a real man." Lu Wenlong nodded. Lu Kaifeng, hearing He Chen admit it publicly, burst into laughter and said, "He Chen, you..." Before he could finish, Lu Wenlong suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, what did you say his name is? He Chen?" Lu Kaifeng nodded. "His name is He Chen, that bastard." Slap. Lu Wenlong slapped Lu Kaifeng across the face, angrily saying, "You are not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. He, Lu Kaifeng?" He covered his face, looking at Lu Wenlong in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Kaifeng was completely stunned. What's going on? Back when he was in front of Zhang Dishu, he got beaten up for cursing He Chen. Now, in front of his own dad and the senior management of the Fortune Hotel, he thought he could regain his dignity, but because he cursed He Chen again, he got hit by his own dad? What the hell is this? His own father, just because he said something about someone else, directly hit him? Is this respect? Dad. Lu Kaifeng covered his face, looking at Lu Wenlong in disbelief. "Dad, you didn't go after that bastard but you hit me. You dare to speak disrespectfully to Mr. He." Lu Wenlong shouted coldly, directly lunging at Lu Kaifeng like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering a series of kicks that made Lu Kaifeng, who had just recovered, scream in pain, causing He Chen to twitch his eyelids. "This is too harsh, right? Lu Kaifeng is really a pitiful kid. TSK. So pitiful. Hee-chan almost wanted to take out some sunflower seeds from his pocket and start cracking them on the spot. In the office, the hotel executives watched the scene before them, all dumbfounded. They completely couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Originally, Lu Wunlong was doing just fine, but how could he suddenly explode with such rage upon hearing Hee-chan's name, treating his own son so harshly? Could it be that this Hee-chan fellow has some extraordinary status? At that moment, Lu Wunlong stopped his actions. He immediately ran in front of Hee-chan, forcing a smile and saying, "Mr. He, I apologize. My son lacks manners, and I have already given him a severe lesson. I hope Mr. He won't hold it against him." After saying this, he quickly turned to the hotel executives in the conference room and said, "Come and meet your new boss, Mr. Hee-chan." Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Wunlong's words, the people present were collectively stunned. Lu Kaifeng, who was still crying out in pain, immediately stopped, staring at Hee-chan in disbelief. The new boss? Hee-chan? The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the young man slowly walking up to the stage, their eyes filled with shock that was hard to conceal. The new boss was such a young man? How could someone like him pay a 40% premium to acquire the 5-star Fuhua Hotel? This was too incredible. However, despite the myriad of questions in their minds, no one dared to voice them. After years in the workplace, they understood many rules. Some things should not be said, and some questions should not be asked. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they ended up in trouble. Especially now, facing this new boss, they were even more cautious. One thing was certain, this new boss must have a terrifying identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone so young to directly buy a 5-star hotel with such a large sum of money. Such a person was definitely not to be provoked. This was also the reason why Lu Wunlong, upon realizing that Hee-chan was the big boss, directly beat his own son. It wasn't that he wanted to hit his son, but he was afraid that his son would anger Hee-chan and bring about even more terrifying retribution. Lu Wunlong approached Hee-chan, his expression serious and earnest, saying, "Mr. He, knowing you were coming, I specially called all the hotel executives here. Please, Mr. He, give us a speech." Hee-chan stood on the stage, shaking his head and sighing, "Director Lu, you misunderstood. I came here today just to have a simple meal." "Ha, just to eat?" Lu Wunlong was surprised. Hee-chan nodded, "I just wanted to let you know to waive my bill later. I didn't expect you all to be so nervous." Upon hearing Hee-chan's words, the people present were momentarily speechless. They thought Hee-chan would make a grand announcement and overhaul the hotel executives. Instead, he came here just to eat? He came to the conference room just to ask them to waive his bill? This was too amusing. Alright, at this moment, Hee-chan waved his hand, "You all go back to what you were doing. Director Lu, if you are willing, you can continue as the hotel's general manager and manage the hotel. If not, I will find someone else." I'm willing. Lu Wunlong immediately nodded. "Thank you, Mr. He." After saying this, he quickly pulled Lu Kaifeng up from the ground and scolded, "You little brat, hurry up and thank Mr. He." At this point, Lu Kaifeng was completely dumbfounded, quickly nodding, "Thank you, Mr. He, thank you, Mr. He." He had already made up his mind that he absolutely could not provoke Hee-chan again in the future. Every time he encountered him, it would surely end badly, and he would definitely get caught and beaten up. Even his father was no exception. This guy was too terrifying, not to be messed with. Hee-chan nodded, "Alright, I'm going to have my meal now. I'll arrange it right away." Lu Wunlong immediately said. Hee-chan chuckled and shook his head as he walked out. After Hee-chan left, the people in the conference room immediately began to discuss among themselves. "This new boss is really interesting." "Exactly. I thought a new official would come in with a bang and show them what he's made of, but he didn't say a word. I feel this new boss is intriguing. I like him too." On the other side, in the private room of the Fortune Pavilion on the 3rd floor of the hotel, the room was already filled to capacity, and Ren Liqiang was one of them, with the rest being his high school classmates. Some had dropped out to work after graduation, while others were still in college and had come here during their break. Linen University generally had a later break, so they hadn't finished yet. These people had gathered here today because of Hu Hongwei's invitation. The table was already set with many high-end dishes that looked exquisite and beautiful. At this moment, Hu Hongwei, sitting at the head of the table, stood up and said, "Hello, classmates. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. I'm very happy that we can gather together today. After so many years since high school graduation, I think about all of you all the time. Come, let me toast to everyone. Come on, everyone. Cheers to old Hu's birthday." Everyone stood up and took a sip. After they sat down, Hu Hongwei continued, "The dishes we've ordered today are mainly seafood, and they are all signature dishes of the Fortune Pavilion. Everyone, try them and see how they taste, and if you can get used to them. Old Who, these dishes look great. I don't even know how to eat some of them. This table must have cost a lot, right? A young man next to him laughed. This person was Zhu Xicheng, who had a good relationship with Hu Hongwei during school. Hu Hongwei waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about the money. The most important thing today is for everyone to have a good time." Boss Hu is generous. Boss Hu, I heard you're doing well now. Can you take us along? Come on, what can I take you along for? I heard you're making good money operating excavators? I can't compare to Boss Hu. He's a big boss now, driving a BMW worth over $1 million. Is that true? Then I have to congratulate Old Hu. A group of people at the table flattered him. Only Ren Liqiang, sitting at the end, wore a bitter smile. Among these people, he was doing the worst, having been working in the south all this time. In contrast, these people, just chatting casually, made him hesitant to continue. They were all earning much more than him, whether operating excavators or driving big trucks. Especially Hu Hongwei, who had dropped out of school and directly followed his father into business, which was thriving and making a lot of money. Hu Hongwei chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not talk about that. It's just good luck. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Dig in." With Hu Hongwei's words, everyone at the table began to eat. After a couple of bites, Zhu Xicheng laughed and said to Hu Hongwei, "You're impressive, Boss Hu. It's clear you're a regular here." Hu Hongwei chuckled and replied, "It's okay, I have some connections with the hotel manager, so I come here often." Hearing Hu Hongwei's words, everyone present gave him a thumbs up. This was a 5-star hotel, and they usually hadn't even been able to enter. But Hu Hongwei came here often, which was definitely a sign of a typical life winner. At that moment, Hu Hongwei suddenly turned to Ren Liqiang, who was sitting at the end, and said, "By the way, Xiangzi, I think I heard you say earlier that you saw Yichun downstairs? Why didn't that guy come?" On the third-floor hall, after Yichun came down from upstairs, he didn't see Qin Lia. He had asked her to wait for him here. The first to third floors of the Fortune Pavilion were dining areas, while the upper floors were for rooms. The third floor had a dining hall in the middle, which was already filled with many diners. Surrounding the hall were many private rooms. Yichun looked around but couldn't find Qin Lia, so he picked up his phone and sent a message. "President Qin, where have you gone?" Not long after sending it, Qin Lia replied, "I saw you hadn't returned, so I went to the restroom. You go ahead and arrange the dining place. I'll come over directly later." Yichun replied, "Okay." Then he put away his phone and prepared to look for an empty private room. Meanwhile, in the private room of Beogwoj, everyone present turned to Ren Liqiang after Hu Hongwei's question, their faces showing interest. Back in school, Yichun's grades were the best in the class, while Hu Hongwei was at the bottom. Both teachers and classmates liked to compare him with Yichun. But now, he had become the most successful among all the classmates, earning over 100,000 a month, while Yichun was probably still in college, right? Just an ordinary university in Linen. Who knows if he could even find a job after graduation? Ren Liqiang took a deep breath and said, "I didn't see Yichun. I must have seen wrong." Since Yichun didn't want to come, he didn't want Yichun to get involved. He really understood Yichun too well. Hearing this, Hu Hongwei's face immediately showed disappointment. What he wanted most was to show off in front of Yichun, so he specifically asked Ren Liqiang to invite him. But now, he couldn't even get him to come? Forget it, Lao Hu, don't worry about Yichun. He probably feels ashamed to come, right? I almost wanted to hang out with Lao Hu. There are so many college graduates now, without real skills, it's impossible to stand out. Exactly. That guy knows your achievements now, he doesn't even dare to come. Before he could finish, the server came in with the dishes. Zhu Xicheng suddenly glanced outside the door. Immediately, his expression froze, and he shouted in surprise, "Hey, Yichun?" Hearing this, those who were talking about Yichun curiously looked towards the door. Meanwhile, outside, Yichun, who was looking for an empty room, was also taken aback by the shout from inside the private room. "What the hell? Who's calling me?" He leaned forward to take a look and was stunned. Lao Hu? Hu Hongwei? The others also looked very familiar. They were all classmates from high school. "Ha ha, it really is Yichun." Zhu Xicheng laughed heartily upon seeing Yichun, immediately rushing out of the private room and pulling Yichun inside, saying to Ren Liqiang, "Did you invite Laoyi over? Why did you say he didn't want to come?" "Yichun, you're late. You have to drink a cup as punishment." This guy is still as shy as he was in school. Such a bookworm. Don't say that. I think Yichun is even more handsome than before. A group of students greeted him with laughter. Ren Liqiang was also stunned, standing up to Yichun and saying, "Lao He, I thought you weren't coming." "Ha ha." Hu Hongwei laughed loudly. "Everyone sit down, sit down. We'll talk about anything later." Yichun looked at these people inside. This was his lost youth. Since they had met, He Chen didn't hold back and greeted everyone. Hello, everyone, come sit with me. Wang Jiqing enthusiastically pulled He Chen to his side and said, Lao He, today is Hu Hongwei's treat. Lao Hu is quite something now. His car is worth over $1 million. This meal is all on him. Hu Hongwei waved his hand shyly. It's nothing, just a car. I've recently gotten into collecting watches. Saying this, he revealed the golden watch on his wrist, chuckling, this watch, I don't know how much effort I put in to get it. A girl nearby exclaimed, I've seen this watch, it's a Felita Ure, worth over 100,000. The girl's name is Fong Wan, and she works at a luxury watch store, so she has some knowledge about watches. Sitting at the end, Run Lixiang felt even more ashamed upon hearing this. If he had known these people were doing so well, he wouldn't have come. Damn! Wang Jiqing exclaimed, a watch worth over 100,000? No wonder people say the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, the young masters play with young models while the losers play with phones. Boss Hu, your level is getting hard for us to reach. Just then, he suddenly noticed a bit of a watch chain peeking out from under He Chen's sleeve and exclaimed, Old He, you're wearing a watch too? He lifted He Chen's wrist, pulling up the sleeve, and then gasped, damn, you really are wearing a watch. Aren't you in college? Why are you into watches? What kind of watch is this? He Chen calmly lowered his wrist and smiled. It's nothing special, just an ordinary digital watch to check the time. This watch was a gift from Li Wenfeng when he asked for advice on picking up girls. He didn't know much about watches, but with Li Wenfeng's taste, it couldn't be an ordinary one. However, He Chen didn't want to show off in front of these old classmates. In fact, seeing these old classmates again made He Chen feel quite good. It was just their noisy way of interacting that he found a bit unpleasant. Let me see. Wang Jiqing grabbed He Chen's wrist again, grinning. I think your watch looks good. I want to get one too. He then turned to Fong Wan. Xiao Wan, you've seen many watches. What kind is he wearing? Tell me. I want to get one and experience the fun of wearing a watch. Fong Wan took a look and shook her head. I haven't seen it, but someone in our company group must know. I'll take a photo and ask them. She then took out her phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to the company group. As soon as she sent it, her phone started buzzing non-stop with messages flooding in, and the company group went wild. Damn! Is this the Clibbert Classic Edition? Oh my god, it really is. This watch is worth over $1 million. No way. Don't you see the crown inside the watch? This, hiss, oh my. This is the Clibbert Royal Edition? The numbers and hands are all diamonds? Oh my god. This watch is over $3 million. Fong Wan, where did you see this? Fong Wan stared at the messages in the group, completely dumbfounded, her eyes widening more and more. This, Fong Wan's voice trembled increasingly. Wang Jiqing, seeing Fong Wan's expression, curiously asked, What's wrong, Xiao Wan? What's with that expression? Fong Wan put down her phone and looked at the watch on He Chen's wrist, her face filled with shock. You're wearing the Clibbert Royal Edition? He Chen lowered his wrist again, chuckling. I don't know, it was a gift. Wang Jiqing, intrigued by Fong Wan's reaction, asked, What's the Clibbert Royal Edition? Is it really that impressive? Fong Wan took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know how to explain it to you, but let's put it this way. This watch has a market price of $3 million. Only 10 pieces are released each year. Wang Yicheng? Hiss. Upon hearing Fong Wan's words, everyone present widened their eyes. Even Hu Hongwei was left dumbfounded. 3 million? For a watch? Is this a joke? Wang Jiqing stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face as he turned to He Chen. Is what Fong Wan said true? Is your watch really 3 million? He had just been thinking about getting a watch like He Chen's to play with. But this is a 3 million watch? What the hell? With that much money, he could buy 2 or 3 apartments in Linen. Spending 3 million on a watch just to tell the time? Is this crazy? It's fake, don't take it seriously, He Chen replied helplessly. Hearing He Chen's words, these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jiqing patted He Chen on the shoulder and said, You scared me. I thought you really had a $3 million watch. I mean, you come here with a fake watch and... Before he could finish, someone suddenly called out, Mr. He. At that moment, a woman in a black-fitted long dress walked in from outside. It was Qin Lia. The people in the private room widened their eyes the moment they saw Qin Lia. Mr. He, I've been looking for you everywhere. Didn't expect to find you sitting here, Qin Lia said as she walked in. Wang Jiqing was stunned and said, He Chen, this is your girlfriend? Nice going. You managed to find such a beautiful girl. Before he could finish, his words were interrupted by Hu Hongwei. Shut up. This is President Qin Lia of the Qin Commerce Group. After saying that, Hu Hongwei immediately greeted Qin Lia. Hello, President Qin. Qin Lia asked curiously, You know me? Hu Hongwei nodded cautiously. I met President Qin last month when I visited the Qin Commerce Group. It left a deep impression. At this moment, the people in the private room were all dumbfounded. listening to Hu Hongwei's conversation with Qin Lia. Qin Lia? President of the Qin Commerce Group? He Chen's girlfriend? Damn. So, that watch on He Chen's wrist is really worth 3 million? This guy has hooked up with the fifth most beautiful president in Linen, Qin Lia? Thinking of this, a group of people looked at He Chen with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Just then, an old man in his 50s walked in from outside. Hu Hongwei was startled to see him and quickly greeted, "Hello, Director Liu." After that, he immediately introduced him to the people present. "This is the chairman of the hotel, Director Liu." Upon hearing this, everyone at the table immediately stood up and said, "Hello, Director Liu." Only He Chen remained seated. Lu Wenlong nodded at them and then walked straight towards He Chen. Just when everyone thought Lu Wenlong would cause trouble for He Chen due to his disrespect, Lu Wenlong suddenly bowed to He Chen and respectfully said, "Director He, the private room and meals are ready. You can dine at any time." Ha! Hearing Lu Wenlong's words, everyone present was stunned. Hu Hongwei said uncertainly, "What Director He?" "Director Liu, He Chen is our classmate. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Although He Chen was with the rich Qin Lia, he was at most just a pretty boy, far from the status of the chairman of a five-star hotel. Lu Wenlong looked at He Chen and then at Hu Hongwei. In an instant, he understood the situation and replied, "This morning, Director He fully acquired our Fuhua hotel. He is our new boss. How could I possibly be mistaken?" Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Wenlong's words, Hu Hongwei and the others gasped. Just a moment ago, when Qin Lia appeared, they thought He Chen had hooked up with a little rich woman, but now, they suddenly realized that this idea was utterly absurd. Fully acquiring a five-star hotel? Such financial power, even the Qin Commerce Group couldn't manage, and Qin Lia would never fully acquire a five-star hotel for a pretty boy. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards He Chen changed completely. Earlier, when they heard He Chen had a $3 million watch, they thought it was absurd because it was fake. After He Chen personally admitted it was fake, they believed it even more. But now, they suddenly felt that in front of someone who could fully acquire a five-star hotel, a $3 million watch was nothing. This was a five-star hotel, with monthly profits in the tens of millions. How much money would it take to acquire such a large hotel? They simply couldn't imagine. Looking back at Hu Hongwei, they previously thought he was impressive. After all, not everyone can afford a car worth over $1 million. However, compared to He Chen, this was simply the difference between a firefly and the sun. At that moment, He Chen stood up and earnestly said to Hu Hongwei, "Old Hu, the reason I'm sitting here is just to wish you a happy birthday. But since I've been here, I haven't had the chance to speak. It's all been you talking." Upon hearing He Chen's words, Hu Hongwei's face instantly turned bright red. He Chen raised a glass and said to Hu Hongwei, "Happy birthday." After finishing the drink in one go, he patted Hu Hongwei on the shoulder and said, "Old Hu, no matter what, we were classmates after all. I hope you can cherish this friendship in the future and not squander it." With that, he turned and walked outside. Lu Wenlong and Qin Lia followed closely behind, heading out as well. The people in the private room stared blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. To have the president of the Qin Shang Group and the chairman of the five-star Fuhua Hotel follow behind him, this kind of treatment was probably hard to find in all of Linen. Was this really their former classmate He Chen? Even in a dream, one couldn't come up with such an outrageous scenario. At that moment, Ren Liqiang, who was sitting at the end, suddenly stood up, raised his glass, and said to Hu Hongwei, "Old Hu, happy birthday." After finishing his drink, he added, "I'll be leaving first." After Lu Wenlong brought He Chen to the room, he bid farewell and left. He didn't dare to be a third wheel. In the room, only He Chen and Qin Lia remained. On the table were more than a dozen dishes, all beautifully presented and delicious, indicating that Lu Wenlong had put in considerable effort to prepare them. "Mr. He, no wonder you invited me here for dinner. It turns out you are the owner here?" Qin Lia asked He Chen in surprise. He Chen chuckled lightly. "I hope I didn't embarrass you, President Qin." Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the class reunion that had just occurred, as such matters were completely insignificant to people of their status. "Embarrass? This is a five-star hotel. Even our Qin Shang Group wouldn't dare to say we fully acquired it." "Mr. He, I'm really getting more and more curious about your identity," Qin Lia said with interest as she looked at He Chen. He Chen grinned. "I don't have any identity. I'm just an ordinary college student, really." I believe you," Qin Lia replied seriously, but in her heart, she added, "I believe you, sure." She had experienced He Chen's tall tales more than once. This guy never spoke a word of truth. However, Qin Lia wasn't angry, she was just a bit shocked. "Mr. He, so you went upstairs just now to find Lu Wenlong? And you did it behind my back? Were you afraid I would discover it and mooch off the food and drinks?" Qin Lia asked with a light laugh. He Chen's face flushed. He wasn't afraid of Qin Lia mooching, he just wanted to do it without her knowing. He generally disliked showing off, so he thought it would be fine to let Qin Lia wait downstairs while he went up to speak with Lu Wenlong. As a result, Lu Wenlong came down personally, right in front of Qin Lia. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. He Chen cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and then shifted the topic. President Qin, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something? Upon hearing He Chen's words, Qin Lia sighed and said, Mr. He, let me apologize to you first. Why are you apologizing right from the start? He Chen asked, puzzled. Qin Lia was silent for a moment before replying. The reason you encountered Zheng Tianjun and the others before was because of me. I know that, but it doesn't affect me, He Chen replied. Not to mention Zheng Tianjun, even Zhang Dishu, Zheng Tianjuan's father, had to respectfully call him master when he saw him. No. Qin Lia shook her head and said, what you don't know is that the person who leaked your whereabouts is my most trusted secretary, Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu? He Chen was surprised. He had met Zhao Shu before. She was the one who received him outside when he had dinner with Qin Lia last time. He had a pretty good impression of her. Qin Lia sighed and said, Zhao Shu is the closest person to me, but she has been bought off by Qin Xiao. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, my power and Qin Xiao's are the greatest, but Qin Xiao is not as capable as I am, so he has been trying to find ways to deal with me, even wanting my life. Upon hearing this, He Chen's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought of a term, the grudges of wealthy families. By saving Qin Lia, he had effectively become Qin Xiao's enemy. No wonder Qin Xiao would find someone to deal with him. These people would stop at nothing for their interests. However, He Chen did not expect that even Qin Lia's secretary had been bought off by Qin Xiao. It seemed that Qin Xiao's influence was not small. He Chen tapped his fingers on the table and asked, since you say so, you must have found evidence, right? For something like this, you just need to report it to the family. Those people in the family shouldn't tolerate someone like Qin Xiao existing, right? I reported it, Qin Lia said helplessly. I handed all the evidence I collected to the old man. After seeing it, the old man scolded Qin Xiao, and then that was it. That was it? He Chen squinted. Just a scolding for his own kin, and the group president at that? This old man was too extraordinary. Yes, Qin Lia sighed. That was it. Not only that, to prevent me from reporting to the police, he even destroyed the evidence I painstakingly collected, saying it was a family disgrace that must not be made public. This matter will just pass, and he will take responsibility for punishing Qin Xiao. He Chen scratched his head. He didn't quite understand these grudges and disputes among wealthy families. However, hearing what Qin Lia said, he suddenly recalled a common phenomenon from his hometown. He hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, President Qin, your old man, he wouldn't be favoring sons over daughters, would he? Qin Lia was taken aback by He Chen's words. Then, with a puzzled expression, she said, that shouldn't be the case, right? The old man said that the future of Qin Commerce Group relies on me, and he even gave me a villa, bought me a car, and gave me a shareholding. He treats me much better than Qin Xiao. He Chen scratched his head. If that was the case, he didn't understand. The one who made a mistake was only scolded. How did that sound a bit surreal? But what's strange is, Qin Lia continued, the old man gave us a test. Recently, our group is expanding its business in Gui City, and all the business there is in the hands of someone named Lu Tai Lai. This person is currently in Linen, and the old man's meaning is that whoever can take down Lu Tai will be the one to become the president. He Chen squinted and said, so, your old man, besides scolding Qin Xiao, not only did he not punish him, but he also used the presidency as a reward, letting you two compete? Did you oppose it? This was quite intriguing. I opposed it, but it was useless. The old man has the final say in our Qin family. No one can change his decisions, Qin Lia said with a bitter expression. He Chen. Hearing Qin Lia say this, he felt like he was going to throw up. He had heard before that the brilliance of civilized society could not illuminate the self-enclosed mountain villages. Now, he suddenly realized that even the grand mansions of the wealthy were beyond its reach. Just a Qin family, and they thought they were emperors of the land? The emperor of the Qin family? Qin Lia sighed and said, the key issue isn't this, but that this Lu Tai Lai has known Qin Xiao for a long time and has had quite a bit of dealings with him. And this is precisely why I came to find you today, because I want to snatch Lu Tai Lai from Qin Xiao, which is basically an impossible task. In other words, the position of president of the Qin Commerce Group has already been firmly secured by Qin Xiao. He Chen was about to speak when suddenly, his phone rang with a message notification. He took it out and suddenly exclaimed softly. It was a news push from the Tomorrow headline system. Wife slept with dad. I have no home. The wildly circulated case of a company chairman sexually assaulting his daughter-in-law, with the son holding a banner cursing his father. Push time, November 22nd, huh? Seeing this news, He Chen immediately became interested, his gossip instincts igniting. Without a second thought, he clicked on the news to check the details. Today, the hottest topic online is this man. He is Lu Weidong, the son of Lu Tailai, chairman of Tailai. This tragic human drama occurred in Jianyang Guicheng. This incident severely violates traditional moral boundaries and is a historical tragedy that destroys humanity. Lu Weidong, holding a loudspeaker, set up a banner at the company entrance, tearfully accusing his father, the chairman, of being a beast who has sexually assaulted his daughter-in-law, Wang Yaji, for many years. Currently, Lu Tailai has been taken away by the police for investigation. He Chen? What the hell? Such a thing actually happened? This is not just a tragic human drama, it's simply a disaster. Mr. He, what's wrong? Did your girlfriend send you some message? At this moment, Xin Lia suddenly chuckled lightly. He Chen quickly put his phone away and chuckled. Nothing. Xin Lia nodded and said, alright. Then she sighed and said, if Lu Tailai is taken down by Qin Xiao, then he can't take him down. He Chen replied. Naturally, he had to help with this. Not for any other reason, but for the beautiful pictures he had seen, he had to help. As for the system rewards that would come from getting involved in this matter, was that the main point? Rewards didn't matter. Helping others was the fundamental reason. Don't ask why, just know that I'm a good person. Xin Lia raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean? He Chen shrugged and said, how about this, you invite Lu Tailai to the hotel this afternoon, and I'll meet him. Upon hearing this, Xin Lia's eyes lit up. You can help me? I don't know, but we can give it a try, He Chen said. Xin Lia excitedly said, thank you so much, Mr. He. I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Don't be too happy too soon. I also don't know if it will work, He Chen replied. However, despite saying this, he was already about 70% sure. After all, he had leverage in his hands. Although he didn't have solid evidence, such matters were inherently unspeakable and didn't require any proof. As for notifying Lu Weidong or punishing Lu Tailai, was he that bored? There were too many messy things in this world. There were far worse things than this. He couldn't manage it, nor did he want to. I'm already very grateful that you can help me. You have no idea how much this matter has been bothering me. You might not care about money, Mr. He, so how about this? As long as this matter succeeds, I'll give you a vice president position at the Qin Commerce Group. What do you think? This is the biggest gratitude I can offer you, Xin Lia said. He Chen waved his hand and said, let's skip the vice president. I'm not interested in that. Then what kind of gratitude do you want? As long as I can provide it, I won't refuse, Xin Lia replied. He Chen was immediately stirred by these words. You definitely won't refuse? Is this what the most beautiful CEO in linen is saying? So, if I... Thinking of this, He Chen looked up and down at Xin Lia. With her straight, long hair, stunning cheeks, and graceful figure, especially the fullness in front, He Chen couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. If such a breathtaking beauty could. Mr. He, you wouldn't be thinking of making me your girlfriend, would you? At that moment, Xin Lia suddenly asked He Chen. Hearing this, He Chen's face turned red, and he quickly replied, no, you misunderstood. I was just casually admiring your outfit. It's quite nice. Where did you buy it? Hua Run Mall. If you need, I can get you 2 pieces? Xin Lia asked. Sure. He Chen nodded immediately. Xin Lia chuckled lightly and said, come, Mr. He, let me toast you again. After downing a glass, Xin Lia asked, Mr. He, is it convenient for you to reveal your identity? He Chen, feeling a bit tipsy, shook his head and slurred, what identity do I have? I'm just an ordinary college student, a rural kid who grew up in the countryside. You have no idea, my family is poor. Since I was little, I couldn't even afford clothes. I always wore other people's hand-me-downs. Xin Lia, she wouldn't believe a single word of what He Chen said. You're poor? You fully acquired the 5-star Fuhua Hotel. If you're poor, how many rich people are there in linen? You couldn't afford clothes as a child? Wearing a $3 million watch, and you say you couldn't afford clothes as a kid? Who are you trying to fool? However, she didn't dare to expose He Chen in person. After all, he had helped her a lot, and since He Chen was unwilling to speak, he must have his reasons. In Xin Lia's mind, He Chen became increasingly mysterious. The meal didn't last long, and they didn't drink much. After all, Xin Lia had things to do later. After Xin Lia left, He Chen returned to the chairman's office on the top floor and lay back in the lounge chair. Then, he recalled the news push about Lu Tailai he received while chatting with Xin Lia. Was this all a coincidence? On the surface, it indeed seemed like a coincidence. But He Chen didn't think so, because such coincidences were just too many. While soaking in the pool, he received a news push about a sudden localized heavy rain. When facing Zhang Dishu, he got a news push about Zhang Dishu's wife's infidelity. While eating barbecue, he received news about an explosion at the barbecue restaurant. And so on. All the news content was related to him or happened around him. If he were to attribute all these news pushes to mere coincidence, he might as well find a block of tofu to die under. These news pushes from the Tomorrow's Headline system had one common point. That is, they were all related to him. Strictly speaking, the mechanism of the Tomorrow's Headline system for pushing news was not random but trigger-based. It was like a task in a game. Only after encountering specific people and experiencing certain events could hidden tasks be triggered. For example, if he was sitting in a car, it wouldn't suddenly push him news about the world's richest person or a super conglomerate, because those things were simply beyond his reach. And now, while chatting with Chin Lia about the CEO competition of the Chin Commerce Group, he received the news push about Lu Tai Lai. If they hadn't discussed this, perhaps he wouldn't have received that news push. Even when he first got the celebrity headline system, he received a golden news push and a news push about Chin Lia being harmed. This was also because the gold was in his basement, and during the day, he had just happened to visit the Chin Commerce Group and met Chin Lia. Even the rewards given by the Tomorrow Headline system are mostly related to him. For example, he had a conflict with Lu Kafong, so the system awarded him the Fortune Hotel instead of other rewards. In other words, if he were to lie at home all day, even with the Tomorrow Headline system, he would receive nothing. Because without experience, these news events would not be triggered. Thinking of this, Hee-Chen suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. He had originally thought he could continue to be a slacker in the future. Now, it seemed that this idea was unlikely to be realized. A localized heavy rain like this morning's is not something that happens all the time, nor will it always fall on him. Triggered hidden news notifications. This is really frustrating. When playing games, the most annoying thing is triggered hidden quests. In games, you can find guides and follow them to locate the designated NPCs for triggering hidden quests. But this Tomorrow Headlines system has no guides at all. He has no idea how to trigger it. In the chairman's office, Hee-Chen hadn't been lying down for long when Lu Wenlong came in. "Hello, Mr. He." Lu Wenlong greeted Hee-Chen politely. Hee-Chen stood up and said, "You're too polite, General Manager Lu. Now that you are the chairman of this hotel, it's only right to be polite to you," Lu Wenlong replied. Hee-Chen shook his head and smiled, suddenly remembering a question, and asked, "By the way, what is our hotel's monthly profit?" As for profit, after deducting various expenses, the monthly profit is about 10 million. Lu Wenlong replied. Upon hearing this, Hee-Chen's eyes narrowed. 10 million? In a month? This is impressive. Although he had over 30 million before, after buying a villa and a car, it was already less than half, and he still needed a large sum for gold futures, so he was worried about where to get the money. "So how much free capital do we have now?" Hee-Chen asked. Lu Wenlong chuckled awkwardly and said, "Well, Mr. He, when the hotel was transferred, I withdrew all the money from the finances, so currently, the hotel's finances have zero funds. Also, in about a week, salaries will be due, and we will need to pay out over 4 million in wages." Hee-Chen. He looked deeply at Lu Wenlong and said, "General Manager Lu, you really know how to play this game." He had thought that becoming the big boss of a 5-star hotel with over 10 million in monthly profits would mean he would have endless money to spend. But now, not only did he have no money, but he also had to invest over 4 million into it? Previously, he thought Lu Wenlong, as the hotel owner, was very familiar with all the hotel's operations, and it was the best choice to let him continue managing the hotel. But now it seemed he suddenly felt a bit naive. This old guy wouldn't be trying to trick him, would he? "Mr. He, don't be angry. After all, it was a hotel transfer, and the money inside naturally had to be withdrawn. This is just a normal operation," Lu Wenlong quickly explained. Hee-Chen waved his hand and said, "It's fine." He understood Lu Wenlong's actions. After all, before selling the house, all the furniture inside had to be moved out, right? It wouldn't be left for the next owner. Lu Wenlong did nothing wrong. It just made him feel quite frustrated. "Mr. He, if you urgently need money, I can lend you a portion in my personal capacity. 30 to 50 million is not a problem," Lu Wenlong said. Hee-Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. It's just a few million in wages. I can afford it." "All right, it's nothing. You can go now." "Okay," Lu Wenlong replied and then turned to leave. After Lu Wenlong left, Hee-Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. The Fortune Hotel needed to be entrusted to someone he trusted to manage it. But who should it be? It seemed there was no one around him with that capability. Ran Liqiang? This guy has a good relationship with me, and his character is definitely trustworthy, but his abilities are lacking. After all, he dropped out of high school and has been working in an ordinary factory in the south since then, which has dulled all his sharpness. Managing a 5-star hotel? That's absolutely impossible. It's not that I don't trust Ren Liqiang, but I don't want to ruin this hotel. Even if I wanted to help Ren Liqiang, I couldn't place him in such an important position because his abilities are truly too limited. Hee-Chen thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable person, so he had to give up helplessly. At that moment, Chin Lia's phone rang. Mr. I've already arranged for Lu Tai Lai to come over, he will be here soon, Chin Lia said. He Chen replied, okay, I'll go down now. After saying that, he immediately walked downstairs. When he arrived at the lobby, Chin Lia was already waiting for him. At this moment, Chin Lia had changed out of the seductive black dress she was wearing earlier and into formal attire, her hair neatly pinned up, restoring the cold, unapproachable demeanor she usually had. Mr. Upon seeing He Chen, Chin Lia immediately approached him, smiling. Lu Tai Lai just called and said he would be here shortly. He Chen nodded. Alright, you step aside for a moment, I'll meet with him first. Okay, Mr. After Chin Lia finished speaking, she immediately walked inside. Just as she entered, a man in his 50s, somewhat plump, walked in from outside. He Chen recognized him from his photo. It was Lu Tai Lai. Lu Tai Lai walked straight to the lounge area where He Chen was. However, he did not see Chin Lia, he only saw He Chen sitting there alone. He frowned, preparing to leave when He Chen suddenly said, Mr. Lu, aren't you going to sit for a while? Lu Tai Lai looked at He Chen, frowning. Who are you? Didn't Chin Zong arrange to meet me here? Where is she? He Chen smiled. I am He Chen, the owner of this hotel. Lu Tai Lai frowned. If I remember correctly, the owner of this hotel should be Lu Wenlong, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wenlong suddenly walked over from behind, holding a cup of coffee. Mr. Lu, please have some coffee. After placing the coffee on the table and nodding with a smile to both of them, he left. Lu Tai Lai looked deeply at He Chen, then sat down opposite him, lightly chuckling. Mr. Nice to meet you, but I wonder what you mean by waiting for me here. He Chen took a sip of coffee, grimacing at the bitterness, quickly set it down, and replied, I'm here because I have something to discuss with you. Saying this, he stood up, walked over to Lu Tai Lai, and sat down beside him. Lu Tai Lai frowned. He Chen sat down next to him without permission, which displeased him greatly. However, he didn't say anything, only expressionlessly said, just say what you need to say, or call Chin Zong out so we can talk together. He Chen, sitting beside Lu Tai Lai, chuckled lightly. We'll talk about Chin Zong later. What I want to discuss isn't about her, but about you. Lu Tai Lai frowned. What do you mean? What's going on with me? He Chen grinned and whispered, what do you think of that woman, Wang Yaji? Isn't she quite fun? Upon hearing this, Lu Tai Lai's expression suddenly stiffened. What are you saying? He Chen chuckled softly. Your son Lu Weidong probably doesn't know about you and your daughter-in-law Wang Yaji, right? Lu Tai Lai's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense. You're slandering me. This is defamation. He Chen spread his hands. You should know best whether I'm talking nonsense. Do you think you've done it flawlessly? And just so happens, I am one of the informed parties, or should I show the evidence to Lu Weidong and see if your son thinks I am slandering him? Chin Lia received He Chen's call and returned to the break area. However, when she arrived, He Chen was already gone, leaving only Lu Tai Lai there. Seeing this scene, Chin Lia frowned, her heart suddenly racing. Lu Tai Lai had always been unfriendly to her, at most taking verbal advantage. She thought He Chen was here to help persuade Lu Tai Lai, but now that he had left her alone to deal with Lu Tai Lai, what should she do? However, since she was already there, Chin Lia was prepared. She took a deep breath and was about to greet Lu Tai Lai when he noticed her. In the next moment, Lu Tai Lai suddenly stood up, warmly and politely saying, Hello, President Chin. Come, have a seat. Chin Lia was taken aback for a moment, sitting down with a confused expression. Just as she sat down, before Chin Lia could say anything, Lu Tai Lai immediately said, President Chin, after careful consideration, I suddenly realized that your work ability is much higher than Chin Xiao's, and you are the group president. Collaborating with you aligns with the interests of our Tai Lai group. Therefore, I agree to cooperate with you. Chin Lia? What? God, what is going on? She hadn't even had the chance to speak, and Lu Tai Lai was already willing to cooperate with her? What kind of trick did He Chen pull on him? Are you sure, Director Lu? You're not joking with me, are you? Chin Lia asked uncertainly. This kind of thing sounded like a joke no matter how she heard it. It was too surreal. Of course I'm sure. Lu Tai Lai immediately nodded. If President Chin doesn't believe me, I can write a guarantee right now. After saying that, he took out a pen and a notepad, wrote a guarantee, and handed it to Chin Lia, then continued, Tomorrow, President Chin can directly send someone to meet with my people to discuss the specific cooperation process. Holding the note, Chin Lia excitedly nodded. Okay, thank you for your trust, Director Lu. Mutual cooperation, win-win cooperation, Lu Tai Lai said politely. After saying that, he quickly bid farewell to Chin Lia and left. In the office on the first floor, He Chen was sitting alone, cracking sunflower seeds. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang with a message notification. He Chen's expression changed. The system rewarded him. It seemed that Qin Lia and Lu Tailai's matter had been settled. However, when he took out his phone and saw the content of this reward, his eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "This!" The phone screen displayed a message. "Congratulations to the host for participating in the Tailai Group news event. Given the host's excellent performance, the system rewards you with a Longting commercial building. Please click to claim." Looking at this notification, Hee-chun was completely dumbfounded. Longting commercial building? System reward? Damn! They directly rewarded him with a commercial building? And it was the Longting building? But that was the most famous commercial building in Linen. All the companies that could take residence in Longting commercial building were well known in Linen, and many people took pride in working there. It could even be said that half of Linen's white-collar workers were concentrated in Longting building. This reward was too amazing. At that moment, Hee-chun was so excited that he almost shouted, "The system is awesome." Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and an excited Qin Lia rushed in from outside. "Did it work?" Hee-chun chuckled. "Yay!" Qin Lia excitedly ran over and hugged Hee-chun. Hee-chun felt a rush of fragrance, and then his heart skipped a beat, making him feel lightheaded. Damn! This feeling was completely different. At that moment, the door opened with a bang. Lu Wenlong walked in, smiling. "Mr. You. After saying that, he was stunned by the scene inside. Wow, this little boss is actually hugging Qin Lia? The boss is impressive. It seems I came at the wrong time. I'm sorry, I'll take my leave." After saying that, I hurriedly slipped out. Seeing Lu Wenlong arrive, Qin Lia quickly released Hee-chun. "Hee-chun, this Lu guy needs to be sent away quickly. He cannot be kept. It's done. Lu Tailai has agreed to cooperate with me." At this moment, Qin Lia excitedly held up the note in her hand and said, "And he even wrote me a guarantee letter directly, as if he was afraid I would back out." "How did you do it? This is amazing." Hee-chun, still feeling unsatisfied, said, "Just Loki, basic skills." "How did he do it?" "Of course, it was through threats. Otherwise, would Lu Tailai obediently comply?" Although he didn't have direct evidence, Lu Tailai didn't know that, right? He wouldn't dare take the risk. After all, this matter concerns his lifelong happiness, so he could only do as Hee-chun said, and he didn't dare to defy it at all. "Mister, he is being modest." Qin Lia's excited face turned red as she said, "When I met Lu Tai just now, I thought the negotiation wouldn't succeed, but I didn't even say anything, and he took the initiative to want to sign with me." "Mister, I really can't thank you enough. You've helped me tremendously. I don't even know how to repay you." Hee-chun cleared his throat and said softly, "No need to thank me, just a hug will do." Qin Lia raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did Mr. He just say?" Hee-chun quickly waved his hands and said, "Nothing, you." Before he could finish, Qin Lia opened her arms again and gently hugged Hee-chun, saying, "So Mr. He just said to hug again to show gratitude, right?" Feeling the beauty in his arms and smelling the fragrance emanating from Qin Lia, images of her sexy figure flashed in his mind, and then, shamefully, At this moment, Qin Lia also sensed something was off, her brows furrowing as she took 2 steps back, her gaze dropping. Then, her face instantly flushed bright red, and she quickly turned to the side, saying, "Mr. You." Her hug of Hee-chun was truly out of trust and gratitude. After all, this was the 3rd time Hee-chun had helped her, and these were significant favors that could change her situation, yet she had no way to repay him. Then she heard Hee-chun say to hug again, so she went over and hugged him. Who would have thought that such a simple hug would elicit such a big reaction from Hee-chun? This guy's temper is too strong, right? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Are all men like this? Although Qin Lia had often heard about it and learned a lot online, Hee-chun was the first to openly act like this in front of her. What to do? What to do? With her back to Hee-chun, Qin Lia's face was as red as if it were congested. If she had known, she wouldn't have hugged this guy just now. So embarrassing. Hee-chun also felt his face flush, feeling incredibly awkward. This is so humiliating. He quickly sat down on a nearby stool and explained, I've been drinking too much goji berry lately, really. My mom sent me a bag of goji berries and told me to finish them quickly before they expire in half a month, so I've been drinking them every day, which is why my temper has been a bit high. But Qin Lia couldn't help but chuckle lightly. After all, she had been through a lot, and although her cheeks were still a bit red, her mindset quickly shifted. She directly sat down on the sofa opposite Hee-chun, her pretty face flushed but without any sign of nervousness or embarrassment, and said, "Alright, let's change the topic. How much profit does this hotel make in a month? It should be quite a bit, right?" Upon hearing this, Hee-chun immediately felt a surge of anger, his face full of frustration as he said, "What money? Not a penny. I still have to put in over 4 million for salaries. Only next month will there be money, but even then, it won't be much, just over 10 million. 10 million? Qin Lia pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, for a 5-star hotel, a profit of 10 million a month is indeed not too much. No wonder Lu Wenlong wants to sell. For ordinary people, 10 million might be an astronomical figure, but for someone like Qin Lia, a small wealthy woman, it was not a significant amount. After all, the Qin Business Group's daily cash flow exceeds 30 million. Otherwise, how could Qin Lia casually take out so much money to give to He Chen? The two chatted for a while longer, and He Chen's anger finally subsided completely. Only then did he stand up. The moment he stood, Qin Lia instinctively lowered her gaze to see if he had returned to normal. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly averted her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh my, why am I paying attention to this? At that moment, He Chen suddenly walked up to her, his expression somewhat serious, and said, President Qin, you've also signed the cooperation with Lu Tailai, and your position as president is secure. However, Lu Tailai is not a good person. It's best to keep a certain distance from him to avoid danger, understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Lia raised her eyebrows. But she didn't ask for specific reasons. Instead, she nodded directly and said, okay, I will pay attention to this. She still trusted He Chen very much. After all, without him, she would have been in deep trouble by now. The two continued to chat for quite a while, and only left together after it got dark. Upon returning home, lying on the bed, He Chen found himself unable to sleep again. His mind was filled with the image of Qin Lia swaying back and forth, especially the few photos he had seen earlier. Although he had long deleted those photos and had almost forgotten about them, after meeting Qin Lia today, those images in his memory suddenly became vivid, as if they were alive, keeping him awake all night, his heart burning with restlessness. At that moment, He Chen was filled with devious thoughts. What if he just threw money at Qin Lia to see if he could win her over? But immediately, He Chen shook his head and abandoned that idea. No! For a woman of Qin Lia's caliber, money is just a number, merely a clause in a business contract regarding profit distribution. It wouldn't hold the same weight for her as it does for ordinary women. The higher the status, the less value money holds. Just like Qin Lia, even if He Chen, threw a ton of gold in front of her, she would probably just blink twice at most. A ton of gold is worth 300 million. For ordinary people, that's an astronomical figure, but for Qin Lia, it's not even 1/5 of the market value of the Qin Business Group. If he threw a ton of gold at Jin Yuetong, he might only get a disdainful glance in return. To conquer her, he must rely on his handsome appearance, clever intelligence, rich inner qualities, and elegant demeanor. But what about himself? He Chen stroked his chin. Aside from being very handsome, it seemed he had nothing else to offer. Could it be that someone as stunning as Qin Lia was someone he could only watch from afar? This thought made He Chen even more troubled. In the end, He Chen conceded defeat and said to the system, give me a hypnosis package. Then, whoa! After instinctively letting out a half gasp, He Chen fell into a deep sleep. A night without words. After a simple wash-up, He Chen went to the basement and admired the ton of gold below once more. He had to admit, every time he saw this gold, he felt a sense of satisfaction from his soul and body. He was probably the kind of person who was easily satisfied, right? Definitely. The only headache was how to turn this gold into money. He had no idea how things were going on Wang Jianba's side. However, even if Wang Jianba managed to handle things on his end, he still lacked sufficient connections and had no idea if Lu Yunwei's father, the future's chairman, could help him. Just as he thought of this, He Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He Chen walked up while answering the call, saying, hello, who is this? Hello, is this He Chen, he classmate? A deep male voice came from the other end. He Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise and replied, yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, I am Lu Baoquan, Lu Yunwei's father, the voice on the other end responded. Upon hearing this, He Chen's expression brightened instantly. Wow, Lu Baoquan? The chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange, Lu Baoquan? He had just been thinking about him. When He Chen saved Lu Yunwei, the system had already indicated that Lu Yunwei's father was the chairman of the exchange. At that time, He Chen wondered if Lu Baoquan would thank him. If possible, He Chen wanted to befriend him and ask for help with gold futures. However, several days had passed since that incident, and there had been no news from the other party. He Chen thought they had forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, just as He Chen was about to give up, Lu Baoquan called him. He Chen immediately replied, hello, Uncle Lu. Lu Baoquan chuckled on the phone and said, a few days ago, there was an explosion at Yunwei's barbecue restaurant. Thanks to your timely warning, everyone inside was able to escape without any casualties. I've been dealing with this matter for the past few days and haven't had the chance to thank you. This morning, I would like to invite you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. I wonder if you have time, he classmate? He Chen's heart leaped at these words. Was the reward finally coming? He was almost moved to tears. However, He Chen still politely declined, saying, Uncle Lu, you're being too kind. I have a good relationship with Lu Yunwei and often eat at his place. Helping him is the right thing to do. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, it was just the custom in Huaxia to politely decline others' gratitude and invitations. One should only accept after the other party invites or thanks them a second time, otherwise, they would be seen as impolite and arrogant. One thing is one thing, we should handle matters as they should be. You not only saved my son but also saved so many lives. If I don't thank you, I won't feel right about it, Lu Baoquan insisted again. He-Chen hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing, saying, all right then. After hanging up, He-Chen burst into joyful laughter. As long as he connected with Lu Baoquan, the matter of gold futures was basically half successful. Wait! He-Chen suddenly remembered that there was still an item in his inventory that he hadn't used yet. The Rui sticker was one of the 3 rewards the system had given him after he saved those people during the barbecue restaurant explosion. Moreover, this sticker had a peculiar description. It was effective for men, which He-Chen had complained about for quite a while. According to the description, using the Rui sticker on his forehead would make his wishes come true within 10 minutes. If he applied this sticker when meeting Lu Baoquan, wouldn't their conversation and collaboration go incredibly smoothly, rather than just being half successful? He just didn't know if this Rui sticker would work on Lu Baoquan. The sticker's description clearly stated that it was ineffective for illegal or impure intentions. Did his gold futures count as illegal or impure? If so, wouldn't this Rui sticker be wasted? But on the other hand, what if his communication with Lu Baoquan didn't go well? He-Chen pondered for a minute, then gritted his teeth. He would go for it. No matter if it worked or not, he had to try to find out. Even if the sticker failed in the end, it would be as if he had never used it. Anyway, this sticker is of no use. Am I really going to find a man to test its effect? Just as he was about to go out, Wang Jianba called. Hey, Lao He, what are you up to? Wang Jianba asked on the phone. What's up? He-Chen replied. Wang Jianba chuckled. The things you asked me to handle, I've basically taken care of. I've found a financial shell company, and I've already talked to them. Next, it just depends on when your funds arrive and when we can find enough connections to help us pave the way. Upon hearing this, He-Chen immediately laughed and said, Lao Wang, just wait for my good news. At the latest by this afternoon, I'll contact you. You've got things sorted out on your end too? Wang Jianba was surprised. He-Chen chuckled, the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. I'm hanging up. After that, He-Chen started to tidy up. Noon. According to the agreement with Lu Baoquan, He-Chen arrived at Lu Yunwei's home. Generally, for a casual invitation, it's usually at a restaurant, unless it's a particularly grand invitation, then it would be at home. This shows how much Lu Baoquan values He-Chen. At the door, Lu Yunwei was waiting for He-Chen. Seeing He-Chen approach, Lu Yunwei immediately greeted him, Lao He. He-Chen laughed heartily, Lao Lu. Noticing what He-Chen was holding, Lu Yunwei politely said, you could have just come without bringing anything. He. It's my first time at your house, how can I come empty-handed? He-Chen replied. Just then, an old man in his 60s, wearing a gray suit, walked out. It was Lu Baoquan. He-Tongxue, you're here, come in quickly, Lu Baoquan said politely. The 3 of them then walked inside together. In the living room, a feast was already laid out, looking quite sumptuous. Yunwei, pour some wine for He-Tongxue, Lu Baoquan said. Okay, Lu Yunwei replied. He-Chen quickly refused. I can't drink, I had too much yesterday, and I'm still a bit dizzy. Plus, I have to drive later. No worries, if you drink too much, I'll take you home. Lu Yunwei laughed. He-Chen. All right, it seems this meal is unavoidable. During the meal, Lu Baoquan politely said to He-Chen, He-Tongxue, you saved our family. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as Uncle Lu can help, I will definitely not refuse. He was genuinely very grateful to He-Chen. Although the explosion destroyed everything in the barbecue shop, the surrounding shops were not affected, and they could retrieve the surveillance footage to see the scene of the explosion. At that moment, He-Chen had just rushed out, and a fierce flame followed right behind him. If those people had come out just 1 second later, they could have been engulfed by the fire. Even if they managed to escape, they would likely have suffered severe burns. As for his son, he would have undoubtedly perished. And all of this was thanks to He-Chen's warning, which allowed them to escape disaster, not only saving Lu Yunwei's life but also protecting their entire family, as well as many other families like theirs. No one wants to experience the pain of burying their own child. The suffering involved is something no one can bear. He-Chen's expression brightened, and he even sobered up completely. Here it comes. Wasn't he just waiting for this sentence? However, just to be safe, he took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, swiped a couple of times, found the Rui sticker, and clicked to use it. Immediately, a cartoon little 5-pointed star appeared in his hand, visible only to him. He pretended to look troubled, rubbed his forehead, and casually stuck the Rui sticker on his forehead. Then, he glanced at the phone screen. It displayed Rui's sticker is in effect. Seeing He Chen's worried expression, Lu Baoquan immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there really something difficult? If you need money, I can give you 300,000 as a token of gratitude." He Chen waved his hand and said, "It's not about the money, but..." After saying that, he let out a long sigh and continued, "Uncle Lu, to be honest, I've been preparing to get into gold futures trading recently. I had everything set up, but at the last moment, I got stuck at the Shanghai Futures Exchange." The Shanghai Futures Exchange? Lu Baoquan squinted his eyes at the mention of it, his heart tightening. Could it be that He Chen knew he was a key figure at the exchange and had come to him on purpose? No, wait. In the next moment, Lu Baoquan quickly regained his composure. The explosion at the barbecue shop was an accident. The investigation report had already come out, stating it was due to an old gas canister bursting. Moreover, Lu Baoquan, knew very little about his relationship with Lu Yunwei. Only a few relatives were aware. They had never mentioned their father-son relationship in public, and Lu Yunwei had never used his influence to make money, instead opening a barbecue shop directly across from Linen University. Besides, it was he who had invited He Chen over. At this moment, He Chen replied, "Exactly. I've been worried about this lately. I have no connections and no power, and I can't think of a way to solve it. I wonder if Uncle Lu knows anyone in this field. If you do, I would be extremely grateful if you could help me make a connection. If not, that's fine. I'll help with this." Lu Baoquan immediately responded. Upon hearing this, He Chen's expression brightened, and he was about to express his gratitude when an elderly lady came down from upstairs, frowning as she said to Lu Baoquan, "Baoquan, have you thought this through before helping?" He Chen's expression stiffened. What the hell? Is this Aunt Lu? The Rui sticker clearly stated that it was ineffective against women. Could it be that something was about to change? No need to say more. At this moment, Lu Baoquan waved his hand and said, "You, a woman, shouldn't speak out of turn. If it were anyone else asking me to do this, I definitely wouldn't agree. But He Chen is my son's lifesaver, and he is a lifesaver for our whole family. I will definitely help with this. If there are any issues, just come to me. I'll take care of everything. But there's one condition, no breaking the law." He Chen's expression brightened. This old man is impressive. With Lu Baoquan's word, the matter of gold futures would basically be smooth sailing, and he wouldn't encounter any problems at all. As for breaking the law, is gold futures illegal? It's just that the source of the gold is unclear, but that doesn't make it illegal. He just lacks a way in, and Lu Baoquan is the one to open that door for him. As long as he has this door, everything he does will be reasonable and legal. He immediately bowed to Lu Baoquan and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lu. You're welcome. It's what I should do." Lu Baoquan chuckled. After that, the three continued to eat. After the meal, Lu Yunwei took He Chen back. Once He Chen left, Lu Baoquan sat on the sofa, his brow gradually furrowing. What was wrong with him just now? Why did he agree to He Chen's request so easily? At that moment, the elderly lady walked over and said, "Baoquan, you were too impulsive just now. You're a key figure at the Shanghai Futures Exchange. How can you help him so easily? Otherwise, just pretend this never happened." "Nonsense," Lu Baoquan said in a deep voice. "How can I pretend something that I've already agreed to? Not to mention that the other party is our son's lifesaver. What do you know, you woman? I can afford to lose face, but I can't." After saying that, he took out his phone, dialed the Shanghai Futures Exchange, and said, "Hello, get me Director Zhao." Half an hour later, Villa No. 1 at Ipin Pavilion. After Lu Yunwei dropped off He Chen, he left Ipin Pavilion directly. He Chen sat on a stone chair in the front yard, took out his phone, and called Wang Jianba. Soon, the call connected. "Hello, old Wang, the matter is settled." He Chen laughed. "I know." Wang Jianba said excitedly, "Director Zhao from the exchange just called me, saying everything is negotiable and I can contact him directly for anything. How did you manage that, Lao He? Some secrets cannot be revealed." He Chen chuckled. "Cut it out with the secrets. Alright, fine, no more talking. Everything is ready. We just need to acquire a financial shell company," Wang Jianba said. He Chen frowned. "Why do we have to acquire a financial shell company?" Wang Jianba laughed. "Do you understand qualifications? Do you understand the time frame? Do you think you can just set up a financial company and start doing financial business? Start trading gold futures? Many things are restricted, alright? Acquiring a financial company allows us to directly shell out for investment." He Chen nodded. "Got it. I remember you said last time that you found a suitable one. Just come to me, and let's get this done. By the way, let me show you what a real mansion looks like," Wang Jianba exclaimed. "What?" Half an hour later, at the entrance of Ipin Pavilion, Wang Jianba arrived at Ipin Pavilion and saw He Chen waiting for him at the door. Aren't you living in the happiness community? What are you doing here? Wang Jianba asked, frowning. He-chan shrugged. Can't I move in here? Ha, you, moved to Ipin Pavilion? Wang Jianba exclaimed, this is the most expensive villa area in Linen. Just one villa costs over 10 million, and the number one villa here is known as the first mansion in Linen. You actually came here? Damn, that's impressive. He-chan chuckled. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Let's go, first to my place. Low-key my ass. No way, you have to take me to see the number one villa first. I've never been inside Ipin Pavilion, let alone seen what the first mansion in Linen looks like, Wang Jianba said excitedly. He-chan grinned and led him towards the number one villa. A few minutes later, Wang Jianba stood outside the number one villa, mouth agape. This is our Linen's first mansion? Damn, it's beautiful. If I could stay here for a night, I would. Before he could finish, the door of the villa opened. Then, He-chan stood at the door and said to Wang Jianba, welcome to my home, won't you come in for a visit? Wang Jianba? He-chan turned and walked inside. Wang Jianba was momentarily stunned but quickly followed him in. Once inside, Wang Jianba's eyes widened as he looked around, constantly exclaiming, wow, it's really big. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Wow. He-chan said speechlessly, is that all you can say? Can't you even say damn? Impressive. Damn. Wang Jianba gave He-chan a thumbs up. You actually live in the number one villa? That's amazing. Lao He. Really too impressive. He-chan smiled and waved his hand. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Low-key my ass. You're living in the first villa of Linen. How can you be low-key? Wang Jianba shot He-chan a glare. Then, he immediately looked around and said, don't talk, let me wander around your mansion. I want to appreciate it. I've never been in such a big mansion before. Saying that, he started to explore. Front yard. Damn. There are even lounge chairs. Parking lot. Damn. A BMW X7? Did you just buy this car? First floor. Holy crap. A dining room bigger than our classroom. Second floor, third floor, backyard. After about an hour, Wang Jianba finished exploring. He returned, looking amazed, and said to He-chan, Lao He, is it too late for me to go to Siam to get a sex change operation? We're brothers, you can't let outsiders benefit, right? He-chan, get lost. This fat guy is really something. Even if you change genders, you're still just a rich lady. Can you compare to Tian Fuwei? I can still make a trip to Korea after returning from Siam. I'll do it just the way you like, even if it means turning into Tian Fuwei. As long as it satisfies you, I'll endure any pain. Wang Jianba said seriously. He-chan replied, go away. Just die somewhere. Damn. You actually told me to roll away. It turns out your heart only has room for women. I misjudged you. Wang Jianba glared angrily. He-chan chuckled. Why don't you just reincarnate? In your next life, be a beauty, and when we're both 40, you'll be just 20. How delightful. Pa. Scumbag. Wang Jianba sneered. He-chan was silent. He walked to the parking lot, drove out the BMW X7, and said to Wang Jianba, can we go now? Although driving the Bugatti would be faster, the key was that Wang Jianba couldn't fit in it. Wang Jianba hesitated and asked, can I swim in your backyard pool for a bit first, and then we go? Sure, but I just peed in it. Wang Jianba, forget it. The two set off directly, leaving Ipin Pavilion. The financial company Wang Jianba was looking for was called Jindalai Financial Company, Ltd., located in a simple building in the suburbs. After an exciting round of haggling, He-chan finally acquired Jindalai for 500,000. According to Wang Jianba, the cost of such a company is less than 100,000, and most of it is spent on personal connections. The market price is generally around 500 to 800,000. Beyond that, no one is willing to take over for love. Although the transaction rate for such shell companies is relatively low, as long as they can be sold, it's basically a huge profit. Moreover, it's the kind that doesn't open for 3 years but makes money for 10 years once it does. Next came the transfer and connection of the company. During the transfer, there was one opportunity to rename the company for free. A name as pretentious as Jindalai would definitely not be kept. Wang Jianba asked He-chan, Old He, do you have any good ideas? If not, I have a suggestion. He-chan shook his head, no good ideas. What's your suggestion? He. Wang Jianba grinned mischievously, how about we split your name a bit? He-chan raised an eyebrow, curious, how do we split it? Wang Jianba chuckled, Renko Niao Financial Company, Ltd. Full name, Linen Renko Niao. He-chan? He looked bewildered. Are you serious? Before He-chan could finish, Wang Jianba grabbed a pen and quickly wrote Renko Niao on the application form, then submitted it at the counter. Turning back, he grinned at He-chan, even if you want to stop it, it's too late. He-chan. A few minutes later, the company's certificate was ready. The name boldly displayed 4 large characters, Renko-ri-nyao. He-chan looked at these characters and felt increasingly pained. This name, is it really a company name? The more he looked, the more it seemed like a brain freeze. No way. Ignoring Wang Jianba's protests, He-chan created a parent company above Renko-ri-nyao and transferred both Renko-ri-nyao and the Fuwa Hotel under this parent company. This time, He-chan didn't let Wang Jianba come up with a bad idea. He was afraid Wang Jianba would directly change Nyao to Ko. The name of the parent company was Changming, taken from Gupan Zhang Qi Bei Jia, Zhen Fu Shi Qi Changming, where Chang means long and Ming means to display. He hoped this Changming company could become a place for him to showcase his talents and fulfill his dreams, just as the phrase suggests. He-chan's grip on the documents tightened. This was just his first step, something that truly belonged to him. He wanted to use Changming as a starting point to reach higher and further, while also making Changming a place for more people to thrive. Old He, congratulations. From now on, you're the real big boss. Wang Jianba laughed heartily as he approached He-chen. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the detailed information on the document in He-chen's hand, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell? The Fuwa Hotel is also under your name? He-chen replied, hee. What do you mean by hee? Really? What the hell? You're amazing, Wang Jianba said in disbelief. That was a 5-star hotel. How impressive could the He family be? He-chan chuckled again. Wang Jianba was speechless. He grabbed He-chen and insisted, I don't care, you're a big boss now. You have to treat us. I want to eat barbecue. Let go. He-chen shivered and shook off his hand. Can't I just take you there? Yay! Wang Jianba jumped up, as happy as a child weighing over 200 pounds. Soon, He-chen found a barbecue restaurant on his phone, and the two headed straight there. At that moment, Wang Jianba suddenly asked Old He, can you tell me how you convinced Director Zhao from the Futures Exchange? He-chen chuckled lightly. There's nothing to hide. You know boss Lu Yunwei, right? Yeah, the owner of the barbecue restaurant that exploded a few days ago. What's up? Is this related to him? Wang Jianba frowned. He-chen nodded. Yes, Lu Yunwei's father is Lu Baoquan, the top leader at the Futures Exchange. Wang Jianba exclaimed. What the hell? It can be like this? So, if there's anything in the company in the future, just go directly to Director Zhao. If he can't solve it, just let me know, and I'll go find Lu Baoquan. He-chen said. Okay. Wang Jianba immediately replied. He-chen pondered for 2 seconds and said, also, when you have time, do a stock division for the Renko-ri-nyao company. We'll split the profits 70-30, and I'll give Lu Baoquan 5% of the shares from my side. No matter what cooperation, it must be based on mutual benefit. Lu Baoquan would help him out of gratitude, but that favor wouldn't last forever. After helping once or twice, the gratitude would fade. To maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with Lu Baoquan, sufficient benefits were necessary. No need. Wang Jianba immediately replied, this time, getting Lu Baoquan's help is all your hard work. You're already giving me a lot of shares. I won't take that 5%. He-chen shook his head and chuckled, then let's each take 2.5. After saying that, the two exchanged smiles. Just then, a gray Porsche Cayenne suddenly cut in front of them from the right, nearly colliding with their car, startling Wang Jianba into exclaiming, what the hell? How are you driving? Can you even drive? Is this how you cut in? Wang Jianba cursed loudly in the car. The two types of people he hated the most were those who cut in front of him and those who wouldn't let him cut in. After that, he turned to He-chen and said, isn't this infuriating? I'm almost scared to death. He-chen shook his head. It's probably just a young person. No need to take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's mouth twitched. Old He, you sound so old-fashioned. Don't forget you're also a young person. He-chen, forget it. I'm going to overtake him. Wang Jianba sneered. Overtake me? I'm driving a BMW X7. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, spun the car, and charged in front of the Cayenne. Meanwhile, in the gray Cayenne, sat 4 young people in their 20s, 2 boys and 2 girls. The 2 boys were none other than Lu Kaifeng and Huang Weikai. Now, after Lu Kaifeng's father sold the Fuwa Hotel, their family was suddenly wealthy, and he started taking Lu Weikai around in the Cayenne, having a blast. As a result, just now, Lu Kaifeng spun the car and almost threw the people inside out. Wow, Lu Kaifeng, are you trying to get yourself killed? You just overtook with that little distance? Huang Weikai exclaimed anxiously. It's fine. Lu Kaifeng waved his hand dismissively. It's just a broken BMW, daring to block us. What's wrong with overtaking him? Don't make a fuss, Lu Kaifeng, trust my skills. Huang Weikai. Lu Kaifeng chuckled. Alright, I'll drive steadily. Wow, daring to overtake me? He immediately accelerated, but the green light ahead suddenly turned red, startling him into slamming on the brakes, causing the two girls in the back to scream in fright. Wow, can you be a bit steadier? One girl shouted angrily from the back. Lu Kaifeng, fuming, slapped the dashboard. Damn, don't let me catch up to you. After saying that, he turned to the two girls in the back. By the way, what do you want to eat? I'll take you out for a feast. I want to eat skewers. One girl shouted. The other girl chimed in, I want skewers too. Alright, Lu Kaifeng laughed. 10 minutes later, Huang Weikai and the others arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Just as they were about to park, Lu Kaifeng suddenly spotted a car. Wow, isn't that the car that just overtook us? Lu Kaifeng exclaimed. Huang Weikai raised an eyebrow upon seeing it. It really was. Hee, what a narrow road for enemies. Lu Kaifeng sneered, let's go. Let's see which little punt dared to overtake us. With that, he walked straight inside. Inside the barbecue restaurant, many people were already seated, and it was evening, so the place was packed with customers. Huang Weikai said, Kaifeng, forget it, let's just eat. No, Lu Kaifeng sneered, I can't swallow this anger for someone daring to cut me off. He walked to a table, slammed his hand down angrily, and shouted, everyone, stop eating. Who owns that BMW X7 outside? Step forward. As his voice fell, all the customers in the restaurant stopped and turned to look at Lu Kaifeng. Under the gaze of so many people, Lu Kaifeng felt a rush of satisfaction, his whole being floating. At that moment, a middle-aged boss rushed out in a panic, saying urgently, what's wrong, young Master Lu? If there's anything, just tell me. Lu Kaifeng often came here for barbecue, and this five-star hotel's young master was not someone he could provoke. Lu Kaifeng sneered, you're nothing. That car just now dared to cut me off. Where is he? Step forward. Just then, someone suddenly stood up in the hall, smiling at him. That's my car. Is there a problem, young Master Lu? Lu Kaifeng snorted coldly, you. Before he could finish, his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, looking at He-chun with eyes full of fear. The next moment, he exclaimed, I'm sorry, big brother. After saying that, he scrambled to his feet and ran away. He-chun, boss? While having skewers, the boss sent He-chun 10 extra sticks as a gesture of thanks. Wang Jianba, munching on skewers, asked He-chun, do you know that guy from earlier? He-chun shook his head, no. Poor unlucky kid. Why provoke him of all people? Now look at this. He couldn't be bothered to settle scores with Lu Kaifeng. There was no need. If he really couldn't stand him, he could just tell his dad, and Lu Kaifeng would definitely face a mixed beating. Let's continue chatting. Now that the matter with the Daybird Company is settled, what's next? He-chun said. Of course, it's about the company's location. Wang Jianba chewed a few bites, swallowing the greasy skewers before saying, now that we have the company, the next step is to find a place for it. Do you have any ideas? He-chun asked. Wang Jianba chuckled and said, the most ideal place, of course, is Longting Commercial Building. Longting Commercial Building? He-chun raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. Damn, isn't that the commercial building the system just rewarded him with? Sigh. At this moment, Wang Jianba sighed deeply and said, but the rent inside Longting Commercial Building is not only very expensive, but also, wanting to rent an office there is not as simple as just wanting to rent. First, the company's strength must be sufficient. After all, ordinary small companies are not allowed to settle in Longting Commercial Building to avoid affecting their business. Second, it also depends on luck. It's not always that there are places available for us to rent in Longting Commercial Building. Wang Jianba took another bite of the skewers, chewing as he continued, so, my first choice is Longting Commercial Building. If that doesn't work, then we'll switch to the commercial street. But there. He-chun interrupted him, saying, no need to consider alternatives. Let's just settle the company in Longting Commercial Building. Ha! Wang Jianba sneered, you make it sound like I don't want to. The key is that our strength doesn't allow it, you know? Don't worry. He-chun made an okay gesture and said, everything regarding strength is on me. It's getting late today. Tomorrow we can go directly to Longting Commercial Building. Damn, you're not lying to me, are you? Wang Jianba asked suspiciously. He-chun shrugged and said, I might lie to ghosts, but I wouldn't lie to you. Wang Jianba chuckled, not believing in evil. Back at Ipin Pavilion, He-chun initially wanted to kick Wang Jianba out, but the guy insisted on staying, wanting to take a nap and experience the first luxury villa in Linen. To this, He-chun could only smile. A night passed without a word. The next day, early in the morning, He-chun's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? He-chun answered. Hello, Mr. He. I am Lu Mingchen, the general manager of Longting Commercial Building. I would like to invite you to come to Longting Commercial Building for the property transfer and the signing of this quarter's tenant rent. I wonder if you have time, boss. Lu Mingchen spoke respectfully. Oh, so soon? He-chun raised an eyebrow. He was just about to go to Longting Commercial Building with Wang Jianba. He didn't expect Lu Mingchen to call so quickly. What do you mean by so soon? Lu Mingchen asked, puzzled. He-chun chuckled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I'll come over after I finish breakfast. By the way, I have a friend who wants to apply for a company in the building." "Okay, no problem. Your friend can just mention your name when the time comes," Lu Mingchen replied. After hanging up, He-chun chuckled to himself. He wasn't too concerned about the property transfer, but the rent for this quarter really excited him. Previously, he only had over 30 million. After buying a villa and a car, and then investing over 10 million in Ring Korean, he didn't have much left. He just didn't know how much the rent for a quarter would be. Meanwhile, at Longting Commercial Building, on the 99th floor, in the general manager's office, Lu Mingchen hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat from his face. He was almost scared to death by He-chun's silence. He thought the new boss was going to reprimand him. He picked up a photo of He-chun from the desk and muttered to himself, "What exactly is the identity of this new boss? He looks like just an ordinary college student, yet he managed to buy the entire Longting Commercial Building outright. Could he be the young master of some super family? I just wonder what his temperament is like. I hope he's not a difficult person to deal with." After saying that, he immediately took out the intercom and shouted inside, "Attention all departments, the new boss is coming soon. This is the first time the big boss is here, so you must do your work well and absolutely cannot make any mistakes." He then hurriedly tidied up the things on his desk, preparing the materials he would need for when he met He-chun. An hour later, the two arrived at Longting Commercial Building. The Longting Building is a famous landmark in Linen and is also the tallest building in Linen, reaching a total height of over 300 meters, with 99 floors. Inside, there are high-end offices, a 6-star hotel, luxury apartments, a leisure commercial street, technology companies, real estate companies, and more. It can be said that this building houses more than half of Linen's white-collar workers and small business owners, and countless people take pride in working in this building, including He-chun, who initially regarded it as his dream-chasing place. But who would have thought that now this building has all become his private property? "Old He, what are you daydreaming about standing there?" Wang Jianba asked, puzzled, seeing He-chun standing at the foot of the building in a daze. He-chun took a deep breath and chuckled, "Nothing, just looking at my building." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, "TCH, I know you're impressive, but you don't have to brag everywhere, do you? Your building, why don't you say the earth belongs to you too?" He-chun chuckled and offered no explanation. Then, the two of them walked into the Longting Building together. The management department of Longting Building is located on the 3rd floor. "Old He, are you sure there won't be any problems?" Wang Jianba asked, uncertain. He-chun laughed lightly. "Don't worry, just report my name later. Let you know how valuable your daddy's name really is." TCH, Wang Jianba rolled his eyes again. As they spoke, they arrived at the management department. "Hello, how can we assist you?" A beautiful staff member smiled and asked. He-chun smiled back, "We are here to apply for company residency." As he spoke, he glanced at the name tag on the staff member's chest, which read Zhao Xiaoli. "Company residency?" Zhao Xiaoli frowned and asked, "May I ask who you?" "I am He-chun. The people above should have informed you," He-chun said. At that moment, there were 4 or 5 people in the office, all there to handle business. Upon hearing He-chun's words, they all turned to look at him. Wang Jianba instinctively took a step back, hoping to avoid being implicated if He-chun embarrassed himself. Zhao Xiaoli blinked and immediately nodded. "Okay, Manager Lu has indeed informed us. Please come this way to fill out the residency application form." Wang Jianba was dumbfounded at this scene. Wow, it really works. The others present were also momentarily stunned. They knew that the Longting Commercial Building had limited space, and even large companies needed to make appointments and wait to move in. Yet this guy just mentioned his name and walked right in? Who is this guy? "Old Wang, come fill out the company information," He-chun said. Although he was the representative of the company, he was less familiar with the company information than Wang Jianba. "Okay." Wang Jianba rubbed his hands and approached the table to start filling it out. The people present quietly glanced over. When they saw the company named Lin and Rin Korean, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Wow, this company name is too funny. This name is interesting. I wonder how it passed the business registration review. How could it not pass? The name itself isn't a problem." Several people couldn't help but discuss. Wang Jianba glanced at them and continued writing. The others no longer hid their curiosity and looked openly. However, when they saw that the registered capital of the company was 300,000, they couldn't help but laugh again. "Wow, 300,000? A financial company with 300,000? Isn't that just a shell company? Xiao Lu, doesn't your Longting Commercial Building pride itself on being the commercial center of linen? How could you let a shell company in?" "Exactly." Lu Xiaoli leaned in to take a look and frowned as well. 300,000? General Liu personally instructed the company to settle in, and the registered capital is only 300,000? This is even less than the most ordinary small company. It can only be considered a shell company. You must know that the companies inside Longting Commercial Building have a minimum capital of at least 5 million, with most companies having registered capital exceeding 10 million. In comparison, this 300,000 in registered capital is truly insignificant. Liu Xiaoli immediately said, "Wait a moment, I will report to the supervisor." After saying that, she walked inside. Once Liu Xiaoli left, the remaining people immediately looked at Yi Chen and Wang Jianba, their faces filled with cold sneers. "Oh, Wang Jianba?" At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from the entrance. Hearing this voice, Yi Chen and Wang Jianba turned their heads. In the next moment, Wang Jianba was momentarily stunned and chuckled. "Yanmin?" Yi Chen was also taken aback upon seeing this woman. It was none other than Wang Jianba's girlfriend from his freshman year, Zhao Yanmin. Back then, Wang Jianba didn't know how much money he had spent on her, and he had no idea how many times his father had beaten him for it. Later, Zhao Yanmin hooked up with a wealthy man and dropped out of school to run off with him. At that time, Wang Jianba almost fought that wealthy man, but fortunately, Yi Chen stopped him. Since then, Wang Jianba had been binge eating, and he went from not being very fat to over 200 pounds now. Upon seeing Zhao Yanmin, Wang Jianba's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Zhao Yanmin, what are you doing here?" Since Wang Jianba saw through her vanity, he had no good feelings for her. Zhao Yanmin sneered at Wang Jianba's words. "My husband's company is right here, the big boss of Joya Real Estate. This is the management department of Longting Commercial Building. Is it unusual for me to be here? But you, I heard you haven't even found a job. After I dumped you, how did you get so pathetic? Coming to a high-end place like Longting Building, you're not here to steal something, are you? They are here to handle the company settlement." Right. A financial shell company with 300,000. Coming to settle in Longting Commercial Building. I really don't know if he's lost his mind. Didn't this woman say it? He doesn't even have a job. He probably set up a shell company to settle in Longting and then boast about it everywhere. Ha, I'm the big boss of a company inside Longting Commercial Building. In an instant, people around began to point and whisper. Zhao Yanmin raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. This fat guy is actually here to handle company settlement? But it's just a shell company with 300,000. How dare he come to Longting Commercial Building? Who gave him the guts? Wang Jianba's face darkened, and he said gloomily, "Zhao Yanmin, don't go too far. Who the hell is stealing? I'm here to handle company settlement. Where am I going too far?" Zhao Yanmin sneered, her face full of mockery. "Just a financial shell company with 300,000, and you want to settle in Longting Commercial Building? Do you think you're worthy? Do you have that qualification?" After saying that, she waved to the two security guards at the entrance. "Security, come here." Seeing Zhao Yanmin's gesture, the two security guards immediately ran over and politely said, "Mrs. Zhao, what can we do for you?" Zhao Yanmin sneered, took out 200 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to the security guards, saying, "Gentlemen, Longting Building is the commercial center of linen, and a shell company with 300,000 in registered capital actually came here to settle. I see these two are here to cause trouble." The two security guards took the money and immediately bowed to Zhao Yanmin. "Mrs. Zhao, you can rest assured, we will handle it." Then, they walked directly in front of Yi Chen and Wang Jianba. One of them coldly said, "Gentlemen, according to our commercial buildings regulations, the minimum registered capital for a company must be 5 million to handle company settlement. Please leave here." Zhao Yanmin sneered and said, "Did you hear that? Do you think you can just set up a $30,000 shell company and waltz into Longting? The minimum requirement is 5 million. Do you have that? You should just go back to where you belong." Wang Jianba gritted his teeth, then sighed and pulled Yi Chen, saying, "Old he." Yi Chen patted his shoulder and then looked at Zhao Yanmin, saying, "Who said the minimum registered capital for a company to settle in is 5 million? Sorry, the security guard said earlier, the company has a clear regulation that the registered capital for settling in must not be less than 5 million. If your company's registered capital is less than 5 million, please leave here voluntarily. Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave." Interesting. A $30,000 shell company dares to squeeze into Longting Plaza. The people present wore expressions of disdain. Yi Chen glanced at them, then looked at the two security guards, took a deep breath, and said, "Is that so? Then I announce that, starting now, this regulation is void. From now on, Longting Plaza will no longer have this regulation." Ha! Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the people present widened their eyes in shock. Immediately, they all burst into laughter. "You announce? Do you think you're the owner of Longting Commercial Building?" "Exactly. Just a guy running a shell company. What are you bragging about?" They continued to mock him coldly. Even Wang Jianba looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. Damn, you dare to brag like that? You really have the guts to say it. In front of so many people, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? At that moment, Wang Jianba just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so damn embarrassing. However, He-chen didn't care about their strange looks at all. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Mingchen's number. Soon, the call connected. Hello, boss He, have you arrived? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously from the other end. Yes, I'm here, currently in the management department on the 3rd floor, helping my friend with the company registration, but someone said we are a financial shell company and not qualified to settle in Longting Plaza. The security even wants to throw us out, He-chan said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingchen nearly panicked upon hearing He-chan's words. Throwing He-chan out? Who the hell is that? In an instant, Lu Mingchen realized the seriousness of the situation. If He-chan really got thrown out by the security, not only would the security be finished, but he, as the general manager, would also be in deep trouble. Boss He, give me 5 minutes. I'll go down and resolve it immediately. No, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Lu Mingchen said urgently. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute, He-chan replied. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhao Yanmin saw He-chan's demeanor and immediately sneered, pretending. Not much ability, but quite good at showing off. Do you really think you're one of the bosses of the companies in the building? He-chen shook his head and said, no, he wasn't the boss of Longting. He was the owner of Longting Plaza, the big boss of Longting Commercial Building. Upon hearing He-chan's words, Zhao Yanmin's sneer deepened. If I were you, I would have turned around and left without a word. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself by staying here? Zhao Yanmin sneered. He-chen looked at her expressionlessly and ignored her. Meanwhile, inside Longting Building, Lu Mingchen anxiously ran to the elevator, ready to press the button. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened by themselves. Then, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a big belly, walked out, nearly colliding with him. General Manager Lu? The middle-aged man saw Lu Mingchen and immediately took a step back, respectfully saying, I was just about to look for you, General Manager Lu. Do you have time? I have an urgent matter right now. Let's talk later, Director Zhou. Lu Mingchen quickly stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 1st floor. This middle-aged man he recognized, Joya, the owner of Joya Real Estate, a very two-faced and treacherous person. This time Joya came to find him, surely because of the rent issue. Joya's property had already owed 2 quarters of rent. Now, this quarter's rent had not been paid either. Coming to find him now was definitely still about the rent. Joya hurriedly followed him into the elevator, his face full of forced smiles, saying, General Manager Lu, we can talk here. It's like this, regarding the rent for this quarter, could you possibly give us a little more time? This is a small token of my appreciation, I hope you accept it. As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of cash from his clothes, looking to be about 50 or 60,000. Lu Mingchen glanced at Joya but did not take it. He took a deep breath and said, You already owe 2 quarters of rent. Normally, we could give you some leeway. However, this time the rent collection is to be handed over to the new boss, so it might not be possible to delay. Ah, new boss? The Longting Building has a new owner? Joya exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The Longting Commercial Building has changed owners? Who on earth is so impressive that they could buy the Longting Building? Who is this person that is so powerful? Thinking of this, Joya's eyes suddenly shifted. A change of ownership is a big deal for all the leasing companies in the Longting Commercial Building. If he could establish a good relationship with the new boss, perhaps his rent could even be waived. Now that the new boss had changed, the people from other companies probably didn't know yet. If he hadn't happened to run into Lu Mingchen going to meet the new boss, he might not have known about it either. This was his opportunity. With this thought, Joya became excited. Lu Mingchen nodded and said, Yes, there is a new boss now, and I'm going down to meet him. If you want to negotiate for a delay in rent, you can talk to the new boss in person. As for whether you can negotiate it, that depends on your own ability. Okay, thank you, General Manager Lu, for giving me this opportunity, Joya said excitedly, while his heart couldn't help but feel tense. He didn't know what kind of person this new boss was. Soon, the two arrived at the 1st floor. Lu Mingchen immediately rushed outside, and Joya quickly followed. Meanwhile, in the management office on the 3rd floor, many people were gathered around He-chen and Wang Jianba, constantly pointing and discussing. General Manager Lu is here. At that moment, someone shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look, and a playful expression appeared on their faces. These two guys were really unlucky, weren't they? Under normal circumstances, Lu Mingchen wouldn't come here at all. Unexpectedly, these two ran into Lu Mingchen. Now there was something to watch. Zhao Yanmin saw Lu Mingchen and Joya following him, and immediately shouted excitedly, Honey, General Manager Lu. These two are running a 30,000 financial shell company and still want to settle in the Longting commercial building. You should hurry and call someone to throw them out. Lu Mingchen rushed into the office and immediately spotted He Chen. Just as he was about to greet He Chen, he heard Zhao Yanmin's words, and his face turned pale. Although he had never seen He Chen, he had seen He Chen's photo, which was still on his desk. Now Zhao Yanmin actually wanted to throw the new boss out? Damn, could you not drag us into this? He glared at Zhao Yanmin with resentment and quickly stepped in front of He Chen. Zhao Yanmin and the people around them saw Lu Mingchen's actions and immediately smirked, thinking Lu Mingchen was about to get angry at He Chen and them. However, the next moment, something that shocked everyone present happened. Lu Mingchen suddenly bowed deeply and respectfully said, "I'm sorry, bossy, I'm late, I apologize." After saying that, he immediately turned to Joya and coldly shouted, "Joya, how dare you try to throw the boss out? You have some nerve." What? Joya was astonished and widened his eyes upon hearing this. Not only him, but everyone around, including Zhao Yanmin and Wang Jianba, had their mouths agape. The sound of jaws dropping echoed throughout the scene. What the hell? What's going on? Is he really the owner of Longting Building? No way, it's actually true? Wang Jianba was even more dumbfounded. Damn, is this guy serious? Was he not just bragging earlier? This is insane. You must be mistaken, right? He's just an ordinary college student from the countryside. How could he possibly be the owner of Longting Building? Zhao Yanmin exclaimed, her eyes wide. Lu Mingchen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Are you questioning my intelligence? How could I possibly mistake our big boss?" At that moment, Joya was the first to react, rushing up to Zhao Yanmin and slapping her hard across the face. Slap! The force of the slap knocked Zhao Yanmin to the ground. "You shameless woman! You even want to throw the boss out! Have you got the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard?" Joya roared in anger. At that moment, Joya felt like crying. He had originally thought to make a good impression on the new boss during his first visit. Maybe he could get a rent waiver, and even if not, a discount would be nice. But he hadn't even seen what the new boss looked like, and this woman wanted to throw him out? This is beyond ridiculous. Zhao Yanmin lay on the ground, a bright red handprint appearing on her face. Covering her face, she said in disbelief, "You hit me? You actually hit me? I've followed you for so many years, and you've never been harsh with me, and now you actually hit me? You're just a bitch I've been playing with. How dare you provoke bossy? Who gave you the guts? I'll kill you, you blind fool." Joya shouted, kicking her down to the ground. He was twice Zhao Yanmin's age. When he was in college, Zhao Yanmin had just been born. If it weren't for her cheap looks, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. And now this woman dared to ruin his future? Joya was ready to kill her. Around them, no one dared to move as they watched Zhao Yanmin being beaten by Joya. Not a single person even thought of standing up. How could they? This was all Zhao Yanmin's own doing. Just moments ago, she had stopped He Chen and the others from entering, mocking them with her words and demeanor, and everyone present had seen it. Who would have thought that the other party was actually the owner of Longting Building? This was like kicking a steel plate. Who would be so foolish as to provoke the owner of Longting Commercial Building? In front of He Chen, they didn't even have the courage to utter a word, because with just one word from He Chen, they could be kicked out of Longting Building. Especially those two security guards. They shrank their heads and hunched their bodies, standing there like two eunuchs, not even daring to lift their heads. He Chen shook his head, glanced at the two security guards, and asked, "Does what I say matter now?" "It matters, it matters." The two security guards bent over like beansprouts, nodding vigorously. Thinking back to their earlier actions, they wished they could slap themselves twice. Damn, they had actually tried to throw the big boss out. If they didn't die, this would be the peak of their lives. What they couldn't understand wasn't the owner of Longting Building too young? He was even younger than them, just a college student. How could such a person be the elusive big boss of Longting Building? It was simply unbelievable. He Chen let out a sigh and said, "As security guards, your duty is to maintain normal order, not to be someone else's lackey. You must know your place. Also, don't let anyone disrupt the normal operation of the building." After saying that, he glanced at Joya and Zhao Yanmin. Then, he called out to Wang Jianba, "Let's go." After that, he walked directly outside. He had originally planned to handle the company quietly and without anyone noticing. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Since Lu Mingchen has already come down, it makes no sense for them to continue in this office. Everything can be left to Lu Mingchen to handle later. The two security guards immediately understood and walked up to Joya, saying in a deep voice, "Boss Zhou, if you want to hit your wife, take her home. Don't disrupt the normal operation of the building here." Joya quickly apologized. I'm sorry. "Where's Boss He?" "Boss He has already gone in," one of the security guards replied. Upon hearing this, Joya kicked Zhao Yanmin to the ground and hurriedly ran inside. Zhao Yanmin lay on the ground alone, crying out like a wronged woman. The two security guards exchanged glances and then walked towards Zhao Yanmin simultaneously. When Yichen left just now, he made it very clear that no one should disrupt the normal operation of the building. Zhao Yanmin crying here not only disrupted the normal operation but would also greatly affect the building's reputation. She definitely couldn't be allowed to cry here. They directly dragged Zhao Yanmin out. The people around, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel emotional. They had just heard Zhao Yanmin's words. This woman used to be the girlfriend of that fat guy, but ended up with Joya, who was decades older than her, kicking that fat guy aside. And now, it turned out that fat guy was actually a friend of the big boss of Longting Commercial Building. It was likely that Joya was regretting it deeply now. On the other side, He-Chen, Wang Jianba, and Lu Mingchen entered the elevator, and just as the elevator doors were about to close, a loud shout came from outside. "Bossy, wait for me." A hand suddenly reached in, blocking the elevator door. Then, a frantic Joya squeezed in, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Wang Jianba's face darkened when he saw Joya enter, and he said in a deep voice, "Joya, what are you doing here?" He had a very deep impression of Joya. It was this guy who took Zhao Yanmin away from him and mocked him harshly. If it weren't for Yichen holding him back then, he would have directly beaten Joya up. "Boss He, I'm sorry, I've already taught Zhao Yanmin a good lesson." "Boss He, you are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me," Joya said with a forced smile to Yichen. He had long remembered Wang Jianba. Yichen shook his head and said, "How you discipline your wife has nothing to do with us, and we don't want to get involved. There's nothing to argue with you about." After saying this, he turned to Lu Mingchen and asked, "How much is Joya's rent for the Longting building?" "Boss He, it's 900,000 for a quarter. Moreover, Joya's rent has been overdue for 2 quarters, Lu Mingchen replied. He-Chen responded, "With such low rent, how can we make a profit? Let's double it, 180,000 for a quarter." Joya's face turned pale upon hearing this. 180,000 for a quarter? He was already short on cash, which was why he had fallen behind on 2 quarters of rent. Now they wanted to double it. How was he supposed to survive? He-Chen said he wouldn't get involved, but directly raising his rent was even more despairing than getting involved. At that moment, He-Chen continued, "By the way, according to the building's lease contract, what are the penalties for overdue rent?" "Boss He, if rent is overdue, it increases by 10% each month based on the original rent. For 2 quarters of overdue time, a total of 270,000 in rent needs to be paid," Lu Mingchen replied. Joya was shocked upon hearing this and quickly said, "I applied to the previous boss. The rent can be paid later. No need to pay the penalty." He-Chen shook his head and said, "You said it yourself, the previous boss. Using the sword of the previous dynasty to strike the officials of the current dynasty, do you think that's possible? 270,000 in rent, plus this quarter's 180,000. I hope you can hand it over in 3 days. Otherwise, just move out of Longting building and find a new company address." At that moment, the elevator doors opened. He-Chan walked straight out. Joya's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the floor of the elevator, his eyes filled with despair. 4,500,000. He barely had any liquid funds on hand. How could he possibly come up with that much all at once? The next moment, he stood up and angrily shouted, "Zhao Yanmin, you fucking ruined me. I won't let this go." He-Chen and the others entered the 99th floor. Under Lu Mingchen's lead, the 3 went directly to He-Chen's chairman's office. The chairman's office was spacious, occupying a full third of the entire floor, complete with a lounge, office, conference room, and more. Especially the hall, which was over 200 square meters, could truly be described as bright and open. Wang Jianba went to the lounge, while He-Chen and Lu Mingchen headed to the office. As soon as they entered, Lu Mingchen hurried to make coffee for He-Chen. He-Chen glanced around. The walls of the office were adorned with many calligraphies and paintings. He-Chen had no knowledge of art, but all the pieces were signed, suggesting they were quite valuable. He then walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. He was on the top floor of Longting building, 300 meters high, located in the center of Linen. Standing here, he could see half of Linen City without any obstruction. It wasn't quite standing atop the peak, surveying the mountains below, but it wasn't far off. Just standing there, a sense of grandeur welled up in his heart. "Boss He, your coffee." Lu Mingchen's voice pulled He-Chen's attention back. He turned around, took the coffee from Lu Mingchen's hand, and smiled lightly. "Thanks, Manager Lu." Lu Mingchen, who had been looking nervous, nearly fell to the ground upon hearing He-Chen's words, quickly saying, "Serving Boss He is our duty. Joya's matter is my negligence. Please punish me, Boss He." He-Chen shook his head with a light smile. "Punish you for what? That matter is already in the past, and I haven't taken it to heart, so don't worry." Saying this, he sat down at the desk, took a sip of coffee, and nodded, not bad. Seeing that He-chen didn't seem angry, Lu Mingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought He-chen was upset about Joya's issue and would punish him, which had made him break out in a cold sweat. There was no way around it. Serving a powerful boss was like accompanying a tiger. Lu Mingchen had been in the general manager position for so long and understood the stakes. One misstep could lead to disaster. Faced with this new big boss, Lu Mingchen dared not be careless. By the way, bossy, here are the detailed company materials and financial statements. Please take a look, he said, bringing over a document from the desk. He-chen glanced at it, and the corner of his eye twitched. It was quite thick, at least 100 pages. He might be reading until dark. Holding the coffee, he didn't touch the documents on the desk and said directly, "Just tell me about it. I'll read it slowly when I have time later." "Okay." Lu Mingchen lowered his head, speaking cautiously. Longting Building has a total of 99 floors, standing 305 meters tall. The first floor is for shops. The outdoor shops and indoor leisure commercial street combined have a quarterly rent of 10 million. Floors 2 to 5 are shopping malls, and the 6th floor is a cinema, with a combined rent of 20 million. Floors 7 to 50 are high-end office areas, where various companies are concentrated, with a quarterly rent of 40 million. Floors 51 to 98 House Linen's only 6-star hotel, with a quarterly rent of 30 million. Adding management fees and other costs, the total quarterly income is about 110 million. While Lu Mingchen was explaining, He-chen kept his gaze fixed on the coffee cup, motionless. But at this moment, a storm was already raging in his heart. 110 million. And that was just for one quarter. Originally, he came here just thinking about collecting some rent to ease his tight finances. After all, his recent expenses had indeed been a bit much. As for the Fortune Hotel, it would take some time before it generated any income. It was already good that they weren't asking him to pay the employees' salaries right now. Before coming here, he thought the rent would be at most a few million. After all, these houses were just rentals. How much could they possibly be worth? He never expected that the rent for Longting Building would reach 110 million in just one quarter. No wonder it was the #1 commercial building in Linen, a gathering place for elite white-collar workers. It was only at this moment that He-chen understood the life of the wealthy. This was indeed the life of the rich, dull and tedious. No wonder everyone said that having assets over 100 million was merely a ticket to the wealthy club. Anything below 100 million was just ordinary people. He-chen used to not believe this, thinking those who said it were just bragging. Now he believed it. After Lu Mingchen finished his introduction, he noticed He-chen sitting there, staring at his coffee cup without moving, and immediately felt a strong sense of pressure, thinking that He-chen was dissatisfied with these matters. Deep down, he felt that this young man in front of him was shrouded in mystery. To take down Longting Building without a sound, how rich must he be? For someone like him, 100 million was hardly even an entry fee. Boss, are you dissatisfied with something? If not, should we raise the rent for them collectively by a factor of 2? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously. He-chen shook his head and said, "No need, just keep it as it is. As for what happened with Joya just now, you can pretend it didn't happen." He raised Joya's rent just to vent his anger for Wang Jianba, not because he genuinely wanted to increase the rent. Upon hearing He-chen's words, Lu Mingchen immediately replied, "Understood." He then secretly wiped away a cold sweat. He could see that this new boss, although young in appearance, was extremely ruthless in both cunning and methods. Just because Joya's wife offended him, he directly kicked Joya's entire property out, and made Joya leave obediently. Such methods were hardly inferior to those of old-timers in their 70s or 80s. This new boss must be served well. He couldn't afford to be negligent just because he was young, or he might find himself having to leave one day. Boss, for this quarter's rent, 30 million needs to be kept in the building for daily maintenance and personnel expenses. The remaining 80 million, would you like it transferred directly to your account, or should we put it in finance first? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously. Transfer it to my account. Yes. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. I'll call you if anything comes up. He-chen waved his hand. After Lu Mingchen took his leave, he hurried out of the office. Once outside, Lu Mingchen let out a long breath. Just now, in front of He-chen, he felt so suppressed that he could hardly breathe. If he stayed in there any longer, he felt he would suffocate. Just as he turned the corner, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him greatly. Upon closer inspection, it was Joya. "President Zhou? Why are you still here?" Lu Mingchen frowned. Joya grabbed his arm, looking pleading, and said, "Manager Lu, my Joya company has been operating in Longting Building for so many years. All my clients and connections are here. I really can't leave. Please, tell Bossy to give me a little more time. I can't gather that much money in just 3 days." Lu Mingchen took a deep breath and said, "It won't help you to plead with me. You should find a way to raise the money quickly. Otherwise, even if your Joya company leaves Longting Building, you still have to pay the rent owed." Don't blame us for applying for enforcement then. After saying that, Lu Mingchen strode out. Joya's legs went weak, and he almost sat down on the ground. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn bitch, I won't let this go." After saying that, he immediately rushed downstairs. In the chairman's office, after Lu Mingchen left, He-Chin came to the lounge and found Wang Jianba, who was seriously watching TV inside. When Wang Jianba saw He-Chin coming, he turned off the TV. Then, he stared at him with a face full of suspicion. He-Chin felt uncomfortable under Wang Jianba's gaze, touched his face, and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Wang Jianba took a deep breath and asked, "Can I smoke here?" He-Chin shrugged and said, "Feel free, just treat this place like your own home." With permission granted, Wang Jianba immediately lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Then, he slowly exhaled. Following that, he looked at He-Chen with a serious expression and said, "Old He, thank you for what you did just now, for helping me teach Joya a lesson." Earlier in the elevator, He-Chen had raised the rent on Joya, forcing him to leave Longting building, and Wang Jianba understood that He-Chen did this for him. Joya was a permanent pain in his heart. His current weight gain was directly related to Joya, and He-Chen forcing Joya to almost beg for mercy was a way of helping him release some pent-up frustration and resolve his inner conflict. He-Chen chuckled and said, "It's nothing, but you really should lose some weight." As he spoke, he pointed at Wang Jianba's belly, which was bigger than a watermelon. Wang Jianba touched his belly and let out a long sigh. Yes, he really should lose some weight. Just downstairs, when Jia Yanmin called him a fatso, he had already made up his mind to lose weight. Now that the inner conflict was resolved, it was time to live for his own future. Wang Jianba took a deep drag of his cigarette and replied, "I'll go get a gym membership later." "But old He, when did Longting Commercial Building become yours? How many properties do you have that I don't know about? The previous 5-star hotel was one thing, and now there's an even more impressive Longting Commercial Building?" He-Chin shrugged and said, "None. Really none. Not a single drop left." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's mouth twitched. "I really can't believe what you're saying." He-Chun chuckled, calm down, calm down." "I can't calm down," Wang Jianba exclaimed excitedly. "This is Longting Building, the gathering place for high-end elite white-collar workers in linen. I've dreamed of working here, and now the whole Longting is yours. How can I stay calm?" It's no wonder he was excited. The existence of Longting Commercial Building was completely beyond his imagination. The commercial center of linen, the sacred place all students of Linen University yearned for. And now He-Chen was telling him that Longting Commercial Building actually belonged to him? Wasn't that terrifying? He-Chen also lit a cigarette, grinning as he asked, "So what are you planning to do? Are you going to kneel and call me daddy?" Wang Jianba rolled his eyes. "Call you what?" Before he could finish, He-Chen's phone suddenly rang with a voice notification. "Your bank card ending in 0718 has received a deposit of 80 million. Wang Jianba? What the hell? 80 million? His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down to call him daddy. He-Chen picked up his phone to take a look and said to Wang Jianba, "The rent for this quarter from Longting Building has arrived." "Rent? For a quarter? 80 million? That means it's 320 million a year?" Wang Jianba's eyelids twitched. He-Chen shook his head. "No, a quarter is 110 million, and 30 million is for building maintenance and employee expenses." "Hiss, so that's 440 million a year?" Wang Jianba's eyes widened. He-Chen nodded. "Pretty much, 440 million, rounded down, is about zero." "Wang Jianba, what kind of rounding is that? That's way too much rounding. You just wiped out 440 million. Aren't you afraid your math teacher will crawl out of the grave to beat you?" At this moment, Wang Jianba felt like he was going crazy. He-Chen patted Wang Jianba on the shoulder and said, "Brother Wang, don't be discouraged. You're going to become the richest person in linen. Believe in yourself." Wang Jianba let out a sigh and said, "But right now, I feel like being the richest person in linen isn't appealing anymore. What I've dreamed of is something you can easily obtain, and that's really disheartening." He-Chen chuckled. "So you need to speed up the process and get Ren Korinyao up and running as quickly as possible." Wang Jianba looked up and exhaled a puff of smoke. He-Chen gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Wang, your path is long and arduous, you need to seize the time." Wang Jianba nodded. "Right. Once the company's matters are settled, the next step is to connect with the futures companies. I've contacted 3 or 4 futures companies. You set a time for the meeting, and I'll arrange it with them. Forget about setting a time, just bring them here. Schedule them to come here directly, it's a ready-made place." He-Chen said, "Okay." After Wang Jianba finished speaking, he immediately walked aside to make a phone call. Meanwhile, He-Chen wandered around the chairman's office, especially in the spacious hall. There was even a row of wine racks inside, filled with many bottles of red wine, most of which had names he had never heard of. He-Chen casually picked one up and scanned it with his phone, only to find it cost over 100,000, which scared him into quickly putting it back, fearing he would have to pay for it if he broke it. But upon further thought, wait a minute, no way, these are all his. Pay for what? Just became a wealthy man, and his temperament and mindset haven't caught up yet. This can't go on. He opened a bottle and took a swig. Wow, the taste was really good, so many times better than those free red wines from the supermarket. Hee-chin held the red wine and went to the sofa in the hall. He comfortably lay down, savoring the wine. Previously, he had only seen such luxurious chairmen's offices on television, but now, it had become his very own office. One word, awesome. Just as he was saying this, Lu Mingchen came over. Boss the matters regarding Rinko Rinyao have been arranged, Lu Mingchen said respectfully. Hee-chen nodded. Thank you, Manager Lu. Not at all. It's my honor to serve Mr. He. Lu Mingchen quickly waved his hand. Alright, by the way, I need to use the conference room later. No problem, Lu Mingchen replied. At that moment, Wang Jianbo returned and said, it's all set, they'll come over together at 3 this afternoon. Hee-chen nodded. Good. These people are quite efficient. Old Wang Jianbo said somewhat awkwardly, do you think we can find someone with an economics background? I'm actually self-taught in this area. I can only say I have a basic understanding. If we talk to them this afternoon, I estimate I won't be able to compare with these professionals. Hee-chen patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said, it's okay. I believe you can do it. Believe what? I don't even believe in myself. Can an amateur compare with a professional? Wang Jianbo said angrily. Hee-chen stroked his chin. Wang Jianbo was right. Although he understood these things, he could only say he was an amateur, just slightly knowledgeable. He knew what to do, but compared to professionals, he was far behind. After all, whether it was professional knowledge or experience, he couldn't compare with others. How about this? Hee-chen looked at Lu Mingchen and said, Manager Lu, does Longting Commercial Building have any professionals in this area? No, Lu Mingchen shook his head. Longting Commercial Building doesn't need these things because there aren't any complicated matters. The management department directly follows the process and signs contracts with the companies that settle in. Hee-chan. This was awkward. Now he realized what it meant to have a shortage of talent. Was he really going to push them into a corner? The number of companies in my hands is increasing, and the tasks that need to be handled are also multiplying. I urgently need a professional talent in this area. However, such people are rare and hard to find. Ordinary individuals, Hee-chen doesn't even look at least not someone like himself, who is half-hearted and indecisive. He would never consider such an employee. Yes, he is disdainful of himself. Otherwise, why not just do it himself? What do they need a professional for? Since it's a profession, they must be better than him. But now it's too late, he can only rush things. Then, Hee-chen's gaze fell on Lu Mingchen. Upon seeing Hee-chen's expression, Lu Mingchen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. What do you mean by that look? Lu Mingchen asked, his voice trembling. Hee-chen chuckled and said with a flourish, what do you think? In the afternoon, 3 people from the Futures Company arrived punctually at Longting Commercial Building. Hee-chen, along with Wang Jianbo and Lu Mingchen, went to the conference room. Once inside, Wang Jianbo introduced, hello, this is our boss from Riri Bird Company, Hee-chen. After that, he pointed to the 3 and introduced them to Hee-chen in turn, Mr. These 3 are the ones I mentioned from the Futures Company. This is Xiong Dahai from Jinkai Futures, this is Xie Kunlin from Yishuan Futures, and this is Huang Xinqiu from Qicheng Futures. Hello? Hee-chen smiled and extended his hand. However, the 3 did not show any intention of shaking hands and instead sat down directly. Hee-chen, is this a show of power? Wang Jianbo hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Let me first mention what we discussed before. No need. Xiong Dahai, sitting at the front, interrupted Wang Jianbo, saying, after our discussion, we feel that the cooperation content we talked about before is a bit inappropriate. What do you mean? Wang Jianbo frowned. It's very simple. Xie Kunlin stepped forward and said, the current financial market is tightening, and gold futures are also difficult to operate. So, if you want to give us a suitable offer, you need to give us 20 basis points, otherwise, we 3 parties cannot cooperate with you. Upon hearing this, Hee-chen's eyes narrowed. Is this a sudden change of heart? Seeing that they are just a small company at the beginning, do they want to swallow them whole? Wang Jianbo was stunned and said anxiously, but we didn't agree on this before? Huang Xinqiu chuckled and said, you said it was before, but the gold market changes rapidly, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Based on the current gold market, it is estimated that for a long time, the gold market will be difficult to operate, and we also need to bear significant risks. Yes. Xie Kunlin stood up and said, so, 20 basis points cannot be less. If you are unwilling, we will leave now. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianbo's face turned extremely gloomy, and he coldly shouted, 20 basis points? Why don't you go rob a bank? Are you kidding? It was originally a 50-50 split contract. If they take out 20 basis points, how will they make any money? Seung Dahai shook his head and said, Mr. Wang, we are not robbing, we are negotiating business normally. If you don't agree, then we won't cooperate. Where does the robbery come into play? Hee-chun narrowed his eyes. Initially, he thought that this negotiation might lead to losses on his side. But now it seems, it's not just a simple loss. These people are truly asking for a lion's share. 20 basis points, they really dare to ask for that. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Hee-chun took it out and was surprised to find another news push from the Tomorrow headline system. The screen displayed the title of the news push, Gold Stocks Rise Against the Trend, Breaking Historical Highs, Making Banks Nervous. Push time, July 15th. Hee-chun saw the rise in gold stocks and immediately felt a surge of joy, quickly clicking to open the news details. The next moment, a complete news article appeared on the screen. Gold, long regarded as a safe haven asset, is once again shining brilliantly, with gold futures prices rising against the market trend. In a week of considerable turmoil in the stock market, aside from Haiyang New Energy's stocks soaring ahead, the price of gold has also been climbing at an astonishing speed. As of the close on July 15th, gold futures rose 3% that day, setting a new historical high since the listing of gold futures. It is worth mentioning that since July 8th, the momentum for gold has been fierce, and recently it has intensified, breaking the historical high 3 times in a row. This situation has directly led to a nationwide gold buying frenzy, with Huaxia Bank urgently issuing a high-speed gold trading announcement, while also reducing the personal client limit for deferred delivery contracts to stabilize the frenzied gold market. According to industry experts, the current situation is due to the uncertain environment in surrounding countries and the global economic recession. The value of gold, as a safe haven asset, will continue to grow significantly for a long time, with increasing potential for appreciation, making it suitable for long-term holding. Upon reading this news, Hee-chun's eyes narrowed. Gold is surging? July 8th? Today is the 6th, which means that in 2 days, gold will start to rise sharply? Have you thought it through? At that moment, Seung Dahai asked, if you haven't decided, we can go back first, and you can continue to think. If you have made up your mind, we can sign the contract. Wang Jianbao's expression darkened as he looked at Hee-chun. He understood the basic rules of gold operations and had studied finance deeply, but when it came to handling troublesome issues and the resilience of character, he couldn't compare to Hee-chun. Hee-chun had grown up in a poor rural area, honing an incredibly strong inner self. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back, even if it meant hitting his head against a wall. But Wang Jianbao was different. He had grown up eating pork and drinking greasy soup. Although he had high aspirations, whenever he encountered a bit of trouble, he would think of retreating back home to raise pigs. Hee-chun stood up, looked at Seung Dahai and the others, and chuckled lightly. You've laid out your conditions, so we should lay out our demands as well, right? Seeing Hee-chun's reaction, Seung Dahai raised an eyebrow, unsure why Hee-chun was so calm. They had done plenty of business in gold futures, always holding the other party tightly. No matter how angry the other side got, they ultimately submitted. In contrast, Hee-chun showed no anger at all, which left him completely puzzled. He took a deep breath and extended his hand, saying, all right, go ahead. Wang Jianbao looked at Hee-chun in confusion. Demands? Their conditions were already so harsh. What more could he ask for? Lu Mingchen also turned to look at Hee-chun, curious about what his new boss was capable of. At that moment, Hee-chun leaned on the table, staring directly at the 3 across from him, and said, my demands are simple. For this cooperation, we require equal rights, and each of your 3 parties needs to give us an additional 10 points in rebates. Upon hearing Hee-chun's words, all 3 of Seung Dahai frowned. Wang Jianbao was also taken aback. What the hell? Equal rights? And an additional 10 points in rebates? Has Hee-chun lost his mind? They were asking for 30 points in rebates. You're not giving them any, and now you want to ask for 10 more? Lu Mingchen was even more stunned. His new boss was way too bold. This was a suicidal hardball. Boss He, are you joking? Seung Dahai asked with a furrowed brow. Hee-chun shrugged. Do you think it sounds like a joke? Our conditions are laid out here, so think it over carefully. If you haven't made up your mind, please go back and think it through. Seung Dahai let out a heavy cold snort and said, in that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Farewell. With that, he stood up and walked out. The other 2 followed him without a word. Hee-chun smiled and waved at them, saying, you can come back anytime once you've made up your mind. As his words fell, the 3 had already disappeared at the door of the conference room. After they left, Wang Jianbao immediately turned to Hee-chun and said, Old He, what were you doing just now? Even if we were to negotiate, you can't do it like that. Hee-chun shrugged and replied, they clearly have no intention of negotiating with us properly, they just want to swallow us whole. No matter how much we concede, this deal can't be made unless we agree to all their terms. But it can't be like this. You're being too impulsive, Wang Jianba said anxiously. He Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying to Lu Mingchen, "Old Lu, you can go out first." "Yes, mister." Lu Mingchen replied and hurriedly left. After Lu Mingchen left, Wang Jianba suddenly sighed. Then, he lit a cigarette, looked at Yi Chen, and said apologetically, "Old He, I was too naive, not realizing the complexities of the business world. Looking at the situation now, our company, Rinyao Financial, hasn't even gotten off the ground, and it's already in trouble." Yi Chen. He sat down in front of Wang Jianba, lit a cigarette as well, and advised, "Brother Wang, this isn't the you I know. You've just encountered a little setback and you're already defeated? Didn't you want to become the richest in linen? Is this the extent of your fighting spirit? But it's too difficult. I can't even get my foot in the door," Wang Jianba said weakly. Before starting, he had contacted these 3 companies, and they had all spoken positively. There, he had sworn to become the richest in linen, filled with energy and ambition. But ideals are full, while reality is thin. The saying "business is like war" only now struck him deeply. Yi Chen lightly patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Everything is difficult at the beginning. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who spend their whole lives stuck in the thinking stage, unable to take the first step. But I believe you, Brother Wang, are definitely not that kind of person. Then tell me what to do." "I really don't know what to do," Wang Jianba asked. "Wait for the right opportunity." Yi Chen chuckled. In the coming days, gold prices would soar, and the gold market would tighten quickly, bringing people to seek them out. Even if it was just a 10% increase, those people would come back to them. However, he couldn't explain this to Wang Jianba yet, so he couldn't tell him in advance. "Wait for the right opportunity? Are you planning to borrow arrows with a straw boat?" Wang Jianba asked suspiciously. Yi Chen smiled lightly, "Something like that." The surge in gold prices a few days later would be his opportunity, and the Rinyao company would be his straw boat. As for the arrows, they were, of course, those 3 gold futures companies. He patted Wang Jianba's shoulder and said, "You don't need to worry about these matters for now. Right now, the Rinyao company is just a shell. Hurry up and get the company running, and bring in a few more people. That way, it will look like a normal company should." "Okay." Wang Jianba nodded. "It's just the university recruitment season. I'll go directly to the university to recruit." "Do as you wish, as long as you can get people," Yi Chen said. After saying that, as if he thought of something, he turned to Wang Jianba and said, "By the way, don't you like stock trading? Buy some gold stocks recently. I have a feeling they're going to rise sharply." "Really? Have you traded stocks before? How do you know gold stocks are going up?" Wang Jianba asked suspiciously. Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm going to trade stocks. By the way, how many stock market accounts can each person open at most?" 20. Each account can trade a maximum of 3 million a day, Wang Jianba replied. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Got it. Let's go to the securities company to open an account." "Ha, are you really going to trade?" Wang Jianba's eyes widened. "Of course," Yi Chen said directly. Then, the two ran to the securities company together. On the way, Wang Jianba continued to persuade Yi Chen, "Old He, if you want to learn about stock trading, I can teach you. There are a few stocks I'm particularly optimistic about. They will definitely rise. As long as you follow my lead, you might not make a fortune, but making a little money is absolutely no problem." Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Making small money is boring. If we're going to make money, let's make it big." Wang Jianba grinned. "Old He, do you know how deep the stock market is? Even though you have a lot of money now, if you throw that money into the stock market, you won't even hear a sound. Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it," Yi Chen replied. Wang Jianba. He realized that this guy was really stubborn. No matter what he said, he wouldn't listen. Soon, they arrived at the securities company, and Yi Chen opened a total of 20 stock accounts in one go. Wang Jianba stood by, looking speechless. "You can trade, but why open so many accounts? What's the point?" Yi Chen smiled and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to get in on this? If you don't, once I make my move, you probably won't be able to buy in." Wang Jianba shook his head. "I don't believe it." Yi Chen sighed, placed his phone in front of Wang Jianba, and then opened the gold stock, placing an order at a price 1 cent higher than the current trading price. Then, he entered 3 million, and with each zero he typed, Wang Jianba's eyelids twitched. When he saw that Yi Chen was entering 3 million, Wang Jianba exclaimed, "What the hell, you actually?" Before he could finish, ding, Yi Chen placed the order. Wang Jianba? What the hell? He really bought it? And he bought 3 million in one go? But then, something unbelievable happened. Yi Chen, right in front of him, logged into another account and placed another order for 3 million. Then he switched to another account and placed another 3 million. Then he continued to switch accounts, placing 3 million each time. In no time, He-Chen had placed a total of 60 million in orders, filling all 20 securities accounts, and the trading alerts in the background were flashing wildly. What the hell? Wang Jianba exclaimed at this scene. 60 million in one go? Is this even human? Even though he often traded stocks, all the money he had invested so far didn't even add up to 500,000. And now He-Chen just came in and placed 60 million. Is this how rich people play? This is way too extravagant. After so many years of trading stocks, he realized that compared to He-Chen, his own trading was like child's play. The securities exchange usually had a lot of people. After He-Chen placed the 60 million by order, the exchange immediately became lively. What the hell? Where did this big shot come from, dropping 60 million on gold stocks all at once? This is too fierce, it's simply inhumane. Could it be that gold stocks are about to soar? With a big shot entering the market, it's very likely to rise sharply. Hurry up and buy in. Then, a crowd of people immediately started buying. Wang Jianbo looked at these frenzied investors and frowned. Damn, is this even possible? Old He, are you so sure that gold stocks will rise? Wang Jianbo asked, suspicious. He-Chen placed his phone in front of Wang Jianbo and said, can't you see? It's already starting to rise. Wang Jianbo, you just dropped 60 million in there. Of course, it would rise. 60 million. Although the stock of golden shares has a relatively large market, investing 60 million at once is still a huge transaction, especially since it was offered at a premium. The price is bound to rise a bit, not to mention the crowd of investors who rushed to buy after He-Chen dropped 60 million. Didn't you see how many people were following the investment in the stock exchange? And this is just the tip of the iceberg in the whole of Huaxia. Besides this stock exchange, there are countless other securities firms and countless investors, making the number of followers truly terrifying. Possibly even more than the 60 million He-Chen invested. What is brutality? This is brutality. At this rate, even if He-Chen sells all these stocks tomorrow, he could easily make a few million. Isn't it said that the richer a person is, the easier it is to make money? That's the reason. I'll put in a little too. Wang Jianbo tentatively decided to invest a bit, but after hanging for a long time, he couldn't buy anything. He-Chen chuckled. I told you earlier, once I make my move, you might not be able to buy anymore. Do you believe it now? Wang Jianbo, forget it. I'll just buy at a higher price. With this trend, what if it skyrockets? By the time they left the stock exchange, it was almost dark. The two continued to grab a bite outside, and He-Chen sent Wang Jianbo back to school. Old Wang, I'm counting on you for the company's matters and the hiring. I won't be involved. He-Chen reminded him as they parted. Got it. Wang Jianbo grinned. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get it done. I've only seen other companies hire. I've never hired anyone myself as a boss, so this will be a good experience. He-Chen shrugged and smiled. A night without conversation. The next day, morning, before the market opened, He-Chen put up another 20 million in golden shares. He thought about putting in another 60 million, but the key was that he didn't have that much money. Yesterday it was 60 million, and today adding another 20 million had already used up the rent for Longting Commercial Building for this quarter. This meant that for the next 4 months, he wouldn't be able to take a single cent from Longting Commercial Building, and if any urgent matters arose, he would have to invest more into it. The same went for the Forhayatai Hotel, which was also a big hole. So even though he still had some spare cash, he didn't dare to throw it all in. Just after finishing these thoughts, he suddenly received a call from Ding Chuanxiang. Hello, Xiaoming. Didn't you say you were going to teach our little Wei piano? Did you forget? Ding Chuanxiang laughed on the phone. He-Chen quickly got out of bed and replied, No, I didn't forget. I contacted Fu Wei a couple of days ago. She was in class, so I couldn't make it. Is Fu Wei free today? How could he forget such a good thing? He had contacted Tian Fu Wei several times before, but each time she was either in class or studying in the library. Truly a top student. Just when he thought this matter was going to fall through, Ding Chuanxiang actually invited him over? Yes. She keeps dragging me to go shopping. I feel like practicing piano is more interesting than shopping. What do you think? Ding Chuanxiang asked. I think so too. He-Chen immediately replied. Then it's settled, just come over, Villa 96, Jai Community, Ding Chuanxiang said. Okay, I'll be there soon, He-Chen replied. Then, he rushed into the bathroom, washing his face, brushing his teeth, showering, and washing his hair all at once, finishing in 5 minutes, transforming from a scruffy appearance into a fragrant young man. 5 minutes later, the blue and white supercar Bugatti roared out of Ipin Pavilion like a bull in heat. On the other side, Villa 96, Jai Community. After hanging up, Ding Chuanxiang chuckled and said to Tian Fu Wei, Xiaoming calling you Fu Wei is really too affectionate. Tian Fu Wei's pretty face flushed slightly, and she stomped her foot in annoyance. Auntie, I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, she immediately ran back to her bedroom. Make sure to dress up nicely, and maybe put on some makeup. What man doesn't love beautiful women? Ding Chuanshan laughed loudly. Bang! Tian Fu Wei hurried into her room and closed the door. Ding Chuanshan chuckled and shook her head, then walked to the piano, opened the lid, and began to play gently. A little over 10 minutes later, He-Chen arrived in front of Villa 96 in Jai Community, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. However, his heart was still pounding, and he felt incredibly tense. This tension stemmed from it being his first visit to Tian Fu Wei's home. Although he had met Ding Chuanshan before, this was his first time at their house, giving him the feeling of a shy bride meeting her in-laws. Of course, the greater source of tension came from the anticipation of seeing Tian Fu Wei. This feeling of nervousness had surged the first time He-Chen stepped into Linen University and saw Tian Fu Wei, and over the years, it had not diminished but rather intensified. Yet, he did not feel this way around others, including Qin Lia. Even after seeing her photos, meeting her in person did not evoke this awkward tension. Was it cowardice? Or true love? He-Chen didn't know. He only knew that this nervous feeling made him feel utterly captivated, as if every cell in his body was boiling. Taking a deep breath, he was about to ring the doorbell when the door suddenly opened. Immediately, Ding Chuanshan walked out of the villa and said, "Oh, you could have just come without bringing anything. That's too formal." He-Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It's my first visit. How can I come empty-handed? The gift may be small, but it's a token of my appreciation. I hope Aunt Ding won't mind. No matter whose house you visit, you can't go empty-handed, especially for the first time. That's the least you can do." "Mind what? Come in, Xiao Wei. He-Chen is here," Ding Chuanshan called out. "Coming," a voice responded from inside. Then, Tian Fu Wei walked out. At that moment, Tian Fu Wei had her hair tied up in a bow, wearing a white dress, with light makeup on her face, looking incredibly sweet, completely captivating He-Chen. Ding Chuanshan shook her head helplessly and nudged He-Chen, saying, "What are you staring at?" He-Chen snapped back to reality, his face turning bright red as he scratched his head and stammered, "You." Ding Chuanshan smiled and said, "Alright, I won't interrupt you too. I'm going out to buy some groceries. We're having lunch at my place today." With that, she turned and walked out. After Ding Chuanshan left, Tian Fu Wei walked up to He-Chen, her face flushed, and playfully rolled her eyes at him, saying, "You look silly." He-Chen? Tian Fu Wei. The room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Although they had known each other for a long time, they had never been alone together like this. During their time at the Rose restaurant, there had been so many people around. Not to mention that Ding Chuanshan had shown up later, so it didn't count. But now, this was their first real moment alone together. Tian Fu Wei stood before him, wearing a fitted white dress, her delicate arms exposed. In terms of figure, Tian Fu Wei might not compare to Qin Lia, but the sweet and pure aura she exuded was something Qin Lia could not match. They stood there for a while, and He-Chen, wanting to break the awkwardness, finally blurted out after much thought, "By the way, do you like sunflower seeds?" Saying this, he pulled out a handful of seeds from his pocket, the same ones he had bought on the way to Longting Building last time. Tian Fu Wei twitched her mouth and shook her head, saying, "I don't like sunflower seeds, they're too boring. You should just teach me piano directly." "Okay." He-Chen nodded immediately. Then, the two of them went to the piano together. He-Chen leaned close to Tian Fu Wei, her long black hair even draping over him, the enchanting fragrance unique to her continuously wafting into his nose, making him feel refreshed. He took a deep breath, then lightly coughed and said, "You play it first, and I'll see where you have problems. Then we'll address those issues one by one." "Okay," Tian Fu Wei replied and began to play. After finishing a piece, He-Chen shook his head and said, "It sounds good, but the strength is off. Come, let me teach you." Saying this, he playfully took her small hand resting on the piano keys. Immediately, he felt her hand tremble slightly, and he thought she might pull away, but she only trembled once and then remained still. Holding her small hand, He-Chen felt an endless smoothness, causing his heart to flutter. Seeing that Tian Fu Wei didn't react, He-Chen grew bolder. He held her hand and gently pressed down on the piano keys, saying, "This is the right strength. Come, feel it carefully." Just then, a sudden air raid siren blared outside. What's that noise outside? He-Chen raised an eyebrow and looked out the window. Tian Fu Wei glanced back at him and replied, "Today is July 7th, you didn't know? July 7th? He-Chen was taken aback. He hadn't checked the time when he left today and had never been one to keep track of time, at most just knowing what day of the week it was. No wonder the air raid siren went off, it was already July 7th. This day was indeed one worth remembering for everyone. At that moment, Tian Fu-wei stood up, walked to the window, and saluted the sky. He-chen took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he walked to the windowsill, standing beside her and raising the same gesture. The air raid siren blared for a full 20 minutes. He-chen and Tian Fu-wei stood at the windowsill, maintaining the same posture for the entire duration. Not just them, but others outside also stood in the same position on the street. It wasn't until the siren ended that everyone returned to their own business. He-chen and Tian Fu-wei also returned to the piano. However, after the solemn moment they had just experienced, He-chen was no longer distracted. Instead, he began to teach Tian Fu-wei how to play the piano with utmost seriousness. At noon, Ding Chunxiang returned. Seeing He-chen and Tian Fu-wei sitting at the piano, she chuckled softly but didn't disturb them, going straight to cook instead. During lunch, Ding Chunxiang smiled at Tian Fu-wei and asked, "How's the learning going?" Tian Fu-wei nodded and said, "It's okay, I feel like I've made some progress, but I still need to practice." "As long as there's progress," Ding Chunxiang said with a smile, then turned to He-chen, "Come, try the chicken legs I made." "Thank you, Aunt Ding," He-chen replied politely. After tasting a bite, he nodded and said, "It tastes pretty good." "Of course." Ding Chunxiang chuckled, "I'm not bragging. Your Aunt Ding is definitely a professional in both cooking and stock trading." At this moment, Tian Fu-wei couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, saying, "I admit your cooking is delicious, but you've lost 1 or 2 million in stock trading. How can you call yourself a professional?" "Don't mislead He-chen and drag him into a pit." "Ha!" Ding Chunxiang glared, "What's this? I cook and do laundry for you every day, and just because I went out to buy groceries, you start defending He-chen? What's your point?" "He-chen, hee, what are you saying, Auntie? I'm just speaking the truth. How much have you lost in stock trading?" Tian Fu-wei said. Ding Chunxiang, with her head held high, replied, "Even though I've lost a lot, that's all tuition, understand? One day, I will make a lot of money. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of stock trading knowledge, you won't find anyone in linen better than me." After saying this, he looked at He-chen and said, "Xiaoming, from now on, you can trade stocks with your Aunt Ding, and I guarantee you'll make big money." He-chen. He cleared his throat and said, "Aunt Ding, I'm fully invested." "Ha?" Ding Chuanxiang said in surprise, "What did you buy? How much did you invest?" He-chen didn't hide anything and replied directly, "I bought gold stocks, not much, about 80 million. Ding Chuanxiang? Tian Fu-wei? The two women were left with a face full of question marks, completely shocked by He-chen's boldness. He-chen cleared his throat and said, "Aunt Ding, I think gold stocks will soar. You should buy some too. You should be able to make money." "No way." Ding Chuanxiang shook her head directly. "Buying gold stocks won't lead to losses, but making money is basically impossible. Just look at how long gold stocks have been stagnant. They're practically like turtles. You're really foolish. If you throw 80 million in, even if you make money, you won't have enough to cover the commission." "It's fine. I believe they will soar," He-chen urged again. Ding Chuanxiang shook her head and said, "No, based on my intuition, gold stocks will definitely crash, so you better think about how to get out of this." He-chen shrugged, non-committal. "A crash? If gold stocks crash, I'll eat this dining table." I wonder what expression Ding Chuanxiang will have when gold stocks explode in a couple of days. But by then, trying to get into gold stocks will basically be impossible, because at that time, they will be hard to come by. After dinner, He-chen taught Tian Fu-wei piano for the entire afternoon. It wasn't until it was almost dark that he left the Jai community. On the way, He-chen lifted his hand, which had held Tian Fu-wei's small hand, and sniffed it. TSK. So fragrant. Now he understands what it means to give someone a rose and have the fragrance linger on his hand. This scent must be a gift from heaven due to his warm-heartedness. It seems he should help others more often. Then, He-chen called Wang Jianba to ask how the recruitment was going. "Don't mention it. I couldn't go. Today is July 7th, and the school won't let us in to recruit," Wang Jianba replied. He-chen chuckled lightly. "It's fine, it's not too late to recruit tomorrow. Want to go out for barbecue again?" Having spent the whole day at Tian Fu-wei's house, he was in a great mood and just wanted to find someone to chat with, otherwise, he wouldn't feel right. There's a saying, isn't there? Wealthy people don't return home, like wearing fine clothes at night. He hadn't considered returning home. After all, times have changed, and very few wealthy people who return home end up well. There are even many who were stabbed to death by local thugs for not sharing a cigarette. The idiom extremely vicious, think about it carefully? However, it was definitely necessary to go find Wang Jianba to show off a bit. "Oh, so kind-hearted? Nonsense. When have I not been kind-hearted? Are you coming or not?" "I'm coming. Come pick me up. I'm driving a Bugatti. How can I pick you up?" "You come over yourself." Damn, I want to lose weight. From his voice, it was clear that Wang Jianbo was filled with resentment. After all, this guy had always wanted to take a ride in a Bugatti, but no matter what, he couldn't squeeze in and had to give up time and again. Soon, the two met at another barbecue place near Linen University. As soon as they sat down, Wang Jianbo chuckled and said, "Old he, usually I'm the one dragging you to treat me to a meal. Why are you so proactive today?" He Chen grinned and said, "I'm in a good mood, buddy. Guess where I spent my day today?" Wang Jianbo raised an eyebrow, looking astonished. "In the emergency room? Get lost." He Chen kicked Wang Jianbo and said, "I spent the day at our Linen University's first campus flower, Tianfui's house." "What?" Wang Jianbo widened his eyes and said, "Tianfui's house? Are you still half asleep, or has a dog eaten your brain?" He Chen chuckled, blinking his eyes, and said, "I know this is hard for you to believe, but it's the truth. I was indeed at Tianfui's house today, spending the day with her." "Where's the evidence?" Wang Jianbo sneered. He Chen took out his phone, found one of the photos, and handed it to Wang Jianbo, saying, "Open your eyes wide. Look for yourself." Wang Jianbo took the phone and glanced at it. The next moment, his eyes went wide. In the picture on the phone, He Chen and Tianfui were sitting side by side in front of a huge black piano. The key detail was that He Chen was wearing the same outfit he had on now, while Tianfui in the photo was dressed in a beautiful white dress, her hair tied with a bow, looking even more stunning than in her usual school attire. Behind them, a beautiful villa could be seen. The photo was taken by He Chen, and Tianfui was even posing with a yay gesture. The whole image showed no signs of being photoshopped. At that moment, ding dong, a message came in. It was a voice message from Tianfui. After Wang Jianbo opened it, Tianfui's sweet voice came through. "You're home now, right?" Wang Jianbo blinked and said to He Chen, This is unbelievable. You were really with Tianfui today? You two played the piano together?" He Chen took the phone back, grinning, and said, "How could it be fake?" After that, he replied to Tianfui, "Not home yet, I'm out having barbecue with Lao Wang." Whoosh! He sent it. Wang Jianbo. He took a deep breath and said, "Old he, our Huawei team can crush the balls of international students for Tianfui. I think it's time to call the Huawei team." He Chen shrugged and said, "Sure, if you have the guts, call them. I'll take down one after another. Starting with you." Wang Jianbo grinned and said, "On a serious note, weren't you and Tianfui strangers before? This development is too fast, right? Is our school beauty really that materialistic? What are you talking about?" He Chen rolled his eyes and said, "It's not like she's directly pursuing me. Look at what you're saying. A few days ago, Tianfui liked my post on WeChat, Wang Jianbo nodded. "I know." He Chen chuckled. "That night, I went to the Rose restaurant with Tianfui for dinner, and we played the piano and sang there. Someone posted it on Douyin, just like I told you last time, but you didn't believe it was me." "No way. That was really you?" Wang Jianbo's eyes widened. He Chen shrugged. "What else could it be?" Tianfui said my piano skills were great, so she asked me to teach her. We sat together, hand in hand, slowly, gently. "Do you believe I'll kill you?" Wang Jianbo interrupted He Chen. He Chen laughed and said, "So, do you believe me now? Am I impressive or what? Call me daddy." Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, "You're getting too ahead of yourself. There's something I need to say that might hit you hard. I really think you might be overthinking this." Saying that, he shook his head. "What do you mean?" He Chen frowned and asked. Wang Jianbo rested his arms on the table and said, "She just asked you to teach her piano, and you think she has feelings for you?" He Chen frowned. "Isn't that the case? If not, why would she ask me to teach her? And she even held her little hand." Wang Jianbo sighed and said, "Let me ask you a question. Think carefully. What do you think she sees in you?" He Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm cultured and handsome." Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, "Oh please, you think you're handsome? You don't even come close to my level of handsomeness. Can you have some self-respect? I don't even care to talk about you anymore." He Chen, "It's because I play the piano beautifully and sing well." He Chen replied, "Ha ha, do you really think that the campus beauty, Tian Daxiawa, is such a shallow girl, that she would fall for you just because of that? What are you thinking?" Wang Jianbo bluntly shot him down. After hearing Wang Jianbo's words, He Chen suddenly felt a bit anxious. Young men and women in the throes of love often become insecure over the smallest issues. Now, because of Wang Jianbo's comments, He Chen felt uncertain. A few cold dishes were served, along with some beer. Wang Jianbo opened a can of ginseng beer, poured a glass for both of them, and earnestly said to He Chen, "Brother, you have little experience in love and don't understand women. I've been dating since the 3rd grade, and I can't even count the number of girlfriends I've had on both hands. I know women better than you do and what they think and plan. Then why are you still single?" He Chen asked. Wang Jianba blinked and stood there dumbfounded. After a good 4 or 5 seconds, he cursed and downed his beer, saying, "You don't know anything. I'm just disillusioned with love, practicing self-restraint," and He Chen suddenly pointed to the street and said, "Look, a beautiful girl." Wang Jianba turned his head sharply, only to see a flock of crows flying across the sky. "Where's the beauty?" Wang Jianba asked. He Chen. Wang Jianba. At this moment, he realized he had been played, rolled his eyes, and sat down. He then picked up the bottle and drank it all in one go, continuing, "As a person, especially as a man, you must have self-awareness, you know? Feeling good about yourself will only lead to disaster. Tian Fuwei is having dinner with you simply because she thinks you're a nice person, and asking you to teach her piano is just a slight interest." After saying that, he poured himself another glass of beer, saying as he poured, "But most relationships stop at this stage, because this stage is very fragile, and a small mistake can ruin everything. At this time, you need a very experienced handsome guy to help you strategize, so you can truly win the beauty." "You, teach me? Are you sure you can really teach me?" He Chan retorted. Wang Jianba chuckled, lit a cigarette, and with a face full of experience said, "Your brother Wang has suffered enough in love. My understanding of it has reached a profound level. Trust me, you won't go wrong. These are all my hard-earned insights." He Chun rolled his eyes dismissively and said, "If you're so great, why don't you go find a girlfriend yourself?" Wang Jianba sighed and said, "Because my heart has been shattered, and I've seen through the nature of love. Seeing you now reminds me of my past, distant and sorrowful." He Chen. "Then tell me, what should I do?" He Chen laughed. Wang Jianba raised a finger and said, "Sit tight, what I'm about to share is my secret love strategy." He Chen shrugged and said, "Just say it, but whether I listen or not is my business." Wang Jianba nodded and said, "As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you won't say that again. Listen carefully, the first and most important thing is, you absolutely must not confess to Tian Fuwei. If you confess right away, you're forcing her to choose between being with you or cutting ties. Doing this before your relationship has reached a certain level is simply asking for trouble." He Chen nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. What's next?" This is the most important point." Wang Jianba smiled slyly and said, "Next, you need to find ways to frequently invite her out, whether it's for meals or shopping, anything works. Then try to brush against her hand. Remember, it's a brush, not a grab. Never recklessly reach out to hold her hand. Until the relationship is clear, any direct physical contact with a girl will lead to her aversion." He Chen felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. He had already tried this step and it worked quite well. Who would have thought that Wang Jianba had some tricks up his sleeve? He put down his chopsticks and asked with interest, "What's next? What should I do?" This was what he was most concerned about. After all, he had already progressed to this point with Tian Fuwei, and he had no idea what to do next. Then just chat more. Wang Jianba chuckled, "Not that kind of fawning chat. Based on my experience, women have no interest in dogs that lick. Those guys are doomed." He Chen nodded. He deeply understood this point. Love is built on mutual appreciation. The key word, appreciation. That's why scumbags are so popular with women. It's not that women don't know he's a scumbag, it's just that his taste, behavior, and personal charm are genuinely appreciated by women, making them unable to resist liking him. They would rather be mistreated by him, even willing to endure the pain of being mistreated, and enjoy it. In contrast, what is there for a licking dog that women would appreciate? Can they lick? Well, that could be a thing, but whether there's an opportunity for that is another question. He Chen politely poured a glass of wine for Wang Jianba and asked, "Continue?" He genuinely wanted to learn. This time, he wasn't joking, he really wanted to gain some insights. He was truly afraid that things with Tian Fuwei would fall through. Wang Jianba raised his glass and said, "You need to find out what topics the campus beauty Tian likes, and then build up your knowledge on those topics. This way, you can appear all-knowing in front of her. Girls often admire boys who are knowledgeable, and they will be very willing to chat with you. Over time, the relationship between the two of you will get closer." "And then confess?" He Chen asked. "Confess my ass. Is that all you can think about? If you don't confess, will you not communicate at all?" Wang Jianba glared at He Chun in exasperation. "I already told you not to confess. Once you confess, it will scare the girl, and fear will make her want to escape. All the groundwork you've laid will be in vain. So confession is the last step, a seasoning for the sublimation of both parties' feelings. Understand?" He Chen was taken aback. Damn, he almost confessed to Tian Fuwei at the Rose restaurant. That was close. He nearly stepped on a landmine. Got it. So what do I do? Just keep chatting like this? He Chun humbly asked for advice. Although he had been in a relationship once, he wasn't quite clear on how he got together with Zhao Feier. It was just a matter of mutual attraction. He had never heard of the relationship tips Wang Jianba was sharing. Wang Jianba chuckled and pretended to be profound. Old he, you're not paying attention in class. Didn't I just say? Physical contact. Occasionally brush against her body, but not touch, and definitely avoid sensitive areas. It's best to stick to her hands and arms. But won't doing this often before the relationship is clear make the girl feel uncomfortable? He Chen asked. Wang Jianba chuckled, that's the mystique of love. Direct physical contact will make her feel aversion, but if it's just a brush, it will make her feel curious. She'll start guessing, feeling anxious, and pondering what you mean. As this happens more often, your presence will be imprinted in her heart, and gradually, she will care more about you. And all of this can be easily judged by how often she looks at you and her expressions. He Chen excitedly slapped his thigh and said, that makes sense. This way, the success rate during the confession will greatly increase. Clap. Wang Jianba directly slapped He Chen on the back of the head, fuming. I just made it very clear. A confession is a seasoning that elevates feelings, not a staple. Once you judge that both sides' feelings are about the same, you need to strike at the right moment. Find an opportunity to hold her hand directly, preferably when crossing the street or in a crowded place. First, the girl won't refuse, and second, she'll think you're very considerate. After that, everything will fall into place. As long as you don't mess it up yourself, there shouldn't be any problems. When should I confess to confirm our relationship? He Chen frowned and asked. Wang Jianba. He helplessly rubbed his head and said with a face full of resignation, why are you always so eager to confess? If I don't confess, how can we confirm our relationship? He Chen asked, puzzled. Wang Jianba took a deep breath and said, is it really that important to confirm? Do we have to make everything clear? You've held hands, hugged, kissed, what's the point of a so-called confession? He Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Then, he sincerely said to Wang Jianba, I've learned a lot. Brother Wang, you're amazing. Well, as long as you understand. According to my method, as long as you don't mess things up, there's a high probability you'll win over the campus beauty from Tian University. By then, I'll just ride on your coattails and be satisfied if I can hook up with her best friend. Wang Jianba chuckled. He Chen clasped his hands together and said, I'll take your good luck. Let's go. After finishing a barbecue, 2 hours had already passed. Once he got home, He Chen went straight to sleep, a night without a word. The next day, He Chen called Tian Fuwei, wanting to use the love tips Wang Jianba had taught him to win her over. However, Tian Fuwei told him she was in class again. Faced with such a top student, He Chen didn't know what to say anymore. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Today is July 8th. According to the news push from the Tomorrow headline system, the gold stocks are about to surge, starting from today. It should be almost time, right? He Chen glanced at the time. The market was about to open in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the stock market opened. As soon as it opened, the gold stocks surged by 10% and continued to rise, with transaction amounts showing a sea of red. Seeing this scene, He Chen couldn't help but smile. Gold stocks surge forth. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang with a message notification. He took it out and saw that the Tomorrow headline system had sent a reward. Congratulations to the host for participating in the gold stock news content. The system rewards master-level calligraphy skill. Given that the host spent a significant amount in this content, the system rewards a bluntness sticker. The system detected that the host's influence is severely lacking, rewarding Slave Fruit X3. Seeing these 3 rewards, He Chen's expression brightened. Slave fruit? And 3 of them. Last time with Zhang Dishu, he had clearly witnessed the terror of the slave fruit. He didn't expect to be rewarded with 3 this time. No doubt about it. That old rascal Lu Wenlong would definitely owe him one. That guy is too cunning, and He Chen always felt a bit distrustful of him. Lu Mingchen, on the other hand, was reliable and down-to-earth. The remaining 2 would be kept for emergencies. After all, this thing has no expiration date. Claim. Then, He Chen looked at the bluntness sticker. This thing, he had never seen before? He moved his finger over the sticker, and an information description immediately appeared. Name, bluntness sticker. Description, using this sticker will make the other party truly blunt for the next 3 minutes, answering any questions. Note, 1. Cannot be used on officials. 2. Cannot be used on women. 3. Questions with ill intent will cause the sticker to fail. 4. Questions regarding bank and financial information will cause the sticker to fail. After reading the description, He Chen immediately squinted his eyes. Although this sticker has as many restrictions as other items, I have to say it's a good thing. No holds barred, questions answered. The only thing that makes He Chen want to complain is the system's protection of women, which has truly reached an outrageous level. No matter what it is, basically everything is marked as not usable by women. What does it take me for? Am I that kind of person? Just kidding. Of course not. Absolutely not. You're underestimating me. Even without these restrictions, I wouldn't use these things on women. Absolutely not. I swear on Wang Jianba's integrity. If I dared to do that, Wang Jianba would be impotent for life. Wang Jianba is my best buddy. How could I casually swear on his happiness for the rest of his life? Doesn't that show my unwavering stance? He Chen angrily claimed the sticker and put it in the prop box. Now, there were 3 items in the prop box, 2 slave fruits and a no-holds-barred sticker. Then, He Chen looked at the last reward. Master-level calligraphy. Looking at this reward, He Chen frowned immediately. Did the system make a mistake? Rewards for singing or something? That's fine, after all, I have a passion for singing. But I'm not interested in calligraphy at all, okay? What does it mean to reward me with master-level calligraphy? Master-level calligraphy? What use is that? Forget it. Having it is better than not having it. Claim. When He Chen pressed the claim button, another jolt of electricity surged through him, and he shivered suddenly. Then, he felt a bit different from before, an impulse to wield a brush and ink freely, expressing his feelings amidst the mountains and rivers. Slap. He Chen slapped himself, instantly waking up. Now there's no impulse at all. After a while, Ding Chuanxiang's call came in, her voice filled with excitement. Xiaoming, the gold stocks really went up. They increased by 5%. How did you know it would rise so much? He Chen chuckled and replied, just a hunch. You sold 80 million, and a 5% increase means you made 4 million. Just like that, 4 million, impressive. Gotta go, I'm buying now. Ding Chuanxiang said hurriedly and hung up. Just after hanging up, Wang Jianba's call came in, his voice full of excitement. Old he, gold is up. Big rise. Those 3 guys just called me, saying they don't want our rebate anymore and want to sign a cooperation contract with us. He Chen chuckled, not signing. Ha, not signing? Right. Did you forget my conditions? 10% for us, not a penny less. Now they want to sign a contract? Too late. Equal rights, 10% rebate, not a penny less. Okay, then I'll keep looking for someone. Hope I don't run into a dead end. Good. After hanging up, He Chen lay back on the sofa, grinning foolishly. At this moment, those 3 futures company people should be getting anxious, right? But now, the real show is just beginning. Want to leverage pressure? Bully us as industry newcomers? I'll make you regret it. Next, I should go to the Furhatai Hotel and trick Lu Wenlong into eating the slave fruit. That cunning old fox needs to be kept in check and manage the Furhatai Hotel properly. However, when He Chen stood up and looked at his palm, he suddenly fell into deep thought. His hand was covered in a layer of white dust. Where had his hand been just now? On the table next to the sofa? He turned to take a look. Sure enough, on the small table, there was his palm print, a clear handprint in the layer of dust. Then, he glanced around the huge villa. Living in a big house is comfortable, but cleaning it is giving He Chen a headache. With so many places, how tiring would it be to clean? It seems that if I have time, I need to find a nanny, preferably one of those delicate, soft-spoken little girls, and I could just order her hundreds of maid outfits so she could wear a different one every day of the year. TSK. Thinking of this, He Chen couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. No more talking, let's go. Destination, the Fortune Hotel. Half an hour later, He Chen arrived outside the Fortune Hotel, carelessly tossing his car in front of the hotel entrance, holding a bag of cherry tomatoes, and walked straight inside. Hey, kid, no parking at the hotel entrance. Move your car elsewhere. A security guard suddenly ran over to warn him. He Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure? The guard widened his eyes and said, Aye. Before he could finish, an older security guard rushed over, covered the young guard's mouth, and quickly smiled at He Chen, saying, Boss, please don't be angry. The new guard doesn't know the rules. Please, go ahead. He Chen chuckled and walked directly into the hotel. What a joke. What's wrong with parking in front of my own house? Once He Chen entered, the older guard breathed a sigh of relief and immediately glared at the young guard, saying, You little brat, do you know you almost caused a big problem just now? Do you know who that kid was? The young guard was taken aback and shook his head. I don't know, just some student. Could he be our big boss? Ha ha. The older guard sneered, You guessed right. He is our hotel's new boss, He Chen. Hiss. The young guard immediately gasped. Inside the hotel, He Chen was walking in when he suddenly paused in front of a station security guard. Then, he turned around and walked back to the guard, his face filled with surprise. Whoa, Chang Gu? The guard was none other than his high school classmate, Ren Liqiang, whom he had just met at the hotel last time. Ren Liqiang's face turned red upon seeing He Chen return, and he tried to put on a serious expression, saying, "Hello, Mr. He. What nonsense are you talking?" He-chan directly punched him lightly and pulled him toward the command room on the first floor. Inside the command room, the hall manager, Qian Hongliang, was secretly smoking. With a bang, the door was pushed open, and two people barged in. Qian Hongliang was about to scold them when he suddenly saw it was He-chan, and his expression changed immediately. He hurriedly opened the window, looking flustered, and said to He-chan, "Hello, Mr. He, you. Get out." He-chan pointed to the door. "Yes." Qian Hongliang quickly turned and ran outside. After Qian Hongliang left, He-chan pushed Rin Liqiang onto the sofa and asked, "Chang-go, why did you come here?" Ran Liqiang's face turned red, and he lowered his head shyly, saying, I didn't tell you the truth last time. I didn't come back on leave, our factory closed down, and they still owe me 2 months' salary. And now the situation is bad, other factories are also laying off workers, and no one wants me. I don't know anything else, so I came back to Linen to see if I could find a job. He-chan was speechless. "So you came here?" "Yes." Ren Liqiang nodded honestly. "I haven't been paid for 2 months, and I have no money left. There was a recruitment ad posted outside the hotel. The salary is decent, even higher than what I earned at the factory in the south, and since the hotel owner is you, I know you well enough, you wouldn't cheat me or delay my salary, so I came to apply the next day." He-chan, looking at Ren Liqiang, who appeared uneasy, He-chan fell silent for 2 seconds and finally sighed helplessly. Back in high school, Ren Liqiang was also a spirited young man. Now, just a few years later, he had become so timid and submissive. This is a person ruined by the so-called theory that schooling is useless. Back then, Ren Liqiang's father loudly proclaimed that going to school was pointless. Spending more years in college and more money was just going to end up working like us anyway. What's the use? It's better to start working and making money early. He did earn some money early on, but that little bit could only sustain a living and normal expenses. There was money to spend, but it would never last. And once he lost his job, his whole life would instantly fall into crisis, endlessly toiling for survival until he could no longer move, lying in bed waiting to die. Is such a life considered successful? At most, it can only be seen as muddling through life. There are indeed successful people who never went to college, but they are just exceptions and do not represent anything. Yet many people only see these exceptions and take them as the essence of the world. Over the years, have you hated your dad? He-chan suddenly asked. Ren Liqiang was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Hate what? A person like me, even if I went to college, would still end up like my dad said, with no prospects. My life would probably just be like this. I haven't thought about anything else." "You have thought about it." He-chan, who knew Ren Liqiang well, said sharply, "You just don't dare to admit it, afraid of being laughed at. The Ren Liqiang I know is the one who dared to stand on the rooftop of the teaching building and shout to the whole school, the first immortal among 3,000 people, casually stepping into the sky. How arrogant, how carefree. Not like now, resigned with a bitter smile, saying he's just a little security guard for the rest of his life." Upon hearing He-chan's words, a glimmer of light suddenly burst forth in Ren Liqiang's eyes. It was a direct light, as if he had returned to his youthful, spirited days. However, this glimmer of light vanished as quickly as it appeared. He then let out a bitter laugh and said, "Don't make fun of me. Back then, I was young, ignorant, and arrogant. Do you want to casually step into the sky?" He-chan asked. "Me?" Ren Liqiang let out a bitter laugh and said, "But I can only fold packaging boxes. When it comes to folding packaging boxes quickly, not many can compare to me, but aside from folding boxes, I can't do anything else. How can I step into the sky? How can it be casual?" "Do you still remember your dreams from when you were young?" He-chan asked. "But people have to grow up," Ren Liqiang replied. He-chan looked at him seriously and said, "You're only in your 20s, you shouldn't be so resigned and world-weary. Your life is still long. You could even say it's just beginning. You can't let temporary failures extinguish all your ideals and fighting spirit. As long as you don't bow down, no one in this world can make you lower your head." Ren Liqiang was taken aback and asked, "Not bowing down, not lowering my head?" "Yes." He-chan nodded, then pointed upwards and said, "You were my best brother back then, and I don't want to see you continue like this. As long as your abilities are sufficient, as long as you have the skills that can impress me, and can meet my requirements, I can hand over the entire Fortune Hotel to you, or even a broader stage, but first, you need to have the skills that are worthy of my trust." The light in Ren Liqiang's eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly burst forth again, and he asked with shining eyes, "What are your requirements?" Seeing Ren Liqiang's expression, He-chan suddenly smiled and raised one finger, saying, "First, I have already seen it. The light in your eyes tells me that you are still the Ren Liqiang who shouted, 'I am the first immortal among 3,000 people.' But that's not enough, there's a second." As he spoke, he raised his second finger and said, I need to see your willingness to learn and your perseverance to improve. I'll give you 3 years. Back in high school, your grades were better than mine. Now that so many years have passed, you've probably forgotten most of it. Now I will give you 3 more years. Within these 3 years, pass the college entrance examination in Jianyang province and get into any university that is above the 2nd tier. If you succeed, I will help you soar to great heights. If you fail, you can fend for yourself. I don't need that. Ren Liqiang took a deep breath, his expression serious as he said, I don't need 3 years. The college entrance examination is next week. As long as you can arrange for me to enter the exam room, I can take the test anytime. He Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. Are you sure? Was Ren Liqiang really that confident? Yes. Ren Liqiang nodded, his expression excited as he said, since I dropped out of high school, I have carried my high school textbooks with me wherever I go. After work every day, I read these books over and over again. For 4 years, I have never stopped, nor have I ever forgotten. 4 years? He Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. While others go out to sing and dance after work, you've been reading these textbooks that you've already gone through countless times? If that were true, then Ren Liqiang was truly terrifying. Not in a frightening way, but in a way that showed his terrifying self-discipline. He spoke of accepting his fate, yet he had never truly accepted it. He had been silently resisting his current fate in his own way. Ren Liqiang pressed his lips together, then took a deep breath and said, because I once placed all my hopes on these books. These books have accompanied me through over 1,000 days and nights. Although they have no meaning for me anymore, I am unwilling, I do not want to, and I refuse to sink into despair. Hearing this, He Chen fell silent. It sounded like Ren Liqiang's actions were not only foolish but also meaningless. But perhaps for Ren Liqiang, it was not meaningless, it was his unwillingness, his resistance to fate, his struggle against life, and his rebellion against his father. Although these struggles seemed meaningless, many things in life are like that, seemingly without meaning, yet persistently done. And Ren Liqiang's actions were his silent defiance against fate. 4 years. Knowing that university was out of reach, he still persisted in reading those tedious textbooks for a full 4 years, not because he was too idle, nor because he enjoyed reading those dry textbooks he had seen countless times, but because of his unyielding spirit regarding his life and his unwillingness to accept the future. Persistence may not yield results, but this persistence is not for any particular outcome. Everyone has their own sense of unwillingness, but as time passes, this unwillingness will eventually be consumed by time, turning into regret, and finally becoming a memory. If Ren Liqiang had not met himself, this unwillingness and 4 years of persistence would also slowly be consumed by time, ultimately becoming just a memory. Everyone has their own shining points, but most of these shining points eventually fade away quietly, with only a very small number of people's shining points becoming like a blazing sun in the sky. There's a song that goes, we have all been unwilling to live an ordinary life, yet we have always been just ordinary. Ren Liqiang could persist for 4 years, but he could not persist for 40 years, or even 5 years, because he lost his job. However, before this shining point faded away, he met himself. Since that's the case, let me see the results of your efforts over the years. There's only 1 week left, and time is a bit tight, but I will arrange it and put you on the exam list. Now, take off that outfit and go prepare for the exam, He Chen said. Ren Liqiang's expression brightened. Really? Yes. He Chen nodded. No need to doubt. Just focus on the exam, as long as you pass. The position of the lobby manager at the Four Seasons Hotel will be yours. I will make that lobby manager who was secretly smoking in the office get lost. As for what comes next, it depends on your own abilities. Okay. Ren Liqiang immediately burst into tears of joy. Thank you, He Chen. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. He Chen chuckled softly and extended his fist. Ren Liqiang was momentarily stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly snapped back to reality and followed suit, extending his own fist. Then, they bumped fists, clapped hands, bumped shoulders, and leaned in together in one fluid motion. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over 3 years of high school. After sending Ren Liqiang off, He Chen suddenly smiled, shaking his head as he laughed. Fortunately, Ren Liqiang had never given up on himself. Since you have the ambition to soar, I will give you a push, helping you ascend to the heavens. However, while Ren Liqiang could do as he pleased, Lu Wenlong also had to be dealt with. At least for now, without Lu Wenlong, it was impossible for He Chen to manage the Fortune Hotel on his own. So, although he was reluctant to waste the slave fruit, he had no choice but to use it. He Chen weighed a bag of holy fruits in his hand, then took out a slave fruit and mixed it in with the holy fruits. TSK. They looked completely identical. No sense of incongruity at all. In the general manager's office, Lu Wenlong, who had been dozing off, quickly stood up and forced a smile upon seeing He Chen. Hello, Mr. He. What brings you here? He Chen chuckled. Come on, Lao Lu, I bought some holy fruits on the street. they taste really good. Let's try some together. No, mister. You're too kind. I won't eat any. Lu Wenlong waved his hands. He Chen raised an eyebrow, popped one of the holy fruits into his mouth, and chewed while saying, "What's wrong? You don't like it? Disdainful? How could I? I'll eat it. Of course, I'll eat it," Lu Wenlong quickly replied. 5 minutes later, when Lu Wenlong bit into one of the holy fruits, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, this holy fruit." He Chen chuckled. "Tasty, right?" Lu Wenlong respectfully bowed to He Chen. "It's so delicious, master." He Chen laughed and patted Lu Wenlong on the shoulder. "Good boy, have you ever thought about cheating me out of my money?" "I'm sorry, master, I was just momentarily confused." "It won't happen again." Lu Wenlong quickly bowed. Old fox." He Chen rolled his eyes. Fortunately, there was the slave fruit. Otherwise, who knows when he would have been tricked by this old fox. Now he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "Lao Lu, how much did you sell this hotel for?" He Chen asked with a smile. "Master, don't you know how much you bought it for? A total of 1.5 billion. Upon hearing Lu Wenlong's words, the smile on He Chen's face instantly froze. "What the hell? 1.5 billion? The Tomorrow headline system is too impressive, directly using 1.5 billion to acquire a 5-star hotel. Why not just give me that 1.5 billion directly?" He Chen suddenly felt a pang of frustration. 1.5 billion. Lu Wenlong had suddenly received 1.5 billion. No wonder he didn't want the 5-star hotel anymore and had given up being the big boss. The key was that this old fellow, having gotten 1.5 billion, still wanted to set his sights on him. "Luckily, I have good fruits to share with you. Lao Lu, recently I've been tight on cash, so you can cover the employees' salaries for now," He Chen said earnestly. "With you being so rich, it would be a shame not to take a little from you for your kindness towards me." "Yes, no problem." He Chen pondered for 2 seconds and continued, "Also, any expenses for the hotel in the future will be charged to your account." "Yes, master, I have the money," Lu Wenlong replied honestly. He Chen smiled in satisfaction. "Understanding." After bidding farewell to Lu Wenlong, he left the general manager's office. Outside, He Chen called Lu Baoquan to arrange for Ren Liqiang's college entrance examination. Ren Liqiang had dropped out of school for many years, so he wasn't considered a normal high school student, and the college entrance examination was starting next week, making it not so easy to add his name to the list. However, upon hearing He Chen's words, Lu Baoquan immediately assured him, "It's just adding one name to the exam list, no problem. Just give me the identity information, and come to me in a couple of days to pick up the exam admission ticket." "Thanks, Uncle Lu. No need to be polite, who are we to each other?" Lu Baoquan said. A couple of days ago, when He Chen had some free time, he went to find Lu Baoquan to deliver the Gold Futures share division contract. Although Lu Baoquan vehemently refused, in the end, He Chen still left it with him. Now, the relationship between Lu Baoquan and him was no longer just a simple benefactor relationship but also involved deeper interests. Adding a name to the college entrance examination list was merely a matter of a few words for Lu Baoquan. It wasn't cheating on the exam, nor was it opening a backdoor, it was just a list, nothing major. After hanging up the phone, He Chen called Ren Liqiang to request a copy of his identity information, which he then sent to Lu Baoquan. That evening, He Chen lay in bed and called Wang Jianba to inquire about the recruitment situation. On the phone, Wang Jianba complained, "Don't mention it, no one is paying attention to me, not a single person." "It's okay, take your time," He Chen replied. "How did it go with Tian Fuwei today?" He Chen grinned, "Couldn't get an appointment, Tian Fuwei went to class today." "Listen to me, don't rush it, understand?" "Got it, you understand nothing, hang up." "He Chen, wasn't that the literal meaning?" He scratched his head in confusion, pondering for a long time but couldn't figure out Wang Jianba's meaning. A night passed in silence. The next day, after the stock market opened, as the entire market began to decline, gold stocks rose against the trend, becoming an absolute hot topic. Meanwhile, news about the surge in gold stocks and various positive reports flooded in. Countless experts stepped forward to analyze the reasons behind the continuous rise of gold stocks, confidently asserting that they would continue to rise. He Chen was soaking in the pool in the backyard when Wang Jianba's phone suddenly rang, saying, "Old He, those 3 old guys want to talk to us again." "Ha, tell them I've changed my mind. They weren't willing to accept 10 points before, now I want 15 points, He Chen said. "Ha?" Wang Jianba was surprised. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Who doesn't have a little temper? It's not just them who can play hardball. Tell them, 15 points, and tomorrow it won't just be this number," He Chen replied, as if no one else had a little temper. After hanging up, a few minutes later, Wang Jianba called again, saying, "Old He, they said okay. They want us to go to the same place as last time to sign the cooperation contract, but we have to guarantee the supply. No problem. He-Chen climbed out of the pool. Then, from the basement, he filled 3 garbage bags with gold and headed straight to Longting Commercial Building. It was still the same office. The same 3 people, Pan Dahai, Xie Kunlun, and Huang Xinqiu. However, last time, these 3 had looked down on He-Chen and Wang Jianba, not even bothering to glance at them. But this time, their attitude had done a complete turnaround. Mr. We're sorry, we were wrong before. You see, 15 points is really too much. Can we negotiate? Pan Dahai smiled apologetically. Xie Kunlun also awkwardly said, yeah, how about we stick to 10 points? 15 points was indeed a bit excessive. Originally, they had the opportunity to sign a balanced agreement with He-Chen and the others without any points. But because they asked for too many points, the contract fell through. Now, not only had the 30 points disappeared, but they also had to offer up 15 points. Because of this matter, the bosses of their 3 companies had scolded them severely, even nearly kicking them out of the company. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious to discuss cooperation with He-Chen. Hearing their words, He-Chen immediately sneered. 15 points is too much? You weren't saying that when you asked us for 30 points before, were you? Beside him, Wang Jianba looked at the 3, whose faces had turned the color of pig liver, and nearly burst out laughing. What a relief! He had never felt so exhilarated in his life. Let these people be impressive. How could they not be impressive now? Sitting on the other side, Lu Mingchen was completely at a loss for words. Just a few days ago, these 3 had seemed so confident in their hold over He-Chen, and now, in just a short span of time, they had been completely subdued by him. His new boss was simply too formidable. He had only heard of the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West before. Now, it was only 3 days that had passed, and these 3 had gone from their previous arrogance to being more obedient than grandchildren. No way! He had to serve him well, lest one day he be taken down by this dangerous new boss of his. In the end, Pan Dahai and the others, looking as pale as pig liver, signed the contract and asked He-Chen to produce some gold. They needed to take it back for inspection. He-Chen chuckled as he brought up the 3 bags of trash he had entered with. Then, he turned and dumped the contents onto the conference table, producing a heavy thud. Everyone? When He-Chen had come in, they had seen the 3 bags and thought he was just cleaning out his office. But inside were gold bars? And it looked like there were at least dozens of pounds? To know, 1 pound is 500 grams, and according to the current market price of gold, that would be nearly 300,000. Dozens of pounds would be over 10 million. So much gold, and he hadn't even arranged for anyone to escort it, just carrying it in trash bags like it was a bag of garbage? Damn, that was too domineering. A total of 30 pounds of gold, 10 pounds each. You can test the quality, it's definitely top-notch. As for the supply, you can rest assured. Next time, I won't use trash bags, I'll switch to burlap sacks, He-Chen said. Everyone, hearing He-Chen's domineering words, they could only think one thing. Why not ride the wind and soar to great heights? Simply put, were you going to be impressive to the heavens? Mr. He is so generous. We know what to do now. Mr. For the upcoming work, we will connect directly with your company to ensure there will be no trouble. The 3 said politely. After listening to them, He-Chen turned to Wang Jianba. Company? The Renkuri Financial Company had been set up for several days now. Yet, until now, this guy hadn't managed to recruit a single person. After sending Pan Dahai and the others back, Wang Jianba saw that He-Chen was about to speak, and immediately interrupted him, saying, I know what you want to say, I understand. Don't say it. I'm going to recruit people right now. If I don't bring anyone in this time, I'll cut off my own head. Saying this, he walked straight out, exuding an air of determination. He-Chen, this guy finally realized the urgency? That was good. It saved him from having to push him, and he was happy to be free to go find the school beauty. He-Chen chuckled as he took out his phone and called Tian Fue. Soon, the call connected. Hello, Fue, are you busy? Still practicing piano? He-Chen asked. No, I'm at school. I have something going on today. Back at school again? He-Chen said, speechless. Yeah, there's a calligraphy competition at school tomorrow, and I signed up. Do you want to join? No. He-Chen immediately refused. What a joke. What calligraphy? He had no interest in that at all. However, Tian Fue hanging around school every day wasn't a good thing either. He might as well move back to school. He-Chen was even thinking of moving back to school so he could see the beautiful school beauty every day, study with her, and take walks with her. How nice would that be? But thinking about all the messy things at school, he decided against it. It was much quieter outside. He-Chen yawned and was ready to take a nice afternoon nap. However, before he could fall asleep, Wang Jianba suddenly called. Hey, Lao He, come quickly, I've been beaten. What? What happened? He Chen's expression changed in shock. Wasn't Wang Jianba at school for a recruitment event? How could he have been beaten? It's Wang Xiang and Chen Jijun and those bastards. They said my recruitment is a scam. Wang Jianba replied, his voice chaotic on the phone, indicating that there were definitely many people on the other end. He Chen's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, I'll be there right away. Wait for me. At that moment, a surge of uncontrollable anger rose within him. Wang Xiang, Chen Jijun. These were his best brothers, but after they betrayed him to please Fan Yunhai last time, he had drawn a clear line with them. But he never expected that they would actually lay hands on Wang Jianba. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Wang Jianba was his best brother, the one who chose to stand by him and support him when everyone else was against him. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble. There are many people in this world who kick someone when they are down, and those who follow the crowd are even more numerous. Celebrating opportunism and avoiding harm is human instinct. When everyone else does it, for whatever reason, one will convince oneself to do the same. So Wang Jianba was unwilling to follow the masses, preferring to go against the tide and stand in front of him. This trust and support were so important to He Chen. He would not allow, and absolutely would not let Wang Jianba be bullied by others. No one else could bully him but himself. Soon, He Chen arrived at Linen University. From a distance, he saw a crowd gathered on a section of the road, standing in small groups. Their gaze was directed towards the display board in front of the dormitory building. There stood a few people, including Wang Xiang, Shen Jijun, and Su Kaming. There were a total of 5, and Wang Jianba was standing among them. Boom! He Chen slammed the accelerator and rushed up to the group. The sudden roar of the car startled everyone present. As for Wang Xiang and the others in front, their faces changed, and they stepped back repeatedly, looking uncertainly at the imposing BMW X7 in front of them. They had never seen this car and did not know that He Chen was inside. When He Chen got out, Wang Xiang and the others finally realized it was He Chen who had come. Oh, is that He Chen? What brings young Master He to school? Haven't seen you for a few days. Young Master He has a new car again? Wang Xiang and the others immediately greeted He Chen enthusiastically. After all, He Chen was currently a prominent figure at their school, having taken down the former student council president, and driving an 80 million Bugatti. Who would dare to disrespect him? However, get out of the way. He Chen pushed them aside and walked towards Wang Jianba in the crowd. He really had nothing to say to these people. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups of wine. But with those who don't resonate, even a single sentence is too much. Although having more friends means more paths in life, not everyone can be a friend. Some people are inherently selfish and snobbish, deeply ingrained in their bones. If you treat them as friends, they will only see you as easy to bully, then cut off your path, leaving you with nowhere to go, and then kick you away. Wang Xiang and the others were exactly that kind of people, as He Chen had witnessed firsthand. In life, as long as there is one good brother who can treat you sincerely, he would already be content. He Chen walked straight to Wang Jianba's side and noticed some bruises on his face, with anger still in his eyes. Lao Wang, what happened? He Chen asked in a low voice. These people won't let me recruit here, saying I'm just trying to scam people. They not only tore down my recruitment posters but also laid hands on me. Wang Jianba said angrily. He Chen's expression turned cold as he looked at Wang Xiang and said, I asked Wang Jianba to come here for recruitment. Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. This is a school, and it's not recruitment season. Do you think you can just post whatever you want here? Wang Xiang retorted. What a joke. Wang Jianba snapped back. What's wrong with me posting a job advertisement on the bulletin board? This place is meant for all kinds of announcements, and I'm a student here. Which school rule am I violating by posting a job ad? Even if I am violating a rule, who the hell are you to tear it down? Who do you think you are? Are you jealous? If you're feeling unbalanced, just go die. Wang Xiang's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, Wang Jianba, do you think you're so glorious? You're just a dog in front of He Chen. Exactly. Without He Chen, you're nothing, and you dare to shout at us here? Wang Jianba's face turned dark, and he shouted angrily, what the hell did you just say? Do you believe I won't beat you to death? Wang Xiang retorted furiously, what about it? You're just a... But he didn't finish his sentence. Slap. He Chen slapped Wang Xiang across the face, cutting off his words. The slap startled everyone else present. They never expected that the usually mild-mannered He Chen would resort to violence so quickly, especially against Wang Xiang, who used to be his closest friend. This was a direct slap in the face. Wang Xiang turned around, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at He Chen. You dare hit me? He never thought He Chen would strike him. Yes, it was you I hit. He Chen replied coldly, you laid hands on Wang Jianba first and insulted him afterward. He is my best brother, and I absolutely won't allow anyone to bully him. This slap is your lesson. You Wang Ziang touched his painfully numb right cheek. Then, he shouted angrily, "What a great He-Chen! So impressive! Just because you have money, you think you can do whatever you want? I will make you pay for this slap." He-Chen's slap had no mercy, leaving half of Wang Ziang's face swollen. The others present began to criticize the scene. "How dare you hit someone? This is outrageous." "Exactly. And hitting so hard that his face is swollen." Meanwhile, not far from the crowd, Fan Yunhai, hiding behind a corner, saw this scene and smirked, retreating further behind the wall to take out his phone and dial a number. "Hello, Director Ding? He-Chen has made a move." Wang Ziang and the others clashed with Wang Jianba not because they were bored, but because of Fan Yunhai's plan. Ever since Fan Yunhai was punished for He-Chen's actions and removed from the student council presidency, he had been harboring resentment and looking for a chance to retaliate. Wang Ziang and the others were also feeling unbalanced due to He-Chen's sudden change. As for Ding Wankuan, he had been holding a grudge since his last attempt to expel He-Chen was thwarted by the legal team of the Qin Shang group. So this time, when Fan Yunhai saw Wang Jianba posting job ads at school recently, he devised a plan with Wang Ziang, and Ding Wankuan readily agreed, leading to the current situation. In front of the bulletin board, a crowd was buzzing with discussion. Suddenly, Ding Wankuan and a group of school leaders, including He-Chen's counselor Zhou Shang, arrived. Such a commotion was unusual for a typical incident. However, to deal with He-Chen, Ding Wankuan specifically brought in Ding Shui Ziyuan. "What happened? Why are so many people gathered here?" Ding Wankuan barked. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately parted to make way. Wang Ziang saw Ding Wankuan and immediately burst into tears. "Director Ding, Dean Shui, I was beaten. You must stand up for me." Shui Ziyuan. He glanced at the swollen-faced Wang Ziang and asked in confusion, "Who hit you?" "It was him, He-Chen." Wang Ziang pointed at He-Chen not far away and said, "They set up some small company, came to the school to recruit, and when we didn't let them post their little ads, he just slapped me like this. Dean Shui, you have to stand up for us." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, looking utterly wronged and heart-wrenching. This was why he could be brothers with He-Chen for 3 years. Because he could act, and he knew exactly when to put on what kind of face, making people completely believe him. Those who can act can quickly win others' favor in any situation to achieve their own goals. Shui Ziyuan frowned when he saw He-Chen. "He-Chen? It's him again?" He still felt a bit troubled recalling the troubles with the legal team of the Qinshan group last time. What trouble had he stirred up this time? At this moment, Chen Jijun and Su Kaming also chimed in. "Dean Shui, you don't know what He-Chen is like now. He's got money and doesn't know who he is anymore." "Exactly. I've never seen someone so inflated." 4 or 5 people spoke at once. Fan Yunhai, hiding behind a corner not far away, saw the scene and immediately chuckled. "He-Chen, this time, let's see how you deal with it." Fan Yunhai laughed. All right. Shui Ziyuan waved his hand. Having lived most of his life and sat in this position at Linen University for so many years, he had a pretty good eye for people. Although he wasn't familiar with He-Chen, he had a general understanding of him from their brief interactions. He-Chen was not the kind of person they described. Inflated? If that were the case, why would this guy, driving an 80 million Bugatti, need to pretend to be an ordinary student for 4 years at school? However, Shui Ziyuan really didn't want to get involved in this matter. He took a deep breath and said, "I understand this matter. I will have a good talk with He-Chen. He-Chen, come here." Wang Ziang's heart sank at these words. A talk? This clearly meant to favor He-Chen, but since they were here, they certainly wouldn't just give up. "Is it just a talk, Dean Shui?" Wang Ziang touched his face and said, "Look at what my face has become. He-Chen hit me in front of so many classmates. A student like him should be expelled." At this moment, Ding Wankuan, who had been silent, also stepped forward and said, "Dean Shui, are you sure it's just that simple for a student with such bad character?" Shui Ziyuan frowned and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Ding Wankuan was the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Although his power and position were not as high as Shui Ziyuan's, he was also sent down from above, and Shui Ziyuan was constrained by him in many ways. Otherwise, if Ding Wankuan said a few bad words about him to the higher-ups, he would be in trouble. Ding Wankuan took a deep breath and said, "Dean Shui, our Linen University is the most prestigious institution in Linen. How can we allow such things to happen? This matter must be thoroughly investigated." "Alright, since Director Ding is back, you can handle this matter entirely." Shui Ziyuan directly shirked responsibility. He didn't want to touch this hot potato, He-Chen. If it turned out to be another tough situation like last time with the legal team of the Qinshan group, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Since Ding Wankuan wanted to manage it, let him handle it. He believed that with He-Chen's abilities, he should be able to cope. Even if it really became unmanageable in the end, he could step in later. Not only could he establish a good relationship with He-Chen, but if he caught the attention of that super wealthy family behind Hee-chan, just a little hint could elevate him from a departmental head to a bureau-level position. When mingling outside, who doesn't have their own little thoughts? Ding Guanquan had no idea what Chui Ziyuan was thinking and directly nodded in agreement, saying, "Good." After that, he turned to Wang Xiang and asked, "Did he hit you?" Wang Xiang quickly stepped forward and said, "Yes, it was him. He made half my face swell up, and I still can't feel anything." Ding Guanquan nodded and turned to Yi Chen, saying in a deep voice, "Do you admit that you hit him?" Yi Chen nodded and replied, "That's right, I hit him." "Very good." Ding Guanquan sneered, openly beating a classmate on campus. "This is a serious violation of school rules. Since that's the case, I have decided to expel you. Go back and pack your things and get out." In the office, Chui Ziyuan and the other leaders looked at Ding Guanquan's quick decision with raised eyebrows, puzzled. They didn't even ask for the details and were already expelling him? This was too hasty. Upon hearing Ding Guanquan's words, He Chen's eyes narrowed. His hatred for Ding Guanquan all started from that time he caught him in an embarrassing situation with a senior girl, ruining his good fortune. Since then, Ding Guanquan had been looking for trouble with him. During the last campus rumor incident, Ding Guanquan should have been punished, but it was clear he hadn't learned his lesson and was still determined to drive him out of school and ruin his college life. In that case, he shouldn't blame him for being rude. He-chan took a deep breath, ignored the people present, and took out his phone to find the Tomorrow's Headlines System prop box. Then, he found the loose lips sticker. "Director, your decision is too hasty." Chui Ziyuan couldn't stand Ding Guanquan's decision and directly asked. Ding Guanquan took a deep breath and said, "I am the academic director and have the right to decide a student's fate. This student beat a classmate on campus and shows no remorse. Such a student is simply a disgrace to Linen University. What use is there in keeping him? Better to get rid of him sooner." Ha! At that moment, Wang Jianba suddenly sneered, "As the academic director, you expel students without understanding the situation. What use is a director like you who only knows how to abuse power?" The students nearby looked at Wang Jianba in surprise. This guy really dared to say anything. "What did you say?" Ding Guanquan glared at Wang Jianba in anger. Wang Jianba stretched his neck and angrily said, "I said you abuse your power, have no ability, and only know how to bite people with your authority, just like a dog." Hiss. Hearing Wang Jianba's words, the people around gasped. Damn, this fat guy actually dared to call Ding Guanquan a dog? And in front of so many people? It was known that Ding Guanquan was notorious for being ruthless and loved to create trouble. Now, Wang Jianba publicly humiliated him. Wouldn't Ding Guanquan eat him alive? At that moment, Ding Guanquan's face turned red with anger upon hearing Wang Jianba's words. Looking for death. He angrily raised his hand to slap Wang Jianba's face. However, just as his hand was raised, someone grabbed it. Ding Guanquan, how dare you try to touch him? He-chan caught Ding Guanquan's arm and said expressionlessly, "You!" Ding Guanquan was furious to see He-chan daring to stop him and shouted, "You've gone too far. This is outrageous. You dare to insult me, and you dare to stop me. Truly lawless and reckless." In all his years in office, no student had ever dared to treat him like this. "What's wrong? Are you angry? Want to hit me?" Wang Jianba said with a cold smile. He-chan was about to stick the loose lip sticker on Ding Guanquan but, upon hearing Wang Jianba's words, suddenly became curious about what Wang Jianba planned to do, so he chose to wait a moment and released Ding Guanquan's arm. "Not only do I want to hit you, I also want to expel all of you. Expel all of you!" Ding Guanquan shouted angrily. Wang Jianba sneered, "As a leader, you want to hit a student? Do you deserve to be a leader?" Ding Guanquan's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "I'll hit you for your reckless behavior. A scoundrel like you is simply a disgrace to the school. You are the shame of the school." Ha! Wang Jianba coldly laughed. "Wang Xiang hit me first and insulted me afterward, so Yi-chan acted against him. According to your theory, Director Ding, shouldn't Wang Xiang be the one to be hit?" Ding Guanquan was instantly at a loss for words. Should he be hit? He had already acted. What could he say? Upon hearing this, He-chan finally understood why Wang Jianba had acted as he did earlier. It turned out he wanted to return the favor in kind. "You're just quibbling. Simply quibbling. Students like you, who lack morals and quality, should be expelled." Ding Guanquan shouted angrily. He-chan saw his expression, shook his head, sighed, and without any hesitation, slapped a loose tongue sticker onto Ding Guanquan. He then directly asked, "If you want to expel me, it shouldn't have anything to do with my fight with Wang Xiang, right?" "Of course not," Ding Guanquan blurted out. Everyone present frowned and looked at Ding Guanquan. Even Dean Chui Ziyuan looked at Ding Guanquan in confusion. What did this guy just say? Nothing? Weren't you furious about this incident and wanting to expel Yi-chun? And now you say it's nothing? Wang Jianbo was even more dumbfounded, looking blankly at Yi-chen and then at Ding Guanquan, completely unaware of what was happening. Yi-chen sneered, then why is that? Because you caused me to be impotent. Ding Guanquan roared angrily, 3 years ago, I was secretly fooling around with a senior girl, Ma Lingling, in a small grove, and then you suddenly came over and hit me with a stick, causing me to still be unable to perform. Everyone, oh, what? Fooling around with a senior girl? Getting hit? Impotent? This news was too explosive. If it weren't for the fact that this came straight from Ding Guanquan's mouth, they wouldn't have believed it. No wonder you wanted to expel Yi-chan, no wonder you held such a grudge against him. So it was because of this? What they couldn't understand was why Ding Guanquan would reveal such a thing himself. Was it because he was too agitated? Chui Ziyuan frowned and asked, Ma Lingling, is she the girl you insisted on keeping for graduate school 3 years ago? Yes, that's the one. I promised her, and she even recorded a video of us together. If I didn't agree, she would make it public. I had no choice. Ding Guanquan replied. Ugh. Upon hearing Ding Guanquan's words, a wave of disdainful hissing erupted around them. Shameless old man. Exactly. Over 50 years old and still so shameless. People around began to criticize him. Some even took out their phones to record. Yi-chen sneered again and continued to ask, then this incident where Wang Jianbo was beaten by Wang Ziang and the others, it shouldn't have been a coincidence either, right? Of course not. Ding Guanquan smiled smugly and said, this was a plan I discussed with Fan Yunhai, using Wang Jianbo getting beaten to force you to act against Wang Ziang and the others, and then I would bring the school leaders to expel you. This plan is flawless. Everyone? Flawless? It was indeed supposed to be flawless, but now that you said that, the gaping hole is bigger than the sky. They never expected that all of this was just a scheme, a conspiracy against Yi-chen, and they had almost become accomplices to this conspiracy. Not far away, Wang Ziang and the others, upon hearing Ding Guanquan's words, were so frightened that their legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. What the hell? How could you spill everything like that? Aren't you trying to get us killed? Originally, they were prepared to remind Ding Guanque, but upon seeing Chui Ziyuan's cold gaze, they were instantly frightened into silence. Shameless. This old man is utterly without shame. How could he commit such a cruel act? How could such an old guy be our academic director for so many years? I can hardly imagine. Aside from that girl named Ma Lingling, I wonder how many other girls have fallen victim to his deceit. The surrounding students began to curse. Chui Ziyuan's expression darkened significantly as he shouted, Good. What a Ding Guanque. You are truly impressive. Of course. Ding Guanque sneered, I am indeed impressive. This position of dean was meant for me. You are not worthy of being the dean. Only someone like me is qualified to be the dean of Linen University. Everyone, it's over. Ding Guanque has gone mad. Upon hearing Ding Guanque's words, Chui Ziyuan's face turned as dark as water. Yi-chen saw this scene and knew the moment had come. Then, he asked the final heart-wrenching question. Director Ding, how many girls have you managed to get your hands on over the years, like Ma Lingling? I haven't counted, but at least a dozen. Ding Guanque replied. As Ding Guanque's voice fell, the surrounding students erupted. Pah! Old bastard! Disgusting old man! Go die! Many students even spat at Ding Guanque. Yi-chen glanced at his phone. 3 minutes. Within that time. Meanwhile, Ding Guanque also came to his senses, seeing the countless people around him cursing and spitting, and recalling what he had just said, the color drained from his face completely. He looked at Yi-chen, his face filled with terror, and said, You. Before he could finish, a boy suddenly rushed over and kicked Ding Guanque in the face, shouting, Go die! Shameless old bastard! Beat him! The surrounding students surged forward, pummeling Ding Guanque with fists and kicks. In an instant, the entire scene was filled with Ding Guanque's cries of agony. As for Wang Ziang and the others, they were already too scared to breathe, standing there pale and frozen. Everyone, stop! Don't act impulsively! At that moment, Chui Ziyuan shouted. Hearing Chui Ziyuan's words, the agitated students finally stopped and retreated. In the middle of the crowd, Ding Guanque curled up, holding his head, his clothes covered in footprints, looking utterly disheveled. Students, Chui Ziyuan said loudly, I will report this matter for serious handling by the higher-ups. Here, I apologize to you all for being unaware of such a serious incident at the school. However, I assure you that such things will never happen again. Yay! Chui Dean is awesome. I believe in Dean Chui. The surrounding students echoed in agreement. Chui Ziyuan nodded, then looked at Wang Ziang and the others, as well as Yi-chen and Wang Jianbo, and said, You all, come with me. Upon hearing Chui Ziyuan's words, Wang Ziang directly sat down on the ground. Damn, it's over. If nothing unexpected happens, they are definitely going to be expelled. Including Fan Yunhai, they would all be expelled directly. The subsequent events were obvious. Wang Xiang and Fan Yunhai were directly expelled, while Chen Jijun and the others who were with Wang Xiang received major demerits and were put on probation. As for Ding Wangkue, he was taken away by the disciplinary inspection department on the spot. No one knew how he would be punished, but with such a serious issue in his confession, there was basically no chance of turning things around. Afterwards, Cui Ziyuan comforted He-chun for a while, assuring him that the school would not mistreat any good student and would not condone any bad student. To such a bureaucratic reassurance, He-chen could only respond with a smile. If it weren't for his loose lips sticker, he would probably have been kicked out by Ding Guankuan by now. Afterwards, Cui Ziyuan asked He-chen's counselor, Zhou Shang, to take He-chen out. After leaving the office, Zhou Shang said to He-chen, if I have done anything wrong to you in the past, I hope you won't take it to heart. He had always wanted to apologize to He-chen. He had done quite a few things that offended He-chen before. If He-chen were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But now, He-chen was someone even Dean Cui needed to treat with respect, while Zhou Shang was just a counselor who had long since backed down. He wanted to apologize to He-chen but had never found the right opportunity until now. He-chen shook his head and said, Teacher Zhou is our teacher. Even if we had some unpleasantness in the past, it's not a big deal. There's no need to worry about it. I've already forgotten. Some things he would remember, but others he would forget after a glance. Although Zhou Shang had caused him a lot of trouble, He-chen had no good feelings towards him. However, Zhou Shang wasn't targeting him on purpose, it was just the environment. At least he hadn't kicked him when he was down, so there was no need to hold a grudge and seek revenge. Even though he had money now, he wouldn't act like a petty person who revels in their newfound power. Just as Tian Fuwei had commented on He-chen, no matter how others treated him, he remained cheerful and optimistic, unlike a petty person who, when not in power, was filled with jealousy and resentment, and when in power, was plagued by insecurity, never having a single happy day in their life. Upon hearing He-chen's words, Zhou Shang's face immediately showed a look of helplessness. Just from this, he knew there was no chance of getting close to He-chen. At most, He-chen wouldn't cause him trouble, and they would maintain a normal teacher-student relationship. The three of them walked through the campus. Along the way, almost all the students were discussing Ding Guankuan's incident. After all, what Ding Guankuan had done was truly shocking. They hadn't walked far when suddenly, a girl in jeans appeared in front of He-chen, looking a bit anxious as she said, He-chen, the dean didn't do anything to him, right? Wang Jianba, seeing the girl, exclaimed, Tian Fuwei? After saying that, he looked at He-chen and then at Tian Fuwei. The relationship between these two. Zhou Shang was momentarily stunned. Then, he cleared his throat and said, I'll leave you to chat. He-chen nodded and then turned to look at Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba scratched the back of his head, looking foolish as he said, Why are you staring at me like that? He-chen. He rolled his eyes and said to Tian Fuwei, Fuwei, let's go find a place where no one is around to chat. Saying this, he reached out and took Tian Fuwei's small hand, walking towards the playground. Tian Fuwei didn't refuse and let He-chen hold her hand as they walked forward. Wang Jianba? What does it mean to find a place with no one around to chat? And calling her Fuwei? So intimate? And they were already holding hands? Their progress was too fast. What he didn't know was that when He-chen was teaching Tian Fuwei to play the piano, he had already held her small hand countless times, and Tian Fuwei had long since gotten used to it, showing no resistance at all. Thus, what followed was a scene that left all the students at Linen University in disbelief. On the wide campus road, He-chen held Tian Fuwei's small hand, and the two walked side by side, strolling through the campus. It was unclear whether He-chen was unintentionally or intentionally declaring his relationship with Tian Fuwei, as he directly held her hand from the playground to the teaching building, from the teaching building to the dormitory, then through the living area, library, green spaces, gymnasium, cafeteria, and so on, leaving their footprints almost everywhere. Almost all the students saw the two walking hand in hand. News about He-chen and Tian Fuwei spread wildly on the campus forum. Did you see that? The campus beauty Tian is being led around by a big pig's hoof. I saw it, over by the stadium. I saw it too, by the green area. I suspect that Jerky is doing it on purpose, just to let us see. No doubt about it. I saw it by the cafeteria too. This guy is just deliberately showing off. That jerk, he's really not human. Oh my Tian, the campus beauty, the little hand I've dreamed of holding, is actually being taken by another man. Grave of the Protect Fuwei team. Protect Fuwei team no. 1. Buried here. Proof that I loved. Protect Fuwei team no. 2. Buried together. On campus, He-chen and Tian Fuwei were chatting as they walked. So that's it, That Ding Guangquan is really infuriating, Tian Fuwei said angrily after hearing He Chen's explanation. He Chen shrugged, exactly. But now it's good, the bad guys ultimately get no reward. He hasn't harassed you, has he? Tian Fuwei tilted her head and replied, do you think he dares? He Chen thought for a moment and then immediately shook his head. Dare? Definitely not. Although Tian Fuwei was just an ordinary student at Linen University, she was not only the president of the literature club but also the president of the Go Club, and the #1 beauty of Linen, commanding attention throughout the campus. She could be considered a true campus superstar. Ding Guangquan could only flirt with those inconspicuous girls, who would dare provoke Tian Fuwei? With just one word from her, the spit of all the students at Linen University could drown him. I heard you're participating in the school's calligraphy competition tomorrow? What's going on? You know calligraphy too? He Chen asked. He thought Tian Fuwei was just a top student. She could even do calligraphy? Is she a jack of all trades? Tian Fuwei smiled and said, of course. I know a lot more, you just don't know. To tell you the truth, old Guo from the Calligraphy Association is my teacher. My calligraphy is absolutely stunning. You'll be amazed when you see it. I can definitely win first place with overwhelming advantage. Oh really? He Chen raised an eyebrow. With that much confidence, I really want to see your masterpiece. He didn't know who old Guo was, but how could he refuse such a beautiful girl's invitation? Then it's settled, let's make a pinky promise, Tian Fuwei said. Okay. He Chen agreed, and the two made a pinky promise. Then they exchanged a glance and both burst into silly laughter. As night fell, He Chen prepared to drive Tian Fuwei home. Just as he opened the car door, the music started playing. Hey, look at how fair the little sister is. Doesn't matter if you're fair or not, big brother doesn't care if you're fair or not. He Chen? What the hell is that Wang Jianba listening to all day? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly forced a smile at Tian Fuwei. This is what Wang Jianba listens to. He picked the songs. It has nothing to do with me. In the face of crisis, He Chen didn't hesitate to throw Wang Jianba under the bus. After dropping Tian Fuwei off at home and saying goodbye, He Chen drove straight to Yipin Pavilion. On the way, he called Wang Jianba. No matter how many times he called, Wang Jianba wouldn't answer. After more than 10 calls, they were all ruthlessly hung up. He sent him a message, but got no reply. This left He Chen feeling hurt. What happened to Wang Jianba? Why was he ignoring him? Did he do something wrong? Just as he was about to ask Wang Jianba what was going on, Wang Jianba suddenly sent a message. Just 5 words. Simple 5 words. Get lost. Be a person. He Chen. Dude, I am a person, okay? A good person, you know? He Chen sent a photo and asked, Old Wang, how does this picture of me and Fuwei look? As soon as he sent it, a red exclamation mark appeared behind the message. He Chen, that fat guy actually dared to block me. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you regret it. Back home, He Chen lay down on the sofa, ready to scroll through Douyin. Suddenly, a question popped up on Bihou. What is it like to have a beautiful girlfriend? He Chen thought for a moment and replied, not sure if she's my girlfriend yet, but my best buddy just blocked me, so let me be a person. As soon as he sent it, his phone buzzed with a flurry of reply notifications. Opening it, he saw, the answerer must not be a person anymore. I can imagine the troubles of being your buddy. Rich guy, do you still need a girlfriend? I want to be your girlfriend. I want to lie in your 300 square meter swimming pool. I've been following you for several days, rich guy. Your answers are always so elegant and unique. By the way, is that ton of gold still with you? The one above is excellent. He Chen was stunned for a moment, then checked the back end and found that he actually had over 10,000 followers on Bihou. These followers were all from his previous answers. Seeing this scene, He Chen was speechless. When he first joined Bihou, he had worked hard to provide high-quality answers to gain followers, searching for materials and references, but every answer ended up sinking into the sea, with no one paying attention to him. Or rather, no one cared about his formal answers. Instead, it was his recent casual witty replies that had skyrocketed his followers to thousands of times more than before. He had to admit, Bihou had changed. It had truly become Bihou. He Chen ignored them and directly closed Bihou, starting to scroll through Douyin instead. A night passed without a word. The next day, He Chen drove his BMW X7 to Linen University. Soon, he arrived at Linen University, called Tian Fuwei, and then found the eagerly waiting Tian Fuwei outside the stadium. Seeing He Chen approach, Tian Fuwei quickly greeted him with a smile, saying, He Chen, you got here pretty fast. Of course, you should see who invited me. He Chen chuckled. Tian Fuwei rolled her eyes at He Chen and said, I didn't expect you to learn to be so slick. What do you mean slick? This is my heartfelt words. He Chen immediately explained, he really wasn't being slick. Even if he had the heart, he didn't have the guts. Even if he had the guts, he didn't have the tongue. He couldn't help it, he was born with a clumsy mouth. Tianfu Wei chuckled and said, alright, I'm not blaming you. Come, let me show you my calligraphy. Ta-da! After saying that, she took out a piece of paper from behind and carefully unfolded it. He-Chen looked down and saw a poem. Yurengu, Song of the You People, what evening is this, as I row my boat in the stream? What day is today, that I share a boat with the prince? Ashamed to be good, not to be scorned. My heart is troubled yet unceasing, to know the prince. The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. My heart delights in you, yet you do not know. The characters were written in standard regular script, beautifully crafted. No wonder Tianfu Wei dared to boast about her calligraphy being earth-shattering and ghost-weeping. How's this poem? Do you know this poem? Tianfu Wei asked, blinking her big eyes. This was her favorite poem. Especially after getting to know He-Chen, she had quietly followed him, and her feelings about this poem were even deeper. The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. My heart delights in you, yet you do not know. It had been 3 years, but He-Chen always acted like a big laugh, never realizing it. Hearing Tianfu Wei's question, He-Chen was slightly taken aback, then immediately replied confidently, you've come to the right person. No need to brag, I'm a history expert. There's nothing I don't know. The song Yurengu dates back to the pre-Qin period and is the first existing translated poem in our country's history. This poem is close to the emotional depth of the works in Chusi, showcasing a high level of artistry. Together with other folk poems from the state of Chu, it serves as an artistic source for Chusi. How about that? I'm not wrong, am I? Tianfu Wei said. She took a deep breath and said, that's right, let's not talk about the poem anymore. How's my calligraphy? I spent 2 hours on it last night. He-Chen glanced at it and nodded, saying, not bad, but it's still lacking a bit of fire. If you apply a bit more strength and write with a softer touch, it would be much better. Although he had never practiced calligraphy, he had a master-level proficiency gifted by the system. In the realm of calligraphy, he claimed the top spot, and basically no one dared to claim second. Is that for real? Tianfu Wei, hearing He-Chen's words, said with uncertainty, but my calligraphy teacher Guoming said my writing is already very good, almost catching up to him. He-Chen's expression shifted. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the 35th technique from the love manual Wang Jianba had taught him. No matter the time, one must never say the girl is wrong. I was just joking. He-Chen quickly changed his tune. Your calligraphy is truly astonishing, capable of moving heaven and earth. It's incredibly impressive, as if Wang Shiji were alive and Dong Qichang had been reborn. Put. Tianfu Wei couldn't help but laugh at He-Chen's exaggerated flattery, saying, alright, stop it. I feel embarrassed for you. There are already a lot of people at the competition site. Let's go in. This time, it was Tianfu Wei who took He-Chen's hand and led him into the gymnasium. Feeling the smooth, delicate hand in his, He-Chen felt a wave of comfort. So nice. Meanwhile, many classmates were also walking towards the stadium. Many boys, seeing Tianfu Wei holding another boy's hand, shot He-Chen murderous glares. However, upon realizing it was He-Chen, they immediately turned their heads away. There was no way around it. He-Chen was now the hottest figure in the school. He had even taken down the academic affairs director. Who would dare provoke him? He had long since grown accustomed to the murderous looks from these people. In terms of death stares, yesterday was much more intense, right? Yesterday, the killing intent was overwhelming, almost palpable. After experiencing yesterday's baptism, He-Chen had already cultivated the skill of being unbothered by scalding water. Soon, Tianfu Wei led He-Chen into the gymnasium. At this point, many people were already standing inside, with numerous stands around filled with calligraphy works, and the student council staff were responsible for maintaining order at the competition site. Seeing the bustling crowd inside, He-Chen exclaimed, there are quite a few people here. Of course, Tianfu Wei explained, this is the first official competition between Linen University and the University of Economics and Trade, aimed at promoting communication between the two schools and enhancing the feelings among the students. Calligraphy masters from the Calligraphy Association are personally judging, and my teacher Guoming is also here. Over 200 participants from both schools are competing. How could there not be many people? He-Chen raised an eyebrow and then squinted his eyes. A competition between the two schools? Before this, Linen University and the University of Economics and Trade had never engaged in any substantial competitions. After all, the two schools were not close, and it was fine to hold competitions among students within the school, but there was no need for inter-school competitions, let alone fostering feelings and promoting exchanges. Was there something he didn't know? Otherwise, why would the two schools inexplicably hold a competition? Let's go, let's find a place to sit first, Tianfu Wei suggested. There were many seats around the gymnasium, and many people were already seated. Tianfu Wei took He-Chen and casually found a spot to sit down. He Chen glanced at the crowd around him, smacked his lips, and said, "So many people just to watch a calligraphy competition, it's not even a basketball game, is it really necessary?" He spoke carelessly, but listened intently. The others sitting next to the two immediately became displeased upon hearing He Chen's words. Most of the people here were calligraphy enthusiasts. Hearing He Chen's remarks, the students quickly expressed their dissatisfaction. The students from Linen University were somewhat better, but those from the School of Economics and Trade immediately voiced their opposition. What's wrong with a calligraphy competition? Is it less important than basketball? Exactly. Calligraphy is an excellent traditional art of our Huaxia culture. How can it be compared to basketball? Even the students from Linen University began to voice their discontent. He Chen, please do not insult calligraphy. It is a pursuit of the spirit. Right. The pursuit of the spirit is far more important than money. Do you know what the prize for the champion of this competition is? If you win, you can directly become a disciple of Liang Qingping, the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association. Do you know who Liang Qingping is? He is a master of calligraphy in the Chinese Calligraphers Association. Even Tian Fuwei looked at He Chen helplessly and said, "He Chen, it seems you really need to improve your spiritual pursuits." He Chen. At that moment, he was left speechless. He had just complained about the crowd. How did he suddenly become the target? Wow, are these people really so passionate about calligraphy? He had originally wanted to say, "The clown is in the hall, the master is wandering," but seeing the current situation, he honestly held it back. If he really said it, these people would likely turn against him. What He Chen didn't know was that, to some extent, spiritual pursuit was equivalent to a person's faith. By belittling their faith, these people naturally couldn't sit still. Just then, two members of the student council walked over, one of whom, a slightly plump girl, smiled at Tian Fuwei and said, "President Tian, have you brought your calligraphy? Everyone else's is already on the display rack." "Yes, please take it over." Tian Fuwei lightly smiled as she handed over the Song of the You People. "Okay." The slightly plump girl quickly took the Song of the You People and headed towards the exhibition rack. He Chen looked at Tian Fuwei in surprise and said, "Wow, Tian Fuwei, you're now the president of the student council? Congratulations!" He hadn't been at school for just a few days, and he didn't expect Tian Fuwei to become the president of the student council. Tian Fuwei sighed helplessly and said, "It's all because of you." Fan Yunhai was expelled, and Dean Shui had all the students vote for a new student council president, and I ended up with 78% of the votes. Then I was pushed into the position. Hey, you're taking advantage of the situation. He Chun chuckled. *___**, hee. Tian Fuwei smiled and said, "For this competition, since there are many participants, all the competition works are on display, and the judges will first announce the list of works that advance to the second round. To avoid anyone writing on behalf of others, the second round will be conducted live, and the top 3 works will be selected for awards." After saying that, she pointed to the display rack in the middle of the gymnasium and said, "Now all our works are on the display rack, and of course, there are also works from the Calligraphy Association. Would you like me to take you to appreciate them and soak in some cultural atmosphere?" He Chen grimaced. He wasn't interested in any of that and was thinking about how to refuse when someone suddenly shouted, "The judges from the Calligraphy Association are here." He Chen turned his head and immediately saw 10 people, probably in their 40s or 50s, walking in with smiles. Tian Fuwei introduced, "He Chen, this judging panel includes famous calligraphers from the association. That old man in the checkered shirt is my teacher, Guoming." Apart from them, there were also leaders from Linen University, led by the vice president, and leaders from the School of Economics and Trade, making a total of 3 parties. The champion of the competition would receive personal instruction from President Liang of the Calligraphy Association, who is a renowned figure in the China Calligraphy Association. In comparison, the second and third places were not very significant, as they would only receive certificates of recognition from the Calligraphy Association. As Tian Fuwei introduced, the judging panel composed of representatives from the school and the Calligraphy Association entered the venue. With their arrival, the competition site instantly became lively. Tian Fuwei raised her small fist and declared, "This time, I must win the championship." "So eager to win, huh?" He Chun chuckled. "Of course." Tian Fuwei nodded. "As long as I win the championship, I can receive calligraphy guidance from President Liang." "You don't understand calligraphy, you don't know President Liang's status in the calligraphy world." "What? He's just the president of a calligraphy association, how impressive can he be?" He Chen asked, puzzled. Tian Fuwei enthusiastically explained, President Liang is not only well known in linen, even across the province, he is among the top in calligraphy. Many events that require calligraphy displays will pay him handsomely to write inscriptions. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his words are worth their weight in gold. My calligraphy teacher, Old Gua, highly praises President Liang, saying that as long as I can receive his personal guidance, my calligraphy will surely reach new heights. I have always wanted to get President Liang's advice, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. This time, I can say it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. He Chen smirked. I don't understand calligraphy? If I don't understand calligraphy, then none of the people here do. However, if He Chen were to say such a thing, Tian Fuwei would just accuse him of bragging, and it might even provoke the crowd around them. It wasn't worth it for a moment of banter. It was better to just watch the competition honestly. Then I wish you achieve your wish, He Chen said with a light smile. Thank you, Tian Fuwei replied happily. At this moment, the student council members began to maintain order at the venue, leading the students who were not participating in the competition outside, leaving only the participants and the judges. Tian Fuwei confidently said, He Chen, you stay here and watch the competition. Watch me dominate and win the championship. He Chen chuckled. Alright, let me see your skills. Tian Fuwei nodded vigorously and walked off the audience stand towards the stage. Upon reaching the stage, Tian Fuwei approached Guoming, who was in his 50s, and greeted him with a smile. Hello, teacher. Hello. Guoming chuckled. Your work for this competition is quite good. I have high hopes for you. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Tian Fuwei nodded. Well, get ready for the competition, Guoming instructed. At that moment, the host responsible for this event, who was also one of the judges, Vice President Chen Yongliang, stepped forward and delivered a speech about the competition that lasted over 10 minutes. Just as the audience was about to fall asleep, he announced the end of the formal speech, and the competition officially began. The entire venue fell silent. The student council members were responsible for bringing the calligraphy works of the participants to the judging panel, where the judges would score them. Each judge had a scoring power of 10 points, and the total score from 10 judges would be 100 points. The top 10 participants with the highest scores would proceed to the second round of the competition. He Chen watched the calligraphy works of the participants with great interest. Previously, he had looked down on Tian Fuwei's calligraphy of Yurengu, but now, seeing the other entries, he could only describe them as utterly dreadful. Is this even called calligraphy? Damn! Do these people really understand calligraphy? Anyone could write like this, right? Some of the pieces looked decent at first glance, but it was obvious they were mere copies of works by famous calligraphers, lacking spirit despite their form. Compared to these people, Tian Fuwei's calligraphy can truly be considered conscientious. Although Tian Fuwei's calligraphy may not compare in appearance to these imitations, it is rich in emotion. What is calligraphy? Calligraphy is not just about writing beautiful characters. More importantly, it is about writing living characters. Photography can capture a person's appearance, but calligraphy can leave behind a person's inner self. An essayist needs a passage of text to express their inner thoughts, but calligraphy only requires a single character, hence the saying a character reflects the person. This is precisely where the charm of calligraphy lies, and it is the fundamental reason why Chinese characters have been passed down for thousands of years without fading. No other language form has endured for so long. If the calligraphy of Huaxia were merely imitations, it would have long exited the historical stage, becoming a world of letters. 200 competition pieces. Moreover, during the critique, the judges would also provide their own evaluations of the calligraphy. Some calligraphy works made the judges feel a headache, and in the end, they only scored 1 or 2 points, as a consolation. When it was Tian Fuwei's turn, the 10 judges observed for a while and then revealed their scores. There were highs and lows. Tian Fuwei's teacher, Guoming, gave a perfect 10. But the vice president of Linen University, Chen Yongliang, surprisingly only gave 5 points, resulting in a final score of 86.7. The writing is good, but still needs practice. Yes, you can see there is some foundation in the calligraphy, but it has been practiced too little. The strength is lacking. Several judges began to offer their insights. Tian Fuwei stood there, listening seriously to their critiques. However, He Chen frowned as he listened to their comments. What? The strength is lacking? Are these people joking? Tian Fuwei is a girl, and a girl's writing should embody the natural elegance and grace of a woman. Moreover, the poem she wrote expresses a woman's deep feelings of sorrow, yet you judges are saying the strength of the writing is insufficient? A score of only 86.7 for such writing? In contrast, those imitated calligraphies scored above 90, with the highest being a handsome boy from the School of Economics and Trade, whose name seems to be Yuan Ziqiu, the campus heartthrob of the school, scoring a staggering 97 points, with almost all judges giving full marks, except for Guoming who gave 8 points. But a high score of 97 is more than 10 points higher than Tian Fuwei's, leading He-Chen to deeply question the judges' standards, not understanding how they arrived at their scores. Once the results were announced, the students from the School of Economics and Trade immediately cheered, especially a few girls among them. Yuan Shuega is amazing. Ha, I said Zicho Gij could definitely crush the entire Linen University. Zicho Gij, you are awesome. In contrast, the people from Linen University looked angrily at these students but dared not voice their anger. After all, their vice president was sitting right there. Ultimately, the first round of the competition concluded. Among the top 10, Linen University had 4, while the School of Economics and Trade had 6. Tian Fuwei's score of 86.7 placed her 8th. He-Chen looked at the disappointment on Tian Fuwei's face, his eyes gradually narrowing. Congratulations to the 10 selected contestants. We will now proceed to the second round of the competition, live writing. Please prepare yourselves, announced the host, Chen Yongliang. In the center of the venue, 4 tables were set up, equipped with paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones, ready for the second round of competition. With Chen Yongliang's voice, the second round officially began. Tian Fuwei took a deep breath, approached the table, pondered for a moment, and then wrote down 4 large characters: Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju. The others also began to write, some writing heaven and earth, mysterious in yellow, while others wrote different words or idioms. The campus heartthrob Yuan Zicho from the School of Economics and Trade wrote the 4 characters spring, summer, autumn, winter. However, the characters rewritten this time were clearly inferior compared to the calligraphy works displayed earlier. In contrast, Tian Fuwei's work was even better than her previous rendition of Yuringu. It was evident that Tian Fuwei had a solid foundation in calligraphy and had truly put in all her effort. The judges began to comment on each of the works and assign scores. This time, many people's scores were lower than before. Those who had scored over 90 earlier now only had scores in the 70s. Soon, it was time for Yuan Zicho's piece titled Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter. All 10 judges nodded in agreement after viewing it. Not bad, not bad. This piece is even better than the last one. Truly impressive for someone so young, almost catching up to us old folks. A group of people said, picking up their scorecards, with most scoring at 9 or 10 points, except for Guo Ming, who only gave it 7. Seeing the scores raised by the other judges, Guo Ming furrowed his brows. This score was not what he had expected. In the end, the total score was announced, and Yuan Zicho achieved a total of 95 points. Next up was Tian Fuwei, also the last one. After the judges reviewed her work, they began to discuss it. Tian Fuwei stood in front of the judging panel, her face filled with anxiety. She had truly performed beyond her usual level this time. She had seen the calligraphy of the other 9 participants, and while a few were indeed good, hers was not lacking and had a great chance of winning the competition. At this moment, the judges began to comment. Tian Fuwei, your piece has form but lacks meaning. Yes, I already told you earlier, the strength is insufficient, and this piece still has that issue. There's still room for improvement. As Tian Fuwei listened to the judges, her face grew paler. In the audience, He-Chen watched this scene, his eyes gradually narrowing. Even compared to Yuan Zicho's piece, Tian Fuwei's work was not weak at all. Yet, while Yuan Zicho received all praise, when it came to Tian Fuwei, it all turned into criticism. At this moment, the judges picked up their scorecards. There were scores of 7, 8, 9, and even 10, with the 10 coming from Guo Ming. In the end, the total score was announced, 88 points. This was less than 2 points more than her first attempt. Meanwhile, the rankings of the 10 participants were freshly revealed. First place, Yuan Zicho, 95 points. Second place, Bai Fani, 92 points. Third place, Zhao Bailey, 91 points. Tian Fuwei's score only placed her 6th, failing to make it into the top 3. Upon seeing this ranking, the students from the School of Economics and Trade immediately erupted in cheers, especially the girls. Yay! Yuan Shige, I love you. Zichio Gij is amazing. Guo Ming looked at the results of the competition and sighed helplessly. As Tian Fuwei's teacher, he also hoped she would take first place, but calligraphy is greatly influenced by personal preference. What he liked might not be what others liked. In the center of the competition venue, Tian Fuwei lowered her head, her face filled with sadness and disappointment. Then, she looked up at He-Chen, her eyes filled with frustration. Originally, she had confidently called He-Chen over to showcase her breathtaking calligraphy, vowing to secure first place. In the end, she didn't even make it into the top 3 or 5, only achieving 6th place. This score could indeed be considered very high among a total of 200 participants. However, for the top student of Linen University, who had vowed to take first place, it was somewhat hard to accept. Seeing Tian Fuwei's disappointment, He-Chen felt a pang in his heart. He knew how much this competition meant to her. As a result, with Tian Fuwei's calligraphy skills, she clearly could have taken first place, there was no way she could lose, especially not so miserably. But now she had lost, and not even made it into the top 3, leaving only 2 possible reasons. One was that the judges present simply did not understand calligraphy, but these people had immersed themselves in it for so many years that it was impossible for them to not distinguish between good and bad. So, only the second reason remained: manipulation behind the scenes. At that moment, the host, Vice Dean Chen Yongliang, stepped forward and announced loudly, "The results of the competition are now out, and this calligraphy competition has finally reached its conclusion. I hereby announce the top 3 winners of this calligraphy competition. First place." "Wait a minute!" A shout suddenly rang out from the audience. As He Chen's voice fell, everyone in the competition venue, including the Calligraphy Association judges, turned to look at He Chen. After all, this was the calligraphy competition site, and the host was about to announce the results. This guy suddenly jumped out. What did he want? Was he questioning the results determined by the Calligraphy Association and the leaders of the 2 schools, including Tian Fuwei? When Tian Fuwei saw that it was He Chen shouting, her eyes widened in surprise. What did this guy want? The students from the School of Economics and Trade, not knowing He Chen, began to scold him for interrupting the announcement of the results. "What do you want?" "Exactly. The results are about to be announced. This is the outcome agreed upon by 3 parties. Do you really want to question it? If you don't want to watch, just get out and stop wasting time." Unlike the students from the School of Economics and Trade, the students from Linen University, upon seeing He Chen, all showed expressions of anticipation, their shouts rising and falling. "He Chen, go for them!" "Right! Let them know that our Linen University is not to be trifled with." So infuriating. After all, Tian Fuwei was the campus belle of Linen University for 4 years, and her calligraphy was quite good, yet she only placed 6th. They all felt a pent-up frustration, just not daring to voice it, because the other side not only had the leaders from 3 parties but also the vice president of the Calligraphy Association present. They were just ordinary students. How could they question these people's decisions? But He Chen was different. This guy had taken Tian Fuwei around every corner of the school yesterday, essentially proving his relationship with her to everyone. Moreover, He Chen was not someone to be easily provoked. Even Ding Guanquan had been taken down. Now that He Chen stood up, he was definitely going to help Tian Fuwei regain her honor. If they could restore Tian Fuwei's reputation, it would also bring them glory. This was the first time they stood on the same front as He Chen. Chen Yongliang, seeing He Chen, said with a dark expression, "He Chen, what do you want? Do you know what this calligraphy competition means? This is a foundational competition jointly held by our university, the School of Economics and Trade, and the Calligraphy Association. You are disrupting the normal order of the calligraphy competition. Do you understand? You could be punished for this." He truly had no good feelings towards He Chen. In the university, there were factions. Chui Ziyuan was one faction, and he, Chen Yongliang, was another. In his faction, Ding Guanquan was a very important person. Yet, He Chen had shattered that. He had been holding this grudge in his heart. He hadn't even had the chance to find trouble with He Chen, and now He Chen was coming to find trouble with him? This calligraphy competition was a joint event of the Calligraphy Association, Linen University, and the School of Economics and Trade, and he was not only a judge but also the host. If something went wrong with the competition, the responsibility would fall on him. "He Chen, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Tian Fuwei also shouted to He Chen. Chen Yongliang was not Ding Guanquan, he was the vice dean of Linen University, second only to Chui Ziyuan in power. If He Chen disrupted this competition, Chen Yongliang could directly expel him from Linen University. However, He Chen ignored her glance. "What do I want to do?" he sneered, directly stepping down from the audience and walking towards the competition venue, saying as he walked, "There's one thing I don't understand, and I need you judges to explain it to me. What standards do you use to evaluate the quality of these calligraphies?" Guoming was taken aback by He Chen's words. Even he did not dare to question the results of this competition. This matter involved 2 universities and the Calligraphy Association. If things went wrong, it would offend all 3 parties. Now, a young man had jumped out to question their established results? "What standards we use, do we need to report to you? Who do you think you are? Even if we told you, would you understand? Security, throw him out. I'll deal with him after the competition," Chen Yongliang said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 security guards rushed in from outside and approached He Chen directly. However, He Chen merely glanced at them, and they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. What is momentum? This is momentum. Unmoved like a mountain, imposing like a great peak. Then, He Chen looked at Chen Yongliang, shook his head, and sighed, "Vice Dean Chen, to be honest, I think you don't understand calligraphy." "Not at all. I don't understand? What a joke." Chen Yongliang sneered, You dare say I don't understand calligraphy? When the Linen Calligraphy Association was first established, I was one of the first members of the board. Ask anyone in the linen calligraphy community who doesn't know my name, Chen Yongliang. You, who don't even know what calligraphy is, dare to say I don't understand it? Do you know what calligraphy means? Do you understand what it is to know calligraphy? He Chen narrowed his eyes and said, calligraphy expresses a person's emotions and character, conveying these through the form of calligraphy for others to appreciate. If you understood, how could you not distinguish which calligraphy is good or bad? Could it be that there's some insider deal? Have you taken benefits from others? He Chen had no intention of giving Chen Yongliang any face. With someone like him as a judge, He Chen truly had no hope for the objectivity of this so-called calligraphy competition. Hiss! Upon hearing He Chen's words, everyone present was shocked. Even Guoming furrowed his brows instantly, directly accusing the vice dean of taking benefits? This guy really dared to say it. What did you say? Chen Yongliang exploded, roaring in anger. Who are you accusing of taking benefits? This is slander against our two schools and the Calligraphy Association. Do you believe that with just that sentence, I can call the police and have you arrested? Other members of the judging panel also began to accuse him. Kid, you don't even understand calligraphy, and you dare to talk nonsense here? Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize us? You really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. If you don't want to watch, get lost. Don't affect the competition here. Tian Fuwei quickly advised He Chen, stop talking. I lost the competition because my skills weren't as good, I can't blame others. She was also part of the Calligraphy Association, and many people there knew her. If He Chen got into a dispute with the Calligraphy Association, she would be caught in the middle and feel very awkward. No need to speak for them. He Chen said bluntly, a bunch of fame-seeking guys, casually writing a few characters, consider themselves masters, and then randomly evaluate others, manipulating behind the scenes to choose a champion. It's simply disgraceful for the calligraphy community. Such a boring competition, it's better not to participate. Let's go. If you want to learn calligraphy, I'll teach you. Saying this, he pulled Tian Fuwei and was about to leave. Tian Fuwei felt a headache. He Chen teaching her calligraphy? She admitted that He Chen sang quite well and played the piano decently, but these had nothing to do with calligraphy. Things were already chaotic enough, and He Chen saying this was just adding to the confusion. Wait a minute. At that moment, the leader of the Calligraphy Association, Lu Xiangyang, called out to He Chen. Young man, you can question us, but you need to have evidence. Our evaluation is based on the total scores from 10 judges, which can be said to be very objective and fair, and the entire process is conducted under the supervision of everyone, so there is absolutely no question of any behind-the-scenes manipulation, Lu Xiangyang said with a serious expression. He Chen's questioning of the results of this competition was essentially a challenge to the authority of the Calligraphy Association, and a challenge to him as the vice president of the association. As Lu Xiangyang's voice fell, several members of the Calligraphy Association nearby immediately stood up. This is infuriating. How dare they say we are just seeking fame and writing casually? Ha! You teach others calligraphy? You probably don't even know how to hold a brush. Alas, the prestigious Linen Calligraphy Association has actually been lectured by a clueless brat. If this gets out, where will our association's face go? Vice President Lu, let's give this arrogant kid a good lesson so he knows what calligraphy really is. Chen Yongliang also spoke in a deep voice. He Chen, to say that the Calligraphy Association is made up of people seeking fame, I admire your courage. But being so ignorant, if you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. He Chen sneered, explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? At this moment, Lu Xiangyang stepped forward and said, you say you want to teach Xiao Tian calligraphy, which means you understand calligraphy as well. Since that's the case, my request is not high. If you can write a piece that satisfies us today, we will consider this matter as if it never happened. How about that? Tian Fuwei immediately became anxious at these words. How could He Chen understand calligraphy? Moreover, what did it mean to satisfy them? Whether they were satisfied or not was entirely up to their say. She quickly stepped in front of He Chen and said, Vice President Lu, please don't be angry. What He Chen just said was out of impulse. Before she could finish her sentence, He Chen interrupted her, saying, if they want an explanation so badly, then I'll show them. Let them know that these self-proclaimed calligraphy masters are nothing. Originally, He Chen really didn't want to deal with these people. In his eyes, these members of the Calligraphy Association who called themselves calligraphy masters were almost no different from laymen. Even the best calligrapher, Lu Xiangyang, could only be said to be barely readable. It was simply a waste of time to argue with these people, but they were relentless, insisting on provoking him. Since that's the case, he couldn't be blamed. Today, he would let these people see what true calligraphy is, so they wouldn't mislead others here. At the scene, upon hearing He Chen's words, the surrounding judges immediately began to scold him. Let us know we are nothing? Arrogant and conceited. Ha ha, truly shameless. Today's youth, they can't do anything but boast. This is what we call a stubborn duck. Let's see how you end up. Even Tian Fuwei was anxious. Had she known it would escalate like this, she wouldn't have called He Chen over. Now look, it had turned into this. She quickly walked up to He Chen and advised, He Chen, I know you're doing this for me, but don't be impulsive. He Chen waved his hand and said, it's fine, trust me. This was his confidence as a master of calligraphy. If he couldn't handle a small linen calligraphy association, how could he call himself a master? After saying that, he walked directly to the winning piece with the words spring, summer, autumn, winter in front of him, pointing at the characters on the table and looking at Yuan Ziqiu. Did you write this piece? Yuan Ziqiu stepped forward, smiled gently, and said, I wrote it. May I ask what guidance you have? He had practiced hard for months for this championship. It was no exaggeration to say that he was confident that among his peers in linen, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could surpass him in calligraphy. However, in order to win the championship of this competition and become President Liang's disciple, he still spent money to bribe several members of the Calligraphy Association, as well as Chen Yongliang from Linen University, to give him high scores, just to be on the safe side. Just as he was expecting He Chen to praise his calligraphy, He Chen suddenly exclaimed, trash. After saying that, he directly grabbed the calligraphy and threw it on the ground. Yuan Ziqiu's eyes widened in anger, pointing at He Chen, so furious that he couldn't find the words to respond. This was his championship work, and yet He Chen treated it like garbage, which was simply too much. If it weren't for the fact that they were at a competition venue, he would have already shouted in anger. The people around them saw this scene and began to criticize. So arrogant! You dare to call the champion's work trash? Who do you think he is? A master of calligraphy? What a self-inflicted humiliation! Let's see what you can write. Especially the girls from the School of Economics and Trade, who were jumping up and down in anger. You are the trash. How dare you criticize Ziqiu Onichan? This is really infuriating. Our Ziqiu is the best. Our Ziqiu is the sky. You little bug. You can't even compare to a single hair of Ziqiu. Facing the crowd scolding, He Chen remained unfazed. He calmly took a piece of rice paper and placed it on the table. Then, he picked up the brush from the inkstone and gently dipped it in ink. At the moment He Chen held the brush, it was as if something in his mind was suddenly triggered, and countless thoughts related to calligraphy surged forth, the brush strokes and intentions that only a master calligrapher could comprehend vividly presenting themselves in He Chen's mind. At that moment, He Chen stood before the table, focused and poised, appearing calm and ordinary on the surface, but the vast and powerful brush strokes and intentions were surging wildly from the tip of the sharp brush. Lu Shangyan, witnessing this scene, was instantly astonished, his eyes wide open. He had immersed himself in calligraphy the longest and had the deepest understanding of it, having interacted with some of the top calligraphers from the Chinese Calligraphy Association. However, just as He Chen picked up the brush, the vigorous and free brush strokes and intentions emanating from the brush tip gave him a feeling of looking up at a towering mountain. This intense feeling was far beyond what he experienced even in front of those calligraphy masters from the Chinese Calligraphy Association. This sensation was fleeting, even making Lu Shangyang feel as if he were hallucinating. Chen Yongliang, seeing He Chen's demeanor, sneered, just putting on airs. You. Before he could finish, Lu Shangyang hurriedly pulled him back, urging him to remain silent. Chen Yongliang was about to ask why when suddenly, He Chen dropped the brush, and in an instant, the brush danced like a dragon and snake, flowing like clouds in water, moving with ease. For any great calligrapher, where the brush tip reaches, it swallows mountains and rivers. Where it does not reach, it is silent as a cicada in winter, and the strokes astonish ghosts and gods, nothing less than this. He Chen began to write in one go, directly inscribing 4 characters, spring, summer, autumn, winter. From the moment He Chen started, Lu Shangyan's mouth dropped open, and he didn't close it until He Chen finished. Not just him, but everyone present, one and all, had their mouths agape. Not to mention anything else, just the brush strokes emanating from He Chen had already conquered everyone there. Silence. A deathly silence. The only sound was the sound of jaws dropping to the ground and shattering. At this moment, He Chen slowly set down the brush and took a step back. Immediately, 2 members of the student council came over, took the characters He Chen had written, and hung them on the exhibition board. Chen Yongliang glanced at them and scoffed, just this? With such characters, you dare to show off in front of us? Tian Fuwei looked at He Chen with concern. If this matter wasn't handled well today, both universities and the Calligraphy Association would simultaneously cause trouble for He Chen. No matter how much money He Chen had, it would be impossible to smooth things over. However, when she saw He Chen, she found that he was just standing there with an indifferent expression, as if what was happening before him had nothing to do with him. Chen Yongliang, being such a sycophant, naturally could not truly understand calligraphy. It was normal for him not to recognize that He Chen had already reached the level of a master calligrapher who had returned to simplicity. But He Chen was looking at Lu Xiangyang, who stood motionless in front of his calligraphy. Although this old man had quite a temper, his calligraphy skills were not low. If he still couldn't see it, it could only mean that the Linen Calligraphy Association was truly just a group of good-for-nothings. At the scene, whether it was the judges or the people from the School of Economics and Trade, they all mocked He Chen. This calligraphy doesn't look that great. He was so impressive just now, I thought he was a master in the calligraphy world. I didn't expect him to be a total amateur. It's not even as good as what Senior Yuan Zichou wrote. Vice President Lu, teach him a good lesson so he knows the price of insulting calligraphy. Exactly. Vice President Lu, hurry up. Shut up. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang suddenly shouted coldly, interrupting all their words. Everyone present looked at Lu Xiangyang in surprise. They completely did not understand why Lu Xiangyang had suddenly lost his temper. Vice President Lu, what's wrong? Chen Yongliang asked in confusion. Other members of the Calligraphy Association also asked in puzzlement, Vice President Lu, why have you been staring at this piece of calligraphy? It can only be said to be passable at best. Is it necessary to stare at it like that? But Lu Xiangyang did not answer them. Instead, he walked gravely to the front of the rice paper and glanced at the back of it. The next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he exclaimed, This. What's wrong, Vice President Lu? Chen Yongliang asked, puzzled. Others also inquired in confusion. What did Vice President Lu discover? Could it be that this piece of calligraphy has some hidden meaning? Could it be that this kid is also a master of calligraphy? But even a master wouldn't write such poor characters. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath and said, he is not a master of calligraphy. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, Chen Yongliang immediately scoffed. He definitely isn't a master of calligraphy. How old is he? If he could reach the level of a master, then wouldn't that mean? Before he could finish, Lu Xiangyang directly stated something that left everyone present dumbfounded. He is a calligraphy grandmaster. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, everyone present gasped in shock. Even Tian Fuwei widened her eyes in disbelief. Vice President Lu, what did you say? A calligraphy grandmaster? Him? How is that possible? Vice President Lu, are you joking with us? The surrounding people were in an uproar. The difference between a master of calligraphy and a grandmaster of calligraphy, though only one word apart, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention Lu Xiangyang, even President Liang Qingping would only be left to grovel in front of a calligraphy grandmaster. I'm not joking. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath and said, I know this is hard to believe and seems too incredible, but you all take a good look at these 4 characters. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, everyone at the scene turned to look at He Chen's piece of calligraphy. The 4 characters, spring, summer, autumn, winter. They looked plain and unremarkable, at most just pleasing to the eye, with nothing particularly outstanding. Only 2 members of the Calligraphy Association showed surprise on their faces. This calligraphy is not simple, one middle-aged man exclaimed. Hearing this, the people around asked in confusion, what do you mean? What's not simple? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, you all think these 4 characters are just pleasing to the eye, but this is precisely the level that can be achieved by returning to simplicity. More importantly, the artistic conception contained in these 4 characters. Don't keep looking back and forth, instead, focus on one of them. For example, the character spring, doesn't it evoke a feeling of bright spring light and a gentle spring breeze on one's face? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone present turned to look at the character spring. They could only feel something special, but they couldn't quite articulate what was special about it. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang said, Brother Zhou is right, this piece of calligraphy forms its own system. Spring is like a gentle breeze on the face, summer is like the blazing sun, autumn is like a refreshing wind, and winter is like a blanket of white snow. Compared to Yuan Zichou's piece just now, this calligraphy is simply worlds apart. As he spoke, he picked up Yuan Zichou's piece and placed it beneath He Chen's work for comparison. Now, with the comparison, the difference was immediately apparent. Just a moment ago, looking at Yuan Zichou's calligraphy, one could still feel it was decent, but now, compared to He Chen's piece, it suddenly seemed like a chaotic scribble. But even if this piece is good, it can't be said that He Chen's calligraphy has reached that level, can it? How old is he? Chen Yongliang asked, his brow furrowed. He simply couldn't believe that He Chen could possess master-level calligraphy. It was utterly inconceivable. The others, upon hearing this question, also looked towards Lu Xiangyang. They too were unwilling to believe that someone as young as He Chen who most people wouldn't even consider a beginner in calligraphy, could possibly be a master of the art. Lu Xiangyang said solemnly, "In the world of calligraphy, age does not determine a hero, it is the accomplished who are regarded as masters. If you still cannot believe it, then look here." Saying this, he flipped over the piece of Xian paper that He Chen had written on, revealing the back. Hiss! Upon seeing the back of the Xian paper, a collective gasp filled the room. The back of the Xian paper also clearly displayed the 4 large characters spring, summer, autumn, winter, with the ink distinctly visible. In the calligraphy world, there is an unwritten rule that anyone with a certain understanding of calligraphy knows. The Xian paper used for calligraphy is different from ordinary paper. It consists of 7 layers, all made of fine paper. The ability to penetrate these 7 layers of fine paper is a crucial means of assessing a person's calligraphy level. Ordinary people can generally only write on the first layer. No matter how much ink they use, it cannot penetrate to the second layer, and excessive ink will result in a smeared appearance. Most of the people from the Calligraphy Association present could only manage to penetrate to the second layer. As for the third layer, that is a level only true calligraphy masters can achieve, not the so-called masters in the eyes of outsiders, but genuine calligraphy masters who have honed their skills to a certain degree. Among all the people from the Calligraphy Association present, only Lu Xiangyang could achieve this level. As for the 4th layer of Xian paper, in the entire city of Linen, only the president of the Calligraphy Association, Liang Qingping, could do it. The 5th layer? No one in Linen could manage it. Throughout the entire province, only a handful could achieve that. As for the 6th layer, there was only one in the entire province. And as for a calligrapher who could penetrate all 7 layers, there are only 3 in all of China. Each one is a national treasure-level calligraphy master, a towering figure in the calligraphy world, who typically does not write unless engaged in international exchanges. To put it simply, these 3 individuals are the face of Chinese calligraphy and represent the pinnacle of the art. And now, He Chen's piece also penetrated the paper, with ink visible through all 7 layers, and the characters were clear and discernible. More importantly, all of this was completed right before their eyes, leaving no possibility of any deception. This meant that He Chen's calligraphy was indeed at a master level, comparable to those 3 towering figures in Chinese calligraphy. At the competition site, everyone present, without exception, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at He Chen as if he were a monster. Ink penetrating the paper. This is the mark of a master. Heavens, am I dreaming? I can't believe I'm actually seeing a master of calligraphy. And just now, I insulted him for not understanding calligraphy. I feel like I'm done for. A calligraphy master in his 20s. The calligraphy world must be in a panic. How could our Linen calligraphy community make things difficult for a calligraphy master? Now we might become the laughingstock of the national calligraphy scene. A calligraphy master. A legendary existence. Before this, none of them had even glanced at He Chen. After all, this was a calligraphy competition, and the focus was on calligraphy. Although He Chen was wealthy, he was nothing in the calligraphy circle. Not to mention that He Chen had just belittled calligraphy, saying it was less appealing than basketball, and publicly questioned the results of the Calligraphy Association's competition. In their eyes, someone like He Chen was just an arrogant, self-important fool. Who would have thought that this guy would turn out to be a calligraphy master, a figure only found in legends? No wonder he dared to say that the champion Yuan Zichou's writing was poor. No wonder he dared to tell Lu Xiangyang to show them what true calligraphy was. This wasn't arrogance, it was sheer confidence. Compared to a calligraphy master, let alone Yuan Zichou, even someone like Lu Xiangyang, a master-level figure, was simply not qualified. Chen Yongliang swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. A calligraphy master? He Chen was actually a master of calligraphy? Damn! How could anyone survive in this world? If I had known, I would have told He Chen to get lost earlier. And now, here we are, forced to have He Chen right here. It's a real dilemma. Tian Fuwei looked at He Chen in surprise and said, He Chen, you are actually a calligraphy master? He Chen chuckled lightly, not answering her question, but turned to Chen Yongliang and asked, Vice Dean Chen, now, if I say you don't understand calligraphy, is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Chen Yongliang's face turned red. Is there a problem? In terms of position, he was the vice dean of the institute, while He Chen was just a student. He Chen was light years away from him. But in terms of calligraphy, a calligraphy master saying he doesn't understand calligraphy, what could he say? What is a master? A master is the pinnacle of the industry, the representative of the peak. Provoking a master is to provoke the entire calligraphy world, hence the ancient saying, a master cannot be insulted. At this moment, Guoming stepped forward, his face dark, and said, I said that while Yuan Zichou's calligraphy is good, it's not as good as Tian Fuwei's. But Tian Fuwei is my disciple, so I can't favor her. I just feel that her 6th place finish is truly unfair. Of course. He Chen nodded and said, Tian Fui's calligraphy level is definitely top-notch among these people. Yuan Zichou's is good, but at most, he should be around second or third place. He absolutely cannot far exceed Tian Fui. The audience, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, all looked at Yuan Zichou, their faces filled with pity. Just crowned the champion of the calligraphy competition, and now he was slapped in the face by a master-level figure. Yi Chen said he couldn't take first place, even if everyone in the Linen Calligraphy Association believed Yuan Zichou could take first, it didn't matter. This was the authority that belonged solely to a calligraphy master. In the crowd, the color drained from Yuan Zichou's face. The moment Yi Chen's master-level calligraphy was revealed, he knew he was done for. The title of calligraphy master was enough to crush him. He had exhausted all his abilities and spent a fortune just to receive the personal teachings of the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association, hoping to secure a place for himself in the calligraphy world. In contrast, Yi Chen stepped onto the scene and immediately stood at the pinnacle, becoming an existence he couldn't even look up to. This reality struck him so hard he could hardly breathe. Master He, please wait a moment, I will immediately call the president over. Lu Xiangyang said excitedly, and immediately called the president of the Calligraphy Association to inform him of the news here. At the same time, other leaders from Linen University present also began to notify Cui Ziyuan. A calligraphy competition between universities had seen the emergence of a master in the calligraphy world, a figure of monumental stature, far beyond what they could handle. Yay! At that moment, the students of Linen University erupted in cheers. Yi Chen, you are amazing. Wow, this is making my blood boil. Calligraphy master. My goodness, the pinnacle of Chinese calligraphy. This is incredible. I told you Tian Fui should take first place. Exactly. There must be something fishy going on here. We request Master He to investigate thoroughly. We request Master He to investigate to the end. Yi Chen looked at Chen Yongliang and said, Vice Dean Chen, care to explain what's going on? It's nothing. Chen Yongliang shook his head. Yi Chen sneered and turned to the other judges. Don't any of you have something to say? Seeing Yi Chen's gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, but none dared to speak. What could they say? That they had taken benefits from Yuan Zichou? In front of so many people? Ridiculous. If that were the case, they wouldn't be able to continue in the calligraphy world. Yi Chen nodded. Alright, then let's wait for Liang Qingping to arrive, and we can have a good talk. Before long, Cui Ziyuan, the president of Linen University, and Liang Qingping, the president of the Calligraphy Association, arrived almost simultaneously. Liang Qingping was an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a tang suit, looking very spirited. The champion of this calligraphy competition would become Liang Qingping's disciple and receive his personal instruction in calligraphy. Over 200 students participating in the competition were all vying for this reward, longing for it immensely. After all, receiving personal instruction from the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association not only meant a rapid improvement in calligraphy skills but was also a matter of great prestige. Yuan Zichou even spent a fortune to bribe the judging panel for this reward. Hello, President Liang. Hello, Dean Cui. People present greeted each other. Cui Ziyuan nodded to them, then looked at Yi Chen, raising an eyebrow slightly. This guy really was a handful. Yesterday, due to Ding Guangquan's incident, it had caused quite a stir, even trending on Douyin, and he had received many calls from reporters all morning. He still hadn't cleaned up the mess. And now, Yi Chen had stirred up such a big issue. A calligraphy master. He had completely disrupted the venue of the tripartite agreement's calligraphy competition. Cui Ziyuan couldn't help but want to give Yi Chen a thumbs up. You're amazing. Lu Xiangyang saw Liang Qingping and immediately approached him, saying, President Liang, is it the master's calligraphy? Liang Qingping asked eagerly as soon as he arrived. Right here. Lu Xiangyang led Liang Qingping to the piece titled Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter. Just one glance, and Liang Qingping exclaimed excitedly, Great calligraphy! Great calligraphy! His expertise in calligraphy allowed him to recognize the extraordinary quality of the piece immediately. Shan Yang, where's the calligraphy master you mentioned? Liang Qingping asked excitedly. Lu Xiangyang brought Liang Qingping to Yi Chen and introduced, This is the master, named Yi Chen, a student at Linen University. Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan's face immediately showed a look of self-satisfaction. Although Yi Chen was a bit of a headache for him, and he had little interest in calligraphy, the fact that their school had produced a master in the calligraphy world, especially one who was still a student, made him feel proud. Liang Qingping stared at Yi Chen for quite a while before exclaiming in surprise, That calligraphy is really yours? Yi Chen, standing before him, was simply too young. So young it was frightening. Among the entire Linen Calligraphy Association, there was no member this young. Although Tian Fui's calligraphy was quite good and she often attended calligraphy associations, she was merely a nominal member and not a formal one. Now, Lu Shangyang told him that the young man before him was actually the calligraphy master mentioned on the phone, and he truly couldn't believe it. Lu Shangyang quickly replied, "President Liang, the characters were written by him. We all watched from the side." "I'm sorry, Master He." Liang Qingping hurriedly apologized. "It's not that I don't believe you, I just didn't expect someone so young to have reached the level of a calligraphy master. It's really hard for me to believe. To question a master of the calligraphy world, even if he was the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association, with just one word from Yi Chen, there would be no place for him in the entire calligraphy community." Seeing Liang Qingping's attitude towards Yi Chen, many people present, including Yuan Ziqiu, were shocked. They knew that calligraphy masters were impressive, but they never expected such influence. Just the title of a master could make the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association bow down. Yi Chen waved his hand. "It's fine. It doesn't matter. Thank you for your generosity, Master He." Liang Qingping said excitedly, "May I ask if Master He is willing to sell this piece of calligraphy? I offer 1 million. What? Upon hearing Liang Qingping's words, everyone present gasped in surprise. 1 million for a piece of calligraphy? That's terrifying. Is a master's calligraphy really worth that much? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. A few million was nothing to him, and he wasn't particularly interested. Just as he was about to respond, Liang Qingping suddenly said, "One character. 1 million. I am prepared to spend 4 million to buy this piece. I wonder if Master He would agree." Everyone? 1 character, 1 million? What the hell? Is Liang Qingping crazy? They just didn't know that the higher the level of calligraphy, the more it was valued, much like a belief. For someone like Liang Qingping, who had immersed himself in calligraphy his whole life, a calligraphy master was like a god. Offering a low price was a desecration of his own faith. "President Liang, are you joking? 4 million for these 4 characters? Cui Ziyuan asked, his eyes wide. Liang Qingping took a deep breath and said, 4 million. For a calligraphy master's work, 1 character for 1 million, at least. If it weren't for my financial limitations, I would be willing to spend even more." Everyone. After hearing Liang Qingping's words, these people were at a loss for words. Although they were all calligraphy enthusiasts, spending 4 million on 4 characters was still something they found hard to accept. Let alone 4 million, they wouldn't even be willing to spend 40,000. Because they didn't have a deep understanding of what master-level calligraphy was, they couldn't grasp the artistic conception contained within. Only someone like Liang Qingping, who had reached a certain level in calligraphy and was currently at a bottleneck in his own practice, would be willing to pay any price to obtain a master's work for study. For a moment, everyone present looked at Yi Chen with envy. 1 character for 1 million. This was even more impressive than robbing money. Seeing Liang Qingping's excited expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. From the moment Liang Qingping entered and saw his calligraphy of spring, summer, autumn, winter, Yi Chen could tell that this was a true calligraphy fanatic, a genuine calligrapher. True calligraphy is not like the clowns who call themselves masters and dance wildly in the eyes of the outside world. Calligraphy, which has been passed down for thousands of years, naturally has its significance and reason for existence. A true calligraphy master, while they may engage in profit-driven activities and exchange their work for money, is absolutely superior in both temperament and character. Calligraphy is a reflection of a person's nature and character. Only with good temperament and character can the calligraphy produced be appreciated and admired. Otherwise, it would just become the work of a jumping clown masquerading as a master. However, Yi Chen had no intention of selling this piece of calligraphy. After all, it was his first calligraphy work, and he had other uses for it. As for the millions, he didn't care about that. It was even less than a month's salary for an employee at the Fortune Hotel. "Sorry, not for sale." Yi Chen shook his head. Hiss. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the surrounding students gasped in unison. What the hell is going on in this world? Someone would rather spend 4 million on 4 characters, and he still won't sell it? At this moment, Yi Chen continued, "Because I want to give it as a gift." After saying that, he brought the calligraphy of spring, summer, autumn, winter over. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, he slowly walked up to Tian Fuwei, smiling as he looked at her and said, "Fuwei, this piece is for you. I hope you like it." Wow! What the hell? Giving away a calligraphy worth 4 million. This is just too awesome. So romantic. I wish I were that girl. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Tian Fuwei covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, filled with shock and joy. She never expected that Yi Chen would give her such a valuable piece of calligraphy in front of so many people. No, no, no. Tian Fuwei's cheeks flushed as she waved her hands. "I can't accept such an expensive gift." "What expensive? It's just a piece of scrap paper. If you like it, I can write as many as you want. I can fill your whole house with them." He Chen laughed. Liang Qingping? Damn. You won't sell it for 4 million, but you're willing to write a whole bunch for Tian Fue? Is this how you bully a dog? The people around were at a loss for words. They've seen dog abuse, but they've never seen it this bad. This is simply treating a person like they're not even human. In the end, amidst the laughter, Tian Fue accepted the piece, then lowered her head, her pretty face flushed with a smile, filled with happiness. Liang Qingping cleared his throat heavily to ease his embarrassment. Then, he looked at Yi Chen and said, Master Yi, I wonder if you would be willing to join the Linen Calligraphy Association? As long as you are willing, the position of president is yours. With a calligraphy master in charge, their association would immediately become one of the top calligraphy associations in the country. No, thanks. Yi Chen shook his head. The Linen Calligraphy Association is full of greedy people and those seeking fame. I'd rather not join the crowd, lest I get annoyed by what I see. Liang Qingping's face turned pale upon hearing this. If a calligraphy master criticized their association, this news would likely make them the laughingstock of the entire calligraphy community. I'm sorry, Master Yi, may I ask what disappointed you about the Linen Calligraphy Association? Liang Qingping asked, trembling. He Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Yongliang. Then you should ask Vice President Chen and the judges. The crowd, which had been excited, suddenly came to their senses, their eyes filled with anticipation. Here it comes. Why are you all looking at me? Chen Yongliang asked in shock. Ha! He Chen sneered. What do you think? You should ask yourself. Can you tell us how that piece spring, summer, autumn, winter was chosen as the champion of the calligraphy competition? As his voice fell, Liang Qingping's expression tightened, and he said to Chen Yongliang in a deep voice, Chen Yongliang, what does mastery mean? Others might fear Chen Yongliang, the vice president of Linen University, but Liang Qingping was not afraid. Chui Ziyuan also stood up and said, Vice President Chen, what exactly is going on? How would I know what's going on? Chen Yongliang exclaimed excitedly, he's just talking nonsense. The champion of the calligraphy competition was the result of all of us judging together. Even if you are a calligraphy master, you can't just accuse us randomly. He Chen sneered, is that so? After speaking, he picked up the calligraphy written by Tian Fue and placed it in front of Yuan Ziqiu, then asked Liang Qingping, President Liang, which of these two pieces do you think is better? Liang Qingping glanced at them and immediately pointed to Tian Fue's piece, saying, this one. This is a good piece of calligraphy. The most important thing is that you can see the emotions within it. In contrast, the other piece focuses too much on form and neglects the feelings. It falls short. He Chen chuckled and said, but the piece you praised only got 6th place in this calligraphy competition, while the one you said fell short took 1st place. It scored more than 10 points higher than 6th place. Liang Qingping frowned. Even though he didn't know what had happened during the competition, as someone seasoned in life, he understood that something was amiss. What exactly is going on? Liang Qingping glared at the members of the Calligraphy Association, but no one answered. Very well. Liang Qingping took a deep breath and looked at Yuan Ziqiu, saying, can you tell me what happened? Did you bribe someone inside? Yuan Ziqiu's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, no, how could I possibly bribe the judges? Even if he had done it, he wouldn't dare to admit it. Really? He Chen sneered, calligraphy is either good or bad. Your calligraphy is here, yet it took 1st place. Do you think that if President Liang truly investigates, he won't find out? If you tell me now, I can ensure President Liang won't trouble you, but if the investigation reveals it later, it won't be so simple. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziqiu's face drained of color. He knew that He Chen was not threatening him lightly. With the influence He Chen had just shown as a master of calligraphy, one word from him could bring not only the Linen Calligraphy Association but even the Provincial Calligraphy Association to intervene, and their School of Economics and Trade wouldn't dare to ignore it either. In that case, all the little tricks he had played would be exposed. By then, not only would the Calligraphy Association not let him off the hook, but the School of Economics and Trade would definitely not spare him either. I'll speak, Yuan Ziqiu replied immediately. Chen Yanliang's expression changed, and he said sternly, kid, think carefully. If you dare to speak recklessly, be careful of the trouble it brings. No need to worry. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the judging panel stepped forward and said, Yuan Ziqiu, go ahead and speak. I can guarantee on behalf of the School of Economics and Trade that as long as you explain what happened, the school won't hold you responsible, only reserving the right to investigate. Yuan Ziqiu glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded, all right. This middle-aged man was the judge sent by the School of Economics and Trade and also the director of the school. With the director's guarantee, if he still didn't speak, the final responsibility would fall solely on him. This was a burden he couldn't bear. Yuan Ziqiu looked at Liang Qingping with a face full of guilt and said, President Liang, I'm sorry. I truly love calligraphy. Ever since I first saw it as a child, I have been filled with passion for it. Unfortunately, to practice calligraphy well, one must have guidance from a master. Practicing alone yields little. The reward for this competition was to become President Liang's apprentice, so I bribed a few judges to give me high scores. As he spoke, Yuan Ziqiu lowered his head. Saying such a disgraceful thing in front of so many people made him feel embarrassed. But if he didn't say it, it would be more than just embarrassment in the future. He understood the gravity of the situation very clearly. Upon hearing Yuan Ziqiu's words, everyone present was astonished, their eyes wide open. No wonder Yuan Ziqiu was able to win the championship. Having bribed a few judges, coupled with the bias from the School of Economics and Trade, and even having bought off the judges from Linen University, it would be strange if they didn't win. Chen Yongliang actually took money from students of other schools to give low scores to his own students, allowing the students from other schools to win. This operation can only be described as excellent. This also explains why Tian Fuwei lost and why He Chen sabotaged the competition, angrily cursing the judging panel. Fortunately, He Chen is a master in the calligraphy world, which led to the exposure of this matter. Otherwise, it might have just passed by unnoticed. Excessive, Liang Qingping said coldly, filled with anger. One must first be a good person before practicing calligraphy. You are completely reversing the order of things. Yuan Ziqiu quickly lowered his head and said, I know I was wrong, President Liang. I will never dare to do this again. I will definitely focus on practicing calligraphy. Liang Qingping took a deep breath and looked solemnly at He Chen, saying, Master He, I am sorry that under my leadership, the Linen Calligraphy Association has encountered such a disgraceful incident, tarnishing the reputation of the calligraphy community. I apologize and seek Master He's forgiveness. He Chen shrugged and said, No need to apologize to me. What matters is what you will do next. Rest assured, Master He, I will handle this matter seriously. Liang Qingping said, then turned to look at the judging panel. I don't care what you do or which school you represent. Anyone who accepted bribes is hereby expelled from now on, Liang Qingping said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the people involuntarily took a step back. This statement from Liang Qingping essentially announced their farewell to the calligraphy world. Meanwhile, Cui Ziyuan stood up and said, Chen Yongliang, as the vice president of Linen University and a judge in the calligraphy competition, you have done such a thing. I will request higher authorities to punish you and remove you from your position. Chen Yongliang's expression changed, and he involuntarily took a step back. At this point, he knew he was beyond saving. If this matter escalated, being dismissed or suspended would be the least of his worries. He could even end up in prison. After saying this, he looked at He Chen and said, He Chen, you did a great job this time. If it weren't for you, this joint competition between the two schools might have turned into a joke. He Chen shrugged and said, I just hope it doesn't affect the relationship between your two schools. It won't. Cui Ziyuan immediately shook his head and said, You don't need to worry about that. Since it's a competition, it should be won based on skill. Tian Fuwei deserves to win the championship, but, at this point, he gave a meaningful glance at Tian Fuwei and then at He Chen, chuckling, now Tian Fuwei probably doesn't care whether she can receive President Liang's guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around shared a knowing smile. Faced with the laughter of the crowd, Tian Fuwei's face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Ha ha! At that moment, Tian Fuwei's master, Guoming, walked over, looking at He Chen with satisfaction and said, Master He, I am truly happy for Fuwei to have a boyfriend like you. What are you saying, teacher? Tian Fuwei said, her cheeks flushed. Liang Qingping announced loudly, I declare that the result of this competition is that Tian Fuwei wins. Yuan Ziqiu, disqualified from the competition. The students from the School of Economics and Trade, upon hearing Liang Qingping's decision, did not dare to oppose this time. Yuan Ziqiu was indeed in the wrong. What could they do? In comparison, this calligraphy master from Linen University was much more handsome and charming. Especially with that chiseled profile, it was simply mesmerizing. In an instant, the girls who had originally cheered for Yuan Ziqiu shifted their attention to He Chen. However, He Chen was completely unaware of all this. Inside the competition venue, Lu Xiangyang smiled at Tian Fuwei and said, Xiao Tian, congratulations. You can now receive personal guidance from President Liang. No. I can't bear to embarrass myself. Liang Qingping quickly waved his hand and said, Xiao Tian is Master He's girlfriend. In front of Master He, I'm just showing off my skills in front of Guangong, making a fool of myself. President Liang, you're making fun of me too. Tian Fuwei glared at Liang Qingping in dissatisfaction. Seeing this scene, Liang Qingping and the old fellows like Lu Xiangyang all burst into laughter. He Chen scratched his claws and said to Liang Qingping, President Liang, there's no need to belittle yourself. Calligraphy doesn't distinguish between high and low. The most important thing is the sincere heart towards calligraphy, everything else is unimportant. Master, he is right, Liang Qingping quickly nodded in agreement. Although by age he could easily be He Chen's grandfather, in the world of calligraphy, the capable are the teachers. In terms of calligraphy, he could only be considered a disciple of He Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Qingping left with the members of the Calligraphy Association. Before leaving, he assured He Chen that the door of the Linen Calligraphy Association would always be open for him, and as long as He Chen was willing to come, he would be the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association. Cui Ziyuan also said to He Chen, come to my office later, I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, he walked towards the office building. The leaders of the School of Economics and Trade and the surrounding students also left. However, about 10 girls stayed behind. These girls were Yuan Zichou's cheerleaders, and their purpose was to support Yuan Zichou. As a result, now all these girls betrayed Yuan Zichou and rushed directly towards He Chen. Big brother, you were amazing just now. Add me on WeChat, big brother? Do you have time tonight, big brother? A group of girls surrounded He Chen. Tian Fuwei immediately stood in front of He Chen and said sternly, what do you want? Don't be nervous, sister. Yeah, we mean no harm to big brother, we just admire him. Right, admiration. Tian Fuwei, admiration my foot. The way you are acting, it's clear you just want to take advantage. She turned to look at He Chen. Just as she was about to ask what he wanted to do, she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by He Chen. Run! Then, He Chen pulled her and they ran out of the gym like mad. Big brother, don't run. Wait, big brother, add me on WeChat? As they shouted, He Chen and Tian Fuwei disappeared without a trace. At that moment, a boy walked up to the crazed girls and sneered, trying to steal a boyfriend in front of our school beauty? Showing off in front of Guangong, what a self-inflicted humiliation. Haven't you seen a handsome guy like me? The girls, sisters, beat him up. The next moment, more than a dozen girls pounced on the boy. Help! A miserable cry for help echoed in the gym. Outside, He Chen pulled Tian Fuwei and ran all the way to the green belt before stopping. When he turned back, he found Tian Fuwei was already out of breath. No more running, I'm exhausted. Tian Fuwei waved her hand. He Chen shrugged and said, your stamina is too poor. I could still run dozens of kilometers. Tian Fuwei rolled her eyes and said, do you think I'm you? You can play the piano, sing, and your calligraphy is so impressive. Why have I never heard you say you understand calligraphy? He Chen humbly waved his hand and said, you never asked me. Borrowing your words from earlier, I know a lot, I just haven't told you. Tian Fuwei. When He Chen first came to school and asked her how she understood calligraphy, her answer was that she knew a lot. But the difference between knowing and knowing is much greater, okay? Her understanding was really just a little bit. In contrast, He Chen's understanding was directly at the top of the calligraphy pyramid, surpassing all calligraphers in Huaxia. Just now, when He Chen stood up for her, she was still a bit worried about him. Who would have thought that He Chen was actually a master of calligraphy? No wonder this guy is so nonchalant. No wonder he's not the least bit flustered. It turns out he has this to rely on. He Chen, I have to admit, you're really a freak. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but exclaim. He Chen humbly smiled and said, I can only say it's barely acceptable. Tian Fuwei, surprised face? You're barely acceptable as a master of calligraphy? What would be truly acceptable then? Taking a deep breath, Tian Fuwei said, I don't care, from now on, the task of teaching me calligraphy is yours. No refusing. With He Chen, this great master of calligraphy around, why would she bother to find Liang Qingping to teach her? Isn't He Chen better and more attentive than Liang Qingping? Alright. He Chen quickly replied, it's so hard for me. I have to teach you piano, teach you painting, and there's no salary involved. What? You're unwilling? Tian Fuwei frowned. No. He Chen immediately waved his hands. I'm absolutely willing. Just joking around. What a joke. This is a chance bestowed upon him by heaven. If he could seize it, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, He Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart, quietly plotting some mischief. Put. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but be amused by He Chen's words, waving her hand. Alright, stop being cheeky. Hurry to the dean's office, he's still waiting for you there. After bidding farewell to Tian Fuwei, He Chen headed straight to the dean's office. As soon as he arrived, Cui Ziyuan poured a cup of tea for He Chen. As a student, being served tea by the dean was truly a unique honor for He Chen. He Chen, you really surprised me today. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out I only knew the tip of the iceberg. Cui Ziyuan exclaimed. Before this, no matter how much money He Chen had, in Cui Ziyuan's eyes, he was just a student at Linen University. But now, with He Chen's identity as a master of calligraphy revealed, that alone was enough to surpass him. How many universities are there in all of China? But how many masters of calligraphy are there? You flatter me, Dean. just treat me like an ordinary student as before, He-chan replied politely. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand. That won't do, you are a master of calligraphy. Although I'm the head of the school, I'm at most just one level higher in the system. In terms of status, I can't compare to you at all. I wonder if you have time to give a calligraphy lecture at the school. I can live stream it online. Their school's reputation had taken a serious hit recently. They urgently needed to restore their image. A live lecture by a master of calligraphy would definitely make Linen University famous overnight. No. He-chan quickly waved his hand. I'm just afraid of the trouble. That's why I didn't let others know I'm a master of calligraphy. Moreover, although I have the strength of a master, what's more important for a master of calligraphy is the accumulation in depth to truly gain fame. I don't have that. Even if I give a lecture, no one would believe me, and it would instead seem like I'm just trying to show off. Not to mention, even Chen Yongliang, the vice president of Linen University and a member of the Calligraphy Association, couldn't recognize his master-level calligraphy. It was only after being reminded by Vice President Liu Xiangyang that Chen Yongliang noticed. This shows that, for ordinary people, master-level calligraphy holds no real significance. It only has a certain status and influence within the small circle of the calligraphy community among true enthusiasts. Hearing He-chan's words, Chui Ziyuan sighed helplessly. He understood that He-chan was right. Then can I borrow your title as a master of calligraphy to promote our school? Chui Ziyuan asked, not willing to give up. Sure, but don't mention my name, He-chan said. Chui Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, alright, all I need is your permission. As for the subsequent operations, we can have the Calligraphy Association vouch for it. He-chan nodded in response, you can handle that as you see fit. But I also need a few hands. I've recently started a financial company and need some people in that area. Can you arrange that for me? No problem. I'll have it sorted by tomorrow at the latest, Chui Ziyuan replied. After saying that, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Master He-chan helplessly grinned. Don't call me Master He, it feels awkward. Just call me He-chan like before. Alright, He-chan, could you write a couplet for our school? I'll hang it directly in the school office. Sure. But it's $1 million per character. Are you sure? He-chan asked. Chui Ziyuan, with our relationship, do we still need to talk about money? Aren't you looking down on our relationship? He-chan. He realized that this usually serious dean was being shameless, quite reminiscent of Wang Jianbao's invincible style. A few minutes later, He-chan left the dean's office. Chui Ziyuan held onto a couplet left by He-chan, unable to contain his joy, his mouth even stretching to his ears. Master-level calligraphy, wow. Once it's hung in this office, he'll have some bragging rights in the future. Looking across the country, how many rooms can boast a master calligrapher's work? As for money, what money? Outside, He-chan walked along, hearing discussions about the calligraphy competition all around. Did you guys know? Just now, a master of calligraphy actually participated in the competition. What is a master of calligraphy? You don't know what a master of calligraphy is? Let's put it this way. There are only 3 masters of calligraphy in the entire country, representing the pinnacle of Huaxia. Wow! How did such an impressive person come to our school? Because he is one of us, and you all know him, but you would never guess who he is. He-chan listened to their discussions, letting out a helpless smile. This guy was getting a bit too carried away. Old he! At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. He-chan turned to see Wang Jianbao running towards him. At the same time, the people around, who were buzzing with excitement, noticed He-chan and immediately became animated, pointing at him and excitedly saying something. Wang Jianbao ran straight up to He-chan, looking at him as if he had seen a ghost. Old he, you're something else. What's up? He-chan asked knowingly. Show off. Wang Jianbao rolled his eyes. I was just trying to sleep in, and suddenly your name bombarded my ears. First, it's a master of calligraphy, then you're fighting with 2 universities, and now it's a rage for a beauty. Can't you just take a break for a couple of days? Let me have some peace? He-chan. He wanted peace too. The key was that his strength didn't allow it. By the way, did you know Chen Jijun's family is in trouble? Wang Jianbao suddenly said. He-chan raised an eyebrow and replied, what does his family trouble have to do with me? Yesterday, when Wang Ziyang and the others were causing trouble for him, Chen Jijun was present. This guy used to be in the same dormitory as him, and they were very close. Yet, the ones who turned against him the hardest were these people. Now that his family is in trouble, He-chan thought it was enough to not kick him while he was down. Did it mean he should help him? Wang Jianbao shrugged. I think so too. This guy was running around the school all night yesterday, borrowing money everywhere. In the end, he borrowed less than 200. His former close buddies now won't even help him. They've all kept their distance. He-chan shook his head. Don't you think this scene is quite similar? Yeah, Wang Jianbao chuckled. it's exactly like what you went through before. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. This guy should be able to deeply understand how you felt back then. He-chan shook his head and said to Wang Jianba, let's not talk about this anymore. Did you block me last night? How can you even ask that? Wang Jianba sneered, if you weren't such a jerk, would I have blocked you? He-chan, you're here. At that moment, Tian Fuwei suddenly walked over. She had arranged to meet He-chen in the small garden in front of the office building, but after waiting for a long time, she still hadn't seen him. He-chen pointed at Wang Jianba and said, just chatted with old Wang for a bit. After saying that, he looked at Wang Jianba and asked, Bogo, you should still have things to do, right? Wang Jianba was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at the sky and exclaimed, the sun is really bright today, don't you think, old He-chan? As long as you're happy, He-chan said, speechless. Then, he grabbed Tian Fuwei and prepared to walk outside. Hey, where are you guys going? Are you going to have lunch? Wang Jianba excitedly chased after them. He-chan? What the hell? Have some shame, you jerk. As expected, those without shame are invincible. Tian Fuwei nodded and said, yeah, let's go together? Sure. Wang Jianba immediately nodded excitedly. Then he turned to He-chan and said, did you see that? Look at our campus beauty, and then look at you, He-chan. This old Wang is slowly evolving into the next door old Wang, isn't he? Should I just bury him directly? But with this weight, I'm afraid I'd have to dig quite a big hole. Seeing He-chan's embarrassed expression, Tian Fuwei couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy still has moments like this? Just then, as the three of them reached the school gate, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Upon seeing this person, He-chan and the others frowned. Chen Ji-jun? He-chan furrowed his brows. He had just mentioned this person to Wang Jianba. Thud. At that moment, Chen Ji-jun suddenly knelt down in front of He-chan, his voice choked with emotion. He-chan, please save my mom. My mom is sick, and she's about to die. After being expelled from school yesterday, he had gone home under the pretense of graduating early. But when he got home, he found out that his mother had been hospitalized for a long time and was on the verge of death. She had been afraid of delaying his studies, so she never dared to tell him, wanting him to focus on school. Even the living expenses for his studies were money his father had earned by selling blood. Their family simply couldn't afford any more money. Upon learning this, his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. His parents endured such pain for him, yet he only knew how to scheme and was expelled right before graduation. He knelt in front of his mother, desperately repenting. When his mother heard he was expelled, she fainted, needing urgent surgery. The surgery cost over 600,000. They sold their house and land, used every means possible, and only managed to scrape together 300,000. The remaining 300,000 was truly impossible to come up with. Even relatives and friends had been asked, but no one could lend a single cent. He ran to school to find Su Kaiming, Wang Xiang, and others. These were his best friends, who had fought alongside him against He-chan, but he was directly pushed out by Wang Xiang. He went to find Fan Yunhai, because he had gone against He-chan to please Fan Yunhai, but was beaten out by him. He tried to find other students, but just like what He-chan had faced before, when it came to borrowing money, everyone turned away from him. Even those he thought were his closest brothers immediately distanced themselves. It was only at this moment that he truly understood the painful feelings He-chan must have felt when betrayed by his friends. His mother's surgery opportunity was down to the last day. If it was delayed any longer, she would likely pass away. He even approached the school, but the university was not a charity, and Chen Ji-jun had already been expelled, so the school couldn't help cover the surgery costs. In desperation, he even thought about selling a kidney. But in such a short time, even selling a kidney wouldn't raise the money. As for loan sharks, they weren't even willing to lend him money. The essence of loan sharks is to make a profit. They are profit-driven organizations, not charitable institutions. Seeing that this loan would be a total loss, who would still be willing to lend? They had no interest in Chen Ji-jun's life, let alone spend so much money to buy it. Chen Ji-jun was already in despair when he suddenly heard He-chan's name, and a glimmer of hope arose in his mind. There was still one person he hadn't approached. Although he knew the chances of borrowing were slim and that seeking this person would be very embarrassing, he was no longer afraid of death, so how could he fear embarrassment? Thus, he ran here and blocked He-chan's path. He-chen looked at the sorrowful Chen Ji-jun and frowned, saying, "Your mother is sick, go directly to the doctor." "What do you want from me? I'm not a doctor. Sorry, I have things to do. Goodbye." He-chan couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. "After the first year, you all wanted to kill me to please Fan Yunhai. Now that you're in trouble, you come to me. Where were you before?" He-chan was about to leave with Tian Fuwei, but just as he moved, Chen Ji-jun immediately crawled in front of him. "He-chan, my mom really can't hold on any longer. She is seriously ill and needs 600,000 for the surgery. we still need 300,000 and can't come up with it. Please help me, save my mom. The commotion attracted the attention of many passing classmates. When they saw Chen Jijun kneeling in front of He-Chen, they began to discuss among themselves. Isn't that Chen Jijun? He's been frantically borrowing money these past few days. He even borrowed from me. I heard his mom is seriously ill and needs a lot of money. I didn't expect him to be such a filial son. He-Chen is too stingy. He has so much money. A single word could sell for $1 million, yet he won't lend 30,000 to save a classmate's mom. It's simply despicable. You don't understand. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Do you know how He-Chen was treated by these people back then? Exactly. This isn't just about money. Chen Jijun treated him that way before, and now he comes back to beg for help. It makes He-Chen look so cheap. But you can't say that. After all, it's a human life. If you can help, it's better to help. It's easy for you to say, why don't you help? Your family has money, right? Shouldn't it be easy to take out 30,000? How can I compare to He-Chen? Ha, if it were you, you wouldn't want to help? So why should He-Chen want to? His money isn't money? Right. Although I generally resent the rich, this time I'm on He-Chen's side. If someone treated me like that, let alone asking for help, I'd kick him out. These people were quite familiar with the situation between Chen Jijun and He-Chen. After all, He-Chen's previous turmoil involved the entire school, and almost all students had heard about it. Moreover, after the Ding Guangkuan incident and the later calligraphy competition incident, the students' impression of He-Chen had undergone a complete turnaround. If we talk about influence, in the entire Linen University, Tian Fuwei ranks first, and He-Chen is undoubtedly second. He-Chen looked at Chen Jijun expressionlessly. Chen Jijun, you have your iron brothers. If you want to borrow money, go to those good brothers of yours. We have no relationship, so please step aside and don't block my way out. Bang! Chen Jijun directly knocked his forehead to the ground, his expression sorrowful as he said, He-Chen, it was all my fault before. I begged those people, but they all ignored me. I know I was wrong. I bow to you. Please save my mother. No matter what conditions you propose, I will agree. I just ask you to help my mother for the sake of our friendship as classmates. If we wait another day, her life will really be in danger. I will definitely pay you back. I absolutely won't default. As he spoke, he knocked his forehead to the ground again, making a thudding sound. This scene made the onlookers' eyelids twitch. Banging his head on the floor like this was too extreme, right? Tian Fuwei couldn't bear to look at Chen Jijun and tugged at He-Chen's sleeve, saying, He-Chen, why not help him? He-Chen took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. It seemed that Chen Jijun was truly in urgent need of money, otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate as to bang his head on the ground. He could choose not to help. After all, helping was a matter of kindness, while not helping was a matter of duty. Given Chen Jijun's previous attitude towards him, he had every reason not to assist. However, being human ultimately means being humane. If his refusal led to Chen Jijun's mother dying, even if he had no obligation to save her, and even if she had no relation to him, he would carry the guilt in his heart for the rest of his life, forever feeling uneasy. He-Chen let out a sigh, walked up to Chen Jijun, and helped him up, saying, For the sake of your filial piety, I'll help you this time. Let's go to the bank. Don't delay your mother's treatment. Seeing this, Tian Fuwei immediately smiled. Perhaps this was why she liked He-Chen? Maybe he had a bit of a temper, perhaps he had his own thoughts, or maybe he was selfish, and perhaps he wasn't a good person in the strictest sense. But in the face of righteousness, he never disappointed anyone. What is the definition of a good person? A person who seeks their own interests without harming others is a good person. A person who harms others for their own benefit is a bad person. A person who can benefit others while seeking their own interests is a great person. These definitions actually have nothing to do with whether it is for one's own benefit, because living in this world, one must first live for oneself. Using if one does not care for oneself, heaven will punish them. To deny a good person is the greatest insult to a good person, the greatest trampling of humanity, and is the mindset of someone who is utterly evil, merely a self-justification for their wrongdoing. And someone like He-Chen, who would rather help someone who once harmed him for the sake of a life, has already reached a level of personal elevation. Upon hearing this, Chen Jijun's expression brightened, and he quickly got up, excitedly saying to He-Chen, Thank you, He-Chen, you are truly magnanimous. Rest assured, I will definitely pay you back. I absolutely won't default. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning. Let's go. The car is outside. He-Chen said. You guys go ahead. I won't go, Tian Fuwei said. He-Chen nodded. He knew Tian Fuwei was worried about affecting him. Soon, the three of them arrived at He-Chen's car and headed to the bank. At the bank entrance, He-Chen threw the money he had just withdrawn in front of Chen Jijun, saying, This is 500,000. For your mother's surgery and subsequent treatment. Chen Jijun was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly knelt down in front of He-Chen, saying, He-Chen, Thank you. You are truly my great benefactor. You are the great benefactor of our whole family. From now on, my life is yours. Whatever you want me to do, I will do, even if it means being a dog or an ox." Hee-chan shook his head and said, "Let's go, don't waste time. Hurry to the hospital for your mother's surgery." Then, Hee-chan drove the BMW and took Shin Ji-jun to the People's Hospital. Looking at the excited Shin Ji-jun running towards the hospital with a bag in his arms, Hee-chan shook his head, leaned back in his chair, and let out a deep sigh. Everyone faces natural disasters and man-made calamities. He was not helping Shin Ji-jun, but rather he didn't want to leave himself with regrets. It was just 500,000. For him, it was not even a drop in the bucket, but about the same as an ordinary person having a steamed bun. Of course, if Shin Ji-jun dared to take the money and not pay it back, and if his whole family tried to pin the blame on him, Hee-chan had plenty of ways to make them cough up double or even triple. He would help when it was time to help, and when it was time to be ruthless, Hee-chan would not hold back. "Old Hee, shouldn't we go take a look together? What if Chen Ji-jun is lying to us?" Hee-chan shook his head and said, "No way." From Chen Ji-jun's anxious and urgent demeanor, it was clear that his mother was seriously ill. Otherwise, Hee-chan wouldn't have lent him 500,000. By the time they left the hospital, it was already past 1 o'clock. Hee-chan casually ate something outside with Wang Jianba, and when they came out, it was almost 3. Looking at Wang Jianba, who was like a piece of toffee, Hee-chan realized that this guy was clearly trying to ruin his world with Tian Fue. With this guy around, he could forget about having a good time with Tian Fue. "Old Wang, I've noticed you're becoming less human," Hee-chan suddenly said to Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba chuckled and replied, "Who was the first to stop being human?" Hee-chan. "Fine, let's just go home." Sure enough, Wang Jianba stuck to him again. Hee-chan realized that he shouldn't have told him about asking Cui Ziyuan for help in finding someone. Now, Wang Jianba, this bastard, was just the brightest light bulb in the world when he had nothing to do. In the evening, Lu Baoquan called to tell him that Ren Liqiang's matter was settled, and the exam admission ticket was in his hands, asking Hee-chan to come pick it up. What left Hee-chan speechless was that this fat guy named Wang had to tag along just to pick up an admission ticket, clearly not acting like a human. Subsequently, Hee-chan and Wang Jianba went to find Ren Liqiang with the admission ticket. Ren Liqiang lived in a village on the outskirts of the city, in a house rented by his father in the village. His father worked at a construction site in Linen. On the way, Hee-chan told Wang Jianba about Ren Liqiang's past. After hearing about Ren Liqiang, Wang Jianba couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the twists of fate. By the time they arrived, it was already late. Just as they reached Ren Liqiang's doorstep, before they could go in, they heard Ren Liqiang's father's booming voice from inside. "All day long, just staring at that damn book. You've been looking at it for 4 years, and you're still the same as before? What good is it?" The door was open. Inside was a bare room that hadn't even been renovated, not even painted white, making the whole place look very dark. In the living room, a light hung from the ceiling. At that moment, Ren Liqiang was sitting on a small stool under the light, seriously reading a book with a worn-out cover. Next to him stood a man in his 50s with a cigarette in his mouth, who was Ren Liqiang's father, Ren Luyang. Seeing that Ren Liqiang was ignoring him, Ren Luyang became furious, snatched the book away, and threw it on the ground, angrily saying, "Let you read again. I told you to look for a job, but you won't. I told you to go to the construction site, but you won't. All you do is sit here and read. What good is that? Can you make money from it? Ha!" Just as Ren Liqiang was about to speak, he caught sight of Hee-chan and Wang Jianba standing at the door and immediately walked over, puzzled. "Hee-chan, what are you doing here?" Ren Luyang also saw Hee-chan, walked to the door with the cigarette in his mouth, looked Hee-chan up and down, and said, "Who are you? What are you doing at our house so late?" As he spoke, he took the cigarette from his mouth and waved it in the air, striking a very cool pose. "I'm Hee-chan, Liqiang's classmate, here to help him pick up his admission ticket," Hee-chan replied. After speaking, he pulled out a college entrance examination admission ticket from his pocket. Ren Luyang squinted his eyes and suddenly said, "I remember you. 4 years ago, it was you who came to our house to deliver the admission ticket to Liqiang, right? 4 years ago, when Ren Liqiang had just graduated, Ren Luyang had told him to go work. As a result, this kid had insisted on delivering an admission ticket to Ren Liqiang, so he could finish the college entrance exam before heading to the south. 4 years had passed, and although this kid had changed a lot, the shadow of the past could still be seen. Hee-chan nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. I'm here to deliver the admission ticket to Liqiang again, hoping." "You can shove it," Ren Luyang interrupted Hee-chan angrily. "These days, Liqiang has been squatting here all day with a broken book, and it's all you're doing, right?" "You, Dad," Ren Liqiang interrupted Ren Luyang, saying, "I want to take the college entrance exam again. I don't want to live like this for the rest of my life. I don't want to be like you, living in this dark little place forever. What's wrong with being like me? Ren Luyang shouted angrily. I gave birth to you, and you look down on me, don't you? Do you believe I can beat you to death? You don't even look at how much you weigh, and you want to be a white-collar worker? Do you have that ability? You can't even keep a security job, and no matter how many books you read, you're still a waste. Ren Liqiang lowered his head, silent, but his fists were tightly clenched. Uncle Ren, He Chen suddenly called out. What? Ren Luyang glared at He Chen. He Chen took a deep breath and said, I have a very good job I want to offer you, starting with $1 million a year. It can completely change your life. What? Ren Luyang was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, You want to give me $1 million a year? I can give you $10 million a year, just come work for me. Dad! Ren Liqiang shouted, Dad, He Chen is my boss when I was a security guard, the chairman of the 5-star hotel, Hiruaheo. Upon hearing this, Ren Luyang was instantly dumbfounded, hesitating. Are you kidding me? He Chen took out 2 car keys and waved them in front of Ren Luyang, saying, This car is my grocery shopping car, a BMW X7, and this one is my supercar, a Bugatti. Ren Luyang? Supercar? Bugatti? The next moment, he immediately extinguished his cigarette and threw it on the ground, excitedly saying, What job are you offering me? I can start right away. He Chen chuckled lightly and said, But there is a requirement for this job. What requirement? Ren Luyang asked. He Chen held up a finger and said, There is only one requirement. The minimum education must be a bachelor's degree. Can you do that? Ren Luyang shook his head and said, I don't have it, but I have more work experience and life experience than a bachelor's degree holder. These far exceed most bachelor's degree holders. He Chen shook his head and sighed. Do you know the Matthew effect? Do you know the watch theory? Do you know the zero-sum game principle? Do you know Washington's cooperation law? Do you know the 80-20 rule? Most importantly, do you have a positive and optimistic attitude towards life? If you can't even pass this basic threshold, how can you change your life? With your worldly cynicism and cunning, along with endless resentment and hostility? Studying doesn't earn money, and studying doesn't directly make a person successful. However, one must have a wealth of knowledge and a heart full of poetry to shine. Only by making yourself excellent enough can you gain the recognition of more people and succeed more easily. This era is no longer the golden age of the 80s and 90s, nor is it the time when seizing an opportunity could lead to soaring success. Now is the era of big data, the era of win-win cooperation, and the era of mutual benefit. And college is just a threshold. Unable to even step over the threshold, how can one integrate into a world of win-win cooperation and mutual benefit? Clinging to the ideologies of the 1980s and 1990s to deal with the present era will ultimately lead to a situation like the shops lining the streets, where the owners come and go like moths to a flame, changing every year. Ren Luyang was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, his face flushed red, and he roared in anger, You little brat, how dare you insult me? Just watch me beat you to a pulp. Try moving a finger. At that moment, Wang Jianbo suddenly stepped in front of He Chen. His nearly 300-pound frame instantly frightened Ren Luyang, making him hesitate to advance further. He Chen looked at Ren Liqiang and said, Brother Chang, remember the time? Don't forget. Okay, no problem. Ren Liqiang nodded. On the way back, Wang Jianbo asked in confusion, Aren't you afraid Ren Liqiang's dad will tear up his exam permit? He Chen shook his head. Ren Liqiang is no longer a child. He, like us, is fully capable of dealing with his dad. His life is his own to manage, and I can only help as much as I can. As for how far he can go, that's up to his own abilities. Alright then, Wang Jianbo sighed, but if I had a dad like that, I feel like I might end up as thin as a male god. Thinner than Ren Liqiang. He Chen. After returning to Ipin Pavilion, He Chen was swimming when Wang Jianbo just emerged from inside and saw He Chen's phone suddenly ring with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. He Chen? No, I'm his friend. What's up? It's like this, I'm Song Xianfeng, the top agent at Xingtu Entertainment. I'm also Lu Xinyue's agent. The person on the other end replied. What the hell? Wang Jianbo exclaimed, an entertainment company? The agent of Dayue? Ah, yes, I saw Mr. He's singing Dayue's song on Quanmin Kegu and thought it was great, so I wanted to ask if Mr. He is interested in signing with us at Xingtu Entertainment. I can provide comprehensive packaging to help him become a real star in the shortest time possible. Alright, I'll ask him when he comes over. Good, then I'll be waiting for good news. After hanging up, Wang Jianbo looked at He Chen in the pool, filled with envy and jealousy. What the hell? A star! Xingtu Entertainment, the entertainment company where Lu Xinyue is. Soon, He Chen came up and asked, Who called? Wang Jianbo chuckled, You definitely won't believe it. It was Xingtu Entertainment, Lu Xinyue's agent Song Xianfeng, who wants to sign you and asked if you want to be a star. Chen shook his head, not interested. After saying that, he climbed out of the bath. What the hell? Not interested? That's Dayue, my ultimate idol. Wang Jianba exclaimed excitedly. Chen, not interested. He wasn't into idol worship. Wang Jianba was speechless. You really drive me crazy. By the way, you haven't forgotten about Lu Xinyue's concert in a couple of days, right? I've already bought the tickets, so don't forget to go. Chen nodded. Alright, no problem. After all, Wang Jianba bought the tickets, and he had never been to a concert before. Might as well go. Great. Then it's settled. Wang Jianba laughed heartily. A night passed without a word. The next day, early in the morning, Chen received a call from the president of Linen University, Cui Ziyuan. Hello, Chen, I've picked out some candidates for you. They all have good work abilities. Should I have them go directly to your company, or will you come to see them? Cui Ziyuan asked with a chuckle. Chen replied, I'll come to take a look. Alright, Cui Ziyuan said before hanging up. Chen ran downstairs and pulled out Wang Jianba, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and headed straight out the door. Let's go. Cui Ziyuan has found the people for us, Chen said. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba instantly perked up and jumped into the driver's seat. Leaving Yiping Pavilion, not far along the way, Chen's phone suddenly buzzed with a message notification. Taking it out, he was surprised to find another news push from tomorrow's headlines. However, upon seeing the news title, Chen's brows furrowed immediately. 24-year-old girl commits suicide after a breakup. The truth behind it is deeply lamentable. Push time, July 13th. Filled with doubt, Chen clicked on the news push. The next moment, the news details appeared before him. At 11 a.m. on July 13th, a 24-year-old girl jumped to her death from the Century Hotel due to a breakup. Click the link below to view the exclusive report from tomorrow's headline system. After reading this news, Chen let out a light exclamation. Suicides due to breakups happen every day in this world, and not just one. He had long since become accustomed to such events, feeling at most a bit of regret. What truly puzzled him was the brevity of this headline. How could it be so short? What could such a short piece accomplish? Was this system malfunctioning? What exclusive report could there possibly be? A breakup leading to a jump, what more could there be to expose? Nevertheless, out of curiosity, Chen clicked on the exclusive report. As soon as he clicked, a lengthy segment of news details popped up on the screen. This time, it was not short at all, and it was very long. Online rumors claimed that a 24-year-old girl jumped to her death on July 13th due to a breakup. According to the exclusive report from the headline system, the girl's true identity is actually Lu Xinyue, a popular singer from Xingtu Entertainment. Lu Xinyue has long suffered from severe depression and has often been bullied by her manager, Song Xianfeng, who forced her to do things she was unwilling to do, leading to her severe mental depression. According to the company's arrangements, Lu Xinyue was scheduled to hold a concert in Linen on the evening of July 13th, so she arrived in Linen on July 12th under her manager's arrangements. However, what she did not expect was that a company shareholder was traveling with them, and this shareholder had previously hinted several times that he wanted to exploit her, but Lu Xinyue had always refused. After arriving in Linen, her manager, Song Xianfeng, without her consent, arranged for her to share a room with that shareholder and warned her that she must comply with his arrangements, or she would be blacklisted, making it impossible for her to rise again. At just 24 years old, having maintained her integrity while suffering from severe depression, Lu Xinyue, unable to bear the immense psychological pressure from her manager and the shareholder's exploitation, jumped to her death, ending her short and tragic life. After this incident, manager Song Xianfeng, worried about the situation escalating, along with the shareholder, concealed Lu Xinyue's suicide, claiming it was merely a case of an ordinary girl committing suicide after a breakup, misleading others' attention and distancing themselves from any responsibility. After reading this article, Chen's focus was no longer on whether the article was long or short. He stared at his phone screen, his brows tightly knitted. He certainly knew Lu Xinyue. Wang Jianba had been chattering about her in his ear for the past few days, to the point where his ears felt calloused. Moreover, Lu Xinyue was a popular star, not only beautiful but also with several songs that were widely sung. He still had 2 of her songs saved on his phone. Just last night, Lu Xinyue's manager had even called him, wanting to sign him, but he had directly refused. Chen never expected that the Lu Xinyue, who often maintained a smile in front of the camera and was praised with titles like Talented Woman and Artsy Girl, would suffer from severe depression and even commit suicide. At that moment, Wang Jianba chuckled. Tomorrow is Dayue's concert. I'm so excited. Finally, I can get up close and personal with my Dayue. Chen took a deep breath. Since he knew about Lu Xinyue's situation, he couldn't just stand by. Although he didn't know Lu Xinyue personally and had never even seen her face, he still admired her character. Not to mention that saving Lu Xinyue would also come with system rewards. Whether it was for the sake of a living life, personal feelings, or the rewards from the Tomorrow's Headlines system, he couldn't just sit idly by. He Chen immediately glanced at the time. It was already past 10, and there was only a little over half an hour left before the girl jumped. Stop the car, He Chen commanded. At Wang Jianba's turtle-like speed, by the time they reached the Century Hotel, it would be dark. He didn't have time to waste with Wang Jianba here. The Century Hotel was dozens of miles away, and it would take a while to get there. I'm driving just fine, super steady. Nothing's going to happen, Wang Jianba boasted shamelessly. Ever since he started driving He Chen's BMW, he had learned to drive at a snail's pace. According to him, this was how to show off. He Chen. He ignored him, walked straight to the driver's seat, yanked Wang Jianba out, and sat down in the driver's seat. Wang Jianba didn't dare hesitate and quickly ran to the passenger seat. Just as he sat down, the next moment, Virum, the deep and powerful roar of the engine erupted, making one's blood boil. Wang Jianba gasped in shock and quickly fastened his seatbelt. Immediately, the white BMW X7 shot forward with a burst of speed, skidding onto the main road. Holy crap, are you taking off? Wang Jianba screamed, the seatbelt no longer providing him with enough security, and he quickly grabbed the armrest beside him. It was only at this moment that he finally understood the speed of a BMW. Holy crap, where did you learn to drive like this? You're even better than the super racers on TV. Wang Jianba clutched the armrest tightly, his voice trembling as he asked. He Chen ignored him, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Driving was no joke, especially at high speeds. There could be no distractions, or it could lead to an irreparable accident. Hey, this isn't the right direction. It's not the way to the school. Wang Jianba quickly reminded him as he saw the direction He Chen was heading. I know, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. Let's go to the Century Hotel to grab something to eat first, He Chen replied while driving. Going to the Century Hotel for breakfast? Isn't the street vendor's buns more delicious? How can you say that? After hanging around my place for so long, where can you find buns? Wang Jianba, 20 minutes later, He Chen finally arrived at the foot of the Century Hotel. Seeing the bustling crowd of pedestrians, He Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had finally arrived early this time. But how was he going to find Lu Xinyue? Just as he thought of this, a sudden shout rang out, someone's going to jump. The exclamation suddenly drew the attention of everyone around, including He Chen and Wang Jianba. He Chen looked up and saw a girl in a blue outfit climbing onto the windowsill of the 6th floor. Oh my god, someone's really going to jump. Don't jump. Many people present gasped at the scene, and some even took out their phones to record it. However, their words did nothing to stop the girl from jumping. She climbed onto the windowsill and seemed poised to leap down. Lu Xinyue. At that moment, He Chen suddenly shouted from the crowd. Everyone present turned to look at He Chen in surprise, including Wang Jianba. The next moment, gasps erupted. Holy crap, what did he just shout? Lu Xinyue? Which Lu Xinyue? Lu Xinyue? Mayu? Are you kidding? This is impossible. I must have heard wrong. It's just a coincidence. Even Wang Jianba widened his eyes in surprise and said, what did you just shout? At that moment, the girl on the 6th floor balcony suddenly stopped upon hearing He Chen's shout and turned her head in confusion to look down. She had been looking straight ahead, so the people below couldn't see her face. According to the news, Lu Xinyue had disfigured herself after jumping, which meant no one knew it was her. But now, as she lowered her head, the people below instantly recognized her. The 6th floor wasn't very high, and those with good eyesight could clearly see her features. In the next moment, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, it's really my Dayu! Wang Jianba exclaimed upon seeing Lu Xinyue. At the same time, the others at the scene were in an uproar. Lu Xinyue is actually going to jump? What the hell happened? Don't scare me! Dayu, don't jump! You still have us. You have your mom and dad. What will we do if you commit suicide? What will your parents do? Wang Jianba cried out, tears streaming down his face. No, Dayu, you can't do this. What will I do if you jump? He was a die-hard fan of Lu Xinyue, with her photos as his phone wallpaper and posters of her hanging at both ends of his bed. Now that he saw Lu Xinyue about to jump, his emotions completely broke down. But no matter how much the crowd shouted, Lu Xinyue didn't look at them even once. As a severe depression patient, the reason she climbed up there to prepare to jump was that she had already thought through everything and concluded that suicide was the best option she had. She had considered all the advice others had given her. Therefore, what those people said below was completely irrelevant to her, even making her feel more desperate. The only thing that piqued her curiosity was the person who called her name. In a situation where no one recognized her, Hee-chen was able to shout her name, which made her feel a bit curious. Hee-chen didn't dare to delay and shouted loudly, "Lu Xinyue, I know that advising you to live is cruel for you. Because, is that how you advise people?" "Exactly. People usually give good advice. Aren't you just pushing her to jump?" The people around, hearing Hee-chen's words, interrupted him before he could finish. Hee-chen ignored the accusations from the crowd and looked at Lu Xinyue on the balcony, shouting, "Because what this world brings you is nothing but harm and pain. You long to escape, to be free, to have a quiet world. Death is the best and only way for you. I understand your pain, really." As Hee-chen's voice fell, something surprising happened that left everyone at the scene in shock. Lu Xinyue, who was about to jump, actually stopped and no longer seemed ready to jump at any moment like before. Lu Xinyue tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face as she looked at Hee-chen and said, "You understand me?" "Yes, I understand." Hee-chen nodded seriously. This was not just empty talk, because he truly understood. Strictly speaking, he and Lu Xinyue were actually the same kind of person. Coming from a poor background, he had never worn a new piece of clothing before graduating from middle school. His first new clothes were bought for the entrance exam. After entering high school, he desperately hid himself, not wanting anyone to discover his existence. He just wanted to be a transparent person. When in front of others, he worked hard to maintain a smile, pretending to be happy and cheerful, always showing his best side. Even when he was deeply sad, he would force a smile in front of others. Not because he was genuinely happy, but because he didn't want to be noticed, didn't want anyone to see his embarrassment. Many times, he felt as if he were suffering from severe depression. Fortunately, he had friends, though not many, but true confidants, having one in a lifetime was enough, otherwise, he might be like Lu Xinyue now. Many people believe that those with depression are being pretentious, that they are looking for trouble, that they are just overindulged, clearly living well yet choosing to moan without reason. Yet they have never truly considered what depression really is. Psychological trauma often proves to be more unbearable than physical wounds. For those with depression, endless insomnia accompanies them, endless nightmares surround them, and countless screams roar in their ears, tormenting them to the brink of mental collapse, pitting one person against the entire world. The pain of self-harm, for them, can bring a moment of peace, which is why they smile when they self-harm. Thus, those with depression ultimately cannot escape the result of suicide, not because they do not want to live, but because they lack the courage to continue, truly unable to endure even another second. All the scolding and advice only serve to further provoke them, inflicting even more damage on their already battered souls. In such circumstances, either you give them a psychological embrace, or you hit them, allowing their minds a moment of tranquility, which is 1,000 times better than advising them. Lu Xinyue, I really understand you. Hee-chen looked at Lu Xinyue on the 6th floor windowsill, extending his right hand and saying, "Because you and I are the same kind of person, both seeking peace." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyue's eyes reddened, and she immediately leaned on the windowsill and began to cry. Seeing this scene, the people in the square below fell silent, all looking at Hee-chen with uncertainty. They never expected that Hee-chen's seemingly chaotic words, which didn't even sound like advice, could make Lu Xinyue cry. They simply could not comprehend this situation. Hee-chan saw that Lu Xinyue had not given up on life and continued, "Lu Xinyue, have you ever thought about who would be the happiest if you just ended it all? You might not care about these things, but don't you want those who bully you, those who force you, to pay the price before you die?" Upstairs, as Hee-chen's voice fell, Lu Xinyue suddenly stopped crying. In fact, Hee-chen's first sentence had already touched her nerves. For someone suffering from depression, they really do not need any comfort. What they need is simply someone who understands them, someone who can listen to them, someone who can comprehend their pain. Living is truly too cruel for her. But the words of others advising her about how wonderful the world is, urging her to cherish life, saying that even ants strive to survive, overlook the fact that humans are not ants. The beauty of the world they speak of is something she cannot feel. All she senses is indifference and harm. She truly could no longer endure it. However, Hee-chen's words, just a simple sentence, felt as if she had found a confidant, a kindred spirit, the only person who could understand her pain. For someone suffering from depression, ordinary people can hardly imagine the pain of battling mental and spiritual torment alone. Fear, helplessness, sadness, loneliness, and so on. What they need, and desperately need, is merely someone who can understand them. When two people suffering from depression come together, the resonance of their souls is something that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Sometimes, the pain in one's heart only needs a quiet "I understand you" from another. Then, "Can you help me?" Lu Xinyue asked Hee-chen. Hee-chen took a deep breath and said, "I don't know, but I think I can try." Perhaps I can't help you, but I can give you support. What's your name? He-Chen. Wait for me. After Lu Xinyue finished speaking, she disappeared from the windowsill and returned to her room. The crowd in the square below erupted into excited shouts upon witnessing this. Wow! It worked! Our Yu is no longer suicidal. Young man, you are truly amazing. How did you do that? Exactly. Wow, what you said just now scared me to death. I even suspected you were trying to provoke her. Almost wanted to hit you. Even Wang Jianbo was excitedly grabbing He-Chen's hand, exclaiming, "Old He, you are incredible. Those seemingly random words actually convinced are you? You didn't just get lucky, did you?" He-Chen let out a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, "I told you, you wouldn't understand." TCH. Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes. "You get defensive when I call you fat. You still don't get it," acting all mysterious. He-Chen smiled and shook his head, not saying much more. Some things, if you understand, if you don't, no amount of explanation will help, just like the twisted pain of someone suffering from depression. Ding! At that moment, He-Chen's phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. He took it out to check. The next moment, his eyebrows slightly raised. It was the reward from the Tomorrow Headlines system. Seeing this reward, He-Chen's eyes widened in excitement. Congratulations to the host for participating in this Tomorrow Headlines news content and successfully saving the suicidal female star. The system rewards you with 80% absolute shares of Star Path Entertainment Company and grants you decision-making power and a veto right in the company. This reward is legally transferred through formal channels, with no transaction disputes. Please click to claim. This time, the reward was directly for an entertainment company, and it was the very company where Lu Xinyue worked. This headline system is too amazing. He-Chen clicked claim immediately. Soon after, his phone received a text message reminder. Dear Mr. He-Chen, congratulations on obtaining 80% absolute shares of Star Path Entertainment Company and having decision-making power and a veto right in the company. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted around him. Wow, our Yu is out. I love you, you. Hearing the shouts, He-Chen put his phone away and looked towards the hotel entrance. At the door, a beautiful girl in a blue dress with long black hair was walking briskly towards him. It was Lu Xinyue. However, she looked different from what he saw on TV. Her eyes were red, and she appeared very downcast, as if she had just been crying. Ignoring the surrounding crowd, Lu Xinyue walked straight towards He-Chen. Then, stopping about a meter away from him, she forced a smile and said, He-Chen? He-Chen nodded. A simple response, just one word. The forced smile on Lu Xinyue's face instantly crumbled, and tears streamed down her face. Then, in front of the astonished eyes of everyone around, she threw herself at He-Chen, tightly hugging him, her head resting on his shoulder, crying uncontrollably, unable to stop. She had suffered for too long, suppressed for too long, desperately longing for someone to share her burden. It was only at this moment that she finally found that person. He-Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. He had only thought about persuading Lu Xinyue to live, never expecting this scene to unfold. The people around who had been shouting fell silent, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at He-Chen. What did they just see? Lu Xinyue actually took the initiative to hug He-Chen? That was you, a beautiful star full of talent and artistry. The term artsy girl might carry negative connotations for ordinary girls, but for Lu Xinyue, it was entirely positive, because she was indeed that kind of person, a woman whose every gesture exuded artistry and talent. Her artistic flair and talent came from deep within her bones, unlike most women who forcefully put on a facade. For such a unique and beautiful star, even getting her autograph would drive many people crazy, let alone taking a photo together or holding hands. But now, Lu Xinyue was actually crying uncontrollably in the arms of a man she had just met for less than 2 minutes, completely losing her composure? Just because he had said a few nonsensical words? Damn, this luck was too good to be true. In an instant, the people present looked at He-Chen with eyes full of envy, almost drooling, even thinking about getting rid of He-Chen and taking his place. Even Wang Jianbo stared blankly at He-Chen, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something but ultimately didn't know what to say. At that moment, only one voice was screaming wildly in Wang Jianbo's mind. What the hell am I doing here? Just to be a qualified light source? Just then, 6 or 7 people suddenly rushed out from the hotel. The leader was a slightly thin middle-aged man wearing silver square glasses and having long, willow-leaf eyes, clearly a very shrewd person. Lu Xinyue, what are you doing? The middle-aged man stepped out and, upon seeing Lu Xinyue sobbing on He-Chen's shoulder, immediately shouted angrily. Hearing the middle-aged man's shout, everyone turned to look. Lu Xinyue, who had been crying silently on He-Chen's shoulder, trembled at the sound and abruptly stopped crying, quickly leaving He-Chen's embrace and turning to face the middle-aged man behind her. He-Chen frowned and followed the middle-aged man's gaze. This person should be the agent Song Xianfeng, who had been reported in the news for driving Lu Xinyue to the brink. "Stop looking! Everyone, stop looking and get out of here!" Song Xianfeng shouted loudly, and the 5 people who came out with him quickly surrounded Lu Xinyue, shouting at the crowd, "This is none of your business, hurry up and leave! Get out of here! No more filming! We're not leaving! Are you from the agency? Just now, Mayu almost jumped off a building, was it your doing? Yes! You must give us an explanation. How could you push such a good person like Mayu to this point? Exactly! Give us an explanation!" A group of people shouted angrily, looking as if they wanted to beat up the newcomers. It was precisely because of their deep love that they hated the persecution of Lu Xinyue even more. In today's society, the chaos in the entertainment industry was no secret, and Lu Xinyue was one of the few stars in the industry without scandals. Now that she suddenly attempted suicide, and the agency's people rushed over, if this matter had nothing to do with her agency, even a fool wouldn't believe it. However, it was clear that Song Xianfeng was unwilling to get entangled with these people. After all, in front of so many people, if someone stirred up trouble, the entire Xingtu Entertainment Company would be thrown into chaos. He strode directly to Lu Xinyue, pulling her away from Yi Chen, and glared at Yi Chen, saying, "Kid, what did you do to Lu Xinyue? Do you believe I'll sue you?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sue me? I haven't even caused you any trouble yet. What would you do if Lu Xinyue had jumped off just now?" If it were someone else's business, Yi Chen would naturally not care. But Lu Xinyue was different. He really liked this big star. The glamorous persona she presented to the world was truly a pitiful person, someone who needed care, someone like him. More importantly, since he had now become the boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company, he certainly had to take care of such a popular star as Lu Xinyue. Otherwise, if Song Xianfeng gets so angry that he jumps off a building, where would he find such a pleasing star? Upon hearing this, Song Xianfeng's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense! Who said Lu Xinyue is going to jump off a building?" Just a moment ago, when Song Xianfeng arranged for Lu Xinyue to share a room with shareholder Huo Weiping, Lu Xinyue had firmly refused. However, under Song Xianfeng's pressure, Lu Xinyue said she wanted to think it over carefully. Unless absolutely necessary, Song Xianfeng didn't want to force Lu Xinyue. After all, she was the cash cow of Xingtu Entertainment. Unfortunately, it was Huo Weiping who had his eyes on Lu Xinyue. As a shareholder of Xingtu Entertainment, Huo Weiping held the largest stake after the boss and had significant influence within the company, even able to easily decide someone's future. The term unspoken rules originated from the entertainment industry. Huo Weiping had long grown tired of ordinary women. Now, he was drooling over Lu Xinyue, a beautiful star with both talent and artistic flair, but unfortunately, Lu Xinyue had always resisted. Although Lu Xinyue was merely a tool for making money for the company, easily replaceable, the investment required was a substantial amount, and as Lu Xinyue's manager, Song Xianfeng would also be affected. Therefore, Song Xianfeng had been working on Lu Xinyue to get her to agree to Huo Weiping's unspoken rules. As a result, just after Lu Xinyue left for a while, they heard the news of her jumping off a building and rushed over immediately. Fortunately, Lu Xinyue was not dead. Hearing Song Xianfeng's words, the people around them immediately erupted in anger. "We all saw it, is there any doubt?" "Exactly. Do you think we're blind?" Song Xianfeng, with a fierce expression but a weak voice, shouted coldly, "Lu Xinyue was just enjoying the scenery. Who said she was going to jump off? Speaking recklessly comes with a price." "Song Xianfeng, enough!" Lu Xinyue suddenly shouted coldly. Song Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. "Lu Xinyue, dare you yell at me? Don't forget your own identity. And don't forget the contract with the company." Upon hearing the word contract, Lu Xinyue's face turned pale. When she was young and naive, she had signed a contract with Xingtu Entertainment without understanding it, only to find it filled with exploitative clauses, almost akin to a contract of servitude. One of the clauses stated that Lu Xinyue had to unconditionally obey the arrangements of Xingtu Entertainment and protect its interests and reputation. Regardless of the reason, if Lu Xinyue's actions affected the company's interests and reputation, she would have to pay a compensation of tens of millions. Therefore, facing the pressure from Xingtu Entertainment, she didn't dare to say a word. Even when contemplating suicide, she didn't dare to show her face, fearing it would harm the company and hurt her parents. Leaving this world silently was her greatest act of rebellion. Song Xianfeng sneered coldly and lowered his voice. "Lu Xinyue, you should be very clear about the consequences of breaching the contract. Don't do something you'll regret. Come with me." After saying that, he reached out to grab Lu Xinyue's hand. Just as his hand was halfway there, another hand suddenly blocked Lu Xinyue. Then, a mocking laugh followed. "Want to take her away? Did you get my permission?" Seeing He-chan standing in front of him, Song Xianfeng's expression turned icy. Kid, what, do you think you can stop me? Do you know what you're doing? Are you aware of the consequences of this? He said in a low voice. He had long hated He-chan. If it weren't for He-chan causing trouble here, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He was already thinking about how to teach He-chan a harsh lesson when he got back, making him understand the price of provoking him. With the strength of their company, they had plenty of ways to deal with people, and they didn't have to worry about being pursued for trouble at all. As a result, he never expected that before he could find trouble with He-chan would take the initiative to find trouble with him first. Faced with Song Xianfeng's low threats, He-chan merely chuckled softly. I know exactly what I'm doing. The question is, do you know? You forced Lu Xinyue to the brink of suicide, and now you want to walk away unscathed. Do you think that's possible? Will these people around us agree? Will Xingtu Entertainment agree? He-chan gestured to the people around him. No way! Wang Jianba shouted in response. The others nearby, hearing this voice, immediately erupted in anger. Yes, we won't agree unless we get an explanation. Clear things up for us. What did our Dayu do to provoke you? Exactly. What have you made our Dayu do? If you don't clarify things, we won't let you leave. In this world, most people are not lacking in passion, they just lack a leader. As long as one person stands up, countless others will rush forward. Some even directly blocked the path of Song Xianfeng and the others. Upon seeing this scene, Song Xianfeng's expression changed immediately. He had miscalculated. He never expected it would have such a huge impact. If this matter really escalated, not just him, even the entire Xingtu company wouldn't be able to handle it. You are simply slandering us, fabricating lies out of thin air, distorting the facts. Song Xianfeng shouted angrily. After saying this, he turned directly to Lu Xinyue and said, Dayu, tell them in front of everyone whether we have ever done anything bad to you, whether we have forced you to do anything you didn't want to do. You tell them, and let them give up. Let them know how foolish their actions are. Now, the only leverage he had was Lu Xinyue. With the contract in place, Lu Xinyue had to speak for them, otherwise, she would be finished too. He-chan, hearing Song Xianfeng's words, sneered. How could he not know Song Xianfeng's intentions? Lu Xinyue, now in front of so many people, and many are recording videos, you can say whatever you want. I can stand up for you. With me here, Song Xianfeng can't threaten you. He-chan directly encouraged Lu Xinyue. Yes, we all support you. Unmask their ugly faces. Dayu, we stand with you. The people around also chimed in with encouragement. Lu Xinyue glanced around at the supporters, and as the crowd saw this scene, they all quieted down, listening intently to what Lu Xinyue would say next. But in the end, Lu Xinyue merely opened her mouth, then shook her head inside. Thank you all, Lu Xinyue said helplessly, but I really haven't done anything. I wasn't about to jump off the building, and it has nothing to do with my manager. I was just enjoying the scenery. You misunderstood. She wanted to speak out about the oppressive contract and the coercion she faced, but she didn't dare. The reason she wanted to quietly end her life was to avoid implicating her parents. Because everything Xingtu Entertainment did, including the oppressive contract, was within the bounds of the law. Even if she spoke out, it wouldn't affect Xingtu Entertainment at all. At most, they would just be scolded a few times. Within a month, this matter would fade away, completely disappearing into the annals of history. Around her, upon hearing Lu Xinyue's words, the people present immediately erupted in doubt. How could this be? Just now, you clearly looked like you wanted to end it. Exactly. You were about to jump. We're not fools. If that guy hadn't persuaded you, you would have jumped right then. Is there some unavoidable reason? A group of people shouted in righteous indignation. Even a fool could see that Lu Xinyue had been on the verge of taking her own life. Especially after He-chan's comforting words. The scene of Lu Xinyue running down and hugging He-chan while crying uncontrollably was enough to make them feel a heartache that was hard to breathe. However, Lu Xinyue did not explain anything to them. She simply turned her head to look at He-chan. He-chan, thank you. No matter what, you have helped me a lot. After saying that, she bowed to He-chan. He-chan fell silent for a moment. Although Lu Xinyue said nothing, he knew she must have some unavoidable difficulties, and they were burdens she couldn't express, which the Tomorrow headline system did not inform him about. Perhaps these were the very reasons for her current depression. The immense pressure could only be buried deep within her heart, desperately suppressed, but this repression was like a balloon. When pressed to a certain critical point, it would burst. He-chan took a deep breath and said, It's nothing, after all, I haven't really helped you. Lu Xinyue forced a smile, pretending to be happy, and said, No, I'm really happy that at my most desperate moment, I could. That's enough. Song Xianfeng interrupted Lu Xinyue, his voice low. Lu Xinyue, mind your identity. After saying that, he turned to He-chan, squinting his eyes and said, you little brat, now you realize how ridiculous your mistake is, right? Defaming our Xingtu Entertainment Company in public has caused a very bad social impact on us, and you can't escape this responsibility. Have you heard about the court summons? Ha ha! A victorious smile spread across Song Xianfeng's face. No matter how many of you there are, no matter how united you are, it means nothing in the face of absolute power. Watching Song Xianfeng laugh recklessly, the people around were so angry their teeth itched, but they could only watch helplessly, with no way to intervene. Only He Chen's expression grew colder. Is this what Xingtu Entertainment Company is like? If this is such an ugly company, he would rather not be part of it. Ha! Song Xianfeng coldly said to Lu Xinyue, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and come back with us. He had made up his mind. Once they returned, he would no longer speak to Lu Xinyue kindly. His patience was nearly worn out, and the patience of shareholder Huo Weiping was also gone. He had to force Lu Xinyue to comply with his arrangements and accept Huo Weiping's unspoken rules. She was just a product created by the company, and she had gone too far. After saying that, Song Xianfeng reached out to pull Lu Xinyue over. Did I let you go? He Chen stepped forward, blocking Song Xianfeng's path, and said with a cold smile, you have clarified things with Lu Xinyue, but we haven't clarified things between you and Xingtu yet. The people around were suddenly brightened by this scene, looking at He Chen with surprise. Could it be that this guy has a way to deal with Song Xianfeng? Song Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, pointing at He Chen and said, kid, what? Want to be a hero saving the beauty? But do you have the qualifications? Get out of the way quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. As his voice fell, the few security guards who had come with him immediately returned to his side, glaring at He Chen with unfriendly expressions. He Chen narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he directly reached out and grabbed Song Xianfeng's finger, saying in a deep voice, pointing at people casually is very impolite. After saying that, he twisted it hard. Crack! With a sound that made teeth chatter, Song Xianfeng's face instantly turned red, and he let out a painful scream. Ah! Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. Did he just break his finger? That's too ruthless. Song Xianfeng covered his finger in pain, his voice trembling as he said, Get him! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding security guards immediately shouted and charged at He Chen. Just then, He Chen's phone suddenly rang. Wait a minute! He Chen shouted to the charging security guards, then took out his phone and answered the call. The security guard who had rushed over was momentarily frozen in place. Almost everyone had been taught that when someone was on the phone, they should not disturb that person. Now, seeing He Chen on the phone, the guard stood there, unsure whether to approach or not. He Chen held his phone, calm and composed, saying, Hello, who is this? Hello, I am Zhang Yongquan, the general manager of Xingtu Entertainment. May I ask if you are Mr. He Chen? The voice on the other end spoke respectfully. I am. Hello, Mr. He. We have prepared all the financial statements for the company, and we are ready to welcome you to the company for an inspection at any time. When would you be available? This matter is not urgent. There is something else I need you to handle first. He Chen spoke with his back to Song Xianfeng. Please go ahead, Mr. He. It is my honor to help relieve your worries. Nearby, Song Xianfeng covered his fingers and, seeing the guards standing there dumbfounded, suddenly shouted, Go! The guards exchanged glances and immediately charged towards He Chen. If you want to touch old He, you have to get past me first. At that moment, Wang Jianba suddenly shouted and stood in front of He Chen. Following that, many people from the crowd stepped forward. We are here too. Me too. In a short while, dozens of people stood in front of He Chen, forming a thick wall of flesh. Seeing this scene, Song Xianfeng felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Damn, are you all crazy? You little brat. If you have the guts, come over here. Song Xianfeng glared at He Chen. He Chen hung up the phone, waved his hand, and the people in front of him immediately parted to create a path. He Chen walked through the crowd to stand in front of Song Xianfeng. Seeing He Chen approach, Song Xianfeng coldly shouted, You've got guts. Security, get him. Before he could finish, He Chen suddenly interrupted him, saying, I hereby officially announce that you are fired from Xingtu Entertainment. Upon hearing He Chen's words, Song Xianfeng was momentarily stunned. Then, he burst into laughter, saying, You? Fire me? You? Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Song Xianfeng's expression changed. He then looked at He Chen and said, You little brat, I'll deal with you later. He quickly pressed the answer button and spoke respectfully, Hello, General Manager Zhang, what can I do for you? He dared not be disrespectful. The person calling him was Zhang Yongquan, the general manager of Xingtu Entertainment, responsible for managing the entire company on behalf of the big boss behind Xingtu Entertainment, and could even be said to be the spokesperson for the big boss within the company. Moreover, it was rumored that Xingtu Entertainment was facing a change of its behind-the-scenes big boss, but no one knew the details, as such matters were beyond the reach of a small agent like him. Even his direct superior, Huo Weiping, could only watch from a distance in this situation. Song Xianfeng, have you been up to no good lately? Zhang Yongquan asked coldly over the phone, his anger evident in his voice. Zhang Yongquan had almost been implicated by Song Xianfeng. How could he possibly be in a good mood? No good? How could that be, General Manager Zhang? Song Xianfeng quickly replied, please don't scare me, General Manager. How could I possibly do anything wrong? You are really wronging me. Oof. Zhang Yongquan sneered, what you say is useless. I'm not calling to ask you about that. I'm just here to inform you that the board of directors just notified me that, effective immediately, you are fired from the company. Come back to the company to settle your salary, and then you can leave. What? Upon hearing this, Song Xianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Fire me? What is going on? I haven't offended the board. Those around who heard Song Xianfeng's words also widened their eyes in surprise, exclamations erupting. Heavens, did this guy really get fired? What on earth happened? Wow, this is getting interesting. Especially Lu Xinyue and Wang Jianba, their mouths agape in astonishment. Song Xianfeng was really going to be fired? Could it be? At that moment, they recalled He Chen's earlier words, representing the board of directors, announcing that Song Xianfeng had been fired. They all thought He Chen was joking, but just after hanging up, Song Xianfeng was indeed fired. But in the blink of an eye, was Song Xianfeng really about to be fired? This was too incredible. How did He Chen manage to do this? However, Song Xianfeng could no longer afford to think about these things. He was in a hurry. If he was fired by Xingtu Company, he would have nowhere to go. Lu Xinyue's manager position was fiercely contested. If it weren't for Huo Weiping's help, he wouldn't have been able to secure that position. If he was fired, although he could get some compensation, that money was nothing compared to this job. Mr. Zhang, listen to me, why is the board suddenly firing me? Does Mr. Huo know about this? Did you consult him? He anxiously asked Zhang Yongquan on the phone. No need. Zhang Yongquan replied, because the order to fire you comes from the big boss of the board, even Mr. Huo has no right to interfere. What? The big boss? Are you kidding? How could the big boss? Before he could finish, Song Xianfeng suddenly froze, mechanically turning his head, disbelief filling his eyes as he looked at He Chen. Song Xianfeng, take care of yourself, goodbye, Zhang Yongquan said. Song Xianfeng urgently replied, hey, Mr. Zhang, don't hang up, don't hang up, don't. But just as he was halfway through, Zhang Yongquan hung up the phone directly. For someone who had been fired by the big boss himself, even Zhang Yongquan was unwilling to have any further interaction with him, lest he incur the big boss's displeasure. Song Xianfeng muttered to himself, impossible, how could this be? The next moment, he looked at He Chen, his face filled with disbelief. You little brat, what did you do? What is your relationship with the big boss? How could you make him fire me? He Chen shrugged, that's not something you need to know. You just need to know that you have been fired. You are no longer Lu Xinyue's manager, and you are no longer an employee of Xingtu Entertainment. That's enough. Upon hearing this, the people around were instantly filled with shock. Heavens! It was only at this moment that they finally confirmed that Song Xianfeng had really been fired, and it was all the result of a single phone call from He Chen. Immediately, these people almost simultaneously looked at He Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. One sentence took down a big star's manager. Wow! This is simply divine. No, how can this be? I will not be fired. You must be lying to me. Security! Arrest him! I want them to know my power. Song Xianfeng shouted, losing control of his emotions. He Chen sneered, turning to glance at the several security guards. The guards, seeing the look in He Chen's eyes, felt a jolt in their hearts and all took a step back, distancing themselves from Song Xianfeng, drawing a clear line. They weren't stupid. In fact, there wasn't a single fool among those who could serve as Lu Xinyue's personal security. With someone as powerful as Song Xianfeng being fired by a single word from He Chen, let alone them, what if He Chen also got them fired? Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. They were not loyal subjects of Song Xianfeng, nor could they be blindly loyal. When it was time to retreat, they were quicker than anyone else. Seeing this scene, everyone present burst into laughter. Song Xianfeng was momentarily stunned, then excitedly said, all right, you all are something. Do you think this is the end? After speaking, he walked aside, took out his phone, and dialed a number. He Chen shook his head and walked over to Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue, are you feeling more at ease now? Lu Xinyue glanced at He Chen and sighed, thank you for helping me. I don't know how you did it, but I still want to thank you. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. The two were chatting when an elderly man in a suit, over 70 years old and with a face full of wrinkles, suddenly walked out from the hotel entrance, his face filled with anger. Where is Song Xianfeng? Tell me what happened. Upon seeing this man, Lu Xinyue's face instantly drained of color. Song Xianfeng rushed over to the old man, sorrowfully saying, Uncle Hua, you finally came. He Chen also turned to look. The newcomer was dressed in a black suit, looking overweight and disheveled, clearly exhausted from a life of indulgence. If he wasn't mistaken, this man should be Hua Weiping, the investor behind Song Xianfeng. He had come here for Lu Xinyue, which led to the incident of her attempting to jump off the building. The people around, upon seeing Hua Weiping suddenly appear, had their expressions shift between uncertainty and fear. They had just seen Song Xianfeng get fired and thought Lu Xinyue was finally saved. Who would have thought this guy had backing? Standing in front of Hua Weiping, Song Xianfeng quickly summarized the situation, embellishing it with a few words. Upon hearing Song Xianfeng's description, Hua Weiping's expression darkened, and he glared coldly at He Chen, who had disrupted his plans, saying in a chilling voice, Kid, is it you who dared to hit our people? He Chen nodded, you must be Hua Weiping? That's right. Hua Weiping sneered, it seems you've heard of my name. No matter what your relationship is with the big boss, anyone who dares to hit me and fire my people will pay the price. Song Xianfeng chuckled and said to He Chen, Kid, you think you're the only one with connections? I have people too. Are you scared? Stop the nonsense. Hua Weiping interrupted Song Xianfeng, coldly ordering, don't you see what time it is? First, take Lu Xinyue and the others inside. We can discuss the rest later. Making such a big scene here is unacceptable. Leave? Did I say you could leave? He Chen narrowed his eyes. Hua Weiping squinted, his voice low, Kid, before provoking me, you should find out who Hui is. He Chen shook his head, you should find out who I, He Chen, am. Just then, a siren blared, and in the blink of an eye, 2 police cars stopped nearby. A group of police officers rushed out. What happened here? Who is causing trouble? One of the police captains, in his 30s, shouted coldly, Officer, Dayu was forced to jump off by them. Yes, it's these people who forced Lu Xinyue to want to jump from the building. That's why we called. Officer, you must help Dayu, she's really too pitiful. The crowd immediately began to speak up. You are talking nonsense. Hua Weiping shouted coldly, speaking requires evidence. Making wild claims in front of the police can lead to legal consequences. After saying this, he quickly turned to the police captain, Captain, I am the head of Xingtu Entertainment. Our artist Lu Xinyue was just admiring the scenery on the windowsill, but these people misunderstood and said she wanted to jump off, blocking us and even attacking us. You can ask Lu Xinyue. These people are simply a bunch of troublemakers and should all be arrested to investigate who is behind them and what conspiracy they have to slander our Xingtu Entertainment. With just a few sentences, he shifted all the blame onto He Chen and the others. Song Xianfeng also shouted, That's right, Captain, arrest them all, especially this kid. As he spoke, he pointed at He Chen and said, It's this kid who keeps saying we abused Lu Xinyue, forcing her to commit suicide, which is why so many people are surrounding us. Upon hearing this, the police captain immediately turned to look at He Chen. Captain, in front of so many people, you must handle this matter seriously. We can't let these troublemakers get away. Hua Weiping urged. How I handle it is up to our regulations. I don't need you to direct me. The police captain replied expressionlessly to Hua Weiping. After so many years as a police officer, he had seen it all and didn't need to think twice to know that Hua Weiping and his group were full of schemes. However, the police only dealt with evidence, not other matters. He turned to He Chen and asked, Sir, could you please tell us the details of this incident and why you hit someone? As the police captain's voice fell, the crowd instantly quieted down, all eyes on He Chen. He took a deep breath and directly stated, The matter is that Hua Weiping, a shareholder of Xingtu Entertainment, and Song Xianfeng, Lu Xinyue's manager, colluded to try to coerce Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue refused to comply and wanted to jump off a building, but I persuaded her to come back. That's why they are desperately trying to deal with me, claiming I'm slandering them. This was information he had learned from the Tomorrow headline system. However, given the current situation, no one would likely investigate how he knew these things. Hiss! The crowd gasped at He Chen's words. Although they had suspected that Lu Xinyue was being bullied by Song Xianfeng and Hua Weiping, they had only guessed and had no idea how she was being bullied. Now, with He Chen's single statement, the entire situation was revealed, exposing their attempt to coerce Lu Xinyue. Instantly, the crowd became furious. Scum! Die, scum! How dare you try to coerce our Luyu? Shameless! An old, fat guy like you wants to coerce our Luyu, you old bastard. The arriving police looked coldly at Hua Weiping. If this matter were true, Huo Weiping and his group were worse than animals. Huo Weiping's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Shut up! Where's the evidence?" After saying this, he turned to the police captain and said, "Comrade police, this guy is simply slandering us. You can ask Lu Xinyue if we wanted to coerce her. What he says is complete nonsense. You must handle him seriously and compensate for the damage to my reputation and mental distress." He was very sure that Lu Xinyue would never risk her family's safety to speak out. If she dared to say anything, Xingtu Entertainment would immediately terminate her contract and demand tens of millions in compensation. This was precisely how they kept their artists firmly under control. "Isn't that right, Lu Xinyue? You tell them," Huo Weiping said to Lu Xinyue. The police captain took a deep breath and turned to Lu Xinyue, his face serious as he said, "Comrade Lu Xinyue, please tell us if what Chen said is true. Don't worry, no matter whose fault it is, we will handle it seriously and will not spare anyone." Upon hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on Lu Xinyue's face. Chen understood her concerns and directly said, "Lu Xinyue, speak boldly. I guarantee you will be fine." He initially wanted to say he was the big boss of Xingtu. However, this might cause Lu Xinyue to reject him. For someone with depression, it's not about how much money or power you give them to pull them out of it. Only by opening her heart can she truly overcome her depression. Lu Xinyue's expression changed upon hearing Chen's words. Chen continued, "Bad people should receive the punishment they deserve. I hope you can speak out in front of us, so they can get the punishment they deserve. Or you can continue to remain silent like before, and then I'll be taken away by these inspectors, prosecuted, and have to compensate Huo Weiping and the others for their huge reputational and emotional damages. But I won't blame you, because I understand you don't want that either." Hearing this, Lu Xinyue's eyes turned red. Huo Weiping, seeing this scene, glared at Lu Xinyue and said in a deep voice, "Lu Xinyue, you need to think clearly and not say anything reckless. We are all watching. If you say something out of line, the consequences won't be on you." "Shut up!" Lu Xinyue suddenly lost control of her emotions and shouted, interrupting Huo Weiping. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "How much further do you want to push me? I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'll say it. I'll say everything." Huo Weiping narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Fine, say whatever you want. I haven't done anything wrong, and I have a clear conscience." After saying that, he stood aside with his arms crossed, as if it had nothing to do with him. The law values evidence. No matter what Lu Xinyue says, it needs evidence to support it. Without evidence, it won't affect them at all. Instead, Lu Xinyue herself would face compensation of tens of millions. In this matter, he had nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Huo Weiping's words, Lu Xinyue suddenly froze, and then tears fell like rain as she squatted down, hugging her knees and crying loudly. She wanted to say everything without holding back, but she didn't dare. She really didn't dare. Not just for herself, but for her family. Her mother needed money for treatment, a lot of money. Without it, her mother wouldn't survive a month. If she revealed everything, their family would have to compensate the company tens of millions, and then not just her, but their whole family would be ruined, leading to their complete destruction. "Chen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry." Lu Xinyue cried out loudly while squatting on the ground. Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed he still needed to step in. The captain of the inspectors frowned upon seeing Lu Xinyue sobbing uncontrollably and asked, "Lu Xinyue, please tell us about your experience. We can help you." "Inspector," Huo Weiping called out, "Lu Xinyue is quite timid and probably scared. Don't push her, let her cry for a while. The situation is already clear. This person has maliciously slandered us, causing extremely bad effects on us in Xingtu Company. I hope the inspectors can arrest them." The captain of the inspectors turned to Chen. Although he knew Huo Weiping must have something to hide, the current situation and evidence were very unfavorable for Chen. "I know what you want to say," Chen said to the captain of the inspectors, then looked at Huo Weiping and said, "Huo Weiping, do you think that if Lu Xinyue doesn't speak, I won't be able to do anything about you? I don't believe that such a large company as Xingtu Entertainment can't find any evidence of your wrongdoing. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and find the evidence of your misdeeds to hand over to the inspectors." "Just you?" Huo Weiping sneered, his face full of disdain. "How ridiculous. You want to investigate our company? Have you lost your mind? You should think about yourself. You can barely protect yourself now, and you still want to cause us trouble." After Huo Weiping's words, Song Xianfeng laughed heartily and said, "This is really too funny. Someone who doesn't even know where they came from wants to meddle in our company. Do you really think you're our big boss?" Chen looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Yes, I am your big boss." "Ha!" Song Xianfeng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a seemingly mad laughter. "What the hell? Just you? Can't you stop pretending?" The others around shook their heads and sighed. To them, Chen's words sounded like he had lost his mind. The big boss of Xingtu Entertainment could say such crazy things. If he really were the big boss, would he be here? He Chen ignored them. Sometimes, saying 1,000 words is not as effective as doing one thing. He directly took out his phone and dialed Zhang Yongquan's number. Hello, Mr. He, what can I do for you? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yongquan immediately spoke respectfully. After the earlier call, he had been on edge, worried about offending the new big boss. Now, receiving another call from Yi Chen made him genuinely anxious. Yi Chen said directly, Xiao Zhang, Hu Weiping is with me right now, and he has reinstated Song Xianfeng, who was just fired. What? Zhang Yongquan was taken aback upon hearing this. That guy Hu Weiping actually brought back someone the big boss had just fired? Did he want to get himself killed? Even if he had some shares, it would only take a finger for the big boss to get rid of him. After all, the big boss held 80% of Xingtu Entertainment's absolute shares, along with absolute decision-making power and a veto right. In other words, if the big boss wanted him gone, he definitely wouldn't last until the next day in the company. Not even the shareholders could help. They could just forcibly buy out his shares. Secondly, Yi Chen continued, because Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng wanted to exploit Lu Xinyue, which almost drove her to jump off a building, I gave Hu Weiping a beating, and now he wants me to compensate them for their losses. Zhang Yongquan, huh? At this moment, his eyes were wide open, completely shocked and speechless. What the hell? Did that old guy Hu really want to get himself killed? He had already been astonished when he heard that Hu Weiping brought back the fired Song Xianfeng. Now he realized he had underestimated this guy. The big boss scolded him a couple of times, and he actually dared to ask the big boss for compensation? Was this guy out of his mind? Did he just bite without thinking? The key was that he picked the wrong target. How could he choose the big boss? This was too outrageous. Yi Chen continued, people like Hu Weiping are nothing but a rat dropping in the company. Xingtu absolutely cannot allow such people to exist. I hope you can handle this matter well. If you can't, then I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongquan's heart sank. Don't worry, Mr. He, I guarantee I can handle it. I promise to complete the task. Please give me another chance. Zhang Yongquan eagerly assured him. No joke. He could already feel Yi Chen's anger. If he couldn't handle this matter well, he could be out of a job as the general manager. His existence was meant to deal with various troublesome matters for the big boss. If he couldn't handle anything and had to rely on the big boss to step in, what was the point of having him as the general manager? Just for show? I hope you can deliver on your promise, Yi Chen said. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task and will not disappoint Mr. He. Zhang Yongquan quickly promised. Yi Chen hummed in response and hung up the phone. Ha! Hu Weiping sneered, kid, is pretending fun? Song Xianfeng also disdainfully said, they say pretending to be cool is addictive, and before you know it, you start to believe it yourself. I used to think it was just a joke, but now I finally believe it. I didn't expect there really are such fools in this world. Wang Jianba quickly pulled Yi Chen, anxiously saying, Old He, what are you doing? Yi Chen shook his head and said, if a company wants to develop better and better, it must kick out the bad apples inside. Otherwise, it will be like a mouse dropping, ruining the whole pot of soup. Hu Weiping then coldly sneered, I admit what you said makes a lot of sense, but so what? What can you do? Can you control us at Xingtu? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and frowned immediately. Why was Zhang Yongquan calling him? Wasn't that guy supposed to be busy preparing to welcome the new big boss? How could he have time to call him? With confusion in his heart, Hu Weiping answered the phone, asking suspiciously, What's wrong, Manager Zhang? What do you mean what's wrong, Hu Weiping? I admit I underestimated you before, you are really impressive. Zhang Yongquan said directly without any politeness. Manager Zhang, what do you mean by that? Just say it clearly, Hu Weiping said in a deep voice. Hu Weiping, due to your actions, we will collect all evidence of your crimes within the company, and we will formally block all your shares, which will be voted on by the board of directors. Once the vote passes, we will forcibly buy out your shares, Zhang Yongquan said with a serious tone. This, Hu Weiping's expression stiffened, and he shouted angrily, Zhang Yongquan, what do you mean? Are you trying to collude with the other board members to get me while the big boss is not here? Does the big boss know? I will report to the big boss. I want the big boss to make a decision for me. Don't even think about it, because this order was given by the big boss himself. Otherwise, who else could represent the board? Zhang Yongquan sneered. Upon hearing Zhang Yongquan's words, Hu Weiping finally panicked. Impossible. You must be plotting against me behind my back. I don't believe the big boss would target me like this. How could the big boss treat me this way? He shouted angrily. Seeing Hu Weiping's reaction, the faces of those around him all showed confusion. They couldn't hear what was said on the phone, but just a moment ago, Huo Weiping had been so domineering, and now he was suddenly scared by a phone call. Even a fool could tell something was happening. Ha! Zhang Yongquan sneered on the phone. Then you should ask yourself. Daring to extort the big boss in front of him, demanding compensation, and even letting the guards arrest the big boss. Incredible! I have to admire your courage. Who else would the big boss target if not you? I didn't. Huo Weiping shouted excitedly. How could I dare to extort the big boss? When did I? Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. Then, mechanically, he turned to look at He Chen, his expression shifting from anger to astonishment, and then from astonishment to fear. They hadn't extorted the big boss, but just now they had asked He Chen for those things. Connecting it to He Chen's earlier phone call, the color drained from Huo Weiping's face. Could it be? He asked Zhang Yongquan with a trembling voice. Manager Zhang, what? What is the big boss's name? His name is He Chen. Huo Weiping, I've told you everything you need to know. Take care of yourself, Zhang Yongquan said before hanging up the phone. Huo Weiping stared blankly at his phone. Song Xianfeng quickly asked, Uncle Hua, what happened? What big boss? What's wrong with the big boss? The others present also looked at Huo Weiping curiously, all wondering what had happened to scare the seemingly powerful Huo Weiping like this. However, Huo Weiping did not answer Song Xianfeng's question. Instead, he looked at He Chen. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he asked with a trembling voice a question that left everyone dumbfounded. He Chen, you. Huo Weiping swallowed hard and said, Are you really the big boss of Xingtu? Hiss. As Huo Weiping's words fell, a chorus of gasps filled the room. What did he say? The big boss of Xingtu Entertainment? Did I hear that wrong? This young man is the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment? Are you kidding? Incredible, incredible. Now there's a show to watch. The people around chattered excitedly, never expecting that this seemingly unremarkable young man before them was actually the big boss behind Xingtu Entertainment, the one supporting Lu Xinyue. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Xinyue was even more shocked, her mouth agape. The young man who had just been trying to pull her out of her depression was actually her boss? In her mind, the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment should be a fat man with a round face and a big belly. After all, she had ended up in her current situation because of Xingtu Entertainment, which had drafted that ruthless and oppressive contract. How could such a person be kind-hearted? But she never imagined that the legendary big boss would turn out to be a young man like He Chen. It was utterly inconceivable. Even Wang Jianba, who was closest to He Chen, looked at him as if he were a deity, uncertainly saying, Old He, damn, you are the big boss of Xingtu? He Chen nodded and said, Yes, I am the big boss. He then retorted, What? Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's mouth twitched. Is there a problem? Damn, do you think there's no problem? You said you were rich, I let it slide. You said you drove a Bugatti, I let it slide. You said you lived in a villa worth over 50 million, I also let it slide. You told me you had a ton of gold, I let it slide. You said you were the owner of the Fortune Hotel, I let it slide. You said you were the big boss of Longting Commercial Building, I damn well let it slide. Now, you tell me you are also the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment, the top boss of Daiyue? I can't take this anymore. Wang Jianba felt like he was about to go crazy. Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng were equally on the verge of madness. Huo Weiping involuntarily took 2 steps back, while Song Xianfeng's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with endless despair. How could this happen? He never expected that this young man who had suddenly appeared was actually the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment. He had bumped into the big boss? What kind of luck was this? How could the new big boss of Xingtu Entertainment be so young? This completely defied logic. But no matter how young He Chen was, just having the identity of the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment was enough to terrify Huo Weiping. He immediately rushed to He Chen's side, anxiously saying, Boss, I was wrong. I didn't know your identity, I'm sorry. Saying this, he hurriedly bowed to He Chen. The only thing he could do now was to beg for He Chen's forgiveness, otherwise, his life would truly be over. As for Song Xianfeng, he had already shrunk to the side, not daring to breathe a word. In front of the legendary big boss, Song Xianfeng was completely stunned. He Chen sneered and asked Huo Weiping, Didn't you want me to compensate you for your mental and reputational damages? No. Huo Weiping quickly waved his hands, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said urgently, Boss, you misunderstood. How could I ask you for compensation? It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You said you wanted to arrest me, didn't you? He Chen continued to ask. He Chen had no intention of letting Huo Weiping off the hook, pressing him step by step. This was not only to vent for Lu Xinyue but also for the future of Xingtu Entertainment Company. Boss, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I will never dare to do this again. Please give me another chance. Huo Weiping pleaded urgently to He Chen. However, He Chen ignored him and turned to Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue, as the boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company, I assure you here that no matter what you say, I will not hold you responsible for anything. Now you can tell us about your experience, about why you jumped off the building, right? He Chen said. No. Huo Weiping suddenly knelt down in front of He Chen, panic written all over his face. Boss, I beg you to let me go this time. I really will change. I will definitely change. Please give me another chance. As he spoke, he immediately began to kowtow. This time, he was genuinely frightened. However, some matters, once they reach a certain point, are no longer within the control of ordinary people. Arrest him first. The captain of the patrol team directly ordered the officers behind him to pin Huo Weiping to the ground, then turned to Lu Xinyue and said, Lu Xinyue, you can speak now. Of course, you can also remain silent like before, but once the investigation is clear, if the situation is true, we have the right to pursue your actions of harboring criminals. I will speak, Lu Xinyue immediately replied. She had been afraid to share her experiences due to the threats from Xingtu, but now that He Chen had assured her, what was there to worry about? She then recounted how she had been harassed by Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng, who had tried to coerce her, including what had happened just before she jumped off the building. After finishing, she squatted down and began to cry loudly. These events had weighed on her heart for many years, tormenting her to the point of mental breakdown, yet she had never dared to tell anyone. Now that she finally spoke out, all the years of repression were instantly released, and she cried out in pain. Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng's legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. At that moment, they knew they were finished. With so many people testifying on the spot, along with evidence from He Chen and Xingtu Entertainment, they had no chance of turning the situation around. Meanwhile, the people around them were filled with righteous indignation, cursing at Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng. Damn, these people are so heartless. Yeah, they're just a bunch of beasts, monsters in human guise. So disgusting. Throw them all out to feed the dogs. If it weren't for the patrol officers, the crowd would have rushed in to beat up Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng. Cuff them. The captain of the patrol team waved his hand. Click. Huo Weiping, pinned to the ground, was immediately handcuffed, while other officers walked directly towards Song Xianfeng. Song Xianfeng's face changed, and he instinctively turned to run, but before he could take 2 steps, a cold shout rang out from the crowd. Where do you think you're going? A strong man kicked Song Xianfeng, sending him sprawling. The 2 pursuing officers quickly pinned him to the ground, sneering, Run? Now you've added another charge to your list. Upon hearing this, Song Xianfeng wet himself. Yeah, so exciting. This is amazing. Damn, I feel my blood boiling. Who isn't? This is the victory of ordinary people against the rich. No way, I have to post this on social media. You must be kidding. Is that a victory for ordinary people? That's a victory for the boss. This is a battle among the wealthy. I don't care about that. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, this is still a victory for us ordinary people. Almost everyone's face was lit up with barely concealed excitement. Lu Xinyue had a large fan base, and her persona was so appealing that even those who weren't her fans liked her. Now, seeing the people who bullied Lu Xinyue being arrested, everyone was thrilled. At that moment, the captain of the patrol team approached He Chen with a serious expression and said, Mr. He, once you gather evidence of their crimes, please hand it over to us so we can deal with them promptly. He Chen nodded, no problem. I'll pass it to you as soon as I have it. This matter wasn't significant enough to require anything more than Zhang Yongquan to handle it. The patrol captain nodded and turned to the crowd, shouting, The matter is settled, it's time to disperse. Don't just stand around here. With so much time passed, over 200 people had gathered at the scene, and it was easy for someone to get hurt. Large crowds often led to stampedes. We're not leaving. Boss He, does Xingtu Entertainment still need people? I want to join Xingtu Entertainment too. It doesn't matter if I can make money. I just want to see you every day. Me too. I'm here for Boss He. Such a handsome guy with such a good temper. I could just fall in love with you. I want to have 100 sons with you. You can forget it. Are you trying to get back at Boss He? Boss He, look at me. I sing really well. I don't want money. I just want to be famous. Boss He, I can dance too. I don't want money. The crowd instantly lost control, surrounding He Chen and shouting excitedly. Instead, no one paid attention to the big star Lu Xinyue. What could she do? After all, He Chen was the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment. Under normal circumstances, people of this level were impossible to meet. Now that they finally had the chance, if they missed it, they probably wouldn't get another opportunity. 10 minutes later, with the help of a group of patrol members and security from Xingtu, He Chen and the others finally managed to escape the crowd and get into the hotel. Wow! Wang Jianbao looked at his torn clothes and grinned at He Chen. Old He, your charm is just too damn big. I only helped you block for a moment, and my clothes got ruined. I'll buy you a new one later, He-Chen replied. You better, Wang Jianba said immediately. At that moment, the patrol captain said to He-Chen, Mr. He, we've handled the situation here. If anything comes up, you can call for help. We're leaving now. With a wave of his hand, he led the patrol members and Huo Weiping away. The scene was left with only He-Chen, Lu Xinyue, Wang Jianba, and 5 security guards. Wang Jianba was about to speak when he suddenly saw He-Chen and Lu Xinyue gazing into each other's eyes. At that moment, Wang Jianba realized he was starting to shine again. Damn! He looked at his torn clothes and sighed, if I don't go to hell, who will? With that, he rushed toward the enthusiastic crowd outside the hotel without hesitation. In the hotel lobby, He-Chen and Lu Xinyue sat down in the lounge area. He-Chen, no, boss I didn't expect you to be the big boss of Xingtu. Lu Xinyue looked at He-Chen. He-Chen shrugged, I didn't plan to tell you. Now that you know, are you disappointed in me? Lu Xinyue lowered her head slightly, not speaking. Disappointed? Of course, she felt a bit disappointed. She had originally thought of He-Chen as the only person who could understand her pain. In the end, she discovered that He-Chen was actually the behind-the-scenes big boss of Xingtu Entertainment, the very company that had driven her to depression. This sense of loss plunged her mood to the lowest point. He-Chen sighed when he saw Lu Xinyue's expression. The reason he hadn't revealed his identity from the start was twofold. First, if he stated it directly, no one would believe him. Second, he was worried about the current situation. You might not believe it, but I really just took over Xingtu Entertainment not long ago, and I haven't even been to the Xingtu headquarters once. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zheng Yongquan. Lu Xinyue looked up and asked, and then? I'm curious, how did Bossy happen to be in linen and coincidentally run into me? He-Chen knew that Lu Xinyue was suspicious of him. After all, his appearance was too coincidental. If he had just saved her, it wouldn't be a big deal, but since he was the big boss of Xingtu, it was a bit hard to explain. I know what you're thinking, He-Chen said, but I am actually a senior at Linen University. I was supposed to bring Wang Jianba here for a meal today, and when I passed by downstairs, I just happened to see you about to jump. If we really have to say something, this should be a chance given to me by heaven to save your life, to make up for the mistakes Xingtu made before, and to save Xingtu's future. I'm sorry, bossy, I'm too sensitive. I apologize, Lu Xinyue quickly stood up and said. He-Chen waved his hand and said, it's not your fault, the harm Xingtu did to you was indeed too deep, which made you so sensitive. But I will resolve this matter and ensure that such things do not happen again in the future. And don't call me bossy anymore, it feels too distant. Just call me He-Chen like you did at the beginning. How can that be? You are the big boss of Xingtu, and I am just an artist under you. How can I call you by your name? Lu Xinyue hurriedly replied. Then just treat me as your fellow depression patient, He-Chen said with a light laugh. Lu Xinyue frowned and pursed her lips, then nodded. All right, but how can someone as young, handsome, and successful as you have depression? He-Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, why would someone as understanding and beloved as you also have depression? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyue fell silent. Everyone has their own struggles. She was a big star, but at the same time, she was just a pawn in someone else's game for profit. And while He-Chen seemed fine, who knew if his family life was also good? Compared to work pressure, the influence of one's family of origin on personality could be even more severe. By the way, when I asked you to expose what they did to you earlier, why didn't you say anything? He-Chen asked. Lu Xinyue sighed and said, you don't know? We have contracts with the company that require us to unconditionally protect the company's interests and reputation. If we do anything that affects the company's interests and reputation, the company has the right to terminate the contract and demand tens of millions in compensation. Just tens of millions? With your wealth, that shouldn't be difficult, right? Not to mention, a concert alone usually brings in over $1 million in ticket sales, right? Just taking an advertisement can earn several million or even tens of millions. With your fame, coming up with tens of millions shouldn't be a big deal, right? He-Chen asked in confusion. That's just the surface, Lu Xinyue replied helplessly. You must be new to the entertainment industry, right? Actually, we stars are just tools for bosses like you to make money. To put it bluntly, we are just commodities. The company packages us, boosts our popularity, and then profits from us. Others think the money we receive is ours, but in reality, we get less than 1%. The bulk of it is in the company's hands. Plus, my mother is sick and needs a lot of money. The amount I can take out is not even 100,000. Upon hearing this, He-Chen finally understood why Lu Xinyue was so tightly controlled by Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng. I understand. I'll handle the matter of the unfair contract as soon as possible. If you choose to stay, I will draft a new equitable contract for you. With your reputation, you already have enough material to sign an equitable agreement. Of course, if you want to leave Star Path, I won't hold you responsible for anything. He Chen said directly. He knew that by doing this, he was already the most incompetent bourgeois, but he only wanted to do this. As for money, it was ultimately just an external matter. He was very clear about this because he had come from poverty and never regarded money as the only thing in life. There are many things in this world that are more important than money. For example, conscience. For example, being true to oneself. Really? Lu Xinyue raised her eyebrows slightly, asking uncertainly. He Chen nodded. Of course. There's no need for me to lie to you about this. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyue immediately stood up and bowed seriously to He Chen, saying, "Thank you. Please sit." He Chen gestured to the chair. "Is your decision made about staying or leaving?" "I've made up my mind. I'm staying." Lu Xinyue sat back down, chuckling lightly. "No matter where I go, I'm just a tool for making money. Relatively speaking, I trust you more, and without the unfair contract, I have no reason to leave. More importantly, you treat me as a friend, don't you, He-chan?" "Of course." He-chan smiled. "Since that's the case, then it's settled. I'll arrange for Zhang Yongquan to handle the contract matter as soon as possible and send a new agent to you. Can I choose myself? My previous agent, Sister Xiao, was really good and helped me a lot, but she was pushed out by Song Xianfeng. I haven't found a good job since, and it's not easy with a child." Lu Xinyue said, her face showing signs of tension. He-chen nodded. "I'll mention it to Zhang Yongquan, and then you can contact her directly." "Thank you, Mr. He." Lu Xinyue quickly bowed again. He-chen shook his head helplessly. "Here we go again. By the way, about tomorrow's concert, let's postpone it for now. You should relax a bit and aim to perform with the best mindset. Don't go and make things worse at the concert. If that happens, our entire star path will be doomed." "Okay, thank you for your understanding, boss. I'll prepare a bit more. Given my current state, I really don't have the confidence to hold a good concert." Lu Xinyue quickly waved her hand. "Well, we can talk about that later. How about we eat something first? You're the boss, you decide." Lady first. Outside the hotel. On a stone step next to the square where electric bikes were parked, Wang Jianba, dressed in ragged clothes, took a difficult drag from a 7-wold cigarette. Then, he slowly exhaled, rubbing his growling stomach, murmuring, "I'm so hungry." Plop. Someone threw a coin next to him. Wang Jianba's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately stood up, looking around and shouting angrily, "Who the hell threw money? I'm the future richest man in linen, not a beggar." As his voice fell, he was met with a chorus of disdainful looks from those around him. An hour later, when He-chen came out of the hotel, he found Wang Jianba lying on the stone steps of the square outside the hotel, fast asleep. "Hey!" He-chen kicked Wang Jianba twice, and only then did Wang Jianba open his eyes. He glanced at He-chen, frowning. "What the hell were you and Lu Xinyue talking about for so long? I was about to starve to death out here waiting for you to come out and treat me to a meal, and I ended up falling asleep." They hadn't eaten breakfast that morning, and now it was already noon. "He-chan, can't you go eat by yourself?" Wang Jianba squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell me you had a meal with my big month inside." He-chen decisively shook his head and said, "I didn't." "Burp burp burp Wang Jianba? What the hell?" Wang Jianba suddenly exploded, roaring in anger. Don't go too far. I was waiting for you outside the hotel, didn't even eat, and you were inside having a feast with you? And you didn't even call me? After eating, you burped in front of me? And you burped 3 times? You bastard who values romance over friendship. I want to cut ties with you. I can get you Lu Xinyue's autograph, and I can give you her phone number," He-chen said. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianba's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Really? No way, you really want to give it to me?" He was a die-hard fan of Lu Xinyue. Licking? This was no longer licking. It was faith. The faith of love. "Of course. Is this difficult for me? I'm her boss." He-chan chuckled. Wang Jianba excitedly hugged He-chen's shoulder and said, "No, brother. From now on, you are my real brother. Come here for a kiss. Get lost." Fine. Let's go eat something first. I'm starving," Wang Jianba said, bouncing along. The two chatted and laughed like real brothers and got into the car. 10 minutes later, a man selling egg pancakes by the roadside stared blankly at a BMW parked in front of his stall. The man's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly started to pack up to leave, fearing a collision with the other car. Just as he moved, the window of the supercar's passenger seat rolled down. A round head popped out, smiling at him. "Uncle, get me a pancake." It was none other than Wang Jianba. After much effort, he finally got He-chen to treat him to a meal. Then, He-chen brought him here and gave him 2 choices, eat or starve. "Ha!" The uncle was slightly taken aback. Driving a BMW to buy his egg pancake? This operation completely stunned him. You want to eat an egg pancake?" the uncle asked, uncertain. "Yes, add a sausage. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Here's the money, Wang Jianba urged, pulling out 5 yuan and handing it over. The uncle, he even knows about 5 yuan. Looks like he's a regular. How come I never noticed? But he didn't dare to delay and quickly got to work. Inside the car, Wang Jianba grinned at He Chen and said, "Old He, I feel like our friendship boat is about to capsize. You deeply hurt my heart. Did I pierce it?" He Chen asked with a chuckle. Wang Jianba, I'll pierce your grandpa. Do you believe I can stab you up into the sky with my 40-meter-long stick? On the way to Linen University, Wang Jianba sighed heavily and said, "Old He, you really don't play fair, you know? You're the big boss of Xingtu, yet you've never mentioned it to me. Do you even see me as a brother?" He Chen chuckled awkwardly. Well, it was really an accident. He had become the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment because he stopped Lu Xinyue from jumping off a building. He had no idea before. How could he tell Wang Jianba? Of course, even if he had known, he wouldn't have told Wang Jianba. Otherwise, that guy would have clung to him, insisting on joining Xingtu Entertainment. Old He, since we're brothers, I won't beat around the bush. I, Wango, want to join Xingtu Entertainment. Can you help me out? Wang Jianba said seriously, staring at He Chen. He Chen. He looked speechless and said, "What do you want to do? Get famous. Become a star. Become a big shot. Like Lu Xinyue, a big shot. In the future, I'll follow Dayu wherever she goes. We'll form a moonlight wave duo. We'll definitely be popular all over the country." Wang Jianba said excitedly. He Chen chuckled and said, "Sure, I also think with your abilities, you can definitely support the entire company." You think I'm suitable? Wang Jianba replied excitedly. He Chen nodded. Yes, no one is more suitable than you to be a pillar, and a thick one at that. Wang Jianba. Damn! Wang Jianba cursed, glaring at He Chen. Soon, the two arrived at Linen University and found the office of Dean Chui Ziyuan. Master, he is here? Chui Ziyuan laughed and stood up from his desk upon seeing He Chen. He Chen immediately noticed the couplet he had written hanging on the wall behind Chui Ziyuan, and it was already framed. Seeing He Chen's gaze, Chui Ziyuan smiled and said, "How's the framing? It didn't disgrace your master's calligraphy, did it? Dean Chui, your efficiency is truly impressive." He Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha, Chui Ziyuan laughed heartily. Of course, who would dare delay master he's writing? He Chen's words were worth a fortune, and they weren't for sale, and now this couplet had a total of 14 characters, which meant 14 million. This was his family treasure. No one could take it away. It had to be cherished. Wang Jianba was momentarily stunned, pointing at the writing on the wall. Old He, is this what you wrote? Call me master. He Chen shot him a sideways glance. Wang Jianba, I curse your master. Even if you are a master of calligraphy, you can't change the fact that you are a scoundrel. Ha ha. Chui Ziyuan laughed at this scene and said, "Let's not talk about that. Don't you need employees? I've had the Academic Affairs Office compile a list. These are students who are about to graduate with excellent grades, as well as those who graduated in previous years and haven't found stable jobs yet. There are about 20 of them. The list is here." Saying this, he handed He Chen a document. He Chen took the document and glanced at it. It contained names, photos, and identity information, including contact details and current addresses. Most of these people are still at school. They were supposed to come earlier, but since you didn't arrive, I let them go socialize for a bit. There are 3 or 4 who currently have jobs but are preparing to jump ship. They just haven't found suitable places yet. If you want them, I can have them come over, Chui Ziyuan said. He Chen nodded. Bring them all over, 20 people, we can accommodate that. According to Wang Jianba, the company needed at least 15 people to operate normally. After all, it was a large financial company involving billions. All right, Chui Ziyuan nodded. An hour later, 20 people appeared in Chui Ziyuan's office. Chui Ziyuan smiled and said, "Hello everyone, this is the boss I told you about. He is a senior about to graduate, but don't be fooled by his youth. This guy is not only a master of calligraphy but also a big boss. You can chat with him now, I'll step out." After saying this, he bid farewell to He Chen and left the dean's office. He Chen looked at the people in front of him and said directly, "Dean Chui said you are the most outstanding group in our school, so I won't be too polite. The company I just established is a financial futures company, and we are just getting started. We urgently need manpower, and the salary will not be lower than the industry standard. Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If anyone doesn't want to do this, you can leave directly. He Chen, I know your capabilities. Recently, all the talk in school is about you. But is there any guarantee for your new company? Will it suddenly go bankrupt?" One of the male students asked. He Chen chuckled lightly. "My company has a registered capital of 300,000. It's a very small company, but it has already settled in Longting Commercial Building, and all the business deals have been negotiated. All that is needed is manpower to get things on track, and it will only get better from here? Upon hearing He Chen's words, 3 people present immediately stood up. He Chen remembered these 3 were from the same trading company, named Liang Yangli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan. I'm sorry, but we really can't believe a small company with a registered capital of 300,000. Liang Yangli said, we want to jump ship to a better company, not to a newly opened one. Even if you have successfully settled in Longting Commercial Building, a small company is still a small company. After saying this, the 3 of them directly left. They already had jobs, and they were decent. They just wanted to find a better job, not to take a step back. He Chun looked at the remaining people and asked, is there anyone else willing to leave? This kind of thing is simply a matter of mutual consent. Since they were unwilling to stay, they could leave. The remaining people looked at each other. Finally, a girl stood up and asked, He Chen, you should know that a company is just a platform that determines a person's ceiling. A small company with a registered capital of 300,000 has its platform ceiling right there. How can we believe you? He Chen chuckled lightly, because Longting Commercial Building is mine. The entire Longting Commercial Building belongs to the He family. Is that enough? Hiss. Upon hearing He Chen's words, the remaining people collectively gasped. Longting Commercial Building? Is it He Chen's? So, they weren't just working for a small company inside Longting Commercial Building, but for the big boss of the entire Longting Commercial Building? Higher status than those white-collar workers inside Longting Commercial Building? I'm willing to stay, so am I. In an instant, everyone else chose to stay. He Chen smiled lightly and said, I'm glad you all chose to stay. From now on, Wang Jianba will manage you and select a team leader or supervisor from among you. I hope we can cooperate happily from here on. After that, He Chen rented a bus and took the people directly to Longting Building. These were the first batch of employees of Renki Riryo Company, as well as the first batch of employees of Changning Group, and they were also He Chen's own employees. Whether it was Longting Commercial Building, Fuwa Hotel, or Xingtu Entertainment, they were all just gifts from the Tomorrow headline system, arranged by the system, and had little to do with He Chen himself. Only this Changming company, only this Renki Riryo company, was built by his own hands. However, He Chen did not hold any opening ceremony, nor did he notify anyone, because it was meaningless. In the afternoon, He Chen, along with Wang Jianba and the new employees of Renki Riryo company, were having a meeting in the office. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and it was clear that many people were approaching them. He Chen frowned slightly, preparing to let Wang Jianba go check what was going on. Then, he saw Lu Xinyue walking in from outside. Behind her was a group of employees from the building, wildly taking photos of Lu Xinyue with their phones, their faces filled with excitement. Lu Xinyue's fans were spread across the country, and there were quite a few employees in Longting Building who were in a meeting. Upon seeing Lu Xinyue arrive, they instantly became excited after a brief moment of shock. Is this Lu Xinyue? Wow, why is Daiyue here? A dozen people, as if they had never seen a celebrity before, completely ignored He Chen and surged towards Lu Xinyue. Even Wang Jianba's face turned red with excitement. Lu Xinyue smiled lightly and waved, hello everyone, I'm here to find Mr. He. The people who came in from outside were also momentarily stunned. Mr. He? Our boss? One of the boys exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xinyue nodded and said, that's right, Mr. He is the boss of our entertainment company, and I'm just a worker under him, so we can actually consider ourselves colleagues, all just workers. The crowd? Wow, Lu Xinyue's boss? Suddenly, the scene became lively, with gasps of surprise erupting, especially the employees from Renko Rinyao Company, who were even more excited and began to scream. Xingtu Entertainment is also Mr. He's company? I'm now a colleague of Lu Xinyue? In an instant, the way everyone looked at He Chen changed, as if they were gazing at a deity, their eyes filled with admiration. Alright. He Chen waved his hand at the crowd that was surging in, saying, go back to what you were doing, we still have work to do. After a great effort, he finally managed to drive these people out of the company. Then, he told the employees below, work hard, and when you have time, let Lu Xinyue sing for you. Yay! Upon hearing He Chen's words, the people present immediately became interested. I want a post on WeChat to show off. Workers, let's go. Big U, let's take a photo together. Me too. He Chen finally calmed these people down, and at the same time, the news that Lu Xinyue had come to Longting Building and was a worker under the boss of Renko Rinyao Company spread throughout the entire Longting Commercial Building. On the 24th floor of Longting Commercial Building, Zhongming Trading Company, Liang Yangli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan were chatting casually while working. Brother Liang, that guy named he is seriously underestimating us. Right, just a small company, and he wants us to go over. I just found out that Reconnecting is indeed a small company. When they first moved into Longting, they even had a conflict with the security guards, and they only succeeded in moving in through the back door. While the three were chatting, a few employees suddenly came in, talking as they walked. Have you heard? Lu Xinyue is at our Longting building. Wow, she looks way more beautiful in person than on TV. She's really stunning. Upon hearing this, Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan immediately perked up and joined in. Lu Xinyue is here? Where is she? Liang Yongli asked excitedly. Yeah, let's go get an autograph. Get an autograph? She's here to work. Work? At our Longting? Are you kidding? Not kidding. Lu Xinyue is from Xingtu Entertainment, and the boss of Xingtu Entertainment is the boss of Reconnecting Company. Lu Xinyue is here to report to her boss. Upon hearing this, Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan frowned. Reconnecting Company? Such a recognizable name, how could they not know? Isn't that the company introduced by Chui Ziyuan? The boss is He Chen, but He Chen is Lu Xinyue's boss? And that's not all. At this moment, one of the employees whispered, I also heard through the grapevine that the entire Longting building belongs to He Chen. Wow, such explosive news? It can't be true, right? It is true, because I've seen the general manager of Longting Commercial Building, Lu Mingchen, with He Chen, and Lu Mingchen was very respectful. Wow, so this He Chen is really impressive? Honestly, I want to join Reconnecting Company. I wonder if they would want me. Don't think about it, the requirements for such a company must be very high. For us, it's probably hopeless. Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan listened to the discussions around them, their eyes widening in disbelief. Reconnecting is actually that powerful? He Chen is actually that impressive? At that moment, the three suddenly regretted not agreeing to He Chen's words. They exchanged glances. Then, they asked their supervisor for leave and walked straight outside. Reconnecting Company. He Chen sent the enthusiastic employees away and took Lu Xinyue to the office. Xinyue, your sudden arrival has really caused quite a stir, He Chen said, shaking his head helplessly. Lu Xinyue chuckled lightly. It's fine, I'm used to it. He Chen laughed heartily. You're used to it, but I'm a bit of a headache. So, what brings you here all of a sudden? President Zhang is here, Lu Xinyue replied. He Chen frowned. Zhang Yongquan? How did he arrive so quickly? Just this morning, Zhang Yongquan had said he wanted to meet him, and now he was here in the afternoon? The headquarters of Xingtu Entertainment Company wasn't even in Jinyang province. He must have flown directly here in less than half a day. Lu Xinyue nodded. President Zhang just arrived in Linen and asked me to inform you that he has prepared food and drinks at the Jinqiu Shanhua Hotel and would like to invite you to dinner and report on the company's situation. He Chen nodded. Alright, let's go then. He had been chatting with Lu Xinyue during lunch and hadn't eaten much, so he was feeling a bit hungry now. Once outside, He Chen found Wang Jianba and chuckled, Old Wang, from now on, just focus on working here and stop thinking about wandering around. Not treating you like a person? Let's see how you won't be treated like one now. Just stay here honestly. Wang Jianba. Seeing Wang Jianba's gloomy expression, He Chen laughed heartily and walked outside with Lu Xinyue. Just as they reached the door, they saw three people walking towards them. These three were none other than Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan, the three who had left the principal's office of Chui Ziyuan. Upon seeing Lu Xinyue, the three were instantly amazed. It's real. Lu Xinyue is really at Longting Commercial Building. Boss He, after consideration, we feel that we should join the Reconnecting Company. I wonder if Boss He still needs people? Liang Yongli asked. He Chen chuckled. Sorry, we don't need anyone at the moment. After saying that, he left with Lu Xinyue. Where were you guys earlier? Did you really think our company's doors would always be open for you? Although these people have work experience, the ones in our company are all rookies. But what's wrong with rookies? Rookies are more adaptable, and as for these three, even if we kept them, who knows when they would run off again? You guys should just go do whatever you want. He Chen drove directly, taking Lu Xinyue to the Jinqiu Shanhua Hotel. At the hotel entrance, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a blue suit, was standing at the door. Upon seeing He Chen approach, he immediately greeted him warmly. Hello, bossy. I'm Xiao Zhang. You are Zhang Yongquan? He Chen asked in surprise. From the voice on the phone, he had thought Zhang Yongquan was a serious person. But upon seeing him in person, He Chen was taken aback. This guy looked to be in his late 30s, but with his flamboyant little mustache, flashy hairstyle, and flashy golden glasses, he was hard to describe with any word other than flamboyant. Zhang Yongquan chuckled. Yes, bossy, it's me. I didn't expect you to look even younger than in the photos. He Chen shrugged. Everyone who sees me for the first time says that. What can I say? I'm just this young. Let's go inside first. Bossy, Zhang Yongquan said enthusiastically. He-Chen nodded and followed Zhang Yongquan and Lu Xinyue inside. The private room was on the second floor, a large room with a woman in her 30s inside. When He-Chen saw this woman, his eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? It's her? This woman was the very one who owned the SUV that had rolled away when he used the super bad luck sticker on Zhang Tianjun last time. At that time, after the woman parked, the car suddenly rolled away and charged towards Zhang Tianjun. However, since then, He-Chen had not seen her again and did not know if this sister had been affected by that incident. Originally, He-Chen wanted to find her to ask about the situation, but unfortunately, he couldn't find her. He never expected to see her here. Upon seeing He-Chen enter, Lu Xinyue stood up with a light laugh and said, He-Chen, let me formally introduce you to my former manager, Zhang Xian, whom I mentioned last time. Just like me, her name also has the character Xin in it. We are the Xin Good Sisters duo. Zhang Xian immediately stood up and politely greeted He-Chen. You must be the big boss, right? Hello, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed He-Chen's strange gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. She did not know He-Chen. That night had been too dangerous. She had been focused on the car and the injured people, completely unaware of He-Chen in the crowd. On the other hand, He-Chen's impression of this remarkable female driver was far beyond what mere words could express. She was simply a divine assist. He-Chen quickly snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly. No, it's all good. It's all good. Xinyue, this manager you found is quite good. Of course, Lu Xinyue replied with a light laugh. Sister Jiang is a great manager. She helped me out countless times back then. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be the current me. It's just a pity that she was forced out by Song Xianfeng later. A few days ago, I heard she got into some trouble and lost hundreds of thousands, and because of that, she had to mortgage her house. She's really in a tough spot right now. Although I want to help her, I can't do much. When you said to get me a new manager, she was the first person I thought of. Upon hearing this, He-Chen's expression changed in surprise. It seemed that after Zhang Tianjun was hit, Zhang Dishu must have sought compensation from this woman. No problem. Hundreds of thousands. The company will cover it. He-Chen immediately patted his chest and assured, since Sister Jiang is one of us, her troubles are the company's troubles. Whatever she has to mortgage, the company will reimburse everything. When Zhang Xian heard He-Chen call her Sister Jiang, her face turned pale with fright, and she quickly waved her hands. Big boss, you flatter me, I can't. Before she could finish, He-Chen directly interrupted her and said to Zhang Yongquan, Manager Zhang, settle Sister Zhang's issues, pay off her debts, and also double her salary so she can serve the company well. This is no problem, right? All these troubles were caused by him. In the end, he had no issues but let Zhang Xian take the blame and get into trouble. Helping her resolve these problems was He-Chen's responsibility. No problem, Zhang Yongquan immediately assured. I'll arrange this as soon as we go out, and strive to resolve all of Sister Zhang's troubles. Are you kidding? The big boss called Zhang Xian Sister Jiang, and he, as the general manager, was supposed to call her Little Jiang? He-Chen's actions left Lu Xinyue and Zhang Xian both stunned. What was going on? He-Chen's reaction was too strange. Without a second thought, he took on all of Zhang Xian's troubles and even directly doubled her salary. Lu Xinyue had originally planned to persuade He-Chen to take out part of her salary to help Zhang Xian through her current crisis. But before she could even speak, just by introducing her, He-Chen had already wrapped everything up. This was too enthusiastic, right? He-Chen, you wouldn't have taken a liking to Sister Jiang, would you? Lu Xinyue asked, uncertain. Nonsense. He-Chen blared, I'm considering the company's development. Since Sister Jiang is one of us, she can only focus on contributing to the company without distractions. Zhang Xian anxiously said, I will definitely do my best for the company, but bossy, I really can't accept such a generous gift. It's just too much. She was merely a failure forced out by Song Xianfeng, with not even a bit of backing. After leaving Xingta Company, she found many jobs that were unsatisfactory, barely making ends meet. Especially after the incident with Zhang Tianjun, she had put all her money forward as compensation for him. Now that Lu Xinyue had called her back, she was already overwhelmed with gratitude and dared not accept He-Chen's gifts any longer. Alright, I've made up my mind, so please stop talking about it, He-Chen said directly. Seeing He-Chen's insistence, Lu Xinyue and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. He-Chen was their big boss and had full decision-making power. However, their doubts about He-Chen's actions did not dissipate. Instead, they grew stronger. It was hard to believe that He-Chen had feelings for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was over a decade older than He-Chen, with a child nearly 10 years old. In terms of looks and temperament, Lu Xinyue felt Zhang Xian was far superior, so how could Hee-chan choose her? Or perhaps this big boss had a peculiar taste? This question weighed heavily on their minds, but unfortunately, Hee-chan could not explain it to them, nor could he. After dinner, Zhang Yongquan began to report on work to Hee-chan, while Lu Xinyue and Jiang Xan found an excuse to step out. As employees, they naturally were not suited to be present for the high-level work report. Boss He, you mentioned drafting a new contract this morning, but I just terminated the old one, and out of the 38 original artists, 12 chose to leave immediately. Now we only have 26 left. Without the constraints of a contract, these people have no intention of staying. I think this is too risky. We're completely out of sync with the industry, Zhang Yongquan said, his expression serious as he held the documents. Hee-chan shook his head, saying, "Don't worry about that, we just need to focus on doing our own thing." But these artists were packaged at great expense, and now they are leaving for other companies. From this perspective, the new contract is detrimental to the company's development, essentially wasting all the money spent on packaging. Other entertainment companies still use those oppressive contracts and won't face this issue. I think we are taking too big a risk with this move, Zhang Yongquan expressed his concerns. As the general manager of Xingtou Company, he only cared about the company's interests. The stars that the company had invested heavily in, the products painstakingly cultivated, were now going to others, which anyone would find unacceptable. That's why every company signed those oppressive contracts, not out of selfishness, but genuinely for the company's benefit. Hee-chan pondered for 2 seconds and replied, "Can we use the contract as a selling point to attract more artists?" Boss He, that would only lead to greater losses for the company. Zhang Yongquan responded, "While it could attract more artists, it would only expand the company's losses. Many artists don't care about whether the contract is fair, they care about fame, and everything else is secondary even if they were sold. As long as other companies offer more resources, they will be immediately drawn away. This leads to losses when we fail to package artists, and even if we succeed, we still lose. Then let's not recruit new artists for now," Hee-chan said directly. "The 26 artists we have now are already sufficient. We should focus all our resources on them. But among those who remain, aside from Lu Xinyue, they are all just ordinary artists or new trainees. And once these artists become famous, they might leave too. What we are doing is thankless and doesn't align with the current market rules. This society is one where bad money drives out good. You have to be sufficiently bad to fit in, or you'll be rejected and scorned by everyone," Zhang Yongquan urged anxiously, even disregarding his pride. Having worked in the entertainment industry for over a decade, he understood the rules well. Hee-chan's actions were simply counterproductive, not only thankless but also likely to bring him disgrace. Hee-chan let out a sigh and said, "I understand what you're saying, but Lu Xinyue almost jumped off a building before. You should know that. I don't want such things to happen again. As for whether they are willing to stay in the end, it all depends on our abilities. I believe that as long as we do well enough, more and more talented people will join us, and we will gain more support. What do you think?" Although he didn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry, he knew the meaning of bad money driving out good. He just really didn't want Lu Xinyue's previous suicide attempt to happen again. In the face of profit and conscience, he chose conscience. Zhang Yongquan was stunned for a long time and finally let out a long sigh. He knew that since Hee-chan had said this, no matter how he advised, it would be useless and might even upset Hee-chan. "Boss He, the concert arrangements are almost settled. When do you think would be a suitable date?" Zhang Yongquan asked Hee-chan. "You decide, I'm not familiar with this," Hee-chan replied. "Then let's set it for a week later, on the 18th. That day happens to be a weekend, and with a week to sell tickets, it should be fine," Zhang Yongquan said. Hee-chan nodded. "All right." The two chatted a bit more in the room, confirming the specific work plan. However, it was mostly Zhang Yongquan reporting while Hee-chan nodded. He really knew nothing about these matters, completely like a child listening to thunder. Finally, when he heard Zhang Yongquan suggest that Hee-chan personally arrange the grand concert, Hee-chan immediately refused sternly. "Are you kidding? Organize a large concert? How unrealistic can you be? You all just take care of these matters. I'll only be responsible for enjoying your performance when the time comes. Don't tell me you can't handle this," Hee-chan said directly. Zhang Yongquan could only nod helplessly. "All right, we'll do our best." After leaving the hotel, Lu Xinyue and Jiang Xan were still waiting outside, and then they left the hotel together. Back home, Hee-chan lay in the huge villa, lost in thought. He wasn't thinking about work but rather about how he noticed the increasing dust in his villa after returning. Hire a cleaning service? He was uneasy. After all, there was still so much gold lying around. It seemed it was time to find a gentle and delicate little maid. The next day, Hee-chan was preparing to stroll through the talent market when suddenly, Qin Lia's call came in. "Hello, Mr. He, do you have time? I'd like to treat you to lunch." "Lunch?" Hee-chan raised an eyebrow. what good news do you have this time? Of course, it's good news. I've secured the market over in Gue City, and the old man is very pleased. He gave me a 10% equity reward, while Qin Xiao got nothing. Qin Lia laughed. Not bad, that calls for a celebration. Then it's a deal. Okay, He Chan replied. At noon, the two met again at the same place as last time. Today, Qin Lia wore a black dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a mysterious allure that was hard to resist. President Qin, you look radiant. Congratulations on finally solidifying your position. He Chen teased. Qin Lia smiled brightly. Mr. He, you flatter me. It's all thanks to you. This is my token of appreciation. A small gesture, please don't mind. Saying this, she took out a bank card and placed it in front of He Chen. He Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. This is 20 million. All my money is in here, and the password is 6 zeros, Qin Lia replied. He Chen pushed the bank card back and said, let's not be so formal between us. It's just a small favor. You keep this money for any unexpected needs. That won't do. Qin Lia quickly pushed it back and said, you've helped me so much this time. I have to thank you. I can't just hug you every time to settle it. He Chen's mouth twitched. Another hug? Last time, he couldn't sleep half the night, thinking about the possibility of a next time. However, seeing Qin Lia's sincere expression, how could he say such shameless words? If he did, wouldn't she think of him as a rogue? Alright, He Chen pushed the bank card back again and said, if you really feel bad, then help me with a favor. Help you? Please go ahead. Qin Lia immediately replied. He Chen pondered for a moment and said, you know my villa, I can't clean it all by myself, so I want to hire a nanny to help with the cleaning. It would be best if she is very capable and can also work part-time as my secretary, with 2 salaries. Qin Lia raised an eyebrow and said, a nanny who also has to be a secretary? May I ask which secretary Mr. He is referring to? Which secretary? He Chen was taken aback. Then, he suddenly realized and exclaimed, damn. He remembered a saying, the secretary does work when there is work, and does nothing when there isn't. Qin Lia asking him this question, could it be? Don't misunderstand. He Chen quickly explained, you misunderstood, President Qin. The secretary I'm talking about is a real secretary, someone to help me with work affairs, not the kind of secretary you mean. What misunderstanding? What kind of secretary am I talking about? I'm talking about an ordinary secretary, Qin Lia asked, a sly look appearing in her eyes. Ever since she discovered that He Chen, this master of strategy, was actually a very shy young man, she had developed a fondness for teasing him. Seeing this treasure of a boy in an awkward situation was even more delightful than her stable position as president. He Chen? He Chen was completely stunned by Qin Lia's question. Damn, what kind of secretary? How the hell am I supposed to know what kind of secretary you mean? How am I supposed to answer that? Just say a usable secretary? Do I still want to keep my face? He Chen scratched his head and replied, I'm talking about an ordinary secretary too. Qin Lia chuckled and said, then Mr. He, what do you think of me? You? He Chen was taken aback for a moment and then immediately said, you're definitely very good. Simply the perfect candidate. But, I'm afraid I can't afford you? Asking Qin Lia to be his nanny and secretary? Just thinking about it was thrilling. This was more than just a gentle demeanor, it was downright soft. Look at her looks, her figure, and her temperament. Most importantly, she was the #1 Ice Queen president of Linen. That status, that title. Being his nanny and secretary. Can you believe it? Even He Chen himself couldn't believe it. Hearing He Chen's words, Qin Lia chuckled lightly and said, actually, if it weren't for the work at Qin Commerce Group keeping me busy, I would really like to try such a job. Upon hearing this, He Chen's heart trembled. Damn! If I had known, I wouldn't have helped Qin Lia last time, letting her be removed from her position as president by the old emperor of the Qin family. Wouldn't that have made her my nanny and secretary? However, such things are better left to imagination. Qin Lia's words were mostly teasing. If it really came to her coming, she probably wouldn't want to. Mr. He, what you mean is that you want to ask if I have any good recommendations, right? At that moment, Qin Lia suddenly asked. He Chen nodded and said, yes, you've interacted with many people, and they are all very capable, so I want to ask if you have any candidates in this regard. If you do, please introduce them to me. Qin Lia pondered for a moment and replied, I have a friend who is actually very suitable. Friend? Male or female? He Chen asked. He definitely didn't want a male. Why? You expect a man to hang around in my villa every day? One Wang Jianba is already enough of a headache. I just got rid of him, and now you want to arrange for another man to come in? I just want to see a beautiful woman. What's wrong with that? Don't you know that looking at beautiful women can prolong life? Is it wrong to want to live long? Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Xin Lia couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Of course it's a female, and she's a super beauty. Even more beautiful than me, and you've heard of her. I've heard of her? Zhao Shu? I can't afford to have that woman. Yi Chen immediately rejected. Are you kidding? Zhao Shu is Qin Xiao's person. He doesn't want to die without knowing why. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He understood that principle. No. Xin Lia shook her head. This girl's name is Jin Yuetong. The last time I sent the wrong file, I actually meant to send it to her, but it mistakenly went to your phone. As soon as Yi Chen heard this, the photos that had been forgotten in his mind suddenly resurfaced, merging with the image of Qin Lia before him. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a surge of heat in his heart and quickly cleared his throat. Your friend? Are you sure? At the same time, he felt a bit emotional. This Jin Yuetong was simply his guiding light. If it weren't for her, he would never have seen Qin Lia's artistic photos in 800 years. Qin Lia nodded. Jin Yuetong just returned from studying abroad and is currently looking for a job. I originally wanted her to come here, but she was unwilling. You don't have to worry about her abilities. She is definitely very outstanding and excellent. Her personality is also very good, and her character is beyond question. More importantly, she is beautiful. Being a secretary is definitely not a problem. As for being a nanny, I don't know about that. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Since you recommended her, it must be fine. Please contact her and see if she is willing. If not, then forget it. Okay. Qin Lia immediately took out her phone and started calling. Yi Chen then put down his chopsticks. Soon, the call connected. Hello, Shaton. I have something to tell you. Aren't you looking for a job? I have a good one here. Do you want to come and take a look? In the countryside? When will you be back? In a few days? Alright. Contact me when you return. Great. It's settled then. Bye, love you. After hanging up, Qin Lia shrugged her shoulders at Yi Chen. Did you hear that? She won't be back for a few days. I'll have her come over when she returns. If this works out, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chen nodded. Mister. You're too polite. Qin Lia smiled. When the two of them left the hotel, it was already past 2 o'clock. Yi Chen didn't wander around aimlessly and went straight back to Yipin Pavilion. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Chen received a call from Qin Lia. Hello, Mr. Jin Yuetong is back from the countryside. She just arrived in Linen. When shall we arrange for you two to meet? Qin Lia said. Right now, where is she? She's near Changjiang Road. You can meet at that interesting cafe on Changjiang Road. I'll notify her to go there. By the way, I'll send you her photo first, so you won't fail to recognize her when you meet. Qin Lia replied. After hanging up, Yi Chen's WeChat received a photo. He opened it to see a girl facing the sunlight, smiling brightly. Not to mention, she was quite good-looking, especially her long legs, which were extremely eye-catching. One must say, beautiful women indeed attract beautiful women. Look at Qin Lia, then at Jin Yuetong. They were simply a pair of flower sisters. Just wondering what her temperament was like. If it's like Qin Lia. Yi Chen's expression changed in surprise, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. To be honest, although Qin Lia was indeed very easy on the eyes, making any man want to take a second glance, this woman always had a way of making Yi Chen blush and stammer with just a few inexplicable words, leaving him unsure of how to respond. If it were another strong-willed person like Qin Lia, Yi Chen felt he might be completely overwhelmed by Jin Yuetong. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the interesting cafe on Changjiang Road. Unlike the hotel where there were only diners, the cafe was bustling with customers from opening until late at night. Following their agreement, Yi Chen went straight to the second floor and immediately spotted the girl sitting by the window. He had received a brief introduction about her from Qin Lia earlier. Jin Yuetong, 25 years old. Although Jin Yuetong at the window had a different hairstyle and outfit from the photos, her large eyes were truly striking, especially the big silver eyes on her face, which were very distinctive and could be seen clearly from afar. Yi Chen cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and walked over to Jin Yuetong. Meanwhile, at the window, Jin Yuetong gazed out at the bustling traffic, her expression somewhat dazed. After studying abroad for 7 years, the current state of Huaxia completely overturned her expectations. It was worlds apart from 7 years ago. She had originally thought her overseas qualifications would be welcomed by everyone, but instead, she faced obstacles everywhere, with hardly any companies caring about her study abroad certificate. She had applied for several jobs but was not satisfied with any of them. Qin Lia had wanted her to work at the Qin Business Group, but she had declined. Working under her best friend felt quite awkward. Just yesterday, Qin Lia called her, saying a company was hiring and that she was a good fit. However, the owner of this company was an older man. According to Qin Lia, this old man was very difficult to get along with and a bit lecherous. If Jin Yuetong went, she could introduce her, but it depended on whether Jin Yuatong was willing. Although Jin Yuatong was somewhat reluctant, she still wanted to give it a try. If the other party was too demanding, she could always refuse later. "Hello, are you Miss Jin Yuatong?" At that moment, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Jin Yuatong turned her head and was immediately taken aback. Standing next to her was a young man about 185 centimeters tall, with a chiseled face and a warm smile, exuding a unique charm that made one feel comfortable just by looking at him. But she didn't seem to know this person. How did he know her name? "Hello, you are?" Jin Yuatong asked in confusion. The young man chuckled lightly and said, "I'm He-Chen, Xin Lia sent me here." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuatong's mouth dropped open in surprise, her face filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, You are He-Chen? What was going on? Didn't Xin Lia tell her that this He-Chen was a man in his 50s, with a big, drunken nose, who was not only lecherous but also had a terrible temper? How could this handsome young man in front of her be the same person? He was way too young. Not only young, but most importantly, he was handsome. Even after studying abroad for so many years and seeing countless blonde hunks, none could compare to the young man before her. Just one glance made Jin Yuatong feel a sense of sinking. At that moment, she felt utterly flustered. Where was the so-called grumpy old man? "Yes, I am He-Chen. Is there a problem?" He-Chen asked, puzzled. No. Jin Yuatong quickly waved her hand, stood up, and politely extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. He, it's a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, she had already guessed that she had been played by Xin Lia again. All that talk about a grumpy old man was just a ruse. She was so scared that she hesitated for a long time before coming here. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a handsome young man. The next time she sees Xin Lia, she must give her a good scolding for misleading her. "Nice to meet you too." He-Chen politely extended his hand, shook hers gently, and then they both let go. After sitting down, Jin Yuatong adjusted her large silver-rimmed glasses and smiled. "I didn't expect Mr. He to be so young." He-Chen chuckled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Everyone who meets me says the same. I heard from President Qin that you just returned from studying abroad, right? I wonder what your major was." Jin Yuatong smiled politely and replied, "I majored in economics and management, and I have already obtained dual senior ACCA certifications. I heard that the development in the country is quite good now, so I thought about coming back to develop my career, but I haven't found a suitable job yet." He-Chen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. This was exactly the kind of person he needed. ACCA is a world-class certification recognized globally, and having all senior certifications clearly shows Jin Yuatong's work capabilities. Capable and beautiful. Isn't this exactly the kind of person he needs right now? Not to mention having such a beautiful secretary by his side would be a stunning sight. Just looking at her when bored would be a pleasure. Of course, it would be even better if they could have a pure love story like in Yuan Jikong. "By the way, Mr. He." At this moment, Jin Yuatong asked He-Chen, "I heard from Xin Lia that you need someone. I wonder what position you plan to hire me for." He-Chen cleared his throat and said, "Originally, I thought of hiring a housekeeper to help me clean the villa." Housekeeper? Upon hearing He-Chen's words, Jin Yuatong immediately frowned. A dual C senior certification, and she was to do housekeeper work? He-Chen waved his hand. "Not a housekeeper, that was the initial plan. But after seeing President Qin's introduction and your personal abilities, I think it would be a waste of your talents to have you do housekeeper work, so I want you to be my personal secretary. I'll find someone else for the housekeeper position." Housekeeping is something any girl can do, but someone as outstanding as Jin Yuatong is hard to come by. He already has several companies under his name. It's unrealistic for him to manage them all by himself. He needs someone to help him run errands and handle some tedious tasks. Secretary? Jin Yuatong frowned and shook her head in refusal. "I'm sorry, I studied economics and management, not secretarial studies, and I can't do secretary work, so I might disappoint you." Although the handsome guy in front of her seemed very appealing, working alongside such a handsome man should be a wonderful experience. However, she had just returned from studying abroad, having obtained an international senior certification, and now she was being asked to be a secretary? What is a secretary? With her abilities, even if she stayed abroad, she could easily reach the managerial level in some international companies. Asking her to be a secretary is simply an insult. It tramples on her dignity as a dual C senior certification holder. Not willing? He-Chen frowned and urged, "Our company currently only has 2 people. We are in urgent need of staff, and I hope you reconsider." Although Rinkori Niao Company has a certain number of employees, these employees are merely staff of Rinkori Niao Company. As for Changming Company, so far, it has only been him and Wang Jianba, with no third person joining. Jin Yuatong? A company with only 2 people? Is this a joke? Jin Yuatong felt like she was about to break down. How could Chin Lia introduce her to such a pitifully small company? A company with only 2 people wants her to be a secretary? Can such a small company afford her salary? Has Chin Lia lost her mind? How could you introduce such a company for her to be a secretary? I'm sorry, but I think I need to have a serious talk with Chin Lia about this. I hope you can think it over as well, Jin Yuetong said, restraining her anger and speaking very politely. After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave. This matter, she had to discuss thoroughly with Chin Lia. Alright, He Chen nodded and said, whether you want to or not, that's your choice. However, I am very satisfied with your work ability. As long as you are willing to come to Changming Company, I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million, with normal holidays. I hope you can think about it carefully. Jin Yueton's leg, which was stepping out, suddenly stopped. Then, she slowly turned around, looking at He Chen in shock. You said, how much is the annual salary? Jin Yuetong asked, uncertain. Her expected annual salary was 50,000, or even 40,000 would be acceptable. After all, when starting at a new company, it was impossible to get a higher salary. According to her expectations, with 3 to 5 years of time and her work ability, she could raise her salary to 1 million. But He Chen had just directly offered her 1 million? Wasn't that putting her ultimate goal right in front of her? She couldn't have misheard, could she? 1 million annual salary. He Chen said, in the future, the salary can continue to rise, and you can adjust your days off at any time. As He Chen's voice fell, silence suddenly descended. Jin Yuetong stared blankly at He Chen, her big eyes blinking rapidly. Was he really offering her a 1 million annual salary? That was a full double of what she had expected. And this was just the starting salary, which would continue to rise, and she could adjust her rest days. Such treatment, she wouldn't even be able to find with a lantern. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? If you're not happy with the salary, we can negotiate, He Chen asked, seeing Jin Yuetong in a daze. Jin Yuetong took a deep breath and said, no, I'm very satisfied. Dignity? What was dignity in the face of money? Self-respect? What was that? Starting with 1 million annual salary, where could she find such a good deal? Saying this, her long leg that had stepped out slowly returned, and with a graceful stride, she walked back to He Chen and asked, but your company only has 2 people. Can you really afford to pay me such a high salary? He Chen chuckled lightly and said, just because I said my company only has 2 people doesn't mean it's small. It's just that we haven't started hiring yet, and you would be the first. If you still don't believe me. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table in front of Jin Yuetong, saying, this is a bank card I prepared when I came. There are 3 million in this card, as an advance for your 3 years' salary, and future bonuses and raises will be calculated separately. Jin Yuetong was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the bank card on the table. She had originally doubted whether He Chen could come up with a 1 million salary. After all, this wasn't 30 or 50,000, but a full 1 million, and that was annually. She didn't want to work hard only to be taken advantage of by He Chen. And now He Chen was directly offering her 3 years' salary in advance? Wasn't that too extravagant? Was he not afraid she would run off with the money? After all, this was 3 million, money that an ordinary person wouldn't earn in a lifetime, let alone save. Mr. Do you trust me this much? Jin Yuetong asked, uncertain. He Chen chuckled lightly and said, I trust Chin Lia. She said you are a very trustworthy person, someone who is dedicated to everything and handles affairs meticulously. And after our earlier interaction, I think Chin Lia was quite right. If it were someone else, he certainly wouldn't directly offer 3 million in advance. But Jin Yuetong was different. First, He Chen truly appreciated her, and second, there was Chin Lia as an introduction. And Chin Lia was a woman He Chen had seen through the lens. Calculating it, he and Jin Yuetong should be the only ones in this world who have seen those fruit photos of Chin Lia. What could compare to this bond of kinship? Therefore, He Chen felt very at ease. Since he wanted her to work for him, he naturally had to show enough sincerity. No matter how big and round the pie is drawn, it cannot compare to real money in terms of sincerity. Upon hearing He Chen's words, Jin Yuetong took a deep breath with a serious expression. Then, she slowly bowed to He Chen and, after standing up, said earnestly, thank you for your trust, Mr. He. From now on, I will do my utmost for the company. May I ask when I should start working? With a prepayment of 3 years' salary, what else did she need to consider about such a boss? What intrigued her was what exactly this 2-person company of He Chen was doing. Even with her extensive knowledge, she couldn't imagine a company with only 2 people hiring a secretary with $1 million annual salary. What kind of operation was that? But these were not her concerns. As a qualified employee, she only needed to focus on her own responsibilities and not think too much about the rest. When the time came, she would eventually know what she needed to know. What she shouldn't know was meaningless to inquire about. even if she forced herself to ask. Tomorrow, for now, you can tidy up and prepare yourself mentally. Just call me directly tomorrow, Hee-chan said. Yes, Mr. He. Jin Yuetong nodded seriously. Hee-chan shook his head and chuckled. Just as Qin Lia had said, Jin Yuetong's personality was the complete opposite of Qin Lia's. Qin Lia always liked to talk about things that left Hee-chan dumbfounded. In contrast, Jin Yuetong was a serious girl who was always meticulous and methodical in her work. Such a girl would definitely not be very likable in life or social interactions. One could even say she would be disliked and rejected by many. However, as Mr. Lu Sun once said, what kind of vegetables require what kind of manure? And as the secretary of the big boss of Changming Group, being methodical, serious, and meticulous was precisely the basic quality required, right? Otherwise, how could she be a good secretary to her big boss? After settling the matter, the two left the interesting cafe together. Hee-chan then went directly to Longting Building to inquire about the progress of gold futures. After learning that it could be resolved soon, Hee-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Jin Yuetong left with Hee-chan, Qin Lia drove over. Xiaotong, are you satisfied with that old man? Qin Lia asked with a giggle. Jin Yuetong sat in the passenger seat and stared at Qin Lia speechlessly. You still know how to ask? How could you tell me that Hee-chan is an old man, and a hot-tempered old man at that? Are your eyes on the soles of your feet? Qin Lia chuckled. Just joking with you. Why are you in such a hurry? This Hee-chan is interesting, right? Let me tell you a little secret. This Hee-chan is actually a very shy treasure boy. Jin Yuetong, you make it sound like you know him very well. What is your relationship with him? Jin Yuetong asked curiously. Qin Lia laughed mischievously. I can't tell you that. But hearing you say that, are you quite satisfied with this boss? Jin Yuetong nodded. It seems okay. He offered me $1 million annual salary and prepaid $3 million, which seems a bit different from what you said. Then you should be careful not to accidentally let your heart be captured by him. Qin Lia laughed. No way. Jin Yuetong shook her head. He is the boss, and I am the secretary. My task is to help him with work. I won't consider anything else. Qin Lia slyly reached over and gently patted Jin Yuetong's long leg, chuckling, wow, this pure white leg, I'm a bit tempted just looking at it. Have you heard? Bosses are busy with their secretaries during the day and have nothing to do at night. Shut up, Jin Yuetong retorted. Xiaoya, can you stop driving me crazy all the time? If you keep this up, I might just cut ties with you. Alright, since my sister introduced you to such a good job and boss, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Okay. The next day, Hee-chan was just about to head to Longting Shopping Mall when his dad's call suddenly came in. Looking at his dad's number on the phone, Hee-chan noted that it was usually his mom who called. His dad rarely called directly. After answering, Hee-chan smiled and said, Dad, have you had breakfast yet? On the other end, his dad, Hee-jin-min, laughed heartily. I have. I heard from your mom that you started a small business in linen. What kind of business is it? Just flipping some small items to sell, Hee-chan replied. You need to be careful, don't get scammed, Hee-Tua-jean advised. I won't, Dad, they're all friends. They won't cheat me. Well, that's good. By the way, your uncle is going to linen, and your cousin will be going too. You've been in linen for a while, so you're familiar with the place, you should host them. Hee-jin-min chuckled. Ha! Hee-chan's eyes widened in surprise. My uncle and Hee-Yu-hua are coming? What are they coming here for? He really had no good impression of these two. Hee-shing-min did business in town and had a decent family background, while his own family, with Dad Hee-jin-min always farming and occasionally doing odd jobs, and his mom sewing clothes for others back home, could only be said to be getting by. So whenever they met, Hee-shing-min would always mock them, especially Hee-Yu-hua, who, relying on his better family conditions, older age, and taller stature, often bullied Hee-chan. Although Hee-jin-min had confronted Hee-shing-min about this a few times, each time Hee-shing-min would say, "What's wrong with kids playing around? Let the kids handle their own issues. Adults shouldn't interfere. It's not good for their education." And so, Hee-Yu-hua continued to bully him. Once Hee-Yu-hua realized no one would stop him, he became even more relentless. One could say that Hee-chan's childhood was spent in violence and shadows, a situation that only ended when he entered middle school. That was when Hee-chan, pushed to his limits, ran to Hee-shing-min's house with a knife, scaring the whole family. Then, instead of letting the kids handle it, Hee-shing-min went directly to his dad, resulting in over 200 yuan in medical expenses. Hee-chan truly had no fondness for these two. When their kid hit someone else, they would say to let the kids handle it themselves, and adults must not interfere. But when their kid got hit, they would accuse others of violent crime, of poor discipline, saying the kid would end up in prison, crying and making a fuss for compensation, typical double standards. Hearing Hee-chan's words, Hee-jin-min immediately laughed heartily. Your brother Yu-hua is impressive. Isn't he a trainee at Look Company now? That company is holding a large concert in linen soon, and your brother will get to make an appearance. This time, your brother is going to hit it big. He could become a superstar. Hee-chan? A concert? In Linen? Wait a minute, Dad. Hee-chan interrupted. That entertainment company, it wouldn't be Xingtu, would it? He had heard about He Yuhua joining an entertainment company. Whenever he returned home during holidays, people would praise He Yuhua and tell him to learn from him. To this, Hee-chen could only respond with a cold smile. A star? A professional villain? I think it's something like that. He Xingmin replied, whether it's Xingtu or Zhengtu, I can't remember clearly, but it's definitely something like that. Oh, it's the entertainment company where the big star Lu Xinyue works. Your brother is a colleague of Lu Xinyue. Hee-chen, He Yuhua is a trainee at Xingtu Entertainment? Hee-chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. With so many entertainment companies in the world, he actually had someone from his own company under him? Sometimes, he couldn't help but exclaim how small the world really is. Ha ha. On the other end of the phone, He Jinmin couldn't hide his excitement as he said, your brother is amazing. This time on stage, he's definitely going to be a big hit. Our He family is going to have a big star. If he can marry Lu Xinyue, our He family will really prosper. Hee-chan. Now Hee-chan probably understood why He Yuhua chose Xingtu Entertainment. It was because of Lu Xinyue? Heh, indeed, all men are just big pig's hooves. But as a trainee, you dare to have designs on Lu Xinyue? After all, Lu Xinyue is someone who has reached the top of Xingtu. Nowadays, stars are basically hereditary, right? Parents pave the way for their children. Then the children pave the way for their grandchildren, controlling the entertainment industry. As long as nothing unexpected happens, as long as these people's descendants don't mess things up, it's basically a generational handover. The entertainment industry has always belonged to these people. You're just a trainee, really thinking of yourself as a future big star? Besides, there are plenty of ordinary artists under Xingtu. Aren't they stronger than just you as a trainee? This isn't just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's a toad wanting to eat phoenix meat. What a beautiful thought. Hee-chen chuckled and said, Dad, just listen to He Yuhua's nonsense. If he can marry Lu Xinyue, then he's impressive. And even if He Yuhua marries Lu Xinyue, it has nothing to do with our family. If He Yuhua marries Lu Xinyue, that's also the glory of their He Xingmin family. You and He Xingmin are brothers, thinking you're family, but do they consider you family? Can glory be shared with you? Back when He Yuhua bullied me, if He Xingmin had just given He Yuhua a beating to calm him down, I wouldn't have ended up chasing them home with a knife. He Jinmin continued to laugh. Look at what you're saying. We're all from the He family. How can it be unrelated? Alright. Hee-chen said helplessly, I'm not arguing with you. I won't host them. Let whoever wants to host them do it. Ha! He Jinmin said angrily, who are you talking to? You little brat. Are you dropping the ball at a critical moment? You not only have to host them, but you also have to do it well, or when you come back, I'll deal with you. Dad, Hee-chen said with a smirk, I think I know a leader at Xingtu Entertainment. What do you think would happen if I got him to fire He Yuhua? Ha! He Jinmin was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious. You dare. They're all helping their own family. Don't you dare cause trouble behind their backs, got it? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll break your legs. Dad, I'm your son, my legs were also born from you. Hee-chen laughed. Cause trouble? Is that what I'm doing? What about when He Yuhua bullied me? Back then, that guy bullied me for over 10 years and you didn't care. Now I cause trouble, what's the big deal? Damn, you little brat are looking for a beating, aren't you? Don't let me see you. If I do, I'll definitely beat you up. Your uncles are coming soon. You not only have to host them but also do it well. Don't let any gossip slip. Otherwise, if he comes back and says something bad about you in the village, our family won't be able to live in the village. Understand, you little brat? Hee-chan. Alright, it's easy to imagine that if he really got He Yuhua fired, He Jinmin would definitely go all out against him. Hee-chen took a deep breath and smiled. Dad, you just called me a little brat. How come now I'm a little rabbit? He Jinmin was completely stunned by Hee-chen's words, angrily saying, Don't give me this nonsense. Host your uncle well. Did you hear me? Hee-chen helplessly replied, Alright. Is it not okay for me to treat them? Dad is just like that, stubborn about his pride and suffering for it. According to his words, when someone borrows money from him, it means they respect him, so he can't let them down. But now that the conversation has reached this point, he can only agree. He can't disappoint Dad. Aside from his stubborn pride, Dad really cares for him. When he first learned that He Yuhua was bullying him, he sighed for an entire night, and Hee-chen saw it all. But he couldn't bring himself to speak up, and with Uncle insisting that the kids should solve their own problems, he could only sigh alone in the middle of the night. Now that's more like it. He Zhengguan chuckled, in a bit, I'll transfer you 3,000 yuan. This is their first time going to Linen, so you must treat them well. Dad is counting on you to save face for me. don't let me down, and I'll thank you properly later. Come on, Dad, you don't need to say that. Don't transfer the money, I have enough to treat them well, so don't worry, Hee-chan replied helplessly. No more nonsense. He hung up. After hanging up the phone, ding. His phone received a message notification. WeChat transfer, 3,000 yuan. Hee-chan looked at the notification and sighed helplessly. This dad of his. He said he didn't need it, yet he insisted on transferring the money. He's so polite even to his own son, let alone to outsiders. Hee-chan could imagine that this 3,000 yuan was definitely saved up by his parents, living frugally. Now, all of a sudden, they transferred it to him, expecting him to spend it on uncle and his son. To put it nicely, it's simple-hearted. To put it harshly, well, after all, it's dad, so he can't say it too harshly. But if he doesn't accept this money, knowing dad's temperament, they would definitely fall out. He really knows his dad too well. He initially thought about transferring more money to his parents since he is now a billionaire. But then he remembered dad's way of doing things and gave up. With dad's style, even if he gave him $1 million, he could spend it all in a few days. Hee-chan picked up his phone and sent a voice message to Dad. Dad, I've accepted the money, and I'll take care of what you asked. By the way, is Mom with you? Thanks, son. I'm working outside, not at home, Hee-jin-min replied. Okay, Dad, be safe, Hee-chan responded. Then, he opened Mom's WeChat account and transferred 20,000 yuan. He immediately sent a message. Mom, Dad transferred 20,000 yuan to me, asking me to treat uncle and his son well. I thought you might not know about this, so I'm letting you know. This is Dad's money, you accept it first, and don't tell Dad. He turned around and sold out Dad, and it was a black scale. TSK, 20,000. I wonder what Mom will think. After a while, Mom's message came back. 20,000? Did your dad let Hee-shing-min spend it? Followed by an angry emoji. Hee-chun chuckled and replied, yes, he just transferred it to me. Alright, let him buy me an electric bike with manual work. He hasn't bought it for me for months, yet he gives 20,000 for Hee-shing-min and his son to spend? This matter is not over. Xiaoming, I know about this. You don't need to worry about it. Mom replied. Back home, there are no big factories, just some small workshops that distribute work to people in the village, letting them handle the sewing and then send it back. What Mom does is this manual work, needing to take the work home, finish it, and then deliver it to the receiving point. Seeing Mom's response, Hee-chan couldn't help but smile. This will be enough for Dad to drink a pot of tea. I hope Dad doesn't hate me. I'm doing this for our family. By the way, Mom, don't do those manual jobs anymore. I can make money now. It's time for me to take care of you, Hee-chan said. What's with the nonsense? I'm doing just fine on my own. Do I need you to support me? Just take care of yourself. Really, Mom? My business is starting to make money. How much have you made so far? Mom asked curiously. Hee-chan thought for a moment and replied, not much, just completed a small goal. Set a small goal, earn 100 million. Last time he invested in gold stocks, he directly put in 80 million. So far, the gold stocks have risen by 50%. 80 million, that's 120 million, plus the money he has now, it's almost 160 million, exceeding the small goal. Mom responded, as long as you complete the small goal, but the money you earn, keep it for marrying a wife. Your mom isn't at the age where she needs to be supported. Alright, Hee-chun sighed helplessly. He didn't plan to forcefully change his parents' lifestyle for now. Even if he did, it would have to be gradual. After all, his parents had lived for more than half their lives, and their established habits weren't easy to change. Little did they know, in coastal areas, former fishermen had become demolition households, sitting on dozens of coastal villas, yet still picking up cigarette butts off the ground to smoke, eating pickles that cost a few bucks a pack. It wasn't that they couldn't afford fancy cigarettes or meals, it was just a matter of habit, hard to let go of their past selves. Just after hanging up, his uncle called. Hello, Xiaoming. Your brother and I will arrive in Linen in about an hour. Are you free now? Hee-shing-min laughed on the phone. A bit busy, Hee-chan replied. Even if you're busy, push it back for me. Prepare good food and wine. Got it? Hee-chan. After hanging up, Hee-chan was at a loss for words. Sure enough, it was the same old recipe, the same old taste. His uncle's sudden arrival was just adding insult to injury for their already not-so-wealthy family. At this moment, his dad called again. Hello, kid, your uncle just called you, and you said you were busy? What do you mean by that? You just want to embarrass your old man, don't you? Dad angrily questioned on the phone. Hee-chan twitched his mouth. Just turned around, and it got reported to Dad? No, how could I dare? I'm already on my way to the restaurant, preparing good food and wine to entertain him. That's more like it. I'll hang up. After hanging up, Hee-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he went straight out, casually looking for a decent restaurant outside. He just needed to deal with the current situation. As for the rest, that could wait. It was already close to mealtime, and the restaurant was quite busy, so Chen could only casually toss his car at the entrance and head inside. This wasn't his first time at this restaurant. He had eaten here many times with Wang Jianba. Just as he ordered the food, He Xingmin's call came in. "Hello, Xiaoming, where are you? We've arrived. I'm at the Juxian Pavilion on Yipin Road. Just come directly." "Okay, we'll be there soon." 10 minutes later, He Xingmin called again. "Hello, Xiaoming, we're here. Come out and greet us." "He Chen, don't they have legs? Can't they come in by themselves?" "All right," He Chen replied. Fine, he would go out. They must have brought gifts. It seemed they weren't too unreasonable and knew to bring gifts. Otherwise, why would he need to go out? It must be for the gifts. As he walked downstairs, he saw a white SUV in the distance, with the balding He Xingmin and the already half-bald He Yuhua waving vigorously at him. "Uncle." He Chen walked over and politely called out. He Xingmin chuckled and said to He Chen, "Xiaoming, wow, you've gotten even more handsome." He Chen, come, Xiaoming." He Xingmin cheerfully leaned into the car to grab something. He Chen raised an eyebrow. There really was something? This old guy has finally changed his ways. At that moment, He Xingmin got out of the car, holding a bag and smiling as he said, "Look, this is garlic we grew ourselves at home, planted by your aunt. Your brother bought a car too, so it's convenient to bring things over, so I brought you some to try." He Chen? He glanced at He Xingmin's bag, which contained several large white garlic bulbs. There were probably about 10 of them. According to the current market price, they should be worth around 4 or 5 yuan. He Chen's mouth twitched as he said, "Uncle, you really are too kind." He Xingmin had called him to come down to pick him up, and he had thought He Xingmin and the others were bringing a lot of things. After all, He Xingmin had directly sent over 3,000 yuan to treat him. But now He Xingmin came and only brought a few garlic bulbs? This is too much. Simply outrageous. Ha ha. He Xingmin laughed heartily and said, "As long as you like it. Look at your cousin's car, how about it? Just bought it, over 200,000. It's a Honda CR-V, He Yuhua chimed in with a light laugh. Right. He Xingmin slapped his thigh and said, "That's it." He Yuhua chuckled. Xiaoming is also a young person, he definitely knows this car. Dad, you don't need to introduce it anymore. Alright, I won't say more. He Xingmin laughed. He Chen. He finally understood that asking him to come down to pick someone up was a pretense, showing off their newly bought C something V was the real deal. At that moment, a middle-aged man nearby suddenly shouted, "Whose BMW X7 is this? Please move it, I can't get my car out." "It's mine," He Chen replied. Then he walked over to the middle-aged man. He initially thought the man would be angry since he was blocking his way. However, when the middle-aged man saw him coming, he not only wasn't angry but also handed him a cigarette, laughing, "Brother, have a cigarette. More friends mean more paths, especially in business." He Chen took the cigarette and smiled. "Sorry, there was no place to park, so I parked here for now." No problem. Everyone has times when it's inconvenient. Here's my business card. I'm Chen Dongsheng. I do rental business. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Chen Dongsheng said with a smile. In business, being friendly is the key to making money. Those who get road rage over a disagreement are either nouveau riche or foolish. He Chen took out his car keys, backed the BMW X7 up a bit, and after Chen Dongsheng's car came out, he parked in the spot where Chen Dongsheng had just been. "Goodbye." Chen Dongsheng waved to He Chen as if parting with an old friend. He Chen shook his head with a light smile. This Chen Dongsheng was quite interesting. He was a businessman. Then he turned back to look at He Xingmin and He Yuhua, who had been dumbfounded since he left. The two were truly stunned. They had been showing off so well. A car worth over 200,000 was considered top-notch in their village. But now, they had bumped into a BMW worth over $1 million? This was beyond awkward. "Uncle, Yuhua, what's wrong with you two?" He Chen asked. He Xingmin blinked and replied, You rented this car, right?" He Chen was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Rent? It's just a vehicle for getting around. I only drive it when I go grocery shopping." "Come on, let's go inside." He Xingmin, He Yuhua, a vehicle for getting around? Just for grocery shopping? Damn, can't you stop showing off? They suddenly realized that this strong-featured He Chen, with his thick eyebrows and resolute expression, had also started to learn how to show off, and he was even better at it than they were. The way he was showing off was simply elegant and extraordinary, beyond compare. They had initially thought He Chen had suddenly become impressive, but after hearing He Chen's words, they immediately confirmed that his car was definitely rented. Entering the hotel, He Xingmin was beside He Chen, chattering away, advising him not to be vain or anything like that. He Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and was instead contemplating a serious matter. With He Xingmin and his son arriving, where would they stay? There was no way he could take them to Ipin Pavilion. Otherwise, with their gossiping nature, who knows what kind of trouble they would stir up upon seeing this first-class mansion in Linen. He wasn't afraid of that, but it would make it impossible to explain to his parents. It was better to keep a low profile. Should he take them to stay in the basement? No, the people there all knew him now, and the big hole in the basement had just been filled not long ago. If they trampled on it, it would be a disaster. The only option was to casually rent a place. He Chen's mind flickered, and he thought of Chen Dongsheng, who had just given him his business card. Wasn't this guy in the rental business? During dinner, He Chen excused himself to go to the restroom, then found a secluded spot to call Chen Dongsheng. The call connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Chen Dongsheng asked on the other end. He Chen chuckled. I'm He Chen, we just met, and I blocked your car. Oh, Chen Dongsheng exclaimed in surprise. It's you. Hello, Mr. He had only intended to expand his network by handing He Chen a business card, never expecting He Chen would call him for business today. Boss Chen, I want to rent an apartment. He Chen got straight to the point. 2 bedrooms and a living room, or 1 bedroom and a living room is fine. Ready to move in at any time. Great. Chen Dongsheng didn't waste time asking questions and immediately got into work mode, agreeing right away. I'll arrange it right now. When do you need it? Within half an hour, the sooner the better. Send the address to my phone. No problem. Give me 10 minutes to sort it out. After hanging up, He Chen directly transferred 2,000 yuan. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Dongsheng called back. Mr. The apartment has been arranged for you. Building 56, Unit 2, Room 301 in Furong Garden. Should I send the keys to you? Just bring the keys to the hotel. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you now. No need to worry about the money right now. We have plenty of time. Just head over. I've already notified the landlord to bring you the keys. It will take at most 20 minutes, Chen Dongsheng said directly. He was naturally a generous person, and that's why his business was thriving. All right, thanks. I'll treat you to a meal another day, He Chen replied without being polite. No need. After hanging up, he returned to the dining table. He Xingmin immediately expressed his displeasure. Xiaoming, you've been in the restroom for so long. We've almost finished eating. He Chen was speechless. He ordered 7 dishes. 3 people, or rather just the 2 of them, had eaten 7 dishes? Had they never eaten 7 dishes in their lives? Forget it. Since He Xingmin had said that, he might as well order more. Waiter, bring another set of dishes like this, He Chen called out. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, another 7 plates of food were served. He Xingmin nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. That's polite. Come on, you should eat too? I don't have an appetite, He Chen replied. He really had no appetite at all. Seeing that the father and son were full, if it weren't for the fear of his dad getting angry, he would have kicked them out long ago. Not feeling well? He Xingmin chuckled. Not feeling well is all about being upset. Is it work not going well? Look at your brother, a trainee at Xingtu Entertainment, a future superstar. Do you see Ipin Pavilion across the street? When your brother becomes famous, he'll buy a place here, and then you can enjoy the benefits and experience what a mansion feels like. He Chen. He was too exhausted to complain. Everything could be twisted into a show-off moment. 20 minutes later, the landlady brought him the keys and reminded He Chen to take good care of the house. They needed to go abroad for a while, and since the house would be empty, it was better to rent it out and earn some money. He Chen took the keys back to the dining table. Then, all right, you go settle the bill, He Xingmin directly instructed. He Chen. This old guy really proved an old saying. Those without shame are invincible. He didn't even bother to be polite. After leaving the hotel, He Chen drove ahead, taking He Xingmin and the others directly to Building 56 of Furong Garden. Just as they entered Furong Garden, Jin Yuetong suddenly called, asking, Mr. He, I'm ready to start work. Where can I find you? Come to Furong Garden. I'll take you to the company later. Okay, Jin Yuetong replied. After getting out of the car, He Xingmin looked around and suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoming, your rented house is here? He Chen numbly nodded. Ah, yes. He was still reeling from the earlier embarrassment caused by He Xingmin. He Xingmin chuckled. Look at you. We're not outsiders. Who doesn't know who? We know you're living in the basement. What's the matter? Knowing we're coming, you hurriedly rented a better place just to make us think more highly of you? Why bother? He Chen. He didn't know what to say anymore. Make you think more highly of me. What a big face you have. He Xingmin continued, you know, it's not that uncle wants to say anything, but you're not like your brother who can earn money. Spending money so casually is just adding to your parents' burden, isn't it? Hee-chun forced a smile and said, "It's fine. My dad said you guys rarely come, and as elders meeting juniors, you definitely wouldn't come empty-handed, so he specifically told me to treat you well." Hearing Hee-chen's words, Hee-shing-min awkwardly smiled. He knew better than anyone what he brought when he came, just a few pieces of garlic worth $4 or $5, nothing else. However, he couldn't possibly feel embarrassed and directly asked, "I heard your dad gave you 3,000 yuan, right? You rented this car and house with that money, didn't you?" "Hee-chan, this troublesome old dad of mine, are you staying or not? If not, I'll return the house." Hee-chen shook the keys. "Of course we're staying," Hee-shing-min quickly replied. "I'm tired. Let's go up and see what kind of house you rented for 3,000 yuan. Saying that, he walked upstairs, and when they reached 301, Hee-chen directly opened the door. Then, the three of them entered the room. Hee-shing-min was immediately astonished by the environment inside the house, his eyes wide open. "Wow, this decoration is too beautiful." It was indescribably beautiful, only describable as high-end. It looked just like something out of a TV show. Even Hee-yuhwa was surprised, his mouth agape. He had seen many houses, but this one was definitely top tier. You couldn't achieve this effect without spending at least 100,000. "This is the house you rented?" Hee-yuhwa asked in astonishment. Such houses are rarely rented out, and even if they are, the requirements are very high. How did Hee-chen manage to rent it? "It's not my rental, it's my classmate's house. Their family went abroad, and they let me stay temporarily," Hee-chen made up a story. Upon hearing this, Hee-shing-min's face suddenly showed a look of realization. "No wonder. In that case, we can rest easy. Your cousin has to stay in Linen for a while because of work, so we'll stay here. When the concert starts, let your cousin get us a few first-class tickets." Hee-shing-min chuckled. Hee-chan. He thought Hee-shing-min and his son were just temporarily staying for a couple of days and would leave once they found a place to settle down. Seeing them like this, are they planning to stay here for a while? Come. Hee-shing-min walked up to Hee-chan, his face full of concern, and said, "Xiaoming, as your uncle, I have to say a few words to you. You have that 3,000 yuan, you." Just then, Hee-chen's phone suddenly rang. "Uncle, wait a moment, I need to take a call," Hee-chen said, pulling out his phone and stepping aside. It was Jin Yuetong calling. As soon as he answered, Jin Yuetong asked, "Mr. He, where are you? Have you arrived? I have something to do upstairs. I'll come down to find you. Just wait for me at the entrance of the community." Hee-chen replied, "How about I come up to find you?" Jin Yuetong suggested. "No need," Hee-chan responded. At this moment, Hee-shing-min also walked up to Hee-chan and asked, "Xiaoming, whose call was that?" "A friend's. I'm going down to find her. You guys stay here for now," Hee-chen replied. "No need, let her come up. We're not outsiders," Hee-shing-min chuckled. Hee-chen glanced at Hee-yuhwa, who was watching with interest. Just one look, and he knew what Hee-yuhwa was planning. She wanted him to say a few bad things about her in front of his friend. But to speak ill of me in front of my secretary? "All right," Hee-chen replied, and then said to Jin Yuetong on the phone, "Then come up, Unit 2, Room 301. Meanwhile, Hee-shing-min and his son began to comment on the house. "Son, this house is nicely decorated. I really like it. When we buy a new house in the future, let's do it in this style," Hee-shing-min said, looking around. Hee-yuhwa shook her head. "What is this? When I buy a new house, the decoration will be even more beautiful than this." "Ha ha, my son is ambitious." Hee-shing-min laughed heartily. "Hee-chan, hee-hee." He was too lazy to listen to the two of them bragging. After all, bragging costs nothing. As long as you close your eyes, you can completely disregard your relatives. You are the master of the universe. TSK. Forget it. Let them do as they please. Just then, Jin Yuetong arrived. The door was not closed, but Jin Yuetong still politely knocked and smiled. "Mr. He, may I come in?" As her voice fell, Hee-shing-min and his son turned to look, and then their eyes lit up. At the door stood Jin Yuetong, wearing a loose blue top and white tight pants, her long, dark yellow hair cascading over her shoulders, and with a delicate face that could only be described as stunning. Coupled with the unique aura she exuded, it left Hee-shing-min and his son dumbfounded, especially Hee-yuhwa, who was staring with wide eyes. After mingling outside for so long, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. Such beauties could only be seen in videos, and now, he was seeing one in real life, which made him feel excited. "Why are you standing at the door? Just come in," Hee-chan said. "Oh," Jin Yuetong replied, quickly stepping inside. At this moment, Hee-shing-min and his son also came back to their senses, and Hee-shing-min enthusiastically approached. "You are Hee-chan's friend, right?" Jin Yuetong shook her head. "No, I am Mr. He's secretary, Mr. He is my boss." Hee-shing-min? Hee-jin-min? What the hell? This guy is too unexpected, right? Secretary? What's going on? Hee-chen is the boss? What a joke. If you're going to show off, at least make it realistic. That BMW earlier was pretty good. Xiaoming, your friend is quite something, cooperating with you like this. He Xingmin seemed to see through everything and chuckled. He-chan. At this moment, He Xingmin said to Jin Yuatan, Miss, did He-chan deliberately send you here? Yes, Jin Yuatan nodded, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, He Xingmin and He Yuhua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with cold laughter. Sure enough, one sentence had revealed everything. At this moment, Jin Yuatan asked He-chan, Mr. He, who are these two? I am his uncle. He Xingmin replied enthusiastically. Little girl, you probably don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Jin Yuatan nodded. No, why? Upon hearing this, He Xingmin's eyes lit up, and he turned to glare at He-chan. What are you still standing there for? Your friend is here, and you're not rushing to pour her some water? You have no sense at all. He-chan retorted, why don't you pour it? He Xingmin was taking over the conversation too quickly, really thinking of himself as the host here? Ha! He Xingmin glared. Jin Yuatan quickly said, Uncle, I'm not thirsty, no need to pour water. At the same time, she was puzzled about what was going on in front of her. He Xingmin shot He-chan a look of disappointment, then turned to Jin Yuatan, immediately smiling broadly. Come, sit down first, let me introduce you to my son. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled He Yuhua over, chuckling, look, handsome, right? Let me tell you, my son is a trainee at Xingtu Entertainment, a future superstar. Unlike He-chan, who is just a poor college student living in a basement. Jin Yuatong scratched her head. Poor college student? He-chan? Are you kidding? What level are you at, uncle? Comparing a trainee from Xingtu Entertainment to He-chan? How many people can casually take out 3 million as an advance salary? Not to mention the Bugatti He-chan drives. Over 80 million Bugatti. Facing the enthusiastic He Xingmin, Jin Yuatan cast a pleading glance at He-chan. She really didn't know how to deal with this. This pair was too much. Most importantly, the other party was He-chan's uncle, and judging by He-chan's current demeanor, he probably didn't want them to know his identity. Jin Yuatan couldn't directly expose them, so she could only let He-chan help her smooth things over. However, to her dismay, He-chan not only didn't help her but instead chuckled. Then, with great interest, he looked at Jin Yuatong and said, Xiaotong, I also think my cousin is pretty good. He's into music, and he's a trainee at Xingtu. He'll become a big star in just 2.5 years. Why don't you consider it seriously? He found Jin Yuatong's current situation quite amusing. Yes. He Xingmin immediately chimed in. Then he looked at He-chan with appreciation and continued to Jin Yuatong, boys like my son, so outstanding, are rare these days. Why don't you two go out for a meal first? Have a good chat? He was genuinely very satisfied with Jin Yuatong. She was charming and had a unique temperament. If a girl like this could be brought home, it would bring glory to the He family. Most importantly, she was He-chan's friend, enjoying the thrill of trying to steal a corner. Jin Yuatong looked at He-chan speechlessly and said, Mr. He, this is not within my job scope, nor is it my area of expertise. If there's nothing else, I'll head downstairs and wait for you. After saying that, she walked straight out. If she had known that He Xingmin and his son were up here, she wouldn't have come up even if it killed her. What kind of celestial relatives does He-chan have? Hey, little girl, wait a moment. He Xingmin shouted at Jin Yuatong, but as he shouted, Jin Yuatong's figure disappeared at the door. He Xingmin kicked He Yuhua in the butt, exasperated. You can't even try to win over such a beautiful girl? Can't you say a word? Do I have to do everything for you? I wanted to say something, but you already said it all. I didn't know what to say. He Yuhua replied helplessly. Ha! He Xingmin glared. You dare to talk back to me? This scared He Yuhua so much that he shrank his neck. He-chan chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, brother, you guys chat here. I'll head down first. By the way, you can just stay in this house. I'll stay at school. Saying this, he walked directly outside. If they want to stay, let them. Anyway, Dad's task is complete. Wait a minute, Xiaoming, can you tell us that girl's name and phone number before you go? He Xingmin shouted. Let's talk about it next time. In the hallway, He-chan's voice echoed back. Leave a phone number? Impossible. With the way He Xingmin and his son are, if he really left a number, they would definitely pester Jin Yuatong every day, and Jin Yuatong would surely be furious. Moreover, a beautiful secretary like that, he hadn't even warmed up to her yet. How could he possibly introduce her to He Yuhua? In the blink of an eye, only He Xingmin and his son He Yuhua were left upstairs. He Xingmin angrily sat down on the sofa and said, You little brat, running off like that? Can't you at least tell us your phone number first? But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a soft oh. Then, he shifted his weight on the sofa and exclaimed in surprise, Why is this sofa so comfortable? It's way better than the one at our house. Of course it's comfortable, this is a high-end genuine leather sofa, worth 30 to 40,000. He Yuhua replied. He had seen such sofas outside, but they were top-tier craftsmanship, something ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy. He was already astonished when he saw it earlier. The owner of this house must be incredibly wealthy. Such an expensive sofa, how could it just be thrown here? Ha, it's that valuable? Upon hearing this, He Xingmin was immediately shocked, and his eyes began to roll around. Why not take it home? Downstairs, Jin Yuetong was standing with her arms crossed, her long hair dancing in the wind. When she saw He Chen coming down, she turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with speechless disdain directed at him. Ahem. He Chen cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Mr. He, in the future, I hope you can clarify matters that are unrelated to my profession and work. Jin Yuetong directly frowned and asked, All right. He Chen patted Jin Yuetong's shoulder and said, Next time I promise I won't do it again. Don't worry. He also felt that he had gone a bit overboard just now. Fortunately, Jin Yuetong had a good temper, otherwise, she would have probably exploded while they were upstairs. Not to mention Jin Yuetong, even He Chen wanted to lose his temper. But thinking of his poor dad, he decided against it. Room 301. He Xingmin lay comfortably on the sofa, changing his position and said, Yuhua, can you see Xiao Ming and the others from the window? What are they doing? Oh, He Yuhua responded and quickly ran to the bedroom window to look outside. As a result, he immediately saw He Chen with his hand on Jin Yuetong's shoulder. Holy crap! Dad, come quick, something's wrong. He Yuhua suddenly shouted. What? He Xingmin exclaimed, rushing over. When he saw He Chen and Jin Yuetong hugging downstairs, he was instantly furious, jumping up and down. This is too much. Absolutely outrageous. How dare they steal our daughter-in-law? No way. I need to ask He Zhengguang for an explanation. I want to know if he still sees me as his big brother, if he considers me a brother. Saying this, he took out his phone and called He Zhenxing, angrily saying, He Zhenxing, your son has stolen our daughter-in-law. What do you mean by this? Ha! He Zhenxing shouted loudly. What did you say? It's windy here. I can't hear clearly. I said your son is getting cozy with my son's girlfriend. He Xingmin shouted angrily. What? Your son is getting cozy with my son's girlfriend? Is this girl pretty? It's your son getting cozy with my son. Ha! Your son hit my son? Why are they fighting again? Is it a big deal? He Xingmin, goodbye. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Dad, what did my uncle say? He Yuhua asked curiously. He Xingmin took a deep breath, his expression complicated, and said, He said, what did he say again? Wow, I can't remember a single thing. Arriving at the parking area, He Chen suddenly saw a 6-year-old little rascal holding a small stone, drawing Peppa Pig on the beloved CRV of the He family. Hey! Jin Yuetong was about to intervene. He Chen reached out and stopped her, then walked over to the little boy and asked, Little handsome, what are you drawing? The boy glanced back at He Chen and immediately turned to run away. Wait! He Chen grabbed him and chuckled. Why are you running? I didn't say anything bad about you. I just think your drawing is really beautiful. I want you to draw a bit more. Here, this is $20. Can you draw the whole Peppa Pig family? I'll use it as a car sticker, okay? MHM. The little boy took the money, nodding excitedly, sure. And also Susie Sheep, Danny Dog, Rebecca Rabbit, and Pedro Pony. Alright, go for it. He Chen raised his fist. Then, he and Jin Yuetong got into another car nearby. He Chen then saw in the rearview mirror the little boy squatting next to the CRV, diligently drawing, and couldn't help but chuckle. Jin Yuetong said speechlessly, Mr. He, you're so bad. He Chen grinned, how bad? Just as Jin Yuetong was about to respond, she suddenly felt something was off about He Chen's words. Bad? In most cases, the word bad is used when a boy takes advantage of a girl's playful reprimand. But He Chen didn't think much of it and chuckled lightly. Don't you think this is quite enjoyable? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuetong paused for a moment and then immediately nodded. It seemed to make sense. Mr. He, let's talk about work instead. What tasks do I need to do? I've already received my salary. I can't just not work, Jin Yuetong said seriously. He Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. For now, there's nothing much. I'll first introduce you to the people in the company, and you'll handle the coordination with them from now on. I'll just let it go. Right now, he had Xingtu Entertainment Company, Longting Commercial Building, Fuhua Hotel, and Renri Bird. If he relied solely on himself, he would have to run around just to collect money. Okay, Jin Yuetong nodded and then asked, what does our company mainly do? I need to familiarize myself with the relevant business. Well, He Chen blinked and said, I really don't know how to explain what we do. Just follow me and you'll see. Alright, Jin Yuetong nodded, not asking further. He Chen first took Jin Yuetong to Fuhua Hotel, where they found the former chairman and current general manager, Lu Wenlong. He-Chen said to Lu Wenlong, "Manager Lu, from now on, you can directly coordinate with Secretary Jean. She will be responsible for notifying me, so you two exchange contact information." "Understood, Mr. He." Lu Wenlong replied respectfully. Ever since he took the slave fruit, Lu Wenlong had been completely loyal to He-Chen. After leaving Fuhua Hotel, Jin Yuetong was surprised. "Mr. He, is Fuhua 5-star hotel yours? Are you in the hotel business?" He-Chen grinned. "That's not quite right. Come on, let's go to the next place." Half an hour later, at Century Hotel, He-Chen found Zhang Yongquan and others from Xingtu Entertainment Company. "Manager Zhang, how's the preparation for the concert going?" "Mr. He, it's basically all arranged, and the venue is almost ready. The company's artists should all arrive in Linen tonight," Zhang Yongquan replied. He-Chen nodded. "No issues with Daiyue, right? How's her state?" "No problem. Daiyue's condition has improved, and she and Jiang Xian have a good relationship. She's almost recovered from her depression." "That's good." He-Chen nodded, then pointed to Jin Yuetong and said, "By the way, this is my secretary, Jin Yuetong. From now on, if there's anything in the company, you can directly coordinate with her. She will help me handle it or notify me." Zhang Yongquan immediately looked at Jin Yuetong and enthusiastically said, "Hello, Secretary Jin. My name is Zhang Yongquan, the general manager of Xingtu Entertainment. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jin Yuetong shook his hand with a bewildered expression. As they left the Century Grand Hotel, Jin Yuetong said in confusion, "Mr. He, you still run an entertainment company? And Lu Xinyue is also one of your people?" She was genuinely shocked. Lu Xinyue. Even when she was abroad, she had heard of Lu Xinyue's name. This was a powerful superstar. She never expected that she was also under He-Chen. With both a hotel and an entertainment company, how many companies and businesses does this guy actually have? He-Chen nodded and said, "That's right. And there's more." Jin Yuetong? More. 20 minutes later, on the 99th floor of Longting Commercial Building, after He-Chen briefly introduced Jin Yuetong to Lu Mingchen, he directly said, "From now on, if there are any issues with Longting Commercial Building, just find Secretary Jean." "Yes, Mr. He," Lu Mingchen replied. After saying that, he politely addressed Jin Yuetong, "Hello, Secretary Jean." On the way down, inside the elevator, Jin Yuetong, unable to believe it, said to He-Chen, "Mr. He, is Longting Commercial Building also yours?" After returning to the country, she had found several jobs in Linen, all within companies in Longting Commercial Building, but she was not satisfied with any of them. She never imagined that the entire Longting Commercial Building actually belonged to He-Chen. He-Chen nodded and said, "Yes, awesome." Jin Yuetong immediately gave He-Chen a thumbs up. At that moment, she finally understood what He-Chen meant by not easy to explain. With a hotel, an entertainment company, and a commercial building, it really was hard to explain. He-Chen shrugged and said, "There's nothing awesome about it. It's just collecting rent, all thanks to the companies inside the building. By the way, I also have a small company downstairs. Come on, let me show you." Jin Yuetong asked in confusion, "Mr. He, didn't you tell me last time that our company only has 2 people? But there were so many people in those places, don't they count?" "Let me put it this way," He-Chen explained. "These companies are just independent companies. Above these companies, there's a Changning Group. The people or leaders of these companies are just employees of these independent companies, responsible to me, but they do not belong to Changning Group. Currently, there are only 2 people in the company, me and Wang Jianba, who is the manager of this company below." As they spoke, they arrived at the Renki Riri Bird Company. When Jin Yuetong saw the huge sign at the entrance that read Linen Renki Riri Bird Financial Services Company, Ltd., she was completely stunned. This name. He-Chen touched his nose and said, "Don't look at me like that. This name has nothing to do with me. It was made up by that old Wang inside." Saying this, he led Jin Yuetong inside. Jin Yuetong saw a dozen people busy inside and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This looked like a normal company. The other 3 were too intimidating. Just then, Wang Jianba walked out from inside, laughing heartily. "Old He, you actually know how to come." After saying that, he immediately spotted Jin Yuetong beside him, his eyes lighting up as he asked, "Where did you get this beauty, He-Chen?" He-Chen introduced Jin Yuetong. "See that? This fat guy is the old Wang I told you about, the other person in the company." Jin Yuetong nodded meaningfully. "Oh, so the company's name was created by him, right?" "Yes." "Wang Jianba?" "Wait," Wang Jianba said speechlessly, "what are you two talking about? Old He, you can't talk bad about me in front of beautiful women." After saying this, he immediately turned to Jin Yuetong and said, "Beauty, He-Chen is the boss of the company. Who else could have named the company besides him? And who else could come up with such a vulgar name? Don't be fooled by his usually serious appearance. Deep down, he's quite lewd. He-Chen was speechless. You're shameless. Jin Yuetong was slightly taken aback by Wang Jianbao's words and asked, but mister, he said that the name Riren Niao was your idea? Just ignore his nonsense. Wang Jianbao grinned and said, that guy is full of hot air, not a single word of truth. If you believe him, who knows when he might sell you out. You have no idea how many times I've been sold out by him. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. As he spoke, Wang Jianbao looked aggrieved, almost on the verge of tears. He-Chen. He realized that Wang Jianbao was getting more and more shameless. Jin Yuetong nodded and turned to He-Chen, saying, Mister, this person here. This company must have just been established, right? The character was something she really couldn't bring herself to say. He-Chen nodded. Yes, it was just established not long ago, and the company members are all fresh graduates. Jin Yuetong nodded. I thought so. Mister, there's something I don't understand. Your other 3 companies are so impressive. Why do you need to start such an inconspicuous service company? Comrade Beauty. At this moment, Wang Jianbao said seriously, I think I need to correct your attitude. Although our Riren Niao has just been established, its strength is definitely not inferior to the other companies in He-Chen's hands. Oh, Jin Yuetong was surprised. Not inferior to them? Are you sure? They had the first commercial building in linen, 5-star hotels, and entertainment companies. How could this small company with just a dozen employees compete with those big companies? Are you sure you're not just bragging? Just then, an employee suddenly ran over, excitedly saying, Boss Wang, bossy, the 3-party futures company has transferred the funds for the first phase of cooperation, totaling 120 million. Great! Let's all go out for a meal tonight. Boss, he is treating. Wang Jianbao shouted. Yay! Everyone in the office cheered loudly at Wang Jianbao's words. He-Chen, this fat guy really knows how to be a good person. But since it's the first time they've received so much money, celebrating is only right. At this moment, Wang Jianbao looked at Jin Yuetong and grinned. So, now you can't say we're weak, right? Jin Yuetong. She was at a loss for words. A financial service company earning 120 million in one go? That's incredible. No wonder He-Chen would do this. It's amazing. Then, He-Chen took Jin Yuetong out of the Longting building and said, your next task is to prepare the financial statements for these 4 companies and hand them over to me. He had already introduced Jin Yuetong to these people. No one should dare to make things difficult for her. If anyone did, He-Chen wouldn't mind letting them go. No problem. That's my specialty. Jin Yuetong immediately replied. He-Chen nodded. When they reached the parking lot, He-Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, can you drive? Yes. Why? Jin Yuetong asked. You can drive this car. Saying this, He-Chen pointed to a BMW X7 not far away. Jin Yuetong needed to shuttle between several companies, and it would be troublesome without a car. This car was originally meant for transporting gold. Now that the gold had been transported, and Wang Jianbao was also tied to the Riren Niao company, it was time for this car to retire. Jin Yuetong's eyes widened. What are you talking about? You don't even have a car. You can't expect me to be your personal driver, right? Besides, as my secretary, you can't be driving a car worth over 100,000. Just use this car. Then what will you drive? You don't need to worry about that. I can drive whatever I want. He-Chen replied. For others, buying a car is a big deal, just like buying a house. But for He-Chen, does he really need a few more cars? I really can't accept such a generous gift from you, Jin Yuetong said awkwardly. She had just become He-Chen's secretary, and today was only her first day. Yet, He-Chen had already prepaid her 3 million in salary and even offered her a car worth over 1 million. She was truly taken aback. Enough! What gift? It's just a vehicle for getting around. I can't have you taking the bus everywhere. If you feel embarrassed, just work hard for me in return, He-Chen replied. Jin Yuetong bit her lip and fell silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Okay, I will definitely do my best for Mr. He. Hearing her words, He-Chen immediately smiled. TSK. This was exactly what he wanted. After returning to Ipin Pavilion, He-Chen let Jin Yuetong drive the car. As soon as He-Chen returned to Villa No. 1, his dad suddenly called. Hey, Shiming, how's it going with your uncle and the others? They didn't say anything, did they? He-Jinxing chuckled on the other end of the line. They did. He-Chen replied directly. They said the money you gave was too little. 3,000 isn't enough for them. They want you to give them another 100,000. They want to stay in a 5-star hotel and eat Australian abalone. They said if you don't agree, it means you don't recognize him as a brother and want to cut ties with you. He-Jinxing was stunned for 2 seconds, then shouted angrily, You little brat, who are you insulting? Looking for a beating? Huh? I asked you to entertain them, and you got angry instead? No. Hee-chan quickly explained, I just think it's unfair that you have money but don't give it to my mom, instead giving it to your brother. He's your real brother, sure, but the well water doesn't flow into the river. They are them, and we are us. Even though we are all from the He family, their water can't flow into our family, right? He wanted to persuade his dad. Hey, you little rascal, growing some guts, huh? Daring to lecture me? Just wait until you come back. I'll make you regret it. He Jinqing shouted angrily. Hee-chan chuckled, we'll talk about you beating me later, but Dad, I advise you not to come home these days. Ha? What's going on? He Jinqing asked. Hee-chan smiled and replied, you'll find out when you get home. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Then he checked the time. At this hour, Dad should be almost home, right? Half an hour later, Dad suddenly called again. Hee-chan chuckled and hung up. Ding! Dad's message came through. You little brat, answer the phone. Hee-chan laughed and blocked He Jinqing. There was no other way, it was to maintain the father-son harmony. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a century-long battle. At that moment, Zhang Yongxuan's call came in. Hello, Mr. He. I want to discuss the concert with you. Where are you now? At home. Come over. Okay. Half an hour later, Zhang Yongquan arrived at Villano. 1. Mr. He. For this concert with Dayue, I plan to go big, as the start of our Xingtu Entertainment Company's transformation. What do you think? Zhang Yongquan asked politely. Sure, no problem. How do you plan to do it? Hee-chan asked. This is my plan. Zhang Yongquan replied. Aren't we going to have all the company's artists make guest appearances to increase their exposure? Hee-chan nodded in agreement. Zhang Yongquan had mentioned this to him before. And also, Zhang Yongquan said, I also plan to invite a few industry stars for guest appearances to create some buzz. However, this requires money, and right now, the company doesn't have much in the account. So I wanted to ask you if we should go ahead with this. How much? As long as it's beneficial for the company, we can make it happen. 3 million, Zhang Yongquan whispered. No problem. I'll transfer the money to the company account shortly. Is there anything else? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yongquan said, Actually, I also want to invite that pianist who became popular on Douyin recently, but unfortunately, I don't know who that person is. Hee-chan grinned. Forget about that person, you won't be able to invite him. Are you kidding? Let him show his face? Isn't that asking for his life? Ha! Zhang Yongquan was surprised. You know him? Well, sort of, so don't think about it, Hee-chan replied directly. Zhang Yongquan nodded. Alright, then there's one last idea, which is for you to make the final appearance as the grand finale. Ah, me? Hee-chan exclaimed. What the hell? How did I get dragged into this? Of course we need you. You are the big boss of Xingtong. This transformation of Xingtong Entertainment can be said to completely break away from the original entertainment company model, even revolutionary, so it definitely needs you to make the final appearance. Zhang Yongquan responded. Hee-chan replied, Fine, but you need to prepare the speech for me. No problem, Zhang Yongquan replied. Hee-chan nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, have you arranged accommodation for those artists? He had a ready 5-star hotel. If he let Zhang Yongquan arrange accommodation for those stars, wouldn't that be a waste of the company's money? Not yet, I was just about to consult you on where to arrange them, Zhang Yongquan replied. Hee-chan chuckled. I have a few Supreme membership cards for the Furuaheo Hotel, which allow for free stays, and meals can be half off. Consider it a benefit for the company employees from your new boss. Boss, you're generous. I'll arrange it right away, Zhang Yongquan said happily. Hee-chan chuckled. Generous? It's something that can be done for free with a phone call, isn't that better? The company needs to reimburse accommodation, so of course, it should be free. As for meals, that comes out of his own pocket, so it doesn't need to be free. Hee-chan called Lu Wenlong and informed him about the Supreme membership card, asking him to take care of it. Then he told Zhang Yongquan, you just need to go pick up the card. Okay. Zhang Yongquan nodded and then left. A night passed without incident. The next day, early in the morning, Hee-chan received a call from He Xingmin. After pondering for about 10 seconds, he ultimately chose to answer the call. In fact, he didn't want to pick up, but if he hung up on He Xingmin directly, this big shot would definitely go to his father, He Jinmin, to complain. Knowing He Jinmin's temperament, he would surely call back to scold him, saying he didn't understand the rules and couldn't even answer his uncle's call. Hello, Xiaoming, where are you now? As soon as the call connected, He Xingmin directly asked. Hee-chan replied, What do you want? I'm busy. Hey, look at your attitude. Is that how you talk to your uncle? Just to let you know, your cousin's car was scratched by a brat yesterday, and it's already been repaired at the dealership. Whenever you have time, go pick it up, He Xingmin arranged without any courtesy. Hee-chan. Just hearing that one sentence from He Xingmin, he knew what he was after. What, picking up the car? He definitely wanted him to pay for the repairs, and given the large scale of the Peppa Pig family that the brat drew, the repair costs would surely be substantial. The brat's parents definitely wouldn't pay for it. After all, what kind of brat comes from what kind of parents? If you dare to let him fix it, he dares to fight with you or throw a tantrum on the ground. Moreover, scratches don't count as vehicle damage, and if you haven't purchased specific scratch insurance, the insurance company won't cover it either. So, He Xingmin turned his attention to him. Well, uncle, you first transfer the money for the car repair to me, and I'll find time to drive the car over to you, He-chan said. 3,000 yuan is still money. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Why should this cheap deal go to He Xingmin? If I give this money to Miss Jean Yueton, I might even get a smile from her. What good is it to give it to He Xingmin? You want me to transfer the money? He Xingmin was immediately anxious upon hearing this, angrily saying, He-chan, this house is rented by you, the place was found by you, and our car was scratched here. Shouldn't you be responsible? And you still have the nerve to ask me for the repair money? Are you even embarrassed? He-chan, this old guy really has no shame. He takes advantage of others and thinks it's perfectly fine. When he suffers a little loss, he feels it's unbearable. Then go find the person who scratched your car to compensate. It's not me who did it, and you can't pin it on me, He-chan retorted. The house was found by you, so we can only look for you. Didn't your dad give you 3,000 yuan? This house belongs to your classmate, and you didn't spend any money. 3,000 yuan is more than enough for car repairs. Stop talking nonsense and act like a real man. If you really can't do it, just transfer the money to us, and we'll drive the car over ourselves, He Xingmin said in a deep voice. He-chan, goodness, scolding and coaxing at the same time. No wonder dad is completely under his control. After all this back and forth, the target was that 3,000 yuan. Fine, He-chan replied directly, since uncle has spoken, it must be fine. Wait for my good news. Now that's more like it. Hang up, and call me or your cousin when the car is brought over, He Xingmin said with a chuckle. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He-chan held his phone, immediately sneering coldly. What a joke! Just wait. Meanwhile, at Xingtu Entertainment Company, Zhang Yongquan directly posted a new company announcement in the internal group. At everyone, the notice is as follows. 1. The format of this concert has changed. 3 first-line stars will be added as the finale. Please prepare accordingly. 2. To accommodate the employees coming to Linen, the boss has specially obtained a Supreme membership card for the 5-star Fuhua Hotel, allowing free accommodation and half-price meals. I hope you all continue to work hard and not let the boss down. Received. Building 56, Unit 2, Room 301, Furong Garden. Living room. He Xingmin was uninstalling the chandelier in the living room while complaining, this chandelier is really hard to take down. Yuhua, come help me. Wait, I'm in the middle of a team fight. He-chen replied without looking up from the sofa. Ha, He Xingmin glared, I'm working hard to take down this chandelier, and it's not just for me. I want to install it in your house. You're already this old, and all you know how to do is play games? He originally wanted to move the living room sofa back home, but it was too heavy to move. Then he checked the price of the chandelier and found it was around 40 to 50,000, so he set his sights on it. He had been uninstalling it for 3 to 4 hours, but this light was just too luxurious. He had barely managed to take it down until now. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the middle of a team fight. Let me win this round first. Damn it, Lianpa, what are you doing over there? Go start the fight. Are you expecting me, an ADC, to do it all? He Yuhua complained. He Xingmin shot He Yuhua a fierce glare, angrily saying, all you do is play. Damn, we got wiped out. He Yuhua exclaimed, this Lubu on the other side is too powerful. He just came down like a god, and we all got taken out. After saying that, he looked up at He Xingmin with dissatisfaction. Dad, are you really that anxious? If it weren't for you nagging over here, we wouldn't have lost the team battle. It's just a chandelier. Once I become a big star, how much money will I have? Easy for you to say. By the time you become a star, your old man will be 6 feet under. He Xingmin shot back. Although he boasted about his son being a star when outside, his family knew the truth. How long would it take for his son to actually make it as a star? He Yuhua rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, about to retort. Just then, her phone suddenly received a message. She took it out to check. It was from the company group chat. Moreover, it was sent by their elusive general manager, Zhang Yongquan, who had never shown his face, and he had directly at everyone. At everyone, at the request of the boss. The more He Yuhua read, the more serious her expression became. After finishing the message from Zhang Yongquan, He Yuhua immediately jumped up in excitement, shouting to He Xingmin, Dad, come look, hurry down. What's the rush? He Xingmin, still holding the chandelier he had just taken down, wobbled off the chair and grabbed Hyuwa's phone to take a look. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "This. Ha ha." Hyuwa laughed excitedly. "A 5-star hotel." "Yes." He Xingmin, also moved to tears, said, "In my whole life, I've never stayed in a 5-star hotel." Saying this, he kicked the chandelier aside and exclaimed, "What do we need this broken lamp for? Let's go. We're going to the big hotel for a feast." "Wait, Dad. First, find Yi-chen and have him drive over. How are we going to go without a car?" Right. On the other side, at Jai Community, Yi-chen was teaching Tianfui calligraphy step by step. When he saw a call from He Xingmin, he chose to hang up. Without answering, Yi-chen already knew that He Xingmin wanted to know if he was going to drive. Just a moment after hanging up, his cousin Hyuwa called again. "Hello, Xiaoming, why did you hang up on me? Did you go to drive? Why haven't you come back yet?" His uncle He Xingmin said angrily on the phone. "Well," Yi-chen thought for a moment and replied, "I went to check, but your car isn't fixed yet." "Nonsense. The fourth son called your brother and said it's fixed. We should go pick it up," He Xingmin retorted. Yi-chen replied with a smirk, "They crashed it again while taking it out. It's being repaired again." "Really? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Yi-chen said with an honest smile. After hanging up, Yi-chen continued to teach Tianfui how to write. However, before he could finish a single character, He Xingmin called again. "Hello, you little rascal. You didn't even go. You're lying to me." Yi-chen chuckled. "I had my friend go." "You, forget it. We'll go ourselves. By the way, we're not staying in this broken house you rented. This place is simply uninhabitable. We're going to stay in a 5-star hotel," He Xingmin said angrily. After that, he hung up the phone. Yi-chen, with how stingy He Xingmin was, would he really take his precious son to stay in a 5-star hotel? This sounded so surreal. Wait, Yi-chen suddenly realized. The Supreme Membership Card. At this moment, Zheng Yongquan should have gotten the card. And Hyuwa seemed to be a trainee under Xingtu Entertainment, one of the 26 artists, and she should also receive the Supreme Membership Card for the Fuwa Hotel. This was hasty. Now, it turned out that He Xingmin and Hyuwa had taken a huge advantage. "Yi-chen, if you're busy, go ahead and do your thing. I can practice by myself," Tianfui said as she saw Yi-chen receiving call after call. Yi-chen nodded. "Okay, I'll go take care of things first, and I'll come back tomorrow to teach you calligraphy." After He Xingmin and the others left, the house should be returned to Chen Dongsheng. After leaving Tianfui's home, Yi-chen called the second-hand house owner, Chen Dongsheng. Since He Xingmin and the others were no longer living there, the house should be returned to Chen Dongsheng. However, this time Chen Dongsheng had also helped out, and he hadn't collected any money yet. He couldn't just take advantage of this. He then went directly to Furong Garden. By the time he arrived, Chen Dongsheng was already upstairs. Yi-chen took a bottle of red wine out of the car. This bottle of wine was something he had taken from Longting Shopping Mall and had been sitting in the car untouched, so he decided to give it to Chen Dongsheng as a token of gratitude. He went straight upstairs. However, when he saw the state of the room, Yi-chen's eyelids twitched. What the hell? Had it been robbed? The sofa was in disarray, the ceiling lights had been taken down, the wall lamps were gone, the television was missing, and the paintings on the walls were also gone. When Yi-chen had come here before, it could be described as luxurious. Now, it could only be described as a complete disaster. Were He Xingmin and his son not living here but rather robbing the place? Not only Yi-chen, but Chen Dongsheng's expression was also very grim. This house was a prime property in his hands, and now it looked like a ghost town. Chen Dongsheng took a deep breath and said, "Mr. He, your relatives are really something. Not only did they live here, but they also took and dismantled everything, even the television. Looking at them, are they planning to take the chandeliers and sofas too? This is unbelievable." Yi-chen forced a laugh and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Boss Chen, I didn't know the room would end up like this. Whatever it costs, I'll compensate you." He felt quite embarrassed about this, but now was not the time to dwell on these matters. He would settle the score with He Xingmin and the others later. Chen Dongsheng couldn't suffer this loss. After all, he was just trying to help him. Saying this, he quickly took out 10,000 yuan and placed it on the table, replying, "Boss Chen, here's 20,000 yuan. Is that enough? If not, I can transfer more to you via my phone." 20,000 yuan. Not too much, not too little. Chen Dongsheng had helped him, and now he had suffered such a significant loss. Offering 20,000 yuan as compensation was entirely reasonable. However, if he had to give this money to He Xingmin, he would be unwilling to part with a single cent. It was frustrating. Chen Dongsheng took a deep breath and said, 20,000 it is. I'll just have to accept it this time. I'm sorry, Boss Chen. Oh, and this bottle of wine. He-chen continued, it's a collection from my home, a way to express my gratitude to you. Also, if you need anything, just let me know. and I'll help if I can. Saying this, he insisted on giving it to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng couldn't refuse and had to accept it. After watching He Chen leave, Chen Dongsheng sighed deeply. This was a loss. He picked up the red wine from the table, glanced at the label, which was all in a foreign language that he didn't recognize, and took it downstairs. Just as he stepped outside, he bumped into an old man. "Xiao Chen, going out? Why are you holding a bottle of red wine?" the old man asked kindly. Chen Dongsheng chuckled and turned back, saying, "Someone gave it to me. I don't even know what kind it is. I don't really like red wine. Uncle Gua, if you like it, take it." Saying this, he handed it over to Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua looked down at the name on the wine bottle, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "What the hell? This is the 50-year Bordeaux vintage?" Chen Dongsheng, confused, asked, "What vintage? Is this wine famous?" He usually drank erguotu and knew nothing about red wine. Famous? That's an understatement. Uncle Gua rolled his eyes and said, "This wine is so rare that even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. 50-year Bordeaux vintage. It's worth 300,000 now." What? Chen Dongsheng's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? A single bottle of wine is worth that much money? Just now, he thought he was in trouble, but he didn't expect He Chen to be so generous. This guy is a real tycoon. He really hit the jackpot this time. Not to mention, Chen Dongsheng went straight back to supply the Bordeaux red wine. After He Chen left Furong Garden, he immediately called He Xingmin. As soon as the call connected, before He Chen could say anything, He Xingmin angrily said, "Xiaoming, I was just about to call you. I just called your dad and told him everything about how you tricked me." "Ha!" He Chen sneered. "Are you the one crying foul first? What do you mean crying foul? Clean up your mouth," He Xingmin said sternly. He Chen replied, "I just came out of Furong community. What's going on in there? Are you living there or robbing it?" What do you mean robbing? Why do you have to speak so harshly? We just thought that since no one wanted those things, it would be a shame to leave them there, so." He Xingmin, He Chen coldly interrupted, "That's my classmate's house. They just temporarily let us stay there. Those are their private belongings, left in their own home. How can you say no one wants them? You've lived this long, can't you have a little shame?" "What? You dare to call me shameless?" He Xingmin was furious upon hearing He Chen's insult, exclaiming, "Good for you, He Chen. You even dare to scold your uncle, huh? You think you've grown some wings? Just wait, I'll ask your dad how he raised you." With that, he hung up the phone. He Chen sneered again. After venting, he felt relieved. As for He Xingmin going to complain to his dad, He Chen didn't really care. Although his dad was a brotherly devil, he wasn't completely unreasonable. Even if they couldn't come to an understanding, they could just have a fight. He Chen grew up arguing with his dad. If they didn't argue for a week, both would feel life lacked color. In his dad's eyes, He Chen was just a rebellious little brat. In contrast, He Chen was more afraid of his mom. Although she never scolded him, it was precisely because of that he was afraid of making her angry. After a while, his dad He Xingmin called, launching into a tirade. He Chen didn't get angry or argue back. He just kept saying until He Xingmin ran out of things to say. He Chen finally asked, "Are you done, Dad?" "I'm done. Now it's your turn," He Xingmin replied angrily. He Chen took a deep breath and said, "Dad, I know you care a lot about your brotherly bond with your brother and are willing to do anything for it, so let me settle the accounts with you first." With that, he took out a pen and paper, writing as he spoke, "To show respect for your brother, I borrowed my classmate's furnished house for him to stay in, but he stole the TV and wall paintings inside, worth about 40,000. There's also a sofa worth 30 to 40,000 that almost got moved out, but it probably couldn't be moved, so it was left at the door, and the leather on it is cracked. The chandelier was also taken down and severely damaged. That chandelier is worth 50,000. There are some other things that are either lost or ruined. Altogether, it's about 200,000. "Ha! No way!" He Xingmin exclaimed. "How can it be no way? This is all your dear brother's doing. So, Dad, can you help your beloved big brother cover this cost? Otherwise, I can't explain it to my classmate." After saying that, He Chen stopped talking and waited for his dad's response. He Xingmin was silent for quite a while on the other end of the line. Finally, he replied earnestly, "This matter. I'll go talk to your uncle. I'll hang up for now." With that, he hung up the phone. He Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. 200,000. That's enough for He Xingmin to go stir up trouble with He Xingmin. Honest people can also have their tempers. Even if he sold his father, he wouldn't be able to come up with more than 200,000, let alone be willing to let his own son pay this amount. Naturally, he had to go stir up trouble with He Xingmin. It wasn't that he wanted to sow discord between He Xingqing and He Xingmin, but these brothers were just too much. He Xingmin was a typical simple rural man, but He Jinmin was the kind who loved to bully others and take advantage of small gains. If you wanted to maintain a good relationship with him as brothers, you had to give him all your money and sell him 2 pounds of blood every month. Otherwise, he would scold you for not treating him like a brother. His father, He Jinmin, had suffered losses in this regard for decades, lending He Xingmin at least over 100,000, without getting a single cent back, while his own family lived tightly. In contrast, the Yi family feasted on big fish and meat every meal. So, when it was time to stir things up, he had to do it. Otherwise, his father, He Jinmin, would probably never understand it in his lifetime. As a result, half an hour later, He Jinmin called, hesitatingly saying, "Xiaoming, about your classmate's family, I'll talk about it when I go to Linen tomorrow." "Ha?" He Chen was surprised. "You guys are coming too?" "Yes, He Yuhua invited us, letting us watch Lu Xinyua's concert for free. So tomorrow, your mom and I will go," He Jinmin said. He Chen nodded. "All right." After hanging up, He Chen frowned. If his dad and mom came over, they would easily find out about his situation. He Chen didn't want to hide it from them, but he was afraid of scaring them. However, if they were coming, then so be it. He would think of a way to tell them about these matters later. Now wasn't the time to consider these things. The concert was about to start tomorrow, and he couldn't waste any more time. He Chen went straight to Xingtu Entertainment Company. Today was the last day of preparation, and he couldn't be careless. After all, this involved the future of Xingtu Entertainment Company. Before he knew it, July 18th had arrived. Early in the morning, He Chen called Jin Yuetong to book a business car. Just as he finished, his dad's call came in. "Hello, son, your mom and I are about to arrive in Linen. Where are you now? Where can we find you?" His dad sounded in a good mood on the phone. "I'll come pick you up and take you back to our house," He Chen said. "Ha?" He Jinmin was surprised. "You rented a house?" "Something like that. Should I come pick you up?" "No need. I took the high-speed train with your aunt, your uncle, and they said they would help us arrange it, and we are directly staying in a suite at a 5-star hotel. Once the hotel arrangements are done, we will go see your house," He Xingmin said cheerfully. He Chen replied, "All right, then I'll find you at the hotel." After coming out of the villa, a black 7-seater Mercedes-Benz business car was just parked there. Immediately, a middle-aged driver stepped out and bowed, saying, "Hello, Mr. He, I am your dedicated driver." "Ha, it's you?" He Chen also recognized the driver, and surprise appeared on his face. This driver was none other than Wang Hong, the middle-aged taxi driver who had saved Qin Lia back then and had a chivalrous heart. "You rented this car?" Wang Heng's eyes widened. He Chen shrugged. "Yeah, it's me. Did you change jobs?" "Awesome." Wang Hong gave He Chen a thumbs up. "You're really impressive. I got fired as a taxi driver, so I took this job." "Ha ha." He Chen laughed heartily. "No worries, I'll take care of you from now on. All right, drive me to the Fuhua Hotel." "Sure, Mr. He, please." When they arrived at the Fuhua Hotel, just as He Chen came out of the parking lot, he received a call from his dad. "Hello, son, your mom and I are almost at the Fuhua Hotel. Where are you now?" He Jinmin said cheerfully on the phone. "Dad, I'm right at the hotel entrance," He Chen replied. "All right." He hung up the phone. In less than 2 minutes, a white CRV stopped in front of him, the very car belonging to He Yuhua. They must have driven it back from their fourth son's shop. Immediately, the car door opened, and a slightly weathered middle-aged couple stepped out, his father, He Jinmin, and his mother, Meng Xuehui. His father's face bore marks from where he had scratched it with his fingernails. He Chen quickly stepped forward, smiling as he called out, "Dad, Mom." Upon seeing He Chen, He Jinmin angrily took off his shoes and held them in his hand, charging towards He Chen. "Dad!" He Chen ducked behind his mother, saying, "You can talk it out. No hitting." His mother, Meng Xuehui, shot He Jinmin a glare and said, "What do you think you're doing? Feeling powerful, are you?" He Jinmin put his shoes back on and pointed at He Chen, shouting, "You little brat, daring to trick me and even block me. Sooner or later, I'm going to give you a beating." Meng Xuehui patted He Chen's head and said, "Don't mind him." Then she added with a light gasp, "Xiaoming, it's been a while since we last saw each other, but you seem taller and a bit chubbier." He Chen chuckled and replied, "Dad, I'm going through a second growth spurt." At that moment, a woman's head poked out from the car, calling out, "Stop chatting here, Xingmin is still waiting for us inside. You guys go in first, we'll park the car and come up directly from the basement." He Chen turned to look and saw it was his aunt, Xia Xiaoman. "All right, you guys go ahead," He Xingmin replied to Xia Xiaoman. As the words fell, the white CRV drove past the three of them towards the basement. He Chen ignored them and turned to his parents, saying, "Dad, Mom, you both are dressed quite formally today." "Of course. After all, we're coming to the city. We can't embarrass ourselves as country folks, right? So I brought out the suit I wore when I got married." How do I look? Handsome, right? He Xingmin said with a chuckle. Meng Shuehui rolled her eyes and said, enough. What's so handsome about wearing clothes that faded decades ago? It's not even enough to be embarrassing. I like it. Come on, son, your dad has never experienced a 5-star hotel. Today, let's enjoy the glory of the old family and feel the taste of the wealthy. After saying this, He Jinmin laughed heartily and walked inside. He Chen shook his head with a smile and followed his mother inside. His mother tugged at He Chen's shirt and whispered, Xiao Ming, no matter what your uncle and Yu Hua say later, don't engage with them, let your dad handle it himself. He Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, Mom, is something going on? You'll find out soon enough, his mother replied helplessly. He Chen's expression shifted slightly. Alright then, let's see what He Xingmin's family is up to this time. Soon, the three of them arrived at the private room He Xingmin had booked, but He Yuhua and Xie Xiaoman had not yet arrived, only He Xingmin was there. Upon seeing He Jinmin and the others, He Xingmin warmly welcomed them, laughing heartily, Jinmin, Shuehui, Xiao Ming, come in. Brother, this time we really are benefiting from your good fortune. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to step into a 5-star hotel like this, let alone eat here. He Jinmin replied with a smile. Oh, not at all. He Xingmin humbly waved his hand. I don't have that much power, it's all thanks to my useless son. This kid is quite capable, he has a good relationship with the general manager of this 5-star hotel. So not only can he stay here for free, but he also gets a 50% discount on meals. Oh, He Jinmin exclaimed in surprise, Yu Hua is that impressive? Just barely average. He Xingmin smiled slightly with satisfaction and said, after all, he is an artist from Xingtu Entertainment Company, and this kid Yu Hua has some talent. He just joined Xingtu Entertainment not long ago and has already caught the attention of the higher-ups, who want to cultivate him vigorously and let him perform on stage. The general manager of this 5-star hotel has recognized my son's talent and wants to befriend him, so he gave us a supreme membership card. When Lu Xinyua's concert is on tonight, let Yu Hua get us a few first-class tickets, it's no problem at all. He Chen, what the hell? Is he really bragging like this? How can he be so good at boasting? If it weren't for the fact that those supreme membership cards were issued by him and that every artist from Xingtu Entertainment had one, he might have believed He Xingmin's words. He is now tasting the situation. He Xingmin inviting his parents over is not to treat them to dinner and a concert but purely to show off. Should he just expose them directly? But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Let's see how long they can keep this up. Thanks, big brother. You're really generous. He Jinmin chuckled. After saying that, he turned to He Chen and said, Xiaoming, your uncle has helped us so much, shouldn't you thank him? He Chen, how did this become my responsibility? At that moment, He Yuhua and Xie Xiaoman happened to walk in from outside. He Jinmin immediately gave He Yuhua a thumbs up and said, Yuhua, you are really amazing. You are simply the pride of our He family. He Yuhua chuckled and said, Uncle, you're being too polite. It's just good luck. Let's sit down and talk. With that, the 6 of them took their seats. Just as they sat down, there was a sudden knock at the door. It might be the waiter. Shuehui, can you go open the door? Xie Xiaohua said directly to Meng Shuehui. I'll go. He Jinmin at the door quickly stood up and said. Then, in a swift motion, he walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, looking like a successful person, not like a waiter at all. You are? He Chen Jinmin asked in confusion. He Xingmin and his son were instantly surprised, their eyes wide open. What the hell? Lu Wenlong, the general manager of the Fuhua Hotel? Why is he here? Most people might not recognize the general manager of the Fuhua Hotel, but He Xingmin and his son were very familiar with him, because when they arrived, it was Lu Wenlong who was responsible for receiving them. Not just them, but all 26 artists from Xingtu Entertainment were received by Lu Wenlong. It was said that these supreme membership cards were custom-made by the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment and the big boss of Fuhua Hotel, so Lu Wenlong took them very seriously and chose to personally receive them all. However, this did not stop He Xingmin and the others from using this to show off. Seeing Lu Wenlong, He Xingmin immediately greeted him warmly. Oh, Manager Lu is here? After that, he quickly introduced to He Jinmin and his wife. Let me introduce you, this is Manager Lu Wenlong of the Fuhua Hotel. He manages the entire hotel and is here to see Yuhua. He Jinmin, standing at the door, immediately showed a look of surprise. They were just here for a meal, and the general manager of a 5-star hotel came personally to support them? Isn't He Yuhua's status too high? Faced with the general manager of a 5-star hotel, He Jinmin dared not be the slightest bit careless and quickly said politely, Hello, Manager Lu. He Xingmin also quickly signaled to He Yuhua to greet Lu Wenlong. Since they were going to show off, they had to do it convincingly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to expose them? Moreover, when they came earlier, Lu Wenlong's respect when He Yuhua took out the membership card was not feigned. Anyway, He Jinmin and his family of 3 didn't understand anything. They could casually exchange pleasantries with Lu Wenlong, and they wouldn't be able to see through it. He Yuhua saw his father's expression and immediately stood up from his seat, enthusiastically walking over to Lu Wenlong, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu, did you need something from me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Wenlong didn't even glance at him, directly bypassing him. He scanned the private room and, upon seeing something, his face lit up with joy as he walked past He Yuhua. He then went straight to Yi Chen, bent down, and respectfully said, "Hello, Mr. He." Everyone? The people in the private room were all wide-eyed in surprise. Wasn't Lu Wenlong there to find He Yuhua? Why was he now addressing He Chen? And with such a respectful bow? What was going on? Especially He Jinmin and his wife, who were utterly astonished. If it weren't for He Xingmin's earlier introduction, looking at Lu Wenlong's fearful demeanor, He Jinmin would never have believed this was the general manager of the Fortune Hotel, a 5-star hotel general manager. Just that identity alone was enough to overshadow most people in the world. Yet now, he was acting so timidly in front of He Chen? Had he mistaken someone? No one knew their son better than they did. They understood He Chen's situation better than anyone, just an ordinary student in his senior year, still in an internship. What else could Lu Wenlong's behavior mean if not a case of mistaken identity? "Mr. Lu, did you mistake someone?" He Jinmin asked cautiously, afraid of offending Lu Wenlong. He Xingmin quickly added, "Yes, Mr. Lu, my son He Yuhua is right here. That's He Chen, just a poor student." "Shut up, do not disrespect Mr. He." Lu Wenlong snapped coldly. Ever since he used the slave fruit, He Chen had become his highest belief. "If you dare to disrespect Mr. He again, do you believe I will throw you out?" He Yuhua was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing Lu Wenlong's words. He Xingmin, confused, asked, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that?" However, Lu Wenlong completely ignored them and respectfully addressed He Chen, "Mr. He, is there anything you need me to do?" He was there for He Chen, and had nothing to do with He Yuhua and the others. If it weren't for He Yuhua holding the supreme membership card of Xingtu Entertainment, Lu Wenlong wouldn't even have looked at them. He Chen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, you can go back now. I'll notify you if I need anything." "Yes, then I won't disturb Mr. He's meal," Lu Wenlong said, bowing respectfully to He Chen again before exiting the room, maintaining an extreme level of respect throughout. With Lu Wenlong's departure, the private room fell into a dead silence. Among the 6 people, 5 stared wide-eyed at He Chen. They were all bewildered by what had just happened. They couldn't comprehend what was going on. As they watched, He Chen casually sat at the table, quietly sipping tea as if nothing had happened. Finally, He Xingmin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked He Chen, "Xiaoming, do you know the general manager of this hotel?" They had initially been trying to show off, but instead, they ended up embarrassing themselves. He couldn't accept such an outcome. As He Xingmin's words fell, curiosity appeared on the faces of those present. "I guess you could say we know each other," He Chen replied with a light smile. "I helped him out once, he owes me a favor." He still hadn't seen what He Xingmin's family was really up to. Since they wanted to put on a show, he would let them continue performing. Watching a show meant seeing the whole act, otherwise, what was the point? What favor? How could the general manager of a big hotel owe you a favor? His father, He Jinmin, asked in confusion. He Chen shrugged and said, "He had his wallet stolen once, and I helped him get it back." It wasn't the time to reveal everything yet. He wanted to see what He Xingmin was really up to. He Jinmin's face showed a look of sudden realization as he said, "Oh, no wonder." The He Xingmin family of 3, hearing He Chen's words, also displayed expressions of understanding. No wonder He Chen could know Lu Wenlong. "Ha!" Aunt Xiaoman suddenly sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Xiaoming has really made something of himself. He can actually help President Lu. But this kind of favor is one less every time it's used. Unlike our Yuhua, who has earned President Lu's special attention through talent and ability." He Xingmin quickly chimed in, "And there's the VIP membership card. This kind of card isn't something just anyone can get. Xiaoming probably doesn't have one, right? The hotel owner only gave us such a prestigious card because he sees my son becoming a big star in the future, wanting to get on good terms with Yuhua. Don't you think so, Yuhua?" He Yuhua humbly replied, "It's just equal cooperation. I can only say it's equal cooperation. My status is still somewhat different from that of the hotel owner." After hearing He Yuhua's humble yet pretentious words, He Chen couldn't help but sneer. What does it mean to boast without a script? He Chen was now witnessing it firsthand. No matter what was said, it just flowed out. Comparing with the hotel owner? Do you even realize there's a difference? The key is, have you even met the hotel owner? If you had, How could you not recognize that the hotel owner is sitting right in front of you? At that moment, the food arrived. It was quite lavish. The 6 of them took their seats, and Xingmin waved his hand, saying, "Dig in, we have a VIP membership card, so we get 50% off." "Thank you, big brother," Meng Shuehui said politely. Xingmin chuckled, "Big brother, Yuhua Xiaohua is going to be a star in the future. We hope you can support him more. After all, we are all from the old He family." Xingmin laughed, "Of course, when we can help, we will help. Right, Xiaoming?" He Chen chuckled, "That depends on how you all act. I can indeed help you, but whether I want to is another matter." "Ha?" Xingmin's eyes widened. "What do you mean by that?" "What? Your dad asks us to support you, and we still have to look at your face?" Big brother, Xingmin quickly stood up. "The child doesn't know how to speak. Let's eat first. Here, let me toast to big brother and Yuhua, wishing Yuhua fame soon." After saying that, he hurriedly poured a glass of wine for Xingmin. Xingmin raised his glass, casually clinking it with Xingmin's, glaring angrily at Chun. This kid is just stubborn. If he could be a bit more flexible, know what to say to whom, and not have such a bad temper, he wouldn't be in a position where he hasn't even found a decent job. Yes. Xingmin quickly smiled, "So we still need your help." Xingmin nodded, "Of course. Today, I called you all over from the countryside. One is to let you enjoy the luxury of a 5-star hotel and see Lu Xinyua's concert. Actually, there's something else I want to discuss with you." "Please, big brother," Xingmin quickly said. Chen raised an eyebrow, his face showing interest. "Is the good show finally about to start?" Xingmin smacked his lips, his expression serious. "From now on, Yuhua will be considered a person of status, so naturally, we need to have a home in the city, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our old He family. So I plan to buy a house in Linen with Yuhua, but right now, I'm short about 100,000, and I want to ask you to help out a bit first." This, Xingmin was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Chen finally understood Xingmin's intentions, so he was still looking to borrow money. No wonder he arranged for his parents to stay in a 5-star hotel, treated them to dinner, and invited them to the concert. Chen thought they had changed their ways. In the end, it was still about money. Chen turned his head to glance at his mother, Meng Shuehui, and found her with her head down, silently eating, likely having heard the rumors circulating about this matter. After all, in the village, any gossip spread faster than a 5G network. Chen shook his head and turned to look at Xingmin. He was curious about how his father would handle this situation. Seeing that Xingmin remained silent, Xingmin continued, "Xingmin, this money is a loan. It will be paid back. Once Yuhua becomes a star, there will be plenty of money to spare. Are you worried about not being able to pay us back?" Xingmin frowned and replied, "But I can't come up with that much money, brother. If it were 10 or 20,000, he might manage to scrape it together. But Xingmin was asking for 100,000. Where was he supposed to get that kind of money?" At that moment, Xia Xiaoman suddenly said, "Isn't there a piece of land by the road at the edge of your village? I heard someone wanted to buy it for 100,000 last year. It should be worth even more now, right? Just sell that piece of land, and you'll have the money." "This, I can't make that decision. I need to go back and discuss it properly," Xingmin replied, looking troubled. That piece of land was his biggest hope. When the 2 brothers divided the land back then, that piece was given to them because it was close to the main road, with many passers-by and livestock passing through, making it prone to theft and damage. So the eldest brother tossed it to their family. But after the road was repaired, that piece of land immediately became valuable. He was extremely reluctant to sell it. "What's there to discuss?" Xingmin pressed. "Xingmin, you are the head of the family. Whether to sell or not is your decision. If you're unwilling to help your big brother and don't treat me like family, then just pretend I never brought it up. I can find others in the village to borrow the money. And if you ever need our family's help in the future, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother." Xingmin looked troubled and said, "No, brother, that's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Once Yuhua becomes a big star, what's a mere 100,000? Just one advertisement could be worth hundreds of thousands. Are you worried about not being able to pay us back? Do you look down on your big brother?" Xingmin pressed further. Hearing this, Chen let out a helpless sigh. It was over. His father was about to be trapped again. In truth, his father wasn't foolish, nor was he unaware that he shouldn't lend money to Xingmin and the others. It was just that Xingmin was too good at playing the game, and his father cared too much about face and family ties. So every time, Xingmin could hit his weak spot, making his father, despite his reluctance, swallow his pride. Sure enough, Xingmin sighed helplessly and said, "All right, wait." His mother, Meng Shuehui, who had been silent, suddenly said, "That piece of land cannot be sold." Xingmin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Meng Shuehui, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to ruin the relationship between us brothers? He Jinmin also turned to Meng Shuehui and said, let's talk about this when we get back. Talk about what? What's there to talk about? Meng Shuehui stood up and said, I won't interfere with other matters, you two brothers can do as you please, but that piece of land belongs to my son, He Jinmin. Even if you want to sell it, you must first consult your son. Otherwise, don't blame your son for hating you for life. When you're old, he won't take care of you. He Jinmin, was it really that harsh? He turned to Yi Chen and asked for his opinion. Xiaoming, what do you think? He Xingmin also looked at Yi Chen and said, Xiaoming, once your cousin becomes a star, he won't hesitate to help you. Just one pull could be enough for you to live comfortably for half your life. You need to keep this in mind. Yi Chen nodded and said, the accounts do need to be clear. So, I've noted it down. Saying this, he pulled out a nearly moldy little black notebook from his pocket. This was something his mother had brought from their hometown, and she had given it to him when they came up earlier. He Chen took the notebook, opened the first page, and said with a serious expression, this notebook is something I've been keeping since I learned to write at the age of 7. On the first day of first grade, He Yu-hua stole 70 cents from me. The next day, she stole $1.20. He Yu-hua, you remember all this? He Chen replied, otherwise, why do you think I chased you home with a knife? And then, on the third day, Uncle borrowed $72 from my dad and hasn't paid it back to this day. He Xingmin, when did this happen? He Chen replied, let me help you remember, September 4th, 2004, little rain. Then, on September 5th, Auntie took 3 bunches of spinach from my house and hasn't returned them. Xia Xiaoman, He Xingmin, He Jinmin, he even remembered 3 bunches of spinach for over a decade? This kid is too ruthless. He Chen continued reading, and as he recited, everyone except for his mother, Meng Shuehui, widened their eyes. Meng Shuehui had seen He Chen keep track of these things, but the others had no idea. They were all dumbfounded by what was recorded in He Chen's little black book, especially his dad, He Jinmin, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Which month and day did He Yu-hua steal an ice pop from him? Which month and day did Xia Xiaoman pull a green onion from their field? Which month and day did He Xingmin secretly break a corn cob from their cornfield? He even recorded the details of a needle. Is this really his son? However, it was shocking to realize that the He Xingmin family seemed to have taken advantage of them without a single day of pause. Stop! He Xingmin stared at Yi Chen, speechless, and said, what are you keeping track of all this for? To guard against thieves? Just because our family took things from yours, does that mean you never took anything from us? Let me look, He Chen said, flipping through the pages, and after flipping through a dozen pages, he finally found one. Here it is, June 12, 2005, He Yu-hua delivered 3 bottles of green tea to our house. They were expired. He Chen read aloud. He Xingmin, that's enough. He took a deep breath, his face darkening, and said, don't bring up all this nonsense. I'm just asking you whether you're borrowing this 100,000 or not. He Chen closed the little black book, chuckled lightly, and said, didn't you say you wanted me to calculate the accounts properly? This little black book, I summarize every year. As of the end of last year, over 14 years, not counting what was stolen by He Yu-hua, the money you borrowed from our family is about 90,000, and if you include the value of the borrowed items, it's roughly around 120,000. I won't even mention interest and inflation. Please return this money to us first, so we don't forget later. Then we can talk about borrowing money, okay? Want to borrow money? Fine. Then let's settle the old accounts first. Want to play with me? Then let's play properly. You. He Xingmin was almost driven mad by He Chen's words. He could indeed come up with that much money, but the key was, if he took out this money, how would he buy a house for He Yu-hua? He Xingmin angrily said, He Chen, your dad hasn't said anything about these old matters. Why do you have to bring them up? He Chen nodded and said, alright, let's put these matters aside for now and talk about the house you rented a couple of days ago. I won't even mention the rent. You guys acted like robbers, causing the homeowner a loss of about 200,000. You should at least cover this amount, right? You're talking nonsense. He Xingmin directly lied. That's absolutely impossible. Our family is a star family. How could we do such a thing? Don't slander me. Dad He Jinmin also stepped in, saying, Xiaoming, is there a mistake in this matter? I asked your uncle last time, and he said it had nothing to do with him. It must have been a robbery, right? He Chen shook his head and said, Dad, I won't even mention the damage inside the room. I can't see it. But there are surveillance videos at the entrance as evidence, showing them moving things out of the house. Could the surveillance footage be fake too? He Jinmin frowned and looked at He Xingmin, saying, Brother, did you really do these things? He Xingmin waved his hand dismissively. It's all nonsense. What I took was just trash, worthless junk that nobody wanted, thrown straight into the garbage bin. I didn't take it home. If you have the guts, go look for it at the dump. And 20,000, why don't you just go rob someone? If you don't want to lend us money, just say so. Just pretend we don't have you as family. Upon hearing this, Hee-chan couldn't help but sneer. Here we go again. Big brother, big brother. Hee Jin-min quickly interjected. Aren't I just trying to clarify things first? We need to understand what's going on, right? I have to say, Hee Jin-min and Hee Xing-min are truly like Zhou and Huangdai, one willing to fight and the other willing to take a beating. Hee Xing-min's clumsy tactics were exactly what Hee Jin-min fell for. Unfortunately, Hee-chun wasn't buying it. What's there to clarify? Just say whether you're borrowing the money or not. I can't be bothered to discuss anything else with you, Hee Xing-min coldly shouted. Borrow. Hee-chen, not wanting to put Hee Jin-min in a difficult position, said expressionlessly, you are my dad's older brother, so for my dad's sake, I'll give you one last chance. I can lend you this money, but you have to give us an IOU, and promise to pay it back within 2 years. If not paid back within 2 years, the interest will increase by 10% each year. At this point, he was already a bit angry. The Hee Xing-min family really was pushing their luck, but for his dad's sake, Hee-chen still planned to give them another chance, not wanting to cut ties completely. After all, he was his dad's brother. Borrowing money was fine, but an IOU was a must. As for everything else, let it be. Otherwise, knowing Hee Xing-min, he would definitely continue to drag things out. After all, when borrowing money, they acted like they were the masters, directly scolding his dad coldly. When it came time to pay back, wouldn't they just look down on him? What? An IOU? Hee Xing-min exploded upon hearing about the IOU, angrily shouting, just borrowing over 100,000, and you want us to write an IOU? Do you think we can just run away? What do you take us for? Is there any relative who does this? You look down on us, don't you? Seeing Hee Xing-min getting angry, Hee Jin-min quickly advised, brother, you. Before he could finish, Hee-chen interrupted him. Then, shaking his head and sighing, he said with disappointment, you're not even willing to write an IOU. From what you're saying, it seems you've already planned to default on this money, right? Uncle, I'm really too disappointed in you. He had originally thought to give them a chance, but it seemed unnecessary now. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. Ridiculous. Hee Xing-min sneered, you're disappointed in us? That's truly laughable. It's I who am utterly disappointed in you. Fine, just over 100,000, I see through the essence of you relatives. From now on, we won't have any dealings. Our Yuhua is now a key cultivated artist. Once she becomes a big star, how much money will we have then? Even if you beg us for help, we won't assist you. Big star? Hee-chen shook his head. So-called stars are just influential public figures. For such people, character is the most important. A person without character, no matter how capable, doesn't deserve to be a star. Your son isn't suited to be a star. Once the concert is over, he'll be dismissed. Dismiss my son? Hee Xing-min laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke of the century, bursting into laughter. Are you trying to be funny? Hee Xing-min, this is your son? It's simply ridiculous. Xiaoman, Yuhua, let's go. After saying that, he stood up and was about to walk outside. He didn't take Hee-chen's words to heart at all. Wait, Hee-chen shouted, you said you would treat us, but the bill hasn't been settled yet. Settle what bill? Hee Xing-min sneered, you won't even lend us money, and you want us to treat you to a meal? What are you thinking? Hee-chen scoffed, well, it has to be split evenly. Hee Xing-min waved his Supreme membership card and said, alright, split evenly, we have a Supreme membership card, so it's half off, and you guys can pay the other half. After saying that, he walked out with Xie Xiaoman and He Jiwa. Hee-chan. Indeed, some people have no shame and are invincible. Xiao Ming, you were too impulsive. After Hee Xing-min and the others left, Hee Jin-min immediately frowned and reproached Hee-chen. Then tell me, Dad, where was I impulsive? Hee-chan retorted. Exactly. His mother, Meng Xuehui, also came over and said, if you weren't impulsive, how could you let the boss take so much money? If it weren't for Xiao Ming's impulsiveness, wouldn't you have agreed to lend them over 100,000? Or even sold the land? But they wouldn't not pay it back. They just need money urgently. Aren't we all brothers? Shouldn't we help each other out? Who else can help us besides ourselves? Hee Jin-min countered. Besides taking our money, how have they helped us? Xiao Ming remembers every single transaction. Have they paid you back a single cent? I actually feel better without them. Meng Xuehui replied directly. Hee Jin-min glared at Meng Xuehui and said, in battle, brothers fight together. In the field, father and son fight together. Can anyone else invite you to a 5-star hotel for a meal? Can they let you stay in a 5-star hotel for free? What do you know, you woman? Hee-chen couldn't help but laugh at his father's words. In the village, there are cunning people and foolish men, and clearly, Hee Jin-min is a representative of these foolish men. Dad, Hee-chen said helplessly, I think it's more like brothers fighting together, right? If he didn't want to borrow money from you, would he invite you to dinner? Would he invite you to stay in a 5-star hotel? He has a Supreme membership card. The room is free anyway. If he can get over 100,000 by borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, would you do it? What do you mean by getting something for nothing? He's borrowing. Isn't borrowing without repayment the same as getting something for nothing? Those previous amounts were never paid back. Do you really think he will pay you back this time? That's because they didn't have money. If they had money, they would definitely pay it back. He Jinmin insisted. Hee-chan smacked his lips and said, "Oh, Dad, they just bought a car and are planning to buy a house. They don't have money? What do you consider having money? Are you the richest? Then why don't you buy Mom an electric bike? Where is your head at, Dad?" Other matters could wait, but this notion of his father had to be changed first. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth he had, it wouldn't be enough to support his brother. Women have the supporting brother syndrome, and men have the supporting brother syndrome too. Hee Jinmin had words on the tip of his tongue but found he had nothing to say, only letting out a long sigh. He understood what Hee-chan meant. He also knew that Hee Jinmin loved to take small advantages, but he was unwilling to admit it, unwilling to let go of this brotherly bond. After all, they were born from the same womb, the closest of kin. Who cares if someone suffers a little loss or takes a little advantage? He didn't really mind that. What he cared about was the bond of blood. But today, his thoughts were somewhat shaken by a few words from Hee-chan. Hee Jinmin sighed and said, "Let's not talk about the past anymore." Meng Shuehue glared at him and said, "Xiaoming has written down so many things in his notebook, and you think saying let's not talk about the past is enough to brush it off? Why are you so generous? What do you know? I'm considering our Xiaoming. In the future, He Yuhua will become a big star. Our family is counting on them for a lot. When the time comes, he can help you find a good job, which is much better than him wandering around blindly in society." Hee Jinmin retorted. Hee-chan shook his head and said, "Just listen to He Yuhua's nonsense. I don't need his support. Besides, he won't become a big star." "How do you know he won't? If he can't become a big star, would the hotel manager be fawning over him? Would Xingtu Entertainment Company be nurturing him?" Hee Jinmin frowned and asked. Hee-chan sighed and said, "The situation is quite complicated. I can only say that the Supreme membership card he has is something every artist in Xingtu Entertainment Company possesses, not just him. This is a collaboration between Xingtu Entertainment Company and the Fuhua Hotel, and has nothing to do with He Yuhua. He just wants to show off in front of you and then get some money from you. Got it? Ha, is that true? How do you know?" Hee Jinmin's eyes widened. Of course it's true, but someone like him, who lacks virtue to match his position, even if he becomes a big star, he would only be a bad influence on society, bringing shame to the company. Such a person won't be kept by Xingtu Company. Hee-chan replied. He originally wanted to give Hee Jinmin and the others a chance, to spare his father from embarrassment, but Hee Jinmin and the others didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, he couldn't be blamed for being heartless. Meng Shuehue shot Hee Jinmin a glance and said, "Now you know the situation, right? If it weren't for Xiaoming, you'd be sold out by your brother and still counting the money for him. You've been bullied your whole life and still don't understand. I regret ever being so blind to have liked you." Sigh. Hee Jinmin sighed deeply. "It's all my fault, okay? So what now? My brother is gone, and not only can we not stay in a 5-star hotel, but if we go back to the village, people will stab us in the back. Then don't go back. Come on, I'll take you home," Hee-chan said. Hee Jinmin shot Hee-chan a glance and said, "Your home? How big is your home? Can we even stay together? And do you have a place to sleep?" Hee-chan chuckled lightly. "You'll know when you see it. Sooner or later, the parents would have to know. Since that's the case, it's better to let them know sooner rather than later." "Xiaoming, do you really have a house? Is it rented?" Meng Shuehue asked in surprise. Hee-chan chuckled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see." With that, he stood up and walked outside. "Wait, what about the meal cost? This table of food must cost at least several thousand, right?" Hee Jinmin asked. Hee-chan shook his head. "No need. It's free. Are you kidding? Eating at your own family's restaurant and still needing to pay?" Hee Jinmin and his wife followed Hee-chan out of the private room with extreme trepidation. After all, this was their first time having a free meal, and it was at a 5-star hotel, which felt a bit precarious. Outside, a beautiful waitress was standing. When the waitress saw Hee-chan and the others coming out, she immediately walked over to them. Hee Jinmin's expression changed, and he was so scared that he was about to confess and pay for the meal. After all, this was a 5-star hotel. Just thinking about the consequences of eating a free meal there was very serious. However, just as he stood up, the beautiful waitress suddenly bent down respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. He, sir, madam." Hee Jinmin was taken aback, looking at Hee-chan in confusion. Wasn't this waitress here to collect the meal cost? Why wasn't she? And her attitude was too good, right? Little did he know that Lu Wenlong had already informed the waitress that the young man inside was the big boss of the hotel, and she must not offend him. Even if she had 100 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to disrespect He-Chen. He-Chen chuckled lightly. This is the service attitude of a 5-star hotel. Let's go. With that, he walked outside. Upon hearing He-Chen's words, He Jinmin finally understood. So this was the service style of a 5-star hotel. No wonder. When they got outside, He-Chen asked Wang Hong to bring the car over. He Jinmin saw the Mercedes-Benz van and exclaimed, "Wow, is this a Mercedes? Xiaoming, is this your car?" "No." He-Chen shook his head and said, "It's a rented car, get in." Then, the three of them got into the car and headed towards Yipin Pavilion. As they left, He Xingmin's family also walked out of the hotel. "Yuhua, follow them," He Xingmin said in a deep voice. "I want to see where they can stay if they can't afford a 5-star hotel." "Okay," He Yuhua replied. Soon, the three hurriedly jumped into the car and drove off. Inside the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle, He Jinmin curiously asked He-Chen, "Xiaoming, what kind of business are you in? How can you afford to rent a big Benz?" "Sweat. It's just a small business." Wang Hong, who was driving, twitched his lips. Small business? If it were a small business, could they afford the luxury of Yipin Pavilion? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a car behind them that had been following for a while. "Mr. I see a car behind us that has been following us for a long time," Wang Hong reminded. He-Chen turned to take a look. At this time, He Jinmin also noticed the car behind and exclaimed, "Is that my brother's car? What is he doing here?" Meng Xuehue rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, he's here to watch you make a fool of yourself." "Do you think he's here to bring you a blanket?" "Mr. Should we shake them off?" Wang Hong asked. He-Chen shook his head. "No need. Just drive normally." Speed and excitement could wait. His parents were still in the car. As for He-Chen, he had never even glanced at them. Just flies, and when they become too annoying, he would just swat them away. Soon, they arrived at Yipin Pavilion. Upon seeing the luxurious villas standing everywhere inside, He Jinmin was astonished. "Xiaoming, is this where you rented a house?" He-Chen nodded. Meanwhile, at the entrance, He Xingmin's family had also arrived at the door. Watching He-Chen's car drive straight into Yipin Pavilion, the three were left dumbfounded. "Wow, what are they doing at Yipin Pavilion?" He Xingmin exclaimed. Even if they didn't live in Linen, they knew of Yipin Pavilion's existence. This was the most expensive villa community in all of Linen. When he first arrived in Linen, he had eaten with He-Chen not far from Yipin Pavilion. At that time, He Xingmin had boasted that once he had money, he would buy a house in Yipin Pavilion. And now, He-Chen had taken them straight in? "Dad, let's follow them. I don't believe he can afford to rent a house here," He Yuhua said. "Let's go inside," He Xingmin said. However, when they tried to enter, they found themselves blocked by the security guard. "We are with the one in front, the one named He-Chen," He Xingmin hurriedly said. Upon hearing He-Chen's name, the security guard immediately stood at attention. "Please come in." How could he not recognize the owner of Villa No. 1? These people were with He-Chen, and being able to call He-Chen by name meant they were definitely not outsiders. Seeing the guard's reaction, surprise appeared on the faces of He Xingmin and the others. This was too strange. "Dad, let's hurry, or we won't catch up." "Okay." They quickly set off again, following the direction where He-Chen's car had disappeared. Then, they saw He-Chen's car heading straight into the villa area and hurriedly followed. "Xingmin, I suddenly have a bad feeling," Xia Xiaoman suddenly said. He Xingmin frowned, remaining silent as he continued to drive forward. The reason they followed He-Chen was to see where he would go. After all, this was Linen, and they were staying in a 5-star hotel. After not being able to stay in a 5-star hotel, He Jinmin and the others could only go to the basement rented by He-Chen. What he never expected was that He-Chen would actually come to Yipin Pavilion. "Mom, he must have noticed that we were following him," He Yuhua said. "We've been following them for so long, and he noticed us behind, so he ran to Yipin Pavilion just to show off." As soon as Xie Xiaoman heard this, she immediately nodded and said, "Right, it must be like that." "Xingmin, stay close to him." Ahead, the black Mercedes van moved slowly, coming to a stop in front of the largest and most beautiful villa in the entire Yipin Pavilion. Soon after, He-Chen and the other two got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Not far away, He Xingmin also stopped the car, hesitantly watching this scene. "Show off. Keep showing off. I want to see how long they can keep it up," Xie Xiaoman said with a cold smile. That was Villa No. 1. It was said to be the most luxurious mansion in Linen. He didn't believe He-Chen could open the door to the kid's house. As a result, He-Chen walked to the door and pressed his hand on the fingerprint scanner. Immediately, with a click, the door opened. Then, in the incredulous eyes of He Xingmin's family of 3, He Chen gestured for He Jinmin and Meng Xuehui to enter the villa. After that, the door closed again. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. They really went in? The first luxury mansion? He Yuhua swallowed hard and said, "Dad, Mom, this." Xia Xiaoman blinked, looking completely bewildered. He Xingmin was also completely stunned. The scene before him was far beyond his imagination. It felt like a dream. How could this be possible? Dad, could this also be He Chen's home? It's possible. He Xingmin immediately nodded and said, "It must be like that. He studies in Linen, and many of his classmates might be the owners of this villa." After saying that, he nodded again, "It must be like that." With this reasoning, he immediately believed it. The other 2 also came back to their senses upon hearing this. Exactly. With He Chen's abilities, how could he afford such a luxurious villa? "Dad, should we go back first? I still need to report back to the company and prepare for tonight's concert," He Yuhua said. "Okay." He Xingmin replied and drove away from there. He originally came here to mock He Jinmin and the others a bit, but now seeing this scene, how could he mock them? It was simply impossible to mock them. On the other side, inside Villa No. 1, when He Jinmin and Meng Xuehui entered the villa, they were already dumbfounded, and now their eyes widened even more. The 2 were directly shocked by the luxury inside. He Chen said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, shall we go in?" He Jinmin and Meng Xuehui, still in shock, followed He Chen into the villa. Along the way, the front yard's garden, pavilion, and resting chairs made He Jinmin's eyelids twitch. Soon, He Chen led them into the villa. As the big door opened, both parents instantly widened their eyes. Their old home only had 2 bungalows and a kitchen on the east side. But now, the villa before them had a living room that was even larger than their yard, and a dining room that was bigger than their 2 bungalows and a kitchen combined. "How is it, Dad, Mom? Are you satisfied?" He Chen asked. He Jinmin leaned forward, looking inside while glancing around, and exclaimed, "Wow, such a luxurious room. This is too luxurious, right?" After saying that, he turned to He Chen and asked, "Xiaoming, don't tell me this is the home you mentioned?" "Yeah, it's right here," He Chen replied. He Jinmin's eyes widened. "Here? You rented it? Or is it your classmate's house?" Meng Xuehui beside him had also widened her eyes, looking at He Chen with uncertainty. He Chen shrugged and said, "Just consider it as me renting it." Hearing He Chen's words, He Jinmin and Meng Xuehui finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me. I thought you really got a mansion like this." After saying that, he immediately started touching everything, like a curious baby. "Don't touch everything." Meng Xuehui quickly pulled He Jinmin back and said, "What if you break something? Can you afford to pay for it?" He Chen was speechless and said, "Mom, it's fine. Even if I break something, it doesn't matter. The owner of the house has gone abroad and won't be back for years. He entrusted the house to me before leaving, so you can just stay here." Alright. Oh my. I never expected that I, He Jinmin, would be able to live in a big villa in my lifetime. This life is worth it. He Jinmin nodded repeatedly. "Look at your ambitions." Meng Xuehui glared at He Jinmin. He Jinmin laughed heartily and said, "I'm just happy." After saying that, he turned to He Chen and asked, "By the way, Xiaoming, what does your friend do? How could he have such a beautiful house? And he entrusted it to you to manage?" He Chen replied with a light smile, "Because I'm his best friend." Alright, just don't forget to thank him," He Jinmin instructed. "I understand, I won't forget," He Chen replied, then added, "By the way, Dad, Mom, you've been busy all morning. Why don't you take a break here for a while? In the evening, I'll take you to see Lu Xinyue's concert." "Ha?" He Jinmin exclaimed in surprise. "Lu Xinyue's concert? Didn't the tickets sell out long ago?" He Yuhua and the others have a few tickets, but they probably won't give them to us now, right? "Dad, we don't need tickets to get in. You just need to follow me," He Chen said with a light laugh. Follow you? Are you sure we can get in?" He Jinmin asked doubtfully. He Chen nodded and said, "Of course, or else you can hit me." "Alright, you said it," He Jinmin immediately replied. Then, He Chen prepared a room for his parents. Once inside, He Jinmin looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, this bedroom is even bigger than our house. Honey, quickly take out your phone and post a video. Those people in our village brag about where they go to play every day. Let's take a video of this big villa and let them admire it too." Meng Xuehui shot He Jinmin a glance and said, "If you want to post, you post." "I won't. It's embarrassing enough." "What are you talking about? This is called sharing life. If you don't post, I will." He Jinmin eagerly took out his phone. "Jinmin, have you noticed that Xiaoming seems a bit different from before?" Meng Xuehui suddenly asked. She was different from He Jinmin. He Jinmin was a rough man who didn't care about anything and always acted carefree. But Meng Xuehui, though not very talkative, was very good at noticing problems. From the moment she saw He-Chen, she felt something was off. He was very different from before. In the past, although He-Chen disliked He Xingmin, he would only argue a few words, and every time he did, he would be red-faced and furious. But today, no matter how outrageous He Xingmin's words were, He-Chen didn't argue back. Instead, he calmly negotiated with him, exuding a confidence and calmness as if everything was under control. She couldn't even believe this was her son. What she didn't know was that He-Chen had already reached a level that He Xingmin's family could hardly aspire to in several generations. What is confidence? Confidence is not innate, and inferiority is not something one is born with. When a person has the ability to control the things around them, confidence will emerge. The opposite is also true. Is there any need to be angry with He Xingmin's family? They are just a few flies. When they become annoying, just swat them away. What's different? He Xingmin replied while fiddling with his phone. Meng Shuehui frowned and said, I'm not sure, it just feels different. It seems like he's more confident than before, and more carefree. He Xingmin grinned and said, why think about these things? No matter how he changes, he is still my son, He Xingmin. Can he really turn the world upside down? After saying this, he picked up his phone and took a round of photos in the room, then snapped a shot of the front yard outside the window, saying, do you see it? Do you see it? A big villa. My son brought me here to live. Isn't it awesome? Meng Shuehui frowned. After thinking carefully about He Xingmin's words, it seemed to make sense. No matter how He-Chen changes, he is still their son, and even the heavens can't change that. With this thought, Meng Shuehui stopped pondering. At that moment, He Xingmin laughed heartily. It's posted successfully. Let those people in the village see what a big villa looks like. Meng Shuehui replied speechlessly, don't forget, your elder brother and the others are also following your Douyin account. He Xingmin, After He Xingmin dropped He Yuhua off at the company, he drove back to the Fortune Hotel with Xie Xiaoman. Once inside, Xie Xiaoman sat on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin, occasionally bursting into laughter like a goose. Xiaoman, why don't you borrow some money from your brother again? He Xingmin asked from the side. Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? My brother and my family are almost drained dry by you. Now when my brother sees me coming home, he quickly shuts the door, not even letting me in. How can I borrow money from you? He Xingmin scratched his head. Well, your brother really doesn't know what's important. It seems we can only continue to think of ways to get money from He Xingmin. Xie Xiaoman nodded. Right, this way we can. Wait, what? He Xingmin is actually on Douyin? What Douyin? He Xingmin asked in confusion. Xie Xiaoman quickly handed over her phone. Look quickly, He Xingmin posted. They filmed a video of the villa. Isn't it huge? It's even bigger and prettier than our 5-star hotel rooms. He Xingmin leaned in to look, and on the phone, a video was playing, showing the furnishings of the presidential suite, along with He Xingmin's voice. Do you see it? Do you see it? A big villa. My son brought me here to live. Isn't it awesome? Then it repeated. After watching the video, He Xingmin frowned and glanced around the suite. Nothing is worse than comparison. He had thought that staying in this 5-star hotel's grand restaurant was comfortable, but now, he suddenly realized that his 5-star hotel suite didn't seem appealing anymore. On the other side, after his parents had rested, He-Chen went upstairs and called Zhang Yongquan. Hello, bossy, what can I do for you? Zhang Yongquan asked respectfully on the other end of the line. He-Chen leaned against the window, lit a cigarette, and said, it's nothing major, just a small matter. You know He Yuhua, right? I know. Very sociable, just came not long ago and already knows all the other artists in the company. He even sent me a few boxes of cigarettes, but I refused. What does bossy want? Are you planning to cultivate this person? Zhang Yongquan replied. He-Chen shook his head. No, but I think this person is very unsuitable for our company. Please handle this matter. Zhang Yongquan was clearly taken aback. Since both He-Chen and He Yuhua shared the same surname, he thought there might be a connection and that he should focus on cultivating him. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Yongquan quickly responded, yes, boss I understand. After the concert, I will arrange it immediately. If not handled properly, it could affect the smooth progress of the concert. As an employee, if one cannot accurately grasp the boss's intentions, it could easily lead to one's downfall. Well, you take care of the arrangements. Okay, boss Is there anything else you need? Nothing else, just make sure the concert tonight goes smoothly without any issues. It won't. We have rehearsed 3 times in a row, and everything has been checked thoroughly to ensure that nothing will go wrong. He-Chen nodded and then hung up the phone. It was time to teach He Xingmin and the others a lesson. Otherwise, they might think the world revolved around them. Soon, the sky began to darken. He-Chen casually had a bite to eat with his parents before taking them away from Ipin Pavilion. Before long, the car arrived outside the concert venue. This concert was being held at the Linen Sports Stadium. Just as Hee-chan arrived outside the concert, he happened to see Hee Shing-min and his wife. As soon as they got outside, Hee Shing-min and Xie Xiaoman walked out from inside. "Do you have tickets for the concert? Just came here?" Xie Xiaoman said with a hint of sarcasm. "No," Hee-chan shook his head. "Then why did you come here?" Xie Xiaoman sneered. "Enough!" Hee Shing-min interrupted her, waving his hand. "Jimin, I told you before that I would invite you to Linen for the concert. You were ungrateful to me, so I can't be unjust to you. Let's go. I'll take you to the concert." Hee Jinmin's expression brightened. "Great, then no need." Hee-chan directly interrupted him. "The weasel is wishing the chicken a happy new year, with ill intentions. You!" Hee Shing-min glared, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. "I want to see how you get in." With that, he angrily led Xie Xiaoman back inside. "You! Foolish!" Hee Jinmin looked helplessly at Hee-chan. "How can you say that? Didn't you see how we made a scene before? Would your uncle still want to take us to the concert? This is the blood bond that connects us, do you understand?" Hee-chan sighed. "Dad, you are the foolish one. Didn't I just say? He still has his greedy heart, still eyeing your land. Otherwise, forget about inviting you to the concert. They wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you, believe it or not." "Exactly. Lived a lifetime, and still not as clear-headed as your son." Meng Xuehui rolled her eyes in agreement. Meanwhile, Hee Shing-min and Xie Xiaoman entered the concert, handing their tickets to the security at the entrance and walking straight inside. As they walked in, Xie Xiaoman was about to continue deeper with Hee Shing-min when Hee Shing-min turned back and said, "Wait, let's watch here and see how Hee Jinmin and Hee-chan get in. Will they be thrown out by security?" "Right." Xie Xiaoman's expression brightened. "A ticket costs over 1,000. With the three of them, I don't believe they would spend so much on tickets. At most, they'll just wander around the concert entrance for a couple of laps, shoot a video, post it on Douyin to show off in the village, and then turn back." Hearing this, Hee Shing-min's eyes lit up. "It must be like that. I want to film them and post it on Douyin to see how they show off in the village." Saying this, he took out his phone and started recording at the entrance. Outside the entrance. "Alright, Mom and Dad, let's go," Hee-chan said as he walked towards the entrance. Meng Xuehui pulled on Hee-chan's arm, looking at the security checking tickets at the door, hesitantly asking, "Xiao Ming, can you really get us into the concert? We don't have tickets. Won't we be thrown out?" "Of course not." Hee-chan smiled. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, just follow me. I'll get you the front row." "I get it now." Hee Jinmin slapped his thigh. "Did you secretly buy tickets for us?" Hee-chan chuckled. "No, let's go in." "Are you kidding? Do I need to buy tickets to get in?" With that, he walked directly towards the entrance. Hee Jinmin and Meng Xuehui exchanged doubtful glances. "No tickets? Can we really get in without tickets?" Although they were skeptical, they still followed Hee-chan inside. Inside the entrance, Xie Xiaoman saw the three of them walking towards the entrance and exclaimed in surprise, "They're coming, they're coming. Hubby is here. Quick, take a picture. Don't move, I'm taking it." Hee Shing-min said excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Never before had Hee Shing-min felt this excited. He suddenly realized that while it was enjoyable to show off, it was even more satisfying to watch others face misfortune. Especially the anticipation of seeing someone else in trouble felt just like the thrill of a date with a lover. Finally, Hee-chan and the others reached the entrance, and several security guards at the concert simultaneously looked over at Hee-chan. In that moment, Hee Shing-min was completely focused, staring unblinkingly at the entrance, hoping to see Hee-chan and his companions thrown out by the guards. But then, something surprising happened. Upon seeing Hee-chan, the guards, who had been slouched and lackluster, suddenly perked up as if they had been injected with adrenaline, standing tall like sentinels. Then, in unison, they shouted, "Hello, Mr. He." Inside and outside the entrance, Hee Shing-min and his wife, who had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle, along with the anxious Hee Jinmin and Meng Xuehui, were all dumbfounded by the guards' reaction. They had all assumed Hee-chan would be thrown out. Even if he wasn't, they expected a scolding. Yet now, not only did the guards not chase Hee-chan away, but they looked at him and his companions like mice seeing a cat, allowing them to swagger in. This reaction was completely beyond their expectations. "Mom and Dad, shall we go in?" Hee-chan said with a light laugh to the dazed Hee Jinmin and Meng Xuehui. What's going on?" Hee Jinmin said, his expression uneasy. At this point, even if he was slow to react and thick-skinned, he felt something was off. Back at the hotel, Hee-chan had claimed to have helped the hotel manager. But now, at Lu Xinyua's concert, the security guards acted as if they were terrified of Hee-chan, not even daring to move their eyes. This was too abnormal. Hee-chan chuckled lightly. "You'll understand in the future. Let's go in first." Saying this, he took his parents' hands and led them inside. As soon as they entered, they saw He Xingmin and his wife standing by the entrance. However, He Chen merely glanced at them and ignored them, walking directly into the venue. He couldn't be bothered. Old He, they came in, swaggering in. Xia Xiaoman said in confusion. He Xingmin, this shouldn't be happening. What went wrong? How did it end up like this? This question lingered in He Xingmin's mind, unable to be resolved for a long time. The concert venue was bustling with noise. The Linen Sports Stadium was quite large. While it couldn't hold 10,000 people, accommodating 5,000 or 6,000 was no problem. And now, the seats inside were almost completely filled. Lu Xinyue's appeal was indeed significant. After all, she was a national goddess. It was impossible for her concert to have more security than audience members like some internet celebrities. Of course, she couldn't be compared to those top-tier stars who could easily draw crowds of 10,000. Xiaoming, with so many people here, is there a place for us to sit? Meng Shuehue asked uncertainly. He Chen chuckled, if I can bring you in, do you think we can't find a place to sit? Saying this, he led his parents directly to the front row. Most of the other seats were filled with audience members, leaving this area empty. Even if some guests wanted to sit here, they were immediately pulled up by the surrounding security. As for occupying seats, that was simply impossible. Didn't they see the dozens of security guards standing around? At the concert entrance, there were more than 20 inspectors, and they were armed. After all, it was a concert with thousands of people. Any incident would be catastrophic. Therefore, the security measures were watertight. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, they will be taken away by the police outside in the blink of an eye. For the crime of endangering public order, they would have to rot in jail. Who would dare to be disobedient? No matter how drunk someone is, once they arrive here, they must behave themselves. Let's sit here, He Chen said, pointing to the seats in the front row, and then sat down directly. Ha! At that moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. Is this your place to sit? Do you think you can just sit here if you want? A sinister voice rang out. He Chen turned around and found that it was actually He Xingmin again. This old man just wouldn't go away. He Xingmin waved the entry ticket in his hand and said, do you see this? Internal use only. Only those with this kind of ticket can sit in the front row. Only company insiders or relatives of stars can sit here. After saying that, he waved to the security guard not far away and said, security. This person doesn't have an internal ticket and is sitting in the front row. The security guard glanced over but ignored him. He Chen couldn't be bothered with him and directly called He Xingmin and Meng Shuehue to sit down. He Xingmin? He scratched his head in confusion. What's going on here? Just then, the lights at the concert venue suddenly went out, plunging the entire concert into darkness. The next moment, a spotlight illuminated the darkness, shining on the stage. In the light, Lu Xinyue slowly walked out. Wow! Da Yue, I love you. Da Yue. With Lu Xinyue's appearance, the atmosphere at the concert was instantly ignited, becoming incredibly lively. If you weren't there, you couldn't possibly feel this madness. On stage, Lu Xinyue, bathed in light, wore a long red dress, like a blazing flame, attracting the attention of thousands present. He Xingmin exclaimed, wow, is this what a star concert is like? It's too crazy. If I were standing on that stage, I would have been too scared to stand still. Meng Shuehue rolled her eyes at He Xingmin and said bluntly, you think you can stand up there? Who do you think can stand on that stage? It has to be a big star. Just like this old farmer. Better forget it. I was just saying, He Xingmin said with a dark face. He Chen chuckled and said, Dad, if you want to try going up, I can arrange it. Forget it. He Xingmin glared at He Chen and said, are you making fun of your old man? Your mom laughs at me, and now you're joining in too? Grown some guts, huh? Do you believe I'll smack you with my shoe until you can't sit down? I'm serious. I'm not joking. If you want to go up, I can arrange it right now, He Chen said. If He Xingmin really wanted to go up, even if it affected the performance, he would have Zhang Yongquan arrange for He Xingmin to take a couple of steps on stage. No choice. After all, He Xingmin is his dad. Not to mention, as long as it makes dad happy, what's a little cost? Alright. Meng Shuehue laughed so hard she was bending over. Xiaoming, stop teasing your dad. With his courage, it would be a miracle if he dared to go up. He Chen shrugged. If he didn't want to go up, that was fine. At this moment, on stage, after a brief welcome to the attendees, Lu Xinyue officially began today's concert. The concert is different from an ordinary song competition. There's no need for a host. The star themselves is the best host, and the entire concert revolves around the star. As the familiar melodies of songs began to play, the atmosphere at the venue was ignited to a new level. After 2 songs, the atmosphere reached its peak. Then, Lu Xinyue began interacting with the fans, interspersed with performances from other artists of the Star Path Company. When it was Hyoa's turn, He Xingmin and Xia Xiaoman excitedly shouted from below, "That's my son! Did you see that? That's my son! Did you see that? He Xingmin, did you see that? The one singing on stage is my son, did you see that? The future big star, He Chun, really can brag." The performance was proceeding in an orderly manner. For today's show, Xingtu Entertainment had prepared for a long time, rehearsing various processes countless times. After all, in a concert with thousands of people, no accidents were allowed. Any minor mishap, under the promotion of today's powerful streaming platforms, would be magnified infinitely, even directly determining their fate. As the concert reached the second half, He Chen and others were watching the performance with great interest when a security guard suddenly approached, leaning down to He Chen and saying, "Mr. He, President Zheng urgently needs to see you." He Chen nodded and said to He Xinmin and Meng Shuehui, "Dad, Mom, I have something to take care of. I'll be back later." After He Chen left, He Xingmin chuckled, "See, your son seems to be getting kicked out, and soon it might be your turn." Hearing He Xingmin's words, He Xinmin and Meng Shuehui's faces immediately showed concern. On the other side, He Chen followed the security guard to the command center of the concert. Here, Zhang Yongquan and the leaders responsible for directing the concert were all present, and the room was filled with many monitoring screens showing the entire concert scene. Upon seeing He Chen, everyone inside immediately bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. He." Although everyone present was older than He Chen, he was their big boss, and they had to show respect. Otherwise, they could very well end up like major shareholder Huo Weiping, forcibly expelled from Xingtu Entertainment by He Chen. He Chen nodded to them and turned to Zhang Yongquan, asking, "What's wrong, President Zhang?" Zhang Yongquan hurriedly stepped forward, anxious, "Mr. He, something's gone wrong. The few people who had agreed to make guest appearances after we paid them have all suddenly cancelled." "Ha, wasn't it agreed upon?" He Chun frowned. Zhang Yongquan's expression was serious. "It seems our new contract has upset the bosses behind these stars, so they won't let their people appear. This not only will disappoint the audience but also greatly diminish the concert's effect." He Chen sighed, "If they don't come, then they don't come. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." "Mr. He, besides this, there's another important matter." "Ha, what else?" He Chen was taken aback. "What on earth is going on?" "Yes, the pianist on stage just had a severe case of diarrhea and was sent to the hospital. Many parts that needed piano accompaniment are being replaced with other instruments, but the effect is very poor. Just a few minutes in, the atmosphere among the audience has already dropped." He Chen frowned and asked, "Is there no backup pianist?" "The pianist with diarrhea is the backup. The original pianist had his fingers caught in the piano lid before the concert started and is also in the hospital," Zhang Yongquan said urgently. "He Chen, both pianists are in the hospital. What a coincidence. If nothing unexpected happened, it should still be the work of those entertainment companies. Colleagues or rivals. What to do?" Zhang Yongquan said anxiously, "With such short notice, we won't have time to find another pianist. Dayue's next song needs the piano. How about I go? Although I'm not great at playing, I should be able to manage." "No, let me do it. After all, this concert cannot afford any mistakes," He Chen said. Since there was no suitable person, he would have to go on stage himself. No matter how many calculations were made, in the end, it still couldn't be avoided. "Ha!" Zhang Yongquan's eyes widened. "You, Mr. He, are you serious? This concert is being live-streamed on major online platforms." The others present also showed uncertain expressions. They did not doubt that He Chen could play the piano. After all, he was the young master of a wealthy family and their big boss. How could someone of such status not know how to play the piano? However, knowing how to play the piano and being able to play well are two different matters. It's like being able to cook versus being able to cook deliciously. They are completely different things. The dishes prepared by a 5-star hotel chef are leagues ahead of what an ordinary person can make. He Chen was so young, even if he could play the piano, how well could he play? This was a concert for thousands of people, and it was being live-streamed online. Who knows how many pairs of eyes and how many extraordinary talents in the music industry were watching. If he messed up, it wouldn't be easy to salvage the situation later. "It's fine, just change my clothes," He Chen ordered directly without explanation. Zhang Yongquan and the others exchanged glances. Despite their myriad concerns, they complied with He Chen's request and called someone to change his clothes. After all, He Chen was the boss. If he wanted to go on stage, who could stop him? Did they want to ruin their careers? Soon, a black tailcoat was put on He Chen, and he looked somewhat like a pianist. Then, under the guidance of the security, He Chen walked directly toward the stage. The pianist is different from the orchestra. They are not part of the same system. The orchestra is an independent system that does not include the piano. The piano is the king of instruments. forming its own system, while the orchestra can only serve as accompanying music for the piano. Thus, the orchestra was beside the stage, while the piano was on the stage, albeit in the dark, not illuminated by the lights. Moreover, with Lu Xinyue's captivating presence in the spotlight at the center of the stage, no one noticed that the pianist in the shadows had been replaced. Command Center. After He-chan left, Zhang Yongquan and the others immediately showed anxious expressions. The boss is insisting on going up? What should we do? One person said anxiously. What are you afraid of? He insisted on going up. What does that have to do with us? Are you stupid? If the concert flops, do you think the boss will let us off easily? He will definitely push all the blame onto us. Damn, this boss is really too reckless. Isn't this intentional? Sigh. If we could have invited that piano master who performed at the Rose restaurant a while ago, this concert would definitely create a sensational effect. It's just a pity that time is too tight, and we have no idea who he is. We can't find him in such a short time. What are you thinking? Even if you could find him, do you think you could invite him? The piano master Hai Changhua has said that person's piano skills are among the top in the entire Huagua. Even Hai Changhua himself admires him. Do you think you can afford to invite someone like that? I have a bad feeling that this concert might lead our Xingtu into a life and death crisis. Transformation. This is going to be disastrous. This boss is still too young. He has all this youthful vigor but has no idea how to use it. Now, it seems our Xingtu is in danger. As the words fell, worry appeared on the faces of everyone present, including Zhang Yongquan. As the general manager of Xingtu Entertainment, Zhang Yongquan was even more aware of the difficulties facing Xingtu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were being targeted by the entire industry. When other stars held concerts, they would have some support from industry peers, more or less. With Lu Xinyue's fame, her concert would have many stars showing support, and it had indeed been that way before. But now, facing the transformation of Xingtu Entertainment, the entire industry had chosen to remain silent regarding this concert, as if they were completely unaware. It was foreseeable that these people were waiting to see the joke of Xingtu Entertainment. Even the two pianists who had an accident might have shadows of these people behind them. After all, colleagues or rivals. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that both pianists had accidents? Originally, Zhang Yongquan wanted to go up and save the situation himself, but He-chan insisted on going up. If this led to today's concert really being a disaster, the entire industry would turn against them, making them completely disappear from this field and forcing the entertainment world back to where it should be. Sigh. I just hope Mr. He doesn't play too poorly, Zhang Yongquan sighed. On the dark stage, He-chan sat in front of the piano. The noise around him instantly vanished, leaving only the piano in his mind. In the center of the stage, Lu Xinyue finished her song, and Zhang Yongquan's voice came through her earpiece. Daiyue, the pianist has been changed to Mr. He-chan. Keep an eye on the situation to avoid any problems. Lu Xinyue nodded and discreetly glanced at the position of the piano in the darkness. There, a vague figure in a black tailcoat could barely be seen. Daiyue, Daiyue. As Lu Xinyue's singing came to an end, the audience immediately began to shout. Lu Xinyue smiled and asked, "Do you all want to hear more?" "Yes, Daiyue, keep going. There are tens of thousands of us." Lu Xinyue's words ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Controlling the situation means managing time, the atmosphere, and responding to unexpected events. Lu Xinyue, having undergone professional training, knew exactly what to do at every step. "All right," Lu Xinyue said with a light smile. "Thank you all for your support. Next, I will sing a song called Promise to Smile." The melody of this song is relatively gentle, and it requires a lot from the singer, but the piano part is not demanding. Anyone who has learned a bit of piano can accompany her. Upon hearing that Lu Xinyue was going to sing Promise to Smile, the audience erupted in cheers. "Great! I love this song. We came to the concert just for this song." This was an early hit song for Lu Xinyue, expressing a girl's promise to smile while breaking up with her boyfriend, only to find she couldn't keep that promise. Throughout the song, there isn't a single word of crying. Yet, the pain and sadness of the girl are expressed vividly, especially when sung in Lu Xinyue's intelligent voice, which once swept across the country, becoming a must-sing song for many young boys and girls, topping various music charts. In the center of the stage, Lu Xinyue raised her hand, making an OK gesture. The next moment, the stage lights dimmed, leaving only a beam of blue light, accompanied by twinkling glimmers, projected down onto Lu Xinyue. A concert may seem like a performance by a star, but behind the star, there is a team supporting them not far away. In a corner of the stage, He-chan, sitting in front of the piano, also slowly raised his hand, gently resting it on the keys. He had sung Promise to Smile when he was betting with Wang Jianbo. Not only that, This song was once his favorite, and he even used the lyrics as his signature. He never imagined that one day he would be able to collaborate with Lu Xinyue on this song on stage. For He Chen, who possessed the god of song skill, his understanding of this song could even be said to be deeper than that of its creator, Lu Xinyue. Often, it is not the creator who brings something to prominence. In the center of the stage, amidst the twinkling blue glimmers, Lu Xinyue closed her eyes, seeking the right state to sing Promise to Smile. Singing a song well is not as simple as it sounds. It is not just about opening your mouth and belting it out, especially for a song that has no background music and is mostly sung a cappella. If the emotions and state are not right, the essence of the song cannot be conveyed. However, in the recording studio, she could easily find that feeling. But now, in the midst of the shouting crowd at the concert with thousands of people, Lu Xinyue found herself unable to immerse in that state, and even began to feel a bit anxious. The more anxious she became, the less she could get into the groove. In the control room, Zhang Yongquan asked urgently, "What's going on? Why hasn't Daiyue started singing yet?" This a cappella song didn't require an introduction. As long as the emotion was there, she could just sing. Although it needed some preparation time, Lu Xinyue's preparation was taking too long, wasn't it? Could it be that Daiyue's not in the right state? Someone nearby speculated. It must be that Daiyue was affected psychologically after finding out about Boss He going on stage. This is just making things worse. I said we shouldn't let Boss He go up. Even if there was no piano, if Lu Xinyue sang a cappella the whole time, it wouldn't be bad. What should we do now? Should I ask Boss He to come down? Zhang Yongquan took a deep breath. I'll go. Before he could finish, suddenly, a piano melody rang out on the quiet stage. It's over. Hearing that sound, Zhang Yongquan exclaimed. Saying to Smile, this song, for the first minute, was almost entirely soft singing, requiring no accompaniment at all. Only later did it need some piano backing. Lu Xinyue was already struggling to adjust her state, and now He Chen suddenly started playing the piano randomly. Wasn't this just chaos on top of chaos? But in the next moment, they were all stunned. They suddenly realized that the music He Chen was playing was not chaotic at all. Instead, it perfectly matched the mood and feeling of saying to Smile. This sounds pretty good, Boss He's piano playing is too beautiful. Wow, my boss is amazing. A group of people exclaimed. On stage, after hearing the music He Chen played, Lu Xinyue felt even more deeply. Because this song was one she had composed and sung herself, just a few notes rang out, and she was astonished to find that the music He Chen played was tailor-made for her song. The reason she had sung softly before was that she couldn't find any music to match her a cappella, so she had no choice but to sing softly. But now, with the piano sound echoing in the concert hall, it directly brought her into the state of the song. In the audience, as the piano sound began, whispers erupted. Isn't this song supposed to have no introduction? Yeah, I remember this song starts without an introduction. What's with the piano? Didn't you notice how beautiful the piano sounds? It's simply a perfect match for saying to Smile. In the middle of the audience, Xiao Zumping, the owner of the Rose restaurant, widened his eyes in surprise after hearing the piano on stage and asked the woman next to him, Yuan, doesn't this piano feel like that young man from our restaurant last time? Yang Yuan replied gravely, I feel it's more than just similar. On stage, Lu Xinyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, her unique calm and gentle singing voice began to softly chant along with the beautiful piano sound. As soon as she started singing, it instantly struck the hearts of the audience, stirring their emotions. Wow, this is too beautiful. I thought this song was just a sad one, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Oh my ears are going to get pregnant. This piano, this voice, it's absolutely amazing. It feels completely different, like a brand new soul has been added. This feeling makes me want to cry. This song is probably going to be a huge hit again. A performance of Saying to Smile completely energized the atmosphere on site. There was no way around it. That song had swept across the land back in the day, and now it was being performed again in a brand new way, instantly stirring the emotions of the audience. In the control room, those who had previously worried that He Chen would ruin the concert had completely changed their minds. I was wrong. Boss He is amazing. This performance is simply too beautiful. It's a perfect match for this song. I'm already kneeling. From now on, I'm a loyal dog to Boss He. Same here. Zhang Yongquan shouted excitedly, quick, get a spotlight on the boss. The moment He Chen's piano began to play, the stage of the concert no longer belonged solely to Lu Xinyue. It was now shared between her and He Chen. How could he let such a great promotional opportunity to enhance the concert's effect slip away? It's already arranged, said another middle-aged man beside him. At the concert, on stage, snap, a spotlight suddenly lit up, shining down on the stage. Under the lights, in front of a black piano, a young man dressed in a black tailcoat faced away from the audience. his fingers dancing over the keys like 10 nimble little sprites. The moment this scene appeared, the audience below fell silent for a moment. The next second, the audience erupted. It wasn't just the atmosphere being stirred up as before, it was as if the oil in a hot pan had suddenly boiled over. In the middle of the audience, Chao Zongping and Yang Yuan stood up instantly, their eyes wide. The scene was in an uproar. Why does it feel so familiar? I feel the same, I see it often on Douyi. Holy crap! I remember now, he's that young man who played and sang at the Rose restaurant a few days ago and went viral online. Is he the one praised by the famous domestic piano master Hai Changhua? That video made it to the top search lists on major websites. Could it be fake? There have been so many fakes lately. Right, if top entertainment companies can't recruit him, how could Xingtu Entertainment possibly get him? Who says others can't get him? Xingtu can't? Don't forget that person also appeared in Linen, and this is Linen too. Plus, this person plays so beautifully, and the background is so similar. It must be him without a doubt. I feel it's him too. Although I haven't said it, it really looks too much like him. Tisk TSK. If it really is him, the mysterious piano-singing internet celebrity appears at the Great Moon concert. I have a feeling Douyi is going to explode tomorrow. In the control room, Zhang Yongquan and the others were completely dumbfounded upon hearing the shouts from outside. He Chen was the piano master from the Rose restaurant? They had gone through so much trouble trying to find that master to make a guest appearance at Lu Xinyue's concert, and after searching for so long, it turned out to be He Chen on stage? Just a moment ago, they had doubted He Chen's skills and even considered replacing him on stage. Thank goodness they didn't. It's certain that their Xingtu Entertainment Company was about to become famous. Those who weren't online had no idea how much of a sensation He Chen's video had caused. That video was still trending on major websites. Countless entertainment companies had spent a fortune trying to find the identity of the person in the video. Unfortunately, in that video, He Chen was only seen from behind, and no one knew who he really was. During this time, countless people had impersonated He Chen, only to be exposed and slapped in the face. Even a well-known domestic pianist had come forward to imitate him, claiming to be that person, and had gained the trust of many, amassing millions of fans on Douyi. However, just as this person was spreading the word, the famous domestic piano master Hai Changhua stepped forward, declaring him a fraud, saying he was nothing like the male lead in the video, and directly slapped him in the face. After this incident, the identity of the male lead in the video became even more of a mystery, leaving everyone curious. After all, in this era where everyone wants to be famous, a person who has already gained fame but refuses to show up is truly captivating. However, this person has now appeared at Lu Xinyue's concert in such an unimaginable way. After this event, even if the entire entertainment industry looked down on them, they could only stare in disbelief, unable to do anything about it. In the audience, front row, He Jinmin exclaimed excitedly, "So good. This is really enjoyable." Next to him, He Xingmin chuckled, "Did you see that? This is the charm of a superstar. One day, my son will be like this, and your son might have already been thrown out of the concert by security." He Jinmin. For the first time, he realized that He Xingmin was indeed quite annoying. But speaking of which, where did He Chen go? Why hasn't he come back for so long? On stage, as the last note of the piano fell, the song "Say It With a Smile" officially ended. However, the enthusiasm from the audience did not diminish at all. Instead, calls for more erupted. One more song. One more song. One more song. In the control room, Zhang Yongquan quickly said to Lu Xinyue, "Dayue, the concert is now live streaming and going viral. How are you holding up? Is your voice okay?" On stage, Lu Xinyue had been singing for so long that her throat felt like it was on fire. After all, singing continuously for half an hour is not something just anyone can endure. Nevertheless, she nodded and then addressed the audience, "All right, next, I will sing another song for everyone." Then, Lu Xinyue began to sing again, while He Chen accompanied her on the piano. As for the rest of the band, they all stopped playing. They realized that with their band's level, accompanying He Chen was completely ruining the melody of the piano. However, just as Lu Xinyue was halfway through the song, her voice suddenly became a bit hoarse. Backstage, "Not good. Dayue's voice can't hold up," Zhang Yongquan exclaimed. "If there's a problem with the voice, singing will go off-key. This could be fatal for a live performing star and could even have a huge impact on Lu Xinyue's future." Just then, on stage, accompanied by Lu Xinyue's hoarse singing, a man's gentle singing voice suddenly emerged. This voice not only offset the impact of Lu Xinyue's hoarseness but, combined with the background music of the man's low singing, turned the duet into something deeply moving, bringing the song to a whole new level. It's important to note that this song had always been a solo performance. A duet like this had never happened before, as the song mostly consisted of soft singing and had high pitch requirements, so no one dared to try. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire concert reached an unimaginable peak. Backstage, Zhang Yongquan looked at He Chen on stage, completely dumbfounded. Wow, boss He? A duet? This is absolutely explosive. Da Yue, Da Yue. The calls rose and fell. After one song, the shouting from the audience still hadn't stopped. At this moment, Lu Xinyue looked at the scene and was so moved that she started to cry. She wiped the tears from her face and smiled. Thank you all for your support. Really, you have all moved me so much. Da Yue, I love you. Da Yue, you are amazing. The audience shouted wildly. Lu Xinyue chuckled lightly. You are all so adorable. You should have noticed that although the stars promoted for today's concert didn't come, we have a mysterious guest. Saying this, she pointed to the spotlight, where a young man in a tailcoat sat at the black piano, facing away from the audience. As Lu Xinyue's voice fell, the eyes of thousands of people at the concert venue were all focused on the young man sitting at the piano, his back to them. Not only that, but countless viewers on major live streaming platforms were also watching the young man's silhouette, with comments refreshing at a rate of dozens per second. Oh my god, it can't really be the person from that video, right? No doubt about it, it's him. Hai Chanbua's Weibo just updated. He said it's the same person, and he highly recommends him. Wow, Hai Changbua has spoken up. This time it can't be wrong. I wish I was born in Linen. I envy those at the concert. I really want to hear it live. I really don't know what kind of person can reach such a level of piano skill. I'm dying of anxiety. Turn around and let us see. They were all very curious about what this young man, who had once gone viral on major video platforms with just one video, looked like. In the capital city, inside Hai Changbua's private estate, several young men were standing beside a man in his 50s. The man was gentle and refined, sitting there giving off an air of cultured elegance. He was none other than the top piano master in the country, Hai Changbua. At this moment, Hai Changbua and the group behind him were quietly watching the huge screen on the wall. The screen was broadcasting the live concert of Lu Xinyue. Teacher Hai, do you think the person on stage is really the same as the male lead in the video from a few days ago? One of the young men asked uncertainly. Hai Changbua took a deep breath and said, it can't be wrong. Looking across the entire country, there are definitely no more than 3 people with such exquisite piano skills, and I know the other 2, it absolutely can't be them. Moreover, that video was taken in Linen, and the concert is also in Linen, and it's just a back view, so it can't be wrong. It must be him. Who does Teacher Hai think this person could be? Another young man asked. Hai Changbua pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in the piano world before, but that's exactly why I'm so curious. Who is he? Why doesn't he even want to show his face? In Linen, on the concert stage, He Chun took a deep breath, recovering from his state of forgetfulness, wanting to stand up. Just then, he suddenly heard Zhang Yongquan's anxious voice in his earphones. Don't stand! Don't stand! You need to keep the audience in suspense before standing up. Don't stand up now. He Chun, this old schemer. Forget it. I'll listen to their arrangements. After all, they are the professionals when it comes to controlling the scene. In the center of the stage, Lu Xinyue continued, the success of today's concert is greatly related to this mysterious guest. As everyone just mentioned, this person went viral on major video platforms because of a backview video. He was even called the most handsome backview musician. So, who is this person? Aren't you all curious? Yes. Dayue, tell us quickly. I'm dying of anxiety. Dayue, make him turn around. The audience shouted loudly. Lu Xinyue chuckled lightly and said, alright, but before that, let me tease you a bit and give a brief introduction about this person. Hearing Lu Xinyue's words, the audience fell silent. After all, with so many people present, no one was immune to curiosity about the identity of the person with such terrifying piano skills. Even Yi Jinmin, who knew nothing about piano, felt his curiosity piqued after witnessing the frenzied reaction in the venue. After all, for them, a superstar like Lu Xinyue was already an incredibly impressive person. To be able to perform on stage with Lu Xinyue and ignite the entire concert venue is something that makes one curious just to think about it. On stage, Lu Xinyue continued, the first thing is that many people here already know this person. Not long ago, a video of him performing a self-composed song at the Rose restaurant went viral on major video platforms, topping the charts. However, you might not know that I just found out that the protagonist in that video is the person standing right in front of me. It really surprised me. I don't believe it. Yeah, Dayue, you're lying to us. We don't believe you didn't know. He even sang a duet with you. How could you not know? Unless you turn him around for us to see. Lu Xinyue chuckled and shrugged her shoulders, saying, don't believe it? But I really didn't know. Alright, let's move on to the second thing. Before I say it, I want to thank him. I've actually been suffering from severe depression for a long time. Just when I was at my most desperate, he appeared in front of me and helped me regain my confidence to continue living. If it weren't for you, I might not even know where I would be right now." After saying this, she turned towards Hee-chen's direction and bowed deeply, then straightened up and said, "Thank you for freeing me from the shackles that bound me, for showing me hope, and for filling me with longing for the future." "Thank you, Mr. He." Upon hearing Lu Xinyue's words, the audience was filled with confusion, even more curious about the identity of the background musician. On stage, Lu Xinyue walked gracefully to Hee-chen, pointing at him and saying, "I believe everyone is very curious about his identity, so now, I would like to formally introduce him. He is the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment Company, Mr. Hee-chen. Let's welcome him." As her voice fell, a round of applause erupted from the audience. In the front row, upon hearing Hee-chen's name, the Hee-shings and Hee-jinmin couples were all stunned. What did Lu Xinyue just say? Hee-chen? The chairman of Xingtu Entertainment Company, Hee-chen? Did they hear wrong? How could this be possible? The next moment, on stage, the young man sitting at the piano finally stood up slowly and turned to face the audience. At the same time, snap! Several spotlight beams shone on the stage, illuminating the entire area. Among the countless rays of light, a young face dressed in a black tailcoat quietly stood before the eyes of thousands of spectators, slowly bowing towards the audience and the live streaming screen. Below the stage, Hee Jinmin and Hee Shings looked at the radiant Hee Chen on stage, completely dumbfounded. In the capital, at Bo Chanbua's private estate, when Hee Chen's appearance appeared on the big screen, the young people present gasped in surprise. "Oh my, he is so young. Isn't he younger than us? I didn't expect such a young person. This is too incredible. A genius." At this moment, Hai Changbua suddenly stood up and said, "Get me a plane ticket. I want to go to Linen." "Yes." One of the young men beside him immediately ran outside. In Linen, at the concert venue, in the center of the audience, Chao Zongping smiled upon seeing Hee Chen's appearance. From the first time he heard Hee Chen's music, he knew Hee Chen would definitely become famous. As long as he appeared in front of everyone, he would surely make a stunning impact. And now, that day has finally come. At the scene, the audience was all shocked by Hee Chen's age. If someone of Hai Chanbua's age were sitting here, they wouldn't feel so astonished. But Hee Chen on stage was truly too young, looking no more than in his early 20s. A young person of this age would barely have graduated from university, and among the more than 5,000 audience members present, at least over 80% were older than Hee Chen. They never expected that the male lead in the video dominating all the video platform charts, with terrifying piano skills, was not only so young but also the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment Company. This was truly unbelievable. "Hee Chen!" someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, others joined in. In no time, over 5,000 people at the concert venue were shouting in unison, "Hee Chen! Hee Chen! Hee Chen!" The synchronized shouts could even lift the roof of the concert hall, clearly audible to those outside. Many passers-by on the street stopped and looked towards the stadium. In the front row of the audience, Hee Jinmin and his wife stared at their son, bathed in the dazzling light of the stage, shocked into silence. The person on stage, the one being called by tens of thousands, was actually their son? This couldn't be a dream, could it? Even if it were a dream, it was too crazy, too unreal. Beside them, Hee Xingmin and his wife looked at Hee Chen on stage, their faces filled with endless fear beyond their surprise. How could it be Hee Chen? Wasn't he supposed to have been thrown out by security? How did he end up on stage and become the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment Company? He was just an ordinary college student, not even comparable to Hee Yuhua. How did he suddenly become the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company? This was simply unfathomable. Insane. This world was going crazy. With this, their son was merely an employee under Hee Chen. No matter how much he bounced around, even if he became a superstar, he would still just be an employee in front of Hee Chen. This outcome was completely unacceptable to them. They had always been smug about Hee Yuhua joining Xingtu Entertainment Company as a trainee, believing their son would definitely become a big star, thinking Hee Chen could never compare to their son. But now, Hee Chen had suddenly become the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company, the direct superior of their son. Even the big star they admired, Lu Xinyue, had to respectfully call him boss? This was not just despair, it was suffocating. No, this is just a nightmare. It must be just a nightmare. I want to wake up. Hee Xingmin rubbed his eyes hard, trying to wake up. Yet, the shouts around him continued like a tide, never ceasing. When he opened his eyes again, nothing had changed. He turned to look at Xie Xiaoman beside him. They exchanged silent glances, both pale-faced. Also pale-faced was Hee Yuhua, standing behind the stage. At that moment, he stood with other artists, staring blankly at Hee-chun in the spotlight, his expression one of confusion. No wonder Hee-chun had looked down on their provocations. It turned out he had lost from the very beginning. Completely lost, because he had no qualifications to compare with Hee-chun at all. On stage, Hee-chun took the microphone handed to him by Lu Xinyue and smiled. "Hello everyone, thank you for coming to Dayua's concert." As Hee-chun's voice fell, the lively shouts at the venue gradually quieted down. After a brief shock and disbelief, Hee Jinmin and his wife had already regained their composure. Looking at their son in the dazzling light on stage, Mang Shuehui was so overjoyed that she cried. Hee Jinmin was even more excited, pulling Hee Xingmin beside him, shouting loudly, "Did you see that? That's my son! That's my son Hee-chun! Did you see? It's my son!" At that moment, Hee Jinmin felt he had never been so proud in his life. He had always been submissive to others, and never had he felt so relieved, so exhilarated. Hee Xingmin, the wheel of fortune turns. Just a moment ago, when his son was on stage performing, he had just said this to Hee Jinmin, and now, Hee Jinmin returned the words unchanged, which was even more infuriating because his son had merely sung a song on stage, and there were hardly any applause. Yet Hee-chun had directly ignited the entire concert. More importantly, Hee-chun stood on stage as the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment. At that moment, Hee Xingmin lowered his head helplessly. It turned out that the current Hee-chun was no longer the Hee-chun he once knew. Hee-chun had been indifferent to them not out of fear, but simply because he couldn't be bothered to engage with them, completely ignoring them. On stage, Hee-chun chuckled lightly and continued, "I embarrassed myself with the performance just now. It was truly because both pianists responsible for the piano accompaniment had an accident and went to the hospital. I had no choice but to step in temporarily, and I hope you won't laugh at me." How could we laugh? Exactly. Chairman, he played so beautifully. Yes, it's simply heavenly music. Thank goodness the pianists had an accident. Otherwise, how could we have heard such a beautiful song? The audience responded loudly. "Thank you." Hee-chun deeply bowed to the audience, then stood up and said, "As the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment, standing on this stage today, I have a lot to say. By the way, I actually prepared a script." Saying this, he pulled out a document from his pocket. Seeing Hee-chun's action, everyone present burst into laughter, not expecting this big boss of Xingtu to have such an amusing side. On stage, Hee-chun glanced at the script and finally shook his head, saying, "Forget it, the content in the script feels too formal, so I'll just speak freely. First, I want to take this opportunity to give a little advertisement and introduce our Xingtu Entertainment." Ha ha. Hearing Hee-chun say he wanted to give a little advertisement, the audience chuckled knowingly. Hee-chun continued, "The incident involving Lu Xinyue, you all might have heard about it. The reason this happened is that Xingtu, like other entertainment companies, has many unreasonable and tyrannical contract clauses, and these were the main reasons that almost led to Lu Xinyue's tragedy. I admit these are Xingtu's faults." In the control room, Zhang Yongquan, upon hearing this, helplessly closed his eyes. "It's over. Bossy is going to launch a broadside against the entire entertainment industry." The script he prepared for Hee-chun was not like this. It was just to promote Xingtu Entertainment and boost its popularity without involving the insider issues of the entertainment industry. But now, Hee-chun had exposed everything at once, launching a broadside against the entire entertainment industry and all the entertainment companies. He could already foresee that a major earthquake was about to hit the entertainment world. In the audience, upon hearing Hee-chun's words, everyone widened their eyes. Those who came here were all fans of Lu Xinyue and naturally knew about her incident. However, they were not fully aware that this incident was actually caused by tyrannical contracts. Many people learned for the first time that stars in the entertainment industry were not as glamorous as they appeared on the surface but were instead bound by shackles. On stage, Hee-chun continued, "Therefore, after I took over Xingtu Entertainment, I cancelled all previous tyrannical clauses and promised never to use them again. I then established a new cooperation model, working with all artists under Xingtu on equal terms, providing fair resources instead of exploitative servitude." Well said. How domineering, Chairman He. I love Chairman He's fiery temper. Don't worry, Chairman. I want to join Xingtu. I want to join too. The audience shouted excitedly. Many of those present were already in the entertainment industry and were well aware of its darkness. Hearing Hee-chun's words today, these people suddenly felt as if they had seen a lighthouse in the darkness. On stage, Hee-chun continued, "After the new contract is implemented, without the constraints of the contract, many artists have chosen to leave Xingtu and jump to rival companies, resulting in huge losses for Xingtu Entertainment and significantly reducing its market competitiveness. However, I do not regret any of this. I will not change the new cooperation plan because I do not want the tragedy of Dayue to happen again. Although everyone is born unequal, I hope everyone can be respected and live with dignity." After hearing Hee-chun's words, the audience below immediately held him in high regard. If before, He-chen was merely seen as a good pianist and the chairman of Shingtu, now, in their eyes, he suddenly became a respected hero, a hero who dared to challenge the injustices of society. What I said today may provoke a lot of trouble, and I might even be targeted by the entire industry. But I do not regret it. Even if Shingtu disappears because of this, I will not regret my decision. If you all like us, I hope you can continue to support us. We will do our utmost to enhance the personal abilities of our artists to create more works that you will love. As his voice fell, applause erupted. In the next moment, the clapping grew louder and louder, until the entire concert venue was filled with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Amidst the applause, He-chen walked off the stage and returned to the control room behind. As soon as he entered the control room, Zhang Yongquan and others immediately applauded enthusiastically, all of them looking at He-chen with excitement. Mr. He, you are truly amazing. Mr. He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your piano skills. From now on, I will be your loyal follower. Woof woof woof. Simply incredible. He-chen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, the concert isn't over yet, save the flattery for after the concert. Let's focus on directing the concert." Yes, Zhang Yongquan and the others replied immediately. On stage, Lu Xinyue interacted with the audience for a while longer before announcing the official end of the concert amidst the audience's reluctant shouts. Under the guidance of the security personnel, the audience left the venue in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, He Jinmin and his wife left the concert first with their driver, Wang Heng. The concert had ended, but the enthusiasm of the departing audience had not diminished. Discussions erupted everywhere. Today's concert was truly amazing. This ticket was worth it. I wouldn't say 1,000 for a ticket, even if it were 10,000, it wouldn't be as good. Exactly. Especially the revelations from Chairman He at the end, it really got my blood pumping. No doubt about it. Simply unbeatable. I swear from now on, I won't support anyone else, just Chairman He. At the same time, the comment sections of major live streaming platforms online were also in an uproar. News websites were bombarded with articles about Lu Xinyue's Linen concert, each one more explosive than the last. Mysterious background musician appears at Daiyue concert, tears at Daiyue concert, first smile together male-female duet, experience a different classic song, the true identity of the background musician revealed, shocking. The youngest piano master in history, stunning insider. The entertainment circle we know is not the real entertainment circle, He-chen. A presence that reached the pinnacle of the music world upon debut. A major earthquake in the entertainment industry. Watch now, tonight, because of one person. The big shots of the entertainment industry are sleepless. The Linen Daiyue concert has come to a close, but the sensational impact it has caused is just beginning. The Furhutai Grand Hotel. He-chen returned to the hotel with Zhang Yongquan and the leaders of Shingtu Company. The concert had ended, and only some tidying up remained, which was left to the relevant staff. There was no point in them staying there, they had more important matters to attend to. This time, everyone from Shingtu Company who had come to Linen was basically all at the Furhutai Grand Hotel, and to facilitate work they had even booked a dedicated guest lounge. Under Zhang Yongxuan's lead, the group went straight to the guest lounge. At that moment, there were 2 employees from Shingtu Entertainment Company inside. Upon seeing He-chen and Zhang Yongquan enter, they immediately approached, one of them looking anxious and saying, "Mr. He, Mr. Zhang, the popularity of this concert has far exceeded our expectations. It has already topped the trending lists on major websites, especially the information revealed by Mr. He, which is firmly in first place on the hot search list. If this continues, we might really be blacklisted by the entire industry." Zhang Yongquan sighed and said to He-chen, "Mr. He, this matter is a bit difficult to handle." He didn't dare to say that He-chen was wrong, especially in front of so many people, as it concerned the boss's face and his very survival. He-chen shook his head and said, "No need to rush. Regardless of how things develop, I will not treat you unfairly. It's just that you will have to work hard tonight to deal with these matters." Such high popularity and attention presented both the best opportunity for promotion and the easiest moment for a collapse. A small misstep could lead to a disaster, like a tall building that could topple with the slightest tilt. Therefore, at this critical moment, all employees of Shingtu had no choice but to stay awake, especially those responsible for public opinion. Not hard at all. This is what we should do. It's our honor to contribute to Shingtu. Hearing He-chen's words, they immediately responded. He-chen nodded and said, "Go ahead." Yes. They quickly dispersed. Zhang Yongquan approached He-chen and asked, "Mr. He, do you have time to meet with the company's artists, to comfort them?" He-chen pondered for 2 seconds and nodded, "Let them in." Soon, under Zhang Yongxuan's lead, a total of 26 artists, including Lu Xinyue, came before He-chen. Among them was He Yuhua. At the back of the crowd, Hee-Yuhwa watched Hee-Chin standing in front with a pounding heart, feeling anxious and uneasy. At this moment, he was filled with panic. His fate was now in Hee-Chen's hands. Just a glance from Hee-Chin could send him packing from Xingtu. Before this, he had met Hee-Chin countless times, and in his eyes, Hee-Chin was just a useless person who could be bullied. Even earlier that afternoon, he had seen Hee-Chin in the hotel. However, at that time, Hee-Chin was still just a failed college graduate in his mind, never having looked at him directly or felt that he was any different. But now, this failure he looked down upon had suddenly transformed into his superior, becoming the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment Company. Unbeknownst to him, Hee-Chin now exuded an intimidating authority that made his legs go weak. If Hee-Chin were to suddenly call his name, he might even be scared enough to sit on the ground. He just didn't understand that Hee-Chin was still the same Hee-Chin, with no changes at all. It was he who had changed. Fear arose from his heart. Upon learning of Hee-Chin's identity and the power he held to determine his fate, a sense of dread welled up within him. However, he was overthinking it. Hee-Chin had not looked at him even once from beginning to end because he had never cared about Hee-Yuhwa, let alone sought trouble with him. Hello everyone, this meeting should be our first official encounter. Hee-Chin began to speak according to the script Jung Yongkwon had given him. In fact, there wasn't much to say, just stabilizing the morale of the troops, giving these artists a dose of reassurance to help them settle down. After that, Hee-Chin dismissed them, leaving only Lu Xinyue behind, while the other artists all left the guest hall. Outside the guest hall, more than 20 artists were excitedly discussing Hee-Chin and the concert they had just attended as they walked towards their accommodations. At that moment, Jung Yongkwon suddenly appeared in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Jung." They greeted him immediately. Jung Yongkwon nodded and then looked towards Hee-Yuhwa at the back of the crowd, saying, "Hee-Yuhwa, come out for a moment." After speaking, he turned and walked towards his room. The artists present, hearing Jung Yongchuan's words, immediately excitedly said to Hee-Yuhwa, "Yuhwa, it must be that your performance just now was so great that it caught Mr. Shang's attention. Congratulations! Don't forget us when you become a big star." A group of people congratulated him. However, Hee-Yuhwa did not hear their congratulations. He stood there in a daze, his face pale. It's over. During the lunch with Hee-Jinmin's family, Hee-Chin had mentioned that he would be fired. At that time, they all thought Hee-Chin was just talking nonsense. It wasn't until they learned that Hee-Chin was the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment that they suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Just now, when Hee-Chin ignored him, he thought the previous incident was behind them. But now that Jung Yongkwon had called him, he suddenly understood that it wasn't that Hee-Chin had let him off. Hee-Chin simply couldn't be bothered with him. With this thought, a wave of despair suddenly washed over Hee-Yuhwa. Half an hour later, back in the room where Hee Xingmin and Xie Xiaoman were, the two were anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, their faces filled with unease. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Following that, a disheveled Hee-Yuhwa walked in. Seeing Hee-Yuhwa, the two immediately rushed over. "Yuhwa, how did it go? Hee-Chin didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" they asked eagerly. Hee-Yuhwa, with vacant eyes, replied, "No, Hee-Chin ignored me." Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoman patted her chest and sighed in relief, saying, "It seems this kid still has a bit of conscience. He knows you're his cousin but doesn't even greet you." Before she could finish, Hee-Yuhwa suddenly burst into tears, his expression sorrowful as he said, "Hee-Chin ignored me, but the general manager called for me and told me to go to finance tomorrow to collect my salary and leave Xingtu." Ah, Xie Xiaoman's eyes widened at this. Hee Xingmin's expression also changed as he said, "What? You were fired? How could he do this? It must be Hee-Chin's idea. This is simply bullying. Dad." Hee-Yuhwa suddenly grabbed Hee Xingmin's arms, his expression agitated as he said, "I can't lose this job. This job is my favorite. If I lose it, what meaning is there in my life?" Xie Xiaoman quickly urged Hee Xingmin, "You need to think of a way. Hee-Chin is your nephew, your brother's son, you need to figure out what to do." "Wait, let me think." Hee Xingmin scratched his head and replied, "Let's go directly to them with our things. I'll have a good talk with Hee Xingmin. I don't believe they really dare to do anything to us." "Okay, then it's up to you," Xie Xiaoman replied. In the guest hall. At this moment, the large guest hall was left with only Hee-Chin and Lu Xinyue. Everyone else had gone off to attend to their own matters. Lu Xinyue walked up to Hee-Chin and sighed, "Hee-Chin, you really are too deep in hiding. I really didn't expect that you would be the background musician in that self-playing and singing video. Just now on stage, your duet with me was so good that even I didn't expect it. I was completely overshadowed. Come on." Hee-Chin waved his hand, "This is your concert. Why would I go up there to play and sing? That would be like stealing your spotlight." "What do you mean stealing the spotlight? The 3 guest stars we had agreed on are all absent. If I don't make a grand entrance, the audience definitely won't be satisfied. Besides, you are the boss of Xingtu Entertainment. This stage is yours, okay? You play well and sing so well, it would definitely create a bigger sensation. The better the concert, isn't that more beneficial for you? Lu Xinyue said. He-Chen shook his head. Just having you sing up there is enough. Besides, if it weren't for those two pianists having issues and being sent to the hospital, I wouldn't have gone on stage. It's too much trouble. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Lu Xinyue asked with a light laugh. Of course. He-Chen replied without hesitation. After this concert, I don't know how many important people will come to bother me. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. He was still worried about how to explain things to his parents later. You don't need to worry too much about that. If it were an ordinary person with your piano skills, countless people would want to poach you. But you are the boss of Xingtu Entertainment. Who would dare to poach you? And what you said on stage just now has already made you an enemy in the entertainment industry. Those people would rather avoid you. Lu Xinyue replied. Upon hearing this, He-Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, you really scared me. After saying that, he glanced at the somewhat tired Lu Xinyue and said, let's talk about the rest tomorrow. You've been singing and dancing for hours. You must be exhausted. Go rest first. Okay. Lu Xinyue also felt quite tired and replied, then I'll go rest first. Call me if there's anything. She then said goodbye to He-Chen and left. He-Chen took out his phone and scrolled through the news, finding that it was mostly dominated by today's concert. However, this was the effect he wanted. TSK, such a glorious moment. It's a pity that Wang Jianba isn't here to share it with him. Wait. At that moment, He-Chen suddenly realized something. Damn, where's old Wang? He had promised to bring him along to Lu Xinyue's concert. After all, this guy is a die-hard fan of Lu Xinyue. As a result, he had been so focused on his parents coming that he completely forgot about Wang Jianba until now. He-Chen scratched his head. What to do now? Forget it, let's just call Wang Jianba first. As He-Chen went downstairs, he took out his phone, hesitated for a while, and then called Wang Jianba. The phone connected quickly. Hello, what's up, old he? Came Wang Jianba's half-asleep voice from the phone. He-Chen asked uncertainly, you, sleeping? Yeah, I haven't fallen asleep yet. I've been busy with the company all day, I'm exhausted. If you have something to say, just say it, don't waste my sleep time. He-Chen cleared his throat, it's nothing, you go ahead and sleep well. He hung up the phone. He-Chen lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed as he took a deep drag. Then, he slowly exhaled. At that moment, he suddenly felt a bit guilty towards old Wang. Old Wang is actually a good guy. In the end, He-Chen let out a long sigh. It's just that you have the surname Wang. There's no way around it. He-Chen needed to find a way to excuse himself, even if it meant making up a reason. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. When he got home, he saw He Jinmin and Meng Shuehue standing behind the door. After the concert ended, He-Chen had asked Wang Han to take them back. He-Chen was taken aback and asked, have you two been standing at the door the whole time? No, Meng Shuehue replied, I was sitting inside, and your dad was guarding the door, just waiting for you to come back. He-Chen, is it really like this? Xiaoming, isn't it time for you to explain things to us? Didn't you say you were just running a small business? Weren't you just reselling some goods? How did you become the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment? Mom and Dad, let's go inside and sit down first. He-Chen silently pulled his parents into the living room and had them sit down. Then, the two pairs of eyes of his parents stared at him without blinking, looking as if they wanted to say something but held back. He-Chen poured them a glass of water and grinned. Mom and Dad, you probably have a lot of questions right now. Yes. Hearing He-Chen's words, both parents nodded heavily. He-Chen chuckled and shook his head. Whatever questions you have, just ask, and I'll answer them one by one. If he didn't clarify things for his parents, they would probably remain uneasy, and they might even have trouble sleeping. He Jinmin exchanged glances with Meng Shuehue, then after hesitating for 2 seconds, he asked He-Chen with uncertainty, you are really our son He-Chen, right? He-Chen, Dad, I refuse to answer that question. He-Chen replied speechlessly. Meng Shuehue shot He Jinmin a glare and said, if you don't have any questions, then don't say anything. If he's not your son, could he be someone else's? Are you doubting me or doubting Xiaoming? He Jinmin grinned but didn't dare to speak. He-Chen also grinned, equally silent. The father and son shared a similar demeanor. At this moment, Meng Shuehue looked at He-Chen and asked, Xiaoming, how did you become the chairman of Xingtu Entertainment? And how did you play such beautiful piano pieces? Why have you never told us about it? He-Chen let out a sigh. He had already thought about how to explain this to his parents. Mom, Dad. He-Chen looked at them and said, if I had told you about this before, would you have believed me? No. He Jinmin and Meng Shuehue shook their heads in unison. If it weren't for the concert, where Lu Xinyue personally acknowledged it, and the thousands of people at the scene almost tearing the roof off with their crazy shouts, they wouldn't have believed this was true. But even so, they still felt like this was a dream. Hee-chan spread his hands and said, "See, if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Even if I tried my best to explain, you still wouldn't believe it, and you definitely wouldn't accept it, so I didn't tell you in advance. As for how I became the boss of Shingtu Entertainment, that's a long story that goes back a few months." Hee-chan then began to seriously spin a tale he had made up. In the story, the former boss of Shingtu Entertainment had a car accident and nearly died, but fortunately, Hee-chan got him to the hospital in time, saving his life. That person was very wealthy, with dozens of companies under him. To show his gratitude to Hee-chan, he gave him one of his companies, which was Shingtu Entertainment. And that's how I became the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment. I was actually planning to find an opportunity to tell you about this, but I just hadn't found the right moment, Hee-chan said. After listening to Hee-chan, Hee Jinmin and Meng Shuehui nodded. "Son," Hee Jinmin said earnestly, "even though you saved someone, they also gave you such a big gift, so you must not forget to be grateful." Hee-chan nodded, "That's for sure." Of course, he had to be grateful. And charging 3 times a day, just afraid the battery would run low, shows how big that gratitude is. He was just short of directly worshipping his phone. "What about the piano?" Meng Shuehui asked in confusion. "It seems we never asked you to learn the piano, right? Not to mention that beautiful piano. When did you start learning?" Hee-chan shrugged and said, "Mom, I don't know if you've heard, but some people are born with a musical talent." "What do you mean by that?" Meng Shuehui asked, puzzled by Hee-chan's words. Hee-chan extended his 10 fingers and said, "Your son, although I've never learned to play the piano, was born with a full musical talent. From the first time I touched a piano, I played beautifully." "Ha!" Hee Jinmin and Meng Shuehui were both stunned, their eyes wide open. "Born with it? Are you kidding? How could that happen? Xiaoming, are you pulling our leg? How could that be possible?" Hee Jinmin exclaimed in surprise. "What else could it be?" Hee-chan shrugged and said, "Who do you think I learned this piano from? How did I learn it?" The 2 elders nodded in agreement. That makes sense. They knew their own family situation, learning to play the piano? They could barely make ends meet, let alone learn the piano. Is that even possible? Hee-chan chuckled, holding his parents' hands and said, "So I should thank you for giving me a full-level musical talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play the piano, right? But that doesn't make sense." Hee Jinmin frowned and then asked Meng Shuehui, "Do you have any musical talent in your family?" "No." Meng Shuehui shook her head and said, "Our family has been selling rat poison for 3 generations. How would we know about musical talent? What about your side?" Hee Jinmin frowned and thought for a moment and replied, "On my side, besides my second uncle's cousin who plays the suona, and he usually plays for funerals, no one invites him for weddings because they think he plays badly. Other than him, it seems there's no one in music. Playing the suona, does that count as music?" "Should. Not really? Then where did our Minger get this full-level piano talent?" Meng Shuehui frowned. Hee Jinmin was momentarily stunned. Then, his brows furrowed tightly together, and with a serious expression, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Exhaling, he sighed deeply, looking at Meng Shuehui with a weary expression and said, "Shall we? If you have something to say, just say it in front of the child. Don't worry, I won't blame you." "Meng Shuehui? Hee-chan? Hee Jinmin?" Meng Shuehui shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? What if you have something to say? What do you mean you won't blame me? What are you thinking in your head?" "Ha!" Hee Jinmin said sadly, "Your family has no musical talent, my family has no musical talent, yet the son you gave birth to has a full-level piano talent from birth, able to play excellent piano pieces. How am I supposed to think about this? Is this my child? Hee-chan? Oh no, it seems I've caused a big mess. I didn't think much of it, I just wanted you to say something," Hee Jinmin said. "Say what nonsense?" Meng Shuehui retorted angrily, "If you don't want to live together, just say it directly. If you want to leave, then leave. Is it interesting to talk about all this nonsense?" Hee-chan. He never expected that his random nonsense would directly trigger an emotional crisis between his parents, even leading to a divorce battle. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought it up. "Dad, look at my nose, look at my eyes, look at my eyebrows. Don't they look just like yours? What else are you worried about, right?" Hee-chan advised. Hee Jinmin took a deep breath and said, "I was too sensitive, I'm sorry, shall we get lost?" "Don't talk to me," Mom said angrily. Hee-chan. It seems that for the time being, his parents' relationship wouldn't be mended. However, these issues are not significant. Over the years, my parents have had countless arguments. Once, my dad was so angry that he left home and stayed at my mom's family for half a month. But in the end, it was my mom who invited him back. My dad has a good temper and doesn't argue. Every time he fights with my mom and can't win, he leaves home and runs to his mother-in-law for help. And every time, it ends with my mom admitting her mistakes before my dad comes back. In this regard, Hee-chan truly admires his dad. You walk your path, and let you have nowhere to go. Xiaoming, you should talk to your mom, Hee Jinmin said to Hee-chan. Hee-chan shook his head. I can't persuade her. If you upset my mom, you should handle it yourself. He directly pushed the ball back. Hee Jinmin widened his eyes. Hey, you little rascal. At that moment, a sudden ringing of the doorbell echoed outside. Simultaneously, the LCD TV in the hall lit up, showing the scene outside the door. There stood 3 people, Hee Xingmin, Xia Xiaoman, and He Yuhua. Each of them was carrying 2 gifts. Hee Xingmin, why are they here? My mom frowned upon seeing the 3. I'll go open the door, Hee Jinmin said cheerfully, as if he had found a savior. Wait a minute. Hee-chan grabbed his dad. Hee Jinmin frowned and asked, your uncle is here. Why are you stopping me? Dad, I fired He Yuhua from Xingtu Entertainment Company. They are bringing so many things. They must be here to plead for He Yuhua. What are you going to do? Hee-chan asked. This. Hee Jinmin was instantly stunned. He had only noticed that his elder brother had come and instinctively wanted to open the door, completely unaware of the implications. You really fired Yuhua? Hee Jinmin asked uncertainly. Hee-chan nodded. I told you at noon that I was going to fire him. After all, entertainment companies cultivate public figures, and the requirements for character are very high. He Yuhua is not suitable for this job. You, Hee Jinmin pointed at Hee-chan, we are all relatives, and yet you fired him. Isn't that just giving others a reason to criticize us? I'll talk to you later. I'm going to open the door. After saying that, he shook off Hee-chan and walked to the door to open it. Brother! Outside, Hee Xingmin saw Hee Jinmin and immediately opened his arms to embrace him. Xia Xiaoman and He Yuhua walked in from outside, warmly saying, Xiaoming, these are some supplements I brought for you, all top quality, each costing 400 to 500. Hee-chan replied with a grunt, you guys chat, I'm leaving. After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Wait a minute. Seeing Hee-chan about to leave, Hee Xingmin became anxious, disregarding politeness, and hurriedly ran in front of Hee-chan. Xiaoming, just now Yuhua came back and said he was fired from the company. No matter what, we are family. Hee-chan interrupted him, saying bluntly, I already made myself very clear at noon. If you came to reminisce with my dad, he would welcome you. If you are here to plead for He Yuhua, then please leave. Upon hearing this, Hee Xingmin immediately became anxious. Xiaoming, you can't do this. I only have this one son, and everything I have done is for him. We have returned all the money we borrowed from your family. I will compensate for the losses your classmates' family suffered. Please, don't expel my son. This is his future, and it is also the hope of our entire family. Uncle, I beg you. Xia Xiaoman quickly turned to Hee Jinmin and said, Jinmin, can you help us persuade Xiaoming? Yuhua really can't lose this job. Otherwise, it would be like taking his life. We know we were wrong. We were indeed at fault before, and we won't dare to do it again. He Yuhua lowered his head, not daring to speak. At that moment, he felt like a joke. The most ridiculous thing in this world is to be surpassed by someone you look down upon. And not only had Hee-chan surpassed him, but he also stood above him, even directly deciding his life and death. To survive, even his parents had to come out. The feeling in between is something that cannot be understood without personal experience. But now, apart from bringing his parents here, he really had no other way. He had put in countless efforts to join Xingtu Entertainment Company, and if he left here, it would be difficult to enter another entertainment company. He was originally an art student. If he couldn't join an entertainment company, he would have to go back home to be an art teacher or sing on the streets. Jinmin, shall we, for the sake of our old He family, can you help us persuade Xiaoming? Hee Xingmin pleaded anxiously. Hee Jinmin sighed and looked at Hee-chan, saying, Xiaoming, look, your uncle and aunt are begging you, can't you? Hee-chan interrupted Hee Jinmin, saying, Dad, don't persuade me anymore. After saying that, he turned to He Yuhua and said, He Yuhua, the path is one you have walked yourself. The road you chose, the consequences should naturally be borne by you. Instead of begging me here, you should consider where you went wrong, how to correct it, and how to become better. As long as you become good enough, I believe your path will widen, rather than narrow until there is no way out. When the day comes that you understand, if you want to return to Xingtu, we can still consider accepting you, but right now, you are not qualified. You make it sound easy, Hee Xingmin exclaimed excitedly. You are speaking from a position of comfort. Now that you have money, you say these things. If even your own relatives won't help us, who else would? You have become successful and look down on us, thinking we are not worthy of your family, so you want to kick us away. You must be thinking this way. I am absolutely not wrong. That's you. Only you would do that, thinking of kicking away useless relatives. Don't think everyone in the world is like you. Hee-chan said expressionlessly, I do not look down on anyone. In fact, I have never used my position as the chairman of Shingtu Company to pressure you, because I think that is meaningless. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, even the strongest can fail, and even the weakest can succeed. What we can do is to be kind, act humbly, and remain calm and fearless. That is how we can endure. Don't give me this nonsense. He Xingmin roared emotionally, you just look down on us. You just. Dad, can you stop talking? He Yuhua suddenly shouted, interrupting He Xingmin, saying, isn't it embarrassing enough? This matter is indeed our fault. We were too showy, too arrogant, flaunting a little achievement without considering others, looking down on everyone. He Chen is right, we are too far behind. He Xingmin was taken aback for a moment and asked with uncertainty, what's wrong, Yuhua? Why are you talking nonsense? However, He Yuhua ignored him and turned directly to He Chen, bowing deeply as he said, He Chen, thank you for your reminder. I know I was wrong, and I will work hard to correct it. I will come back in the future. He Chen nodded and replied, that's fine, but you need to return the money for the things you broke. Don't worry, I'll return that money along with what we took advantage of from your family before. My parents will pay me back, He Yuhua said. After saying that, he looked at his parents and said, Dad, Mom, let's go. With that, he turned and walked outside. He Xingmin looked at He Chen and then at He Yuhua, completely unsure of what to say, finally exclaiming, son, wait for me. He hurriedly chased after them. Xia Xiaoman glared at He Chen and said, look at the good you've done. If my son gets upset because of you, I won't let you off the hook. Son, wait for me. She quickly followed after. He Chen, that woman. In the blink of an eye, only He Chen's family of 3 was left. Meng Xuehui gave He Chen a thumbs up and said, you really are impressive, Xiaoming. Just a few words and they were sent off. If your dad had come, it would have taken half a day to get through. He Chen grinned and said, what can I do? My dad doesn't want to be the bad guy, so I had to step up. He Zhenmin chuckled awkwardly and said, well, what do you mean, what? Meng Xuehui shot He Zhenmin a glare and said, you've spent your whole life just being submissive, letting the eldest take advantage of you for decades. This is not a normal brotherly relationship at all. What He Yuhua just did is what a normal relationship looks like. No one owes anyone, and no one seeks anything from anyone, clean and straightforward. And you, it's shocking when you add it all up over 100,000? I know I was wrong, okay? From now on, our family will let Xiaoming take charge, and I won't do it anymore. In the future, if anyone looks for me, I'll just say go find my son, I'm not in charge. From now on, I'll just carry a birdcage and brag at the village entrance about how amazing my son is. He Zhenmin laughed. He Chen chatted with his parents for a while longer before letting them rest and then went back to sleep himself. He was already exhausted after a busy day. A night passed without incident. The next day, early in the morning, He Chen was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. He took it out and saw the name Wang Jianba on the caller ID, causing He Chen to jump up in shock and exclaim, what the hell, old Wang? Now, seeing Wang Jianba's name made him feel uneasy. He felt guilty. At that moment, the call ended. Just as the call ended, it rang again. He Chen, something's wrong. I can't answer this call. He directly hung up. A night had passed, and Wang Jianba must have already known about the concert last night. After all, since the concert ended, the news media had been flooded with reports about it. However, Wang Jianba had been so exhausted that he had gone to sleep like a dead dog, so he hadn't seen it. Now this guy was calling early in the morning, which meant he must have found out. This call was like a bomb. As soon as he answered, it would definitely be a barrage of complaints. Stay calm. Don't panic. Just hold steady. I just need to not answer his call. At that moment, the phone rang again. He Chen hung up once more and then directly added Wang Jianba to his blacklist. The world suddenly became quiet. Meanwhile, in the Longting Commercial Building, at the Renki Riri Financial Services Center lounge, Wang Jianba, seeing that the call had been hung up, was furious and called He Chen again. He was really about to explode with anger. He had promised He Chen that he would take him to the concert, but instead, He Chen had stood him up? This was the concert he had been looking forward to the most. Ever since he learned that Lu Ximyue would be performing in Lianan, he had been waiting day and night, eagerly anticipating the start of the concert, and then He Chen would take him to attend, sitting in first class to enjoy the wonderful performance by Yu. But in the end, that old pigeon He Chen actually stood him up? He had thought that He Chen had forgotten about it. However, when he carefully looked at the concert news, he discovered that He Chen had actually appeared in it and even went on stage to perform a duet with Yu. At that moment, Wang Jianba was furious. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. A system prompt sounded from the phone. Damn it! Wang Jianba cursed. This bastard actually blocked me? No way! Since the call couldn't go through, he decided to vent his anger on WeChat. He quickly opened WeChat, found He Chen's account, and sent a voice message cursing, Hey, you old bastard, why don't you pick up the phone? How dare you stand me up and not even answer my call? Beep. Sent. After venting, Wang Jianbo felt a bit relieved. Suddenly, he noticed a red exclamation mark next to the message he sent. A gray dialog box appeared below. AI.Dr. Guai Shou has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend, please. Wang Jianbo. Put. Seeing this, Wang Jianbo spat out a mouthful of old blood, nearly dying of anger on the spot. He Chen actually deleted him? Damn it! You old scammer, just wait for me. On the other side, He Chen had just finished breakfast when Zhang Yongxuan's call came in. Mr. Something's happened. You need to come to the hotel right away. Okay. Half an hour later, He Chen arrived at the Fortune Hotel and found Zhang Yongquan in the temporary office. Mr. Something's wrong. Zhang Yongquan said with a serious expression, there are negative opinions about our company online. Everything was normal last night, but just now, a lot of voices have emerged to slander us, and there are even many negative news articles. You need to take a look. He Chen walked to the computer and glanced at it, his brows furrowing immediately. A clown's baseless complaint, slander under malicious competition. Don't let unscrupulous businessmen deceive our eyes. This world is very kind, but some people's intentions are sinister. I am an entertainer. I will clear the name of the entertainment industry. He Chen casually looked at some of it and sneered. Isn't it expected that these people would jump out to deal with us? What happened yesterday was bound to offend the entire entertainment industry. If these people didn't come out to oppose, that would be strange. But I didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Zhang Yongquan said with a grave expression, now almost everyone in the entertainment industry is targeting us, even many stars and artists who are more famous than DU have come out to resist us. Originally, there were still 25 artists left, but 7 more have left, and more than a dozen entertainment companies that had contact with DU want to poach her, and they are offering very high prices, but DU has rejected them all. Zhang, Mr. There's new information. One of the staff shouted. What is it? Zhang Yongquan immediately ran over. Look, the staff pointed at the computer screen. These are several news articles just released by the Entertainment News Network, all targeting our Xingtu Entertainment Company. Some directly slander DU, some say we are using shady contracts, and one article even claims that DU has long been coerced by Mr. They say we are the thieves shouting to catch thieves. After hearing the staff's words, the faces of He Chen and Zhang Yongquan darkened immediately. When He Chen said those things on stage yesterday, they had guessed that they might face targeting from the entertainment industry. They just didn't expect these people to be this crazy. Zhang Yongquan took a deep breath and said to He Chen, it's clear that the other side is targeting us with a planned and premeditated approach. And it's not just one company, but the entire industry, constantly setting the tone, trying to steer public opinion against us. These people will stop at nothing for their interests. What should we do? He Chen pondered for a moment. Finally, he exhaled and said, want to deal with us? Then let's go all out. Let's directly publish all the previous contracts and the current ones online, and then create public opinion. If they have the guts, let them publish their contracts too. Let's see if they dare. But, is that too risky? Zhang Yongquan exclaimed in surprise. Generally, company contracts are prohibited from being disclosed, not to mention the contracts of their entertainment company. These are basically top secret because they contain too many issues. If they do this, it would truly be tearing apart the entertainment industry. At that point, it would be a situation of no turning back.